Chapter 1. I no longer adore you. Are you still serious? 3 years. 3 years. Do you have any idea how I've spent these 3 years? I devoted myself to that woman for 3 years. And now you tell me I have miscalculated my target. Jiang Yunhao's composure shattered, utterly disintegrated. 3 years prior, he had traversed into this fantastical realm, becoming a descendant of the illustrious Jiang family in Shanghua City. His identity was noble, his background formidable, a paragon among gentlemen. However, in this dog-eat-dog world of fantasy, mere status would not guarantee a tranquil existence. The most crucial element was power. Fortunately, Jiang Yunhao had bound himself to a system. The system informed him that by courting Liu Ruyan for 3 years, he could activate the system, attain unparalleled enlightenment, and sweep across the world. For this ambition, Jiang Yunhao relinquished his dignity, lowering himself to a state of servility as he sought to please Liu Ruyan. Yet, Liu Ruyan declared that wealth and treasures would only tarnish her exalted nature. Thus, each time she accepted his gifts, she feigned reluctance, criticizing him for offering mere trinkets devoid of genuine sentiment, all while secretly flaunting her conquests. To her friends, she reveled in his unconditional devotion. Though she professed not to be a woman of loose morals, she engaged in flirtations with numerous wealthy suitors, leaving traces of her affections everywhere. Was this justifiable? It was utterly absurd. Initially, Jiang Yunhao endured this for the sake of activating the system. But now, the system claimed it had made an error. I have devoted myself to that woman for 3 years, and now you say you were mistaken? Jiang Yunhao seethed, his frustration palpable. Perhaps you should be reprogrammed. System. Ding ding ding. Warning. System malfunction detected. Good grief. Was it truly becoming fragile? Would it self-destruct? The cacophony of conflicting voices in his mind startled Jiang Yunhao. Ding. System mode rebooting. To compensate the host is exempt from any tasks to activate this system. System activation countdown. 10, 9, 8. Fortunately, in the next moment, the system returned to normal. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao sprang to his feet. Now, that was more like it no need for any ridiculous tasks. As for that Liu Ruyan, let those who wish to adore her do so, as the esteemed heir of the Jiang family. He had been perceived as a sycophantic wastrel for 3 long years, his reputation thoroughly tarnished. Moreover, his standing within the Jiang family was precarious, the relations among his kin were strained, and his downfall was inevitable. In light of this, Jiang Yunhao resolutely made a decision. First, he would win the hearts of the people, solidifying his position within the Jiang family. Once his power was formidable, what would he not be able to obtain? Indeed, that was the plan. Just as Jiang Yunhao silently contemplated, a voice resonated from outside. Jiang Yunhao, I have told you, I, Liu Ruyan, am not a woman driven by vanity. Are you deaf? I'm speaking to you. Did you not hear? Who else could it be but Liu Ruyan? Jiang Yunhao was all too familiar with this woman. Liu Ruyan, brimming with arrogance, spoke as she approached the carriage. However, 2 guards clad in black armor swiftly obstructed her path. Miss Ruyan, without the young master's permission, no one is allowed to approach him. Liu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. This had never happened before. The former Jiang Yunhao would have eagerly descended from the carriage to greet her, like a dog coming to its master. How dare you? Who do you think you are to block my way? Liu Ruyan laughed in anger, her cold laughter echoing. Your master, Jiang Yunhao, wouldn't dare speak to me in such a manner. Jiang Yunhao, come out and face me. The guard's eyes flickered with suppressed fury, but it soon faded. Who were they? They were the elite protectors of the Imperial Jiang family, the personal guards of the young master individuals whom Liu Ruyan could never insult. They merely braced themselves, relying on the young master's favor. Yet, at that moment, from within the carriage, Jiang Yunhao's voice resonated. You have some audacity to insult my Jiang family's blackguards. Throw her out, she is an eyesore. Jiang Yunhao observed everything with growing disgust. He could never appreciate someone so spoiled and willful. His words silenced the crowd, leaving them questioning their own senses. Liu Ruyan was stunned, instinctively retorting, Jiang Yunhao, have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you still wish to marry me? I could just as easily annul our engagement. Do you believe me? Her chest heaved with uncontainable rage, and she turned to leave. Wait. Jiang Yunhao suddenly called out. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan felt an immense grievance and coldly huffed without looking back. Humph, what is it? Regretting your decision? Thinking of keeping me? I assure you, it is futile to abandon that thought. However, before she could finish, Jiang Yunhao had already stepped out of the carriage. You nearly made me forget very well. The engagement is hereby annulled. What a delight! Having traversed into the esteemed position of the young master of the Jiang family, with the system activated, and now dismissing an arrogant woman, this was simply exhilarating. What? Liu Ruyan halted abruptly, spinning around as if she had misheard. In her mind, invoking the engagement would always rattle the previous Jiang Yunhao, who would have approached her, eager to appease her like a dog. This had always been her reliable strategy, yet today's Jiang Yunhao remained so composed. Before she could gather her thoughts, Jiang Yunhao continued, However, since the engagement is annulled, I shall reclaim the treasures I gifted you over the past 3 years. Intended for our marriage, namely, the heavenly Xian divine armor, the Qingquan bracelet, and the 10,000 god sword. Jiang Yunhao's gaze swept over Liu Ruyan. The onlookers around them widened their eyes in disbelief. Moreover, not long ago, I bestowed upon the Liu family a precious essence as a betrothal gift, hoping that the Liu family would return it in peace. Jiang Yunhao's expression remained composed as he extended his hand towards Liu Ruyan. As for now, I would appreciate it if you could return the treasures on your person. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Liu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, but her initial thought was, return. It has been declared a betrothal gift, thus it rightfully belongs to me. How could it possibly be returned to you? What a shameless man. Truly shameless. Jiang Yunhao, have you lost your mind? You think you can reclaim what you have given to me? Are you even a man? Liu Ruyan instinctively murmured aloud. The onlookers were astonished, their mouths agape, as they gazed incredulously at Jiang Yunhao. A sudden thought struck the minds of the crowd. A monumental change is imminent in Shanglua City. Chapter 2. The underestimated woman. Do you wish to show off? Do you think I will acquiesce? However, Liu Ruyan's words fell on deaf ears for Jiang Yunhao. His expression was indifferent, his gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. This look struck Liu Ruyan like a bolt from the blue, akin to being targeted by a fearsome beast from the primordial era, sending a chill through her heart, causing her to instinctively take a few steps back. After all, he was the esteemed young master of the Jiang Imperial family, renowned for his prowess, and Liu Ruyan was indeed taken aback. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. No, he is the young master, but he is also Jiang Yunhao, a devoted admirer she had long since wrapped around her finger. Why should she fear him? Liu Ruyan suddenly narrowed her eyes, fixating her gaze on Jiang Yunhao. Playing hot and cold with me, employing manipulative tactics? You've certainly gained some skills. Realization dawned upon Liu Ruyan, mistaking Jiang Yunhao's demeanor as the result of guidance from some sage, engaging in an emotional tug-of-war. But she was well-versed in this game. Having toyed with Jiang Yunhao for 3 years using a marriage contract, how could she let him manipulate her now? Jiang Yunhao, how shameless can you be? Do you still wish to reclaim the betrothal gifts? Have you forgotten the promises you made over the past 3 years? You claimed to love me, insisting I would never suffer a moment's grievance. Yet now, with this spectacle, how are people to regard me? What place do you leave for Liu Ruyan? Her brow furrowed deeply. She warned him with indignation. Observing her, Jiang Yunhao could not help but smile. This little woman had indeed become quite spoiled. He shook his head. Then, his expression shifted dramatically, his gaze turning icy. I am not jesting with you, nor am I negotiating. The return of the betrothal gifts is not within your purview. By this time tomorrow, should the Liu family refuse to return them, insisting on retaining what belongs to this young master, then the Liu family shall face annihilation. Annihilation. With this declaration, the onlookers gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Jiang Yunhao. They finally regained their senses. Good heavens! Is this truly the young master who has been compliant with Liu Ruyan for 3 years? This promises to be quite the spectacle. Let us see how the Liu family will respond to the young master. Indeed, Liu Ruyan had relied on the young master's affection for 3 years to act with such arrogance. Now that the young master had awakened to reality and dissolved their engagement, reclaiming the betrothal gifts seemed entirely reasonable. Absolutely, it is Liu Ruyan who feels wronged, claiming love while desiring to take without giving anything in return. Such a despicable woman. Listening to the scornful jeers of those around her, Liu Ruyan's expression shifted, her pupils dilating in alarm. Something was amiss. The situation had completely deviated from her expectations. Jiang Yunhao was serious. The thought of having to return the gifts Jiang Yunhao had bestowed upon her over the last 3 years made her heart bleed. How could she bear to part with them? Particularly the heavenly, mysterious divine armor he had gifted her, an exceptional tool for preserving her life. This was her most cherished treasure. With it, she could transcend borders and defeat adversaries, allowing her to stand out among the many prodigies in Shangluo City. In this moment, how could I possibly return to Jiang Yunhao? It seems inconceivable. Liu Ruyan's delicate form trembled, her grip on her clothing tightening, her knuckles turning pale. Jiang Yunhao, you truly are callous and ungrateful. Yet, I am unafraid to disclose that the Jiang family is not solely represented by you. I have already paid my respects to young Master Ling Xiao, who has graciously agreed to accept me as a follower in the future. Your insult today is tantamount to insulting young Master Ling Xiao. The Jiang family is not a realm you can dominate single-handedly. As the tension escalated, Liu Ruyan cast aside her modesty and revealed her predicament. Men, indeed, are fickle creatures. Had this been in the past, Jiang Yunhao would never have dared to speak to her in such a manner. He would have clung to her leg, begging her not to leave him. Yet now, he presented himself as ruthless and domineering. How utterly disappointing. The esteemed Jiang family comprises 8 principal lineages, with Jiang Yunhao as the young master of one, while the other 7 lineages each have their own young masters. Competition among these lineages is notoriously fierce. In Liu Ruyan's eyes, although Jiang Yunhao held a prestigious position, she felt no need to fear him. Clinging to another young master's favor, what could Jiang Yunhao do? Suddenly, a radiant light flickered through the city. A dozen black guards, led by a gray-clad elder, descended upon the banks of the Luoshui River. Upon seeing the newcomers, Liu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with hope, as if she had found her anchor, and she hurried to greet the elder. Uncle Fu, Liu Ruyan said, her voice laced with distress as tears brimmed at the corners of her eyes. The newcomers, also black guards of the Jiang family, belonged to the lineage of Jiang Lingxiao. Uncle Fu was indeed Jiang Lingxiao's protector, a formidable figure of divine prowess. Today marked his patrol through the city, and upon sensing the commotion, he had arrived. However, his entrance was met with a rather disconcerting scene, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Of course, he recognized Jiang Yunhao, and over the past 3 years, who was unaware of Jiang Yunhao's humble pursuit of Liu Ruyan. His subservient demeanor had brought disgrace to the Jiang family. Observing Liu Ruyan's pitiable appearance, Uncle Fu surmised that the two were embroiled in a quarrel. He couldn't help but lament, young Master Yunhao, such a brilliant talent, reduced to a mere shadow upon encountering Liu Ruyan. As for meddling in their romantic affairs, he dared not intrude. Uncle Fu regretted having arrived so swiftly to witness this debacle. Impatiently, Liu Ruyan relayed the entire situation to Uncle Fu. What? The young master has called off the engagement with Liu Ruyan. As he listened, Uncle Fu's expression grew increasingly peculiar, and he instinctively turned to glance at Jiang Yunhao. Throughout the unfolding drama, Jiang Yunhao remained indifferent, his gaze as still as a deep well, exuding an aura of chilling detachment. Yet, that very expression signified something profound. The young master no longer cared for Liu Ruyan. Uncle Fu was bewildered. Liu Ruyan, however, continued her tirade. Noticing Jiang Yunhao's brow furrow ever so slightly, as impatience flickered across his features, Uncle Fu was jolted back to reality. How audacious! Who dares to challenge the esteemed young master of the Jiang family? Upon regaining his senses, Uncle Fu swiftly struck Liu Ruyan, sending her flying. How could the Jiang family be judged by an outsider like you? Uncle Fu's gaze was frigid, his expression laced with fury. He then turned towards Jiang Yunhao, his anger dissipating in an instant, replaced by profound reverence. The situation had shifted. The young master truly seemed indifferent to this woman. Uncle Fu's heart raced with excitement. And without further contemplation, he bowed deeply to Jiang Yunhao. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master. As Uncle Fu knelt on one knee, the black-clad guards followed suit, offering their respects to Jiang Yunhao. Liu Ruyan, having been struck down, was utterly bewildered. This was not what she had envisioned. Wasn't Uncle Fu supposed to deride Jiang Yunhao? Little did she know that at this moment, Uncle Fu was brimming with exhilaration. Liu Ruyan, disheveled and struggling to rise from the ground, could not suppress her tears, revealing a pitiful and helpless demeanor. Truly, she was of Imperial lineage. Liu Ruyan was indeed delusional, thinking the Black Guards would ally with her. How pitiable, indeed. She was not only crying but also feigning great injustice, portraying herself as an innocent victim of bullying. Hadn't Jiang Yunhao treated her with restraint? Since the engagement had been annulled, returning the betrothal gifts was only natural. The words of those around her cut like daggers, piercing deep into her soul. Liu Ruyan trembled at the onslaught of ridicule. In her moment of humiliation, rather than receiving sympathy, she was met with scorn as a frail woman. Yet, what could she do? The situation had escalated to a point where she felt an overwhelming sense of disgrace. Wishing she could vanish into the earth, she removed her outer garment, revealing the heavenly mystic armor. The purple fabric shimmered and transformed into a resplendent white armor. This divine treasure could change at the will of its bearer, a marvel indeed. Liu Ruyan's complexion shifted between crimson and violet, her heart swelling with indignation and humiliation as she prepared to leave. But wait, was this truly the end? The eyes of those around her brightened with anticipation. Indeed, it was far from over. Not just the heavenly mystic armor, but every treasure adorning Liu Ruyan was a gift from Jiang Yunhao. She must strip it all away. Chapter 3. The Slap and System Activation. Just after removing the celestial armor, Liu Ruyan felt an immense ache in her heart upon hearing those words. Her delicate body tensed abruptly, and she instinctively glared with wide eyes, on the verge of fury. However, upon meeting Jiang Yunhao's indifferent gaze, her heart trembled profoundly. This man was truly heartless. Frustrated, Liu Ruyan stamped her foot, deeply displeased. Yet, under the scrutiny of the crowd, she dared not voice her thoughts further. With a heavy heart, she began to remove her treasured ornaments, rings, necklaces. With each piece she relinquished, it felt as though her heart was being cruelly sliced, akin to 1,000 cuts. Here is everything back to you. Are you satisfied now? She thought bitterly, as she stripped down to her white undergarments, devoid of any precious luster or charm, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill, consumed by shame and indignation. However, in the next moment, Liu Ruyan was startled by a flash before her eyes, as Jiang Yunhao appeared right before her. Before she could comprehend the situation, 2 resounding slaps landed on her face. These blows were avenging the humiliation suffered by the Black Guards. Jiang Yunhao's expression remained impassive as he stood still, his hand withdrawn. The Black Guards stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. They could hardly fathom such a scene occurring, a stark contrast to their previous experiences. Do not forget my words. Inform your Liu family elders to return my betrothal gifts by tomorrow. Should you refuse, I shall not hesitate to pay your family a personal visit. Now leave, Jiang Yunhao said with disdain, waving his hand dismissively. Liu Ruyan was utterly bewildered, her hand pressed against her stinging cheek, as if caught in a surreal dream. This devoted admirer dared to strike her. She trembled in disbelief. Jiang Yunhao, how could you be so ruthless? Yet, witnessing the respect emanating from Fu Bo and the Black Guards towards Jiang Yunhao, she refrained from provoking him further. Accompanied by her group of friends, she departed like a defeated dog, tail between her legs. Jiang Yunhao had no desire to cast another glance at Liu Ruyan. Moreover, he had successfully bound his system and only needed to activate it upon returning. With that thought, he turned and re-entered his carriage. Return, the Black Guards echoed in unison, their voices thunderous with excitement. It was no wonder they were so elated. The past 3 years had been stifling for them. Despite their unwavering loyalty to Jiang Yunhao, they had privately harbored frustration and despondency. However, from this day forth, everything would change. At this moment, the Black Guards truly recognized their young lord from the depths of their hearts. By the banks of the Luo River, the tumult subsided. Yet, it was foreseeable that the events of the day would undoubtedly stir monumental waves throughout Luo City. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan, having departed in disgrace, was left with a tumultuous mix of emotions swirling within her. Jiang Yunhao, indeed, is a man of incongruity. Have I not merely tested him for 3 years? I have never claimed to dislike him. I simply sought to ascertain the sincerity of his affections. If he cannot endure this brief period, how can he possibly provide me with a sense of security? And he dares to strike me. The more Liu Ruyan pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. Her eyes swollen from weeping, glistening with tears. He has changed his heart. The scoundrel has betrayed me. The Jiang Yunhao of yesteryears would never have treated me thus. Truly, this young master of the Jiang family has gone too far. Once a treasure is given away, what rationale exists for reclaiming it? Her friends chirped around her, offering constant consolation to Liu Ruyan. After all, over the years, these so-called confidants had benefited significantly from the resources Jiang Yunhao had provided through her. Now, witnessing the loss of their benefactor, they too felt conflicted. O Ruyan, do not grieve. Is it not just the absence of an unfaithful man? A man like Jiang Yunhao is unworthy of your sorrow. You are young and beautiful, exceptionally talented. Without him, do you fear you shall lack suitors? Let us not forget. Another young master of the Jiang family seems to hold a particular interest in you. Another young master, Jiang Lingxiao. While Fu Bo's blackguards may not dare to offend Jiang Yunhao, would Jiang Lingxiao fear him? One of her friends remarked. At this, Liu Ruyan's heart stirred. The despondency she had felt moments ago dissipated. Indeed, Jiang Lingxiao is of the same noble stature as Jiang Yunhao. Initially, Liu Ruyan believed she had suffered emotional wounds. But upon reflection, she realized she was merely losing a sycophant who cared for her and sought to please her. If she could win over Jiang Lingxiao, even become his follower and enter the Jiang family, why would she concern herself with Jiang Yunhao? Let us go. This very moment we shall seek out young Master Lingxiao. He likely harbors genuine feelings for you, unlike Jiang Yunhao, who is a facade of humanity with a heart of a beast, crumbling under the slightest test. When the time comes, with young Master Lingxiao supporting you, will your family still need to return the betrothal gifts? Jiang Yunhao is simply delusional. Furthermore, what he took today must be returned. Her friends chattered excitedly. Liu Ruyan's spirits soared, the clouds of despair lifting. Indeed, finding a man who truly loves oneself is a rare endeavor. Well then, let us meet young Master Lingxiao. Though he may not possess the same striking looks as Jiang Yunhao, in matters of the heart, I am certain he far surpasses Jiang Yunhao. In Shanglua City, the Jiang family stands as the singular sovereign of the Lingshu domain, a lineage that once produced an emperor. The Jiang family is undeniably the preeminent existence in the Lingshu domain, governing 100,000 cities with billions of souls revering them. Their vast ancestral estate lies at the heart of Shanglua City, with weathered high walls and pavilions extending nearly endlessly, a sight that stretches beyond the horizon. As Jiang Yunhao returned, the melodious chime of bells resonated, heralding to the world the arrival of a certain young master of the Jiang family. It must be young Master Jiang Yunhao indeed. Surely, he has returned from delivering gifts to the Liu family, looking rather dejected. Alas, do not speak of it. The esteemed elders of the Jiang family, upon sensing the presence of Jiang Yunhao, could only sigh in low tones, lamenting his lack of ambition. Report, esteemed elders. Young Master Yunhao has issued a summons, urgently requesting your presence in the Hall of Celestial Deities for a discussion. At that moment, a black-clad guard appeared. Young Master Yunhao has just returned. What could be the purpose of this summons? The elders of Jiang Yunhao's lineage furrowed their brows in concern. The subordinate is unaware. The guard replied, shaking his head. The young master merely instructed that you all proceed to the Hall of Celestial Deities immediately. Having just returned to the Jiang family, Jiang Yunhao first issued a command for the black guards to gather the elders of his clan. His initial directive was related to the Liu family. Jiang Yunhao then entered the inner chamber of the Hall of Celestial Deities, his gaze flickering with intensity and clarity. Activate the system. Chapter 4. The Hidden Secrets of the Liu Family. The Devouring Demon Technique. The Nine Dragons Coffin destroys the Liu family, activating the system. As Jiang Yunhao's voice fell, a sound echoed, ding. Congratulations, host, for binding the sign-in system. Ding. Sign-in location refreshed. Jiang family's Divine Hall. The host is informed that each sign-in location can only be used once, and this sign-in will trigger a novice critical hit, guaranteeing 100% top-tier reward. May I ask the host, will you sign in? Without hesitation, Jiang Yunhao replied, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing into the Jiang family's Divine Hall, and for obtaining the Devouring Demon Technique. 1 Celestial Spirit Pill. Devouring Demon Technique. A cultivation method established by the immortal Empress 2,000 years ago, capable of devouring heaven and earth, refining all things, with nothing that cannot be consumed or absorbed. Excellent. The cultivation method of the Empress. An emperor is born only once every millennium, each one a formidable force, unparalleled in the mortal realm. The methods of the emperors are exceedingly rare. Even the Jiang family, which has produced emperors in its lineage, lacks a complete imperial method. At this moment, however, Jiang Yunhao had acquired a complete imperial technique. It was nothing short of perfect. With this thought, Jiang Yunhao wasted no time and immediately began to practice. He found that it required no arduous effort nor gradual study. It was as simple as drinking cool water, mastering it in a single thought. Thereafter, he faced no difficulty, as long as resources were available. He could effortlessly break through any barrier. Jiang Yunhao then reached for the storage bag at his waist. In an instant, treasures, spiritual herbs, and spiritual stones appeared in succession. Among them were divine weapons and extremely rare heavenly materials. Some were cultivation resources provided by the Jiang family, while others were treasures Jiang Yunhao had gifted to Liu Ruyan over the past 3 years. Now, all of them proved to be immensely useful. With closed eyes, Jiang Yunhao silently operated the devouring demon technique. The mantra of the technique echoed in his mind like the chants of countless beings, defy fate, unbound by heavenly decree, solely cultivating oneself, devour heaven and earth, encompassing all, transforming the boundless universe, refining all beings, consuming mountains and rivers. Even Jiang Yunhao, a well-versed scion of an imperial lineage, could not help but feel a tremendous stir within his spirit. Such a domineering technique, defying fate, unshackled by the will of the heavens, solely focused on self-cultivation. A mysterious aura emanated from within Jiang Yunhao, and the treasures surrounding him transformed into pure energy at a visible rate. Like a gentle stream, they flowed into Jiang Yunhao's body. His aura surged dramatically, ascending rapidly. Blood Qi Realm, 6th level. Blood Qi Realm, 8th level. Blood Qi Realm. Crack. Refinement of the Bone Realm, 1st level. Refinement of the Bone. In just a few breaths, Jiang Yunhao astonishingly broke through to the 9th level of the Refinement of the Bone Realm, achieving complete perfection. Jiang Yunhao suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze radiant and spirited, having broken through more than a dozen minor realms. Moreover, he has transcended to a grand realm, achieving the pinnacle of bone tempering. Realms, Qi cultivation, blood vitality, bone tempering, spirit refinement, cave heaven, fate severing, celestial phenomena, divine realm, divine monarch, divine king, sacred realm, quasi-emperor, great emperor. Is this not exceedingly swift? Even Jiang Yunhao finds himself somewhat astonished. One cannot deny the sheer terror of the heaven-devouring demon art. It possesses the ability to refine anything, rendering Jiang Yunhao's need for slow cultivation utterly obsolete. Provided he has resources, he resembles an insatiable abyss, capable of devouring infinitely. His current realm is already comparable to some of the young prodigies in Shanglua City. This is still considering that his original self squandered 3 years of cultivation time, bestowing all the precious resources upon Liu Ruyan and the Liu family behind her. However, Jiang Yunhao managed to reclaim those wasted 3 years in less than 10 breaths. Ding! The system detects a karmic connection between the host and Liu Ruyan of the Liu family. The sign-in location has been refreshed. The host is requested to sign in at the Liu family's ancestral grounds. Suddenly, the system has once again refreshed the new sign-in location. Jiang Yunhao cannot help but squint, pondering deeply. His own Jiang family, with ancestors who had once produced formidable emperors, particularly sharing a connection with the undying empress from 2 millennia ago, thus enabling him to sign in for the heaven-devouring demon art. Yet, how could the Liu family, a mere first-rate family, possibly be compared to a royal lineage like the Jiang family? Nonetheless, the system has provided a hint. The Liu family harbors unknown secrets. With this thought, a faint smile graces Jiang Yunhao's lips. This aligns perfectly with his intentions. Originally, he had no intention of letting the Liu family off the hook, especially since they had taken 3 years of his precious resources, allowing themselves to grow excessively fat. A well-fed pig, after all, is destined for slaughter. Now, the revelation of secrets within the Liu family only heightens Jiang Yunhao's anticipation. Indeed, such unexpected delight awaits. He is eager to discover what the Liu family can offer him. The Liu family's ancestral grounds will undoubtedly be difficult to penetrate, but if he were to employ the 9 Dragons Coffin. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Shanglua City, In the southern district lies the Liu family. As a newly ascended first-rate family over the past 3 years, their ancestral land, while not comparable to the time-honored strong clans, is resplendently adorned, exuding the atmosphere of a grand household. At this moment, the elders of the Liu family have gathered in the main hall. That Jiang Yunhao truly bears no sense of gratitude, exhibiting a complete lack of human sentiment. Who could argue otherwise? Even if he has grown indifferent to Ruyan, they once shared a bond. How could he so readily turn his back? He once addressed me as Uncle Liu with courtesy, yet remains an ungrateful wretch, devoid of shame. Upon hearing the news of the events by the Luoshui River, the elders of the Liu family vent their anger, brimming with indignation. Yet they seem to have forgotten that the very reason the Liu family has risen to prominence and secured its place among the first-rate clans is solely due to Jiang Yunhao. Without the support and vast resources provided by Jiang Yunhao over the past 3 years, they are utterly insignificant. Enough of this nonsense. At this point, there is no need for further discussion. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Any additional words are merely empty rhetoric. The head of the Liu family, Liu Longwei, suddenly gestured impatiently. The elders within the hall were taken aback by his words. Indeed, in the world of cultivation, the one with the strongest fist holds the truth. Now that Jiang Yunhao has turned against them, what is to become of the Liu family? Those who were slow to react finally grasped the gravity of the situation, and a wave of trepidation swept through them, rendering them speechless. Some even contemplated a discreet escape from the Liu family, fearing that Jiang Yunhao might come to settle scores the following day. However, Liu Longhui's eyes narrowed, and he shifted his tone. We need not fear Jiang Yunhao excessively. The betrothal gifts and offerings from the past 3 years? The members of the Liu family have already partaken of them. How can we return what we have consumed? This young man never intended to grant the Liu family a path to survival. Yet, he remains unaware that my daughter, Ruyan, has established contact with another esteemed member of the Jiang family, Jiang Lingxiao. Should Jiang Lingxiao choose to intervene, what do we have to fear from Jiang Yunhao? Moreover, let us not forget my youngest daughter, Liu Hanyun. Listening to Liu Longhui's words, the Liu family elders breathed a quiet sigh of relief, abandoning thoughts of fleeing the Liu family. Indeed, perhaps the Liu family need not fear Jiang Yunhao at all. Meanwhile, at the Jiang residence, figures radiating formidable energy appeared outside the Hall of the Gods. These were the elder cultivators from Jiang Yunhao's lineage. Each figure stood strong and imposing, exuding an aura as deep as the abyss and as formidable as a prison. Their every movement seemed to carry the weight of the heavens. As they entered the grand hall, they beheld Jiang Yunhao standing within, hands clasped behind his back. We pay our respects to the young master. Chapter 5. To achieve 3 goals with 1 arrow, burying heaven, earth, and one's own self is not difficult, is it? We await your summons, young master. As the 3 elders of the divine realm entered, they beheld Jiang Yunhao within the hall, clad in garments as white as snow, untouched by dust, with his black hair cascading freely behind him. He exuded an effortless elegance that would evoke sincere admiration from anyone fortunate enough to gaze upon him, a veritable noble of the tumultuous world. Yet, for one of such stature to willingly adopt the role of a sycophant, one might find it exasperating. The 3 elders bore a discontented demeanor. After a courteous bow, they lowered their heads in silence. Oh, where are the great elder and the second elder? And what of the other elders? Jiang Yunhao's gaze flickered, resting upon the trio. The Jiang family of the Imperial lineage consisted of 8 branches, each nurturing a multitude of formidable external guests who had long sworn allegiance. Thus, to these elders, the words of Jiang Yunhao, the young master, were akin to celestial decrees. Yet, only 3 elders had made their appearance. Ah, young master, please do not take offense. The great elder and the second elder are currently absent from the Jiang family. The remaining elders are also engrossed in secluded cultivation. The 3rd elder managed a strained smile, hastily providing an explanation. Jiang Yunhao nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He was well aware that these words were mere excuses. It appeared that his previous subservient actions had deeply disappointed the elders. A stirring within his heart ensued. For 3 years, the esteemed young master of the Jiang family had demeaned himself to the level of a dog for a woman. This was not merely a loss of face for Jiang Yunhao, but a disgrace for the entire Jiang family. The elders of his branch viewed this with sorrowful discontent. Eager for a transformation, Yet, the hierarchy of the Jiang family dictated that even the divine realm elders dared not lecture their master. They could only observe with anxious hearts. It was understandable not to wish for an audience. Jiang Yunhao comprehended this and did not lay blame upon the great elder and the others. However, be it the great elder or the second elder, the elders of his branch ought to open their eyes and witness the forthcoming changes. It was time for him to win the hearts of the people. With this thought, a smile unexpectedly graced Jiang Yunhao's lips. He suddenly realized that the matter concerning the Liu family was indeed a fortuitous opportunity, not only to reclaim his dignity, but also to reap the mysterious benefits promised by the system's notifications, all while naturally garnering support. It was truly exhilarating. By the way, young master, you summoned us to the divine hall with urgency. What is the matter? At that moment, the straightforward fifth elder furrowed his brow. Young master, we are quite busy. There are numerous matters within the clan awaiting our attention. The fourth elder was even more forthright. The third elder opened his mouth, astonished at the depth of grievance expressed by his two old friends. Let me be frank. If you intend to make us present gifts to that Liu Ruyan again, I shall not accompany you. Even if you choose to blame me, I care not, for I cannot afford to lose face in this manner. The countenance of the fifth elder was ashen, filled with a sense of frustration and a touch of grievance. Over the past 3 years, at the behest of Jiang Yunhao, the elders had frequently delivered gifts to Liu Ruyan. Yet who were they? They were esteemed guest elders of the Jiang family, figures of divine stature. A powerhouse of the divine realm, they could dominate any territory and command respect. Alas, they found themselves serving an unreliable master in Jiang Yunhao, forced to curry favor with a mere junior girl. Their dignity was utterly diminished. Fifth elder, how can you speak to the young master in such a manner? The third elder exclaimed in astonishment, quickly tugging at the sleeve of the fifth elder. The fifth elder, defiantly lifting his chin, retorted, If the young master wishes to punish me, then let him do so. I shall not comply. The third elder was left speechless, sighing inwardly. Jiang Yunhao represented the main lineage of the Jiang family. His father was the family head, lauded as the white-clad divine king. Even after vanishing a century ago, the Jiang family had not appointed another head. It was indeed exasperating that such an extraordinary figure could father a son so lacking in ambition. Pray, young master, temper your anger. The fifth elder is simply of this disposition. The third elder forced a smile, repeatedly offering his apologies. But what wrongdoing had the fifth elder committed? No one anticipated that rather than wrath, Jiang Yunhao would instead offer praise. The three elders were momentarily taken aback. In the past, the young master would have erupted in fury at any slight against Liu Ruyan. Before the three elders could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Yunhao continued, Today, Liu Ruyan has expressed her desire to annul our engagement, and I have acquiesced. What? The young master has agreed to the annulment? At this revelation, the three elders nearly choked on their own disbelief. He had not even married her yet, and he was already conceding to an annulment. Did this mean that the gifts bestowed over the past 3 years were not but a waste? The Jiang family faced not only a loss of face, but also a substantial depletion of resources. This was indeed a grave injustice. The three elders exchanged bewildered glances at Jiang Yunhao. Such an extraordinary occurrence could only be attributed to their young master. Yet, upon reflection, if the engagement was annulled, what need was there for them to be summoned? To bear witness to his lamentations? If the engagement was nullified, then Liu's family ought to return what they had taken from the Jiang family over these 3 years. Tomorrow, I implore you elders, to awaken the 9 dragons coffin of the Jiang family, eradicate the Liu family entirely, reclaim our resources, and if possible, enter the ancestral grounds of the Liu family to invite their forebear into the coffin. Jiang Yunhao's gaze was as calm as a still pond, his voice cold and unyielding. At your command, young master. The 3 elders, who had sworn fealty, instinctively bowed to accept the order, but suddenly froze. The next moment, they raised their heads in disbelief, staring incredulously at Jiang Yunhao. Had the young master completely transformed? No longer a sycophant, he had embraced a fierce resolve. The previously disgruntled 5th elder silently marveled at this remarkable shift. The 3 individuals exchanged glances, each perceiving the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Do the elders find this inappropriate? My Jiang family's 9 dragons coffin, renowned for burying heaven and earth, should find it quite manageable to inter a single individual, no? Observing the trio's silence, Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes slightly. Not difficult at all. We shall heed your command. The three elders spoke in unison. Things have indeed changed. The young master has truly transformed. This is the young master of the Jiang family. When he refrains from action, all is well, but once he does engage, he seeks to obliterate a first-rate family. The Liu family deserves it. A worthless marriage pact ensnared the young master for 3 years, allowing a humble clan to evolve into a formidable force. Now that the young master has awakened, reclaiming his family's resources is entirely justified and reasonable. We shall prepare at once, obediently following the young master's decree, our swords aimed at the Liu family. The three elders, their hearts brimming with joy, promptly accepted their orders and departed. The following day, by the banks of the Luoshui River, the news of Jiang Yunhao's engagement annulment with Liu Ruyan had spread throughout the entire Shanghua city, creating significant waves. After all, this matter pertains to Jiang family's young master, Jiang Yunhao, making it of utmost importance. Today, millions of cultivators turned their gaze toward the Liu family. Chapter 6. The Grand Sword Sect, the twin beauties of the Liu family, kneel. Within the main hall of the Liu family, all the senior members gathered, fervently seeking the favor of a young man clad in luxurious garments. The fact that our young lady Han Yun has garnered the attention of the Holy Sun is indeed an unparalleled honor for our Liu family. Lu Longhui exclaimed, his face adorned with a broad smile. The head of the Liu family is too modest. I am already well aware of your family's matters, the young man, known as Luo Feng, assured with an air of confidence. Rest assured, with me here, that Jiang Yunhao will not stir any trouble. Sitting at the head of the table, his gaze was one of disdainful superiority. Upon hearing this, Lu Longhui felt a wave of relief wash over him. This young man, the holy son of the Grand Sword Sect, was not to be underestimated. While the Jiang family, a prominent imperial lineage, reigned supreme in the Lingshu domain, the Grand Sword Sect was equally formidable, both renowned entities within the eastern wilderness. Lu Longhui had 2 daughters, the elder, Liu Ruyan, and the younger, Liu Hanyun. Currently, Liu Ruyan was engaged in her own affairs with another young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Lingxiao, while Liu Hanyun had captured the attention of the Holy Sun. This development felt like a dual assurance, causing Lu Longhui to remain unperturbed. Ha ha ha, I do not wish to appear overly courteous. It is indeed an honor for my family that the Holy Sun favors my young lady. Lu Longhui beamed. To be candid, I have another daughter, Ruyan, who is equally exquisite and extraordinarily gifted. She has recently dissolved her engagement with Jiang Yunhao. Should the Holy Sun desire, I would be more than willing to arrange a union between you and her on the spot. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng merely smiled faintly. The head of the Liu family is very gracious. The Holy Sun is truly a paragon of grace and decorum, deserving of his esteemed status within the Grand Sword Sect. You are indeed a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Just a breath from you is enough to enthrall. That young master Jiang Yunhao pales in comparison to you. A mere firefly against the brilliant sun, a stark contrast indeed. The members of the Liu family flattered incessantly, their praise flowing effortlessly. If Jiang Yunhao were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly lament that when it comes to flattery, the Liu family excels. Ha ha ha, go prepare a banquet at once. I shall host a grand welcome for Holy Sun Luo Feng. Lu Longhui declared, his excitement palpable, his face aglow. Originally, the Liu family had risen to prominence largely due to Jiang Yunhao, although tensions had since escalated. With his elder daughter backed by Jiang Lingxiao and his younger daughter now aligned with Luo Feng, how could the Liu family not flourish? It was a jest to think otherwise. The prosperous days of the Liu family were far from over. However, unbeknownst to them, as they reveled in their fortunes, Luo Feng observed with a cold smile within. Do they truly mistake me for that fool Jiang Yunhao? They believe mere beauty can ensnare me. How naive. As the holy son of the Grand Sword Sect, I am not so easily deceived. Behind Luo Feng, 2 guardians communicated discreetly, Holy Son, do you truly intend to marry these sisters from the Liu family? It was feared that Luo Feng was secretly communicating with his protector. You two are overly cautious. Junior sister Liu Hanyun possesses extraordinary talent and has garnered the favor of our master. Marrying her would be advantageous for me. As for Liu Ruyan, that fool Jiang Yunhao has indulged this girl for 3 years without even claiming a drop of blood. Her primordial yin remains intact, making her a fine vessel. Luo Feng scoffed inwardly. How could this saintly son be manipulated by the Liu family, like a fish caught on a hook? As the sanctified son of the great Luo sword sect, Luo Feng had encountered countless women. What kind had he not seen? Meanwhile, a magnificent carriage, drawn by a 9-headed divine bird wreathed in golden flames, arrived at the gates of the Liu family. The figure within the carriage was none other than Jiang Yunhao. He descended gracefully, his gaze as calm as an ancient well, surveying the guards before him. His loyal black-clad attendants stepped forward. Please inform the esteemed Liu family that Jiang Yunhao has arrived. Oh, it is young Master Yunhao, the guards responded, somewhat taken aback. However, we currently have distinguished guests, and our family head is preoccupied with their company. Might you wait outside for a moment? Over the past 3 years, Jiang Yunhao had frequently visited the Liu family. Initially, the Liu family members had been cautious and respectful. Yet, as time passed, they discerned the depths of Jiang Yunhao's infatuation with Liu Ruyan, which was marked by a certain humility. Consequently, they grew less wary of his status. Even upon learning of Jiang Yunhao's recent annulment with Liu Ruyan, they regarded his urgent visit with skepticism, pondering whether he had truly regretted his decision. At this moment, the Liu family had found new support, causing them to regard Jiang Yunhao with increasing disdain. After all, he was merely a compliant sycophant, deserving no special courtesy, given his willingness to bear burdens without complaint. However, Jiang Yunhao said little, merely offering a faint smile. How audacious to show such disrespect towards the young master of the Jiang family. In an instant, a black-clad attendant raised his foot and kicked the Liu family guard, sending him flying. The sound was thunderous, reverberating like a clap of doom. The guard spewed blood midair, crashing violently against the gates of the Liu family, which collapsed with a resounding crash. The guard lay motionless on the ground, lifeless, eyes wide in shock. Did Jiang Yunhao's men strike first? The remaining guards of the Liu family stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by fear. If you wish to live, step aside. The fearsome black-clad attendants swiftly cleared a path for Jiang Yunhao. Throughout it all, he remained silent, his gaze deep and expression indifferent. The Liu family guards no longer dared to obstruct him, scattering to the sides, heads bowed and trembling, not daring to utter a single word. The 3 elders trailing Jiang Yunhao exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a profound respect for his commanding presence. His dominance was unparalleled, eclipsing all in his path. This is precisely the esteemed young master of the Jiang family in their eyes. The commotion caused by Jiang Yunhao's audacious intrusion into the Liu residence swiftly reached the grand hall. Amidst the lively atmosphere, where the Liu family members were immersed in merriment, they abruptly rose from their seats. Liu Longhui's forehead throbbed with anger as he shattered his cup. How audacious indeed! A mere junior, Jiang Yunhao, displays such temerity and lacks all decorum. It seems that I, as an elder, must adequately discipline this impudent youth on behalf of the Jiang family. As his words lingered in the air, a figure clad in snow-white attire, resembling an ethereal being descended from the heavens, appeared at the entrance of the hall. His gaze was indifferent, devoid of any emotion. His extraordinary visage seemed shrouded in an aura of celestial mystery, rendering it impossible for mere mortals to discern his true form. Such prodigious talent could only stem from an individual bearing the distinguished bloodline of a great clan. In his fury, Liu Longhui felt his resolve waver upon seeing Jiang Yunhao. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Jiang Yunhao, do you not acknowledge me, your uncle Liu? Kneel down and offer your apologies at once. Chapter 7. Ignorance of Life and Death. The aura of a great clan. Liu Longhui bellowed furiously. However, Jiang Yunhao remained unfazed, casting a discreet glance around the assembly. The familiar faces were all present, except for Liu Ruyan. Upon reflection, Jiang Yunhao deduced that she had likely gone to seek out Jiang Lingxiao. With a slight shake of his head, he chose to set this aside for the moment. Instead, a stranger caught his attention, the young man in splendid attire seated at the head of the table, flanked by 2 elderly figures clad in gray. The young man drank leisurely, exuding an air of calm indifference to the unfolding events. Jiang Yunhao, is this the kind of reckless rogue your family has raised? It seems your father has been missing for years, leaving you without proper guidance. Allow me, an old man, to educate you on behalf of your father. Liu Longhui's expression was frigid. At this remark, Jiang Yunhao cast a glance at Liu Longhui. Huh, you audacious old man, you presume to challenge me? A mere insignificant pawn dares to claim the position of my mentor? Jiang Yunhao's disdain was palpable, his contempt unmistakable. Lu Longhui was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. For the past 3 years, Jiang Yunhao had shown him utmost deference, nearly venerating him as a deity. Yet now, he had the audacity to confront him. Enough of this prattle. I have come to annul the engagement, Jiang Yunhao declared, producing a marriage contract. With a flick of his fingers, the contract, laden with ties of fate, was instantly reduced to fragments. The arcane energy surged, sending shimmering shards into the air, resembling delicate snowflakes as they drifted downwards. Lu Longhui was left dumbfounded, and the members of the Lu family stood frozen in shock. To be honest, it was not until the contract was torn asunder that they truly believed the rumors of the engagement's dissolution circulating outside. Preposterous. You are utterly disrespectful. Lu Longhui suddenly snapped back to reality, his voice filled with indignation. Spare me the lectures, Jiang Yunhao retorted, dismissively waving his hand as if shooing away a fly. I have already extended sufficient courtesy. Now that the engagement is nullified, I request the return of my betrothal gifts, that piece of true essence, along with the heavenly materials and treasures from the past 3 years. What? The expressions of the Lu family members soured, akin to having consumed something vile. They had long since consumed the true essence. Not to mention the gifts Jiang Yunhao had presented over the past 3 years, they had been squandered entirely. Otherwise, with the Lu family's modest resources, it would have been impossible to ascend to a first-rate family in such a short span. Return them? With what? Lu Longhui's cheeks twitched violently. His intention had been to intimidate Jiang Yunhao into silence, perhaps even in the wake of the engagement's annulment. This sycophant would refrain from demanding his gifts back. After all, the meek and subservient Jiang Yunhao had become a well-known narrative, and Lu Longhui felt confident in his control over him. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Yunhao seemed entirely disinterested in his presence. As he gazed upon the exceedingly unfamiliar Jiang Yunhao, Lu Longhui felt a surge of trepidation and instinctively glanced towards Luo Feng, who was leisurely wiping his mouth with a silk cloth before rising slowly. There was an intriguing quality about him, truly, as a scion of the Jiang family. He exuded a certain arrogance. However, one must question whether it is appropriate for such a distinguished young master to wield his familial legacy to oppress lesser clans. A smile danced upon Luo Feng's lips as he cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yunhao. Noticing Luo Feng's support for the Lu family, the members of the Lu clan regained their confidence, their mocking gazes fixated upon Jiang Yunhao. This subtle shift in expressions did not escape Jiang Yunhao's keen observation. He merely directed a cold glance at Luo Feng and uttered a single word, scram. At this proclamation, the black-clad guard trailing Jiang Yunhao could not contain his laughter. Indeed, the young master was displaying remarkable fortitude. When had he become so resolute? Laughter erupted among them, praising the young master's might. The 3 elders exchanged silent communications. Struggling to suppress their amusement, their faces reddening. How audacious! Do you even comprehend who this person is? He is the saint's son of the Daluo sword sect. His stature equal to that of you, Jiang Yunhao. The Lu family members chimed in hastily. Oh, the saint's son of the Daluo sword sect, Jiang Yunhao mused, finally understanding. He nodded slightly. Luo Feng, believing Jiang Yunhao to be intimidated by his status, maintained an air of superiority. Ah, your ignorance is commendable. Yet this saint's son is magnanimous and will not stoop to your level. Luo Feng raised his chin, abruptly shifting the conversation. However, since I have already interceded for the Lu family today, this matter should be laid to rest. Luo Feng was unperturbed by Jiang Yunhao. Not only did he have the Daluo sword sect backing him, but Jiang Yunhao's reputation over the years had caused his peers to lose any fear of him. Merely a young master of the Jiang family, he was of little consequence, his strength negligible. Naturally, the proud scion from a prominent family held Jiang Yunhao in contempt. Relishing the adoration from the Lu family, particularly the meaningful glances from the women, only heightened Luo Feng's satisfaction. Do you wish to intervene? But before Luo Feng could finish his thought, Jiang Yunhao's indifferent gaze abruptly interrupted him. This insolent youth dared to cut him off? How audacious! Luo Feng's brows furrowed deeply, his expression turning icy. Jiang Yunhao, do not blame me for failing to caution you. Do not rely on the Jiang family's influence to bully others. We are peers of equal standing. For individuals such as us, hailing from great powers, the forces behind us will not impede the young elites from engaging in conflict. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and nobility are in the hands of fate. Should one perish, do not blame others. Luo Feng's words dripped with menace, laden with warnings. In response, Jiang Yunhao's eyes sparkled with interest. Elder 3, is this truly the case? Among the scions of great clans, are conflicts permitted to the extent of life and death? Jiang Yunhao cast a surprised glance at the third elder. Reporting to the young master, it is indeed the case. Especially among our esteemed clan, where the principle of nurturing the next generation is to encourage fierce competition among the youth, proving their worth through bloody trials. After all, flowers nurtured in a greenhouse, no matter how strong their cultivation, are easily crushed. Jiang Yunhao nodded thoughtfully, feeling a sense of relief. Initially, he had been conflicted about whether to incapacitate Luo Feng or to eliminate him on the spot. However, it was now apparent that the grandeur of a powerful clan differed significantly from that of a small family. It was no wonder that Luo Feng dared to exhibit hostility towards him in Shanglua City. Well then, having just achieved the pinnacle of the bone refinement realm, it is the perfect opportunity to test my strength, he mused. Yet, to Luo Feng, Jiang Yunhao's demeanor suggested fear. As long as you understand, Luo Feng sneered disdainfully. For other members of the Jiang family, I might have taken them seriously, but Jiang Yunhao? A useless sycophant who has squandered 3 years merely to pander to a woman. Huh, what a trivial matter. Well, that simplifies things. I shall eliminate you first, Jiang Yunhao declared suddenly. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the room. Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at Jiang Yunhao. You, a mere sycophant, dare to threaten the Holy Sun? Luo Feng was both infuriated and amused, his anger simmering within him. How foolish to think you deserve any respect. Very well, today I shall personally see to your demise, he retorted, feeling his authority insulted. His fury rapidly escalating. In an instant, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Jiang Yunhao's head. Among those present, he was the only one audacious enough to act against Jiang Yunhao, given that their statuses were equally esteemed. The members of the Liu family looked on in astonishment, their eyes gleaming. Jiang Yunhao truly does not know the gravity of his situation. Chapter 8. The Grand Sword Bone in a spectacle witnessed by all, Luo Feng, emanating an aura of murderous intent, unleashed a devastating strike toward Jiang Yunhao, despite an unspoken agreement among the great clans to refrain from interference. Skirmishes among the young prodigies were not curtailed. However, the elders were strictly prohibited from intervening, for such actions would alter the very essence of the confrontation. The 3 elders standing behind Jiang Yunhao sensed impending doom as their smiles froze in place. Alarmed, they realized that their young master was in peril. Luo Feng, renowned for his prowess among the younger generation, posed a significant threat, while Jiang Yunhao, having languished in mediocrity for years, would likely find himself outmatched. Panic gripped the 3 elders as they prepared to intervene should Jiang Yunhao find himself in dire straits. Even Jiang Yunhao, confronted by Luo Feng's lethal assault, summoned every ounce of focus. He gathered his strength and met Luo Feng's palm with a fierce punch. The aura of completeness from his bone refinement realm surged forth, pulsating with vitality and power. The force of his punch released a resounding shockwave, demonstrating an astonishing strength of 9 million pounds. What? Luo Feng felt the intensity most acutely, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a resounding clash erupted as their hands collided. A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered, unveiling an unbelievable scene. With a harrowing scream, Luo Feng's right arm was brutally severed, flesh and blood scattering. In the next heartbeat, Jiang Yunhao's fist pierced through his chest, leaving Luo Feng suspended in the air like a mere specimen. Luo Feng was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. The excitement that once adorned the faces of the Liu clan members evaporated, leaving them in a state of disbelief. The 3 elders stood dumbfounded, grappling with the revelation of Jiang Yunhao's newfound strength. Was I truly this powerful? Jiang Yunhao mused aloud, awakening the onlookers from their stupor. In truth, he had not anticipated such prowess. The culmination of the heaven-swallowing demon art, enriched by numerous rare treasures, had elevated him far beyond the competition at his level. Oh, no, rather, you are simply too weak. He shook his head in sudden realization. With a cough of blood, Luo Feng felt darkness creeping in, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Murderous intent. How dare you? he bellowed. Suddenly, a thunderous voice pierced the air as the gray-clad elder, Luo Feng as protector, surged toward Jiang Yunhao. As a guardian, his duty was to shield his charge from peril, and while intervention was forbidden, rescue was not. However, three figures, faster than the gray-clad elder, emerged like phantoms to intercept him. It was the three elders, including the fifth elder, who effortlessly repelled the gray-clad elder with a flick of their hands. The aura of the divine realm rippled, reminiscent of a chasm or a prison, as if three ancient divine mountains loomed around Jiang Yunhao. The earth cracked open, and the opulent palace let out a mournful wail under the onslaught of the divine energy. The entire hall vanished into thin air, reduced to mere dust. Impossible. You members of the Jiang family cannot slay the holy son of the Luo sword sect. Do you truly wish to incite an eternal struggle between two great powers? The elderly man in gray, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, gazed at Jiang Yunhao and the others in horror. He had certainly heard of this so-called waste from the Jiang family, one of the young lords of the 8 branches. Yet, until now, no one had ever acknowledged him. To his astonishment, the 3 individuals trailing behind Jiang Yunhao, who had kept their presence concealed, turned out to be 3 elders of the divine realm. How curious. Why would this lead to an eternal conflict? He pondered. Did not your holy son of the Luo sword sect claim that battles among the young prodigies would not involve the backing of their respective sects? Indeed, Brother 3, I cannot have misheard. It was the holy son himself who declared it. The 3 elders exchanged banter, suppressing their laughter while casting astonished glances at Jiang Yunhao. The aura of consummate refinement in the bone-tempering realm emanated from him. Truth be told, it was only when Jiang Yunhao made his move that the 3 realized his true level. After all, it was common knowledge that Jiang Yunhao had squandered many years, and the elders had assumed he had made no progress at all, thus they had neglected to examine his realm closely. However, at this moment, their hearts soared with exhilaration. Their young lord was indeed a master of concealment. Ugh, help me, save. Meanwhile, Luo Feng finally regained consciousness, sensing Jiang Yunhao's grip, which had ensnared his spine. A chilling dread coursed through him, filling him with terror. Just moments ago, he had regarded Jiang Yunhao as a mere worthless sycophant, akin to an ant easily crushed beneath his foot. Little did he realize that the ant was indeed himself. In a mere instant, he found his life at Jiang Yunhao's mercy. Luo Feng understood all too well that if Jiang Yunhao wished to end him, it would require but a single thought. Witnessing this, the members of the Liu family fell silent, trembling in fear. The more timid among them lost control of their bladders, collapsing in despair. No, it cannot be. How could Jiang Yunhao so effortlessly defeat Luo Feng? Lu Longhui's face turned pale, devoid of blood. Was this still the same abject sycophant? Where had he found the resources for cultivation? All the treasures he had hoarded over the past 3 years had been given to the Liu family. Release the holy son, and might a Luo sword sect shall consider this incident as if it never occurred. The elderly man in gray, though fierce in appearance, could only resort to leveraging his backing to intimidate Jiang Yunhao. Oh, this is intriguing. He wishes to kill me, yet I, as the young lord, cannot retaliate? Jiang Yunhao regarded Luo Feng with keen interest. He had long heard that the Luo sword sect was founded upon the sword path, boasting the Luo sword bone during the bone-tempering realm, reputed as the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the eastern wilderness's 9 domains. Surely, this holy son possessed the Luo sword bone, did he not? Each of Jiang Yunhao's words pierced Luo Feng's heart like daggers. Luo Feng suddenly sensed an ominous turn of events, his eyes widening in disbelief. You wish to seize my Luo sword bone? You. With a ghastly scream, Luo Feng's spine was forcefully torn from his body by Jiang Yunhao. He fell lifeless to the ground. The bone emitted a radiant gleam, truly extraordinary. It was the Luo sword bone, refined through the unique esoteric methods of the Luo sword sect. Indeed, a remarkable treasure. Jiang Yunhao promptly stowed away the Luo sword bone. The horrifying scene left the Liu family members in utter disarray. Return the young master's betrothal gifts. Quickly, fetch resources for the young master. Lu Longhui suddenly bellowed at the Liu family. If Jiang Yunhao disregarded Luo Feng, how could he possibly care for the Liu family? In this moment, Lu Longhui recognized the grim reality. Master, we have already used everything. How can we repay? A trembling Liu family member uttered. Lu Longhui's body stiffened, his mouth agape, rendered speechless for a time. No matter, Having consumed my resources, there shall be a way to repay. With a thud, Luo Feng's corpse hit the ground. Jiang Yunhao reached for a piece of fine silk from the banquet table, wiping the crimson blood from his hands, and calmly stated, "Since the Liu family has exhausted their resources, this can be resolved. The entire clan shall extract blood and unearth the sword bone to repay my resources." Boom. The declaration reverberated like thunder, shaking the hearts of all present from the Liu family. This is an extermination of the clan. Lu Longhui crumbled, his body weakening as he staggered back a few steps. At that moment, a deep and ancient voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the Liu family's ancestral grounds. "Jiang family lad, show mercy where mercy is due." A suffocating aura descended upon them. The Liu family's ancestors. The presence of a divine monarch. The panicked Liu family members trembled, exclaiming in surprise, "Ancestor, save us." A handsome man clad in white appeared in midair without warning. It was indeed the Liu family patriarch. The patriarch looked down from his elevated position, his gaze cold and piercing as he fixed his eyes upon Jiang Yunhao. "You push my clan too far. Do you not fear that I will disregard everything and bring you down with me?" Indeed, with his divine monarch strength, he was confident he could drag Jiang Yunhao down with him. This declaration seemed to instill a flicker of hope in the Liu family, as Lu Longhui secretly sighed in relief. "Oh, you wish to drag this young master down with you, but do you possess the qualifications?" Yet Jiang Yunhao remained composed throughout. Meanwhile, the sky above suddenly tore open, unleashing an aura reminiscent of a world-altering catastrophe. "Who dares to drag my Jiang family young master down?" Accompanied by a furious rebuke, a colossal bronze coffin, towering tens of thousands of feet, erupted forth from the rift. Chapter 9. The Eternal Path, the Supremacy of the Sword. The Secrets of the Liu Family. The bronze coffin emerges. Dark chains coil around it, extending forward and binding to the skeletal forms of 9 fearsome dragons. The 9 dragons' coffin, a mysterious treasure of unknown origin, is said to have been acquired by the progenitor of the Jiang family from the void beyond the heavens, regarded as a formidable weapon to protect the clan. Only a prestigious lineage like the Jiang family could wield such power. A group of menacing black guards appeared, accompanying the 9 dragons' coffin. The ancestor of the Liu family watched in terror, his earlier composure shattered. "Jiang Yunhao, do you dare to recklessly manipulate the 9 dragons' coffin? Are you not afraid of the wrath of your forebears?" Before he could fully comprehend the situation, 3 elders of the divine realm beside Jiang Yunhao soared into the sky, channeling their powers to pry open a narrow seam in the bronze coffin. Instantly, an irresistible and terrifying force enveloped the Liu family ancestor. I refuse to accept this. Jiang Yunhao, you wretched little brat." The Liu ancestor cried out in despair. Yet, he was powerless to resist. Like a streak of light, he was forcefully drawn upward, swallowed whole by the coffin. The 3 elders quickly dispelled their powers, and the coffin sealed shut once more. It was over. A mighty deity was consumed in an instant, leaving no trace behind, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. Did they truly believe Jiang Yunhao was a mere child, unprepared for an encounter with the Liu family? Did they think he remained the timid youth he once was? Not at all. This young master had anticipated this very moment. Meanwhile, in the city of Shangluo, those watching in the shadows could not help but entertain such thoughts. Lu Longhui and the others fell to the ground in despair, as if mourning a great loss. It was finished. Even the ancestor had been vanquished. Simultaneously, Jiang Yunhao, having just wiped the blood from his hands, cast a dispassionate glance at the despondent members of the Liu family. Speak of mercy and compassion. Speak of overstepping bounds. Did the Liu family, in their misguided confidence clinging to the Daluo sword sect, ever consider such a conclusion while stoking the flames against me? As the 3 elders returned to Jiang Yunhao's side, he had already begun his march toward the ancestral grounds of the Liu family. "Please, I beg you, esteemed nephew, spare us." Jiang Yunhao, no. The esteemed young master Yunhao, I was wrong. Oh, how I wish to dedicate everything to the esteemed master. I am beautiful, The Liu family members wailed, prostrating themselves on the ground, knocking their heads like pounding garlic. Yet, was this true repentance? It was merely fear of death. Jiang Yunhao did not even spare them a second glance. The ancestral grounds of the Liu family were also his goal. He was eager to uncover the secrets hidden within, to see what treasures could be claimed. As for the subsequent cleanup, With the black guards and the three elders present, there was no need for Jiang Yunhao to worry. With the departure of Jiang Yunhao, the nightmare of the Liu family began. I implore you, spare the Liu family. I am not a member of the Liu family. I swear to sever ties with the Liu family. This calamity arose from Liu Ruyan. Seek her out. For I am innocent. Throughout the Liu family, there were cries of despair. Yet, they faced the unwavering loyalty of the Black Guards, who only remembered the commands of their young master. In a brief span, the Liu family suffered catastrophic ruin. Liu Longhui, the patriarch of the Liu family, perished amidst blood and treasure digging. 19 elders of the Liu family met their demise. Every individual within the Liu family, those who had shamelessly enjoyed the resources of Jiang Yunhao, faced annihilation. Not a single creature was spared. The very yolk of the eggs was scrambled. Thus, the notion of crying out against the oppression of youth was rendered utterly moot. Particularly, the fifth elder, known for his fiery temper, encountered a Liu family dog that merely glanced at him. He approached and kicked the dog to oblivion. A once thriving noble family vanished within the span of less than a single incense stick's burning time. In Shanglua City, all who bore witness to this spectacle were filled with astonishment. The Liu family truly courted their own destruction. They deserved it, lacking any self-awareness. Did they not realize that without young Master Yunhao, they were of no consequence? However, it must be acknowledged that the young master has indeed awakened. Such a figure truly lives up to the title of the Imperial clan's young master. Throughout history, those who achieve greatness have never been shackled by personal affections. With the young master's awakening, the future is boundless. How fortunate it is to have the young master's protection. I, too, wish to enlist with the Black Guards of the Jiang family and serve under the young master. In various parts of the city, people buzzed with discussion. Many wandering cultivators felt compelled to join the ranks of the Black Guards. Yet, they were acutely aware of their own insufficient prowess. The Black Guards of the Jiang family were not positions just anyone could attain. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao had arrived at the ancestral land of the Liu family. Without hesitation, he signed in at the ancestral ground of the Liu family. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, acquiring the Eternal Tao Body. Eternal Tao Body, the origin of myriad physiques and bloodlines, capable of seamlessly employing the mysteries of all divine abilities, encompassing all, integrating the powers of myriad bodies into one. Boom. In Jiang Yunhao's mind, it was as though the sounds of morning bells and evening drums reverberated. His bloodline surged, and his physical strength soared anew. 9 million gene, 12 million gene, 36 million gene. The vitality surged into the sky, manifesting as ethereal blood dragons, soaring with pride. The limit of the perfected bone-tempering realm. Originally, Jiang Yunhao's bloodline was exceptional, being a descendant of the Imperial clan with extraordinary talents. Now, it had been further enhanced to an incredible degree. At the very least, within the family's records, he had never seen anyone possess such astonishing physical strength at the bone-tempering stage. Such a physique is undoubtedly an invincible existence within the same realm. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao experienced the unique advantages of the Eternal Tao Body. The Deluo sword bone in his storage bag required no study on his part. It transformed into a mysterious stream, seamlessly integrating into his being. In an instant, the innate wonders of the Deluo sword bone became crystal clear to him. Moreover, this was not the end. It swiftly underwent successive metamorphoses. Once, twice, 99 times. A supreme swordsmanship talent, never before recorded in the annals of the Eastern Wilderness, swiftly took shape. The indestructible sword body. For characters surfaced in Jiang Yunhao's mind. At this moment, he remained unaware that his indestructible sword body was the ultimate transformation long coveted by the sword cultivators of the Deluo sword sect, a pursuit of their lifetimes. The supremacy of swordsmanship. Although still somewhat unfamiliar with the intricacies of swordsmanship, Jiang Yunhao could faintly sense the extraordinary nature of his own talent. It seems I may now dedicate myself to the path of swordsmanship. A thought flitted through his mind, and he then turned his gaze towards the depths of the Liu family's ancestral grounds. With the Liu family's ancestor consumed by the bronze coffin, there were no longer any obstacles for Jiang Yunhao within the ancestral grounds. In a flash, he entered. Before him, within the secret chamber of the Liu family's ancestral grounds, floated a cluster of verdant leaves. No wonder such a small clan as the Liu family could prosper. It turns out they had discovered this object. Chapter 10. The Exquisite Handmaiden. A bounty of rewards before Jiang Yunhao floated a verdant leaf, its surroundings emanating a subtle aura of Tao, signifying its exceptional nature. It was the nine-leaf swordgrass. Jiang Yunhao recognized it instantly. Despite years of neglect, as a scion of the Jiang family, his knowledge was extensive. The ancestral figure of the Liu family was indeed fortunate to have acquired such a treasure. However, this item necessitated a substantial amount of resources for its nurturing, and the Liu family had only managed to activate a third of its potential. The nine-leaf swordgrass before him had not yet been fully awakened. Yet, this presented a fortunate opportunity for Jiang Yunhao. He promptly gathered the nine-leaf swordgrass, intending to consume it upon his return. With the swallowing heaven devil art at his disposal, he could refine all things under heaven. Moreover, he had access to the entire resource pool of the Liu family. There was no need to worry about insufficient resources to activate the nine-leaf swordgrass. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yunhao set off for home. Elder 3. Please inform everyone to collect the bodies of the Liu family members. He encountered Elder 3 along the way. What does the young master require their bodies for? Elder 3 inquired, puzzled. Jiang Yunhao merely smiled mysteriously. It has a slight use for me. Understood. Elder 3 did not press further, since the young master required it. They would comply without question. Fifth brother, do you sense that the young master has changed? Indeed, he has changed. Otherwise, we would not be here today to annihilate the Liu family, but rather to present gifts to that young lady. Elder 5 replied with a grin. Elder 3 cast a deep glance at Jiang Yunhao's retreating figure. No, what I mean is that the young master's foundation seems to have shifted. Just moments ago, that brief exchange of gazes with him unsettled my heart. Upon hearing this, Elder 5 froze in astonishment. What kind of terrifying foundation could induce such unease in the divine realm? Elder 3. It was important to note that the young master was merely at the bone-refining stage. Upon Jiang Yunhao's return to the Jiang family, he attracted the attention of many family members. The commotion that day was nothing short of significant. The younger generation of the Jiang family whispered amongst themselves, astonished by the transformation of Jiang Yunhao. How intriguing! A descendant of the Jiang family, silent until now, has suddenly made a startling emergence. At that moment, a voice resonated from the depths of the Jiang family estate. The entire Shenghua city reverberated with the shock of the Jiang family members, all gazing in awe towards the source of the voice. Has an ancestor awakened? Gasping, the Jiang family members took a sharp breath. The ancestors of the Jiang family represented the enduring legacy that allowed them to remain immortal in this world. Typically, they remained secluded, devoted to their cultivation, and many within the family would never behold an ancestor in their lifetime. Yet, Jiang Yunhao had captured the attention of an ancestor. This left many in the Jiang family both astonished and enviously awed. In the next moment, a slender, white-robed elder appeared before Jiang Yunhao. It was fourth ancestor Jiang Chun. The crowd recognized the identity of the elder. Indeed, today, young Master Yunhao has summoned the 9 dragons' coffin. The 4 ancestors must be here to seek justice, right? Alas, it seems young Master Yunhao is in for a rough time. The 9 dragons' coffin is the treasured heirloom of the Jiang family, and even as a young master, one cannot act recklessly with it. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, however, Jiang Yunhao was already prepared. Descendant Jiang Yunhao pays respects to the 4 ancestors. As he spoke, Jiang Yunhao produced a storage bag. Within it lay the resources and benefits that the Liu family had taken from the Jiang clan over the past 3 years. Yunhao was willing to offer half of it as compensation for the resources consumed in the use of the 9 dragons' coffin. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. The resources from the Liu family are primarily your savings from these 3 years. Are you truly willing to part with them? Jiang Yunhao shook his head. Of course, I do not wish to part with them. However, without the nurturing of the Jiang family, how could I, Jiang Yunhao, have become who I am today? These resources rightfully belong to the clan, and returning a portion to the family is both just and reasonable. Jiang Chen paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. You are indeed eloquent. With a shift in his tone, he added with a smile, rest assured, I am not here to seek justice. On the contrary, take this divine herb. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Chen presented a divine herb. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Jiang family members surrounding them were instantly filled with envy and jealousy, their eyes turning red. Good heavens! Not only did he not seek retribution, but he also gifted a divine herb. The crowd was utterly bewildered. Divine herbs are incredibly precious. Typically, even top-tier forces may possess only one or two. Although the Jiang family is an imperial clan with deep roots, they too have limited divine herbs. The other young masters of the Jiang family might only receive a few drops of divine herb essence, while Jiang Yunhao received an entire plant. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Yunhao's heart as he glanced at the four ancestors. Could it be that the ancestors have sensed my transformation? The eternal Tao body, the indestructible sword body. Others might not perceive it, but someone at the level of the quasi-emperor, like the four ancestors, surely could detect the changes in his foundation. Realizing this, Jiang Yunhao suddenly understood. In the next moment, Jiang Chun took Jiang Yunhao, and, with a flash, they arrived at the Hall of Celestial Gods, leaving behind a group of Jiang family members in stunned disarray. Good heavens, an entire divine herb. Things have changed. Young Master Yunhao is no longer the overlooked junior. He may very well have a chance to compete for the title of Imperial Son, the Imperial Son of the Jiang family. In the Hall of Celestial Gods, the elders spoke. Yunhao, you may deceive others, but you cannot conceal your transformation from us old fellows. We have indeed sensed your metamorphosis, and we have come to a consensus to appoint you as the Imperial Son of the Jiang family. The title of Imperial Son surpasses that of Young Master, being unique to the Jiang family. Only the most outstanding individuals among the younger generation can attain the esteemed status of Imperial Son. Jiang Yunhao was momentarily taken aback. He realized that he need not compete with his peers, for he was directly designated as the heir of the Jiang family. To be honest, even Jiang Yunhao had not anticipated this turn of events. Jiang Chun, however, mistook his surprise for fear. Are you intimidated? Indeed. As the esteemed young master of the 8 branches of the Jiang family, he was destined for the position of heir. Yet, I, old as I am, see your potential and believe there is no reason for you to feel apprehensive. Jiang Chun was filled with confidence in Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao shook his head, stating, I am not afraid. However, the matters entwined with me are numerous. If I truly become the heir of the Jiang family, then my slaying of Luo Feng from the great Luo sword sect today would be tantamount to declaring war against them. Indeed, the role of the heir carried immense significance, as every action would represent the Jiang family. The great Luo sword sect was formidable, akin to the Jiang family, both being imperial factions. Jiang Yunhao had contemplated this aspect. Jiang Chun was taken aback, not expecting the young lad before him to possess such profound thoughts. This realization only brought him greater solace. What trouble can the great Luo sword sect pose? If they dare to provoke us, we could obliterate their lineage in an instant. Jiang Chun was indifferent to the threat. Obliterate them in an instant? As fellow imperial factions, we ought to be on equal footing, yet my Jiang family can easily eradicate the great Luo sword sect. It appears that my Jiang family is far more complex than it seems. A flicker of curiosity stirred within Jiang Yunhao, and he suddenly blinked, asking, Ancestor, does our family harbor some hidden secrets? Jiang Chun chuckled heartily, swiftly shifting the topic. By the way, as the heir of the Jiang family, how could you possibly be without a personal attendant? As he spoke, Jiang Chun casually waved his hand, utilizing his quasi-imperial prowess to tear open the space beside him. From the rift emerged a young girl clad in a flowing green robe, her hair as white as snow. Her figure was exquisite, her skin smooth as refined jade, with a delicate waist that could be grasped with ease, exuding an ethereal beauty. Her eyes were extraordinary, with golden irises that held an otherworldly allure. I am your servant, Qingluan. I pay my respects to the young master. Qingluan bowed gracefully to Jiang Yunhao. At this sight, Jiang Yunhao found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the day's unexpected turns. Not only had he annihilated the Liu family and reclaimed resources accumulated over 3 years, but he had also acquired the rare 9-leaved sword grass and a divine herb. To top it all off, he had become the heir of the Jiang family, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful attendant with white hair and golden eyes. Who would dare to believe such a tale if it were shared? Chapter 11. Your family has been annihilated, Liu Ruyan's breakdown, and the sword technique of Heaven's severance. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Jiang family, Ruyan, Jiang Yunhao has come to your home. A mocking tone accompanied the words. Oh, has that sycophant begun to regret? Is he bearing lavish gifts to present to my father, hoping to earn my forgiveness? Liu Ruyan had waited an entire day and night for Jiang Yunhao to emerge from his seclusion. In her eyes, clinging tightly to Jiang Yunhao's influence would shield her from any fear of Jiang Yunhao. As for the humiliation she suffered from Jiang Yunhao's broken engagement, she was determined to ensure he faced the consequences he deserved. From her close friends, she learned that Jiang Yunhao had visited her family earlier that morning. Before her friends could finish their sentences, Liu Ruyan scoffed dismissively. Oh, so Jiang Yunhao is regretting his actions now? But what of it? I shall not forgive him. Men, she mused, are such creatures. The more easily they obtain something, the less they cherish it, while what is hard to attain becomes precious to them. Does he truly think I am just a common trinket? Failing a 3-year trial of sincerity, he still dares to seek my approval. What a foolish dream. Liu Ruyan raised her chin proudly, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. In times past, her friends would have gathered around her, filled with envy and admiration, showering her with flattering words. Yet now, their expressions were grim, their mouths agape, lost for words. Their gazes shifted, laden with complexity. Ruyan, you should hurry home and check. One ventured. This morning, young Master Yunhao arrived at your family estate with the blackguards. Liu Ruyan laughed derisively. Surely my family would not let him enter. His shamelessness knows no bounds. The absurdity of the situation amused her. Such events were not unprecedented, but her family would never extend a warm welcome to Jiang Yunhao. Alas! Ruyan, what are you thinking? I saw from a distance the blackguards loading your entire family's corpses onto carts, heading towards the Jiang family. A girl trembled as she spoke. I bravely inquired why they weren't using storage bags for the bodies. You wouldn't believe what the blackguards said. Loading them onto carts is more conspicuous. It serves as a warning of the fate that befalls those who offend our young master of the Jiang family. What? Liu Ruyan was struck dumb, the arrogant smile fading from her face. Why are you still standing there? Hurry home. Yes, your entire family has been slaughtered. The words of her friends became a blur in her ears. Liu Ruyan's pupils dilated, her entire form stiffening as if struck by lightning. What? Isn't he supposed to be at my house apologizing? Jiang Yunhao has slaughtered my entire family. This cannot be true. It is absolutely impossible. Be silent. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Liu Ruyan screamed and turned to flee, her mind racing. Yet, after only a few steps, her feet came to an abrupt halt. Alas, I cannot return. What would it change if I did? Only the esteemed Ling Shao can resolve this matter for me. I must await his emergence. Meanwhile, within the divine hall, the 4 ancestors have departed, leaving only Jiang Yunhao and Qing Wan, 2 solitary figures. Do not be so restrained. Relax a little, Jiang Yunhao remarked, glancing at Qing Wan, who stood before him with an air of decorum. Thank you, young master, Qing Wan replied, bowing gracefully and smiling sweetly. She was truly beautiful, her charming smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Even Jiang Yunhao could not help but marvel at the exquisite selection of maidens arranged for him by the 4 ancestors. Indeed, the art of reincarnation is a profound craft. Of course, Jiang Yunhao understood that even those from humble beginnings can sense the warmth and chill of human relationships. When wealth and power are present, familial harmony flourishes. In their absence, relatives can be as cold and unyielding as stone. The situation is even more pronounced in affluent families like the Jiang clan, where the dynamics are intensified. After all, this is a ruthless realm of cultivation, and strength is the sole foundation upon which one can stand. With power, one can attain everything. What concerns Jiang Yunhao most is his own prowess. He prepared to venture into the inner chamber to delve into the mysteries of the 9-leaf sword grass. Master, the young lady Liu Ruyan from the Liu family is still waiting outside the residence of the esteemed Ling Shao, Qing Wan softly informed him. Jiang Yunhao recognized that Qing Wan was merely offering a kind reminder. However, he remained unfazed. If Jiang Ling Shao were truly to trouble him over a woman, he would welcome the opportunity to engage with him. It would offer a perfect chance to test his own combat abilities. Isn't competition a good thing? Without it, the exceptional talents of the Jiang family would not emerge like bamboo shoots after a rain, thriving for millennia. Let us await his arrival. Jiang Yunhao replied with a calm smile. This smile, however, left Qing Wan momentarily entranced. as a direct disciple of the revered ancestor Jiang Chun. She held a prestigious position despite not being a member of the Jiang family. The countless young scions of the Jiang clan revered her, treating her as a goddess. Some esteemed young masters had even extended olive branches, hoping to recruit her to their ranks. Yet, Qingluan had never acquiesced to anyone. She possessed her own pride. Outwardly, Qingluan complied with the four ancestors' arrangements, serving Jiang Yunhao as both maid and protector. Yet, Jiang Yunhao's notorious reputation over the years made it difficult for anyone to willingly submit to him. Qingluan had only come to Jiang Yunhao's side out of respect for the four ancestors. But upon hearing Jiang Yunhao's words, her heart quivered. This young master before her could articulate such audacious sentiments. Could someone of such character truly be the notorious spendthrift of the outside world? What kind of person is he? Truly? As Qingluan gazed at Jiang Yunhao's retreating figure, her eyes filled with a sense of wonder and curiosity about him. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao had already entered the inner chamber. Instantly, an abundance of rare treasures and the precious blood and bones of the Liu clan were produced. Without further ado, Jiang Yunhao immediately activated the devouring heaven demon technique, thoroughly refining these resources. The extraordinary nine-leaf sword grass integrated into Jiang Yunhao's body and, nourished by the vast resources, was ultimately fully awakened. The nine-leaf sword grass, a legendary creation of unfathomable nature, nurtured by the heavens, could, over time, give rise to astonishing sword techniques. Each leaf bore supreme sword arts, comparable to the imperial laws crafted by the mightiest emperors. Immersed in the profound mysteries of the nine-leaf sword grass, Jiang Yunhao gradually perceived a complete sword technique manifesting in his mind. The nine-leaf sword grass comprised 9 leaves. The ancestor of the Liu clan, through arduous effort, had only managed to awaken a mere third of 1 leaf. At this moment, the entirety of the first leaf's sword technique was fully unleashed by Jiang Yunhao. The first leaf's sword technique, the sky-slaying sword art. Indeed, it was an imperial method, so arcane that most could not comprehend it. Fortunately, Jiang Yunhao possessed unparalleled swordsmanship talent and an indomitable sword body. He grasped it effortlessly, learning it with natural ease. Were it another, even a quasi-emperor like the fourth ancestor, the technique would remain beyond their reach. As Jiang Yunhao mastered the sky-slaying sword art, a ripple of profound sensation surged through the hearts of all sword cultivators across the realm. Meanwhile, within the residence of Jiang Lingxiao, astonishing energy erupted. A strikingly handsome man clad in black suddenly appeared in midair. His brow furrowed in concentration as he closed his eyes to keenly sense the atmosphere. Outside the hall, Liu Ruyan's eyes gleamed with brightness. Lingxiao Shazhen, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Ruyan has endured much, and her fate has been difficult. You must take charge for Ruyan. Chapter 12. You don't play by the rules? Living is better than dying. The figure clad in black that appeared midair was none other than Jiang Lingxiao, another young master of the Jiang family. Upon his emergence, Liu Ruyan could hardly contain her joy and quickly called out his name. Liu Ruyan? In the next moment, Jiang Lingxiao stood before her, with his remaining followers also materializing to welcome him from his seclusion. However, it was evident that Jiang Lingxiao was somewhat distracted. Just moments ago, he had sensed a terrifying sword intent that flashed by in an instant. It was only after this shocking revelation that he was roused from his meditation. Yet, Liu Ruyan was oblivious to these matters. She approached him with a face full of grievance, pouring out the story of Jiang Yunhao like a bamboo tube spilling beans. Jiang Yunhao? Jiang Lingxiao responded with slight surprise. He was indeed aware of this younger cousin, though their interactions had been minimal. His followers then informed him of the recent events. What? The fourth ancestor personally appeared and bestowed a complete divine herb upon Jiang Yunhao? Hearing this, Jiang Lingxiao was momentarily taken aback. Lingxiao, you may not know this, but Jiang Yunhao does not regard you highly. I have confronted him directly, stating that I would become your follower and serve you faithfully. Yet, what did Jiang Yunhao do? He not only attacked me, but also annihilated my entire Liu family. Liu Ruyan lamented, tears brimming with a mix of resentment and indignation. You mean to say that this morning, Jiang Yunhao went to eradicate your Liu family and even employed the 9 dragons coffin of my Jiang family? Jiang Lingxiao narrowed his eyes. Yes, indeed, Lingxiao. Jiang Yunhao is fully aware that I intend to become your follower, but still dared to act so audaciously. showing no regard for your dignity. This is not merely an attack on my family. It is an affront to you, Ling Xiao. Liu Ruyan pleaded, her expression one of sorrowful desperation. Ling Xiao, you must stand up for my Liu family. However, Jiang Lingxiao suddenly glared at her with ferocity. Presumptuous. Do you wish to lead me to ruin? His fierce gaze sent a shiver down Liu Ruyan's spine, causing her to take several steps back in shock. She stared at Jiang Lingxiao in disbelief. Lingxiao, Liu Ruyan found it hard to comprehend. The unfolding events were starkly different from her expectations. Initially, she had thought that Jiang Lingxiao would serve as her pillar of support. She even fantasized about leveraging her own charms to perhaps even manipulate him, much like she had done with the once adoring Jiang Yunhao, who would yield to her every word. Yet now, faced with the seething anger of Jiang Lingxiao, she felt utterly lost. Cast this woman out of my Jiang family. She should go where she came from. Jiang Lingxiao expressed his disdain profoundly. Liu Ruyan instinctively murmured, No, no. I am doing this for your sake, Lingxiao. I am looking out for you. Presumptuous. Jiang Lingxiao raised his hand, ready to strike. However, as he recalled the peculiar relationship between this woman and Jiang Yunhao, he hesitated. Indeed, Jiang Lingxiao is certainly not a fool. Upon learning that the fourth ancestor had personally appeared and even bestowed a complete divine herb upon Jiang Yunhao, Jiang Lingxiao sensed something amiss. Fool. Do you comprehend Jiang Yunhao's identity? Do you know who his father is? Jiang Lingxiao's expression grew increasingly grim. Hadn't his father, the white-clad divine King Jiang Feng, long since vanished? What fear did he have? Liu Ruyan appeared somewhat disoriented, murmuring to herself. She could not grasp why Jiang Lingxiao would harbor any fear of Jiang Yunhao. Preposterous. Matters concerning the Jiang family are not for an outsider like you to critique. Jiang Lingxiao felt an overwhelming urge to strike Liu Ruyan. In the past, he might have disregarded Jiang Yunhao, but everything changed with the appearance of the fourth ancestor. Among the Jiang clan, how many could capture the attention of the ancestor? Even their esteemed juniors were hardly worthy of such a personal visit. It was evident that his younger clan brother carried some unusual significance. Coupled with the formidable reputation of Jiang Yunhao's father, as a member of the same clan, Jiang Lingxiao naturally wished to avoid offending Jiang Yunhao. A follower suddenly stepped forward, whispering, Young master, it is widely known that Liu Ruyan, with nowhere else to turn, has sought your assistance. This matter has likely reached young Master Yunhao's ears. If we let her go easily. The follower hesitated. Jiang Lingxiao was not oblivious to the implications. He waved his hand in disdain. Indeed, a remnant of the Liu family. Let us take Liu Ruyan to personally apologize to my younger clan brother. I must ensure that Yunhao knows this young master has no connections with this woman. Boom. As these words escaped his lips, they resonated like thunder in Liu Ruyan's mind. She had meticulously calculated every possibility, yet never anticipated that Jiang Lingxiao would be so wary of Jiang Yunhao. You want me to personally apologize to Jiang Yunhao? Simultaneously, Liu Ruyan felt an overwhelming sense of shame and frustration. Was this not a reversal of roles? Previously, it was Jiang Yunhao who had knelt before her, begging. When had it become her turn to kneel before him? If this were to happen, where would her dignity reside? What, are you unwilling? Jiang Lingxiao cast a sidelong glance at Liu Ruyan. Struck as if by lightning, she lowered her head in humiliation. I am willing. Huh. Jiang Lingxiao had initially intended to eliminate Liu Ruyan outright and present her head as a trophy. However, upon reflection, he concluded that keeping her alive was preferable to death. Just as Liu Ruyan was being escorted away by several followers, Jiang Lingxiao suddenly declared, Wait, I shall go in person, otherwise it will be difficult to clarify. Liu Ruyan's delicate form trembled, her body shaking in fear. This was beyond belief. Too astonishing. Her mind went blank. Jiang Lingxiao grasped the pale Liu Ruyan and departed his residence, heading towards the Temple of the Gods. Along the way, numerous Jiang family members noticed the commotion. Look over there. Is that young Master Lingxiao? Jiang Lingxiao, renowned for his extraordinary talent within the Jiang family, stands as a paragon among the younger generation. Each of the 8 branches of the Jiang family boasts exceptional young masters, and even Jiang Yunhao, who has languished for many years, commands a respect that ordinary Jiang family members dare not challenge. How much more so for the illustrious Jiang Lingxiao, whose mere presence captivates the attention of many. The individuals surrounding Lingxiao seem oddly familiar. Foolish one, that is Liu Ruyan. Can you truly not recognize the woman who has been so spoiled by young Master Yunhao? The younger members of the Jiang family turn their gazes toward the pair. Indeed, it appears that Liu Ruyan possesses a certain cunning. Having been dismissed by young Master Yunhao, she has now seemingly attached herself to the leg of young Master Lingxiao. Observing Lingxiao's agitated demeanor, one cannot help but wonder if he is poised to confront young Master Yunhao. Such skillful maneuvering on her part, to effortlessly sow discord between the young masters of the Jiang family. As the crowd gathers, their expressions grow increasingly complex as they cast their eyes upon Liu Ruyan. The Jiang family members feel a pang of sorrow, witnessing their own young master reduced to a mere plaything of Liu Ruyan, subject to her whims. Unbeknownst to them, at this very moment, Liu Ruyan is consumed by mortification and despair. No, I do not wish to encounter Jiang Yunhao. Chapter 13. A Day of Breakthrough, Celestial Hall. Young master, please enjoy the tea. Qingwan prepared a cup of fragrant tea for Jiang Yunhao. The water was sourced from the divine springs of the Medicine King Valley, and the tea leaves were the treasured enlightenment tea of the Jiang family. For an ordinary person, even the opportunity to smell it once in a lifetime would be a luxury. Yet Jiang Yunhao savored it daily, accompanied by a devoted and attentive maid. One must admit, such treatment is indeed enviable. As he sipped the enlightenment tea, Jiang Yunhao gently closed his eyes, immersing himself in the experience. He was on the cusp of breaking through to the spirit refinement realm within a day's time. This pace of cultivation could be considered quite commendable in the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness and the 9 domains. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao's vitality had reached its zenith. He pondered when the next opportunity for a sign-in would arrive, filled with anticipation for the next location to refresh. After all, such fortuitous encounters were truly remarkable. Ding. Sign-in location refreshed. Location, the Crown King contest of the Lingshu domain, the chaotic Blue Lotus platform. Oh, how curious that what one thinks often comes to fruition. Jiang Yunhao was aware of the Crown King contest of the Lingshu domain, having been informed by his ancestor. Although the news of his designation as the Jiang family's imperial son had yet to be publicly announced, as per his ancestor's words, the significance of the Jiang family's imperial son was profound. It was imperative to remain silent until the moment was ripe, ready to make an astonishing entrance. With the Crown King contest approaching, it would naturally attract the attention of countless onlookers and gather heroes from all corners of the world. At that juncture, the Jiang family would surely send forth their young disciples to participate. It would be the perfect opportunity to declare Jiang Yunhao as the Jiang family's imperial son, amplifying his influence and showcasing his debut to the world in a splendid manner. Of course, Jiang Yunhao understood that the Crown King contest of the Lingshu domain was not a trivial affair. It aimed to determine the foremost among the younger generation of the Lingshu domain. All cultivators under the age of 1,000 were considered the younger generation, and the number of prodigies among them remained uncertain. However, Jiang Yunhao had confidence in himself. He was unafraid of competition. To exist in such an era without striving was akin to awaiting one's demise. At that moment, Qingwan suddenly whispered from behind, "Young master, someone is approaching." It is the aura of young master Lingxiao. Oh, has Jiang Lingxiao finally arrived? Jiang Yunhao's gaze brightened, invigorated by the prospect. After mastering the heaven-slashing sword technique, he was eager to test his skills. "Yunhao, my brother, I have been in seclusion for so long that I have not paid a visit to you in quite a while." Accompanied by laughter, Jiang Lingxiao stepped into the celestial hall, followed closely by a timid and pale-faced Liu Ruyan. Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing an unusual atmosphere. "You, woman, do not hesitate to kneel and beg for mercy from my brother," Jiang Lingxiao commanded without hesitation. Thud. Liu Ruyan's delicate form trembled, filled with humiliation and indignation. Yet, she still knelt down, prostrating herself completely, curling into a small ball. With his head bowed deeply, he managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Liu family, Liu Ruyan, I have met young Master Yunhao." Hatred. Embarrassment. Liu Ruyan truly wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. Once, Jiang Yunhao had knelt before her multiple times, pleading for her forgiveness and vying for her affection. Now, however, the tables had turned, leaving Liu Ruyan in a state of disbelief, as if she were caught in a dream. Outside the divine hall, the Jiang family disciples who had been secretly watching were equally bewildered. Goodness! They hadn't come to seek trouble with young Master Yunhao. Rather, they had come to offer their heads. My heavens! Young Master Ling Xiao actually harbors such trepidation towards young Master Yunhao? The Jiang family disciples were taken aback. However, the astute ones quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, the presence of the fourth ancestor changes everything. It seems young Master Ling Xiao is no fool. Pa. In our Jiang family, which young master is not a dragon among men, sharp-witted and astute? How could they act foolishly? Young Master Yunhao has undoubtedly transformed. He is certainly qualified to contend for the title of Jiang family's imperial son. The whispers among the onlookers persisted. Yet, they remained unaware that Jiang Yunhao no longer needed to compete for the title of imperial son at this moment. He was the sole imperial son of the Jiang family. Jiang Yunhao felt a twinge of surprise and remained silent. This scene did not escape Jiang Lingzhao's notice. A bitter sensation welled up within him. He truly had suffered an undeserved calamity. Had he known, he would never have befriended Liu Ruyan, a true harbinger of misfortune. Jiang Lingzhao mistakenly thought that Jiang Yunhao was dissatisfied. He had no desire to forge enmity with someone whom the fourth ancestor, Jiang Chun, favored. In the next instant, Jiang Lingzhao gritted his teeth and retrieved an item from his storage bag. Cousin, you are aware that the Crown Prince competition in the Lingsu domain is about to commence. Held at the chaotic Qing Lotus platform left behind by the ancient Qing Emperor a millennium ago. This chaotic Qing Lotus platform is extraordinary, brimming with immense opportunities and fortunes. I participated once and ranked among the top 10, receiving 2 Heavenly Gate divine keys as a reward. It is said that possessing this item grants entry to the secret realm of the Heavenly Gate. I happen to have an extra one, so I will bestow it upon you. A key that grants access to the secret realm of the Heavenly Gate. The secret realm of the Heavenly Gate is renowned throughout the Eastern Wilderness, known to all. It is said to be the resting place of many unparalleled powerhouses who perished during a catastrophic event in ancient times. There are even rumors that the indomitable Empress of antiquity rests here. The Heavenly Gate is shrouded in countless secrets and opportunities. Once the secret realm emerges, this key will allow entry. One can only imagine the immense value of the Heavenly Gate divine key. If news of it spread outside, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy, prompting countless individuals to scramble for it. Jiang Yunhao had never anticipated that Jiang Lingzhao possessed such a remarkable item. Ding! The host has come into contact with information about the Heavenly Gate. The sign-in location has been updated. Location, Heavenly Gate. The system has refreshed another location. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred as he grasped the patterns of his system. The system is capable of hosting multiple sign-in locations simultaneously. And upon encountering news of remarkable opportunities, it can refresh these locations. For instance, as soon as he received news regarding the Heavenly Gate, the sign-in location was updated. This feature is indeed commendable, as it alleviates any concerns about missing out on future opportunities. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao turned his gaze towards Jiang Lingzhao. Such a precious item, truly, my elder brother is exceedingly gracious. As he spoke, Jiang Yunhao reached out to accept the Heavenly Gate divine key. Jiang Lingzhao's lips twitched slightly. Suddenly, Jiang Yunhao added, Elder brother, the contest for the crown is about to commence. Before it begins, I wish to spar with a skilled opponent to gauge my own strength. Might you be willing to engage in a match with me? Jiang Lingzhao paused for a moment, then replied, If I am not mistaken, dear younger brother, you are still at the bone-tempering stage, are you not? The disparity between us may be rather significant, making it ill-advised to engage in combat. This was Jiang Lingzhao's way of considering Jiang Yunhao's dignity, speaking with courtesy. However, just as his words fell, an unexpected commotion arose from Jiang Yunhao's direction. Chapter 14. The sword's elegance shatters ancient records. I truly did not hold back. To speak candidly, I am your elder by over a decade, and have already entered the realm of divine refinement. If you genuinely wish to spar, it would be prudent to wait a few more years until you too reach that level. Jiang Lingzhao shook his head with a resigned smile. He certainly did not wish to engage in combat with Jiang Yunhao. He feared that a careless move could lead to unintended consequences, perhaps even fatal ones. If such a misfortune were to occur, would not the fourth ancestor, Jiang Chun, strip him of his skin? However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than Jiang Yunhao's aura surged dramatically, a radiant glow enveloping his form, and in an instant, he broke through to the first level of divine refinement. Having already perfected the bone-quenching stage and having consumed enlightenment tea, achieving this breakthrough was effortless. Meanwhile, upon overhearing their conversation, Liu Ruyan, who secretly hoped for Jiang Yunhao to be bested, was struck with disbelief, her eyes widening in terror. He has broken through? How is that possible? He has wasted 3 years. Just one day has passed, and he can ascend a major realm? Liu Ruyan stood there, dazed. In the golden, otherworldly depths of Qinghuan's pupils, a spark of curiosity ignited. This young master of hers was indeed exceptional. Just how much had he concealed? Qinghuan's intrigue towards Jiang Yunhao only deepened. The reminder from her clan elder resonated. Indeed, the realm of divine refinement was extraordinary, for only in this state could one wield true magical power. As Jiang Yunhao ascended to the first level of divine refinement, a surge of magical energy erupted from his dantian, pulsating powerfully. Jiang Lingxiao gazed at Jiang Yunhao in astonishment. Good heavens, is this truly what I meant? Did my words somehow summon this breakthrough? After a brief moment, Jiang Lingxiao steadied his mind. Very well, but I still hope you will act within your capabilities. In terms of strength, Jiang Lingxiao possessed unparalleled confidence, especially considering that Jiang Yunhao had just entered the realm of divine refinement. The two then made their way toward the divine hall. Outside, a throng of Jiang family disciples had gathered, their eyes wide with incredulity as they beheld the two. Are they really going to spar? The esteemed young master Lingxiao has long been renowned, yet young master Yunhao dares to challenge him? Even deeper within the Jiang estate, subtle gazes were directed their way, scrutinizing both Jiang Yunhao and Jiang Lingxiao. This lad truly dares to challenge Jiang Lingxiao after merely a day of earnest training? No, he has broken through to divine refinement. Within the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family, shrouded in mist and saturated with spiritual energy, for indistinct figures flickered in and out of visibility. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Just yesterday, he had still been at the bone-quenching stage. Even Jiang Chun felt an overwhelming shock. A stunning woman clad in red, her eyes radiant and spirited, remarked, Yunhao is indeed remarkable. Fourth brother, you have always held high hopes for him. Shall we place a wager? I wager he will not withstand 3 moves. This woman was Jiang Yunqing, the third ancestor of the Jiang family. I shall be bolder. Although Yunhao is extraordinary, he has squandered many years. I wager he will not endure 10 rounds. Declared Jiang Shaotian, the robust and rugged second ancestor. Meanwhile, outside the celestial temple, Jiang Lingxiao suddenly felt an uncanny sensation as if he were being completely seen through. The ancestors were gazing at him. He keenly sensed this, and his heart trembled. Originally, he felt somewhat uneasy today after giving Jiang Yunhao a divine key of the heavenly threshold, but it now seemed that he had caught the attention of the ancestors. Was this not an opportunity for him to showcase himself before them? His younger brother, be cautious. With this thought, Jiang Lingxiao hesitated no longer, his gaze sharpened. He pointed his sword at Jiang Yunhao, who was also a sword cultivator. He resembled a razor-sharp divine sword, directing his finger towards Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao did not hesitate either. Under the innate talent of his indestructible sword body, he instantaneously comprehended Jiang Lingxiao's sword move. His brows furrowed slightly, and instead of employing the heaven-slaying sword technique, he unleashed a powerful punch. Blood surged forth, and this fist created ripples in the air, roaring with explosive force. Sensing this formidable energy, Jiang Lingxiao's pupils constricted in alarm as he attempted to withdraw, but it was already too late. Boom! The earth seemed to tremble for a moment, and in full view of the crowd, Jiang Lingxiao's sword strike was shattered by the punch. His entire right arm fractured inch by inch, and his body was sent flying like a cannonball. With a thud, Jiang Lingxiao crashed onto the plaza, the white jade ground beneath him cracking and spreading over 100 meters. Silence. This scene left all the Jiang family disciples watching in astonishment. The 4 ancestors deep within the ancestral grounds opened their mouths in disbelief. Jiang Shaotian's eyelids twitched. Something was amiss. This definitely did not seem right. Lingxiao had underestimated his opponent. It was not over yet. Meanwhile, the fallen Jiang Lingxiao struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Beyond his shock, his eyes harbored a hint of terror. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Was it not akin to that of a young primordial true dragon? As for Jiang Yunhao, he felt somewhat awkward. Well, to be honest, was that all? Lingxiao, do not look down on me, Yunhao. Holding back would be an insult to Yunhao. The surrounding Jiang family disciples clamored, mistakenly believing that Jiang Lingxiao had shown mercy. Jiang Lingxiao's heart tightened painfully. He vowed to the heavens that he had not held back. Perhaps he hoped his brother would take the matter more seriously. Jiang Yunhao's internal energy surged as he formed his fingers into a sword, sweeping out a wave of sword energy. Upon seeing this, Jiang Lingxiao dared not be reckless. While his physical body was inferior to Jiang Yunhao's, in terms of cultivation realm, he was at the 8th layer of the divine refinement realm. 10,000 swords summon. Jiang Lingxiao called out, golden sword energy coalescing around him, resembling a brilliant golden river, roaring forth towards Jiang Yunhao. However, Jiang Yunhao's seemingly casual sword energy effortlessly shattered the golden river in an instant. Bang! The sword energy struck Jiang Lingxiao, causing him to burst forth with golden light, a phenomenon triggered by his protective treasure. Jiang Lingxiao felt as though struck by lightning, once again hurled away, crashing into a wall 100 meters distant. The surrounding members of the Jiang family were left in utter disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets in shock. They had only exchanged 2 blows. Yet the esteemed young master Lingxiao had been sent flying once more. It became clear that it was not out of modesty that Lingxiao had been so easily overcome. He had genuinely exerted all his strength. The onlookers suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, their scalps tingling with realization. At that moment, the disheveled Jiang Lingxiao, who had just regained his composure, nearly spewed the blood he had swallowed down. "Look at young Master Yunhao," someone suddenly exclaimed. Unbeknownst to them, a divine longsword had materialized in Jiang Yunhao's hand. The blade shimmered with radiant silver light, its edge suffused with an intense sword intent that sent chills down the spines of all present, as if they stood on the brink of an abyss. The sword technique of heaven slaying. Jiang Yunhao had initially intended to strike once and then follow with another, but he had not anticipated that his elder cousin would falter so quickly. However, Jiang Yunhao also realized that his cultivation level was beyond ordinary comprehension. Even Jiang Lingxiao could scarcely withstand a single strike from him. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yunhao's mind raced as he surveyed the heavens. Resolutely, he swung his sword toward the sky. Boom! As the sword was unleashed, an expansive sword aura spread like a cosmic river, dazzling and resplendent, with countless sword energies intertwining in the azure sky, tearing apart the billowing white clouds. The elegance of this strike left all spectators entranced, their minds captivated. Breaking through the divine refinement realm, inscribing the ancient sword path, he was blessed by the laws of the heavenly way. At that moment, a melodious celestial sound reverberated through the air. The 4 ancestral elders of the Jiang family rose to their feet. What is this? Chapter 15, Restless and Ambitious. The youth's spirit can shake the vastness. Breaking through the divine refinement realm, the eternal sword path records, and enjoying the blessings of the heavenly Tao rules. A voice emerged from the void, akin to the chanting of countless beings reciting scriptures. Breaking the eternal sword path records. What does this signify? It signifies that Jiang Yunhao's mastery of the sword has shattered the records established by numerous swordsmanship prodigies throughout the ages. Even the ancient clans, the primal great demons, and the young emperors of yore, in the realm of swordsmanship within the divine refinement realm, cannot compare to Jiang Yunhao. Such records are extraordinarily formidable, achievable only by unparalleled prodigies. It turns out that each grand realm also offers benefits for breaking the heavenly Tao records. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. Even he had not anticipated this fortuitous opportunity. At this moment, the Jiang clan's youths were utterly stunned. Forget about being shocked at this instant. Everyone's mind was a blank slate. After a brief pause, as clarity returned to their minds, they gazed at Jiang Yunhao, standing majestically in the center of the square, awaiting the blessings of the heavenly Tao. Deep down, everyone yearned to shout, "Young Master Yunhao, you are incredible." Liu Ruyan had completely weakened, her delicate mouth agape, barely able to fit a quail egg. She stared at Jiang Yunhao in terror, feeling that the current Jiang Yunhao was utterly foreign. Was this still the useless sycophant? Just then, above the Jiang family, the clouds parted for miles, and shimmering illusions emerged, resembling a mirage in the sky. What a remarkable talent for swordsmanship! Having shattered the eternal records of the divine refinement realm, indeed, the descendants of the Jiang family are worthy heirs of an imperial lineage. How delightful and commendable! This was the response of a formidable figure from the great teachings of the Lingshu domain, sensing the stirrings of the heavenly Tao's blessings, casting their gaze from an unfathomable distance. A swordsmanship prodigy, merely borrowing the sword bones of my Deluo sword sect to step into the realm of swordsmanship. You little brat, I shall dig out your bones in due time. A colossal, indistinct figure loomed over the heavens, speaking coldly. This was the hostility emanating from the Deluo sword sect. It was evident that the death of Luo Feng had been detected by the Deluo sword sect, not only within the Lingshu domain, but also from the other 8 domains. Even the dark expanse beyond the heavens, powerful beings were casting their watchful eyes. Hee. In the previous generation, your Jiang family produced a white-clad divine king, Jiang Feng, but alas, it wasn't long before the couple vanished. This generation of your Jiang family must take good care, lest this little one meets a fate of being lost to the void, with no trace left behind. Above the firmament, a fissure opened, resembling a dark, singular eye, within which swirling black mist moved, and a monster cackled menacingly. The despicable human race always likes to extol your clan's prodigies using my true dragon and dragon among humans as examples. Little do you know, there exists an insurmountable chasm between your human race and my true dragon. The competition for supremacy in the Lingshu domain is about to commence, and our clan's prodigies shall also emerge, destined to crush you, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. In this era of great contention, it is truly tragic to exist in the same age as my clan's prodigies. In the depths of the ancestral land of the Jiang family, a primordial true dragon, Long Yuan, slowly opened its fierce eyes, which were filled with a savage and bloodthirsty intent. Suddenly, the voice of the 4th ancestor, Jiang Chun, echoed through the air. Those who dare to strike at Yunhao and disrupt the competition among the youth, a contest in which the elders must not interfere, I, an old man, do not mind meeting my end at your hands. With a thunderous roar, the aura of a quasi-emperor swept across the sky, leaving the Jiang clan members in shock. They all understood that the reason these ancient beings turned their gaze was due to Jiang Yunhao. The catalyst for this attention was his breaking of the ancient record in the sword path. Despite the harsh words spoken, dripping with blood, this was also a manifestation of their trepidation. One must ponder, how could a young lad inspire such apprehension in a group of ancient beings? This inevitably left the Jiang family members astonished. Meanwhile, a vibrant, radiant light descended from the heavens and seamlessly entered Jiang Yunhao's body. It was indeed the blessing of the heavenly Tao. Jiang Yunhao, without a master, comprehended an astonishing top-tier technique, the divine refinement visualization technique. Oh, is the blessing of the heavenly Tao this considerate? I have already acquired the heaven-swallowing demon art, and now I am bestowed with a miraculous technique specifically for refining the soul. Is this to ensure my immortality? Adhering to the principle of frugality, the heaven-swallowing demon art allows one to refine the flesh and blood of enemies for personal gain. Conversely, the divine refinement visualization technique can eradicate the enemy's soul while nourishing one's own. Remarkably, this represents a perfect exploitation of all available resources. Jiang Yunhao immediately resolved to study this method thoroughly in the future. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao raised his gaze to meet those ancient beings. As the young esteemed one of the Jiang family, he felt no surprise. The competition among great clans was undeniably brutal. Jiang Yunhao remained unperturbed, having long suspected that his family was not as simple as it appeared, harboring certain secrets. Although he was yet unaware of what the Jiang family concealed, one thing was certain: they held no fear of other clans. Thus, he need not worry about bringing great trouble upon his family. It must be said that Jiang Yunhao's insight was exceedingly sharp. It matters not. As the young esteemed one of the Jiang family, I shall eradicate all foes. He calmly met the gazes of the ancient taboo powerhouses. There was a phrase he had yet to utter. He was not merely an esteemed one. He was also the Imperial scion of the Jiang family. At this moment, should he falter and lose his nerve, the Jiang family would be utterly disgraced. Moreover, given the disdainful looks cast upon him, why should he offer them any courtesy in return? After all, we are all born of parents, possessing noses and eyes. Yet, such words were nothing short of a provocation. However, the Jiang family was no soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. You, ancient powerhouse of the Daluo sword sect. He narrowed his eyes, a chilling intent emanating from him. Yet, before he could finish his words, he thought, if the youth were not spirited, Could they truly be called young? Jiang Yunhao retorted without hesitation. You? He. Accompanied by a series of cold chuckles, the strange phenomena in the sky gradually dissipated. Until this moment, the members of the Jiang family were still in a state of disbelief. What they had witnessed today truly broadened their horizons. When did young Master Yunhao become so audacious? Ah, sister, my legs are weak. Young Master Yunhao is so handsome. Oh, you mischievous girl, he is your cousin. Even Jiang Lingxiao stood dazed, gazing in the direction of Jiang Yunhao, profoundly shaken by his audacity. He pondered, if it were he facing the threats of these ancient powerhouses, he would not dare utter a word. Yet, his younger cousin stood boldly, youthful vigor capable of shaking the heavens. Perhaps this is the essence of youth, the fearless spirit of a young calf. However, Jiang Lingxiao remained unaware that in Jiang Yunhao's perspective, with an invincible background and a system at his disposal, if he could not dominate the realms in this lifetime, then his existence would be in vain. At that moment, Jiang Yunhao's figure flickered and appeared before Liu Ruyan. He was prepared to strike her down with a single blow. However, upon further contemplation, a meaningful smile suddenly curled at the corner of Jiang Yunhao's mouth. Death would be far too lenient for her. Chapter 16. The sisters are packaged together, all right. You may leave now, Jiang Yunhao said, casting a glance at Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan shivered slightly as she watched the Jiang family members gather around Jiang Yunhao like stars surrounding the moon. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a pang of sadness gripped her heart. To her astonishment, Jiang Yunhao actually allowed her to depart. Could it be that he still harbors feelings for me? No, he annihilated my entire family. Liu Ruyan's heart twisted painfully, and she dared not utter another word. Lowering her head and leaving in a dejected manner, it was evident to all that Liu Ruyan harbored deep resentment towards Jiang Yunhao, leaving the onlookers thoroughly astonished. At that moment, Jiang Lingxiao approached Jiang Yunhao's side. No longer did Jiang Lingxiao regard Jiang Yunhao with disdain. Cousin, are you truly going to let her go? While romantic sentiments may be admirable, they can often prove fatal, especially after you have just wiped out her entire clan. Jiang Lingxiao offered a word of caution to his astute cousin, Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao, unfazed by his wise cousin's concerns, responded with a knowing smile. There are still fish to catch in the Liu family. Liu Ruyan's sister, Liu Hanyun, is a disciple of the Daluo sword sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxiao paused momentarily, then suddenly comprehended the underlying intention. It was not merely an act of mercy towards Liu Ruyan. Rather, Jiang Yunhao intended to use her as bait to lure out her sister. It was well known that Luo Feng from the Daluo sword sect had once sought to wed Liu Hanyun, a testament to her extraordinary talent. By releasing Liu Ruyan, who now had no recourse, she would inevitably seek out her sister for help. As this realization dawned upon him, Jiang Lingxiao couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. His cousin was indeed planning to ensnare both sisters in one fell swoop. Without a doubt, with Liu Ruyan encouraging her sister, it wouldn't be long before the two would present themselves willingly. Cousin, the contest for the title of emperor is about to commence. I must return to prepare, Jiang Yunhao said with a smile to Jiang Lingxiao before departing with Jingwan. The members of the Jiang family instinctively parted to create a passage for him, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, reverence, admiration, and more. This was not merely a reflection of Jiang Yunhao's esteemed status within the family, but also a genuine respect earned through his accomplishments. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. Having witnessed Jiang Yunhao shatter ancient records of the sword path, who could possibly challenge his authority? Jiang Lingxiao cast a lingering glance at Jiang Yunhao's retreating figure. As he left, he addressed his followers, from this day forth, cease any efforts to bolster my standing or to compete for the title of emperor, and do not engage in conflict with young Master Yunhao. Upon hearing these words, several of his followers were taken aback. Young Master, are you implying that you support young Master Yunhao as the next emperor of the Jiang family? You are willingly stepping aside. Their bodies trembled at the revelation. Jiang Lingxiao regarded them with an impassive expression. I understand your thoughts, but I, Jiang Lingxiao, am of a different disposition. Defeat is defeat. I will not engage in petty squabbles. My cousin has languished for 3 years, and while he was ridiculed during his lowest ebb, I, Jiang Lingxiao, did not trample upon him. Now that he shines brilliantly, I shall not conspire against him from the shadows. All of this is for the prosperity of the Jiang family. Meanwhile, Upon returning to the hall of the celestial gods, Jiang Yunhao beheld 3 figures within. One of them was familiar to him, his 4th ancestor, Jiang Chun. Without a doubt, he discerned the identities of the visitors. Oh, the moment there is a stir, those restless old fogies emerge from their hiding places. The Deluo sword sect, Long Yuan, and the outsider demon. Huh. The most straightforward of them, 2nd ancestor Jiang Shaodian, a man as robust as a tower, chuckled coldly. Undoubtedly, these fellows are eager to witness the Jiang family's misfortune. During the contest for the crown, they are likely to target us maliciously. Why fear? If the elders come, we shall fight. If the young ones approach, we still have Yunhao. Jiang Shaodian rumbled. Furthermore, this contest for the crown offers immense rewards. Taking place at the Chaos Qinglian platform left by the ancient Qing emperor a millennium ago. The opportunities and treasures are indeed tantalizing. Were it not for the restrictions imposed on the younger generation, I would have already taken the stage to compete. The elders exchanged words amongst themselves. Yunhao, you have seen. Those old-timers are eager to bring our Jiang family down, particularly the Deluo sword sect, which likely seeks to dominate the Lingshu domain and defy our family. This pack of rodents truly infuriates me. The 3 ancestors exchanged glances, filled with indignation. Yet, Jiang Yunhao understood their intentions. The ancestor's appearance served to reassure him. However, this concern was evidently unwarranted. The 3 ancestors need not fret. I am determined to seize victory in this contest for the crown. As for the Deluo sword sect and their ilk, I am eager to see how they plan to undermine us. Jiang Yunhao smirked coldly. Indeed, the 3 ancestors were overly apprehensive. Jiang Yunhao remained undaunted and eagerly anticipated the mysterious benefits awaiting him at the Chaos Qinglian platform. After all, this was left behind by the ancient Qing emperor. How could it be lacking in value? Moreover, Jiang Yunhao yearned to eliminate all those who defy him, such as Liu Ruyan's sister, Liu Hanyun, thereby resolving the Liu family's future troubles. Yunhao, those who stand out in the forest are often beset by the winds. Your current prominence will undoubtedly attract the ire of other clans, so tread carefully, cautioned 4th ancestor Jiang Chun earnestly. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. I shall retreat to the clan's scripture pavilion for seclusion. I will emerge in a month. The 3 ancestors felt a surge of relief as they watched Jiang Yunhao depart. His extraordinary talent fills me with anticipation for the changes he will undergo in a month, thought Jiang Yunqing, her beautiful eyes sparkling with hope. A month slipped by quietly, as the remarkable achievement of Jiang Yunhao breaking the ancient sword path record continued to resonate and spread, even reaching the Lingshu domain. Many were taken aback by the infamous young master of the Jiang family, engaging in fervent discussions about this event. The competition for the crown in the Lingshu domain commenced as scheduled. A cerulean lotus platform, resembling an island floating in the sky, stretched majestically above. Millions of people from various clans gathered at this location. The appearance of 2 extraordinarily beautiful women, one tall and regal in her grand attire, and the other a petite girl, captivated the attention of many. The taller woman's figure was strikingly elegant, with legs that seemed to defy proportions. She held the hand of the little girl, who, though small in stature and young in age, exuded an enchanting charm. Dressed in a pink dress with white stockings, her big, sparkling eyes scanned the crowd as if searching for someone. Auntie, where's Jiang Yunhao? Chapter 17. Childhood Sweethearts, Little Sisters-in-Law. The emergence of the true dragon clan. The appearance of the 2 women captured the attention of many. Who are they? They are members of the Zhang family from the Tianlan domain. The Zhang family's twin beauties, Zhang Ningguan and Zhang Tianyu. The Zhang family is a dominant force in the eastern wilderness's Tianlan domain, much like the Jiang family, representing the pinnacle of their respective lineages. Furthermore, the relationship between the Zhang and Jiang families runs deep. The previous patriarch of the Jiang family, the white-clad divine, King Jiang Feng, had once married the Zhang family's legitimate daughter. Thus, it can be said that there exists a bond of marital alliance between the 2 families. Consequently, during the momentous contest for the crown prince of the Lingshu domain, it was only fitting for the Zhang family to attend as honored guests. However, it is quite peculiar that, despite the amicable ties between the Zhang family of Tianlan and our Jiang family of Lingshu, they felt it necessary to send 2 holy maidens to witness the event. Do you not understand? Young Master Yunhao is, in fact, the nephew of Zhang Ningguan. Zhang Ningguan, The contemporary holy maiden of the Jiang family is the youngest among her generation, barely in her early 20s at the prime of her youth. In such a large clan, the offspring are numerous, with many descendants in their third generation. Although Jiang Ningguan and Jiang Yunhao share little blood relation, she can still be regarded as his little aunt. As for Jiang Tianyu, she once resided in the Jiang family during her childhood, sharing an innocent and playful bond with young Master Yunhao. How could their relationship be trifled with? They did not come merely for the Jiang family, but rather to see young Master Yunhao. The crowd buzzed with discussion, particularly among the men, who were filled with envy. Is there no justice in the world? Two radiant beauties have come solely for Jiang Yunhao, stirring immense jealousy. Little aunt, has Jiang Yunhao not arrived yet? Jiang Ningguan asked, stifling a giggle. Tianyu, try to be a bit more composed. Your cousin, as the young master of the Jiang family, would surely not miss such an important event. She reassured. Jiang Tianyu's cheeks flushed as she murmured, no, it's not that I'm eager to see cousin. When the two women reached the VIP seats at the observation platform, they were met with an unexpected scene. The fourth ancestor of the Jiang family, Jiang Chun, was present, seated in a position of honor. Beside Jiang Chun sat Wu Yangda, the headmaster of the Daluo sword sect, as well as the contemporary emperor of the immortal dynasty established by the ancient human emperor, Tanggua. In addition to these prominent figures, representatives from the top families of the Lingshu domain had also gathered. It could be said that families lacking notable ancestors were too embarrassed to show their faces. Yet among the crowd, an elderly man clad in golden robes drew particular attention. This man, with golden hair and beard, bore two horns on his head, and his exposed skin bore glimmering golden scales, clearly indicating he was not of human descent. He belonged to the ancient True Dragon clan of the Dragon Abyss. Jiang Ningguan was taken aback, not expecting that even the True Dragon clan from the Dragon Abyss had come to witness the event. Jiang, my dear brother, has that young fellow from your clan who recently shattered the ancient sword path record not yet arrived? The elderly man in golden robes inquired seemingly casually. The esteemed leader of the Daluo sword sect, Wu Liangda, smiled faintly, pondering aloud whether his counterpart dared not to arrive. In that fleeting moment, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the gathering. It was evident to the discerning that the True Dragon clan harbored animosity towards the Jiang family, and the Daluo sword sect had entangled itself within this conflict. Jiang Chun maintained a stoic demeanor, calmly stating, if you have come to witness the ceremony, please behave accordingly and avoid unnecessary provocations. The elderly man clad in golden robes replied with a smile, my young friend Jiang, you overestimate my intentions. I have no desire to cause trouble. It is merely fortuitous that a prodigy from my clan has emerged just as your Lingshu domain's contest for the crown begins. I thought it a splendid opportunity for our younger generation to gain experience. What? This declaration shifted the expressions of those present. The arrival of the True Dragon clan's young prodigy, intending to partake in their Lingshu domain's competition for the crown, could hardly be deemed mere practice. It was evidently a disruption. The emperor of the immortal dynasty, Tang, narrowed his gaze and inquired solemnly, Elder, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to interfere in our Lingshu domain's contest for the crown? Before the elder could respond, Wu Yangda of the Daluo sword sect interjected, please, everyone, do not be hasty. The contest for the crown in our Lingshu domain has never stipulated that foreign clans cannot participate. Moreover, our domain's dominant lineage, the Jiang family, has produced a young genius who shattered ancient sword records. Wu Yangda spoke with a smile, though his tone carried an undercurrent of sarcasm. Representatives from various families trailing behind Wu Liangda chimed in. Indeed, the Jiang family is our Lingshu domain's dominant lineage. How could they shy away from battle? Perhaps, Elder Jiang, you fear that your descendants may falter against the progeny of the True Dragon clan? Some of these representatives, emboldened, continued, oh, but fear not. The young master from the Jiang family has broken ancient records. He may very well represent our Lingshu domain and elevate the reputation of our human race. Amidst this exchange, it became clear to those present, excluding Jiang Chun, that the Daluo sword sect had indeed enlisted support. Recent news of Jiang Yunhao's slaying of Luo Feng had circulated widely, and in recent years, the Daluo sword sect had shown signs of unrest, seemingly eager to challenge the Jiang family's supremacy. Now, matters had escalated to a point of irreconcilable tension. Speculation grew that this contest for the crown would culminate in a bloody rivalry between the Luo sword sect and the Jiang family. However, few anticipated that the Luo sword sect would seek the aid of the true dragon clan, a development that fundamentally altered the situation. When had affairs of the Lingshu domain ever permitted the involvement of the beast clans? Even if the Luo sword sect sought to contest the Jiang family's authority, summoning foreign clans was utterly inappropriate. Such actions were viewed with disdain by many. Yet, a few astute individuals began to grasp the crux of the issue. The record of the swordsmanship shattered by Jiang Yunhao comes to mind. It is evident that the true dragon clan's involvement in the competition for supremacy is not solely due to the interference of the Luo sword sect. Rather, it is primarily aimed at Jiang Yunhao of the Jiang family. After all, such a prodigy is difficult to overlook. My dear aunt, it appears that the Luo sword sect is becoming rather restless, even allying with the demon race to target the Jiang family. Zhang Tianyu observed all of this keenly. Zhang Ningguan furrowed her delicate brows. Oh, so the Mudfish clan truly intends to intervene? At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. The clouds in the sky parted, revealing a magnificent chariot drawn by a nine-headed divine bird, gracefully traversing the rainbow. Upon sighting this opulent carriage, representatives from the families of Shanghua City instinctively rose to their feet. They were all too familiar with it. It was indeed the chariot of the young master from the Jiang family. He has arrived, he has arrived. Chapter 18. Is that all? In the presence of the blood god monument, a youth clad in snow-white attire gracefully descended. Wow, is this the esteemed young master Jiang Yunhao of the Jiang family? How handsome! The eyes of the young women in attendance sparkled with excitement, their gazes fixated upon Jiang Yunhao. Indeed, just 1 month had passed, and his demeanor had become even more extraordinary. An ethereal aura enveloped him, with flashes of brilliance emanating from his piercing gaze. A look of uncontrollable joy surfaced on the fair face of his cousin, Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Ningguan found herself momentarily entranced, acknowledging the striking handsomeness of her little nephew. We welcome the young master. Many young members of the Jiang family rose from their seats on the observation platform, bowing in reverence towards Jiang Yunhao. These individuals had witnessed Jiang Yunhao shatter ancient records and had long since accepted his prowess. The golden-robed elder from the Longyuan True Dragon clan's expression darkened, while Wu Yangda's countenance grew increasingly grim. The profound practitioners among them understood the significance of Jiang Yunhao's extraordinary manifestation. The aura of sword intent enveloped him, radiating sharpness. This was indeed an anomaly indicative of deep mastery in swordsmanship. That wretched little brat of the Jiang family has truly assimilated the sword bone of the Luo sword sect. Wu Yangda seethed inwardly. Unbeknownst to him, the sword bone of the Luo sect was trivial compared to Jiang Yunhao's innate talent in swordsmanship, which was of a transcendent nature, the indestructible sword body. Moreover, after a month of seclusion, Jiang Yunhao had ascended to the 9th level of the spirit refinement realm. Remarkable. Yet, for Jiang Yunhao, who had mastered the devouring heaven demon art, this was hardly a formidable challenge. Furthermore, he had dedicated his time in the Jiang family's scripture pavilion to studying sword-related texts. At this moment, even Jiang Yunhao himself could not ascertain the precise level of his swordsmanship. Yunhao, you have arrived, Jiang Chen greeted him warmly. Ancestor, is it true that the Mud Eel clan intends to intervene in our competition for the crown in the Lingshu domain? Jiang Yunhao first bowed to Jiang Chen, then shifted his gaze towards the golden-robed elder nearby. The Mud Eel clan? At this statement, representatives from numerous families nearly burst into laughter. Engaging in verbal skirmishes was hardly impressive. The golden-robed elder cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yunhao. Humph, Jiang Yunhao, you have indeed changed. No longer the dullard you once were. Your tongue has grown increasingly sharp. Among the disciples of the Luo sword sect, an old acquaintance of Jiang Yunhao could no longer contain herself and stepped forward. Liu Ruyan. Beside Liu Ruyan stood a striking young woman in white, who bore a sword at her side and fixed her gaze intensely upon Jiang Yunhao, her eyes betraying an overwhelming intent to kill. Liu Hanyun, Liu Ruyan's younger sister. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yunhao's eyes gleamed with interest. Indeed, as expected, the two sisters have emerged, presenting an opportune moment for a decisive resolution. You, a woman of the Luo sword sect, representing the human lineage, have no justification in siding with the demon race. It is utterly disgraceful. Strangely, before the Jiang family could utter a word, a petite girl clad in a pink skirt and white stockings, radiating elegance, rose in indignation and approached Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Tianyu. After scolding Liu Ruyan, the little girl turned to Jiang Yunhao with a sweet smile. Cousin, it has been a long time. Jiang Ningguan also approached, nodding with a smile towards Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the two young women before him. However, he quickly recalled their identities. One was his childhood friend, and the other, a distant cousin with little blood relation. They were essentially family. Jiang Tianyu, in particular, was his childhood companion. Though she was a few years younger and not yet fully matured, her exquisite beauty was already evident, and she would undoubtedly grow into an unmatched beauty. As he observed the two stunning women standing by his side, Liu Ruyan's heart plummeted. In terms of grace and nobility, she felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority in their presence. When it came to lineage and beauty, she paled in comparison to them. At that moment, both noble ladies were directing their attention toward Jiang Yunhao. The thought struck her suddenly, causing a twinge of pain in her heart. As a wave of regret washed over her, the trial competition began. Just then, the crowd erupted in excitement. On the Chaos Qinglian platform, a magnificent crimson stone tablet materialized, signaling that the trial for the king's contest would be the blood god steel. The faces of the onlookers changed drastically. An elderly man in a golden robe from Longyuan suddenly stood up, impatiently exclaiming, "Batian, what are you waiting for?" As his words echoed, a dragon's roar resounded. A young man clad in gold surged onto the Chaos Qinglian platform, delivering a powerful punch to the blood god steel. Longyuan, Long Batian, strength, 15, 230, 000 pounds. Golden letters appeared on the steel. This is bad. The True Dragon clan has made the first move. In an instant, representatives from the Lingshu domain were taken aback, some displaying expressions of despair. This is dire. The True Dragon clan has taken the stage first. Even Jiang Qin's expression darkened. Over 15 million pounds of physical strength. Only Jiang Yunhao stood in bewilderment. Is this it? This is the so-called demon race, reputed for their superior physique and innate advantages over humans? This strength is even inferior to what I exhibited a month ago. Haha, my dear brother Jiang, I sincerely apologize for the oversight. My excitement led our clan's prodigy to take the stage prematurely. I deeply regret disrupting the grand contest of your Lingshu domain. The elder in the golden robe spoke with a smile, yet his tone bore no trace of remorse. Jiang Chun's expression darkened, rendered speechless. Wu Yang feigned sympathy, saying, "Oh, Senior Long, there is no need for self-reproach. The competition for the crown is merely a contest among the clans." He continued, "Currently, your clan's prodigy has raised the bar, which is unavoidable." The expressions of the others grew even more somber, feeling a wave of frustration. How infuriating. This accursed True Dragon clan is deliberately undermining the grand affairs of our Lingshu domain. With the arrival of Jiang Yunhao, came several other prodigies from the Jiang family, including Jiang Lingshao. "Cousin, what happened?" Jiang Yunhao inquired, puzzled. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lingshao explained, "The competition for the crown does not allow everyone to participate. Only those who pass the trial can ascend the stage. Moreover, the nature of this trial is not fixed. This time, the blood god steel's trial tests the physical strength of the prodigies from each clan. Only by surpassing previous benchmarks can one succeed. However, the True Dragon clan has intervened, and Long Batian has struck with a force exceeding 10 million pounds, effectively extinguishing the hopes of those who follow. After all, our human race is inherently weaker in physical prowess compared to the demon clans." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao understood. No wonder everyone looked so grim. Because Long Batian had made the first move, setting the record on the blood god steel to over 10 million pounds. It is nearly impossible for the young prodigies of the human race to surpass this record. Without breaking this record, they cannot ascend the stage to compete, let alone contend for the crown. The True Dragon clan has gone too far. How can we possibly compete? Indeed, the True Dragon clan has ruthlessly severed the hopes of our human prodigies to vie for the stage. People began to murmur, engulfed in despair. After all, this is the competition for the crown in our Lingshu domain. If the demon clan were to claim the crown of the younger generation, the disgrace would not merely fall upon the Jiang family as the overlord. The entire Lingshu domain would be shamed, unable to hold its head high. "Jiang, my dear brother, I sincerely apologize. It seems that your clan's prodigy, despite his extraordinary talent in the sword arts, is unable to showcase it. The elder in the golden robe feigned regret, his insincerity nauseating. Wu Liangda smiled smugly, adding, "Oh, dear elder, there is no need for self-reproach. It is merely a matter of fortune. Who could have anticipated that this trial on the chaotic Blue Lotus platform would involve the blood god steel? Besides, the Jiang family is the overlord of our Lingshu domain and possesses a vast capacity for tolerance. Surely, you would not hold it against the likes of you." Wu Liangda's words dripped with sarcasm. Liu Ruyan, too, found amusement in the situation, secretly reveling in the provocation as she cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yunhao. "Your swordsmanship is formidable, but what use is it if you lack the qualification to compete?" She cared not whether the crown would be claimed by the demon clan. Witnessing the Jiang family's discomfiture was truly delightful. Let us disperse, Wu Liangda said, bowing to the somber-faced Jiang Chun. "Disperse? Why should we disperse? The identity of the champion remains uncertain, and there is no need for hasty departures." Jiang Yunhao suddenly spoke up. In an instant, all eyes turned to him. The representatives from the Lingshu domain were filled with astonishment and uncertainty, while the demonic beings from the True Dragon clan regarded him with disdain and mockery, stifling laughter. Chapter 19. The identity of the Imperial son revealed. Accepting the bet with grace. Jiang Yunhao, one of the prominent figures from the younger generation of the Jiang family. He audaciously proclaimed in public. Countless practitioners, young and old, from various regions, gazed at Jiang Yunhao in bewilderment. What did he just say? The contest for the crown has yet to be determined? As a young master of the Jiang family, does he not realize that the demon race possesses a physical prowess far superior to that of the human race? This is an inherent disparity. Even a 3-year-old child who has heard bedtime stories from his mother would understand this. Has this young master of the Jiang family lost his senses? As the crowd's attention gravitated towards him, Zhang Tianyu, who stood beside Jiang Yunhao, tightened her grip instinctively and tugged at his sleeve. "Cousin, you must hold back now. Do not seek to outshine," she urged, her face pale and her expressive eyes filled with concern. She did not wish for Jiang Yunhao to embarrass himself publicly. This was not the moment to assert dominance and flaunt his prowess. Despite the growing rumors surrounding Jiang Yunhao, particularly the news of his record-breaking feats in swordsmanship, which had become widely known, the distinction between swordsmanship and physical strength was significant. "Young Master Yunhao, are you aware of the consequences of boasting? The humiliation would not be confined to your Jiang family alone. It would stain the dignity of countless lives within the Lingshu domain. As the headmaster, I certainly do not wish to be ridiculed on the streets, labeled as the leader of a domain filled with braggarts." At that moment, Wu Liangda, the current headmaster of the Daluo sword sect, let out a derisive laugh. Initially, he believed this matter would come to a close, feeling somewhat displeased. After all, it was Jiang Yunhao that his sect despised the most, and he sought to diminish the young man's rising influence. However, witnessing Long Baishan's formidable punch that astonished the crowd, Wu Liangda had resigned himself to the situation. This trip had not been in vain, for it disrupted the contest for the crown within the Lingshu domain. Although the entire domain would be shamed, the loss of prestige for the Jiang family would be the most significant. After all, the Jiang family currently reigns supreme over the Lingshu domain. During their tenure, the crown was seized by the demon race, a monumental disgrace that would undoubtedly stir up a tempest within the Lingshu domain. Wu Liangda found a measure of satisfaction in this. Just as he was preparing to depart, Jiang Yunhao unexpectedly re-emerged, seemingly unwilling to accept the situation and intent on escalating matters. This was precisely in line with his intentions, as it would tarnish the Jiang family's reputation while simultaneously suppressing the rise of this Jiang genius. Truth be told, had it not been for the multitude of onlookers, many of whom represented various families within the Lingshu domain, Wu Liangda would have been unable to stifle his laughter. What a delightful turn of events. It was utterly exhilarating. He had never encountered someone so eager to embarrass themselves. Wu Liangda couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this was simply the impetuosity of youth. Stifling a smile, he feigned a demeanor of righteous indignation. "Jiang Yunhao, do not seek to draw attention to yourself. While boasting may be tolerated, your raucous behavior is tantamount to mocking the entire populace of the Lingshu domain. You are courting widespread ire. It must be said, Wu Liangda, as the head of the Deluo sword sect, possessed a remarkable talent for casting aspersions. Jiang Qin's expression changed instantly. He was well aware of Wu Liangda's intentions. This was an attempt to place Yunhao under intense scrutiny, beginning with a declaration of righteousness. Jiang Qin was about to discreetly convey to Jiang Yunhao to step back. However, it seemed as if the two shared a profound connection, for their gazes locked. A stirring took place within Jiang Qin's heart. The familiarity of Jiang Yunhao's gaze reminded him of their first encounter, exuding an air of composure and tranquility that was the epitome of calmness. Could it be that Yunhao truly had a plan? Jiang Qin's heart quivered. Ancestor, it is merely the blood god tablet trial. Allow me to give it a try. Jiang Yunhao smiled gently at Jiang Qin. Wu Liangda was on the verge of bursting into laughter, yet he maintained an expression of feigned helplessness, sighing, "Ah, Jiang Yunhao, I must kindly remind you, this is not the moment for you to seek the limelight. Are you determined to throw the face of our Lingshu domain onto the ground and trample it?" This statement was misguided. Jiang Yunhao's gaze remained tranquil. If I cannot surpass the record set by Long Batian, then it would indeed be seeking the limelight. However, if I break Long Batian's record, how could that possibly be seen as a disgrace to our Lingshu domain? Upon utterance of these words, the venue fell into silence. Wu Liangda found himself at a loss for words, and after a moment of contemplation, he coldly chuckled. "Ha! Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. It is no jest. The record set by Long Batian on the Blood God tablet is not easily broken. You must understand, human cultivators, from the most basic Qi blood realm to the celestial phenomenon realm, find it challenging to surpass 10 million pounds of physical strength. In terms of physical prowess, we are far surpassed by the descendants of great demons. This is common knowledge. Of course, there are exceptional prodigies among humans, such as the ancestral sacred body, the celestial overlord body, and the innate sacred body Tao fetus, all of which possess terrifying physiques. However, the ancestors of the Jiang family did not bear such sacred bloodlines. The Jiang family excels in divine combat techniques. Meanwhile, the elder of the true dragon clan, Long Xing, who had been watching the spectacle with keen interest, couldn't help but sneer inwardly, secretly mocking humanity for their internal strife. On the surface, however, Long Xing smiled and remarked, "The illustrious Jiang family seems to be nothing extraordinary after all. Their juniors speak without wisdom, unaware of their own limitations." Upon hearing this, the representatives from various families surrounding them exchanged peculiar glances toward Jiang Yunhao. "Young Master Yunhao, you are indeed quite reckless. Are you intent on completely losing face?" Zhang Tianyu's delicate visage paled, and she hastily tugged at Jiang Yunhao. She certainly did not wish for him to bear such a disgrace. Yet, Jiang Yunhao merely gazed at Long Xing and retorted, "Old mudfish, are you so certain that I cannot break this record?" Old mudfish. Upon hearing this, Long Xing's countenance darkened, and he replied in a voice heavy with anger, "Your human physique is frail, as the world knows. What do you possess to shatter the achievements of my true dragon clan?" Jiang Yunhao simply smiled. "Then let us make a wager. If I fail to surpass your clan's prodigy's record, you need not kneel before my Jiang family to apologize today." "Who is kneeling to your Jiang family to apologize?" Long Xing laughed in anger. "A mere junior from the Jiang family dares to bet against me?" At this moment, Jiang Qin suddenly spoke in a grave tone. "Oh, I forgot to inform everyone that from this day forth, Yunhao shall be regarded as the prince of my Jiang family." Jiang Qin evidently had faith in Jiang Yunhao, standing firmly on his side without hesitation. The title of prince, unlike the 8 young masters, held a status that surpassed even that of young masters. It could be said that every action and word of the prince represented the Jiang family. Boom. This announcement reverberated like thunder among the crowd. Among the thousands present, everyone was taken aback, collectively gazing at Jiang Yunhao in astonishment. Long Xing was momentarily stunned, yet soon elation surged within him. Being the prince of the Jiang family carried a weighty significance. Should the prince be shamed, the entire Jiang family would plummet to the lowest depths. Their prestige reduced to almost nothing. Such a fortunate turn of events. Very well, this matter shall proceed as you wish. Long Xing's heart brimmed with joy, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. However, Jiang Yunhao suddenly shook his head. "No, if I win, you kneeling to apologize to my Jiang family is still too lenient. How about this? I shall raise the stakes. If I break this record, Your true dragon clan must present to my Jiang family 1,000 dragon tendons, 100 dragon pearls, and a set of the remains of an ancient ancestor's dragon bones. The Great Luo sword sect must also offer 100 pieces of Great Luo sword bones to my Jiang family. Good heavens! Upon this declaration, the entire assembly was shaken. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Longxing's eyes. This wager is indeed substantial. But Prince, what do you possess to wager against an old man like me? Jiang Yunhao responded nonchalantly with a smile. Simple. If I lose, you may take my head at any time. These words fell upon the crowd like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, causing everyone to widen their eyes in disbelief. Longxing's gaze brightened. To be honest, the true dragon clan's involvement in this contest for supremacy was precisely due to Jiang Yunhao. Initially, they had intended to suppress his rising influence, yet unexpectedly, Jiang Yunhao had delivered himself to their doorstep. Well, truly worthy of being the prince of the Jiang family, exhibiting such audacity. Rest assured, old man, I shall sever your head, and your demise will be sung throughout the eastern wilderness and the 9 domains, ensuring that your name as the imperial son of the Jiang family is not forgotten. May the wager be honored in defeat. Jiang Yunhao spoke no further. As his words fell, he soared into the sky, arriving before the Blood God Monument at the chaotic Azure Lotus platform. Chapter 20. Unremarkable, yet resolute in action, it is widely acknowledged that Jiang Yunhao has shattered the ancient records of the sword path, establishing himself as the unparalleled champion of his realm. However, few are aware that his physical prowess is equally formidable, possessing the eternal body, the very origin of all physical constitutions and bloodlines. This exceptional physique not only allows Jiang Yunhao to effortlessly harness the myriad abilities of the world, but also endows him with unparalleled strength. Furthermore, after secluding himself for a month and consuming the resources provided by the Jiang family through the devouring heaven demon technique, Jiang Yunhao found himself at a loss as to how he could possibly fail. Upon arriving before the Blood God Monument, he was met with the disdainful gaze of a young man clad in gold, Long Batian, a prodigy of the true dragon clan. Long Batian had heard of Jiang Yunhao's exploits but dismissed them, confident in his superiority as the scion of the true dragon clan, particularly in terms of physical strength. A mere human child dares to compete with me? What foolishness! Long Batian mused, secretly relishing the thought of elevating his own stature by besting the so-called Jiang family heir. However, in the next moment, Jiang Yunhao unleashed a single punch upon the Blood God Monument. The impact reverberated through the air like the tolling of a great bell, sending shockwaves across the surroundings. From the Lingshu domain, Jiang Yunhao, strength, 666,000 pounds. Jiang Yunhao was momentarily taken aback. This did not align with his expectations, as his physical strength should have reached 72 million pounds. It soon dawned on him that the Blood God Monument had its limitations. Impossible. It cannot be. Are you even human? Before Long Batian, who had been reveling in his dreams of grandeur, could fully process this revelation, he was struck by an overwhelming force emanating from the monument. His words were left unuttered as he was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, trailing blood as he soared through the air for nearly 1,000 meters. Were it not for his ancient dragon lineage, such a loss of blood would have rendered any other individual a mere corpse. With a thud, Long Batian landed awkwardly outside the Chaos Green Lotus platform. It was abundantly clear that Jiang Yunhao had become the record holder. Without his approval, Long Batian was unqualified to ascend the Chaos Green Lotus platform again, unless he could surpass Jiang Yunhao's record. Longxing's pupils dilated in disbelief as he stared at the golden inscription on the Blood God Monument, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before him. It cannot be. A human has achieved a record of 666,000 pounds. The onlookers were equally dumbfounded. Was this truly a young member of the human race? When did the human race produce such a terrifying talent in body refinement? It is well known that even the illustrious scions of the Jiang family, prior to reaching the celestial phenomenon realm, could only muster a physical strength of a few million pounds. In a typical small locality, a genius with a strength of 50 to 60,000 pounds would be revered as a celestial being and meticulously nurtured by the local sections. Yet, Jiang Yunhao. In that moment, the crowd was utterly bewildered. Wu Yangda, struck as if by lightning, gazed at Jiang Yunhao in disbelief. Liu Ruyan, amidst the throng, appeared as if she were a leaf in the wind, trembling with incredulity. Impossible. This cannot be. How could Jiang Yunhao be so extraordinary? No, no. I have not overlooked such a prodigious talent. I have not failed to recognize him. This is all false, a mere illusion. He was but a fawning wastrel. Liu Ruyan found herself in a daze, murmuring in a state of despair. Meanwhile, her sister, Liu Hanyun, furrowed her brows, the essence of sordid intent swirling in her eyes, holding a deep-seated apprehension towards Jiang Yunhao. Simultaneously, the crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer. The young master is mighty. The young master is formidable. Stupefied, they wondered if it was still appropriate to address him as young master. Bah, bah, bah. The divine son is majestic. The divine son is unparalleled. The divine son Yunhao, I adore you. Apart from the male attendees, the maidens and wives present were vociferously cheering. It is no wonder that the people were so exhilarated. For Jiang Yunhao's actions not only restored the Jiang family's reputation, but also affirmed the identity of the human race in the Lingshu domain. Even the two young women from the Jiang family harbored different thoughts. Zhang Tianyu instinctively clenched her fist and swung it down with vigor. As expected of my cousin. Hee. She proudly raised her chin, exuding an air of innocent delight. She certainly would not admit that she had previously harbored some concerns about Jiang Yunhao. After all, no one needed to know that Tianyu would steadfastly support her cousin. Yes, yes, just like this. Zhang Ningguan felt a tremor in her heart. For reasons she could not fathom, she found herself envious of Zhang Tianyu's exuberance. At that moment, Longxing finally regained his composure. His face flushed to a deep shade of crimson. Just as Longxing was about to depart, Jiang Chun cast an insidious glance in his direction. Fellow cultivator, do not forget the wager you made with my cousin Yunhao. And as for the Deluo sword sect, the gates of the Jiang family shall always be open for you. Naturally, if you feel too embarrassed to come in person, sending your disciples to pay homage is also acceptable. Jiang Qin's exhilaration was no less than that of the others. The true dragon clan's dragon tendons, their flesh and precious bones, especially the remains of the fallen quasi-emperor ancestors, are all unparalleled treasures. Coupled with the Deluo sword sect's secret techniques capable of refining the Deluo sword bones, which are exceedingly rare and can only be nurtured by individuals of the sun level, the harvest promised to be extraordinary. Collectively, this bounty could rival the gains from sending Jiang family disciples to explore hundreds of secret realms. This merely hinges on a single utterance from Jiang Yunhao. One cannot help but feel that Jiang Chun is engulfed in a surreal reverie. Longxing trembles, his countenance as dark as a tempestuous sea. Wu Liangda is on the verge of tears. Initially, they had summoned formidable allies from the True Dragon clan, hoping to quell the rising tide of the Jiang family's influence. Yet, unexpectedly, they have brought upon themselves a calamity of their own making. However, in the next moment, Jiang Yunhao on the Chaos Qinglian platform suddenly directed his gaze towards Longxing and Wu Liangda. The two men swiftly turned, their eyes fixed on Jiang Yunhao, brimming with murderous intent. Yet, in the presence of Jiang Chun, they dared not make a move. Ha! The scion of the Jiang family, you have already triumphed. What more do you desire? Longxing's expression was grim. Jiang Yunhao smiled faintly. Are you referring to this punch? Quite ordinary, rather mediocre, I must say. Uft. You dare call this ordinary? Longxing's face darkened, almost losing his temper. After all, I merely encountered good fortune, having stumbled upon a body-refining technique by chance. Jiang Yunhao spoke nonchalantly, for no one was privy to the truth. He could assert whatever he wished. However, since the prodigies of your True Dragon clan have arrived, it would be a pity for them to depart without a proper contest, wouldn't it? I, the prince of this realm, am willing to grant you another opportunity. Currently, I am the record holder. Yet I can permit the contemporary prodigies of the True Dragon clan and the Deluo sword sect to ascend the Chaos Qinglian platform and compete against me. Let us wager once more. If I lose, the previous bet shall be rendered void. What? The wager can be annulled? At this proclamation, both Longxing and Wu Liangda were profoundly shaken. This truly struck a chord within their hearts. After all, even beings of their stature would suffer unbearable humiliation if they were to return home bearing such a disgraceful wager. Their ancestors would surely flay them alive. At this juncture, Jiang Yunhao sensed their trepidation regarding his strength record and sought to alleviate their fears. His gaze was piercing, and he added, "Moreover, I bear no objections to your young prodigies joining forces against me." Chapter 21. Kneel before me, heir of the Jiang clan. Jiang Yunhao, as the record holder, he not only permitted the talented individuals from various clans to compete, but also showed no hesitation in allowing them to join forces. What does this imply? Are you suggesting 1 against 10? Madness. He has truly lost his senses. Even Jiang Chun, who held the utmost trust in Jiang Yunhao, felt a surge of anxiety at this moment. It is essential to understand that the true Dragon Clan, a formidable demonic lineage existing since ancient times, stands as a paragon among the myriad clans of the Eastern Wilderness. The offspring of such a prominent lineage is already a daunting adversary. The prospect of contending against several prodigies from the great Luo sword sect only exacerbated Jiang Chen's trepidation. Alas, this young rascal, Yunhao, has indeed become a bit too arrogant. Jiang Chen's cheeks twitched. Even his childhood friend, Zhang Tianyu, instinctively covered her mouth, staring blankly at Jiang Yunhao. Initially, Jiang Yunhao's remarkable feat of shattering Long Baishan's blood god monument record had invigorated the spirits of the people, leaving an indelible impression in the hearts of all in the Lingshu domain. The Jiang clan's heir had risen to prominence. His debut battle in the mortal realm deemed nothing short of flawless. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiang Yunhao appeared unsatisfied with this achievement. What folly! Cousin Zhang Tianyu observed with concern, her heart racing. "Aunt, what shall we do?" "My cousin." Zhang Tianyu gazed towards Zhang Ningguan. Zhang Ningguan's complexion mirrored her own, a wry smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Tianyu, do not panic. Perhaps your cousin has his own plans." To be frank, Zhang Ningguan did not quite believe her own words. However, she wished to alleviate the young girl's worries. The most delighted among them were undoubtedly Wu Liangda of the great Luo sword sect and the representatives of various factions who had secretly aligned themselves with the sect. Initially, they had been somewhat astonished, not anticipating Jiang Yunhao's emergence and his flawless debut. Far from overshadowing him, it had instead served as a stepping stone to his fame. Little did they expect that Jiang Yunhao had grown arrogant. Pure folly. Now a spectacle is sure to unfold. As for my victory, that is simple. I shall demand tenfold the treasures from our previous wager. If you cannot comply, the heir of the Jiang clan will not hesitate to accept territorial reparations. The Ling Shaoxi of the great Luo sword sect and the Long Yuan of the true Dragon clan are indeed splendid realms. Upon hearing this, both Wu Liangda and Long Xing felt their hearts race. Good heavens, you truly are a lion demanding a hefty price. Moreover, our clan's territory is indeed remarkable. It is akin to the Jiang clan's own sacred grounds, imbued with an abundance of spiritual essence, far surpassing the outside world by 100-fold. Such audacity! You dare to covet the domains of our two great factions? After a brief silence, Long Xing suddenly chuckled. Good. Truly, you are the heir of the Jiang clan. Your audacity is commendable. I, an old man, shall agree. Just as Jiang Yunhao had anticipated, if it were merely a matter of inviting Long Batian to compete, Long Xing might have hesitated before making such a heavy wager. But the current circumstances are quite different. He no longer perceives any risk of defeat. In fact, he feels a twinge of regret, for if it weren't for the fact that they are in the Jiang family's territory, Lingshu domain, he would dare to let Long Batian execute Jiang Yunhao publicly. Thus, let us proceed with this causal contract. Jiang Yunhao smiled faintly, casually dropping a drop of his essence blood, which coalesced into a blood pact in the void. Excellent. Long Xing and Wu Liangda exchanged knowing smirks. This young man, fearing their potential withdrawal, is eager to solidify the blood contract. Practitioners are particularly sensitive to causal relationships. Not only blood contracts, but even casual agreements carry weight in this regard. Should one violate the established cause and effect, repercussions could range from mild personal repercussions to severe backlash, leading to one's demise. In summary, the binding nature of this blood contract is profound, and no practitioner would dare defy it. Yunhao, you must not finalize this blood contract. Do not act impulsively. At this moment, Jiang Qin's expression turned grave, and he urgently intervened. Jiang Chun felt a sense of helplessness. Imperial son, you must not. Indeed, do not take it lightly. Your safety is of utmost importance. With an individual like you in the Jiang family, what do we have to fear for the future? There is no need to rush. A dense crowd of Jiang family disciples on the viewing platform echoed their concerns. Hurry, sign it. On the other side, Long Xing and Wu Liangde were practically beside themselves with anticipation, fearing that Jiang Yunhao might reconsider. They hastily signed the blood contract. The Luo Sword Sect. Lin Bufan challenges you, Jiang family's Imperial son. A figure suddenly soared into the sky, landing on the chaotic Qinglian platform. As Jiang Yunhao, the record holder, had permitted others to ascend the platform, Lin Bufan was not repelled. Observing this, Long Batian's eyes gleamed with excitement. Truly unaware of the danger. Long Batian stirred restlessly. At this moment, Lin Bufan, sword in hand, unleashed a magnificent sword energy towards Jiang Yunhao. The golden sword energy, towering 100 zhang high, could easily cleave a divine mountain. Lin Bufan, perfected refining god realm. This is a holy son of the Luo Sword Sect, renowned among the top 10 holy sons. The audacity of the Luo Sword Sect is astonishing. Are they truly siding with the demon clan? The expressions of the spectators on the viewing platform shifted slightly. Simultaneously, Jiang Yunhao also observed Lin Bufan. He remained silent, casually striking out without even employing his divine sword. With a mere wave, he unleashed a terrifying silver-hued sword energy. The two sword energies collided, erupting in a dazzling display of light. With a mere puff, Jiang Yunhao's sword energy swiftly and effortlessly obliterated Lin Bufan's attack. Immediately, a sword swept through the air, akin to autumn waters severing the void, sending ripples cascading outward. A slender thread appeared upon Lin Bufan's neck, rendering him as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Suddenly, with a splatter, a magnificent head soared skyward, blood gushing forth. Silence enveloped the scene. The sound of a pin drop audible. The onlookers contemplated myriad possibilities, bracing themselves for an intense clash among the prodigies. Yet, to their astonishment, this single stroke concluded it all. People were left in utter bewilderment. Jiang Yunhao, you dare to slay my brother Lin. Damn it, Jiang Yunhao. You must pay with your life today. In an instant, figures soared into the sky, charging towards Jiang Yunhao. Liu Ruyan urged her sister Liu Hanyun, Sister, this is a golden opportunity. Take advantage of Jiang Yunhao inciting the wrath of the masses and strike him down. Liu Hanyun's eyes sparkled with determination. To be frank, she was not foolish. She questioned whether she would dare confront Jiang Yunhao alone. However, the circumstances had changed. Very well, I shall avenge my family, Liu Hanyun resolved, hastening to follow her companions. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao unleashed another strike, this time wielding a divine longsword. The sword's aura erupted forth, far grander than before, stretching 100 zhang in magnitude. With a thunderous sweep, the young masters and maidens of the Luo Sword Sect, still suspended in the air, found their movements abruptly halted. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. One by one, magnificent heads erupted, blood spraying into the air. The weaker ones perished on the spot, while those slightly stronger were sent reeling backward, including Liu Hanyun, who was struck by the sword's aura, her precious garments torn asunder, leaving her exposed. They fell to the ground like dumplings, utterly unconscious. With yet another strike, Jiang Yunhao subdued numerous prodigies of the Luo Sword Sect. Was this humiliation not delivered with astonishing swiftness? At that moment, Jiang Lingxiao and the others finally regained their senses. And Jiang Lingxiao turned sharply towards the Luo Sword Sect. Accept your defeat and kneel. Bow before the son of the Jiang family. Chapter 22. The True Dragon's Treasure Technique. Instant kill. The slap to the face arrived with astonishing swiftness, akin to a tornado. At the Luo Sword Sect, Wu Liangde and the others stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at the scene unfolding on the chaotic Blue Lotus platform. It was unthinkable for Wu Liangde that a prodigy of the Luo Sword Sect could meet such a fate at the hands of Jiang Yunhao, as easily as one might slice through vegetables. Hanyu. Liu Ruyan felt as though struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. Her sister, an elite of the Sword Sect, had suffered such a dismal defeat. Wu Liangde's mouth fell agape. No. Is this truly the realm of spirit refinement? As the leader of the Luo Sword Sect, Wu Liangde had secretly investigated Jiang Yunhao's cultivation level. He could see that Jiang Yunhao was indeed merely at the spirit refinement stage. But what kind of spirit refinement could so effortlessly suppress a dozen peers of the same level? Wu Liangde felt darkness enveloping his vision and staggered back several steps. Jiang Chen opened his mouth. Truth be told, even he, the fourth ancestor of the Jiang family at the quasi-emperor level, did not expect such a swift and decisive conclusion. Good, good, good. This lad Yunhao possesses the potential of an emperor. Jiang Chen instinctively clenched his fists, filled with astonishment. Ah, aunt, I was right. Cousin is formidable. Zhang Tianyu leapt up, her small fists clenched tightly, waving them vigorously towards the heavens. Observing the jubilant girl, Zhang Ningguan chuckled softly. Ahem. I wonder who was earlier so concerned and worried. I truly feared that your father had yet to settle your engagement to Yunhao, and here you are, rushing to the Jiang family. Indeed, a girl of such stature cannot be kept. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she grasped her clothing and lowered her head. Meanwhile, the voices of Jiang Lingxiao and the others echoed in the distance. The crowd was invigorated, as though invigorated by a potent elixir, rising en masse to cheer. Kneel. Apologize. Kneel. Apologize. Accept defeat and first bow to the Jiang family's imperial son. For your attempts to subvert the Jiang family and tarnish its reputation, you must atone. The clamor resonated, shaking the heavens. The members of the Daluo sword sect instantly found themselves reduced to jesters, feeling utterly out of place. The wrath of the crowd was palpable. Wu Liangde trembled, humbling himself in the most degrading manner as he knelt before Jiang Yunhao. The ordinary disciples behind him turned ashen, their faces resembling that of liver. Yet witnessing the overwhelming fury, they dared not utter a word, all imitating Wu Liangde, prostrating on the ground. As for any thoughts of challenging Jiang Yunhao again, a jest. Even the saints had been effortlessly dispatched. None were foolish enough to seek death. The Daluo sword sect had been utterly vanquished. The leader of the Daluo sword sect, Wu Liangde, knelt before the Jiang family, seeking forgiveness from the imperial son of the Jiang family. I am guilty. I should not have incited foreign races, attempting to disrupt the championship contest of our Lingshu domain. Each word dripped with anguish, each syllable like a dagger. Before the crowd, Wu Liangde found himself kneeling before a junior, his heart brimming with hatred towards Jiang Yunhao. The thought of the wager's penalty loomed over him, tenfold. Could it truly be that the Daluo sword sect would be compelled to offer 1,000 pieces of Daluo sword bones to the Jiang family? Such a notion seemed utterly ludicrous. The Daluo sword bones were no mere cabbages. Moreover, the Daluo sword sect stronghold, Lingxiaoxi. The very thought sent waves of dread coursing through Wu Liangde's mind, leaving him in a state of utter confusion. As the Daluo sword sect knelt, the gazes of the onlookers inevitably shifted towards Long Xing of the True Dragon clan. Long Xing's cheeks twitched with suppressed fury. Look, you worthless human beings of Lingshu domain. What are you staring at? The Daluo sword sect may have lost, but the True Dragon clan has yet to falter. Long Xing cast a fervent glance towards Long Batian beside him, his eyes filled with anticipation laced with trepidation. Wu Liangde, too, turned his gaze in that direction, placing his last glimmer of hope upon the True Dragon clan. Rest assured, ancestor, he is merely a human prodigy. While his swordsmanship is indeed remarkable and his physique extraordinary, I shall see what he can do against the arcane techniques of my True Dragon clan. As his words fell, Long Batian's figure flickered and appeared upon the chaos green lotus platform, clad in golden robes, with twin horns adorning his head and dragon energy surging about him. A shimmering golden dragon shadow danced around Long Batian. Indeed, he was exceptional. This extraordinary phenomenon was a manifestation of the ancestral dragon pearl he had condensed, inheriting the terrifying legacy of the True Dragon clan's forebears. Long Batian regarded Jiang Yunhao with an expression of calm composure, stating, I must concede, you are quite impressive. It is rare for a sword cultivator to reach such heights. However, there exists a significant gap between our realms. As he spoke, an overwhelming force erupted from Long Batian, revealing a vision of a cave paradise behind him. Within that sanctuary, countless dragon shadows spiraled around a radiant, golden dragon pearl. It became apparent that Long Batian had concealed his true cultivation level until this very moment. Witnessing this scene, the previously jubilant and invigorated beings of Lingshu domain felt their hearts plummet. Is that the cave heaven realm? And not merely a simple one. Within lies a dragon pearl of the True Dragon clan. The atmosphere thickened with tension as realization dawned upon them. That aura is terrifying. It must be a dragon pearl left behind by an ancestor of the true dragon clan at the level of a quasi-emperor. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. As the moment unfolded on the Chaos Green Lotus platform, Jiang Yunhao remained unfazed. Ignorance breeds courage. I have ascended to the cave heaven realm and possess the legacy of my ancestors. I can effortlessly wield the true dragon techniques. You are but a fleeting challenge. Long Baishan's expression morphed abruptly into a sinister grin. With a sweeping gesture, he unleashed the true dragon technique, the ancient suppression of the celestial prison. This is the innate divine ability of the true dragon clan, a skill that can only be mastered by its members. Suddenly, the heavens and earth shifted. Dark clouds enveloped the sky, and ominous shadows obscured the sun. A colossal dragon claw emerged from the swirling darkness. The golden claw, reminiscent of an ancient divine mountain, sought to suppress all existence, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as it bore down upon Jiang Yunhao. So this is the divine art of the true dragon clan. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. It seems the time has come for me to transcend the cave heaven realm. This quasi-imperial dragon pearl is splendid. I shall claim it. A thought surged within him, and Jiang Yunhao swiftly sheathed his sword at his waist. In an exceedingly peculiar manner. The blade was not poised against his foe. Then he vanished. Indeed, he had truly disappeared. When Jiang Yunhao reappeared, his figure materialized 100 meters behind Long Batian. The sword technique of Heaven's Severance, a swift execution. The initial strike of drawing the sword encapsulated the essence of this technique. With my sword, life and death are determined in an instant. Chapter 23. The young heifer inverts. Ascending to great heights with a thunderous roar, Jiang Yunhao unsheathed his sword, manifesting a dazzling river of stars that enveloped Long Batian and his true dragon techniques. Following a brief silence, an innumerable barrage of sword energy erupted, resembling brilliant meteors streaking across the sky. Before our eyes, the massive golden dragon claw, forged from magical energy, was severed by the relentless sword chi, crumbling into dust. Even Long Baishan's own body was reduced to countless fragments of flesh and blood. Long Batian, he did not have time to react until his last breath. An arrogant smile lingered on his face. Within the range of the sword energy, everything was obliterated. Is it over? Has the victor been determined? Outside the chaotic Qinglian platform, thousands of spectators stood in shock, their gazes fixated on Jiang Yunhao. Long Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. Long Batian was the progeny of their true dragon clan. How could he fall so easily, like a mere hen or dog? Were it not for Long Xing's knowledge of Long Baishan's strength, he might have suspected he had brought a counterfeit. Simultaneously, on the chaotic Qinglian platform, divine light radiated forth. A monumental stone tablet materialized, towering at 100 meters, inscribed with a singular golden name, Lingshu Domain, Jiang Yunhao. Ranked first. This was the ranking on the chaotic Qinglian platform. In previous contests for the crown, the names of the top 10 would be displayed. Yet now, only this solitary name stood, unmatched and unattainable. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd. The disciples of the Daluo sword sect turned pale, while the descendants of the demon clan brought by the true dragon tribe wore grim expressions. No one dared to challenge Jiang Yunhao any longer. Jiang Yunhao of the Jiang family had subdued the contemporary competition, earning the rewards of a quasi-emperor artifact, the Tianmong armor, and 1,000 strands of innate divine thought. Moments later, a profound celestial sound echoed above the chaotic Qinglian platform. Clearly, the platform had declared the outcome of the crown contest. A set of pitch-black armor appeared before Jiang Yunhao, accompanied by streams of ethereal treasure light. He had claimed the title of Crown Prince. The Crown Prince of the younger generation of the Lingshu domain. My heavens, the rewards are magnificent. A set of quasi-emperor armor. The Jiang family's disciples were elated, while outsiders looked on with envious, reddened eyes. Quasi-emperor artifacts are treasures that only the ancestors of quasi-emperors could forge, a rarity beyond compare. Furthermore, the innate divine thought was highly coveted. This is because the cave heaven realm requires innate divine thought to establish a cave. The more innate divine thought one gathers, the stronger and more stable the cave becomes. Acquiring 1,000 strands of innate divine thought without cost foretells the immense strength of Jiang Yunhao's future cave heaven realm. On the platform, Jiang Yunhao stored away the Tianmong armor and innate divine thought. One must admit, the rewards were quite remarkable, especially the innate divine thought, which would greatly influence his forthcoming realm. Certainly, there is something that Jiang Yunhao would undoubtedly not overlook. His gaze fell upon a short distance away, where a translucent, ethereal figure accompanied by a resplendent golden dragon ball lingered. It was none other than the soul of Long Batian after his demise, along with the quasi-emperor dragon ball nurtured within his cave abode. Indeed, both were treasures of great significance. A subtle smile graced Jiang Yunhao's lips as he gestured, effortlessly drawing both items into his storage pouch. Little thief, what do you think you are doing? Do you dare to take the soul of Batian and the treasured possessions of my true dragon clan? Outside, Long Xing, seated in the guest area, finally regained his senses, instinctively exclaiming in horror. The soul of Long Batian could be annihilated through divine contemplation, nourishing oneself in the process. Naturally, Jiang Yunhao would not let it slip away. Moreover, he even collected the fragments of Long Batian's flesh, waiting to utilize them thoroughly upon his return. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines, internally lamenting the madness of the situation. Everyone regarded the disgraced Long Xing with mocking eyes. If he dared to look upon them, why did he not dare to reveal himself? Just then, Jiang Yunhao suddenly cast his gaze toward a certain point in the sky. Come down and engage in battle with this prince. His eyes sparked with an electric intensity, sharp and commanding. It was at that moment that a spatial rift appeared in the heavens, revealing the esteemed ancestor of the great Luo sword sect. Jiang Yunhao, you truly are audacious. A cold voice emerged from a white-clad man bearing a heavy sword beside the ancestor. Swordmaster Chen Tianxi. Our great Luo sword sect is comparable to the Jiang clan's prince, with only one sword master per generation. The disciples of the great Luo sword sect, initially burdened with a heavy heart, found newfound hope upon seeing Chen Tianxi, erupting in joyous exclamations. Chen Tianxi, the leader of the younger generation of the great Luo sword sect, was the singular prodigy bestowed with the title of Sword Master. Chen Tianxi? Jiang Yunhao rifled through his memories, recalling this genius. 500 years ago, he emerged as an unparalleled talent from the great Luo sword sect, even heralded as the future champion of the sword path. This was one of the reasons the great Luo sword sect was eager to challenge the Jiang clan's dominion. After all, such a young prodigy represented the future of a significant power. This led many families to secretly harbor ambitions and align themselves accordingly in recent centuries. It is fair to say that Chen Tianxi's influence was indeed substantial. With this thought, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. As a member of the Jiang family, whether for personal gain or familial reasons, it was evident that Chen Tianxi represented an unstable factor. Since he had already arrived, why not engage in battle with me? Jiang Yunhao's expression remained calm. However, Chen Tianxi merely scoffed dismissively. The Chaos Qinglian platform has deemed you the crown prince of this generation. Engaging in battle with you would yield no profit and be a mere waste of time. Furthermore, this sword master has attained the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. Even if I were to subdue you, it would indeed appear as a case of the mighty oppressing the weak. At the next contest for supremacy, I shall personally obliterate you. Swordmaster, we can suppress our realms and vanquish this Jiang Yunhao in the spirit refinement realm. Yes. This way we shall not be criticized for taking advantage of our superior status. At this moment, numerous disciples of the great Luo sword sect clamored excitedly, revealing their profound trust and admiration for Chen Tianxi. Yet, Chen Tianxi felt a sudden jolt in his heart, nearly exclaiming in frustration, "Are you all foolish? Even a simpleton can discern that Jiang Yunhao, in the spirit refinement realm, is virtually invincible among peers. Forcing me to suppress my realm is utterly nonsensical." Chen Tianxi was rendered speechless, though he maintained an air of indifference. As a sword master of the cave heaven realm, why should I willingly cripple my own abilities? Once Jiang Yunhao breaks through to the cave heaven realm and is afforded several decades to mature, it will not be too late to subdue him then. It became apparent that he was reluctant to engage. Jiang Yunhao keenly sensed Chen Tianxi's thoughts. Clearly, he intended to act only when he was absolutely certain of victory. What a clever little rascal. With this in mind, Jiang Yunhao was disinclined to pay Chen Tianxi any further heed. He had yet to sign in. A thought flickered in his mind. Ding. The host has successfully checked in at the chaotic Qinglian platform. Congratulations to the host for receiving the chaotic Qinglian seed left by the ancient Qing Emperor. At the very moment Jiang Yunhao completed his check-in, the chaotic Qinglian platform beneath his feet suddenly radiated with brilliant light, shrinking at a visible pace. Eventually, it transformed into a single Qinglian, gently settling into Jiang Yunhao's palm. Stunned. The entire assembly was left bewildered by this spectacle. What on earth? Am I seeing things? The chaotic Qinglian platform has been taken away. This is truly astonishing. Some could not contain themselves and erupted with exclamations of surprise. Since the ancient era 10,000 years ago, many have coveted the chaotic Qinglian platform left by the Qing Emperor. After all, it is a relic of a great emperor, containing boundless opportunities and fortunes. Yet, even a coalition of quasi-emperors found it nearly impossible to shake its foundation. How could it have been so easily claimed by the scion of the Jiang family? Chen Tianzi was utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? I just mentioned battling you at the next contest for supremacy, and you have already snatched away the chaotic Qinglian platform? What fight remains now, when even the chaotic Qinglian platform has vanished? Chapter 24. Capturing the Liu sisters and the ruthless Jiang Yunhao before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Jiang Yunhao seized the chaos green lotus. The flower swayed gracefully, emanating a torrent of chaotic energy that captivated all who beheld it, leaving them in profound awe. The usually stoic ancestor of the Daluo sword sect felt a tremor of surprise. This young scion of the Jiang family was indeed full of unexpected revelations. Was he not the so-called wasteful sycophant of the rumors? How had he transformed so remarkably in such a short span of time? The Chaos Green Lotus, a treasure left behind by the ancient Green Emperor, was renowned as the pinnacle of Imperial weapons, a treasure of unparalleled caliber in the mortal realm. It was coveted by all beings, and even semi-emperors had none. Yet now, it had been acquired by a mere youth. Although Jiang Yunhao's cultivation was still lacking, rendering him unable to wield this imperial weapon to its fullest potential, it nonetheless served as a significant boon to the Jiang family. Indeed, the Jiang family had birthed a remarkable son. Moreover, recent disturbances outside the Tianke Divine Pass secret realm suggested that it might soon manifest. At that time, the tides of fortune would converge, and our sect's Tian Sitsi would surely annihilate you. The Daluo sword sect's ancestor felt a deep-seated apprehension. Jiang Yunhao, however, felt a stir of amusement within. Was he already resorting to threats? A futile display of impotent rage? Unable to strike now, they could only bark like dogs. With a cold smile, Jiang Yunhao chose not to indulge them any longer, unleashing a sword chi that surged toward Chen Tianzi. What? He struck already? Wasn't it said they would wait until the secret realm opened to engage? The assembled crowd gaped in astonishment, utterly taken aback by Jiang Yunhao's sudden action. Frankly, no one anticipated his impulsive move. Yet, such was Jiang Yunhao's temperament. Would he allow them to continue their pretense of superiority? The sword chi erupted explosively, akin to a beam of celestial light, swiftly targeting Chen Tianzi. A flicker of terror crossed Chen Tianzi's eyes as he sensed a life-threatening crisis emanating from the sword chi. Jiang Yunhao, merely at the refining spirit realm, wielded such formidable power in his sword attack. What audacity! The Daluo sword sect's ancestor suddenly roared, personally stepping forth to intercept the sword chi. As the energy dispersed, he seethed with rage. You truly are lawless. In my presence, how dare you behave so insolently? Huh? Do you think your presence intimidates me? Just then, Jiang Qin stepped forward to stand beside Jiang Yunhao. If you have grievances, shall I accompany you in a few exchanges? What a jest, as if only your family had elders. Jiang Qin then offered Jiang Yunhao a reassuring glance, conveying a clear message. We shall remain unperturbed. Jiang Yunhao smiled knowingly. The Daluo sword sect's ancestor was left speechless, compelled to temper his fury. He certainly had no desire to engage in a deadly confrontation with Jiang Qin. Humph, the Jiang family possesses quite the temper. He snorted coldly before turning his gaze toward Chen Tianzi. Rest assured, ancestor, during the secret realm expedition, I shall ensure his demise. Chen Tianzi cast a deep glance at Jiang Yunhao. Although he harbored a certain trepidation towards Jiang, he could not afford to show any signs of weakness on the surface. Moreover, Chen Tianzi felt a flicker of confidence. If he could break through to another significant level, he would then be able to firmly suppress Jiang Yunhao. With a little time, he would be secure. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen communicated secretly with Jiang Yunhao. Do not eliminate Chen Tianzi just yet. His presence can serve to bolster your reputation. The Celestial Gate's divine realm is about to open, drawing the attention of many. With the young prodigies of the 9 domains converging, should you vanquish Chen Tianzi at that time, it would greatly enhance your standing, paving a smoother path for your future. Jiang Chen elaborated. Jiang Yunhao understood. His ancestor intended for him to seize a more prominent spotlight. Only through such prominence could he tread the path towards the Tao and ascend to emperorhood. Every great emperor in history has followed this principle. The collective will of the people, akin to a grand momentum, renders one invincible, blessed with unparalleled fortune. Yet, if I were to shine too brightly, the forces of the Eastern Wilderness and the 9 domains might become wary, much like the Deluo sword sect. Hearing this, Jiang Chun's eyes lit up. Excellent. Your disposition is commendably steady. He transmitted quietly. Fear not, we old bones are still around. Even if they harbor apprehension, none from the older generation would dare to act. At most, they might send some younger ones to challenge you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao smiled faintly. The younger generation does not intimidate me. He then turned his gaze towards the Deluo sword sect. Very well, let Chen Tianzi live a few more days. His words startled all present. Such domineering rhetoric. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the ancestor of the Deluo sword sect did not utter a word in response. His expression darkened as he prepared to summon his disciples back. However, Jiang Yunhao was one step ahead, appearing at the VIP seating. Ancestor, let us capture these individuals back to the Jiang family. After all, there remains a wager to fulfill. Once the Deluo sword sect and Longyuan honor their agreement, we can release them. Jiang Chun regarded Jiang Yunhao with astonishment. What a clever lad. Your approach is not only steady, but also ruthless. Jiang Chun suppressed a chuckle and nodded. Indeed, it is as it should be. As they spoke, Jiang Chun invoked the powers of a quasi-emperor, performing the sleeve of the universe. With a flourish of his sleeve, he gathered the members of the Longyuan demon clan and the disciples of the Deluo sword sect into his sleeve. Liu Ruyan and her sister Liu Hanyun were among them. Liu Ruyan, holding her tattered sister, felt her composure shatter. After a wild turn, they had once again fallen into the hands of the Jiang family. Not only that, but her sister was also ensnared. She could hardly fathom how Jiang Yunhao would treat them next. Meanwhile, Wu Liangde and Long Xing appeared as if struck by lightning. Their actions were eerily synchronized, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. They could hardly believe their eyes, staring incredulously at Jiang Yunhao. Had this fellow truly acted with such decisiveness? The ancestral figure of the great Luo sword sect extended his hand, suspended rigidly in midair. Very well. What a remarkable imperial son of the Jiang family. I shall await your fateful duel with my sect's Tianzi, he exclaimed in fury, before departing with Chen Tianzi. Do not forget our wager. The gazes of those present towards Jiang Yunhao shifted dramatically. He had slain numerous holy sons and holy maidens of the great Luo sword sect, as well as the dragon son of the true dragon clan. And that was not all. He had also acquired the Chaos Green Lotus platform, leaving the sect's ancestor at a loss. Each of these feats, taken individually, would be regarded as legendary tales worthy of grand embellishment. Yet now, all of this had been accomplished solely by Jiang Yunhao. The members of the Jiang family felt a surge of exhilaration, brimming with excitement. Cousin Yunhao truly lives up to the title of Imperial son of our Jiang clan. Jiang Lingxiao's eyes sparkled with admiration for Jiang Yunhao. The Imperial son is indeed a paragon of our lineage. We too must diligently cultivate and keep pace with his strides. Indeed, our Imperial son has only recently begun earnest cultivation, yet he has already attained the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm. The cave heaven realm will be a mere trifle. Long live the Imperial son! Long live the Imperial son! The Jiang disciples were overwhelmed with fervor, their blood surging with intensity. One could say that Jiang Yunhao, in his inaugural venture into the world as the Imperial son of the Jiang family, had achieved nothing short of perfection. Not only did he reap substantial rewards, but he also won the hearts of many. Jiang Yunhao found himself anticipating the moment in the secret realm when he would vanquish Chen Tianzi. Simultaneously, he cast a glance towards the direction of the Liu sisters, Liu Ruyan and Liu Hanyun. The remnants of the Liu family had all been encompassed. As for these two sisters, Jiang Yunhao had already devised a plan to deal with them. However, that matter could wait for a while. Turning to his family members, it was only at this moment that Jiang Yunhao regained his refined and gentle demeanor, smiling as he said, "Let us depart." Under the gaze of countless onlookers, the Jiang family began their journey home. This battle was destined to be recorded in history, with Jiang Yunhao's name surely echoing throughout the Lingshu domain, even reaching the other 8 domains. A grand tempest was set to arise in the eastern wilderness. Within a colossal cloud vessel, Zhang Tianyu trailed closely behind Jiang Yunhao, clinging tightly to his arm. The tender shoots of spring had just emerged, yet there was a hint of softness about her. The young girl's lips were incessantly praising Jiang Yunhao. Elders such as Jiang Chun watched the two with smiles, their satisfaction growing with each passing moment. However, cousin, now that you have acquired the Chaos Green Lotus platform, you may attract even more attention. Those loyal to the Jiang family may be optimistic about our future, but those lurking in the shadows. Zhang Tianyu suddenly pursed her lips, a hint of worry crossing her features. Perhaps you should refrain from venturing out for now, spending a few hundred years at home, until you ascend to godhood. Before emerging again would not be too late. Hearing this, Jiang Yunhao could only chuckle in disbelief. This young girl truly had his best interests at heart. However, he had no desire to be confined within the walls of his home. Moreover, that day at K Shengguan was a designated location for signing in, and Jiang Yunhao would certainly not miss the opportunity. A smirk of amusement graced the lips of Jiang Chun and the others. TSK, this young lady is indeed heartwarming. It seems that when time permits, a proposal to the Zhang family must be made. Although Zhang Tianyu is still quite young, she has already blossomed into a graceful figure, her stunning beauty beginning to reveal itself. With such attentiveness towards Yunhao, how could the Jiang family let such a wonderful girl slip away? Indeed, just as they thought, the 3 ancestral figures exchanged knowing smiles. Esteemed ancestors, I believe they will soon make their move, Jiang Yunhao remarked, narrowing his eyes. He only had one query, seeking to confirm whether the Jiang family's foundation was impervious to any clan. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. Naturally, you need not worry about this. Ha ha. Yunhao, are you suggesting that the members of the Deluo sword sect might cause trouble over the Chaos Qinglian? Jiang Shaodian laughed. Jiang Yunhao nodded, a spark of brilliance igniting in his gaze. The Chaos Qinglian is a rare and supreme imperial weapon, coveted by all. Surely the Deluo sword sect harbors ambitions regarding it. Such greed is enough to provoke those forces that secretly resent our Jiang family. He pondered how many adversaries would emerge at that time. The 3 ancestors exchanged glances, each reflecting the pleasure in the other's eyes. Clearly, Jiang Yunhao's meticulous thoughts brought great satisfaction to the ancestors. With such a descendant, how could the future of the Jiang family not flourish? Rest assured, Yunhao, should they dare to come, we shall ensure they have no return. At that moment, Jiang Yunhao felt an alleviation of his concerns. He took his leave from the 3 ancestors, heading straight towards the secure quarters aboard the cloud vessel. There, the 2 sisters of the Liu family were still imprisoned. Such mortal enemies as the Liu family would not be spared by Jiang Yunhao. Chapter 25, Multiple Realms. Chaos achieves enlightenment. Within the confines of the Cloud Boat prison, the illustrious disciples of the great Luo sword sect and the Dragon Abyss found themselves adorned with golden collars that suppressed their cultivation, rendering them as powerless as mere mortals. Despondency and dread enveloped them all. In a secluded corner, Liu Hanyun and Liu Ruyan huddled together. Liu Ruyan, biting her delicate lip, murmured, "Hanyun, do not fear. I know Jiang Yunhao well. His relentless pursuit of my Liu family is merely a ploy to possess me. How despicable, how infuriating, that mad scion." Her voice dripped with disdain, tinged with a sense of injustice stemming from her beauty, which had drawn the unwelcome attention of the domineering Jiang heir. Nearby, a figure glared at Liu Ruyan with palpable contempt. "Ha, have you even looked in the mirror? Do you truly believe you can compare to the beauty of the Zhang family's noble daughter? You think Jiang Yunhao is a fool who cannot discern right from wrong?" Many disciples of the great Luo sword sect recognized Liu Ruyan, recalling how she had incited them against Jiang Yunhao. Now, they relished the prospect of her downfall. "Do you dare insult me? You know nothing. If I merely agree to Jiang Yunhao, he would undoubtedly marry me at once, and I would become a daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, while you all would perish." Liu Ruyan bellowed. The onlookers regarded her as though she had lost her senses. At that moment, the sound of the door creaking open resonated through the chamber. Jiang Yunhao had arrived. Liu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Despite her family's annihilation and her own despair, she felt an unexpected sense of reliance on Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao, you cannot truly have forgotten me, she exclaimed, rising hastily. The assembly was taken aback. Could it be that the Jiang heir was indeed infatuated with this foolish girl? She had harbored intentions to bring about his demise. Bring the Liu family out, extract their blood, and excavate their treasures. Everything I have given must be returned. As astonishment rippled through the crowd, Jiang Yunhao nonchalantly uttered a single sentence that left everyone in stunned silence. Liu Ruyan, struck as if by lightning, gazed at him in disbelief. Jiang Yunhao, have you lost your mind? I am Liu Ruyan, she cried out in terror and despair. However, before she could finish, both sisters were seized by Jiang's disciples. It is impossible, utterly inconceivable. How can you be so heartless? She screamed, her voice echoing with anguish. Outside, her piercing cries filled the air, causing the onlookers to shrink back in fear, casting wary glances at Jiang Yunhao. Throughout it all, his expression remained unchanged. As Liu Ruyan and Liu Hanyun were stripped of their essence and vitality, they were left utterly incapacitated, their fates sealed in the chilling silence that followed. Liu Hanyun met her demise on the spot. To Jiang Yunhao's astonishment, Liu Ruyan, surprisingly, had not perished. Disheveled and drenched in blood, Liu Ruyan lay on the ground, still exhibiting faint signs of life. What a marvel! Jiang Yunhao felt a surge of bewilderment. One must understand, typically, a person would have succumbed by this point. If Liu Ruyan was still alive, did she harbor some secret within her? Driven by curiosity, Jiang Yunhao approached Liu Ruyan, probing into her being with his spiritual sense, silently attuning to her essence. In an instant, he comprehended the entirety of Liu Ruyan. Within her, there resided a formidable force, merely a fraction of which had revealed itself, conjuring visions of both creation and destruction within the world. The Jiang clan's disciples nearby were taken aback, their mouths agape in shock. Yet, Jiang Yunhao's gaze suddenly brightened. He sensed an unusual stir within his own chaos green lotus, as if it had detected something extraordinary. This woman truly possessed a secret. Even the supreme weapon of the extreme path had reacted. Such power could not be unleashed unless one was on the brink of death. Intriguing indeed. Jiang Yunhao's heart raced, his eyes gradually igniting with fervor. This force was not to be underestimated, albeit not yet fully awakened. Should it be drawn forth now, Liu Ruyan would surely perish, and that power would likely dissipate as well. Jiang Yunhao remained exceptionally curious about this unknown force. After all, even the Chaos Green Lotus had exhibited signs of restlessness. He felt an inkling that this might be a monumental opportunity. As it stood, eliminating Liu Ruyan would be a trivial task. However, the living Liu Ruyan evidently held far greater value. She was akin to a stalk of chives, waiting for him to harvest her once she had fully matured. Moreover, Jiang Yunhao sensed a peculiar feeling. It seemed that wherever Liu Ruyan went, unexpected rewards awaited him. For instance, this time, Liu Ruyan had unwittingly delivered her sister to him, resulting in a significant setback for the Deluo sword sect. Had this woman, without her knowledge, become his fortuitous star? This warranted further investigation. Jiang Yunhao found himself rather eager for their next encounter. He resolved to cast her aside, while also administering a pill to ensure she did not perish. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Yunhao decisively issued his command. Understood. The Jiang clan's disciples, though puzzled, refrained from questioning further. Where am I? In a secluded corner of a street, Liu Ruyan finally regained consciousness. The moment she awakened, she was overwhelmed by a profound soreness, as if her very bones were about to crumble. Has my cultivation been rendered null? No. Soon enough, Liu Ruyan stumbled upon a devastating realization. It dawned on her that Jiang Yunhao had extracted her treasures and drained her essence. It was a miracle she remained unscathed. Wait, why am I still alive? Liu Ruyan froze in shock, and then she sensed a faint medicinal aura permeating within her. He has ruined me yet saved me? Is he preventing my death? Jiang Yunhao, what exactly are your intentions? Even Liu Ruyan found herself momentarily bewildered. Yet, it was but a fleeting instant. In the next moment, clarity dawned upon her. I see now you are toying with me. You wish for me to owe you a favor? To assist me in my dire straits only to have me fall for you? Ha ha ha. Jiang Yunhao, you truly live up to your reputation as a worthless sycophant. resorting to such despicable tactics. Liu Ruyan staggered to her feet, convinced she had deciphered Jiang Yunhao's intentions. Just wait, you shall not have your way. One day, I will ensure you pay a blood-soaked price for this. The following day, upon returning to the Jiang family, Jiang Yunhao immediately entered seclusion. His journey not only enhanced the prestige of the Jiang clan, but also solidified his status as the heir. Moreover, he had acquired the Chaos Green Lotus, a perfect boon that would enable him to break through to the Cave Heaven realm. He aimed to grow stronger before the secret realm was unveiled. The Cave Heaven realm requires the innate divine consciousness to carve out its domain. Even the Jiang family would find it challenging to amass a significant amount of innate divine consciousness in a short time. However, within this Chaos Green Lotus, in the training chamber, Jiang Yunhao gazed at the Chaos Green Lotus before him, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. For within this lotus lay tens of thousands of strands of innate divine consciousness. The quantity was staggering. It is noteworthy that securing the title of champion typically rewards merely 1,000 strands. Yet now, Jiang Yunhao had it all bundled together. What sheer delight! An audacious thought crossed Jiang Yunhao's mind. He intended to utilize the Chaos Green Lotus, a supreme imperial weapon, to transcend into the Cave Heaven realm. Such a feat had never been accomplished before. In the next moment, he began to absorb the essence of the Chaos Green Lotus. Mere moments later, a Chaos Green Lotus manifested behind him, taking root in the void, enveloped in an otherworldly aura of chaos. He had succeeded. The first layer of the Cave Heaven realm. This was achievable. Even Jiang Yunhao's magical energy underwent a remarkable transformation, evolving into chaotic energy. Fueled by this chaotic essence, his power surged to tenfold that of an ordinary person. A wave of joy surged within him. Now, his magical energy was inherently stronger than that of others. As Jiang Yunhao continued his cultivation, incessantly absorbing the innate divine consciousness, his cave heaven grew increasingly fortified, and astonishingly, a second cave heaven emerged. Is it possible to cultivate a second cave heaven? Even Jiang Yunhao was taken aback, his spirit stirred. He began to contemplate deeply. I understand now. As long as there is sufficient innate divine consciousness, more cave heavens can be opened. However, the consumption escalates exponentially. The second requires 2,000 strands. The third, 3,000 strands. After calculating this, Jiang Yunhao couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. The challenge of manifesting multiple cave heavens was indeed formidable. No wonder no one has accomplished this feat. Even the Jiang family cannot afford such consumption. Fortunately, within the Chaos Blue Lotus, there exist tens of thousands of strands of innate divine consciousness. I can certainly endeavor to open more caves of heaven. In the Daluo sword sect, a sharp sword aura cleaved through the white clouds of the sky. Amidst the verdant bamboo grove stood a young man, bare-chested and wielding a heavy sword, his sword intent swirling around him like small serpents. This individual is none other than the current sword master of the Daluo sword sect, Chun Tianxi. Congratulations, sword master, on your profound cultivation. Advancing further, exclaimed his followers, fawning over him. That Jiang family young master dares to challenge the sword master. Truly, he is oblivious to his own mortality. The sword master shall surely triumph over the Jiang family young master. Chun Tianxi smiled faintly, feigning modesty. You flatter me. That Jiang family young master is yet to earn my attention. However, before the opening of the Heavenly Gate's secret realm, I will surely break through to the Cutting Fate realm. At that time, eliminating Jiang Yunhao will be as easy as turning my hand. Just then, an elderly man clad in golden robes appeared unexpectedly. Elder Long. Chun Tianxi turned towards the voice. The newcomer was none other than Long Xing. Since the unfortunate incident caused by Jiang Yunhao, which left him in considerable debt, Long Xing had not dared to return to Long Yuan and had instead remained at the allied Daluo sword sect. Chun Tianxi was well aware that this old dragon harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Yunhao. Actually, I have recently conceived some ideas. Perhaps we could severely wound the Jiang family before your encounter with Jiang Yunhao, even plunging them into irretrievable despair. Oh, hearing this, Chun Tianxi's interest was piqued. Are you implying? Long Xing smiled slyly, revealing his plan to Chun Tianxi. However, Chun Tianxi frowned deeply upon hearing it. This may not be appropriate. To slander Jiang Yunhao by claiming he colluded with otherworldly demons to subvert the Lingshu domain? It is unlikely anyone would believe Jiang Yunhao capable of such foolishness. After all, he is the Jiang family young master. As long as the Lingshu domain exists, he enjoys unparalleled treatment. How could he possibly destroy all that with his own hands? It is illogical, exceedingly illogical. Chen Tianxi shook his head. Yet Long Xing chuckled, stroking his beard, and said meaningfully, "Do we need others to believe it? Does the Daluo sword sect not desire that chaos blue lotus? This treasure, left by the Azure Emperor, has surely stirred the desires of countless individuals. Albeit they lack a leader. But with the prestige of the Daluo sword sect, you could easily take the lead, secretly contacting various factions to unite against the Jiang family." At these words, Chen Tianxi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "This is quite interesting. Elder, please continue." As the Heavenly Gate's secret realm was on the verge of opening, the Lingshu domain stirred with renewed tumult. Countless gazes converged upon the Jiang family. "Have you heard the latest news? It seems that there are significant issues regarding the recent championship for the crown. What could possibly be the problem? The Jiang family's heir has subdued the contemporary prodigies and frightened the younger generation of the Daluo sword sect. This is common knowledge. You haven't heard? Many esteemed families appear to have united, led by the Daluo sword sect, to demand an explanation from the Jiang family. Rumor has it that the heir, Yunhao, has been secretly colluding with an otherworldly demon. Is that true? Think about it carefully. What was Yunhao like in the past? He was notorious for being a wayward scion, neglecting his cultivation for years. Yet, just a few days have passed, and he possesses the strength to slay Long Batian of the True Dragon clan. That does make sense. Could it be that Yunhao has practiced some dark arts? Indeed, his temperament has changed dramatically. He has called off his engagement to Liu Ruyan and has become decisively ruthless, daring to kill anyone who provokes him. The entire Lingshu domain seems to be enveloped in an atmosphere of conspiracy. With the deliberate dissemination of information by those with ulterior motives, suspicions surrounding Jiang Yunhao appear to multiply. The situation escalates, causing a stir throughout the Lingshu domain. On this day, many formidable figures, rarely seen, gathered in Shanglua City. Most are powers allied with the Daluo sword sect, the Five Tiger Gate, the Shangqing sect, and the Tiando sect. Additionally, several prominent families from the Lingshu domain congregated, creating a vast throng, with over 100 in the divine realm and more than a dozen in the sacred realm. At the forefront stands Luo Qinghe, a quasi-emperor elder from the Daluo sword sect. They seek to confront Jiang Yunhao directly. Such a terrifying display instantly draws the attention of countless onlookers. Chapter 26. Closing the door to beat the dog, easily suppressing hundreds of sects. On this day, a multitude of unfamiliar powerful figures gathered in Shanglua City. Their auras were as deep as the abyss and as oppressive as a prison, with each possessing strength at least at the divine realm. Leading the assembly was the quasi-emperor, Luo Qinghe. Among them was Wu Liangde, humbly trailing behind Luo Qinghe. A sense of mirth threatened to overwhelm Wu Liangde. The prospect of uniting forces to pressure the Jiang family brought him amusement. No matter how formidable the Jiang family might be, they could hardly withstand the collective might of numerous factions. Furthermore, Wu Liangde had no intention of fulfilling the wager he had made with Jiang Yunhao. Perhaps, this could even compel the Jiang family to surrender the chaotic Green Lotus platform. Although he was unaware of the origins of the rumor regarding the Jiang family's young master allying with the otherworldly demon, he recognized its potential for exploitation. He had even dispatched individuals to covertly stir the pot. Of course, Wu Liangde was not naive. He understood that the tale of the Jiang family's young master betraying the Lingshu domain to collaborate with a demon was tenuous at best, and the truth would soon come to light. He did not harbor illusions that such a flimsy pretext could dismantle the Jiang family's dominance. All he required was a pretext strong enough to exert pressure on them. Before long, Luo Qinghe and his entourage arrived at the main entrance of the Jiang family. Their overwhelming presence was unmistakable and drew the attention of many factions lurking in the shadows. "Are you here to fulfill the wager with our Jiang family's young master? Please, enter," the black-clad guards announced, neither obsequious nor overbearing, as they opened the grand doors of the Jiang residence. Fulfill the wager? At the mere mention of this, Wu Liangde nearly succumbed to laughter, realizing they truly considered him a fool. The countless pieces of Daluo sword bone, even if he were to empty the Daluo sword sect, could not be provided. A cold smirk curled within his heart, though his exterior remained inscrutable. Yet, As they stepped into the Jiang family, a radiant beam of light suddenly flickered, enveloping the premises. The Jiang family's protective formation activated, isolating them from the outside world. Outside, countless powerful figures, who had been observing from the shadows, were left dumbfounded, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. The Jiang family had sealed their territory. It was now invisible from the outside. Were they truly attempting to close the door to beat the dog? This was inconceivable. The visitors comprised formidable representatives from over 100 prominent families, not to mention a quasi-emperor among them. Those who had entered the Jiang family were equally startled. After all, the Jiang family's reputation still loomed large. Do not panic, everyone. All of you hail from illustrious families within our Lingshu domain. The Jiang family would not dare to provoke our collective wrath. One of them reassured. Moreover, this mere protective formation can be shattered with a single stroke from our revered ancestor Luo Qinghe. Wu Liangde held a dismissive attitude as he communicated with the crowd. Upon reaching the main hall of the Jiang family, they encountered the four ancestral figures: Jiang Chun, the fourth ancestor; Jiang Shaodian, the second ancestor; and Jiang Yunqing, the third ancestor, seated at the forefront. The three were engaged in light-hearted banter, seemingly indifferent to the formidable representatives of various families before them. Meanwhile, outside the hall, the young disciples of the Jiang family fixed their gazes intently on Wu Liangde and his entourage. Even in the face of the formidable Luo Qinghe, the young scions of the Jiang family exhibited no sign of retreat. This evokes a sense of admiration for the Jiang family, a true hegemon. After all, most young individuals would pale in fear when confronted with a quasi-emperor, hardly daring to meet his gaze. Oh, fellow Taoist Luo has also arrived. What of the other esteemed ancestor from the Daluo sword sect? Jiang Chun inquired with a smile directed at Luo Qinghe. I did not anticipate that merely fulfilling the wager with my family Yunhao would draw your attention, fellow Taoist. Yet, upon reflection, it is wise to be cautious when preparing to present hundreds of Daluo sword bones to my Jiang family. At this, Wu Liangde could no longer contain himself and interjected. The wager stands. However, the Jiang family must first provide us with an explanation. Let Jiang Yunhao come forth. His expression remained stoic as he commanded, summon Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Chun, taken aback, asked, What business do you have with my family Yunhao? Elder Jiang, spare us the pretense. The rumors surrounding your family's prince have become widely known. Wu Liangde scoffed coldly. Oh, it is those rumors, Jiang Chun chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the other powerful figures from the various clans. You two have come for this matter? The powerful members of the various clans exchanged glances, and soon voices rose in unison. We certainly do not believe that the illustrious prince of the Jiang family would conspire with demonic forces. Yet, it is said that the prince has utilized a mysterious secret technique to seize the unparalleled treasure of our Lingshu domain, the chaotic Blue Lotus platform. An elder from the Hanhai sect, a venerable woman of the sacred realm, stepped forward, her brow furrowed. This situation is indeed peculiar. Jiang Yunhao, who has languished for years, has suddenly surged in power, suppressing his contemporaries. Indeed, this matter is exceedingly strange. Immediately, over a dozen powerful figures from various clans voiced their agreement. If this prince has not conspired with demonic forces and learned that mysterious secret technique, it remains utterly baffling. Moreover, I have also heard that this prince was once a person of pure and honest nature, yet now exhibits a brutal temperament, killing without a second thought. Such a transformation might suggest he has been tainted by sinister energies, becoming one with those malevolent forces. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Sinister energies are taboo entities from beyond the 9 domains of the eastern wilderness. It is said that beings contaminated by such energies gradually lose their sanity, devolving into mere instruments of slaughter. At this juncture, Luo Qinghe finally spoke. Fellow Taoist Jiang, this matter is of grave importance. If your family's prince truly has ties to demonic entities, it is no trivial issue, as it concerns the lives and fortunes of countless beings in our Lingshu domain. It would be prudent to have Jiang Yunhao present the chaotic Blue Lotus to prove his innocence. Hearing this, Jiang Chun suddenly laughed, casting a playful glance at everyone present. My Yunhao slays Luo Feng and eliminates Long Batian, suppressing his peers. Is this not entirely reasonable? After all, Yunhao is of the Jiang bloodline, possessing extraordinary talent. Slaying a few worthless individuals is hardly a challenge. What a domineering statement. Worthless? Whom do you refer to as worthless? The expression on Luo Qinghe's face subtly shifted. Huh. It has become apparent that your intentions revolve around the Chaos Green Lotus. Next, you will undoubtedly demand its surrender, claiming that, regardless of its authenticity, it should be entrusted to the collective guardianship of numerous prestigious families. Jiang Xiaotian gradually rose to his feet, suddenly bellowing, "Get the hell out of here! Dare to lay hands on Yunhao? I shall ensure your demise." His words, laced with murderous intent, sent a chill through the assembly. Had the Jiang family already harbored such murderous thoughts? They believed that with the heads of several first-rate families present, alongside a quasi-emperor overseeing the gathering, even the Jiang family, despite their strength, would be apprehensive of the combined pressure from so many forces. Unless the Jiang family possessed the capability to effortlessly subdue multiple clans, the Lingshu domain would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Did the Jiang family truly dare to provoke the collective wrath of so many? A lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Luo Qinghe's expression turned grave, carrying an implicit warning as he remarked, "Friends of the Jiang family, do not fault me for failing to forewarn you. I trust you do not wish to witness turmoil within the Lingshu domain." With a scoff, Jiang Xiaotian laughed heartily. "I have long been displeased with you. After listening to your incessant prattle, I am merely curious if there are any more of you lurking in the shadows. Do you still wish to target Yunhao? You should inquire whether the members of the Jiang family would acquiesce." Upon hearing this, the Jiang family disciples outside glared with icy gazes, brimming with murderous intent. "We refuse. We refuse." The voices of tens of thousands of disciples rang out in unison, echoing through the vast expanse. "Then what shall we do? Kill. Kill. Annihilate them all." Chapter 27. No sovereign among mortals, the great accomplishment of the holy body. The celestial king wrapped in a shroud. Listening to the fierce voices of the Jiang family's disciples outside, the powerful figures present were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from the Jiang family. Particularly, the younger members of the Jiang clan appeared bewildered. Did they not comprehend that if Jiang Yunhao, the scion of the Jiang family, were to meet misfortune, they would then have the opportunity to vie for his position? Yet, this is precisely where the terror of the Jiang family lies. For thousands of years, the Jiang family has flourished and thrived, their origins shrouded in mystery. Since ancient times, they have adhered to a family code. Among their own, competition is permissible. However, once an outsider enters the fray, the entire Jiang clan must stand united against the external threat. This code is etched deeply into their very bones. After waiting for a while, it seems no one else is coming. Very well, there is no need to continue this charade. Let us eliminate them all. Jiang Xiaotian sneered. The words of Jiang Xiaotian were laced with a chilling intent that left the gathered individuals feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. At this moment, the heads of the prominent families felt genuine fear. They never imagined that the Jiang family would dare to turn their blades upon them. Madness. Has the Jiang family truly lost their senses? Do they intend to strike us down? Wu Liangda retreated in terror, scarcely able to meet Jiang Xiaotian's gaze. However, before he could finish his words, Jiang Xiaotian closed the distance in an instant, delivering a punch that shattered Wu Liangda's skull. Enough of the empty chatter. Jiang Xiaotian wiped the blood from his hands, appearing utterly nonchalant. The Grand Luo Sword Sex Master. Die? Gasp. The expressions of those in the hall shifted dramatically, as they collectively inhaled sharply. Indeed, the Jiang family had shown no hesitation in their lethal actions. It appeared that the Jiang family was embroiled in something truly sinister. Were they conspiring with otherworldly fiends? The Jiang family sought to declare war against the entire world, courting their own annihilation. One of the Grand Luo Sword Sex ancestors, Luo Qinghe, rose abruptly, consumed by rage. The truth was laid bare before him. Luo Qinghe felt a thrill of excitement, secretly reveling in the situation. The Jiang family's audacious stance could indeed become the very leverage for their downfall. If he could escape from the Jiang family and reveal this matter to the world, their reputation would plummet to unfathomable depths. He could even substantiate claims of their collusion with otherworldly demons. Though Luo Qinghe was a quasi-emperor, he understood that he could not withstand the combined might of the three Jiang ancestors. However, if he sought to flee, the Jiang family would be powerless to detain him. Vile fiends. It seems that the issue extends beyond merely Jiang Yunhao. The entire Jiang clan is tainted by their association with otherworldly demons. Prepare to perish, for I shall ensure your sins are proclaimed to the world." As he spoke, the sword intent surged from Luo Qinghe's being, indiscriminate of friend or foe. The powerful figures surrounding him were immediately reduced to mere blood and flesh. After all, their lives held no significance to Luo Qinghe. As the blood mist erupted, Luo Qinghe soared into the sky, intent on fleeing from the Jiang family. "Sister, Luo Qinghe certainly has lofty aspirations," she mused. Indeed, he was worthy of the title of quasi-emperor, having lived for thousands of years. However, throughout the ordeal, the three ancestral figures of the Jiang family made no move to impede him. Instead, they observed Luo Qinghe with keen interest. A sudden unease gripped Luo Qinghe's heart. What was happening? Why were they not stopping my escape? Yet, before he could comprehend the situation, a shroud of darkness enveloped the entire grand hall, isolating it from the outside world. In an instant, the space became exceedingly solid, and Luo Qinghe, in terror, realized that even with his quasi-emperor prowess, he could not break through this spatial confinement. Moreover, time itself seemed to slow down. Celestial King's burial shroud. From where do you Jiang family originate? Could it be? Luo Qinghe's lips trembled, his eyes widening with sheer horror. The surviving powerhouses from various clans simultaneously recognized the chilling reality. They were ensnared in a quagmire. Every subtle movement felt as sluggish as that of a snail. Was this a treasure capable of restricting both space and time? The elite warriors were struck with paralyzing fear, their souls trembling as if plunged into an icy abyss. To be frank, at their level, they had never even heard of a celestial king's burial shroud. Yet it was apparent that Luo Qinghe possessed some knowledge of it. True to his status as a quasi-emperor, Luo Qinghe unleashed his full cultivation, causing cracks to form around him. A flicker of hope ignited within Luo Qinghe's heart. It was feasible. He still had a sliver of a chance to escape the Jiang family. If only he could break free. "Little one, you talk too much." In the next moment, a man appeared beside Luo Qinghe without warning. Clad in white with flowing white hair, he was extraordinarily handsome. Golden radiance surrounded him, and the essence of the Tao danced about him. A perfected sacred body. Luo Qinghe's pupils constricted, and the glimmer of hope that had just arisen within him was extinguished in an instant. With no unnecessary words, the white-haired man casually slapped Luo Qinghe's forehead. The esteemed quasi-emperor was instantly obliterated, his soul crushed to nothingness. Following this, the man plunged his hand into Luo Qinghe's body and forcefully extracted his spinal bone, a rather decent specimen of quasi-emperor level de Luo sword bone. "This shall serve as a return on investment for Yunhao's wager," the man remarked with a smile, exuding elegance. However, this gruesome spectacle left the surviving warriors of various clans nearly paralyzed with fear. What manner of monster was this? Able to slay a quasi-emperor as easily as plucking a fruit from a tree? It was important to note that during this era, no one had yet ascended to the rank of emperor. The pinnacle of power was embodied in the quasi-emperor. In the realm of Lingshu, it was a widely held belief among the various races that the quasi-emperor represented the pinnacle of strength. However, the scene that unfolded before them today shattered their entire worldview. A quasi-emperor was effortlessly crushed, akin to a mere chick, by another's hand. Subsequently, the man merely cast a casual glance at the assembled crowd. The remaining powerful beings from various races suddenly cried out in anguish as blood streamed from their eyes, ears, mouths, and nostrils. Accompanied by their piercing screams. One by one, the formidable beings, all of whom were at least at the divine realm, writhed in agony and collapsed, meeting a tragic end on the spot. Annihilated. "Brother, you've finally emerged. I thought you would remain hidden forever." Jiang Chun and his companions smiled at the silver-haired man, who was none other than the most enigmatic of the four ancestors of the Jiang family. At this moment, had Jiang Yunhao been present, he would have comprehended the truth behind Jiang Chen's earlier words. The Jiang family fears no race in the eastern wilderness. For at this stage, the Jiang family possesses a terrifying existence still alive. Chapter 28. The Ancient Sacred Body, the Primordial Tao Jade, the Collapse of the Supreme Sword Sect. A scene of utmost brutality. Within the grand hall of the Jiang family, the ground was strewn with severed limbs, blood flowing freely. Yet, with a mere flick of his wrist, the white-haired man unleashed a torrent of golden magical energy, and in an instant, the hall was restored to its former glory. Devoid of any trace of the carnage, the ominous shroud that enveloped the hall gradually dissipated. This white-haired man was none other than Jiang Mingxing, the esteemed ancestor of the Jiang family. The world knew only that the Jiang family excelled in divine arts and spells. Yet few were aware that within their bloodline flowed the essence of the ancient sacred body. Even though the sacred body had reached its zenith, it was not an emperor. Yet its power was comparable to that of one. This was the Jiang family's greatest trump card. In truth, Jiang Yunhao's intuition was remarkably accurate. The depth of the Jiang family's heritage was unfathomable, even to outsiders and members of the family who only grasped the tip of the iceberg. This was precisely what made a grand clan so terrifying. Their perpetual air of mystery left others bewildered. "Oh, please deliver this jade pendant to Yunhao for me." Just as Jiang Mingxing was about to depart, a thought crossed his mind, and a flawless white jade pendant appeared in his palm. Jiang Chun was taken aback. "The primordial Dao Jade? Are you truly going to hand it over to Yunhao now?" The primordial Dao Jade was the Jiang family's greatest secret. Over a century ago, the mysterious disappearance of Jiang Yunhao's father, the divine King Jiang Feng, and his wife was intricately tied to this jade pendant. Jiang Chun recalled that when the couple had just welcomed Jiang Yunhao, they had nurtured him through secret methods, allowing him to emerge only after a century. However, Jiang Feng vanished without a trace after glimpsing the primordial Dao Jade. Reflecting on this, Jiang Chen's gaze dimmed momentarily. Jiang Mingxing pondered for a moment. There are certain matters that must be disclosed to him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun and the others exchanged glances, refraining from further discussion. Meanwhile, on another front, indeed, they have arrived. In the Hall of the Celestial Gods, Jiang Yunhao suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the presence of a foreign quasi-emperor within the Jiang family. It seemed the people from the Supreme Sword sect could no longer contain themselves. With this in mind, Jiang Yunhao's figure flickered, swiftly making his way to the main hall of the Jiang family. However, Jiang Yunhao found no sign of enemies within the hall. Instead, the three ancestors were leisurely enjoying tea. Jiang Xiaodian, spotting Jiang Yunhao, chuckled. "Haha, Yunhao, it's just as you predicted. We tossed out the Chaos Blue Lotus as bait, providing those who secretly oppose our Jiang family with a reason to act. They truly couldn't wait to stir trouble at our doorstep." "Is it over?" Jiang Yunhao inquired. Puzzled, Jiang Chen nodded. "Yes, the ones who came were mere rabble, all eliminated." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes. It was evident that their family was extraordinary, capable of dispatching quasi-emperors in such a brief span. Unfazed by the quasi-emperor, Jiang Yunhao was not surprised, yet he hadn't anticipated it would happen so swiftly. "Here, take this primordial Dao Jade. It is a gift from the great ancestor." As Jiang Yunhao contemplated, Jiang Chun handed the primordial Dao Jade to him. The great ancestor of the Jiang family, the most enigmatic of all ancestors. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred, and he surmised that it must be the grand ancestor who had intervened. Within the primordial Dao Jade lies the secret inheritance of the Jiang family. Jiang Chun explained to Jiang Yunhao. "However, you are not yet able to utilize it. Only when you transcend to the severing fate realm can you unlock it. In truth, your father Jiang Feng's mysterious disappearance is intricately linked to this. When you reach the severing fate realm, the decision to unveil the secrets of the primordial Dao Jade will rest solely with you." At this juncture, Jiang Chen's expression grew complex. In response, Jiang Yunhao nodded and accepted the primordial Dao Jade. Given its significance to the Jiang family's hidden legacy and the news of his father, he certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. "Are you not curious about the secrets contained within? Do you not wish to inquire further?" Observing Jiang Yunhao's calm demeanor, Jiang Xiaodian was taken aback and puzzled. Jiang Yunhao, however, shook his head. "Rest assured, ancestors, I comprehend that during times of insufficient strength, knowing too much only serves to exacerbate worries. Since the unveiling of this mystery awaits the severing fate realm, what is there to rush? It is but the next grand realm, and I am confident in breaking through in a short span." Jiang Yunhao's gaze was sharp and resolute. Initially concerned, the three ancestors felt a tremor in their hearts upon hearing his words. What a fine young man! Their judgment had not erred. Such composure is indeed commendable. They chose not to elaborate further, feeling utterly reassured about Jiang Yunhao. By the way, Yunhao, were you not in seclusion? Do not forget about your life and death duel with Chun Tianci. Jiang Chun recalled another matter. Chun Tianci is of no concern. The ancestors need not worry, Jiang Yunhao asserted. Not exaggerating. After all, he had opened 10 celestial realms. Such an accomplishment surpasses even the emperors chronicled in historical texts. Subsequently, Jiang Yunhao continued his seclusion. As time passed, he kept a vigilant watch over the formidable forces within the Jiang family and was horrified to discover that none of those who entered the Jiang family had emerged. Shortly thereafter, the Jiang family proclaimed to the outside world that the De Luo sword sect had maliciously slandered the Jiang family's Imperial heir, inciting unrest, and had been utterly annihilated. This news reverberated like thunder throughout the Lingshu domain, invigorating those loyal to the Jiang family. The Jiang family indeed lived up to its reputation as the dominion of the Lingshu domain. Their strength and foundation are unfathomable. Some neutral factions, deeply wary of the Jiang family, no longer dared to entertain any thoughts of disrespect. I knew it. How could the Imperial heir Yunhao possibly conspire with the external fiends? It was indeed the De Luo sword sect's machinations. Yes, it was them. I heard that Wu Liangda was still alive and had dispatched people to spread rumors everywhere. The De Luo sword sect. Your sect has recently engaged in rather audacious activities. My Wang family has already publicly declared a severance of ties with the De Luo sword sect. Your sect's ambitions are indeed shameless. Maligning the Jiang family's Imperial heir, such behavior is truly disgraceful. My Lingshu sect refuses to be associated with you. Chaos has ensued, just as Wu Liangda had foreseen in his lifetime. Yet, it is not the Jiang family that is in turmoil, but rather the esteemed De Luo sword sect. The reputation of the De Luo sword sect has plummeted to an all-time low. Impossible, absolutely inconceivable. Qinghe, a figure on the verge of imperial ascendance, has perished at the hands of the Jiang family. The last remaining ancestor of the De Luo sword sect is engulfed in a profound sense of bewilderment. Just how deep are the roots of the Jiang family? Even he finds himself deeply wary of the Jiang family, and a tinge of regret for contesting against them begins to surface. However, what has transpired cannot be undone. There is no turning back once the bow has been drawn. This venerable ancestor dares not venture far from the sect, opting instead to retreat into the confines of the De Luo sword sect, secretly orchestrating connections with his allies. As the events draw to a close, the Lingshu domain descends into a fleeting tranquility. Yet soon, another piece of news reverberates throughout the 9 domains of the eastern wilderness. There are disturbances outside the Tianke Divine Pass secret realm. This realm, reputed to have buried countless formidable beings, and even associated with the undying Empress, is on the brink of awakening. Chapter 29. The grand presence of Jiang Yunhao in the Lingshu domain, undercurrents surged. Unlike the predicament faced by the De Luo sword sect, Jiang Yunhao had become a household name. With the conclusion of the Crown Prince competition, his prominence soared to unparalleled heights. Particularly notable was his feat of vanquishing Long Yuan's Long Batian, which was fervently discussed and celebrated across the realms. Meanwhile, in the Jiang family of Shanglua City, a congregation of 1,000,000 clansmen gathered, with Jiang Yunhao standing resolutely before them. The mysterious Tianke Divine Pass had finally opened. The long-awaited moment had arrived. During this period of seclusion, Jiang Yunhao's progress had been remarkable. On the surface, he appeared to be at the first level of the Dantian realm. However, he had actually opened 10 Dongshans. Such achievements defied conventional reasoning. Within the chaotic Qinglian platform, tens of thousands of innate divine thoughts had already been exhausted. What further opportunities would this expedition yield? Jiang Yunhao felt an eager anticipation to venture into the Tianke Divine Pass. Recently, rumors had circulated that certain prodigies had set their sights on him. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed. Should conflict arise, he was ready to engage. Jiang Yunhao understood clearly that this expedition into the secret realm held extraordinary significance. As the heir of the Jiang family, any lackluster performance would undoubtedly diminish his standing. Just as he pondered these thoughts, the 3 ancestral elders of the Jiang family emerged from their seclusion. With a wave of their sleeves, the void shattered, and a colossal spatial passage, stretching thousands of meters, suddenly materialized. Today marks the departure of our Jiang family's heir, a moment to represent our family across the world. Let us accompany the heir and elevate the name of the Jiang family. Jiang Chun declared with a resounding voice. We shall follow in the footsteps of the heir. The young members of the Jiang family, already prepared, either rode chariots or majestic dragons and phoenixes, rushing into the spatial passage ahead. When a grand family heir sets forth, there must be heralds to clear the way. Following closely behind, a colossal beast, resembling a mountain, stood tall, bearing a banner that danced through the skies, billowing like clouds. Emblazoned with the words, Jiang family heir. Honor the heir. Honor the heir. The remaining Jiang clan members bowed respectfully toward Jiang Yunhao. In the eastern wilds, in the demon domain of Longyuan, a magnificent voice resonated. Out Yin, with the opening of the Tianke Divine Pass, countless opportunities await you. Go forth and make your mark, and elevate the prestige of Longyuan. As the words settled, a striking figure in golden robes emerged. Long Outyin, the scion of Longyuan, even more formidable than Long Batian. By the way, the Jiang family heir will undoubtedly be present on this journey. Exercise caution. This heir's ability to slay Batian should not be underestimated. Cautioned an elder of Longyuan. Oh, is the Jiang family heir truly that formidable? Long Outyin furrowed his brow. In recent days, he has heard numerous tales of Jiang Yunhao, to the point where his ears nearly feel calloused. Rest assured, ancestor, Long Batian has trained for a few hundred years less than I. He is merely a newly emerged prodigy, and his failure is entirely expected. As for Jiang Yunhao, given his considerable talents, it would not be out of the question to subjugate him as a servant. Long Outyin slightly raised his head, exuding an air of calmness and unparalleled confidence. After all, they are all renowned geniuses. Who would yield to whom? Until one has witnessed Jiang Yunhao's might firsthand, even the members of the Jiang family might overlook him, let alone the opposing force of Longyuan. Moreover, prodigies inherently possess an indomitable spirit. Before engaging in a true confrontation, these arrogant geniuses will not concede in their hearts. In any case, caution is paramount. After a brief silence, the ancestor spoke solemnly. Fear not. I shall patiently await the capture of the Jiang family's Imperial son, to command him as a servant and erase the disgrace of Longyuan. Subsequently, Long Outyin took his leave, disregarding the ancestor's words, preparing to set off immediately for the secret realm of Tianke Divine Pass. Alas, if only our ancient anomaly from Longyuan had yet to emerge, we would not have to fear the Jiang family. The Jiang family has indeed flourished. A century ago, there was the white-clad divine king, Jiang Feng, who mysteriously vanished. And now another, Jiang Yunhao, has appeared. Indeed, should that esteemed individual arise, the mere Jiang family imperial son could be extinguished in an instant. In the border region where the Lingshu domain meets the void beyond, at the city of Divine Fall, throngs of people surged through the streets. Suddenly, a passageway spanning 10,000 meters manifested in the sky above Divine Fall. Could it be that a great clan has traversed the void? The practitioners from various regions of the eastern wasteland within Divine Fall were instantly struck with astonishment. The presence of a great clan is indeed terrifying. At the same time, a gray-haired elder donned in a green robe appeared in midair. The city lord of Divine Fall, Jun Wuhui, the venerable quasi-emperor, actually came forth to greet them. Could it be that the esteemed visitor is none other than the Jiang family's imperial son from the Lingshu domain? The eyes of the crowd in the city brightened, fixated with curiosity. Oh, has he arrived? Within a residence in the city, a man sat cross-legged. Beside him stood a young woman in a purple dress, her expression dark as she gazed into the void. Who else could it be but Liu Ruyan? Within Liu Ruyan's eyes, there was both resentment and envy. Jiang Yunhao's standing has indeed soared to such heights. Liu Ruyan bit her silver teeth, feeling an inexplicable wave of irritation wash over her. Jiang Yunhao, you have truly made a name for yourself. You were merely a sycophant of mine, and now you dare to confront me. Could it be that you have secretly sent someone to watch me? Do you know that Liu Ruyan is also here? Is this ostentation of yours a deliberate show for my benefit? Liu Ruyan's thoughts spiraled into disarray. This woman, who has been pampered since childhood and believes that the world revolves solely around her, possesses a perspective that is far beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Yet, how could Liu Ruyan know that Jiang Yunhao has no interest in her heart? What he truly desires is the secret hidden within her being. At this moment, A man not far from Liu Ruyan slowly opens his eyes, his gaze swirling with a sharp, sword-like intent, brimming with vitality. Junior Sister Ruyan, there is no need to be agitated. It matters not. Today, I shall surely slay Jiang Yunhao beneath my blade. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan nods fervently. Yes, yes, I believe my senior brother will undoubtedly vanquish Jiang Yunhao. I hope you will avenge my family. Chapter 30. Early Death. Early rebirth. The sword master has arrived. And so has Jiang Yunhao. Even the venerable Jun Wuhui went to greet him personally. How infuriating. That old man Jun Wuhui did not even come to welcome you. Sword master, when you arrived, is it not a blatant double standard? A throng of disciples from the Daluo sword sect surged into Chun Tianxi's residence, filled with envy and jealousy, chattering in disdain. When heaven intends to bring about one's demise, it must first instill madness within them. Within the city of divine fall, there are not merely the prodigies of the Lingshu domain. The impending opening of the secret realm has drawn talents from the 9 domains. The more brilliant Jiang Yunhao becomes, the sooner he shall meet his end. Chun Tianxi slowly rose, a cold smirk playing on his lips. The disciples of the Daluo sword sect suddenly grasped the situation, and some began to chuckle sinisterly. The sword master speaks the truth. Jiang Yunhao, with his exceptional talent and individuality, is bound to provoke the ire of other prodigies. After all, they are all geniuses, and none would bow to another. Indeed. Perhaps there will be no need for the sword master to intervene personally. Someone may very well eliminate Jiang Yunhao themselves. The crowd erupted into raucous laughter, reveling in the imagined demise of Jiang Yunhao. However, Chun Tianxi stood with his hands clasped behind him, stepping outward. My prey shall not be snatched away by another. If Jiang Yunhao is to perish, it shall be at my hands. As he spoke, Chun Tianxi advanced outside, his eagerness palpable, as if fearing that another might claim the first kill of Jiang Yunhao. The disciples of the Daluo sword sect momentarily paused in shock before hastily following Chun Tianxi. Liu Ruyan was equally exhilarated. The sword master truly embodies majesty and dominance. No wonder he is the leader of the younger generation of the Daluo sword sect. Meanwhile, on the other side, a colossal beast emerged from the spatial passage. This beast was rugged and untamed, carrying a massive flagpole towering 1,000 meters high. The banner fluttered, boldly displaying the characters Jiang family, Imperial son. As the beast cleared the way, a magnificent palanquin was drawn by a divine bird, adorned with 9 heads and vibrant feathers, as if it had emerged from the flames. The spectacle spoke volumes about the identity of the person within the palanquin. The old man had encountered the Jiang family Imperial son before. Jun Wuhui swiftly approached the palanquin, slightly bowing in respect to the figure inside. Jun Wuhui, a quasi-emperor and the lord of Divine Fall City, demonstrated his profound respect for the Jiang family. Despite the lawless nature of the region, the curtains of the palanquin parted slightly, revealing a young man clad in white, his black hair cascading freely. Jiang Yunhao stepped out of the palanquin and returned the gesture to Jun Wuhui, saying, "You honor me, esteemed elder." Jun Wuhui's gaze flickered momentarily. The youth, having achieved fame, remained humble and composed, exhibiting grace and decorum befitting the Jiang family Imperial son. Such temperament and demeanor showcased the nobility of his lineage, earning Jun Wuhui's silent admiration. Meanwhile, within the city, prodigies from the eastern wilderness and the 9 domains beheld the true visage of Jiang Yunhao. Numerous enchanting ladies, with delicate features and captivating gazes, gazed longingly at Jiang Yunhao. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the Jiang family's noble son, so youthful, yet possessing an extraordinary demeanor, that merely one glance rendered their legs weak. I must meet Jiang Yunhao, do not hinder me. Apart from the young ladies, the male companions were equally enthralled by his charisma. Signs of unrest had already begun to stir within the city. Jun Wuhui sighed in resignation. If this recently celebrated noble son remained any longer, it was likely that the restless ladies would turn Xinyun City upside down. Jiang Yunhao understood his intent. Smiling as he replied, "I would appreciate your guidance, esteemed elder." The noble son was courteous, and accommodations had long been prepared for him. Just as Jiang Yunhao and his entourage were about to depart, a voice suddenly rang out. "Wait, Jiang Yunhao, do you intend to leave?" A throng of people surged forward, blocking his path. Among them were Chen Tianxi and the disciples of the Daluo sword sect. Simultaneously, countless young prodigies from various factions in the city turned their gazes toward Jiang Yunhao's location. Chen Tianxi, recognizing him, Jiang Yunhao remarked to himself, "I have yet to seek you out, yet you have come forward. Very well, let us resolve this matter with ease." His eyes remained calm. "Arrogant, Jiang family's noble son, you are far too presumptuous." The crowd behind Chen Tianxi, momentarily stunned, erupted in outrage. "I have seen many arrogant individuals, but none as audacious as you. You have only trained for a few years. What gives you the confidence to utter such words? Do you look down upon our Daluo sword sect's sword master? Truly ignorant of your own mortality." The disciples were filled with a murderous intent. Jiang Yunhao furrowed his brow slightly. "Begone, utter another word, and I shall not hesitate to slay you." Hiss. At these words, the disciples of the Daluo sword sect were momentarily taken aback, feeling as if their ears had deceived them. Facing imminent death, he remained so arrogant? Chen Tianxi, too, was bewildered by Jiang Yunhao's calm and seemingly relaxed demeanor. "Jiang Yunhao, you possess some cunning. You feign nonchalance to disturb my composure?" In the next moment, Chen Tianxi squinted. He initially believed Jiang Yunhao was deliberately putting on an enigmatic act. However, now that Chen Tianxi had entered the severing fate realm, he could clearly discern Jiang Yunhao's cultivation level, a mere first layer of the cave heaven realm, attempting to appear formidable before him. Chen Tianxi scoffed at the thought. He was known for his prudence. Lacking absolute certainty, he had refrained from attacking Jiang Yunhao until he himself had reached the severing fate realm. Someone like him would not be easily intimidated by Jiang Yunhao. It was truly laughable, akin to a child. The more one feigns sophistication, the more it reveals the emptiness within. No matter how one attempts to disguise it, the turmoil in one's heart remains unmistakable. Today, I, the master of the sword, shall surely end you, Jiang Yunhao. It is better to perish early and be reborn. Boom. As Chen Tianxi spoke, he suddenly reached for the hilt of the heavy sword strapped to his back. His mastery of the heavy sword is an exceptionally rare path within the realm of swordsmanship. With a grand flourish, he drew his sword and swung it menacingly towards Jiang Yunhao's head. "Oh, resorting to a sudden ambush, are we?" Jiang Yunhao was not taken aback by Chen Tianxi's unexpected strike. He had long discerned the depths of this fellow's thoughts, marked by an extraordinary caution. Chapter 31, Utter Defeat. The young emperor is not so impressive after all. Accept your fate. Chen Tianxi unleashed a sword strike with unreserved ferocity. Even the lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. As the current sword master of the Daluo sword sect, Chen Tianxi was well aware of this fundamental truth. He harbored no arrogance, aiming for a decisive blow against Jiang Yunhao. The heavy sword, devoid of sharp edges, swept forth with a tempest of sound and force. Descending like an ancient divine mountain, the sword master exuded might. The sword master was invincible. The disciples of the Daluo sword sect gazed at Chen Tianxi with admiration, their eyes gleaming with reverence. Meanwhile, a stir arose from Jiang Yunhao's side. He had long understood Chen Tianxi's character and was not the least bit surprised by the sudden lethal intent. With a flick of his wrist, a divine sword materialized in his hand. He thrust it forward, and the two swords clashed. The sound of swords resonated, echoing across the miles. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Tianxi's expression shifted dramatically. He felt as though his sword had struck an immovable mountain, the overwhelming force rebounding upon him, sending him staggering back 1,000 meters. What? This is impossible. How could the sword master be repelled? The disciples of the Daluo sword sect stood in stunned silence. Chen Tianxi's visage was equally remarkable, shifting unpredictably. Merely relying on the might of your physical form, he mused. Indeed, engaging in close combat does not favor me. Chen Tianxi recalled Jiang Yunhao's formidable physique, knowing that even the Dragon Clan's Long Batian had been bested by him in physical prowess. I merely wished to test the gap between us, and it seems you, Jiang Yunhao, are not so formidable after all. Chen Tianxi's lips curled into a cold smile. What does it matter how powerful your body may be? I shall not engage you in close quarters. With the power of my techniques, I shall crush you to death. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chen Tianxi's internal energy surged violently. Behind him, a wondrous domain unfolded, a celestial realm of immense proportions, shimmering in deep blue. as if an ocean had been conjured above the city of Shinyun. Heavens! This is the weak water condensation pearl of the Daluo sword sect. It is indeed a grand gesture for the sect to allow such a treasure to be nurtured by a young disciple. The immense spectacle of the domain drew the attention of countless spectators within the city. Weak water? Jiang Yunhao heard the murmurs of the crowd. In the records of his Jiang family, there were mentions of the weak water condensation pearl. This miraculous creation nurtures celestial realms and harnesses the power of weak water. Weak water. Each drop weighs as heavily as a mountain, the heaviest water in the world. No wonder Chen Tianxi excels with the heavy sword. With the power of weak water enhancing each strike, the potency of his swordsmanship would increase manifold. A glint of brilliance flickered in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. The ethereal water pearl is undoubtedly a remarkable treasure, surpassing the caliber of the true Dragon Clan's Imperial Dragon Pearl by a considerable margin. Moreover, it has the capacity to cultivate 10 celestial realms, harboring 10 extraordinary entities. Indeed, I shall claim this item. Ha ha ha, Jiang Yunhao. As death approaches, you dare to speak boldly, coveting the treasures of this sword master? Chen Tianxi laughed heartily. Die? Without further hesitation, Chen Tianxi wielded his sword, launching a strike towards Jiang Yunhao. Boom. With this strike, the power of the ethereal water erupted, manifesting as a colossal azure sword aura stretching 10,000 feet. The sword master is formidable. The sword master is invincible. To slay Jiang Yunhao and elevate the prestige of our sword sect. The disciples of the Daluo sword sect were awestruck, raising their arms in fervor. However, as their voices echoed, they witnessed the emergence of Jiang Yunhao's celestial phenomenon. A chaotic blue lotus ascended gracefully behind him, unleashing a tempest of chaotic energy that clawed at the heavens, akin to an apocalyptic calamity. The chaotic blue lotus towered to an astonishing height, swaying in the void and casting ethereal chaotic essence around Jiang Yunhao. He remained utterly still, merely standing in place as the sword aura unleashed by Chen Tianxi disintegrated upon contact with the chaotic energy, shattering into nothingness. Puff! With his attack thwarted, Chen Tianxi was met with a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, and was once again sent staggering back 1,000 meters. What? This is impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Chen Tianxi struggled to steady himself, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yunhao could dismantle his sword technique. The most astonishing part was that Jiang Yunhao had made no move at all. In other words, Jiang Yunhao merely stood there, effortlessly revealing his celestial phenomenon, and dismantled Chen Tianxi's technique. What a disparity! Chen Tianxi's mind buzzed, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered. But soon, realization dawned upon him. This is the chaotic blue lotus? You have nurtured the supreme ancient weapon of the Green Emperor within your celestial realm. Chen Tianxi's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked up at the sky, clearly seeing a terrifying chaotic blue lotus illuminating the heavens, towering to an immense height. In comparison, his celestial phenomenon appeared as a mere child, not even a tenth of its size. This, Chen Tianxi was bewildered, his gaze flickering with fear. It was not only Chen Tianxi, those around him felt the same. A prodigy. Jiang Yunhao is truly a prodigious talent. Even if he nurtured the chaotic blue lotus, how could his celestial realm be so vast? My heavens, is he even human? The disciples of the Daluo sword sect were left speechless, the earlier excitement dissipated. No, the sword master cannot lose. The sword master is mighty. The sword master is invincible. One of the previously boisterous disciples murmured. Do not speak. Your words are toxic. However, the remaining disciples immediately confronted him. The lord of the fallen god city, Jun Wuhui, cast a gaze of astonishment at Jiang Yunhao's retreating figure. It was hard to believe that if it were merely the chaos blue lotus, it would still be within expectations. After all, the Jiang family's heir had obtained this treasure for a reason. Yet, the scale of his celestial manifestation had already reached a level comparable to that of the ancient emperors. He truly embodied the essence of an emperor. Jun Wuhui exclaimed in shock. Throughout history, every emperor in their era strived to cultivate their celestial manifestation to great heights. This represented the pinnacle of the celestial realm. While the crowd was awestruck by Jiang Yunhao's formidable celestial manifestation, he casually swung his sword, unleashing an astonishing strike. Utilizing the chaos energy as a conduit for his mystical power, he condensed a blade of sword energy that ruthlessly cleaved through Chun Tianzi's celestial manifestation. It was as if a sword had split the azure ocean in two. Immediately thereafter, Jiang Yunhao gestured with his hand, and the chaos energy transformed into a colossal hand that crudely seized Chun Tianzi's weak water condensation pearl. Ah, a splendid treasure. Jiang Yunhao beamed with satisfaction as he held the azure orb, brimming with boundless power, and stowed it away in his storage pouch. Just a short wait, and he could nurture a second celestial manifestation. Ah, Jiang Yunhao, you dare to seize my treasure. Even if I perish, I shall first take you down. With his celestial manifestation shattered, Chun Tianzi was struck as if by lightning, blood gushing from his 7 orifices, and he was in utter disarray. Yet, in the next moment, his aura surged dramatically, flames of blue igniting around him as he burned his own life force to exchange for a fleeting peak of power. Are you daring to push your limits in front of me? But it seems, this level may not suffice. Chapter 32. I absolutely detest being threatened by others. Annihilate the contemporaries. A complete and utter annihilation. Chun Tianzi could scarcely fathom how, despite being a distinguished figure within the realm of fate severance, he was so thoroughly tormented by Jiang Yunhao, a mere practitioner of the cave heaven realm. Was it merely luck that allowed him to inadvertently acquire the Chaos Green Lotus platform? Had I, Chun Tianzi, been bestowed with such an astonishing opportunity, I would undoubtedly surpass you, Jiang Yunhao, in every aspect. Chun Tianzi was resolute. He ignited his very essence, striving to attain a fleeting moment of peak power. By vanquishing you, Jiang Yunhao, the weak water pearl would once again belong to me, and your Chaos Green Lotus would also be mine. It must be said that Chun Tianzi was indeed a paragon among the contemporary youth. He appeared to be deranged, yet within, he was impeccably composed. He understood that as long as he triumphed in this life and death duel, seizing everything from Jiang Yunhao, he would still possess a glimmer of hope, perhaps even ascend to greater heights. However, this notion lingered in his mind only briefly. Was this not a futile struggle against death? Jiang Yunhao's gaze was as tranquil as a still pond. He merely pointed towards Chun Tianzi, unleashing a strand of chaotic sword energy that shot forth, aimed directly at Chun Tianzi's head. Chun Tianzi laughed heartily. Is this all you can muster? I am of the fate severance realm, my power surging as I burn my life essence. How could you possibly contend with me? Unless you, too, are willing to engage in a life or death struggle, but do you dare? Coward. Chun Tianzi's aura was extraordinarily ferocious, amplified several-fold compared to before, as he charged towards Jiang Yunhao with his sword raised. Great Luo's sword technique. Luo Tian sword seal. This deadly exchange, trading life for life, was incredibly fierce. Chun Tianzi's magical powers surged violently, soaring into the heavens, as if coalescing into a golden sword seal that could suppress the myriad realms. This was a secret technique of the great Luo sword sect's heavy sword lineage, and it was Chun Tianzi's ultimate move. Initially, he had no intention of revealing it, as the city of Divine Fall was teeming with prodigies from the 9 domains of the eastern wilderness, all drawn to the mysterious realm of the Divine Gate, necessitating the preservation of some hidden trump cards. Yet, Jiang Yunhao's strength far exceeded Chun Tianzi's expectations. Left with no choice, Chun Tianzi was compelled to unveil his hidden prowess. This sword shall surely subdue you, Jiang Yunhao. Kneel before me, in front of the entire world, and beg for mercy at my feet. Chun Tianzi cackled malevolently, as the sword seal surged forth to strike Jiang Yunhao. Observing this, even Zhang Lingxiao and others could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for Jiang Yunhao. Some were apprehensive, while others were invigorated, their complex gazes all fixated on Jiang Yunhao. However, Jiang Yunhao remained entirely unperturbed. Did they wish for him to risk his life as well? That was not necessary. After all, he had yet to unleash his full combat strength. A flicker of inspiration ignited within Jiang Yunhao. The situation behind him shifted dramatically, as yet another cave heaven unfolded. The strand of chaotic sword energy that was directed at Chun Tianzi suddenly expanded, reaching an astounding 20,000 zhang. The terrifying chaotic sword aura obscured the sky and blotted out the sun, stirring up endless gusts of wind that cleared away the layers of white clouds for miles. How could this be? The smile on Chun Tianzi's face froze, utterly shocked. 2 celestial realms? What on earth is this? Chun Tianxi felt a chill run down his spine as the sword imprint was suppressed. Boom. The collision seemed to tremble the very fabric of heaven and earth. The Luo Tian sword imprint was instantly shattered by the chaotic sword aura. Chun Tianxi's complexion turned pale, and he hurriedly tried to evade the chaotic sword energy. Yet he was still grazed by it. Ah, sputter. Half of his body was cleaved away, blood splattering as he felt as though struck by lightning. Plummeting from the sky toward the ground. With a thud, he crashed heavily against the earth, disheveled and wild, causing the crowd to scatter in shock. Witnessing half of his body evaporated, only half of Chun Tianxi remained, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Did this sword master truly suffer such a devastating defeat? Was there any way to avoid it? Two celestial realms. What kind of realm is this? The gazes of the crowd instinctively converged on Jiang Yunhao. Jun Wuhui stood in stunned silence, staring at Jiang Yunhao. Just moments ago, he had marveled at Jiang Yunhao's extraordinary presence, likening him to the youthful emperors of ages past. Little did he expect, in just a few breaths, Jiang Yunhao would shatter his understanding once more. Two celestial realms. Such an extraordinary phenomenon had never been reached even by the emperors documented in historical texts during their youth. The scion of the Jiang family was indeed remarkable. The future of the Jiang family would likely herald an unprecedented era of prosperity. Jun Wuhui mused. In the city of Shenyun, the young prodigies from the 9 regions of the eastern wilderness instinctively rose, gazing at Jiang Yunhao in disbelief. Yao Wudi, the contemporary scion of the Yaoqi sacred land, displayed a subtle change in expression. Long Outyan, from the ancient true dragon clan of Longyuan, narrowed his eyes. Your Highness, this individual's strength cannot be underestimated. The enmity between Longyuan and the Jiang family was significant. One of Long Outyan's followers, a man shrouded in dark mist, wore an exceedingly grim expression. Although Long Outyan felt a degree of shock, he maintained an impassive facade. It was indeed unexpected. Yet Jiang Yunhao's youthful arrogance led him to reveal his true strength at such a critical moment. A grave folly. Were it me, I would never unveil all my trump cards before the secret realm opens. Long Outyan shook his head expressionlessly. At that moment, Jiang Yunhao descended, standing before Chun Tianxi. Looking down with indifference, Chun Tianxi still clung to life. He gazed at Jiang Yunhao, his eyes wide with shock, filled with intense resentment and hatred. Shame. This was undoubtedly the most humiliating moment of Chun Tianxi's life. You, do not revel in your triumph. I shall personally cleanse this humiliation in the days to come, Chun Tianxi weakly proclaimed. Jiang Yunhao appeared taken aback. In the days to come? Have you forgotten that we are engaged in a life and death struggle? Where do you find the notion of a tomorrow? As these words escaped his lips, a loud buzzing filled Chun Tianxi's mind, and terror flickered in his eyes. Jiang Yunhao, do not overstep your bounds. If you dare to slay our sect's master of the sword, we shall retaliate en masse. A tumultuous crowd descended from the heavens, each wielding a sword. Their fierce gazes fixated upon Jiang Yunhao. They were none other than the disciples of the Daluo sword sect, numbering over 1,000, each extraordinary, standing as the cream of the crop among the youth of their generation. Although they were greatly shaken by Jiang Yunhao's formidable presence, their sheer numbers lent them a semblance of courage. Jiang Yunhao, we may have lost this round, but do not take it too far. At that moment, a rift in the void opened, and the ancestor of the Daluo sword sect materialized. Such a significant matter could not escape his vigilant attention. He chuckled. Did we not agree upon a life and death duel? Is it that your Daluo sword sect wishes to retract its words? On the other side, Jiang Chun made his appearance. Observing from the shadows, Jiang Chun, your clan may be powerful, yet Jiang Yunhao is still young. Surely you do not wish for his untimely demise, do you? The ancestor of the Daluo sword sect harbored a murderous intent. Oh, do you seek to disrupt the established order? Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening me? Meanwhile, a sly smile crept across Jiang Yunhao's lips. I detest being threatened above all else. Casting a sidelong glance towards the direction of the Daluo sword sect's ancestor, he declared, Since you threaten me, do not blame me for being impolite. Today, I shall eradicate the entire contemporary youth of the Daluo sword sect. Chapter 33, Slaying the Talented. Devouring heaven and earth today, the younger generation of the Daluo sword sect shall be annihilated. As this declaration echoed, the venue fell into an eerie silence. The gazes directed towards Jiang Yunhao transformed dramatically. Before the multitude could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, Jiang Yunhao thrust his sword downward with swiftness. With a piercing sound, the blade penetrated the forehead of Chun Tianzi. Chun Tianzi was dead. His eyes widened in shock, a lingering expression of fear, resentment, and disbelief etched upon his face. Even in the final moments of his life, Chun Tianzi could scarcely believe that Jiang Yunhao had truly aimed to kill him. Not only Chun Tianzi, but the over 1,000 disciples of the Deluo sword sect stood frozen, dumbfounded. Their esteemed ancestor had made an appearance. Yet Jiang Yunhao dared to strike with lethal intent. Had Jiang Yunhao lost his senses? Did he completely disregard the warning of a quasi-emperor ancestor? Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yunhao had long harbored suspicions regarding certain clandestine matters within the Jiang family. Although the ancestors had made efforts to conceal them, Jiang Yunhao astutely discerned that the Jiang family held no fear of a quasi-emperor. Indeed, it appeared that in the eyes of the Jiang family, a quasi-emperor was akin to a mere insignificant creature. This realization dictated how Jiang Yunhao would approach the Deluo sword sect. After all, he had no desire to attract insurmountable trouble for the Jiang family. Since his clan felt no trepidation, why should he? Jiang Yunhao, you have lost your mind. You seek your own demise. In the next instant, the disciples of the Deluo sword sect erupted in furious roars. The expression of their ancestor shifted, astonished at Jiang Yunhao's audacity to act so recklessly even in his presence. Bold and arrogant. Kill him. I command you to slay him. The ancestor of the Deluo sword sect felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He was wary of Jiang Chun and, bound by the rules that forbade elder participation, dared not intervene. However, the rules did not prohibit a collective assault. This notion stirred a multitude within the divine false city, many eager to act. Oh, Jiang Yunhao is so audacious as to disregard even the dignity of the Deluo sword sect's ancestor? Are they planning to encircle and eliminate him? This individual was indeed extraordinary. If he could be removed before the secret realm opened, it would eliminate a competitor. Within Divine False City, aside from the goddesses and young fairies drawn by curiosity to witness Jiang Yunhao, many were there for the opportunities presented by the secret realm, gathering from various clans. These prodigies were not foolish. They keenly recognized this as an opportune moment to target Jiang Yunhao. After all, over 1,000 disciples of the Deluo sword sect were eyeing him with hostility. If they could navigate the chaos and strike clandestinely, even Jiang Yunhao, regardless of his 2 celestial domains, would be hard-pressed to withstand their combined efforts. Though Jiang Chun was present, while they could not slay Jiang Yunhao, inflicting severe injury would surely be within reach. In a fleeting moment, many began to contemplate their intentions towards Jiang Yunhao. Excellence often invites envy. Being overly remarkable may incite hostility from others. This truth is universally applicable. Yet Jiang Yunhao remained unfazed. Is 2 realms truly one's limit? Such a notion is indeed far-fetched. Young master, allow us to lend you our strength. At that moment, Jiang Lingxiao, accompanied by a throng of Jiang family members, rushed forth. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Yunhao merely waved his hand. No need. As soon as the words left his lips, he plunged into the midst of the disciples of the Deluo sword sect. With a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of carnage, as each strike was akin to a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, resulting in the immediate demise of dozens. Blood spattered, and severed heads erupted like geysers. Arrogant, madman, utterly incomprehensible. The disciples of the Deluo sword sect were taken aback, only to be consumed by indignation and rage. Who were they? They were the elite of the younger generation of the Deluo sword sect. Each prodigy harbored a sense of pride, even if they were acutely aware that none could match Jiang Yunhao alone. The sheer audacity of him striking first in their midst was tantamount to courting death. Prepare to face my sword. The Deluo sword technique, 3,000 sword leads. A sword struck westward. The Great River's sword technique. In an instant, a chorus of battle cries erupted. Terrifying sword energies and fierce winds surged forth. A kaleidoscope of divine sword techniques aimed at Jiang Yunhao, causing those nearby to retreat in terror. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Above Jiang Yunhao's head, beside the chaotic azure lotus, another realm unfurled. 3 realms of wonder illuminated the cosmos. It resembled 3 suns suspended in the sky. two great orbs revolving around the chaotic azure lotus, emanating an overwhelming aura reminiscent of abyss and prison. Jiang Yunhao, wielding the divine sword, unleashed a wave of chaotic sword energy, stretching 30,000 feet. This chaotic sword energy obliterated all sword techniques in its path, carrying the force of annihilation, as if it sought to cleave apart the very fabric of existence. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 3 realms. Was he not limited to merely 2? Over 1,000 disciples of the Luo sword sect widened their eyes in disbelief, momentarily forgetting their surroundings. The Great River sword technique, shattered. 3,000 sword leads, broken. Lingxiao sword technique, destroyed. Boom, boom. Accompanied by the collapse of various divine sword techniques, the chaotic sword energy descended like a cataclysm. Any disciple of the Luo sword sect that came into contact with this chaotic energy found their flesh and blood erupting, akin to a profusion of crimson fireworks. What an utterly astonishing scene, laid bare before the world. It was concluded. The more than 1,000 who had previously clamored to slay Jiang Yunhao were now obliterated by a single stroke of his sword. The bodies of those present froze, mouths agape in varying degrees of astonishment. Even the ancestral figures of the Luo sword sect stood in bewilderment, stunned into silence. Over 1,000 of their sect's contemporary prodigies had perished just like that. The atmosphere was profoundly still, as if one could hear a pin drop. Oh, what a shocking turn of events. Fortunately, I managed to restrain myself and refrain from attacking Jiang Yunhao. Was I truly foolish just now? To entertain the notion of seizing the opportunity to catch Jiang Yunhao off guard, what is the true nature of this Jiang family prodigy? 3 realms of the heavens. After a brief moment of silence, the onlookers gradually regained their composure. Many of the talented individuals who had been secretly observing were suddenly struck with a chill that surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. They felt a sense of relief wash over them for not having lost their sanity and attempted to strike at Jiang Yunhao. As for the fleeting thought of secretly rejoicing in the idea of eliminating him, that notion was swiftly cast aside. Oh, merely having opened 3 realms of the heavens allows one to overpower these so-called prodigies? Jiang Yunhao himself felt a twinge of surprise. After all, he still had 7 realms yet to unfold. It appears that there exists a slight disparity between ordinary prodigies and myself. A flicker of realization ignited within Jiang Yunhao. In the next moment, he fixed his gaze upon the billowing clouds of blood mist. These are truly remarkable resources, equivalent to the finest treasures of heaven and earth. Jiang Yunhao quietly activated the devouring heavenly demon technique, consuming the very essence of the world. Instantly, the flesh and blood of over 1,000 disciples from the great Luo sword sect transformed into pure, unparalleled blood energy, all surging into Jiang Yunhao's being. Witnessing this, the ancestral figure of the great Luo sword sect felt his vision darken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not even a corpse left behind. Thankfully, there remains the soul. If the soul can be collected, there is still hope for the future to reconstruct the physical form. The soul refining visualization technique. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao activated another method, devouring the ethereal souls that floated before him. The ancestral figure of the great Luo sword sect was left speechless. Chapter 34. One ascends. All celebrate. The heart of the Jinmo. In the void above, the venerable ancestor of the Luo sword sect spat out a mouthful of blood, his vitality instantly waning. He stared incredulously at Jiang Yunhao, his lips quivering, rendered speechless. How ruthless! What a fierce young man! At that moment, above the city of divine fall, golden auspicious clouds gathered, revealing countless ethereal figures. They were women clad in sheer feathered garments, their delicate skin glowing with a pearly luster under the sun's rays. Some played flutes softly, while others sat playing the zither, singing and dancing in a harmonious celebration. This spectacle shattered the ancient records of the cave realm, manifesting the heart of the Jinmo. The celestial maidens danced, and heavenly music resonated. This was indeed the heavenly blessing that broke the ancient records of the cave realm. Ah, an old acquaintance. Jiang Yunhao, however, was not surprised. He reached out, and a radiant 7-colored light descended from the heavens, gently resting in his palm. The Jinmo, one of the 4 divine trees that had vanished since the primordial era, was now a mere legend. The heart of the Jinmo was its quintessence. Without needing to ponder deeply, Jiang Yunhao immediately sensed the abundant life force within the heart of the Jinmu. Such a treasure, perfect for nurturing a cave realm. His heart surged with excitement. Truly, this was a heavenly blessing worthy of breaking the ancient records of the cave realm. However, his innate divine consciousness had been exhausted, and he realized he was in dire need of a substantial amount of it. Just then, streaks of light shot forth from the celestial dome, as innate divine consciousness descended and flowed into Jiang Yunhao's body. Ah, how remarkable that one's thoughts manifest so readily. The heavenly blessing was exceptionally timely. Even Jiang Yunhao, well versed in the extraordinary, felt a ripple in his composure. This heavenly blessing was indeed formidable, as he absorbed a vast amount of vitality, enhancing his physical strength. He could also directly utilize the innate divine consciousness to nurture two supreme treasures. The first was the weak water pearl, and the second, the heart of the Jinmu. The volume of innate divine consciousness was more than sufficient, and in an instant, the other two cave realms Jiang Yunhao had unfolded transformed dramatically. One became a deep azure, reminiscent of an endless ocean. The other saw the heart of the Jinmu take root, a tender green sprout emerging from the void of the cave realm, growing at a visible pace until it flourished, reaching skyward and earthward. Jiang Yunhao also felt the wondrous capabilities of the weak water and the heart of the Jinmu. The weak water was immensely heavy, a miraculous creation devoid of buoyancy, capable of submerging all. It could amplify his magical abilities, increasing their might tenfold. The heart of the Jinmu, brimming with boundless life force, was akin to an inexhaustible elixir. As long as he sustained injuries, he could directly draw upon this life force to mend his wounds. Moreover, what is truly astonishing is that the heart of the Jinmu bestows an effect of perpetual vigor. It allows one to maintain their physical form in a state of peak condition at all times, exuding boundless energy and vitality, a phenomenon unrivaled in the mortal realm. What a remarkable treasure! Jiang Yunhao's spirit soared with exhilaration. This unexpected delight was indeed perfectly suited to him. Simultaneously, coupled with the chaos Qinglian, Jiang Yunhao's three extraordinary manifestations illuminated the cosmos, shaking the very foundations of time. The onlookers within the city of Divine Fall were utterly bewildered. Never had they witnessed such an individual. Even the most seasoned elders, well-versed in the ways of the world, felt their hearts clench tightly. However, Jiang Chun's expression suddenly turned exceedingly peculiar. The young lad, possessing the heart of the Jinmu, was undoubtedly endowed with unparalleled stamina, growing ever more formidable in battle. Ha ha ha, fourth brother, this is a tremendous boon. With this ability, our Yunhao could potentially sire tens of thousands of offspring in a year. Nay, I've underestimated him. He could manage 100,000. After all, he would never tire. Jiang Shaodian also appeared, his eyes gleaming brightly. He seemed to envision countless descendants of Jiang Yunhao eagerly awaiting sustenance before him. After all, with Yunhao's extraordinary qualities, his progeny could hardly be lacking. It would be wise to leave behind ample lineage. Second brother, tread carefully with your words, cautioned the third ancestor, Jiang Yunqing, shooting Jiang Shaodian a disapproving glance. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yunhao nurtured the three realms, under the blessings of the heavenly Tao, all beings cultivating within a radius of 1,000,000 miles felt the effects. What is this? The practitioners within the city of Divine Fall were the first to react, witnessing a surge of rich spiritual energy erupting forth, cascading like a torrential downpour. Hiss! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. It was indeed a universal celebration. The density of the spiritual energy had transformed into a deluge. Practitioners shouted in excitement. Even some reclusive elders broke through their ceilings, appearing dazed in midair. When one attains enlightenment, all beings ascend. Such is the grandest manifestation of the blessings from the heavenly Tao. Bathed in this spiritual rain, all living beings reached a euphoric peak, brimming with joy. What a delight! Not only practitioners, but even the tender blades of grass lining the streets opened their embrace, reveling in the nourishing spiritual rain. To elicit such a celebration of the heavenly Tao's blessings, who could possibly compare? Who claims invincibility? Who dares to proclaim themselves undefeated? When faced with the Jiang family's prodigy, they are nothing but insignificant. Let alone the prodigies from the void domain. At this very moment, Numerous talents from the other 8 domains were profoundly awed by Jiang Yunhao's deeds. If previously they had merely come to witness the spectacle, now they regarded Jiang Yunhao with newfound respect and astonishment. Of course, there were those whose expressions darkened. The ancestor of the Daluo sword sect trembled uncontrollably. Having long ascended to the threshold of quasi-emperor status, he felt a flicker of trepidation deep within his heart towards Jiang Yunhao. The emperor was fearful of a mere youth. Such words, once uttered, would elicit disbelief from all. Yet, the revered ancestor of the great Luo sword sect could distinctly sense the trepidation and anxiety within his own heart. This was solely due to the extraordinary nature of Jiang Yunhao. How brief was his cultivation? What magnificent future awaited him? It was utterly inconceivable. How vexing, how infuriating. Should this young man be allowed to persist? Indeed, the ancestor of the great Luo sword sect contemplated personally erasing Jiang Yunhao's existence. However, the 3 ancestors of the Jiang family were present, and he dared not act. Unbeknownst to him, the reason the Jiang family permitted the great Luo sword sect to remain was, in a sense, to provide Jiang Yunhao with a formidable opponent for his trials. Ultimately, he was left to depart in indignation. Within the city of Divine Fall, Long Outyin from the Dragon Abyss furrowed his brow, gazing intently in Jiang Yunhao's direction. Once composed, he found his breath slightly disordered. This individual, possessing the 3 great realms of the cave heaven, was undeniably invincible among equals, yet fortunately, this prince stood a full realm above him, Long Outyin murmured. Meanwhile, one of Long Outyin's followers, a man shrouded in dark mist, fixated on Jiang Yunhao's figure, his gaze flickering with uncertainty, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Chapter 35, The Enchanting Beauty. A city so captivating in the realm of the 2nd level of the cave heaven, progressing through the 3rd level and reaching the 6th level. Boom. Having been graced by the blessings of the heavenly Tao and devouring a vast amount of essence through the swallowing heaven devil technique, Jiang Yunhao, with his formidable foundation, has ascended to the 6th level of the cave heaven. His strength has surged tremendously. Indeed, it is the method of slaughter that facilitates such rapid advancement. A familiar presence, Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred as he sensed a trace of a known aura. He quietly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan stood in utter bewilderment. How could Jiang Yunhao have triumphed? Liu Ruyan was rendered speechless, her expression frozen as she stared in the direction of Jiang Yunhao. Even the moment Jiang Yunhao opened his eyes, he caught sight of her, startling Liu Ruyan into a tremor, prompting her to instinctively flee. Oh, it turns out to be Liu Ruyan. This suggests that Chun Tianxi has some connection with this young woman. Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes slightly. He was almost certain now that Liu Ruyan's survival represented an immense opportunity for him. The warmth bestowed upon her had reached such lengths. She truly was a fine recipient of his fortunes. Unaware of Jiang Yunhao's contemplations, Liu Ruyan only felt the exhilaration of having survived a calamity. Indeed, onward and upward. Jiang Yunhao smiled faintly and withdrew his gaze. Subsequently, under the complex scrutiny filled with envy and apprehension from the onlookers, he departed with his family, the Jiang clan. Without a trace of longing, there was nothing here that warranted his concern. After all, the Luo sword sect had never been his ambition. What Jiang Yunhao most eagerly anticipated was the opportunities that awaited him upon the opening of the Tiang Divine Pass secret realm. Following this battle, Jiang Yunhao's reputation had transcended the confines of the Lingshu domain, resonating throughout the remaining 8 domains of the Eastern Wilderness. On the following night, Jiang Yunhao received a transmission jade slip from Jun Wuhui, inviting him to attend a gathering of the Eastern Wilderness's most prominent young talents. This was to be expected, as the Divine Fallen City was a congregation of prodigies from various domains, with the secret realm set to open within 2 to 3 days. It was only natural for these exceptional individuals to come together for discussion. Jiang Yunhao did not decline. Representing the Jiang family as their Imperial heir, he could not afford to miss such a grand event. Soon enough, he arrived at the venue of the soiree. The banquet was filled with handsome men and beautiful women. Yet, Jiang Yunhao's entrance immediately drew the attention of countless guests. Whether engaged in lively conversation or discreet exchanges in the shadows, all eyes turned toward Jiang Yunhao. After all, in recent times, no one's deeds had matched his remarkable achievements. With Jiang Yunhao in the spotlight, it was only natural for him to command admiration and intrigue. Especially those radiant and enchanting maidens, their eyes gleaming, approached Jiang Yunhao with eagerness. In an instant, a flurry of beauties encircled him, each more alluring than the last. Some, bolder than the rest, unabashedly showcased their charm, their ample softness playfully colliding with Jiang Yunhao's arm. Cousin. At that moment, two figures, one tall and one petite, arrived on the scene. The entrance of these two women rendered the multitude of captivating ladies instantly dim, causing them to shyly retreat, unwilling to compete for attention. The newcomers were none other than Zhang Naiwen and Zhang Tianyu from the Zhang family of Tianlan domain. Each woman possessed her unique allure. One was serene and ethereal, standing proudly independent, while the other was spirited and cunning, radiating youthful innocence. The juxtaposition of their distinctly different temperaments highlighted their exceptional beauty, making it difficult for onlookers to divert their gaze. "Oh, Miss Zhang, you have arrived." A young man, clad in resplendent attire and adorned with a crown, approached Zhang Tianyu, his eyes sparkling with delight. However, Zhang Tianyu paid him no heed, deftly sidestepping the young man who obstructed her path. The smile on his face immediately faltered. It had been quite some time since Zhang Tianyu had seen Jiang Yunhao, and in her eyes, he was the sole focus of her attention. The lively girl darted to Jiang Yunhao's side, naturally linking her arm with his. "Cousin, it has been ages since we last met. Though I am but a tender bud, I assure you, I possess a softness that is not lacking." Even the resolute Jiang Yunhao found himself momentarily entranced, turning to glance at Zhang Tianyu. Despite her current youthful appearance, her exquisite beauty was already beginning to manifest. In a few years, she would undoubtedly blossom into a breathtaking beauty. Was his childhood companion not 100 times more compelling than Liu Ruyan? Jiang Yunhao chuckled softly, shaking his head. Behind him, Jiang Lingxiao and others observed the warm interaction between the two, their lips curling into knowing smiles. "How dare you, women of the Zhang family, disregard our crown prince?" Suddenly, a voice shattered the flirtatious atmosphere. The crowd turned to investigate the source of the disturbance, with Jiang Yunhao casting a casual glance in that direction. He beheld several young men, dressed in luxurious garments, striding towards them with an imposing presence. Among them was the young man who had previously obstructed Zhang Tianyu, Guodakai of Lingxiao sect, the prince of Yaoqi's sacred land, Yaowudi, the young crown prince of Guanghan domain in this era. The identities of the young men became apparent, and the crowd understood. "Oh, what does the Yaoqi sacred land's prince intend?" Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes slightly. "Impudent. Guodakai. What do you mean by that?" Zhang Naiwen's delicate face turned frigid. Yet, Guodakai showed no sign of fear. "Ha, what could my intentions be? I merely find the Zhang family a bit too arrogant, daring to disregard the crown prince of Guanghan domain." At this moment, Yaowudi waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unfazed by any anger. "Enough," he said. The esteemed lady of the Zhang family simply failed to notice this prince. Boldly, he cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Tianyu and Zhang Ningguan, a flicker of desire momentarily flashing in his eyes. However, he resolutely vowed that he would make the Zhang family young lady understand that only he was her destined one. Boom. Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in uproar. It was clear to all that Yaowudi had taken a fancy to Zhang Tianyu. Was this to develop into a melodramatic contest for a woman's affections? The assembly was taken aback. How could a dignified prince from the Yaoqi Holy Land be one to think with his lower instincts? Zhang Tianyu was startled, tightening her grip around Jiang Yunhao's arm. At merely a few years past her teens, having spent years sequestered in the Zhang family, she had never encountered such an audacious display. The Zhang family members present cast furious glares at Yaowudi and his companions. "Impudent. Our esteemed lady is not someone you can humiliate. Apologize to her at once." Guodakai sneered in disdain. "Huh? A fallen clan with such audacity. Do not forget, the Zhang family has long since lost its former glory and is now in decline. The fact that our prince deigns to notice your lady is already a great favor. Do you comprehend? I would argue that Zhang Tianyu is unworthy of our princess attention. Should he take her as a concubine, she would merely be a plaything." Laughter, laced with lewdness, erupted among them. "Concubine?" The crowd gasped, utterly unprepared for such boldness from the group hailing from the Guanghan domain. Something was amiss. Jiang Yunhao felt a stir within him. Had the Zhang family fallen so low as to allow such insolence? As the prince of the Jiang family, he was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the major factions. Simultaneously, the young members of the Zhang family were incensed, their faces flushed with anger as they shouted, "Begone!" Even in decline, our Zhang family is not one you can insult. Guadakai laughed mockingly. "Oh, is that rage I detect?" Yao Wudi then turned his gaze toward Zhang Tianyu. "Do not worry, Miss Tianyu. Serve this prince well, and I may assist your Zhang family in overcoming its tribulations in the future. After all, noble women are often commodities for mutual benefit. Becoming this prince's concubine would indeed be a fortuitous opportunity for you." A glint of lasciviousness flickered in Yao Wudi's eyes. Just then, a soft chuckle interrupted his display. It was Jiang Yunhao. Yao Wudi raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, it is Jiang Yunhao. This matter concerns the Yaoqi Holy Land and the Zhang family, and it has little to do with you," Yao Wudi stated nonchalantly. Guadakai interjected quietly, "But, my prince, there is some relevance, as the Jiang and Zhang families have a long-standing bond of marriage. Should you wed Zhang Tianyu, and even take Zhang Ningguan into your harem, you would become Jiang Yunhao's uncle-in-law." "Oh, I see now. I nearly forgot." Yao Wudi feigned surprise. "So, Jiang Yunhao, it appears I am your uncle-in-law." A burst of laughter ensued among them. Surprisingly, Jiang Yunhao's expression remained exceedingly calm throughout. "Have you completed your performance?" Chapter 36. Shall I wait until I enter to kill you? Is there even a need to wait? After the performance, Jiang Yunhao observed Yao Wudi and his companions with great interest. This remark elicited a flicker of intrigue in Yao Wudi's eyes. "Cousin, ignore them. These individuals are no good." Zhang Tianyu urgently tugged at Jiang Yunhao's sleeve. She was genuinely concerned for his safety. Although she was aware of Jiang Yunhao's formidable strength, she had arrived too late to witness the astonishing spectacle of his three-dimensional realm. As for Yao Wudi, he was a well-known figure in the Guanghan domain. Having contended for the title of the era champion on multiple occasions, he was a 10-time champion with an unfathomable power. "Cousin, let us depart." Zhang Tianyu pressed her lips together. "Want to leave? Not a chance." Guda scoffed. "Oh, I see. You must have already been involved with the Jiang family's prince. Haven't you? My, at such a young age, playing so recklessly. You appear so pure on the surface. Could it be that you have already been tainted by the Jiang family's son? And you haven't even married into the Jiang family yet, so eager to engage." Laughter erupted among them. "You are talking nonsense." Faced with such humiliation, Zhang Tianyu's body tensed, tears of shame welling in her eyes. Yet she resolved to endure it. "Cousin, let us hurry away." She placed her faith in Jiang Yunhao, believing that given time, he would restore their honor. "Foolish girl, where do you think you're going?" Jiang Yunhao suddenly reached out to ruffle her hair. This affectionate gesture momentarily startled Zhang Tianyu, causing her to gaze up at him. Her eyes, sparkling with surprise, mingled with remnants of the earlier humiliation. She appeared both pitiful and resolute. Her childhood companion was indeed remarkable, at least in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. This young girl had always stood steadfastly by his side. Under Zhang Tianyu's anxious gaze, Jiang Yunhao stepped forth, his gaze locking onto Yao Wudi and his associates. "Is the performance over?" Jiang Yunhao yawned in disinterest. Yao Wudi narrowed his eyes. "Jiang Yunhao, have you lost your mind? Do you hear what you're saying? What performance has this prince put on?" Jiang Yunhao frowned slightly, his impatience evident. "Oh, have I misjudged? You all merely wish to disrupt the relationship between the Jiang and Zhang families. If I am not mistaken, it is that group of old geezers behind you who have secretly sent you messages, fearing that my Jiang family might grow too powerful and upset the balance of the Eastern Wilderness 9 domains. After all, a prince of the Yaoqi Holy Land would never stoop to such foolish games with me." Jiang Yunhao, with a bored shrug, he dismissed their antics. How could a perceptive mind like his fail to see through their scheme? On the surface, it appeared they were deliberately trying to provoke the Zhang family. However, in reality, the intentions were directed towards the Jiang family. Jiang Yunhao knew without contemplation that as his extraordinary talents became increasingly evident, various formidable factions would grow ever more apprehensive of the Jiang family. After all, the youth symbolizes the future of a prominent clan. Yet, on the surface, due to the unfathomable depth of the Jiang family, no forces dared to act openly against them. The swift decline of the Deluo sword sect serves as a prime example. However, covert sabotage was rampant. Enough with the charade. This is utterly tedious. Jiang Yunhao disdainfully waved his hand. Although the Jiang family had fallen from grace, it still possessed substantial heritage, far exceeding that of first-rate powers. Those old-timers behind you simply do not wish to witness a renewed alliance between the Jiang and Zhang families. Yet today, this imperial scion can unequivocally declare, I, Jiang Yunhao, shall protect my maternal clan, the Zhang family. Upon utterance of these words, the venue erupted in astonishment. Jiang Yunhao's stance was synonymous with that of the Jiang family. Everyone suddenly comprehended. It was indeed the Jiang family that the Guanghan domain had targeted. Reflecting on this, it made sense. With Jiang Yunhao's meteoric rise, the Jiang family's prominence overshadowed the remaining 8 domains. Among the 9 domains of the Eastern Wasteland, the brutal competition among major factions for profit was far more ruthless and insidious than that within a singular domain. Naturally, the top powers in the other 8 domains did not wish to see a merger between the Jiang and Zhang families, leading to a monopolistic situation. No wonder. I had my suspicions. Even Yao Wudi, despite his foolishness, could not be so dim-witted. Still, he truly is a fool. Does he underestimate the imperial scion of the Jiang family? Such despicable tactics cannot possibly go unnoticed. He truly is the imperial scion of the Jiang family. A troupe of buffoons continues to perform before the imperial scion. It is utterly comical. Whispers circulated among the crowd, and their gazes towards Yao Wudi transformed. Yao Wudi's cheeks twitched violently. Truth be told, Jiang Yunhao was not mistaken. As a dignified imperial scion of the Holy Land, how could he lack intelligence? Yet Jiang Yunhao had far exceeded Yao Wudi's expectations. What sort of monster is this fellow? He is scarcely in his teens, yet possesses such profound thoughts? A deep-seated wariness and malice flickered in Yao Wudi's eyes. The imperial scion of the Jiang family indeed lives up to his reputation. Yao Wudi chuckled coldly, a surge of murderous intent welling within. The existence of Jiang Yunhao posed an immense challenge to him. Moreover, even if you, Jiang Yunhao, have discerned the truth, is it necessary to voice it publicly? This is tantamount to tearing the facade with me, Yao Wudi. You wretched creature. At this juncture, Yao Wudi had embarrassingly lost face before all. His resentment towards Jiang Yunhao intensified. In truth, he harbored a fondness for Zhang Tianyu and Zhang Ningguan. After all, who would not appreciate captivating beauties? Those who claim otherwise are merely deceiving themselves. He already felt a twinge of jealousy towards Jiang Yunhao, and now, with Jiang Yunhao publicly exposing his plans, his disdain for Jiang Yunhao deepened, wishing him dead. I hope you remain so composed when you enter the secret realm. Yao Wudi's expression was one of indifference. Guoda and the others hastily chimed in, asserting that all schemes and plots were merely trifles. Everything must ultimately be determined by strength. Jiang Yunhao, although you are unparalleled in the realm of cave heavens, the situation is different in the realm of severing fate. Prepare for death. The moment we step into the secret realm, we shall be the first to strike you down. Their bravado was merely a fade, as they sought to regain a semblance of dignity. Just as they were about to depart, Jiang Yunhao swiftly intercepted them. Depart? What a jest! Did they truly believe him to be a person of meek temperament? Were these individuals lacking in intellect? They intended to wait until they entered the secret realm to eliminate him. TSK, a toad yawning. Their bravado was indeed audacious. There was no need to wait until entering the secret realm. That would be too cumbersome. You have insulted Tianyu with a single word, and for that, I shall grant you a swift strike in return. Chapter 37. My lady, I shall protect you. Those who insult shall meet their doom. Regarding Zhang Tianyu, Jiang Yunhao harbored a certain fondness. The Zhang family had treated him exceptionally well. Recently, in his endeavors, it was Zhang Ningguan and Zhang Tianyu who had unhesitatingly offered their support, discreetly assisting him, whether out of personal sentiment or the karma of their kindness. He could not stand idly by while Zhang Tianyu faced humiliation. Moreover, this incident ultimately targeted his own Jiang family. As soon as he spoke, Jiang Yunhao's figure flickered like a specter, materializing before one individual, delivering a merciless kick. With a resounding thud, the man had no time to react before Jiang Yunhao's strike obliterated him into a cloud of crimson mist. It was utterly terrifying. Jiang Yunhao's physique was already extraordinary, boasting a staggering strength of 72 million pounds. Now, having nurtured a realm of his own with the essence of weak water, the power behind his kick surged exponentially. To dispatch a young prodigy who had cultivated for centuries with a single kick was alarmingly effortless. Yu, Guo Dakai, and Yao Wudi, along with the others, finally regained their senses, their expressions shifting dramatically. You seek death. How dare you strike first? Witnessing one of their own being slain, Yao Wudi could no longer suppress his murderous intent, his voice laced with fury. And you, who uttered a word of insult toward Tianyu, shall receive a fatal blow. Yet, Jiang Yunhao paid him no heed. With a casual swipe of his hand, another life was extinguished in an instant. And this was merely the beginning. Jiang Yunhao's gaze settled upon Guo Dakai, his demeanor icy. Previously, you had much to say. I scarcely recall the specifics, but it matters not. Prepare to meet your end. As his words fell, Jiang Yunhao had already closed the distance to Guo Dakai. The latter's pupils dilated in terror as he stammered, "You cannot kill me. I am Guo from the Lingxiao sect of the Guanghan domain." Before he could finish, Jiang Yunhao struck with a powerful kick. The force was so immense that Guo Dakai's body visibly crumpled in two. This was a testament to the sheer might of Jiang Yunhao's blow. Guo Dakai's physique crumbled before him like rotten wood, disintegrating upon contact. In the moment before death, Guo Dakai's face was etched with profound fear. Unable to comprehend why Jiang Yunhao dared to slay him in public. It was well known that the Jiang family had numerous enemies. To many, the Jiang family was sworn adversaries with the Daluo sword sect, and the true dragon clan of Longyuan bore a deep-seated grudge against them. Though Jiang Yunhao appeared to bask in glory as the scion of the Jiang family, he could not afford to act recklessly, could he? Surely, wise individuals had begun to conceal their brilliance and adopt a more discreet approach. Yet, Jiang Yunhao remained resolute in his defiance, a relentless force of nature. This man was nothing short of a harbinger of doom. In the fleeting moments that followed, only the solitary figure of Yao Wudi remained standing. His countenance shifted dramatically, awash with disbelief at Jiang Yunhao's terrifying prowess. It is noteworthy that Yao Wudi's subordinates were all exceptional individuals, each a paragon among millions. Although they could not rival the scions of noble clans, they were nonetheless illustrious figures in their own right. Yet, they had been effortlessly vanquished, akin to mere foul, by Jiang Yunhao's might. Have you grown stronger? Yao Wudi gasped, suddenly awakening to the shocking reality. He was well aware of Jiang Yunhao's formidable strength, having personally witnessed Jiang Yunhao's annihilation of Chun Tianzi from the Daluo sword sect. Nevertheless, Yao Wudi believed himself to be only slightly inferior to Jiang Yunhao. After all, he was the 10-crowned king, far beyond the likes of Chun Tianzi. The astonishment that gripped Yao Wudi stemmed from the realization that Jiang Yunhao had, in such a brief span, become even more powerful. How had this man achieved such rapid advancement? Very well, he conceded, initially. I intended to slay you once we entered the secret realm, where not even your Jiang family's ancestors could save you. However, given your eagerness to court death, I find it difficult to contain myself. After a brief silence, a fierce glint ignited in Yao Wudi's eyes, and his smile twisted into a sinister grin. You insolent wretch. Prepare to meet your demise, he bellowed. With his words, Yao Wudi swiftly retreated, his form vanishing from the grand hall in an instant. He then summoned his celestial phenomenon, a spectral white tiger. With a thunderous roar, the tiger's ferocity reverberated across the heavens, its murderous intent permeating the air, manifesting in a sanguine hue. Yet, in the very next moment, Jiang Yunhao was upon him. Previously, you insulted Tianyu thrice. Thus, I shall dispatch you in 3 moves. Jiang Yunhao offered no opportunity for Yao Wudi to retaliate, delivering a fierce kick. Boom. Infused with chaotic energy and the weight of the water of weakness. That kick landed squarely on Yao Wudi's chest. Ha ha ha. Do you take me for a fool? I am fully aware of your formidable physique. Had I not brought protective artifacts, would I dare to overshadow you, Jiang Yunhao? Yao Wudi laughed maniacally, his body shimmering as a resplendent golden armor materialized around him, an artifact of the highest grade, just shy of quasi-emperor level. For beings who had not yet ascended to quasi-emperor status, such artifacts could unleash even greater power, as they did not carry the limitations inherent to quasi-emperor weaponry. However, the triumphant expression on Yao Wudi's face barely lasted a heartbeat. In an instant, Jiang Yunhao's kick struck the golden armor. Boom! The golden radiance erupted, resembling a magnificent firework blooming in the sky. Enveloped in the golden light, Yao Wudi's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his gaze wide with disbelief. He was propelled like a cannonball, crashing forcefully into the ground of the outer plaza. "Ow!" Yao Wudi emitted a chilling shriek, his mind buzzing, blood oozing from his orifices, clearly suffering from grave internal injuries. Even an extraordinary divine artifact could scarcely withstand the assault of Jiang Yunhao. The disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land stood agape, frozen in astonishment. Zhang Tianyu covered her delicate mouth with her hand, barely suppressing a gasp of horror. Meanwhile, the lord of Shenyun City, Jun Wuhui, who had been discreetly observing the banquet, silently appeared in the grand hall, his gaze captivated by Jiang Yunhao's silhouette. This elder had understood from the outset that, given Jiang Yunhao's temperament, he would inevitably strike. Yet, even Jun Wuhui, a quasi-emperor, could not have anticipated that Jiang Yunhao's strength had undergone such a transformation in just a few days. This formidable blow, delivered with immense force, could likely gravely injure even a divine realm expert caught off guard. What an astonishing physique! Everyone was horrified as they beheld the young man standing in the void, clad in white as pure as snow, exuding an air of serene indifference, struggling to regain their composure. Jiang Yunhao merely extended his index finger. 1. It signified a single strike. Previously, Jiang Yunhao had declared that Yao Wudi had insulted Zhang Tianyu with 3 remarks. Thus, he would enact 3 moves to eliminate Yao Wudi, no more, no less. 2. Jiang Yunhao pointed, unleashing a surge of chaotic sword energy that precisely struck Yao Wudi. Boom. Even clad in an extraordinary divine artifact, Yao Wudi was violently shaken, his internal organs reduced to a pulp, and he spat out blood mixed with shattered visceral fragments. Fear gripped him. For the first time in his life, Yao Wudi acutely sensed how perilously close he was to death. 3. Jiang Yunhao extended 3 fingers. His voice, akin to a whisper of nightmares, pierced Yao Wudi's ears, shattering any semblance of his earlier composure. His mental state crumbled entirely as he gazed at Jiang Yunhao in terror. You dare to kill me? My father is the headmaster of the Yaoqi sacred land. My elder brother, Yao Tianchu, possesses the rare and formidable bloodline of the celestial tyrant. You must think this through. Chapter 38. The heart of my aunt in turmoil, the awakening of the Jiang bloodline. Yao Wudi was genuinely alarmed, even invoking the name of his elder brother. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that, at the very moment his words fell, Jiang Yunhao acutely sensed a surge within his bloodline, as if it had been stimulated, hinting at a potential transformation. The bloodline of the Jiang family. Indeed, as a descendant of the Imperial Jiang clan, Jiang family members possessed a unique bloodline. Yet, it was rare for any clan member to awaken it. Jiang Yunhao had come across vague records in the clan's ancient texts, which were cryptic at best. Was it due to the celestial dominance body? Jiang Yunhao was somewhat taken aback. He astutely realized that it was precisely Yao Wudi's words that had stirred his bloodline, as if a fateful connection was being unveiled, intertwining their destinies. Ding. Due to the host contact with the information regarding the celestial dominance body, congratulations to the host for obtaining a new sign-in location. Location, Yaoqi Sacred Land. Important figure, Yao Tianchu. Even the system has provided a hint. Jiang Yunhao blinked. His luck seemed extraordinary, simply by confronting someone. He had acquired vital information about a sign-in location. Now, Jiang Yunhao could assert with absolute certainty that his Jiang bloodline was indeed intertwined with the celestial dominance body. Splendid. Jiang Yunhao found himself subtly anticipating the day he would encounter Yao Tianchu. Observing this, Yao Wudi was momentarily taken aback. He could not comprehend why Jiang Yunhao suddenly appeared so joyful. Well, I hope that Yao Tianchu will come. This imperial prince is eager to meet him. A smile curled at the corners of Jiang Yunhao's lips. Madman, how audacious. Yao Wudi finally regained his senses, gazing at Jiang Yunhao's expectant demeanor. He felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. I am clearly threatening Jiang Yunhao, yet he appears to be looking forward to it? Yao Wudi felt as though he was being openly disdained by Jiang Yunhao. You shall die. Yao Wudi's expression twisted in rage. But before he could finish his words, Jiang Yunhao delivered a swift kick. Thud. This kick struck at the very part of Yao Wudi that a man holds most dear. Instantly, Yao Wudi's complexion changed dramatically, his aura dwindling, the arrogance and ferocity in his eyes replaced by sheer terror and despair. Ha ha ha. He gasped heavily, his chest heaving violently. After a few labored breaths, Yao Wudi's gaze gradually dimmed, filled with intense reluctance, as his breath ceased entirely. The contemporary imperial prince of Yaoqi's sacred land, Yao Wudi, was dead. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The onlookers exchanged glances between Yao Wudi's lifeless body and the immaculate Jiang Yunhao, who appeared untouched by even a speck of dust. For a moment, everyone was rendered speechless, bewildered by the scene before them. No one anticipated that Jiang Yunhao would truly kill without hesitation. The most terrifying aspect was that when Jiang Yunhao declared he would slay Yao Wudi in 3 moves, he meant precisely that. No more, no less. His control was impeccable. Among the crowd, Zhang Tianyu stared at Jiang Yunhao in a daze, her heart trembling as if a fawn were recklessly bounding within her. Her gaze was hazy, and she instinctively murmured, "Cousin Yunhao." Zhang Ningguan was also taken aback, her eyes sparkling with a myriad of emotions. A blush crept across her stunning visage. For reasons unknown, she suddenly felt a pang of envy towards Zhang Tianyu. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxiao and several other members of the Jiang family who accompanied Jiang Yunhao to the banquet were exhilarated, sharing in the glory. Just then, 3 elderly men clad in white appeared, their sleeves adorned with golden threads depicting celestial bodies and landscapes, evidently high-ranking beings from the Yaoqi sacred land. These 3 were the protectors of Yao Wudi. Their expressions were dark and unpredictable. "Jiang family's young master, please return the body of our sacred land's young master." Yet, they were not foolish and refrained from attacking Jiang Yunhao. Even though they were formidable beings in the divine realm, the presence of someone like Jiang Yunhao could very well attract the attention of a certain quasi-emperor ancestor from the Jiang family. Thus, they dared not make a move. Return the body? This young master's spoils of war. What right do you have to demand them back? Jiang Yunhao cast a glance at the 3 men before promptly seizing the storage bag from Yao Wudi's waist. A storage bag belonging to a young master contained resources that could rival the accumulation of a small sect over several hundred years. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao was in dire need of cultivation resources, and this acquisition was most agreeable to him. Furthermore, it was not merely that. Jiang Yunhao immediately activated the swallowing heaven demon technique, refining Yao Wudi's supreme artifact, along with his body and soul. He was resolute in his principle of frugality, leaving no waste. The 3 protectors were left speechless. Damn it, this Jiang family kid shows no mercy whatsoever. Jiang Yunhao seemed to read their thoughts, his demeanor indifferent, his gaze profound, as he spoke softly. "You 3, who have lived for thousands of years, should understand that one's reputation is not given by others, but earned through one's own actions." The expressions of the 3 men turned ashen. The Jiang family's temperament was well known to the Yaoqi sacred land. However, "You Jiang family's young master has killed our sacred land's young master. This enmity shall not be forgotten. The Jiang family is vast and prosperous, but surely they must offer an explanation to the Yaoqi sacred land?" The elder surmised that there were likely powerful figures from the Jiang family protecting Jiang Yunhao, and his words were directed both at Jiang Yunhao and at that unseen protector. His tone was grim and chilling. Clearly, the Yaoqi sacred land harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Yunhao. After all, the significance of a young master is unparalleled. The public execution of the sacred land's young master by the Jiang family's young master was a monumental disgrace for the Yaoqi sacred land. "Do not pretend to be an innocent party," Jiang Yunhao remarked, his impatience evident as he waved his hand dismissively. "The transgression of attempting to disrupt the relationship between the Jiang and Zhang families has not yet been settled by my Jiang family. As for the thoughts of your Yaoqi sacred land, I can hardly be bothered to speculate or concern myself with them. However, to the young scions of your lineage, should any of you harbor dissent, feel free to challenge me directly." At this juncture, Jiang Yunhao's gaze turned icy, sweeping indifferently across the assembly, exuding an air of dominance. "I, Jiang Yunhao, welcome all challengers. Should one dare to approach, they shall meet their doom." Upon hearing these words, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Such a fierce intent to kill, so brazen and tyrannical. Yet, is this not also a manifestation of an indomitable spirit? For the young prodigies, such a mentality is of utmost significance. Throughout history, every great emperor has embodied this essence. Only with such an invincible mindset can one tread the path of emperors, contend with the heavens, and attain the title of sovereign. The three elders of the Yaoqi sacred land were evidently taken aback by Jiang Yunhao's proclamation. They found themselves unable to comprehend the audacity of the Jiang family. While the Jiang family is indeed formidable, with unfathomable depth, the Yaoqi sacred land also stands as a dominion in its own right. How dare you, Jiang family, provoke numerous sovereign lineages? On what grounds? What breeds such confidence? Does your Jiang family truly stand apart? Though the three elders seethed with indignation, they refrained from showing it. They were acutely aware that Jiang Yunhao likely had the watchful gaze of the Jiang family's ancestors behind him. Subsequently, the trio, along with their disciples, retreated in a state of disarray, their earlier bravado now replaced with embarrassment. Jiang Yunhao made no effort to impede their departure. Instead, he crossed his arms, watching their retreating figures with keen interest. Hurry back and summon Yao Tianchu from his seclusion. I eagerly anticipate our encounter. Upon hearing this, the three elders clenched their fists in silent frustration, hastening their departure. Chapter 39. Righteousness and Reward. As the individuals from the Yaoqi sacred land departed in a dejected manner, those present gradually regained their composure. Their gazes toward Jiang Yunhao transformed significantly. Particularly, the goddesses and holy maidens from various regions gazed at him with their hands cradling soft plush balls, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Who among the women in the world could resist the allure of a partner who exudes an abundance of security? The noble young lady of the Zhang family was indeed fortunate, eliciting envy from many. The young women could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy when they beheld Zhang Tianyu beside Jiang Yunhao. Dear cousin, are you all right? Zhang Tianyu approached Jiang Yunhao, embracing his arm, her large eyes shimmering as she gazed up at him. She had heard every word he had spoken earlier. Although the Yaoqi sacred land primarily targeted the Jiang family, the derogatory remarks were undeniably an affront to her dignity. Jiang Yunhao's intervention was a protective gesture towards her, stirring her heart and causing her emotions to waver. At that moment, the gaze she directed at Jiang Yunhao was filled with myriad ripples of affection. The young members of the Zhang family present held him in deep respect. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the Jiang family members was harmonious and devoid of any heaviness. Observers were taken aback by this scene, recognizing from these subtle details the immense confidence the younger generation of the Jiang family placed in Jiang Yunhao. Not a soul dared to question his act of slaying Yao Wudi. The Jiang family stood unafraid of the Yaoqi sacred land's threats, with the youth of the Jiang family wholeheartedly supporting Jiang Yunhao. Many astute individuals quickly discerned the deeper implications of this situation. It is essential to understand that prominent families are not to be underestimated. Their numbers reach into the hundreds of thousands, with complex interests at play. Few can truly win the hearts of their kin, especially among their contemporaries. Yet, Jiang Yunhao accomplished this feat. The current generation of the Jiang family stood united, a formidable force not to be trifled with. Numerous prodigies clandestinely resolved that during this expedition into the secret realm, they would not oppose Jiang Yunhao. At the very least, they would refrain from provoking him. While the crowd's thoughts diverged in various directions, a group hurriedly entered the grand hall. Ningguan, Tianyu, are you both unharmed? The leading man, adorned in resplendent attire, exuded an air of nobility. Upon spotting Zhang Tianyu and her companion, he approached them with evident concern. Zhang Ningguan's brow momentarily furrowed before she reverted to her usual demeanor, responding calmly, "We are fine." The newcomer was none other than the current scion of the Zhang family, Zhang Jingxian. "Ah, it is my fault for being late. With the secret realm's opening imminent, I became engrossed in my cultivation," he lamented, a look of apprehension crossing his face. "I only heard about the commotion caused by the Yaoqi sacred land on my way here, which spurred my rushed arrival. I sincerely apologize. It is all well now. However, I appreciate your concern, Brother Jingxian." As Zhang Tianyu spoke, her gaze remained as calm as a serene lake, revealing no trace of reliance on the scion of the Zhang family, Zhang Jingxian. It was evident that despite her youth, Zhang Tianyu, born into a prominent family, possessed a keen intellect and perceptive insight, effortlessly discerning Zhang Jingshuan's facade. While her kin had suffered indignities, he had been conspicuously absent, only now choosing to emerge. Clearly a deliberate act. Zhang Tianyu felt a twinge of melancholy, reflecting on how both her cousin Yunhao and Zhang Jingxian held the esteemed title of son of the emperor. Their statuses were equally noble and significant, Yet why was there such a disparity between them? With a wry smile, she reassured herself that all was well. Let us return. The son of the emperor has already instructed that small gifts be prepared for you both to ease your distress. Zhang Jingxian discreetly glanced at Jiang Yunhao before turning his full attention back to Zhang Tianyu, wearing a bright smile. However, Zhang Tianyu shook her head, saying, I appreciate the kind intentions of the son of the emperor, but I wish to spend more time with my cousin. As she spoke, she turned to Jiang Yunhao, her face lighting up with an innocent and affectionate smile. Zhang Jingshuan's heart fluttered, momentarily lost in a daze. This captivating smile was enchanting, pure, and unblemished. Yet it was not directed at him. A seething jealousy ignited within him. Few were aware that Zhang Jingxian had coveted the two young women for many years. On one hand, their beauty was irresistible. On the other, their connection to the Zhang family was crucial for solidifying his position as its leader. Thus, witnessing their closeness with Jiang Yunhao was intolerable. Jiang Yunhao, too, noted Zhang Jingshuan's presence. This fellow had been reluctant to show himself during Yao Wudi's turmoil, only to emerge now, eager to ingratiate himself after the crisis had passed. Clearly, the Zhang family had fallen from grace. Otherwise, how could such a coward be deemed the leader of the contemporary Zhang youth and secure the title of son of the emperor? Tianyu Ningguan. Suddenly, Zhang Jingxian directed his gaze towards the two women. How can you not discern friend from foe? He suddenly fixated on Jiang Yunhao, narrowing his eyes. This Jiang family scion harbors no good intentions. He has killed Yao Wudi and has thus embroiled himself with the Yaoqi sacred land. While he may bask in glory now, has he considered the consequences? The Jiang family might not fear the Yaoqi sacred land, but our Zhang family situation is already precarious. Provoking the Yaoqi would only exacerbate our woes. At this, the expressions of the two women shifted. Son of the emperor, such words are unjust. Yunhao has aided us. Zhang Ningguan protested, her brow furrowed and tone discontented. No. Zhang Jingxian interjected hastily. Do not be deceived by him. Is he truly helping you? He is merely scheming for the benefit of his own Jiang family, and he intends to inflict great harm upon ours. With his cold-blooded and ruthless tactics, having slain the prince of the Yaoqi, the Zhang family is bound to fall into an irretrievable abyss when the Yaoqi sacred land comes to collect its reckoning. Zhang Jingxian declared, suddenly adopting a stance of righteous indignation, proclaiming, No, my family cannot be entangled with that Jiang Yunhao. Henceforth, I shall personally go to the Yaoqi sacred land to atone for our sins. Even if it means enduring humiliation or sacrificing my life, I, the prince, shall not hesitate. His words resonated with conviction and fervor. Just then, a round of applause interrupted his impassioned performance. Well performed, splendid work, here is your reward. Jiang Yunhao gently clapped his hands. It appears we have another grand performer among us. I merely came to attend a banquet, yet I find myself amidst a series of unexpected twists and captivating dramas. However, these words fell upon Zhang Jingshuan's ears like a sharp dagger. Was this truly a compliment? Zhang Jingshuan's expression soured, glaring fiercely at Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao, matters concerning my family are not for you to judge. I advise you to mind your own affairs. Chapter 40. The Imperial Daughter, just because of you Zhang Jingxian. Enough? Previously, in the sacred land of Yaoqi, you were humiliated by Tianyu. And not only did you fail to defend your own kin, but you also sought to ingratiate yourself with those who bully your family. What right do you have to speak of Yunhao? Zhang Ningguan's words captured everyone's attention. In that instant, all eyes converged on Zhang Jingxian. Zhang Ningguan was merciless, publicly exposing his excuses. Claiming to have arrived late was merely a pretext. He was clearly avoiding confrontation. Zhang Jingshuan's expression shifted slightly, astonished that even Zhang Ningguan had sided with Jiang Yunhao. Why? Why is it that both of these stunning beauties have their hearts set on Jiang Yunhao? They ought to belong to me. The corners of Zhang Jingshuan's eyes twitched violently, his heart aflame with jealousy towards Jiang Yunhao, causing him to feel restless and awkward. Jiang Yunhao merely cast a casual glance at Zhang Jingxian. Enough, do not leap forth to showcase your prowess, no matter how you slice it. The Zhang family is the dominant lineage of Tianlan realm. Why debase yourself by groveling before the sacred land of Yaoqi? If you, the imperial son, could muster a bit more fortitude, you would not have sunk to the depths of being bullied. They lack understanding of the Zhang family's true strength. How could they dare to initiate a conflict? The more you assert your dominance, the more they will hesitate, for after all, your family has ruled Tianlan realm for thousands of years. Its foundation is far from weak. Not to mention, within Tianlan realm, there are many factions aligned with the Jiang family. If you could unite them, bolstered by the strength of a realm, what fear would you have of the sacred land of Yaoqi? Zhang Jingxian's pupils contracted suddenly. Fixating on Jiang Yunhao, rendered speechless for a long time. He abruptly realized that Jiang Yunhao's words contained a semblance of truth. Zhang Tianyu's eyes flickered with surprise as she glanced at Jiang Yunhao with delight. Jiang Yunhao merely regarded Zhang Jingxian with indifference. It is only because the Zhang family is my mother's clan that I have deigned to speak with you at all. Otherwise, you would not even be worthy of my attention. Compared to the late Yao Wudi, you pale in comparison. Jiang Yunhao dismissively waved his hand, preparing to depart with his companions. Were it not for the fact that the Zhang family is my mother's maternal family, I would have little interest in engaging with you, Zhang Jingxian. Yu, upon hearing this, Zhang Jingshuan's body stiffened. As the illustrious son of the Zhang family, he had never been subjected to such humiliation. You are arrogant. Zhang Jingxian seethed with embarrassment, his chest heaving with anger. How dare you? Do you think I am afraid to kill you? The moment those words left his mouth, even Zhang Jingxian himself was taken aback. Oh, he did not dare. Regaining his composure, Zhang Jingshuan's expression shifted slightly, instinctively retreating a few steps, eyeing Jiang Yunhao warily. The expressions of those present were peculiar as they observed the two. At that moment, several figures appeared at the entrance of the grand hall. The elders of the Zhang family, hidden in the shadows, had made their appearance. Sixth Master. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Jingshuan's expression brightened with joy, and he hurriedly approached. Sixth Master, you must teach this arrogant young one a lesson. The scion of the Jiang family has truly become lawless, daring to meddle in our Zhang family's affairs. Zhang Jingxian felt a sense of relief, as though he had found a steadfast ally. However, in the next moment, a resounding slap echoed as Zhang Lujun struck Zhang Jingxian across the face. Zhang Jingshuan's cheek throbbed painfully, leaving him stunned. No, Sixth Master, why are you hitting me? Zhang Liujuan's vision darkened with disappointment. Have you not heard what the Jiang scion said? As the heir of the Zhang family, you cannot even protect your own kin. Do you still think you deserve the title of heir? Hearing this, Zhang Jingxian was taken aback and hurriedly explained, Sixth Master, I am doing this for the good of our Zhang family. Silence. Zhang Lujun swiftly shoved Zhang Jingxian aside, berating him. Enough of this embarrassment. Do you think I am so easily deceived by your feigned intentions? Take him away. He need not participate in this expedition to the secret realm. Confine him within the clan to reflect on his actions. Zhang Jingxian was utterly bewildered. Soon after, several young members of the Zhang family stepped forward to escort the incredulous Zhang Jingxian away. After this incident, Zhang Lujun approached Jiang Yunhao and respectfully cupped his fists in greeting. Thank you, noble scion, for standing up for our esteemed Zhang lady. This favor will be etched in our hearts. Jiang Yunhao returned the gesture. You are too courteous, esteemed elder. Moreover, the sacred Yao Pond was indeed intended for my Jiang family. Zhang Lujun chuckled. Noble scion, you are being too modest. Your mother hails from the Zhang family. The Jiang and Zhang families are branches of the same tree, with no distinction between them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. This Zhang Lujun was not to be underestimated. By publicly declaring such sentiments, he effectively proclaimed the strong bond between the Zhang and Jiang families. Beneficial for the Zhang family. Without a doubt. Would you be interested in becoming the heir of the Zhang family? Zhang Lujun smiled as he turned his gaze towards Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu was momentarily stunned, pointing at herself in disbelief. This declaration caused an uproar in the crowd. The heirship of Zhang Jingxian was now in jeopardy. Many were left astonished. Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes. Was the Zhang family preparing to replace their heir? Did they perceive the closeness between Tianyu and me? Jiang Yunhao's mind was as clear as glass. However, he chose not to expose this, merely smiling as he departed with his family. Many astute individuals in attendance soon realized the implications, watching Jiang Yunhao's retreating figure in shock. They understood perfectly. The Zhang family was publicly replacing their heir to demonstrate their sincerity towards an everlasting harmony with the Jiang family, and this shift was entirely influenced by Jiang Yunhao's presence. Indeed, judging by the potential he currently exhibits, he is nothing short of extraordinary. leaving an indelible mark on history that inspires awe. This remarkable prodigy, bolstered by the unwavering support of the Jiang family, possesses unparalleled talent and an invincible background. The world can scarcely fathom the magnitude of Jiang Yunhao's future. For many, establishing a fortuitous connection with him would indeed be a stroke of immense fortune. In the following days, a tempest of excitement swept through the city of Divine Fall, as Jiang Yunhao's reputation soared once more, echoing far and wide. Lo and behold, the Jiang family's son is truly impressive, compelling the Jiang family to replace their heir because of him. Such prodigious talent is destined for greatness. It is only natural that the Jiang family seeks to align themselves with him. I heard that this young master once pursued a maiden named Liu Ruyan for many years. She must be regretting her choices now, for if I were in her position, I would have long since succumbed to despair in the restroom. Conversations buzzed throughout the streets and alleys. Then one day, beyond the celestial gate, an atmosphere of ethereal energy surged forth, manifesting a breathtaking array of colors and luminous treasures. Within the confines of the Jiang family residence, Jiang Yunhao, deep in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes, brimming with joy. The secret realm of the celestial gate has been unveiled. It is essential to note that Jiang Yunhao has long harbored a keen desire for this hidden domain, while others must venture in search of opportunities. He eagerly anticipates the rewards that await him upon entering the secret realm. Simultaneously, in the Guanghan domain, at the sacred Yao Pool, a regal woman clad in resplendent white attire sat upon a pristine throne, her expression dark as thunder, her slender fingers gripping the armrest with ferocity. Sinking deeply into the throne, she was none other than the biological mother of Yao Wudi. Upon witnessing the shattering of a life token, a murderous rage ignited in her gaze. It is inconceivable, absolutely unfathomable. How could my son, Yao Wudi, be dead? Who dares to take his life? With his extraordinary talent and unparalleled prowess, who could possibly be his match? Damn it, who? Who is it? I demand the death of the one who has slain my son. Chapter 41. The Gathering of the 9 Domain Sovereigns, Plundering the Fortunes of the Talented. In the sacred land of Yak, the contemporary dual saints, alongside the formidable Lin Miaoi, wore expressions of deep concern, her gaze piercing and imbued with an icy chill. The 3 elders kneeling before her hastily declared, "It is the scion of the Jiang family, Jiang Yunhao." Jiang Yunhao. Has he lost his mind? Lin Miaoi gasped, her breath heavy, her heart pounding tumultuously within her chest. She was well aware of Jiang Yunhao's recent rise to prominence. Indeed, anyone well-informed in the Eastern Wilderness's 9 domains would have heard of his current renown. At that moment, the 3 elders presented a shattered life token, shimmering with ethereal light, projecting vivid images. This token, a symbol of life for the offspring of noble families, allowed them to observe their descendants' circumstances, even preserving the moments leading up to their demise. The scene revealed the tragic end of Yao Wudi, his visage contorted in terror and despair as Jiang Yunhao delivered a fatal blow. The onlookers felt an involuntary chill sweep through them. How ruthless is this Jiang family scion? They gasped. Lin Miaoi's complexion paled, her blood surging in fury. He has truly gone mad. Such audacity and cruelty. I care not who he is. He must die? The senior members of the Yak sacred land exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their astonishment. They understood that Yao Wudi had acted under their orders, intending merely to probe the Jiang family and sow discord between them and the Jiang family. They had awaited favorable news, yet instead received tidings of their own scion's tragic demise. All present fell into a solemn silence, their minds reeling. But, sacred sovereign, the Jiang family scion is not easily slain. Jiang Yunhao is formidable, perhaps unmatched among his peers, one elder cautioned. There are rules among the noble families. The elders cannot strike against the younger talents. What do you imply? Am I to endure this affront to my kin? Lin Miaoi shot a fierce glare at the elder who spoke. Incompetence. All of you are incompetent. She fumed. You, who have long been renowned, are now rendered powerless by a mere youth. Have I come here to hear your lamentations? I demand results. I require a strategy against Jiang Yunhao. At that moment, a figure strode into the hall. Mother, there is no need for anger. I shall slay the Jiang family scion, he declared. Yao Tianchu, the legendary bearer of the celestial dominance bloodline, continued. Indeed, the sacred land of Yak need not worry. With prodigies like Yao Tianchu, Our Han family is also willing to lend our support. Our current dragon's son, Long Out Yin, is in the city of Divine Fall, now that the secret realm is opening. My true dragon clan stands ready to advance and retreat alongside the sacred land of Yak. The Jiang family has grown excessively powerful. For the stability of our eastern wilderness 9 domains, my Wang family is also willing to take a stand. Waves of divine thoughts intertwined, their voices resonating within the hall. Lin Miaoyi suddenly rose from her throne, her face alight with joy. The sources of these voices were all prominent families from the eastern wilderness 9 domains. It appears that the Jiang family's momentum has become so overwhelming that various factions can no longer contain themselves. After all, no one wishes to see the Jiang family dominate unchecked. If there is an opportunity to suppress the Jiang family, the ruling powers of each domain would eagerly seize it. With this thought, Lin Miaoyi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Excellent. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed friends for your assistance. I care not for that so-called Jiang family. My sole desire is to exact vengeance upon those who took my son's life. At that moment, the leader of the Yaoqi sacred land, Yao Zhongshu, made his appearance. Why must one covet the Jiang family so? The Jiang family has produced an unparalleled prodigy, who is likely to attain the status of emperor in the future. Is it not wise to transform enmity with such a remarkable figure into a bond of goodwill? Yao Zhongshu's gaze was complex. Upon his utterance, the entire assembly fell silent. The ancestor of the Han family scoffed, "Huh? Yao Zhongshu, are you perhaps afraid of the Jiang family?" Suddenly, Long Xing emerged within the grand hall. At this moment, Long Xing was nearly beside himself with joy. He owed a considerable debt to Jiang Yunhao and had narrowly escaped the wrath of the true Dragon Clan's ancestor. He had hoped to salvage his fortunes through the Daluo sword sect, only to discover it had become a mere shadow of its former self. Just as despair began to set in, Jiang Yunhao clashed with the Yaoqi sacred land. Jiang Yunhao, you are indeed brash and oblivious to your own mortality. Naturally, Long Xing wasted no time in revealing himself, fearful of missing this fortuitous opportunity. How pitiful and laughable it is to be intimidated by a mere junior. The true Dragon Clan fears nothing. Yao Zhongshu, you truly are something. Your son has been slain, yet you wish to endure in silence? Long Xing coldly smiled, striving to promote this matter. As a prominent family in the eastern wilderness 9 domains, my Wang family cannot stand idly by while chaos reigns. For us, this poses an immense calamity. Thus, it is our duty to maintain the balance by suppressing the Jiang family. The voice of the Wang family's ancestor rang with righteousness, exuding a semblance of compassion. However, Yao Zhongshu's expression darkened as he listened. These individuals speak eloquently, yet each is motivated by their own clan's interests, pushing the Yaoqi sacred land to the forefront. Yet, witnessing Lin Miaoyi's murderous intent, Yao Zhongshu could only hold his tongue. Esteemed friends, let us proceed to the city of Divine Fall. With that, Lin Miaoyi took the lead, eager to depart. The Yaoqi sacred land, true Dragon Clan, Han family, and Wang family, each the dominant powers of their respective domains, began preparations to enter the secret realm. Their objective was clear, to suppress the Jiang family. On this day, the skies above the city of Divine Fall shimmered with fleeting lights. Countless illustrious figures, seldom seen in ordinary times, emerged in droves like fish crossing a river. A fleet of cloud vessels, bearing the young prodigies of various powerful factions, sailed towards the outskirts of the city. Beyond the walls of the fallen god city, a fragment of shattered land materialized out of thin air, shrouded in a dense crimson mist that obscured the sights within. This was the fabled burial ground of countless formidable warriors who perished 2 millennia ago, known as the Celestial Gate's secret realm. Among the cloud vessels hovering at the realm's periphery was one that prominently featured Jiang Yunhao. Behind him, the youth of the Jiang clan gazed with fervent anticipation, their eyes shimmering with eagerness. After all, they were on the brink of entering the secret realm, where a bountiful array of opportunities awaited their discovery. However, a sense of unease began to permeate the air as several nearby cloud vessels drew closer. Among them were the Yaoqi sacred land, the true Dragon Clan, and the Wang family. Jiang Lingxiao, who trailed Jiang Yunhao, noticed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The arrivals bore a history of grievances with their Imperial scion, particularly the Yaoqi sacred land and the true Dragon Clan, who had recently suffered losses at the hands of their own prince. Jiang Lingxiao's instincts alerted him to impending danger, a realization that Jiang Yunhao also shared. Ah, they have all come, have they? Jiang Yunhao's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. How fortuitous it seems that those with whom I share enmity have congregated together. It appears I may have the opportunity to deal with them all at once, thereby averting future complications. Who could be the clever mastermind behind this gathering, so thoughtfully orchestrated for my benefit? Could it be that my recent victories over various prodigies have inadvertently channeled their fortunes into my own grasp? Is that why my luck continues to flourish? Jiang Yunhao blinked thoughtfully. As the cloud vessels drew near, the crowd soon beheld Jiang Yunhao's figure, his renown preceding him and instantly captivating countless gazes. Chapter 42. Sign in at the celestial gate. He is indeed Jiang Yunhao. Countless gazes converged upon the direction of Jiang Yunhao, who stood like a star surrounded by the moon. On the cloud boat of the sacred Yao pool, Yao Tianchu's expression bore an unfriendly demeanor. In the next moment, several figures appeared beside Yao Tianchu: Long Yuan, Long Outyin, Wang Jia, and Wang Lin, as well as Han Jia and Han Sini, each one young and striking, adorned in splendid garments. Indeed, he is Jiang Yunhao. Immediately, a disciple from the sacred Yao pool echoed, he truly is a paragon of talent, exuding an extraordinary presence. Yao Tianchu's expression remained indifferent, yet his words hinted at disdain. Wang Lin suddenly remarked with a lewd grin, TSK, who could argue otherwise? If it weren't for his good looks, how could he have captivated that esteemed lady of the Zhang family? Dressed in golden robes, Long Outyin's eyes sparkled like gold, shimmering with a lustrous glow, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. However, his time of exuberance would not last long. The taller the tree, the harder it falls, and one who stands out too much faces dire consequences. Long Outyin spoke coolly, once we enter the secret realm, Jiang Yunhao's life will be mine. Yao Tianchu cast a glance at Long Outyin. Brother Long, this youth has slain my younger brother. It is only fitting that I take his life. Ah, two elder brothers. You have both long been renowned. Do you truly care about such trivial fame? Why not grant me, Wang Lin, the chance to claim Jiang Yunhao's life and make a name for myself? Wang Lin exclaimed eagerly. Haha, are you not afraid of the Jiang family seeking retribution against the Wang family? There have long been rumors that the Jiang family possesses unfathomable depths. Even a quasi-emperor would find it perilous to venture into their ancestral grounds, Yao Tianchu remarked, eyeing Wang Lin. TSK, no matter how formidable the Jiang family may be, they would not dare to break the rules and allow their elders to descend into battle. They have no great emperor among them. Would they provoke the wrath of the masses? I, Wang Lin, have cultivated for nearly a millennium. Why should I fear a mere Jiang Yunhao? Wang Lin scoffed. Indeed, the young master of the Wang family speaks wisely. No matter how powerful the Jiang family becomes, what does it have to do with Jiang Yunhao? The surrounding crowd chimed in agreement. However, among these four illustrious heirs of great clans, only Han Sini remained silent. Han Sini felt a lingering sense of unease, believing that a person who could rise above billions within merely a decade of cultivation would not be as simple as he appeared on the surface. She resolved not to engage in conflict with Jiang Yunhao for the time being. As the four cloud boats drew closer, their hostility was unmistakable, and Jiang Yunhao was keenly aware of it. He also took note of Yao Tianchu's words. Clearly, these four formidable factions were intent on uniting to eliminate him swiftly upon entering the secret realm. Jiang Yunhao cast an intrigued glance at the four, particularly lingering on Yao Tianchu. Yao Tianchu, with his extraordinary talent and the bloodline of the celestial dominance, evoked an inexplicable sense of destiny intertwined with Jiang Yunhao's lineage. Initially, Jiang Yunhao was eagerly anticipating the arrival of Yao Tianchu, as it would spare him the arduous journey to the Yaoqi sacred land for the attendance roll call. His fortune indeed seemed to be improving. However, he pondered how one might check in a living person. Was it necessary to tread upon him for the registration? Or perhaps to eliminate him and consume his bloodline? Jiang Yunhao mused quietly. Regardless, he decided to set that aside for the moment and claim the attendance rewards from the Tianke Divine Pass secret realm. After all, Yao Tianchu could not possibly escape. The next instant, Jiang Yunhao's gaze shifted towards the secret realm beyond the cloud boat. Meanwhile, the elder powerhouses from various factions gathered in attendance. From the Jiang family, the fourth ancestor, Jiang Chun, arrived, demonstrating the significance placed upon Jiang Yunhao. Long Yuan also sent a quasi-emperor elder, with Long Xing cautiously trailing behind. From the Yaoqi sacred land, the revered Saint Lin Miaoi respectfully assisted an elderly woman who appeared frail and weak. The Wang and Han families, among other prominent factions, were similarly represented by quasi-emperor leaders. The 9 dominant sects of the eastern wilderness, too, had their quasi-emperor elders present to oversee the proceedings. How intriguing, Jiang Chen thought, that you all have gathered around my Yunhao with such intent. Could it be that you conspire in the shadows, seeking to bring harm to my Yunhao? Jiang Chen discerned the situation with keen insight. Humph, it seems the venerable Jiang has not lost his sharpness. Indeed, this saint intends to witness your Yunhao's demise with my own eyes. Lin Miaoi sneered coldly, her hostility unmistakable. The others remained silent, their expressions indifferent. Zhang Xingyan, the ancestor of the Zhang family, furrowed his brow. Esteemed colleagues, why must we target a young prodigy so relentlessly? Yet. His words were cut short as the Yaoqi elder chuckled. The Zhang family and the Jiang family are intertwined. Dear friend, do not speak from a place of ignorance. In this era of great contention, who does not wish for their descendants to ascend to the throne of the emperor? As old-timers, we are constrained by our innate talents and have little hope left. But the youth still possess potential. How could my Han family idly watch as the Jiang family's progeny monopolizes destiny and becomes the sole emperor? The elder from the Han family unabashedly revealed his ambitions. In every epoch spanning 10,000 years, only one may ascend to become an emperor. Clearly, each clan harbors similar aspirations. Jiang Yunhao's sudden emergence has placed immense pressure upon all factions. Jiang, do not take our ruthlessness to heart. After all, the significance of an emperor is unparalleled, ensuring the prosperity and perpetuity of a great clan for millennia. If blame is to be placed, it should rest upon your Jiang family's prodigy for being excessively ostentatious. The assembly was filled with astute individuals who saw no need for disingenuous pleasantries. Jiang, I propose a suggestion. If you wish to prevent your Jiang family prodigy from facing demise, perhaps you should allow him to retreat for a time, tempering his arrogance, which may yet preserve his life. The Wang family elders suddenly interjected. Nonsense. At this proclamation, even the usually mild-tempered Jiang Chen could not refrain from exclaiming in outrage. To retreat and hide. That would merely squander Jiang Yunhao's time. You truly possess an audacious spirit. However, it matters not, for I, the heir of the Jiang family, remain unafraid. Jiang Chen's demeanor was one of utmost indifference. It is you, Jiang Dao, who has uttered such words. It seems your esteemed heir shall pay for my son's life. Lin Miaoi scoffed. Alas, you have been granted the opportunity to spare your heir's life. Yet your Jiang family fails to cherish it. This predicament cannot be blamed on us. It is you, Jiang Dao, who has chosen to act unilaterally. The elders of the Wang and Han families, wearing expressions of feigned lamentation, would lead one to believe they were paragons of virtue. Crack. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen was almost infuriated to the point of laughter, instinctively crushing the space within his grasp. These individuals are truly eloquent, managing to present such matters in a seemingly noble light. Meanwhile, Zhang Xingyan, a friend of the Jiang family, along with Jun Wuhui, the lord of Xinyan City, wore grim expressions. To be candid, witnessing various clans so shamelessly targeting a young man with malicious intent was a sight they had never encountered before. This could be considered a groundbreaking event, inadvertently setting a record, perhaps. Some harbor a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Yunhao. Others regard him with intense trepidation, while yet others secretly worry for him. A myriad of complex gazes converged upon Jiang Yunhao. Oh, why has he flown out of the cloud vessel alone? What does he intend to do? Signing in. Ding. The host has signed in at the Heavenly Threshold Divine Pass. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Chapter 43. The Guardian of the Tomb, the Sole Heir, Unveiling the Hidden Blade. Ding. The host has signed in at the Heavenly Threshold Divine Gate. Congratulations on obtaining 10 Heavenly Spirit Pills. Congratulations on receiving the Divine Gate Imperial Bloodline Inheritance. Congratulations on acquiring the Emperor's Law created by the Undying Empress. 3 layers of surprising clouds. At long last, the secret realm of the Heavenly Threshold Divine Gate had been unveiled, and Jiang Yunhao was filled with anticipation, approaching the Divine Gate without hesitation. The periphery of the heavenly threshold divine gate was perpetually enshrouded in a dense, crimson mist. This was no ordinary fog. It was the malevolent essence of countless powerful beings who perished within the divine gate 2 millennia ago, an eternal haze of malice. Even those on the verge of becoming emperors would find themselves tainted and harmed by its sinister aura. However, Jiang Yunhao remained unperturbed. He merely extended his hand to lightly touch the mist, and before the malevolence could corrode him, he silently signed in. The heavenly spirit pills, upon consumption, could enhance a century's worth of cultivation. In the context of the 9 domains of the Eastern Wilderness, they were regarded as the epitome of elixirs. While restorative potions were commonplace in the Eastern Wilderness, those that could genuinely elevate one's cultivation were exceedingly rare treasures. 10 heavenly spirit pills equated to a millennium of cultivation for an ordinary individual. Jiang Yunhao's eyes sparkled as he beheld the heavenly spirit pills materializing in his storage bag. In the next moment, his consciousness was drawn to a tome. 3 layers of surprising clouds. The profound body technique of the undying empress, reaching the level of imperial laws. Another form of imperial law. His cultivation techniques now included devouring heaven's demonic art, with a physique that was a mysterious ancient Tao body, unparalleled in strength, complemented by a method for cultivating the soul, divine polishing visualization method. Now, with the acquisition of this imperial-level body technique, Jiang Yunhao's heart surged with excitement. His physique was the strongest, his soul's growth limitless, and now he could wield imperial laws in his movements. He was undeniably on the path to becoming a versatile warrior. Simultaneously, Jiang Yunhao keenly sensed a profound connection with the heavenly threshold divine gate, the divine gate imperial bloodline inheritance. Suddenly, he felt that the heavenly threshold divine gate posed no threat to him. Whenever he wished, a mere thought could disperse the malevolent aura before him, clearing a path. The entrance to the secret realm was within his grasp at any moment. He could come and go freely, as if returning to his own backyard. This was settled. Acquiring this inheritance meant he had effectively mastered the secret realm of the heavenly threshold divine gate. Meanwhile, the expressions of the various powerful beings from different clans, who had been watching Jiang Yunhao charge toward the malevolent area, turned peculiar. The holy venerable of the Yaoqi, Lin Miaoi, was filled with astonishment. Ha ha, Senior Jiang. Your Yunhao, even if he senses that our 4 great powers are targeting him, surely he wouldn't be reckless enough to seek his demise now. The eternal malevolence was enough to make even those on the brink of becoming emperors wary, reluctant to approach. Could it be that he is frightened, attempting to escape while panicking and inadvertently rushing into the malevolent zone? The elder of the Wang clan shook his head. Longxing's eyes brightened suddenly. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly that he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Jiang Yunhao had encountered the ancient malevolence, which even the quasi-emperors feared. He could easily be corroded and reduced to nothing in an instant. I perceive he seeks to escape, yet is enticed by the opportunities within the secret realm. Thus he wishes to enter ahead of others. Unfortunately, in his rashness, how could he comprehend the terror of this ancient malevolence? Who would have thought that the scion of the Jiang family would meet his demise in such a manner? Jiang Qin's gaze abruptly sharpened, his eyes icy as he fixed his stare upon the others. Dare you curse the Jiang family scion to death? Should anything befall Yunhao today, you and your clans, including those over 1,000 years old, shall face the wrath of the Jiang family. The murderous intent in his words was palpable, yet the others remained unfazed, believing Jiang Chun was merely embarrassed and lashing out, threatening their great powers. Do you think your Jiang family possesses a great emperor in this era? However, Jiang Qin's expression suddenly shifted, his anger dissipating. The others sensed the change and swiftly followed his gaze. They beheld Jiang Yunhao returning, standing resolutely at the bow of the Jiang family's cloud vessel. What? Lin Miaoi and the others were momentarily speechless. He didn't die? How could he survive this? Lord Jun hastened to open the secret realm and summon that esteemed being. Upon regaining their composure, they grew even more wary of Jiang Yunhao and urgently urged Jun Wuhui. As the Lord of Divine Fall City, Jun Wuhui's ancestry was deeply intertwined with the indomitable Empress. Consequently, the Jun family held secrets regarding the Heavenly Gate's hidden realms. To access the secret realm, the Jun family's involvement was indispensable. In the next moment, Jun Wuhui appeared outside the secret realm. drawing a symbol in the void with a single hand, inscribing a mystical rune. The rune vanished into the secret realm. The time has come. I, Jun Wuhui of the Jun family, respectfully welcome the guardian spirit of the tomb. As Jun Wuhui's voice resonated, the ominous crimson mist enveloping the secret realm surged ominously, ultimately revealing a colossal visage of ancient grandeur. The assembled prodigies from the 9 domains were captivated by this spectacle, each one profoundly astonished. Within this secret realm, there existed sentient beings. No, not sentient beings, but rather a will akin to that of a spirit artifact. Someone suddenly realized, "Young ones, your fortunes have arrived." The Heavenly Gate's secret realm is an arena where ancient clans once vied for supremacy. Though they have perished, their heroic spirits persist, reflecting their ethereal forms within the secret realm. Many of these formidable beings have even tread the path to becoming emperors. Whoever can vanquish these ancient spirits shall receive a portion of their legacy as a reward, which may include supreme techniques, divine powers, and even the ability to nurture a cave paradise or slay the fate-bound entities. Of course, only beings under 1,000 years of age are qualified to enter the secret realm, and the reflected spirits will be confined to the cave paradise, bound by fate. Reflected spirits. This is far from a mere trivial escapade or an ordinary exploration of a common secret realm. Instead, it is an arena forged from the bloodshed of ancient titans who congregated 2 millennia ago, culminating in the emergence of a singular, unparalleled emperor. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd, overwhelmed by the astonishing nature of this secret realm. Subsequently, excitement began to ripple through the assembly. Supreme techniques, divine powers, and the legacies of formidable ancestors were simply irresistible. However, the entrance to this secret realm necessitated the possession of the celestial key, which could grant passage for 1,000 individuals. Upon hearing this, many prodigies lamented their fate, realizing the requirement of the celestial key. In contrast, the scions of the great clans from the 9 domains were not taken aback. Their families had documented the significance of the celestial key in their ancestral texts. The only surprise was the slight deviation in the records regarding this mysterious secret realm. What a boon! A single celestial key can usher in 1,000 individuals. Together, our 4 major factions can undoubtedly overwhelm the Jiang family in numbers. My Wang family possesses 5 keys. Wang Lin rejoiced, envisioning himself stepping over Jiang Yunhao, gaining renown, and basking in the adoration of beautiful women. Our True Dragon clan holds 8 keys. Long Outyin maintained a stoic demeanor. Yao Tianchu smirked coldly, narrowing his eyes. For this moment, my Yaoqi sacred land has made ample preparations, diligently amassing celestial keys, and now possesses 6. Han Sini murmured softly. Her head bowed. My Han family has 3 keys. Together, the 4 major factions can bring forth over 10,000 prodigies. And what of the Jiang family? How could they hope to turn the tide on their own? From among the 4 major factions, laughter erupted, unabashedly directed at the members of the Jiang family. Their gazes were unrestrained, laced with mockery and derision, with some lewdly appraising the women of the Jiang family, chuckling suggestively. Chapter 44. Betrayal. At the critical moment, the gazes of the young prodigies from the 4 major factions, imbued with a sense of aggression, caused a subtle change in the expressions of the Jiang family members. Cousin they, Zhang Tianyu, who had been closely following Jiang Yunhao, could not help but grow concerned for the Jiang family. The young lady was on the verge of exploding with anger. The 4 major factions truly showed no regard for face. They were brazenly targeting the Jiang family. However, despite her indignation, Zhang Tianyu felt a tinge of despair. The combined strength of the 4 factions undoubtedly surpassed that of the Jiang family in terms of the number of heavenly key to the celestial threshold. Cousin, my Zhang family will undoubtedly stand by your side. Zhang Tianyu clenched her small fists tightly. Zhang Ningwan's expression was somewhat complex. Indeed, if our 2 families join forces, we might as well strive for this opportunity. It would be a pity to retreat and miss out. Do not worry, Tianyu, and you need not be concerned, Jiang Yunhao said with a faint smile. It is a jest. I am not worried at all. Unlike others, who needed the heavenly key to enter, he possessed a unique ability. With a mere thought, the ominous crimson mist surrounding the celestial threshold would part for him. He could bring in as many people as he wished. Moreover, Jiang Yunhao had a feeling he could even close off this malevolent mist. Whether those with the heavenly key could enter depended solely on his will. The commotion attracted the attention of many. It was evident that the four major factions harbored clear animosity towards the Jiang family. They were evidently wary of Jiang Yunhao and intended to suppress him collectively. People looked towards the Jiang family with a hint of sympathy in their eyes. Yet, the younger members of the Jiang family exhibited no fear, for the figure standing at the bow of the cloud boat remained motionless. The mere presence of this figure was enough to instill confidence in the Jiang family's hearts. They met the gazes of the young prodigies from the four major factions with fervor and determination. This confidence stemmed from Jiang Yunhao's accomplishments, which they had witnessed on numerous occasions. However, not everyone was a member of the Jiang family, possessing unwavering trust in Jiang Yunhao. Aboard the cloud boat were many talented individuals from various clans who had previously ingratiated themselves, pleading to accompany the Jiang family. At this moment, their expressions were grim. They had hoped to enjoy the benefits of being associated with the Jiang family, riding on Jiang Yunhao's coattails through the secret realm to reap great rewards. Yet, they certainly did not wish to share in the Jiang family's misfortune. "You rascals, how did you end up in the wrong place? My Qi family is a force in the Guanghan domain. Hurry and take your people to the Yaoqi sacred land." "Exactly, you." In an instant, the scene descended into chaos. Many elder experts hurriedly shouted, reprimanding their young kin. However, even a fool could discern that this was not mere reprimanding. It was a blatant act of betrayal at a critical moment. One by one, the once sycophantic prodigies from various clans, eager to align themselves with the Jiang family, hastily departed Jiang's cloud vessel. Though they did not belong to the dominant sects, they were nonetheless formidable forces in their own right. Many members of their families possessed the divine key to the heavenly threshold. Consequently, the four major powers surged with renewed vigor, their numbers swelling dramatically. Lin Miaoi, the holy sovereign of the Yaoqi, could not suppress her laughter. How realistic it was to see the walls crumbling as people turned against the Jiang family. Yet, such is the nature of the cultivation world, merciless and brutal. "Old Jiang, it seems your Jiang family's young master is not as extraordinary as believed." The hearts he gathered appear to be scattering. Lin Miaoi chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Jiang Chun, too, felt a chill run down his spine. The alliance of the four major powers already held the upper hand, and with this fickle crowd, Jiang Yunhao's situation looked dire. Jiang Chun dismissed any concern for the Jiang family's reputation. He could not bear to witness Jiang Yunhao stepping into peril. "Humph, it's merely a matter of chance and fortune. My Jiang family does not covet such trivialities." Jiang Chun scoffed coldly, raising his sleeve and preparing to lead his family away. Stubbornness. Lin Miaoi grinned widely as she observed the Jiang family's plight. "Oh, is the Jiang family truly giving up? That cannot be. After all, you have the unparalleled Jiang Yunhao. With a talent like Jiang Yunhao, should he not showcase his abilities?" The ancestors of the True Dragon clan urged eagerly. This was a prime opportunity to suppress the Jiang family severely, possibly even overpowering Jiang Yunhao among the younger generation. Such chances for a collective onslaught are rare. However, at that moment, from the Jiang family's cloud vessel, Jiang Yunhao's calm voice resonated. "It matters not. They are merely a bunch of insignificant clods. If they wish to leave, they should do so quickly." Boom. All present, being cultivators, clearly heard Jiang Yunhao's words. An uproar ensued as countless eyes widened in disbelief at the composure of this young master of the Jiang family. Incredible. How could the Jiang family's young master remain so unflustered? Where did his confidence stem from? To the observers, it appeared that the Jiang family's best course of action was to relinquish this opportunity within the secret realm, yet no one anticipated Jiang Yunhao's utter indifference. Was he truly unfazed, merely uttering a harsh remark in frustration, preparing to abandon his family? In the fierce competition among great clans, it is common to witness such bold declarations, for these clans must uphold their dignity before the world. Even Jiang Chun cast a glance toward Jiang Yunhao, his heart quivering as he prepared to counsel him. At that moment, Jiang Yunhao met his gaze with a reassuring look. Ah, Yunhao possesses confidence. Zhang Tianyu, adorned in a flowing gown, appeared above the Zhang family's cloud vessel, her presence commanding attention. She stood in midair, her voice unequivocal. Now, Zhang Tianyu had risen to become the princess of the Zhang family, holding a prestigious position. "Zhang Tianyu, as the princess of my Zhang family, Are you truly so foolish? Do you not comprehend the current situation? To ally with the Jiang family is tantamount to courting disaster. Yet among the Jiang clan, two remarkably gifted and distinguished young men emerged from the crowd. Zhang Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, then coldly declared, Zhang Xinghe, Zhang Tingxing. If you two esteemed gentlemen are unwilling to follow me, you may leave this instant. Zhang Xinghe and his companion merely scoffed, seemingly unfazed by Zhang Tianyu's stern demeanor. They promptly turned and soared towards the faction of the four great forces. A smirk of mockery curled at the corner of Yao Tianchu's lips. Oh? Do the two esteemed friends wish to join our side? We would be most welcoming. Yao Tianchu assumed a posture of humble respect. Zhang Xinghe and Zhang Tingxing clasped their fists in gratitude towards Yao Tianchu, expressing their thanks. They had no desire to follow Zhang Tianyu into a perilous endeavor for Jiang Yunhao. Their intent was to seek opportunities and fortuitous encounters. The insufferable Zhang Tianyu had nearly thwarted their ambitions. Goodness, even the young lords of the Zhang family have abandoned ship? TSK. It seems this imperial daughter of the Zhang family has yet to win the hearts of her people. The Jiang family is in for a dire reckoning. Why are they still lingering for opportunities at this moment? The imperial son of the Jiang family appears rather oblivious to the gravity of the situation. After all, he has recently basked in success without a single defeat. The defection of the Zhang young lords was entirely unexpected. Curious gazes turned towards the Jiang family, their expressions laden with intrigue. The members of the Jiang family felt the weight of those stares, their brows furrowing in agitation, anger bubbling within them. Yet Jiang Yunhao remained unfazed, raising a hand to quell the restless crowd behind him, stabilizing their hearts. As the secret realm opened, a voice resonated from the guardian spirit of the tomb, echoing across the expanse. All clans possessing the heavenly gate divine key, please lead your people into the realm. Chapter 45, Madness? By what right? As the voice of the tomb guardian faded, the crowd ceased their discussions, turning their gazes toward the secret realm. At that moment, the once majestic land, shrouded in an eternal crimson mist, appeared both ethereal and ominous. Numerous cloud vessels hovered around the secret domain, under the watchful eyes of the multitude. Figures numbering in the tens of thousands surged forth from 4 cloud vessels, each person exuding an extraordinary presence and formidable aura. These were the young prodigies from the 4 great factions, the Yaoqi Sacred Land, the True Dragon Clan, the Wang family, and the Han family. Jiang Yunhao, do not let me down. Draped in black, with blood surging through him, the formidable Yao Tianchu fixed a fierce glare upon Jiang Yunhao. Out here, with your Jiang family's ancestors present, it would be nearly impossible to kill you. Yet, should you dare enter, I, Yao Tianchu, shall ensure your demise. I will avenge my brother's death by making you suffer the same fate. Long Outyin of the True Dragon Clan, with an air of indifference, strode forth, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the surroundings with disdain. There exists no profound enmity between us. Should you wish to swear fealty to me and become my servant, I might consider sparing your life. He cast a casual glance in Jiang Yunhao's direction. An adversary defeated by my hand will never be regarded as my equal. I am willing to grant you time to catch up, until you are but a distant memory. A servant? You truly overestimate yourself. Long Outyin's words caused the faces of the Jiang family members to shift, their anger flaring. Jiang Yunhao, intrigued, appraised Long Outyin. The young dragon possesses a commendable physique, quite suitable as a mount. Naturally, Jiang Yunhao would not indulge such pretentiousness. Long Outyin chose not to elaborate further, merely smiling coldly. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he proclaimed, Jiang Yunhao, remember this. It will be I, Wang Lin, who will slay you. Let the world witness who dares to claim invincibility and who challenges the notion of defeat. Humph, even if you do not dare to enter, it matters not. Once we seize the opportunities within and our power surges, we shall emerge to hunt you down. Our final confrontation will be inevitable. Yao Tianchu interjected eagerly, and soon enough, he led his group into the secret realm. The number of individuals entering the secret domain from the 4 great factions exceeded 10,000. The sight of several divine keys astounded the onlookers. Moreover, accompanying the 4 factions were numerous disciples from various sects and families, bringing the total to around 20,000. Such a terrifying assembly. Upon a rough estimate, the number of prodigies from the 4 factions alone surpassed 30,000. 30,000, all meticulously selected from their respective clans. Apart from the likes of Imperial heirs and holy sons, the rest were extraordinary figures, truly elite. After all, a single divine key could only admit 1,000 individuals. Hence those entering were undoubtedly the foremost talents from each faction. Members of the Jiang family, those willing to follow us can step forward now, announced Jiang Xinghe and Jiang Tingxing in unison. The two young lords of the Jiang family each held a divine key, the Tianke, and waved it in their hands. You must think this through carefully. Do not follow Jiang Yunhao into a dead end. A mocking smile curled at the corners of their mouths. As soon as the words fell, a stir arose among the Jiang family crowd. Many hesitated, contemplating whether to distance themselves from the Jiang family. Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Tianyu's delicate frame trembled, her eyes filled with fury. Yet, being so young, she had always been seen as the little sister in the eyes of the Jiang family. Even though she had recently ascended to the position of imperial daughter, she struggled to command respect and loyalty from those around her. Jiang Tianyu, you little brat, have you lost your mind? We, the Jiang family, are not insane. It is evident to even a fool that the Jiang family is in dire straits. You have placed our Jiang family in a precarious situation for the sake of Jiang Yunhao. Do you even deserve to be the imperial daughter? Jiang Xinghe's heart secretly reveled in triumph, putting on a righteous front and pressing on. Bold. However, before Jiang Xinghe could finish, Jiang Xinyan suddenly intervened, delivering a resounding slap to Jiang Xinghe's face. With a crack, Jiang Xinghe's cheek tore, blood spraying forth as he spun in place, clutching his bloodied face in shock. Ancestor Yu. Impudence. Tianyu is the imperial daughter of our Jiang family, holding a revered position. Do you dare to publicly humiliate her? Jiang Xinyan's voice was cold, emanating from the heights where the ancestors of various families convened. He had long harbored disdain for these two inept individuals. What kind of foolishness was it to undermine one's own kin in public? Unfilial descendants. Moreover, Jiang Tianyu shared a close bond with Jiang Yunhao, even in the current situation. While Jiang Xinyan held little hope for the Jiang family, he firmly believed in Jiang Yunhao. Even if the Jiang family forfeited this secret realm contest, what of it? The potential of Jiang Yunhao remained immeasurable. Jiang Xinyan was willing to wager on his future. Seeing the ancestor intervene, Jiang Tianyu breathed a quiet sigh of relief, then glanced apologetically at Jiang Yunhao beside her. Cousin, this little girl is far too kind to herself, Jiang Yunhao mused. He patted her shoulder reassuringly. It's all right, I'll take care of everything. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao turned his gaze toward the members of the Jiang family behind him. This generation of Jiang family youth boasted 3,000 elite individuals, alongside hundreds of thousands of young people. This did not even account for those still in the Lingshu domain who had yet to arrive. In any case, Jiang Yunhao intended to ensure that all young members of the Jiang family had the opportunity to enter the secret realm and seize their fortunes. Everyone, please inform the younger members of the clan to hasten their arrival here and prepare to enter the secret realm. When the time comes, they may claim as many rewards as they can. In short, all young members of the Jiang family are welcome. As these words echoed, the entire assembly fell silent. The members of the Jiang family were taken aback, and all who had been observing the Jiang family's movements gaped in disbelief, as if their ears had betrayed them. What madness is this? Could it be that the four great powers have targeted him so fiercely that it has affected this young prince? After all, he has navigated smoothly thus far. It seems his mentality still requires refinement. In an instant, many were taken aback. Elder Jiang, has your young prince lost his mind? Lin Miaoyi, who harbors a grudge against Jiang Yunhao for the death of her child, let out a derisive laugh. Yet, before she could finish her words, she witnessed Jiang Yunhao abruptly turn around and, with a casual wave towards the direction of the secret realm. His white robes fluttered like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, his gaze serene, as if the clouds were light and the breeze gentle. With a single hand gesture, the malevolent red mist that had been obstructing the Jiang family's cloud vessel began to churn and roll, parting to reveal a vast opening that lay before Jiang Yunhao. Chapter 46. Catastrophe approaches. The ominous crimson mist surged, revealing a gaping chasm of unfathomable proportions. How can one articulate the enormity of this phenomenon? To draw a comparison, while figures like Yao Tianchu and Long Outyin could barely manage to open a mere 2 or 3 meter gap with the aid of the heavenly key, The breach before Jiang Yunhao was an astonishing 10,000 meters wide. It was large enough to accommodate several aerial treasures, allowing cloud vessels to enter without hindrance. Lin Miaoi, the elders of the true dragon clan, and others. What is the meaning of this? Bewilderment enveloped all who witnessed this spectacle, their eyes wide with incredulity. In stark contrast, the eyes of Zhang Lingxiao and his companions sparkled with realization. The prince had managed to dispel this sinister mist without relying on the heavenly key. This meant that the young prodigies of the Jiang family could indeed venture in without concern. In an instant, the breaths of the younger generation from the Jiang family grew heavy, their eyes ablaze with fervor, embodying a sense of vindication. After all, not long ago, Yao Tianchu and his ilk had exuded arrogance, as if they were poised to consume them whole. Yet now, outnumbered, the young talents of the Jiang family numbered nearly 200,000. Obeying the prince's command, I shall notify my fellow Jiang family members. I shall join as well. The prince is magnificent. The gazes of the Jiang family members converged upon Jiang Yunhao, filled with unwavering reverence. It is likely that, in all the realms, only their prince could accomplish such a miraculous feat. It is worth noting that even quasi-emperors would struggle to disperse this sinister mist. Jiang Yunhao merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. After all, the Jiang family youth held an unyielding trust in him, requiring no further words. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao boldly surged into the breach, followed by the younger members of the Jiang family entering the secret realm in succession. Ah, and those from the Jiang family who remained, since you have chosen to support me, Jiang Yunhao, let us share a bond of goodwill. Jiang Yunhao's voice echoed distantly. Such was his nature. He had no reservations towards his own. Of course, this was predicated on their goodwill towards him. Jiang Yunhao understood that he was not a paragon of virtue. He would deal decisively with foes, but he was acutely aware of who his allies were. Moreover, this was merely a trifling matter. If it could foster unity between the Zhang and Jiang families, why not embrace it? Leading the charge into the chasm. A smile graced Jiang Yunhao's lips. Yao Tianchu, Long Outyan, wait for me. I shall find you soon. I hope you have already vanquished some ancient spirits, as this would serve as a fortuitous prelude for me. As Jiang Yunhao's words resounded, the hearts of the Zhang family members trembled with joy and astonishment. The Jiang family's prince, so majestic. The grandeur of the prince is truly remarkable. Indeed, it must be the Jiang family's prince. The younger generation of the Zhang family gazed at Jiang Yunhao with utmost admiration. Zhang Tianyu and Zhang Ningguan exchanged glances, both reflecting the shock and joy in each other's eyes. Aunt, no more words. Let us swiftly follow in Yunhao's footsteps. Zhang Tianyu nodded vigorously. At that moment, none of the younger generation of the Zhang family harbored any grievances against Zhang Tianyu. This was solely due to the presence of Jiang Yunhao behind her. Who would dare to label the Zhang family's princess as a short-sighted fool? Who would dare to question Zhang Tianyu's decisions? It would seem that the younger generation of the Zhang family would not stand for it. Let us embark, following the Jiang family's prince. With determination in her gaze, Zhang Tianyu issued her command. We shall diligently obey the princess's orders. With a thunderous roar, the Zhang family's cloud vessel set sail, trailing behind the Jiang family's vessel as they advanced into the secret realm. Meanwhile, Zhang Xinghe and Zhang Tingxing, who had yet to enter and were ostentatiously showcasing the heavenly key, appeared as if they had been struck by a spell, frozen in the void. Am I seeing things? This cannot be a dream, can it? They murmured instinctively, exchanging bewildered glances. As they witnessed the cloud vessel of the Jiang family and the Zhang family entering the secret realm, they finally snapped back to reality. They staggered back a few steps, as if they had seen a ghost. Xinghe, what on earth is happening? Zhang Tingxing trembled, his mind buzzing. Zhang Xinghe opened his mouth. You ask me? Who should I ask? How would I know? He was at a loss for words, speechless for a moment. However, both soon realized the gravity of the situation. If Jiang Yunhao could allow others to enter the secret realm unharmed, the numerical advantage of the four major powers would be rendered meaningless. Both felt their breath hitch in unison. We're done for. We defected too soon. A wave of regret washed over them, their teeth aching from the realization. The twists and turns had come too swiftly, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. Simultaneously, Lin Miaoi, who had previously been smiling, found her expression frozen in shock. Alongside her, the ancestors of the true dragon clan, the Wang family, and the Han family wore similar expressions of distaste, as if they had swallowed a fly. The fence-sitters stood dumbstruck, staring blankly as the Jiang family's cloud vessel sailed into the secret realm. Is it truly possible to enter? While others soared through the air on two legs, the Jiang family sat comfortably in their cloud vessel, embarking with tens of thousands in tow. The pupils of several narrowed suddenly, an ominous premonition surging within them. This is bad, very bad. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao had already entered the Heavenly Key's secret realm. It was his first time here, and he began to survey his surroundings carefully. The entire secret realm resembled a fragment forcibly torn from a once cohesive continent. Mountains lay in disarray, desolate and devoid of any signs of life. From a lofty vantage point, one could gaze upon a vast clearing at the heart of the continent, reminiscent of an ancient arena for deities. There, a towering golden monument pierced the heavens, standing majestically against the sky. At that moment, a throng of individuals encircled the monument, akin to a swarm of insignificant ants. Jiang Yunhao immediately comprehended the significance of this location. The center of the continent was, indeed, the ancient battleground where various clans clashed in fierce competition. Those associated with Yao Tianshu were undoubtedly present there. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yunhao resolutely soared towards the golden monument. His speed was remarkable, particularly after employing the Imperial Empress's ethereal movement technique, the threefold shadow step, which rendered him a ghostly figure leaving trails of afterimages in the void, swiftly bringing him to the base of the golden monument. What a presence! Wait, is that Jiang family's prince, Jiang Yunhao? You truly dare to enter? Jiang Yunhao's aura was unabashed, and there was no need for him to conceal it. A person of his stature could never masquerade as a mere sheep among wolves. After all, with such striking features and an extraordinary demeanor, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to overlook him, even while strolling down the street. Long Outyin immediately spotted Jiang Yunhao. What? You all can enter, yet this prince cannot? Jiang Yunhao's gaze was as calm as a still pond. Is it so urgent for you to be slain by me? The elite representatives of the four major factions present were momentarily taken aback. Good heavens! Are you blind? One person dares to face our multitude of thousands and speaks with such arrogance? They were astonished by Jiang Yunhao's audacity. Arrogant? Do you look down upon me? I shall see what capabilities the Jiang family's prince truly possesses. Charge! Let us all attack together, and, wait, let us swarm him and end this. Chapter 47. The golden whip and the silver whip pale in comparison to the dragon whip. The emergence of Jiang Yunhao captivated the attention of all present. Beneath the golden stone tablet, the young prodigies from neutral families tactfully retreated, unwilling to be drawn into the fray. They had not taken sides. Rather, they sought to seize opportunities without entanglement. Conversely, the elite from the four major factions, over 30,000 strong, gazed mockingly at the solitary figure of Jiang Yunhao. Huh, is it that the Jiang clan dares not enter? Only this Imperial scion is reluctant to relinquish this chance. Laughter erupted, and the scornful expressions painted on their faces revealed their delight in his apparent isolation. The youth from the neutral factions exhibited expressions of pity, as if they could already envision Jiang Yunhao being besieged, meeting a tragic end. Three figures emerged from the crowd: Long Outyin, Wang Lin, and Han Sini. Jiang Yunhao, have you come to seek your demise or to pledge allegiance to me? Should you swear fealty and become my servant, I might spare your life, proclaimed Long Outyin. Adorned in golden attire, his golden hair and eyes exuding an air of dominance, the onlookers wore expressions of amusement, clearly believing that their numerical advantage guaranteed victory. They eagerly anticipated a clash between this true dragon prince and Jiang Yunhao. Long Outyin's reputation was formidable, adding to the spectacle. At that moment, Jiang Yunhao struck. Indeed, he dismissed them entirely, suddenly launching into action with astonishing speed. Whoosh! Like a swift little eel, he appeared before Long Outyin in an instant, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Boom! Before Long Outyin could even react, the arrogant smile on his face was obliterated by a sensation akin to being struck by an ancient mountain. Bang! The resounding collision echoed, causing ripples in the air as a gruesome hole was blasted through Long Outyin's midsection. His eyes widened in shock, pain radiating throughout his body, blood vessels bursting in his gaze. Unable to withstand such overwhelming force, he was sent hurtling backward like a ragged sack, spewing blood several feet into the air. The bewildering scene left the assembled crowd momentarily paralyzed. What? He pierced him with a single kick? He ambushed him. Jiang Yunhao has no sense of martial ethics. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. A mere teenager ambushing one hundreds of years old. Chaos ensued as some cried out in shock, while others rushed to check on Long Outyin. The spectators, dumbfounded, turned their wide-eyed gazes toward Jiang Yunhao, mouths agape in disbelief. They began to grasp the astonishing truth. Jiang Yunhao's physical prowess was beyond comprehension. What formidable physical prowess must one possess to pierce through the true dragon clan with a single kick? It is essential to recognize the terrifying strength of the demon race. When it comes to close combat, they are indeed the most adept. At this very moment, Long Outyin, who had been sent flying and finally managed to halt his momentum, lay despondently on the ground, devoid of his previous arrogance. His vitality waned like a flickering thread, with blood escaping his lips in a series of coughs. Had it not been for his kin, who hastily produced ample medicinal pills and stuffed them into his mouth without regard for cost, he might have perished on the spot. Witnessing this, the onlookers could not help but gasp in astonishment. It was not merely a case of being pierced through, it was a near conclusion of the battle. To think that a single kick could nearly extinguish a true dragon. How could this be possible? Countless individuals were left with bewildered expressions, their minds filled with immense questions. Clearly, Jiang Yunhao's strength far surpassed everyone's expectations. Simultaneously, Long Outyin sprang to his feet. After consuming the pills, he regained his vitality, fierce and powerful, fully restored. Jiang Yunhao, you lack honor in combat, daring to ambush this prince. Long Outyin was utterly enraged. In the next instant, his form transformed in an instant, radiant with golden light. Enveloped by a surge of golden brilliance, a 1,000-meter-long golden dragon roared as it soared into the sky. Under the sun's rays, the golden scales gleamed with a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the world and casting a golden hue over everything. This was the manifestation of his true dragon form, the pinnacle of Long Outyin's abilities. However, the very next moment, Jiang Yunhao appeared in midair, effortlessly traversing the space to stand beside Long Outyin with a few swift movements. Ah, this whip is quite impressive. What whip? Jiang Yunhao's words left the crowd momentarily perplexed. Yet, it did not take long for them to grasp his meaning. With one hand outstretched, his fingers curled like talons, embedding themselves into Long Outyin's dragon tail. The once impenetrable golden scales seemed as fragile as tofu, easily pierced by Jiang Yunhao's fingers, penetrating into the flesh beneath. Blood immediately flowed forth. Roar! Long Outyin howled in pain, fury radiating from him. The spectators were left in utter disbelief. This is far too ferocious. Fear not. Stay calm. No matter how powerful he is but a single individual, and we are many. At this moment, Wang Lin, the contemporary scion of the Wang family, noticed that his companions were being intimidated by Jiang Yunhao. He hastily shouted in an attempt to rally their spirits. However, as soon as Wang Lin's voice escaped his lips, a colossal golden entity surged towards him. As the crowd beheld the scene, realization dawned upon them. Jiang Yunhao was utilizing Long Outyin as a whip, swinging him directly towards Wang Lin's face. Oh no, that was an exaggeration. Wang Lin's face was not that large. The 1,000-meter-long golden true dragon completely enveloped Wang Lin, striking him to the ground with tremendous force. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed. With a single lash, Wang Lin was struck, blood gushing from his mouth as he was propelled several meters into the ground, leaving a deep chasm in the earth. Yet, this was only the beginning. Jiang Yunhao, wielding the dragon Aotian, unleashed another strike into the crowd of prodigies from the four great factions. Caught off guard, a multitude of individuals were swept away by the golden dragon, their bodies erupting into misty sprays of crimson. Jiang Yunhao, his dark hair billowing, felt the surging vitality within him. His physical strength was unparalleled, effortlessly wielding dragon Aotian as a weapon. The onlookers stood in shock, their mouths agape. Could one truly use another's dragon offspring as a weapon? As Jiang Yunhao prepared to strike again, the prodigies from the four factions howled in protest, uniting their efforts to cast various spells aimed at intercepting the dragon Aotian, demanding, "How dare you strike our dragon offspring? Cease this at once." Yet, the true dragon clan's prodigies could not stand idly by, watching their kin face obliteration. They retaliated fiercely, eliminating those from rival factions who dared to assault Dragon Aotian. The so-called alliance of the four great factions descended into chaos. Jiang Yunhao's Dragon Aotian descended, claiming numerous lives in its wake. Panic ensued among the spectators as they beheld Jiang Yunhao, brandishing Dragon Aotian, unleashing a flurry of golden afterimages, resembling a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. The golden whip and silver whip pale in comparison to the dragon whip. An astonishing thought simultaneously crossed the minds of all present. In a short span, the prodigies of the four great factions suffered significant losses, the death toll reaching into the thousands. Jiang Yunhao, how dare you humiliate me so? You dare wield me as a weapon? I shall slay you. Dragon Aotian was on the verge of spitting blood in indignation. Was my true form manifested merely for you to use as a convenient weapon? His visage was filled with fury as he roared. However, before Dragon Aotian could finish his words, Jiang Yunhao, suspended in midair, swung him downwards several times, making intimate contact with the ground and creating deep craters. The impact left Dragon Aotian utterly dazed. Jiang Yunhao smiled with satisfaction, remarking, "Indeed, as expected of the true dragon clan. Your hide is remarkably tough, perfect for use as a weapon." Chapter 48. The Emperor Must Die? Silence reigned, an oppressive stillness enveloping the scene. Whether among the prodigies of the four great powers or the neutral observers, regardless of gender, everyone stared blankly at Jiang Yunhao, suspended in the void. After all, such a spectacle had never been witnessed before. They had envisioned Jiang Yunhao unleashing his renowned sword techniques to engage in a fierce battle against the other prodigies, yet never anticipated that he would wield the true dragon as scion, Long Outyin, as a weapon of mass destruction. Was it not absurd that the scion of the true dragon clan was being utilized as an instrument of war by the son of the Jiang family? Mouths agape, jaws nearly grazing the ground, the onlookers struggled to regain their composure. Meanwhile, on the outside, the ancestors of various clans, peering into the secret realm with a bronze artifact, were equally dumbfounded. The expressions of the patriarchs from the four great powers were particularly grim. After a brief silence, fervent discussions erupted around them. Good heavens! The Jiang family's son is utterly ruthless. Is this a degradation of humanity or a distortion of morality? To employ the scion of the true dragon clan as a divine weapon against fellow prodigies? How cruel! Could he truly be a prodigy of the three realms? Even if he has opened three realms, such prowess is unprecedented. Long Outyin of the true dragon clan is being toyed with like a mere chick in the hands of the Jiang family's son. This is madness. Even the combined might of the four great powers may not suffice against this Jiang family heir. Outside, those without the heavenly key, unable to enter the secret realm, were abuzz with shock and awe. Most of these individuals remained neutral, neither siding with the Jiang family nor the four great powers, allowing them to comment on the situation with objectivity. Their words dripped with disdain for the four great powers, particularly from the goddesses and holy maidens hailing from the 9 domains of the eastern wilderness. Having long admired the handsome Jiang Yunhao, the maidens erupted in excitement at his display of power, unabashedly expressing their scorn for the four great powers. The ancestor of the true dragon clan could no longer remain composed. He shot a furious glance at Long Xing. "You fool! What was the purpose of orchestrating alliances? Urging my true dragon clan to unite with the Yaoqi sacred land against the Jiang family heir? Look at the situation now. Can you still oppose him?" Long Xing, berated and humiliated, lowered his head, trembling in fear. His mental state shattered. He found himself bewildered. How could a practitioner with merely a decade of cultivation exude such overwhelming strength? First, the Daluo sword sect was annihilated, and now the four great powers were following suit. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Wang Lin finally regained his senses, clawing his way from beneath several meters of earth. Witnessing Jiang Yunhao's display of might, jealousy contorted his features. He shouted loudly, "Do not fear, do not panic, we are numerous." Indeed, the combined forces of the four great powers, totaling only 2 or 3 tens of thousands present, constituted his sole confidence to rival Jiang Yunhao. Wang Lin felt assured that under his leadership, as long as everyone united in purpose, they would have no reason to fear Jiang Yunhao. However, this meager confidence lasted but a few fleeting breaths. Soon, The silhouette of a cloud vessel emerged on the horizon. Upon it, a flag emblazoned with golden characters on a black background rippled majestically in the sky. The inscription on the Jiang banner was particularly piercing to the eye. The Jiang family's cloud vessel had entered the secret realm. A multitude of Jiang clan disciples stood ready, their spirits soaring. The vessel hovered directly behind Jiang Yunhao. On board, over 100,000 Jiang clan disciples remained silent. Not a sound uttered. Yet this silence bore an overwhelming, heart-stirring pressure. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The crowd was left in stunned disbelief. The prodigies of the four great powers were momentarily paralyzed. Wang Lin, who had been rallying the crowd, was equally dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, gazing incredulously at Jiang Yunhao. How could the Jiang family's vessel have entered? It was no longer about numbers. Now, the Jiang family outnumbered them. It was clear to all that the tides had turned completely. In the next moment, Jiang Lingxiao appeared behind Jiang Yunhao, respectfully stating, reporting to the young emperor. We have gathered our kin as per your instructions. Currently, there are a total of 160,000 young disciples here, with several 100,000 more en route. Jiang Yunhao nodded. Very well. Since our numbers are nearly sufficient, let us clear the area. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxiao was greatly astonished. He understood the implications of clearing the area. This was a command to eradicate the four great powers. As you wish, young emperor. Now, the prodigies of the four great powers were gripped by terror. They found themselves devoid of any fighting spirit, gazing at Jiang Yunhao as if confronting an unparalleled demon. These words reached the outside world, causing shockwaves among the ancestors of various clans observing the secret realm. Many elders silently expressed their gratitude for not targeting the Jiang family and refraining from joining the four great powers. Whispers began to circulate, with furtive glances cast toward the ancestors of the four great powers. The ancestor of the true dragon clan, listening to the surrounding jeers and mockery, could no longer contain his fury. He flickered into the air above the secret realm, emanating an imperial aura that enveloped the land. Countless individuals fell silent, turning their gazes toward this formidable ancestor of the true dragon clan. Jiang family young emperor, release our dragon son. Furthermore, do not overstep your bounds. Are you truly so deranged as to drive away the prodigies of our four clans? Do you aspire to monopolize the secret realm? What gives you such audacity? The ancestor of the true dragon clan exuded an imposing presence, his gaze icy and devoid of warmth. His voice resonated within the secret realm, embodying the fury of a would-be emperor, a force that could shake the heavens. Jiang Yunhao too heard this voice. The youth falters, while the elder surfaces. Do you claim that this imperial prince intends to monopolize the secret realm? That seems rather erroneous, as this imperial prince has no intention of targeting the prodigies of the other clans. Jiang Yunhao raised his gaze towards the outside of the secret realm, meeting the eyes of the ancient ancestor of the true dragon clan, unflinchingly fearless. Moreover, you have misrepresented a crucial point. This imperial prince does not plan to drive away the prodigies of your four clans. Upon hearing this, the ancestors of the Wang and Yaoqi clans, among others, could not help but exhale in relief. Do you think I am a fool to expel them? If they wish to kill me, then none shall escape alive. However, the next words that escaped Jiang Yunhao's lips sent a chilling wave through the ancestors of the four great clans, causing their hearts to plummet into despair. What? You intend to slay the prodigies of my four clans? Even the ancestor of the true dragon clan found this utterly unbelievable. It is vital to note that those qualified to enter the secret realm are not mere talents, but the Armée de la Armée, the elite of the four clans. After all, the heavenly gate divine key permits only 1,000 to enter, necessitating meticulous selection. Yet, unexpectedly, those who were meant to encircle and eliminate Jiang Yunhao now stood as lambs awaiting slaughter. You insolent youth, dare you? This secret realm has encountered an anomaly. Do you think the Jiang clan alone can enter while I cannot? Furthermore, even if you have opened this secret realm, have you considered that such an opening may endanger your very existence? The ancestor of the true dragon clan narrowed his eyes, filled with a chilling intent to kill. Lin Miaoi from the Yaoqi sacred land also appeared beside the ancestor of the true dragon clan, her eyes gleaming. Indeed, you audacious brat, do not be so arrogant. Do not force my hand to disregard the rules and personally descend to eliminate you. though they were unaware of why the secret realm could be entered without the heavenly gate divine key. The wide opening instilled confidence in them to descend into the secret realm and personally slay Jiang Yunhao. Even if Jiang Chun were present, he could not impede several would-be emperors. Upon hearing this, the onlookers felt an overwhelming shock. Jiang Yunhao was simply terrifying, inciting the elder powerhouses of various factions to disregard their dignity and prepare to take personal action. Oh, so shamelessly bold, yet still yearning to engage personally? Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. What? Have you lost your sense of shame? Dare you enter and kill me? Come, let this imperial prince observe whether you possess the courage. With a dismissive smile, Jiang Yunhao scoffed. Do you truly believe that the breach in the secret realm I have opened allows anyone to enter at will? Moreover, he was not merely capable of opening it. Should he desire to close it, he could do so as well. That crimson mist of malevolence is sufficient to wither and annihilate would-be emperors. What? The gathered crowd was taken aback by Jiang Yunhao's demeanor. Not only did he refuse to retract, but he even dared to provoke the would-be emperors. Chapter 49. Stiff and unyielding, everyone displayed expressions of utter astonishment as they gazed at Jiang Yunhao through the precious copper mirror. Guardian of the tomb's spirit. Look at this insolent youth. He dares to employ sheer numbers to encircle and annihilate the prodigies of our four great powers. Yaoqi's sacred sovereign Lin Miaoi could no longer contain herself. Among our four great powers, which of our prodigies is not exceptionally gifted, destined to become the pillars of support for our eastern wilderness and to vanquish the fiends from beyond? She assumed an imposing demeanor. As the crimson mist swirled ominously, the visage of the tomb guardian re-emerged. However, this time, he paid no heed to Lin Miaoi and her companions, instead fixing his gaze solely upon Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao had also heard Lin Miaoi's words. Oh, it appears you have articulated all the fine rhetoric, he thought disdainfully, growing increasingly repulsed by these sanctimonious individuals. Of course, Jiang Yunhao could sense the killing intent emanating from the elders of the four great powers directed at him. He narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating his next move. Before the guardian of the tomb could utter a word, Jiang Yunhao abruptly declared, "Enough with the trivialities. Today, none of you from the four great powers shall escape." Boom. The moment his words fell, the entire venue fell silent, especially the prodigies of the four great powers within the secret realm. Surrounded by over 100,000 members of the Jiang clan, the 30,000 or so trembled in fear, huddling together. Wang Lin could no longer maintain his arrogance. His eyes wide with disbelief and terror. He had originally contemplated leveraging their numbers to overpower Jiang Yunhao. Little did he know, the Jiang clan outnumbered them. Jiang Yunhao, do you not comprehend? If you slay all the prodigies of our four great powers today, you will be effectively weakening the strength of our eastern wilderness 9 regions. Have you perhaps allied yourself with the fiends from beyond? Is this all a deliberate ploy? Lin Miaoi pointed at Jiang Yunhao, her voice laced with indignation. It must be said, this group possessed a remarkable talent for casting aspersions. Yet, Lin Miaoi had evidently miscalculated. The expressions of those present turned peculiar as they regarded her. For they were not fools. Previously, the four great powers had relied on their numbers, intending to suppress the Jiang clan. Their gazes had been akin to hunters fixated on a pitiful prey. Now, however, the tables had turned, reversing the roles of hunter and hunted. Remarkably, this group from the four great powers brazenly positioned themselves on the moral high ground. Everyone was acutely aware of the truth and would not be easily swayed by Lin Miaoi's words. Did they truly believe they were foolish? Jiang Yunhao could hardly be bothered to engage in their tedious exchanges. There was no benefit in further discourse. Who had the leisure to waste time with them? After dealing with this lot, he still had to confront the ancient era's formidable spirit. With this thought, Jiang Yunhao directed his gaze toward Jiang Lingshao. Understanding his intent, Jiang Lingshao's face transformed, revealing a chilling murderous intent. Kill. In accordance with the emperor's command, those who besiege our Jiang clan's heir shall face no mercy. Kill. 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 The numerous descendants of the Jiang family raised their voices in fervent cries, their blades honed and ready to strike at the cattle and sheep. Outside, the venerable ancestors of the true dragon clan and the patriarchs of the four great factions gazed in astonishment, their hearts heavy with anguish. No, Jiang Yunhao, do you dare? The four quasi-emperors materialized simultaneously, exuding an overwhelming aura reminiscent of a bottomless abyss or a dark prison. The heavens and earth witnessed a terrifying spectacle, as visions of a blood-soaked sea and a mountain of corpses manifested. This was the manifestation of the quasi-emperor's wrath and their murderous intent. Yet, astonishingly, Jiang Yunhao exhibited no fear. Instead, he grasped the dazed-long Outyin and ruthlessly hurled him into the throngs of the four factions' elites. With a thunderous crash, Long Outyin's massive dragon form descended from the sky, crushing a multitude of individuals beneath its weight. Indeed, the true dragon clan was remarkably resilient, a robust force, indeed. Jiang Yunhao marveled with genuine interest. The ancestor of the true dragon clan could hardly contain his fury, his eyes widening in disbelief. Jiang Yunhao, with renewed vigor, infused his chaotic magic into the dragon's body, instantly elongating and straightening the once limp golden dragon. It resembled a colossal golden sword, pointing defiantly at the ancestors of the true dragon clan and others beyond the secret realm. Earlier, you claimed that my slaying of this group of useless beings would weaken the overall strength of the Eastern Desolation's 9 regions. It is of no consequence. For every demon they can slay, I shall vanquish an equal number. I alone suffice. His voice resonated like thunder, reverberating through the air, leaving all present in stunned silence. Such audacity! Were it anyone else, their words might have elicited mockery. Yet, the assembly found themselves inexplicably devoid of any sense of impropriety. Thus, the one uttering these words was Jiang Yunhao. "Ah, you little thief, you seek death with intent." At last, the ancestors of the 4 great factions could no longer restrain themselves, particularly the ancestor of the true dragon clan, who grit his teeth in rage, nearly spitting blood from the provocation of Jiang Yunhao. It is worth noting that he was a renowned quasi-emperor, a figure of great repute across the 9 regions. In this era devoid of emperors, a quasi-emperor represented the pinnacle of recognized combat prowess. To be ridiculed and toyed with by a mere youth, who brandished a member of his true dragon clan like a weapon, was a profound humiliation. This was precisely the effect Jiang Yunhao intended to provoke. He sought this very outcome. After all, allowing for quasi-emperors, intent on his destruction, to remain alive would be in immense trouble. He certainly could not hide within this secret realm for eternity. Thus, there remained but one course of action: to ensnare them. The ancestor of the true dragon clan surged forward, his form darting towards the vast opening of the secret realm. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of countless onlookers shifted dramatically. How shameless! Truly, how shameless! The quasi-emperor ancestor has unexpectedly decided to take matters into his own hands. You arrogant wretch, today shall be your demise. Accompanying the ancestor of the true dragon clan is Lin Miaoi. Under the gaze of the multitude, the 4 quasi-emperors rushed fervently toward the breach of the secret realm. Even the guardian spirit of the tomb furrowed his brow and instinctively called out, "Halt!" This secret realm is the sacred ground where the ancient empress attained her emperor status, protected by the auspices of great emperors. According to the empress's decree, anyone over 1,000 years old is forbidden from entering this realm. You must remain calm. Simultaneously, the 3 quasi-emperors, Jiang Chun, Jun Wuhui, and Zhang Xingyan, ascended into the sky, attempting to intercept the 4 from the true dragon clan. Remain calm? What nonsense! It is not your descendants being wielded as weapons. Their speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they entered the breach of the secret realm. This was only because they sought entry. Otherwise, their pace would have been even swifter. You little thief, prepare to meet your end. 5 lethal intents firmly locked onto Jiang Yunhao. A knowing smile curled at the corners of Jiang Yunhao's mouth. Welcome, esteemed seniors. Welcome? Have you been rendered foolish by fear? The 5 were sinister grins. Yet, as this smile barely graced their lips, an overwhelming tide of crimson malevolence surged forth, howling towards them. Chapter 50, Decay of Flesh and Blood. Astonishing harvest, what on earth? Before the watchful eyes of all, the ominous crimson mist surged wildly, resembling towering waves that swiftly engulfed the 5 ancestors of the true dragon clan from all directions. Immediately, a chilling scream echoed through the heavens. The very fabric of the void seemed to shatter, and the howls of countless malevolent spirits emerged in a cacophony of despair. The sinister red mist, akin to maggots, relentlessly infiltrated their bodies through any orifice, penetrating with frenzied vigor. In an instant, the esteemed beings of quasi-emperor stature were corrupted and decayed. Their flesh visibly rotted away, akin to snow melting, leaving behind pools of putrid remains. "No, please, I do not wish to perish," Lin Miaoi screamed in terror and despair, her body dissolving completely, vanishing as if turned to vapor. She could hardly believe it, even in her final moments. She could not comprehend why this malevolent mist had suddenly assaulted them. Meanwhile, the ancestors of the true dragon clan, embodying the essence of a quasi-emperor, radiated with thunderous winds, manifesting into a colossal golden dragon of 100,000 meters. The dragon roared, its echoes resonating like thunderclaps in the sky. Yet, despite revealing the true form of the dragon, they barely survived for a fleeting breath longer. In the next moment, the magnificent dragon began to shed its golden scales, its flesh disintegrating, revealing a splendid golden skeletal structure beneath. Indeed, the dragon bones of quasi-emperor caliber. Flesh decayed, spirit extinguished, it appeared utterly lifeless. However, the quasi-emperor dragon bones were a remarkable find. To let them melt away would be a waste. A flicker of interest stirred within Jiang Yunhao. Only he, with a lineage intricately tied to the divine heritage of the secret realm, could effortlessly command this sinister mist. Even the guardian spirit of this sacred ground lacked such prowess. Jiang Yunhao keenly sensed the demise of the 5 individuals. In the next moment, a thought crossed his mind, and the sinister mist suddenly contracted, behaving as if it were a living entity, exhibiting remarkable agility. Simultaneously, a golden dragon bone fell helplessly toward the ground. Alongside it were the skeletal remains of the Han clan's ancestor, the Wang clan's ancestor, and the Yaoqi ancestor, all golden bones of quasi-emperor level. Such treasures were exceedingly rare. Even one could be forged into a quasi-emperor artifact. Jiang Yunhao, of course, would not squander this opportunity. He immediately conjured a massive hand of chaotic energy, deftly grasping each bone with precision, collecting the quasi-emperor skeletons into his storage pouch. All present were rendered speechless by this spectacle. The prodigies of the 4 major factions within the secret realm gaped in astonishment, stunned into silence. What a shocking turn of events. Their own ancestors had been ensnared by Jiang Yunhao. In that moment, realization dawned upon them, and they understood why Jiang Yunhao had previously exhibited such audacity. He had intentionally provoked the ancestors of the 4 great factions. Otherwise, this scion of the Jiang family, the remarkable emperor, would scarcely deign to acknowledge the 4 great powers. Such ferocity. The prodigies of the 4 great factions were engulfed in despair. The Jiang clan's disciples found it all the more effortless to engage in battle. Meanwhile, outside, the footsteps of Jiang Chun and his companions abruptly halted, suspended in midair. Zhang Xinyan's eyes twitched violently. "Ah, brother Jiang, I merely secluded myself for a few years. And your Jiang family has produced such an extraordinary emperor?" Zhang Xinyan exclaimed in astonishment, filled with admiration. Jun Wuhui nodded in agreement, expressing, "Indeed, I have always been observant of the Emperor Yunhao. This emperor is exceptional. He gives me the impression that he is yet to exert his full strength. The prodigies of his generation are unworthy of his complete prowess. He transcends merely overshadowing his contemporaries. He is a formidable force capable of contending with the prodigies of previous generations. The great emperors of bygone eras pale in comparison. Perhaps only those ancient anomalies, sealed within the source of fate for millennia, could rival him." Jun Wuhui was full of admiration, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Jiang Chun feigned a nonchalant demeanor, attempting to appear composed. "Ahem, in truth, you have only witnessed the tip of the iceberg of my family's Yunhao." Though he spoke lightly, Jiang Chun was profoundly shaken within. To be candid, even he, a patriarch of the Jiang family, had not anticipated the multitude of Jiang Yunhao's capabilities. He felt an inconceivable depth of potential. However, as he pondered, he found solace in the fact that this was his own descendant. With such progeny, how could the Jiang family not flourish? It seemed that Yunhao would soon uncover the secrets of the Jiang lineage. Jiang Chen's heart stirred as he narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on Jiang Yunhao's figure. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao was nearing the conclusion of his endeavors. The group, led by Wang Lin, akin to insignificant creatures, was easily vanquished before the might of Jiang Yunhao and the Jiang clan. Jiang Yunhao had forcibly subdued Long Outyin, who had been knocked unconscious, transforming him into a diminutive dragon confined within a cage aboard the Yunzhou. Jiang Yunhao spared Long Outyin for a simple reason. This Long Outyin sought to claim him as a servant. Thus, Jiang Yunhao reciprocated in kind. Coincidentally, he was in need of a steed. The Jiang clan also reaped significant rewards, for these prodigies possessed considerable wealth, each akin to a treasure chest. Jiang Tianyu trailed closely behind Jiang Yunhao, beaming with joy. "Cousin, you are truly remarkable." Jiang Yunhao smiled gently, replying, "I suppose I'm just a bit stronger than they are." The onlookers exchanged glances, incredulous at his modesty. Just a bit stronger? They thought, believing it wholeheartedly. The Jiang family's emperor is majestic. The Jiang family's emperor is invincible. At that moment, two figures, accompanied by a throng of followers, suddenly boarded the Yunzhou, bowing and smiling obsequiously. It was precisely Zhang Xinghe and Zhang Tingyu, accompanied by a group of descendants from the treacherous Jiang family, who sought out Jiang Yunhao. "Oh, it is indeed you. The Imperial Prince is truly formidable." The two grinned broadly, exuding an air of sycophancy. Jiang Yunhao, however, merely cast a fleeting glance at the assembly. Not a single soul dared to meet his gaze. Their eyes flickered away, and they lowered their heads. Indifferently, Jiang Yunhao chose to disregard them and turn on his heels, soaring towards the resplendent golden steel. There is no need for flattery directed at the Jiang family's Imperial Prince. I, the Imperial Prince of the Jiang family, am impervious to your praises, just as I remain untouched by your treachery. In my eyes, you are of little consequence. You should return whence you came. My family does not welcome the ineffectual." Jiang Lingxiao regarded them with cold indifference. Instantly, the faces of Zhang Xinghe and Zhang Tingyu flushed crimson, trembling in trepidation. Such words were devoid of any semblance of mercy. Yet, respect is earned, not bestowed. Despite the sting of the remark, Zhang Xinghe and his companions dared not show any sign of disrespect. After all, the Imperial Prince of the Jiang family had even outmaneuvered the ancestors of the four great powers. What were they in comparison? Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao and his party had arrived beneath the golden steel. The brilliance in Jiang Yunhao's eyes surged, revealing an array of extraordinary colors as he beheld a familiar inscription. "Oh, Yao Tianchu, no wonder I haven't seen you. It appears you have ventured to pursue the ancient spiritual entity. Quite a remarkable endeavor." Chapter 51. The diligent Yao Tianchu and the bewildered gravekeeper spirit. Before Jiang Yunhao stood a colossal golden stele, intricately engraved with 100 resplendent names. However, the name at the very top remained indistinct, with only a few of the names below it discernible. The 100th, Mighty Bull Demon, Niu Tontian, 9th layer of the Divine King Realm. The 99th, Golden Lion, Xingyu, 9th layer of the Divine King Realm. The 98th, and so forth, until the 50th ancient powerhouse, who had already attained the sacred realm of the divine path. All present were struck with profound awe upon witnessing these rankings. The names inscribed here belonged to the formidable beings of the ancient era. To think that only those at the 9th layer of the Divine King realm barely qualified for the top 100. How terrifying it was that only those of such caliber could secure a place on this list. A chill ran down their spines. It is important to note that in the entirety of the Eastern Wasteland's 9 domains, even a dominant lineage like the Jiang family could count the number of divine kings on one hand. Yet here, the 9th layer divine kings were merely scraping into the rankings. Simultaneously, the crowd's breaths quickened as realization dawned upon them. If one could defeat these spiritual entities, they would at the very least acquire a treasure of the divine king level. What more could one desire? Furthermore, those ranked higher included spirits of the sacred realm and even quasi-imperial levels. In an instant, everyone was breathless, eager to challenge the ancient spiritual powerhouses. Yet, none dared to move. This was solely due to Jiang Yunhao, who remained motionless before them. Both the Jiang and Zhang family members present understood that without Jiang Yunhao, they would not have the fortune to seize such an opportunity. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao's gaze fell upon a familiar name on the stele. The 63rd, Yaoqi's Sacred Land, Yao Tianchu. Yao Tianchu had already advanced to the 63rd position. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred slightly. It was evident that the reason Yao Tianchu was not seen outside was that he had eagerly ventured forth to challenge the spirits. His ranking was commendable, nearing the top 50. It was clear that Yao Tianchu was putting forth considerable effort. This realization brought Jiang Yunhao a sense of satisfaction. once Yao Tianqiu emerged, he would seize the opportunity to claim him. Indeed, Jiang Yunhao would not let Yao Tianqiu escape. Such leniency was for the benevolent. As for himself, when confronting an adversary, he would show no mercy. If he could vanquish them, he would not hesitate. If there was an opportunity to reap benefits, he would not let it slip away. Jiang Yunhao felt a flicker of anticipation for the treasures that diligent Yao Tianqiu might acquire. Moreover, with Yao Tianqiu's innate talent of the celestial overlord bloodline, he could even be signed up. Truly, he was a veritable treasure trove. How could Jiang Yunhao possibly allow him to go unscathed? With this thought in mind, Jiang Yunhao glanced at Jiang Lingxiao. There was no need for further words. Jiang Lingxiao, who had followed Jiang Yunhao for quite some time, understood perfectly. At that moment, he respectfully saluted Jiang Yunhao, saying, "Rest assured, Emperor, if you enter and Yao Tianqiu happens to emerge, my Jiang family will certainly not allow him to escape." Indeed, Jiang Yunhao was prepared to enter immediately and catch up to Yao Tianqiu's ranking. Yet, a tinge of concern lingered in his mind. What if he entered only to find Yao Tianqiu exiting? Thus, he resolved to prepare thoroughly, ensuring that every contingency was accounted for. It must be said that Jiang Yunhao had considered every possible scenario. Yao Tianqiu would not escape his grasp. Furthermore, having family members who understood him so well provided Jiang Yunhao with immense reassurance. Just then, the voice of the guardian spirit echoed, "Young ones, to challenge the spiritual entities. Simply reach out and touch the stone tablet to enter the heroic spirit battlefield." However, the heroic spirit battlefield is no trifling matter. Even though the cultivation levels of those ancient spirits are suppressed to the Dongtian and Zhanyuan realms, they were once formidable beings of great terror. Should you fail in your challenge, the consequences could range from severe injury to the loss of life. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted slightly. It turned out that challenging these spirits posed a genuine threat to their lives. Immediately thereafter, the guardian spirit continued, "Moreover, Jiang family's emperor, if I am not mistaken, your Dongtian realm must harbor a terrifying creation, correct?" Jiang Yunhao nodded, replying, "You are correct, esteemed elder. My Dongtian realm nurtures the chaos azure lotus." Indeed, the guardian spirit's voice brimmed with astonishment. He recognized Jiang Yunhao's formidable prowess and surmised that his Dongtian was extraordinary. Yet even so, the will of the guardian of the heavenly gate could not fathom that Jiang Yunhao harbored a creation of the ancient azure emperor within his Dongtian realm. This was simply inconceivable. The guardian spirit suddenly sighed, as if filled with deep regret. "Ah, no wonder your strength is so formidable. The chaos azure lotus can channel chaotic power. Throughout history, only the azure emperor possessed such power. Since your Dongtian realm has already nurtured the chaos azure lotus, the opportunities and creations of these ancient spirits would be of no use to you. Even if the top 10 possess creations comparable to the chaos azure lotus, a person can only have one Dongtian. Acquiring more is futile." The guardian spirit mused. Jiang Yunhao, however, was suddenly enlightened. The top 10 all possessed creations that rivaled the chaos azure lotus? That meant they were at the emperor level, the pinnacle of greatness. His heart stirred with excitement. These top 10 must have been the terrifying figures of ancient times who could rival the immortal empress. Although they lost to her and missed the chance to attain the emperor title, it was because only one emperor could emerge every 10,000 years. Undeniably, they were the elite of their era, each possessing the potential to claim the singular title of emperor. Their ancestral treasures are all of imperial grade. In other words, the remaining 7 caverns can be filled. A perfect complement of 10 caverns. This scene was something Jiang Yunhao could scarcely envision. Of course, filling all the caverns would be quite simple. Given the Jiang family's profound heritage, they could effortlessly gather numerous treasures for Jiang Yunhao. However, he was reluctant to take that path. He would rather wait a little longer to perfect the 10 caverns than settle for less. After all, the better the treasures he nurtured, the more extraordinary his strength would become. It was akin to how the chaos Qinglian bestowed upon him chaotic magical power. The weak water condensation pearl granted him unmatched crushing force in his every move. The heart of the world tree enabled him to maintain an ever-peak state, tireless and unyielding. The advantages conferred by these celestial creations were immense. Ordinary treasures could scarcely compare in efficacy. As the crowd listened to the dialogue, their attention turned to Jiang Yunhao, many expressing sympathy for him. Because he was so powerful, even the extraordinary fortunes that common people yearn for were of no use to him. What a peculiar logic. What an odd phenomenon. Typically, one would be deemed unworthy due to their weakness. Yet in the case of the Jiang family's imperial scion, the situation was entirely inverted. The onlookers were filled with myriad emotions. Perhaps this was the terrifying nature of an emperor's potential. Even those outside, peering in through secret treasures, were taken aback. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, unable to fathom how things had come to this. Zhang Xingyan sighed, saying, "Alas, my friend, your imperial scion is too exceptional for him. Even the greatest opportunities within this secret realm are futile." As the crowd reflected on this, Jiang Yunhao suddenly reached out to touch the stone tablet. The guardian spirit of the tomb inquired, "Jiang family scion, what are you doing? It won't be of any use for you to enter." Jiang Yunhao clandestinely transmitted, "To be honest, I have 10 caverns, but I am still 7 short of perfection." The guardian spirit of the tomb replied with silence. Chapter 52. Do you think you're a cabbage? Let's discuss a matter, shall we? 10 heavenly domains. Even the tomb guardian spirit, who had existed for 2 millennia and had witnessed countless events, was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the covert transmission from Jiang Yunhao. The visage he manifested fixated intently on Jiang Yunhao, as if attempting to discern any hint of exaggeration in his claims. However, no matter how one looked at it, Jiang Yunhao did not appear to be speaking in vain. The guardian spirit stood bewildered. Is it truly possible for someone to cultivate 10 heavenly domains? One might as well say that he intends to enter and claim all the treasured legacies for himself, even if he cannot obtain them. He would not allow others to take them. The corners of the guardian spirit's eyes twitched, casting an enigmatic glance at Jiang Yunhao. Clearly, he found it hard to believe. Yet, there was no reason to impede Jiang Yunhao's ambitions. In the next moment, a radiant golden light erupted from the stone tablet, enveloping Jiang Yunhao and drawing him within. Simultaneously, numerous figures of outstanding talents from various clans were expelled from the stone tablet. "Oh my, that monkey is exceptionally formidable. He nearly shattered my skull with a single blow. Ah, my leg is broken. Mother, save me. I want to go home." Is this secret realm something a mere mortal can challenge? One after another, they lamented, their cries echoing throughout the area. It was with horror that the onlookers realized that these ejected, defeated prodigies were all grievously injured, some even missing arms or legs, with others having their lower bodies utterly crushed. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Meanwhile, several patriarchs of noble families turned pale, their lips trembling. They had discovered that the life tokens of their own prodigies had shattered. This signified that some of their talents had perished during the challenges in the secret realm. Those who managed to escape, albeit heavily wounded, were still deemed exceptionally powerful. Clearly, the treasures within this realm were not easily acquired. They exacted a heavy toll. As they marveled, the stone tablet shimmered, and the name of the 50th contender rippled. 50th place, Yaoqi Sacred Land, Yao Tianshu, cutting fate level 3. Yao Tianshu had broken into the top 50. The gathered prodigies were astonished, gazing incredulously at the rankings inscribed on the stone tablet. Only those who had experienced it firsthand could comprehend the immense difficulty of penetrating the top 50. Most of them had been eliminated by this 50th ranked spirit. Yet, Yao Tianshu had succeeded in advancing, illuminating his name across the cosmos. Another prodigious talent emerged. With such a remarkable figure hailing from the Yaoqi Sacred Land, one could only imagine the flourishing future that awaited the sect. Everyone's thoughts inevitably turned to Jiang Yunhao. After all, these two dominant factions were at odds with one another. A quasi-emperor ancestor had even fallen victim to Jiang Yunhao's schemes. If Jiang Yunhao were to challenge the realm, how high could he ascend? However, it was likely that he had already acquired the chaotic green lotus and would not venture inside. Speculations swirled among the crowd. At that moment, the names inscribed on the stone tablet began to fluctuate violently once more. The 100th name, from the Lingshu domain, the Jiang family, Jiang Yunhao, 6th level of the Cave Heaven realm. What? The name of the Jiang family's imperial scion has made the list. Has he entered? The crowd stared wide-eyed, incredulous. A terrifying spectacle soon unfolded as Jiang Yunhao's name shimmered with golden light, soaring upward with astonishing speed, a dizzying ascent. 99th, 78th, 50th. From the Lingshu domain, Jiang family, Jiang Yunhao, 6th level of the Cave Heaven realm. In the span of mere breaths, Jiang Yunhao's name replaced that of Yao Tianqiu. My goodness, the Jiang family's Imperial scion has also made it. This 50th position is undoubtedly a watershed moment. Only prodigies of the Annihilation realm could reach it. Yet, Jiang Yunhao is still in the cave heaven realm. How could he possibly break into the top 50? The crowd was bewildered. Defeating the divine power demon ape grants a reward of 10 strands of innate divine consciousness, along with the choice of one among 3 treasures, the great strength divine art, the chaotic wind hammer technique, and the divine artifact, the colorful stone heart. In a boundless darkness, there existed only a suspended white platform, resembling an arena. This was the interior of the stone tablet, a space independently opened by the indomitable empress of the ancient era through unparalleled means. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao stood upon the platform, shattering the spirit form of the divine power demon ape with a single punch. These items hold no value for me. Could you perhaps exchange them, esteemed elder? Surprisingly, these coveted divine abilities and treasures were indeed of little use to Jiang Yunhao. His objective was clear: to catch up with Yao Tianqiu, eliminate him first, and then strive for the top 10. What he sought were the legacies of the emperors. The guardian spirit remained silent. To be honest, in 2 millennia, he had never encountered a being like Jiang Yunhao. Well, if these are truly of no use to you, then I shall exchange them all for innate divine consciousness. What do you think? Upon hearing the guardian spirit's response, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. So accommodating, he truly agreed to the exchange. Moreover, he was in dire need of innate divine consciousness. As nurturing the treasures of the cave heaven required a substantial amount of it, the more innate divine consciousness one possessed, the better the nurturing. To ensure that his 10 cave heavens take perfect form, innate divine consciousness was indispensable. In any case, such a valuable resource was always welcome. No one would ever complain about having too much. Let us exchange them based on the value of the legacy, and I will give you 100 strands of innate divine consciousness. The guardian spirit calculated briefly. Jiang Yunhao nodded, smiling. Then please help me exchange the opportunities and treasures I gained from defeating those spirit forms. I apologize for the trouble, esteemed elder. The guardian spirit. Ahem, ahem. The guardian spirit seemed choked, coughing several times. You young lad, do you treat innate divine consciousness as if it were cabbage, so readily available everywhere? In the past, the reason you acquired a significant amount of primordial divine thoughts was due to your possession of the chaotic azure lotus, an ancient treasure of the Azure Emperor, which has existed for over 10,000 years, accumulating the essence of millennia. Even the guardian spirit of the tomb found himself at a loss for words. He now comprehended why Jiang Yunhao could manifest 10 celestial realms. However, such an opportunity is rare and cannot be sought after. The accumulation of over 10,000 years has forged a formidable entity of 10 celestial realms. One can only imagine the magnitude of difficulty involved. Yet, the guardian spirit remained unaware that Jiang Yunhao had discerned the implications of his words. The ancient chaotic azure lotus had gathered essence for a millennium. The mysterious realm of the heavenly gate, however, dates back to ancient times, equivalent to an accumulation of over 20,000 years. Hence, the primordial divine thoughts within this realm must be even more abundant. Could there be tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of strands? Jiang Yunhao blinked, silently calculating, when suddenly a bold idea struck him. Meanwhile, the guardian spirit remained oblivious that someone had set his sights on his lair. After a moment of contemplation, the guardian spirit continued. If you can secure a place among the top 10, it would not be unreasonable to grant you additional primordial divine thoughts. Oh, Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes. Was this guardian spirit truly so accommodating? It felt as though he was subtly encouraging him to strive for higher achievements. Nevertheless, Jiang Yunhao merely took note and did not dwell on it, as it did not conflict with his objectives. By the way, if you advance further, you will encounter your adversary, the guardian spirit remarked with significance. Jiang Yunhao's gaze suddenly brightened. Yao Tianqiu, I am coming. Chapter 53, Contesting with the Tyrant Body. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yunhao aimed for a higher rank, the outside world was in an uproar. All eyes were fixated on the golden stone tablet, where Jiang Yunhao's name soared upwards as if propelled by a rocket. The astonishing speed left everyone in utter disbelief, as if witnessing a ghostly apparition. The Jiang family's prodigy was truly formidable. While other talents had begun to falter, Jiang Yunhao appeared to be far from reaching his limits. Whispers filled the air. It was evident to all that Jiang Yunhao's momentum remained terrifyingly potent. In stark contrast, Yao Tianshu found himself stagnant at the 36th position, an already formidable achievement, surpassed only by a select few of the top-tier talents from the eastern wilderness. Yet, when compared to Jiang Yunhao's velocity, they seemed insignificant. Jiang Yunhao had seemingly become a unique entity. Those with grievances against the Jiang family wore grim expressions, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. Conversely, the members of the Jiang family displayed eager anticipation, speculating on how far Jiang Yunhao might ascend. Within the secret realm, at the stone tablet, a colossal black-furred bear, wielding a massive axe, stood guard at the entrance to the next challenge, representing the 35th rank. The ancient barbaric bear, renowned for its immense strength, was only surpassed by the likes of the heavenly horn ant and the swallowing sky lark among the top-tier demon races. Opposite this ancient bear, several disheveled individuals sat cross-legged, frantically consuming pills from their storage bags. These were the few who had reached the 35th rank. As the ranks ascended, the numbers dwindled, leaving only 6 talents remaining at this level. Among them were 2 familiar faces to Jiang Yunhao, the contemporary prodigies of the 4 great powers, Yao Tianshu and Han Sini. At this moment, Yao Tianshu's complexion was pale, his hair disheveled, stripped of his earlier composure and now tinged with desperation. It was evident that he had already battled the ancient barbaric bear. Such a terrifying physical presence inevitably invoked thoughts of the Jiang family's prodigy. Would Jiang Yunhao, upon entering, dare to challenge this ancient bear? Regrettably, Jiang Yunhao had not arrived, and thus the spectacle remained unseen. The talents exchanged hushed words, their thoughts drifting to Jiang Yunhao as they encountered the formidable spirit body. After all, the world had witnessed the sheer terror of Jiang Yunhao's physical prowess. Yao Tianshu may falter, but what right does Jiang Yunhao have to succeed? Moreover, with the 4 great powers encircling him, if he were not a fool, he would not dare enter the secret realm. Upon hearing the surrounding discussions, Yao Tianshu slowly opened his eyes, casting a cold, sweeping gaze over the crowd. The other talents promptly fell silent. Though they too hailed from extraordinary backgrounds, some even being scions of dominant powers within their realms, they were in no way inferior to Yao Tianshu in terms of lineage. Yet, there was no need to provoke the Yaoqi sacred land over mere words. Nonetheless, a sense of discomfort lingered within them, a dissatisfaction with Yao Tianshu's arrogance. Meanwhile, Yao Tianshu, having entered the secret realm, was eagerly seeking to battle the spiritual entities, unaware that Jiang Yunhao had already arrived. Furthermore, the so-called alliance of the 4 major powers had been utterly defeated by the Jiang clan. They had been thoroughly plundered, meeting tragic ends on the spot. Even his mother, Lin Miaoi, along with an esteemed ancestor of Yaoqi, had fallen victim to Jiang Yunhao's schemes. Despite this, Yao Tianshu had amassed considerable gains, having collected several hundred strands of innate divine consciousness, along with a substantial number of heirloom treasures. He had resolved to enter seclusion upon his return, intending to thoroughly digest the spoils of this expedition. Han Sini cast a complex glance at Yao Tianshu. Frankly, she was perhaps the least inclined among the 4 major powers to stand against Jiang Yunhao. Few were aware that Han Sini possessed an incredibly remarkable ability. She was adept at divination. Having cautiously observed Jiang Yunhao, the visions she had gleaned through her talent left her profoundly shaken. In a daze, she beheld a solitary figure in white, seated amidst the void, turning its back to the world, as if wielding dominion over the annals of time. Behind him lay an era of tranquility and vitality. Yet before him stretched a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, replete with endless slaughter and despair. He embodied the very essence of life and death. Han Sini could not comprehend the nature of her vision, but it filled her with immense trepidation. She had a premonition that the indistinct figure in white, turned away from the world, was likely Jiang Yunhao. Perhaps she had glimpsed the future or the past. Regardless, it was terrifying. She felt an inescapable conviction that no one in this world could halt his advance. He was beyond their capacity to obstruct. Han Sini murmured, instinctively gazing toward the entrance, where the image of Jiang Yunhao surfaced in her mind, perhaps. Just as her thoughts spiraled, her pupils contracted suddenly, as if pricked by a needle. He was coming. He truly was coming. Han Sini sprang to her feet, utterly astonished. What did his coming even mean? Miss Han, as a descendant of a great clan, why are you in such a fluster? Yao Tianqiu, disturbed from his meditation, frowned at Han Sini. Yet in the next moment, following her gaze, he beheld a familiar silhouette. What? Jiang Yunhao? Yao Tianqiu was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, the figure approaching was none other than Jiang Yunhao, who entered this lair clad in white, dressed in white as pure as snow, with long hair cascading to her waist like flowing ink. Jiang Yunhao, you have actually entered? Yao Tianqiu, regaining his composure, squinted as he scrutinized Jiang Yunhao. What is this? If you can enter, why can't this prince? Jiang Yunhao surveyed the surroundings, grasping the situation with clarity. It appeared that not only Yao Tianqiu, but also the contemporary paragons of the Eastern Wilderness 9 domains were ensnared at the 35th rank. Haha. Upon hearing Jiang Yunhao's words, Yao Tianqiu chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he regarded Jiang Yunhao. If I am not mistaken, you have evaded Long Outyin and Wang Lin. Haven to you? Those two truly are something. One wishes to see if you dare to enter, awaiting to claim you as a servant, while the other seeks to trample upon you to establish his own fame and win the hearts of beautiful women. However, I am different. I, Yao Tianqiu, harbor only murderous intent towards you. Jiang Yunhao, slowly rising, Yao Tianqiu's vitality surged within him, twisting his neck, producing a sound akin to cracking bones. The others, awestruck, hastily retreated. Goodness, such intense malice from Yao Tianqiu. He seeks to eliminate the heir of the Jiang family upon their first encounter. The strength of Yao Tianqiu was evident to all, and none believed Jiang Yunhao could surpass him. After all, Yao Tianqiu was at the cutting fate realm, a significant level above Jiang Yunhao. Moreover, Yao Tianqiu was not of the ilk of Chun Tianzi from the Daluo sword sect. He had gained fame much earlier and was nearing a millennium in age. By next year, he could no longer be deemed part of the younger generation. It can be said that he firmly occupies a prominent position among the most illustrious figures of the younger generation. Chapter 54. Naturally charming Jiang Yunhao. I never imagined you possessed such audacity. Very well, since you are so eager to meet your demise, allow me to dispatch you first. Yao Tianqiu rose, his gaze calm as water, seemingly indifferent to Jiang Yunhao's presence. The other prodigies hastily retreated to a distance. In truth, they were acutely aware of the source of Yao Tianqiu's confidence. Like Jiang Yunhao, it stemmed from his formidable strength. However, Yao Tianqiu had achieved fame much earlier. Among his peers, he was undoubtedly unparalleled, having swept through his path without encountering any rivals to this day. Eventually, Yao Tianqiu grew bored, opting not to compete with his contemporaries or engage in the contest for supremacy within the 9 domains of the Eastern Wilderness. This allowed his younger brother, Yao Wudi, the opportunity to aspire to the title of the 10 Crowned Kings. Yet, the world knew that the most powerful force in the Guanghan domain was the Yaoqi sacred land, and the strongest of the contemporary youth was undoubtedly Yao Tianqiu. He was often referred to as the king without a crown. Oh, are you so eager for death? Jiang Yunhao regarded Yao Tianqiu with keen interest. His primary interest in Yao Tianqiu lay in the potential benefits to be gained. The system had indicated that Yao Tianqiu was the celestial tyrant body, a significant figure for signing in. As for anything else, Jiang Yunhao had no interest whatsoever. Sharp-tongued and quick-witted, a murderous glint flashed in Yao Tianqiu's eyes. Just as he appeared ready to charge forward, Jiang Yunhao suddenly raised his hand. Wait a moment. Yao Tianqiu was momentarily taken aback. I thought the Jiang family's prince possessed great confidence. What is this? At the critical moment, you hesitate and are unwilling to engage me in battle? Yao Tianqiu mocked with laughter. Yet this was indeed a misunderstanding on Yao Tianqiu's part. Jiang Yunhao merely cast a casual glance at him. At this moment, you don't seem to be in optimal condition, do you? You should continue taking your medicine. Regain your peak state, and then we can battle. Jiang Yunhao felt a stir in his heart, contemplating. His reasoning for this was twofold. Firstly, he was confident in his own strength. Secondly, what if this half-damaged Yao Tianqiu was unable to summon the celestial tyrant body's bloodline? In such a case, would he risk failing to sign in? To ensure safety, Jiang Yunhao was quite willing to wait for Yao Tianqiu to recover. The elite prodigies present, however, were oblivious to Jiang Yunhao's thoughts, and they were all taken aback by his words. They had seen confidence before, but never such unyielding confidence. What kind of invincible disposition is this, to disregard the opponent's lack of peak condition? The key was that Yao Tianqiu was no ordinary foe. He was the king without a crown among the younger generation of the Guanghan domain. Who wouldn't he wish to take advantage of such a situation and swiftly eliminate him? Perhaps only the Jiang family prince could possess such a magnificent disposition. The crowd couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. Han Sini was utterly astonished by Jiang Yunhao's formidable presence. Her eyes sparkled with an array of emotions, further affirming her conviction that her predictions were indeed accurate. That unparalleled figure, seemingly dictating the ages, was likely the future manifestation of Jiang Yunhao. To eliminate you, is it necessary to reach the pinnacle of power? However, Jiang Yunhao's demeanor incited a fury within Yao Tianqiu. Who was Yao Tianqiu? Throughout his journey, he had never been so contemptuously dismissed. This was an affront, a stark humiliation directed at him. Death. In the next moment, Yao Tianqiu launched a fierce attack, his palms sweeping forward with great force. Behind him, an endless cascade of radiant starlight erupted, as if the heavens themselves were winking in response. In an instant, the stars surged forth, enveloping Jiang Yunhao with an overwhelming force. It was terrifying. It resembled a maneuver capable of plucking stars from the sky and overturning the cosmos. This was the signature technique that had brought Yao Tianqiu fame, the cosmic galaxy palm. Gasp! Such a lethal strike right from the outset. The onlookers inhaled sharply, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. Yet, Jiang Yunhao remained unperturbed. Suddenly, a vision of the three heavens appeared behind him. A towering, chaotic azure lotus swayed gracefully, while torrents of chaotic energy cascaded like a rainstorm. Bathed in this chaotic aura, Jiang Yunhao resembled a transcendent war god, exuding an aura of unparalleled might. The green leaves and stems of the azure lotus swept forth with a single motion. With a single leaf, it obliterated the starry manifestations with effortless ease. The residual force surged forward, swiftly reaching Yao Tianqiu. Like swatting away a mere fly, a resounding crash echoed as Yao Tianqiu was violently propelled away. Yao Tianqiu's expression transformed drastically. This was the first time in his life he had engaged with Jiang Yunhao. Despite his outward rage, appearing almost deranged, he was, in truth, remarkably composed. Having heard numerous tales of Jiang Yunhao's exploits, Yao Tianqiu had initiated his assault with a decisive strike. Yet, upon truly confronting Jiang Yunhao, he realized he had gravely misjudged this scion of the Jiang family. With a thunderous crash, Yao Tianqiu fell to the ground 1,000 meters away. The platform beneath him, resembling white jade, trembled slightly. This was due to the unique spatial characteristics of the secret realm. The platform was incredibly robust, impervious even to the might of quasi-emperors. Otherwise, it would have shattered long ago. However, Yao Tianqiu was not as resilient. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his hair disheveled, appearing utterly disheveled. His face contorted with despair and horror. How could this be? By what right does Jiang Yunhao possess such strength? Yao Tianqiu gazed at Jiang Yunhao in disbelief, rising abruptly. As if unable to accept this shocking disparity, driven to madness, he raged incoherently. Observing this, Jiang Yunhao's gaze remained tranquil, devoid of any fluctuation, coldly regarding Yao Tianqiu. In an instant, he flashed forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Yao Tianqiu's chest. Meanwhile, the frenzied Yao Tianqiu wore a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. Fool, you have indeed fallen into my trap. Do you think that I avoided you out of fear of your formidable physical prowess? Little do you know that my bloodline, the celestial tyrant body of Yao Tianqiu, is one of the most powerful physical gifts from the primordial age. The expression on Yao Tianqiu's face shifted, the madness fading away, replaced by an unparalleled calmness. Indeed, he was feigning weakness to lure Jiang Yunhao closer. He feared that if he displayed overwhelming strength from the outset, it would frighten Jiang Yunhao into fleeing. The world knows of Yao Tianqiu's celestial tyrant body bloodline, yet they remain ignorant of the true depth of this innate talent. In the next moment, Yao Tianqiu's blood energy surged, and his injuries miraculously began to heal in an instant. A thunderous roar erupted from within him, akin to a vast ocean in tumult. Each activation of this bloodline comes with excruciating aftereffects. However, today, being able to eliminate you, Jiang Yunhao, is more than sufficient. Yao Tianqiu grinned malevolently, extending a hand toward Jiang Yunhao. Is he manifesting extraordinary powers in front of me? Typically, those gifted with exceptional fortune possess the ability to turn the tables in dire situations. It is inconceivable that someone as accomplished as Yao Tianqiu would lack means. Jiang Yunhao was not surprised by this turn of events. However, he too possessed his own extraordinary abilities. As he witnessed Yao Tianqiu finally unleashing his celestial tyrant body bloodline, Jiang Yunhao silently recited within his heart, prepared to sign in. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. Chapter 55. Nothing cannot be resolved by a single epiphany. Ding. Due to the host's bloodline being destined to oppose the celestial tyrant bloodline, the host has activated their own bloodline. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the primordial sacred body. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 celestial spirit pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 opportunities for enlightenment. The voice of the system resonated in Jiang Yunhao's mind, audible only to him in its clarity. A surge of excitement welled within him. Indeed, his intuition was correct. Upon encountering Yao Tianqiu, he was able to awaken the latent powers of his bloodline. As a member of the Jiang family, he possessed an innate bloodline talent. Yet, among the millions of contemporary clan members, none had managed to awaken this gift. Not even the quasi-emperors like Jiang Chun had realized the potential of the sacred body bloodline. This attests to the extraordinary nature of this bloodline talent. However, at this moment, he was different. Jiang Yunhao had fully awakened. In a moment of clarity, all the mysteries surrounding the primordial sacred body unfolded in his mind. Concurrently, his vitality surged forward at an astonishing pace. The blood essence surged and swelled. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from within Jiang Yunhao, akin to the furnace of heaven and earth. Strength, 76. 83 million pounds. Strength, 88. 88 million pounds. Strength, 99. 99 million pounds. In an instant, Jiang Yunhao's physical form grew even stronger. This also highlighted the terrifying nature of Jiang Yunhao's foundational physique, the eternal Tao body. In the world, only the eternal Tao body, the source of all physiques, could seamlessly integrate any talent. Without the eternal Tao body, it would be exceedingly difficult for Jiang Yunhao to possess multiple formidable physiques simultaneously. This meant that from this moment onward, he would not be confined to any singular talent. He could encompass all. He would be endowed with the blessings of every physique talent in existence. Simultaneously, Yao Tianqiu, who was reaching out to grasp Jiang Yunhao, felt the profound transformation and clearly sensed Jiang Yunhao's evolution. Has he grown stronger again? Impossible. How could this be? Does Jiang Yunhao possess hidden abilities as well? Yao Tianqiu's mind was shaken. However, with no turning back now, he firmly believed in the unparalleled nature of his bloodline. His fingers, like claws, lunged toward Jiang Yunhao's face. Young Master Jiang, be careful. At that moment, Han Sini instinctively exclaimed. The onlookers, the young talents present, turned to Han Sini, their expressions a mix of bewilderment. Wasn't this young lady from the Han family one of the four united forces? Why was she speaking up for Jiang Yunhao? Confusion reigned among the crowd. Yao Tianqiu, however, was nearly driven to the brink of fury. How dare this woman betray him in public? Just because Jiang Yunhao was handsome, he could act without reason? Cursed be it, after I defeat Jiang Yunhao, I shall deal with you properly. Yao Tianqiu possessed an unparalleled confidence in his own strength. Why do people only recognize him for his celestial overlord physique, yet remain oblivious to the profound intricacies of this bloodline? The reason is rather simple. It is because all the adversaries capable of compelling Yao Tianqiu to pay a hefty price to awaken the celestial overlord physique have perished. The dead, naturally, do not divulge secrets. His palm, imbued with unparalleled domineering power, could not be resisted even by the prodigies of the cutting fate realm. However, Jiang Yunhao's speed surpassed his own, arriving late, yet striking first. One could see Jiang Yunhao raising his hand, colliding with Yao Tianqiu in an explosive clash. Jiang Yunhao's strength erupted completely, pouring forth with this strike. It bore the weight of the weak water condensation pearl, coupled with the chaotic magical essence. As if it sought to push the heavens back by 100,000 miles, wielding the might to reverse the cosmos and collapse the starry river. Boom! The two palms collided. The magical energy surged, unleashing a powerful sonic wave that even stirred the fabric of space into ripples. Under the gaze of all, at the epicenter of the explosion, a figure was sent flying as if struck by lightning, akin to a kite severed from its string. Blood spurted forth, raining in the air. It was a purplish blood, infused with mysterious power. This figure was none other than Yao Tianqiu. Crack, crack. One could see Yao Tianqiu's right arm fracturing inch by inch, accompanied by the excruciating sound of splintering bones. His complexion turned pale, his gaze fixated on Jiang Yunhao, filled with an unprecedented shock. Only those who truly engaged with Jiang Yunhao could comprehend his terrifying prowess. It was far more astonishing than the rumors suggested, bordering on incredulity. It transcended conventional judgment of strength. It felt as though he was not facing a mere individual, but a formidable entity vying for supremacy from the ancient era. Jiang Yunhao, your physique. After finally stabilizing his retreating form, Yao Tianqiu's lips bled, his hair disheveled and appearing utterly disheveled. Yet, it was not only Yao Tianqiu who was astonished. The watching prodigies were also inwardly gasping in awe. Previously, they had been speculating about who would triumph between the two, leaning towards the long-established Yao Tianqiu as the likely victor. Yet unexpectedly, it was Jiang Yunhao, who had only practiced for a mere decade, who utterly defeated Yao Tianqiu. And it was not a simple victory. It was a complete annihilation, appearing effortless. Is my deduction accurate? That figure truly is Jiang Yunhao. Han Sini's heart trembled, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. No, I, Yao Tianqiu, shall not be defeated by you, who has merely trained for a few years. In terms of foundation, I surpass you 100-fold. Yao Tianqiu took a deep breath, his temperament evidently unyielding. This was the indomitable spirit of the younger generation of the Guanghan domain. He possessed a steadfast heart for invincibility, forged through countless victories along his journey. Overlord Fist. One could see Yao Tianqiu completely frenzied, desperately activating the celestial overlord bloodline. His 7 orifices bled profusely as he hurled a fist towards Jiang Yunhao, conjuring the illusion of a monstrous beast. This is the innate divine ability of the celestial overlord's bloodline, comparable to the laws of the great emperors. Observing this, Jiang Yunhao felt his bloodline stirring with anticipation. How absurd! Nevertheless, throughout it all, his expression remained tranquil. He could sense the boiling of his own bloodline, a provocation from his destined adversary. The ancient sacred body also possesses its own innate divine abilities. However, having only recently awakened this sacred body, he had yet to fully comprehend its essence. Yet, the more Yao Tianqiu desperately wielded the celestial overlord's power, the more it ignited Jiang Yunhao's bloodline. Yet, waiting for personal enlightenment felt like a waste of precious time. However, he had an epiphany. Indeed, after signing in, Jiang Yunhao had gained 10 opportunities for enlightenment. Enlightenment is quite simple. As its name suggests, it is a once-in-a-lifetime state, the opportunity that every practitioner longs for. He immediately utilized one of these opportunities. In an instant, a series of cracking sounds resonated from within Jiang Yunhao's body. The first shackles of the sacred body shattered. The second shackles of the sacred body broke as well. The third. All 9 shackles were completely broken. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yunhao's ancient sacred body reached a state of unparalleled perfection. Oh, the innate divine ability of the ancient sacred body is manifested through extraordinary phenomena, uniquely capable of employing such phenomena as a means of combat. This phenomenon can be infused into my sword techniques. There is no need for Jiang Yunhao to laboriously train. In an instant, he comprehended the intricacies of the ancient sacred body. Jiang Yunhao's gaze shifted, landing on Yao Tianqiu. The value of this young man was nearing exhaustion, and it was time to conclude this encounter. With this thought, a divine sword materialized in Jiang Yunhao's hand. He swung the sword, the celestial sword technique. This sword strike was infused with the first extraordinary phenomenon of the ancient sacred body, the celestial sovereign descending from the 9 heavens. Chapter 56. The beautiful maiden seeks to accompany, serving for a lifetime with a resounding roar. As Jiang Yunhao unleashed his sword, a figure clad in pure white, ethereal and indistinct, materialized behind him. It was the manifestation of the celestial king descending upon the heavens. It seemed to suppress the passage of eons, casting a disdainful gaze across the realms. The momentum infused in this strike was overwhelming, shattering the formidable fist manifestation conjured by Yao Tianqiu with ease. How could this be? Yao Tianqiu's eyes widened in disbelief, and before he could comprehend the situation, he was struck by the sword's aura. With a splatter, the protective talisman surrounding him erupted in golden brilliance, yet it merely offered a fleeting defense before disintegrating into nothingness. Blood spewed from his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward, bones fracturing and tendons tearing, every pore of his body oozing crimson. The scene was harrowing. Like a meteor plummeting from the heavens, Yao Tianchu's form crashed violently to the ground. In the aftermath of his sword strike, Jiang Yunhao swiftly reappeared before Yao Tianchu, ruthlessly placing his foot upon Yao Tianchu's chest. In stark contrast to Yao Tianchu's disheveled and weakened state, Jiang Yunhao stood resplendent in his white attire, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. His gaze remained tranquil, akin to an immortal descended upon the mortal realm. This striking disparity gripped the hearts of the spectators with palpable tension. Was Yao Tianchu weak? Certainly not. The assembled prodigies contemplated, realizing that had they been in his position, they might have been unable to withstand the full force of Yao Tianchu's prowess. The only explanation was unmistakable. Jiang Yunhao was formidable beyond measure. Indeed, some observers discerned that this final strike could have obliterated Yao Tianchu entirely. However, Jiang Yunhao seemed to harbor ulterior motives, deliberately restraining the force of his blow. What could he possibly intend? The crowd's minds reeled in astonishment. At that moment, Yao Tianchu, crushed beneath Jiang Yunhao's foot, felt as though struck by lightning, his aura waning, leaving him devoid of any fighting spirit. Impossible. This simply could not be real. He had believed he could outwit Jiang Yunhao by concealing his true strength. Yet now, it was he who lay on the ground like a defeated dog. Was Jiang Yunhao truly in control of his life and death? Yao Tianchu's earlier composure shattered, replaced by dread and despair as he gazed up at Jiang Yunhao. Even his once unassailable resolve began to fracture, instinctively invoking fear of Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao, release your foot. Yao Tianchu cried out in a mix of humiliation and rage. Bang! In response, Jiang Yunhao pressed down even harder, rendering Yao Tianchu speechless, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. Stay still. Jiang Yunhao commanded imperiously, channeling the devouring demon technique. An inexplicable force enveloped Yao Tianchu, and to the astonishment of all, his mystical purple bloodline transformed into pure, potent energy, consumed by Jiang Yunhao. What? Witnessing this scene, the prodigies gasped in horror. No wonder the heir of the Jiang family did not eliminate Yao Tianchu instantly. He intended to thoroughly drain him, to utilize every last drop of his essence. Pray tell, what is the essence of your celestial tyrant bloodline? Jiang Yunhao inquired while absorbing Yao Tianchu's bloodline. Indeed, he had fixated on the last vestige of Yao Tianchu's value. After all, Jiang Yunhao possessed the eternal Tao body, enabling him to seamlessly integrate all bloodlines across the realms. The celestial tyrant body was formidable. How could he afford to overlook it? Jiang Yunhao was a thrifty individual. Upon hearing this, Yao Tianchu chuckled, as if he had encountered the most ludicrous jest in existence. Ha ha ha, Jiang Yunhao, you truly are insatiable. At that moment, Yao Tianchu grasped why Jiang Yunhao had refrained from slaying him outright. Of course, if you release me now, perhaps I could divulge some secrets. Jiang Yunhao's words seemed to kindle a flicker of hope in Yao Tianchu's heart. He had no desire to perish. Even in defeat, should he survive? Who could ascertain who would ultimately prevail in the future? As long as he lived, hope remained. Oh, if you choose not to speak, then so be it. Yet, the next instant, Jiang Yunhao's pronouncement caused Yao Tianchu's spirit to plummet. Before Yao Tianchu could further postulate, intending to manipulate Jiang Yunhao, the latter effortlessly wielded his sword, severing Yao Tianchu's head in an instant. Thud! Yao Tianchu's head rolled a few paces, his eyes still brimming with bewilderment. Why? Was he not coveting his own bloodline talent? He hadn't even finished his inquiry. Even in his final moments, Yao Tianchu remained in a state of confusion. Little did he know, Jiang Yunhao had merely posed a casual question. Since Yao Tianchu was unwilling to divulge, it was simpler to eliminate him. After all, he had 9 more opportunities for enlightenment remaining. There was nothing that could not be resolved through a single moment of understanding. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yunhao dispatched Yao Tianchu, the other prodigies present stood in stunned silence. Gasp! The Jiang family's scion is truly formidable and ruthless. However, Han Sini's perspective diverged from the others. It must be him. I have foreseen that silhouette. It is undeniably a glimpse of the future Jiang family scion. Such a figure. Han Sini's heart raced, her legs trembling slightly, growing weak beneath her. Her gaze sharpened as if she had resolved upon a certain determination. Biting her delicate, crimson lips, she advanced towards Jiang Yunhao. In that moment, Jiang Yunhao experienced yet another moment of enlightenment. Boom! The vitality within him surged once more, propelling him past the remarkable threshold of 100 million. His physical prowess reached an astonishing 12 million pounds. This was truly terrifying. Such a level of physicality was unattainable by any being yet to ascend to divinity. Even in the annals of history, such a feat had never been documented. However, for Jiang Yunhao, this was rather commonplace. After all, he had acquired the endowments of two sacred physiques. Whether it be the primal ancient sacred body or the celestial tyrant body, both represented unparalleled physical talents. Moreover, due to the nature of the eternal Tao body, these two fated constitutions did not exhibit any repulsive reactions. Instead, they harmoniously complemented one another. Jiang Yunhao suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation. Could this be considered the establishment of a harem? Under the governance of the eternal Tao body, the primary consort, the other concubines remained dutiful, diligently striving in silence. Just as Jiang Yunhao was absorbing the essence of the celestial overlord body, Han Sini approached him. With her flowing black hair, serene and ethereal demeanor, and dressed in a graceful green gown, Han Sini undeniably embodied the essence of a stunning beauty. The Han family. Jiang Yunhao's attention was drawn to Han Sini, his brow furrowing slightly. He held little interest in her. Killing her would yield no significant value. However, Han Sini suddenly bowed respectfully towards Jiang Yunhao. Young Master Jiang, I wish to follow you and serve you for a lifetime. May I inquire about your thoughts on this matter? Han Sini, possessing keen insight and a rare talent for deduction, understood the prevailing trends of fate. She had never envisioned herself attaining the status of an emperor, yet if she could align herself with a person of immense potential, who was to say she could not journey further? Furthermore, she had now fully confirmed through her deductions that the remarkable figure she envisioned was none other than Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao felt somewhat taken aback. Wasn't the contemporary princess of the Han family here to seek her own demise? She wished to become his follower and serve him for a lifetime? Chapter 57. Fortuitously blessed, the valuable beauty, as Han Sini reverently bowed before him. Jiang Yunhao felt a stir in his heart. You, as a member of the Han family, one of the four great powers, why do you choose to follow me? Are you not aware that the relationship between the Han family and my Jiang family is fraught with animosity? Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes. Han Sini's expression grew solemn, her gaze resolute and bright. I am acutely aware of the boundless potential of the Emperor's heir. It is precisely because the Han family and the Jiang family are at odds that I wish to follow you. This way, I may seek a path for my Han family, thus avoiding a future where, during your reckoning, we may find ourselves in dire straits. Her words sent a shiver through the other prodigies present. Did Han Sini truly believe that Jiang Yunhao would undoubtedly rise to power? She seemed to dread the prospect of her family being annihilated during his future retribution. To forge a benevolent bond with Jiang Yunhao now was a strategy to secure a future for the Han family. Yet, what was the Han family? They were a dominant force within their realm. Even in the face of a formidable opponent like a quasi-emperor, such a powerful clan would not easily suffer devastating losses, let alone annihilation. Was Han Sini's thinking not a tad exaggerated? The assembled prodigies were astounded, struggling to comprehend her reasoning. Of course, their confusion was understandable. None were privy to the fact that Han Sini possessed the rare talent of divination. Nonetheless, she remained steadfast in her convictions. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yunhao regarded her with newfound interest. The imperial daughter of the Han family possessed considerable strength. If she were to become his follower, it would be beneficial. As the daughter of the Han family, she would likely play a pivotal role in the future. Realizing this, Jiang Yunhao candidly stated, if you wish to follow me, it is not impossible. However, I must make one thing clear. While I will not concern myself with the others of the Han family, those high-ranking members who conspired with the three major powers to eliminate me, I shall see to it that they meet their end. His declaration left the other prodigies speechless. Indeed, this Jiang family heir was as ferocious as the rumors suggested. Yet, his bluntness seemed somewhat reckless. How could he hope to win over Han Sini with such forthrightness? The prodigies felt a mix of envy and resentment towards Jiang Yunhao. After all, Han Sini was a renowned beauty in the eastern wilds, possessing both charm and exceptional talent, a prize any would desire to claim. Now, with such a rare opportunity at hand, Jiang Yunhao's directness appeared ill-timed. They speculated that Han Sini would surely reconsider her choice to follow him. However, Han Sini understood. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you, vowing to stand by your side for life, without a trace of doubt. Even in the future, when you seek to settle accounts with my family, it is they who shall deserve their fate. Every grievance has its origin, and every debt its owner. A figure of your stature, like the Imperial son, undoubtedly possesses a clear sense of right and wrong. Yet, in the next moment, Han Sini immediately pledged her loyalty to Jiang Yunhao. As her vow took shape, the eyes of all present widened in disbelief. This was not what they had envisioned. In an instant, apart from their astonishment, envy and admiration for Jiang Yunhao swelled within them. It must be noted that she is the imperial daughter of the Han family, a paragon of beauty and grace that countless individuals yearn for. Should the outside world discover that the goddess of their dreams willingly chose to follow the imperial son of the Jiang family, many young men might find themselves weeping in their pillows, crushed by the pangs of unrequited love. Jiang Yunhao, witnessing Han Sini's vow of allegiance, remarked with profound significance, "In that case, I shall support you in ascending to the pinnacle of the Han family, allowing you to steer its course for my purposes." His words were strikingly candid. Han Sini's eyes sparkled with realization. She understood that her worthiness in Jiang Yunhao's eyes stemmed from her potential value. A wave of relief washed over her, grateful to have encountered Jiang Yunhao at this early stage. Had he already soared to greatness and attained the status of emperor in the future, what right would she have to stand beside such an illustrious figure? With this thought in mind, the astute Han Sini immediately bowed respectfully to Jiang Yunhao, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Imperial son, for your grace. I shall undoubtedly manage the Han family well on your behalf." In those few brief exchanges, it seemed as though the future landscape of a dominant power had been irrevocably determined. The others felt as if they were in a dream, grappling with the surreal nature of it all. Yet one truth became crystal clear. The future Han family would serve as a force under Jiang Yunhao's command. A formidable power was not merely submitting to the Jiang family. It was yielding to Jiang Yunhao himself, solely because of him. As this realization dawned upon them, they collectively inhaled sharply, their imaginations struggling to comprehend the sheer delight of such a vision. In truth, Jiang Yunhao had not anticipated such an unexpected boon. After vanquishing Yao Tianchu, he had awakened the bloodline of the ancient sacred body and attained the Sangtian overlord body. Now, with the allegiance of the imperial daughter of the Han family, his fortune seemed exceedingly favorable. Jiang Yunhao suddenly sensed that as the number of talented individuals he defeated increased, so too did his fortune flourish. An unseen but palpable aura of luck enveloped him, smoothing his path of cultivation. Fortune, though invisible and intangible, undeniably exists. In that moment, Jiang Yunhao began to grasp why historical emperors were renowned figures across the realms. With rising fame came victories over increasingly formidable talents. Unbeknownst to them, countless fortunes converged upon a singular being. Naturally, this made them stronger and more likely to ascend to the status of emperor. Furthermore, the measure of one's fortune profoundly influences one's existence. Those with low fortune might choke on even the simplest of sustenance, while those with high fortune might stumble upon treasures in their daily strolls. As he pondered this, Jiang Yunhao couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for his future. He wondered what fortunate events might await him. Just then, as he was lost in thought, a strange, ominous black cloud enveloped the stone tablet. The cloud was as dark as ink, with fearsome lightning wreaking havoc in the heavens above. Everyone's attention was drawn to this spectacle. Was it a tribulation? Among the younger generation in the secret realm, had someone stepped into the realm of celestial phenomena? Impossible. How could these young individuals, still so tender in years, be facing the tribulation of celestial phenomena already? The onlookers were momentarily stunned. However, Jiang Yunhao felt an inexplicable sensation. Is it coming for me? He sensed clearly that he had been singled out by this celestial tribulation. Little one, you are about to face the celestial tribulation. The voice of the tomb guardian resonated powerfully. As the protector of the secret realm, he too felt the weight of the moment. Simultaneously, The guardian was struck by a sense of bewilderment, utterly unable to comprehend why a being at the cave heaven realm like Jiang Yunhao had drawn forth a tribulation meant for the realm of celestial phenomena. Yet, Jiang Yunhao began to grasp the situation. He felt the two bloodline powers within him boiling with vigor. So that's it. Having fused the primal sacred body with the bloodline of the celestial overlord, I am too extraordinary, too shocking to the world. Even the heavens cannot bear to watch. Wishing to strike me down, Jiang Yunhao blinked. The heavens are jealous. This is a phenomenon that arises only when a formidable demon or an extraordinary genius emerges, causing the heavens to feel apprehensive. Such beings are inherently at odds with the cosmos, rendering their existence profoundly unfair to other living creatures. Thus, the heavens unleash the thunderous trials. Surviving means life. Being struck down signifies that it was simply one's fate. Recalling the legends he had encountered in the Jiang family's scriptures, Jiang Yunhao instantly understood. The bad news was that the celestial tribulation was aimed at him, and his realm certainly did not reach that of celestial phenomena. The good news, however, was that this seemingly lethal predicament appeared devoid of true danger. After all, although his realm was that of cave heaven, his physical prowess had already reached a level that even divine beings would dread. In this moment of surprise, he could unleash a single punch capable of obliterating a god. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Jiang Yunhao's eyes as he suddenly set his sights on the 35th spirit. He conceived a daring idea. Chapter 58. You rascal, unruly in martial virtue, with my formidable physique, I can effortlessly withstand this thunderous tribulation. Thus, I shall traverse the trials while vanquishing foes along the way. A bold notion surged within me. As if a divine inspiration had struck, since I am bound to endure this tribulation, I might as well be proactive, swiftly unlocking the secret realms and perfecting my 10 heavens. Having resolved this in my heart, I immediately set my plan into motion. All eyes were upon me. Sensing that the thunderous tribulation had singled me out, the esteemed talents around me gasped in astonishment. Unable to fathom how a mere realm of cave heavens could provoke such celestial fury, was the very universe wary of the scion of the Jiang family? The potential of this prodigy was indeed fearsome. As the crowd remained entranced, someone suddenly noticed that I was advancing towards the ancient barbaric bear. What was the Jiang family's scion intending to do? They were momentarily taken aback, only to witness a brilliant bolt of lightning descend, striking into the independent space of the stone monument of the secret realm. Then, accompanied by my decisive strike that obliterated the spirit of the ancient barbaric bear. Indeed, my physique was more than capable of withstanding this thunderous trial unscathed. It was not painful at all. Rather, it enveloped me in a warm embrace, as if countless gentle hands were caressing every part of my being. The thunderous tribulation was refining my body. I marveled at the surge of vitality within me, feeling invigorated beyond measure. This was not merely a leniency from the tribulation. After all, even the cosmic rules of thunderous trials could not foresee that a bolt capable of vanquishing a formidable figure would be thwarted by one of the cave heaven realm. The trials of prodigies are often fraught with peril, yet history records no other prodigy like me who could emerge unscathed from such celestial wrath. What? The spirit of the ancient barbaric bear vanished just like that? Is it truly possible to play with the tribulation in such a manner? The assembled talents stared wide-eyed, jaws nearly dropping to the ground, unable to close their mouths for what felt like an eternity. They had envisioned my strength and perhaps believed I could overcome the ancient bear, but none could have anticipated such an extraordinary method of overcoming trials. Han Sin's breath quickened, her face flushed with warmth. The admiration and longing in her eyes for me were becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. My predictions had proven accurate. This scion of the Jiang family could not be thwarted. He embodied the very essence of miracles. As I reveled in the tribulation's embrace, I continued my ascent toward higher rankings. To say I was battling would not be entirely accurate. Rather, I was merely passing through the spirits of one ancient powerhouse after another. There was no need for Jiang Yunhao to take action. He strolled leisurely through the tempestuous sea of thunder as spiritual entities burst into fragments around him. The guardian spirit emerged, taking the form of an elderly man in a black robe, staring in astonishment at Jiang Yunhao's retreating figure. This young man displayed a flagrant disregard for martial decorum. Today, I have truly broadened my horizons. Even the guardian spirit could not restrain himself, exclaiming in disbelief. Jiang Yunhao's behavior was so exceptionally unconventional that it defied comprehension. It is worth noting that the guardian spirit had existed since ancient times, spanning over 20,000 years. He had witnessed countless prodigies attempting to navigate the secret realms, having encountered numerous exceptionally talented individuals. Yet, he had never before seen someone like Jiang Yunhao succeed in such a manner. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the elders of various families gathered on a cloud, where the representatives of the four major factions, who had previously become demoralized after the demise of their ancestors, were now silent and cautious. However, with the booming thunder of the heavenly tribulation, Longxing suddenly exclaimed with delight, "It must be the Jiang family's prodigy." Only someone of his caliber could evoke such fear from the heavens, deemed a monstrous talent. The heavens were about to unleash their wrath upon this prodigy. Despite his animosity towards Jiang Yunhao, Longxing held the utmost belief in his capabilities. He considered himself most familiar with Jiang Yunhao's potential and, without hesitation, deduced the cause of the impending tribulation. Upon hearing this, some faces displayed concern while others secretly reveled in joy. Particularly the representatives of the four major factions who had suffered at Jiang Yunhao's hands. They were nearly ecstatic. The Jiang family's prodigy was indeed formidable. Who could deny it? His ability to control the malevolent energy of the secret realm was already astonishing, and it was beyond imagination that as a mere cave heaven cultivator, he had inadvertently attracted the heavenly tribulation. This heavenly tribulation could even claim the lives of beings at the celestial phenomenon level. Truly, the Jiang family's prodigy deserved his reputation as the leader of the younger generation. He was indeed impressive. The senior experts from the Han family, Wang family, and the Yaoqi sacred land began to exchange sardonic remarks. With the demise of their quasi-emperor ancestors, they felt both anxious and filled with hatred towards Jiang Yunhao. After all, their foundations had been severely undermined by him, which was a significant blow to their powerful factions. However, with no quasi-emperor present to assert dominance, these individuals dared not confront the Jiang family openly. They could only utter veiled comments, seemingly awaiting the Jiang family's misfortune. Jiang Qin's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yunhao would provoke the heavenly tribulation. Although Yunhao was powerful, this tribulation was undeniably formidable. Would Yunhao be all right? A deep concern flickered in Jiang Qin's eyes. Among those present, some secretly rejoiced, wishing for Jiang Yunhao's demise, while others expressed worry. A complex array of gazes converged upon the stone tablet of the secret realm. Who could blame him for being so exceptional? He deserved his demise. Traversing such a thunderous tribulation is no trivial matter. A sinister smile lingered at the corners of Longxing's lips, as malevolent thoughts swirled in his mind, nearly bringing him to the brink of delight. Chapter 59. Manipulating Tactics. With a sullied heart, the world's gaze was fixed upon the direction of the celestial tribulation. Soon, a name inscribed on the golden stone tablet captured everyone's attention. That name radiated with a golden brilliance, swiftly ascending. It was none other than Jiang Yunhao. What? The scion of the Jiang family was not undergoing tribulation in place. He was still fighting upward. This scene left the onlookers utterly astounded. Jiang Qin's breath quickened, his composure wavering as he clenched his fists tightly, forcefully sweeping them downward. What a remarkable young man! Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled with fervor. Longxing stood there, utterly bewildered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, those who had previously spoken with disdain now flushed crimson, as if they had received a sharp slap to the face. The Jiang family scion not only survived the tribulation but had the strength to continue his ascent. Everyone was taken aback. The situation was entirely unlike what they had envisioned. Look, the Jiang family scion has entered the top 10, someone suddenly exclaimed. With the aid of the enormous bronze mirror artifact before them, they could behold the spectacle outside the stone tablet within the secret realm. The top 10 ancient powerhouses had once been of quasi-emperor caliber, yet this Jiang family scion, utilizing the cave heaven realm, had ascended into the top 10. What is that? Another cave heaven has unfolded. It was the Gung Gold Celestial Stone. Nurtured within his cave heaven, Jiang Yunhao's 3 great cave heavens manifested, floating majestically outside the golden stone tablet, exuding an aura of the divine. Soon, another hollow cave heaven appeared, with the Gung Gold Celestial Stone merging within. For cave heavens, At this point, everyone was initially astonished, then left in utter disbelief. Their worldviews were once again shattered. Ninth place, Jiang Yunhao, Jiang family of the Lingshu domain, 8th layer of the cave heaven realm. Before they could fully recover from their shock, the 5th cave heaven materialized. 5 cave heavens. Furthermore, a new nurturing artifact for the cave heaven had emerged. 8th place, Jiang Yunhao, Jiang family of the Lingshu domain, 9th layer of the cave heaven realm. 7th place, Jiang Yunhao, Jiang family of the Lingshu domain, 9th layer, great perfection of the cave heaven realm. It was happening too swiftly. With each unfolding cave heaven, astonishing nurturing treasures continued to merge into them. The extraordinary phenomena filled the skies. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Jiang Yunhao had already claimed the 2nd position. Everyone was left in a state of shock, their scalps tingling. No one had anticipated that events would escalate to such a degree. Initially believed to be merely absent from the tribulation, Jiang Yunhao was now withstanding the onslaught of the celestial tribulation while continuing his ascent. Moreover, he showcased 10 cave heavens. What kind of monstrous prodigy was this Jiang family scion? The crowd was utterly flabbergasted. The elder powerhouses of various clans gaped, struggling to close their mouths. Longxing, the ancient dragon, exhibited a most colorful expression, alternating between red and white. Wait a moment, 2nd place. Then, what challenges lay ahead for him? Longxing's gaze suddenly sharpened. He could barely fathom who Jiang Yunhao's next opponent might be, let alone imagine the immense rewards that would await him should he emerge victorious. Could it be that the legacy treasures of the Heavenly Gate would all be claimed by Jiang Yunhao alone? No, that was inconceivable. You must perish. You must meet your end within this secret realm. Fully aware that his true dragon clan was locked in a relentless feud with the Jiang family, he could hardly bear to contemplate the dire future that awaited the true dragon clan should Jiang Yunhao rise in power. Meanwhile, within the isolated space of the monument, the expansive platform now bore witness to the solitary figure of Jiang Yunhao, who sat cross-legged at its center as the thunderous tribulation gradually subsided. Having successfully navigated the trials with remarkable ease, Jiang Yunhao had ascended to 2nd place, his progress akin to a smooth sail. Furthermore, his cultivation level surged dramatically alongside the refinement of his cave heaven realm, reaching an unprecedented pinnacle of the 9th level of cave heaven. This rapid advancement in cultivation was unparalleled throughout history, achieving completeness in mere breaths of time. Of course, this was also facilitated by the increasing rewards bestowed by the Tomb Guardian as Jiang Yunhao's rank improved, particularly after breaking into the top 10. The quantity of innate divine thoughts he received skyrocketed, a crucial factor in his swift breakthroughs. With an abundance of innate divine thoughts, he nourished the treasures within his cave heaven. The other gains were equally substantial. He had amassed numerous relics from ancient quasi-emperors, including the chaotic azure lotus, weak water condensation pearl, heart of the construct tree, gung metal celestial stone, and the leaf fire 9 suns, all of which he had collected. He did not store all these treasures within his cave heaven. Instead, he deliberately left several voids. For others would consider it a stroke of luck to acquire even a single treasure. Yet, Jiang Yunhao had so many that he could indeed afford to be selective. The Tomb Guardian had manifested as an elderly figure in a black robe, floating beside Jiang Yunhao, paying keen attention to him. This proved advantageous for Jiang Yunhao, whose gaze sparkled with determination. Elder, might I exchange these superfluous treasures for innate divine thoughts? Jiang Yunhao inquired, his focus still on the innate divine thoughts within the secret realm, as nurturing treasures within the cave heaven demanded a considerable amount of them. The Guardian's expression twitched slightly. This lad was truly audacious. After a moment's hesitation, the Guardian replied, very well, exchanging is not out of the question. Oh, it is indeed possible to exchange once more. A gleam of excitement flickered in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. He had merely been testing the waters, yet the Guardian was surprisingly accommodating. I shall calculate the value of those techniques and elixirs you deem unnecessary. The Guardian began to assess, and shortly thereafter, he arrived at an astonishing figure. You can exchange for over 16,000 strands of innate divine thoughts in total. Only over 10,000? Jiang Yunhao furrowed his brows. The Guardian spirit of the tomb remarked, it has been a while since the last time I found myself at a loss for words. Ahem, this innate divine consciousness is certainly not something trivial. The corners of the guardian spirit's eyes twitched. Very well, then I'll take over 10,000 strands for now. Jiang Yunhao shrugged, and soon after, strands of innate divine consciousness flowed into his body. As long as he wished, he could nurture the treasures within his cave at any moment. After the exchange, Jiang Yunhao rose and proceeded towards the entrance of this level. What is happening? You seem to be heading in the wrong direction, the guardian spirit observed. Shouldn't you be continuing to challenge the next opponent? The guardian spirit was momentarily stunned. Young one, you are mistaken. The entrance to the first-ranked existence is. However, before he could finish, Jiang Yunhao turned back, surprised. Senior, I am not lost. The top 10 were once the strongest quasi-emperors of the ancient era. Although their realms are suppressed, I am no longer under the confines of the Thunder Tribulation. I see no reason to continue fighting, after all. What if I were to perish? That would be a tremendous loss. Upon hearing this, the guardian spirit nearly spat out a mouthful of pure spiritual blood. Wait a moment. I only agreed to exchange innate divine consciousness because I saw your intent to continue fighting. You cannot disregard the principles of martial ethics. The guardian spirit seemed to be growing anxious. However, this was well within Jiang Yunhao's expectations. He had long sensed that the guardian spirit was somewhat peculiar, readily granting him favors, clearly eager for him to continue his challenges. In fact, he had employed methods akin to cheating, relying on the Thunder Tribulation to brazenly surge into second place. Yet, the guardian spirit had said nothing about it. Jiang Yunhao's mind was sharp, already aware that something was amiss. Nevertheless, he chose not to voice it. What you say does seem to hold some merit, he mused, pausing at the entrance and stroking his chin as if in contemplation. The guardian spirit quietly breathed a sigh of relief, responding amiably, now, that is more like it. However, for the sake of prudence, I believe it would be wise to withdraw. Jiang Yunhao nodded in agreement. Ah, this lad. A shadow of gloom flickered in the guardian spirit's eyes. Are you playing with me? Wait, I might have a solution. The guardian spirit instinctively exclaimed. Chapter 60. The swallowing skylark. Upon hearing the words of the guardian spirit, Jiang Yunhao hesitated, retracting the step he had taken forward. Indeed, his suspicions had not been misplaced. This venerable elder was genuinely eager for him to continue the fight, though his true intentions remained unclear. A flicker of intrigue ignited within Jiang Yunhao's heart. He feigned confusion, turning to gaze at the guardian spirit with a look of surprise. The guardian spirit's expression softened as he sighed. Young one, I see your extraordinary talent and cannot bear for you to miss this tremendous opportunity. I propose a suggestion. Let us see if it suits you. Your realm of the cave heaven is unique, and even when faced with a significant gap in cultivation, such as the gap to the severing fate realm, victory is not entirely out of reach. Therefore, I shall lend you some innate divine thoughts, enabling you to grow stronger, thus ensuring your protection. To be candid, I cannot bear to see such a promising seedling like you abandon this chance. The guardian spirit regarded Jiang Yunhao with a benevolent demeanor. Jiang Yunhao was momentarily taken aback by this offer. He had merely intended to extract a bit more innate divine thought. Yet the guardian spirit was willing to lend it to him. How much? Jiang Yunhao's eyes shimmered with intrigue. Noticing Jiang Yunhao's apparent interest, the guardian spirit quickly replied. 10,000. 10,000. Jiang Yunhao turned to leave, dismissively waving his hand. Such a meager amount is of little use. It pales in comparison to the vast chasm between my strength and that of the spirit body. You can see for yourself that I am merely a fledgling in the cave heaven realm, weak and unworthy of gambling my life on such a trivial sum. You are weak? You effortlessly dispatched that severing fate realm Yao Tianchu with a single strike. Did you think I did not notice? The guardian spirit's face twitched at Jiang Yunhao's words. Then, how about 20,000? He suggested, feeling a pang of discomfort. 20,000. Jiang Yunhao paused in his tracks. Still a bit insufficient. How about this? Grant me 100,000. After all, I possess 10 cave heavens. Let us keep it tidy. The guardian spirit nearly choked on his own breath. 100,000. Little one. Even a prestigious family like the Jiang clan could not amass such a sum over thousands of years. You truly have audacity. The guardian spirit chuckled wryly. Moreover, if you borrow 100,000, what do you intend to repay me with in the future? Jiang Yunhao smiled slightly. When I attain the Tao and become an emperor, unrivaled in the mortal realm, how much innate divine thought I desire shall be at my command. Not to mention 100,000. I could return you millions without issue. Huh, to become an emperor? Countless prodigies have perished on the path to greatness. Who can guarantee what the future holds? The guardian spirit mused, resigning himself. Well then, having strived hard to reach second place, I've already expended considerable effort. Jiang Yunhao shrugged nonchalantly and turned to leave. Are you feeling exhausted? Do you find yourself drained? Yet, you appear so vigorous, brimming with vitality, showing no signs of despair. The guardian spirit of the tomb was momentarily taken aback. Witnessing Jiang Yunhao genuinely preparing to depart, the guardian spirit was suddenly alarmed and instinctively remarked, all right, I shall lend you 100,000 strands. Remarkably, he was indeed able to offer such an immense sum. Unbeknownst to the guardian spirit, Jiang Yunhao, with his back turned, concealed a glint of brilliance in his eyes. I am most grateful, esteemed elder. Jiang Yunhao turned, offering a respectful salute to the guardian spirit. The corners of the guardian spirit's eyes twitched violently, his countenance turning ashen. He was disinclined to engage further with Jiang Yunhao. Shortly thereafter, strands of primordial divine consciousness began to materialize around them, all merging into Jiang Yunhao's being. 100,000 strands. Such a quantity was truly staggering. Were outsiders to behold this scene, they would surely be left agape. Even the esteemed ancestors of the prominent families, in their lifetimes, had never encountered such an abundance of primordial divine consciousness. Of course, for someone of Jiang Yunhao's formidable foundation, more was always better. Very well, then I shall meet the first place. With a swift motion, Jiang Yunhao vanished into the entrance of the next trial, his speed unhesitating. The guardian spirit promptly followed in his wake. The first place, the ancient devouring skylark, an embodiment of the 9th level of quasi-emperor, perfected to the extreme. As Jiang Yunhao materialized upon the platform of the next trial, he could not help but pause. He understood all too well that what lay ahead was an unparalleled terror throughout history. It could be said to be second only to the immortal empress. The 9th level of quasi-emperor represented a being poised on the cusp of true imperial status. Were it not for the fact that only one individual could ascend to emperor in each 10,000-year epoch, such a formidable entity would undoubtedly qualify for the title of emperor. Even the preceding quasi-emperors paled in comparison to this. Beneath the pinnacle of quasi-emperor, all beings were akin to ants, at least according to the knowledge Jiang Yunhao possessed. In the present era of the East Wilderness 9 regions, there existed no quasi-emperor at the apex level. For instance, in his own Jiang family, aside from the enigmatic ancestor, Jiang Chun and the other 3 ancestors were merely at the 6th or 7th level of quasi-emperor. The devouring skylark, a legendary pinnacle of the demon clan from ancient times, had long since perished in the current age, its lineage undoubtedly extraordinary. Jiang Yunhao's gaze brightened. He had deliberately left several caves devoid of treasures, awaiting the finest opportunity. Esteemed elder, let us commence. As Jiang Yunhao's voice fell, a dazzling spectacle erupted at the center of the platform, casting aside the surrounding, boundless darkness. Amidst the radiant light, a middle-aged man adorned in feathered garments, with hair of vibrant hues and an extraordinary presence, materialized. The devouring skylark, renowned for its ability to engulf mountains and rivers, its 5-colored brilliance, capable of vanquishing all heavenly realms. Oh, I did not expect that a mere junior of the human race would summon me. Contrary to Jiang Yunhao's expectations, the spirit of the devouring skylark spoke with human words. However, the tone of the celestial lark was one of utmost disdain. Very well, in my lifetime, I relish the taste of human flesh, and your tender flesh appears quite delectable. I can only surmise it would be succulent and flavorful. The celestial lark offered a faint smile, seemingly dismissive of Jiang Yunhao altogether. Once a quasi-emperor in life, yet slain by the empress, now reduced to a mere spirit under her schemes, and still attempting to assert dominance? Jiang Yunhao's temperament would not allow him to indulge the celestial lark's arrogance. Even in death, it maintained an air of superiority akin to that of a quasi-emperor. Who are you trying to intimidate? You hail from an ancient lineage. Yet I possess a timeless body along with 2 sacred physiques to bolster my strength. Who fears whom? Insolence. You, a mere child, dare to show me such a lack of respect. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Who granted you this misplaced confidence? A pitiful insect such as yourself should prostrate in reverence before me. Your brazen words shall lead you to the depths of the tongue extraction hell. where you shall be eternally obliterated. Chapter 61. The Schemes of the Tomb Guardian Spirit. Stealing from the Imperial Master, the furious celestial lark unleashed a dazzling array of 5-colored divine light, akin to 5 razor-sharp blades, aimed directly at Jiang Yunhao. The very air in the areas illuminated by this radiant light was ignited and melted, rising in wisps of azure smoke. However, Jiang Yunhao remained unfazed, having long anticipated the onslaught of the celestial lark. His expression was tranquil, his vital energy humming within, while golden light flickered in his eyes as he awakened the primal holy body within him. Behind Jiang Yunhao, an ethereal figure of an immortal king, transcending the myriad realms and standing upon the cosmic stars, materialized. The first manifestation of the holy body, the immortal king descending from the 9 heavens. With a thunderous roar, empowered by this manifestation, Jiang Yunhao resembled an unparalleled war god, effortlessly unleashing a chaotic sword aura that collided with the 5-colored divine light. The two forces met and instantly annihilated each other. "Oh, this little creature possesses quite a talent," thought the celestial lark, its eyes gleaming with interest. Though merely at the cave heaven realm, it seems to grasp the profound essence of the Imperial Master's eye of illusion, able to withstand my strike. And what a splendid physique you possess. The celestial lark licked its lips, intrigued. The essence of the Imperial Master, the eye of illusion? So that is it. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred, recognizing the reference from the ancient texts of his clan. This was a divine art understood only by a select few powerful Imperial Masters. The eye of illusion was akin to an enhanced version of spiritual perception. Typical practitioners could disperse their spiritual thoughts to observe their surroundings, while the eye of illusion could penetrate the flaws in various techniques and unleash a devastating counterstrike. In simpler terms, it allowed one to see weaknesses and achieve twice the results with half the effort. During his previous encounter with the celestial lark, Jiang Yunhao had sensed this. The celestial lark, restrained by the rules of the secret realm and reduced to the cave heaven realm, was far inferior in strength to him, only slightly stronger than Yao Tianqiu. Yet, this disparity was sufficient for Jiang Yunhao to suppress it with ease. However, the celestial lark was capable of exchanging blows with him without facing defeat. The crux lay in the fact that it wielded the mysteries of the Imperial Master, the Eye of Illusion. It must be said that the terrifying power of one who had once been an Imperial Master was indeed formidable, creating a chasm between it and the myriad beings beneath the Imperial level. Yet, could one not awaken the Eye of Illusion without becoming an Imperial Master, who decreed that such wisdom was reserved for them alone? How intriguing! It seemed that battling an Imperial Master was akin to a fortuitous opportunity for me. A smile suddenly graced Jiang Yunhao's lips. However, these words fell upon the celestial lark's ears like a thunderclap, causing its brow to furrow in annoyance. Damnable little creature. What do you mean by this? Do you take me for a mere sparring partner? Fury surged within the celestial lark. Yet, before it could utter another word, an overwhelming aura erupted from within Jiang Yunhao. In an instant, a multitude of cave heavens unfolded. All 10 cave heavens revealed themselves. Do not forget, Jiang Yunhao possesses over 100,000 strands of innate divine thoughts. Simultaneously, he operates the devouring heaven demon art, fervently absorbing and refining them. As each cave heaven approaches perfection, his aura surges exponentially. Is the pinnacle of the 9th great perfection the ultimate limit? No. Jiang Yunhao's completion of the cave heaven realm far surpasses that of ordinary individuals by hundreds of times. Furthermore, he possesses 9 opportunities for profound enlightenment. Just recalling the previous encounter with the devouring heaven lark, he experienced a moment of clarity, as if fortune smiled upon him, and instantly grasped the subtlety of the quasi-emperor's mysteries and the eye of breaking illusion. Frankly speaking, had he not faced the devouring heaven lark, he would not have had the chance to comprehend this miraculous power in advance. The guardian spirit stood in disbelief. This young man can effortlessly refine innate divine thoughts. The guardian spirit's heart trembled. At that moment, he finally witnessed how Jiang Yunhao cultivated. Over 100,000 strands of innate divine thoughts were refined in the blink of an eye. The guardian spirit felt a sudden darkness before him, sensing an ominous change. The pupils of the devouring heaven lark contracted sharply, disbelief etched across its face. However, as Jiang Yunhao's 10 cave heavens unfolded, something even more shocking occurred. It suddenly realized that it could no longer see through Jiang Yunhao. Having been a quasi-emperor in life and experienced countless battles of life and death, it would not naively believe that Jiang Yunhao had merely concealed his aura and divine perception. After all, during their fierce confrontation, constantly observing one another's divine thoughts is fundamental. To retract one's divine perception is akin to severing one's own arm, merely waiting to be slain. Thus, there could only be one answer. Jiang Yunhao's cultivation strength had surpassed its own by an overwhelming margin. This was why it could no longer discern Jiang Yunhao. But could this be possible? The young man, before it was still merely at the cave heaven realm, while it, albeit suppressed to the severance realm, was still a full cultivation realm above him. Even the emperors of past generations did not exhibit such abnormality at the cave heaven realm, did they? This young man. The devouring heaven lark felt a sudden heaviness in its heart. Only at this moment did it realize the kind of monstrous prodigy it had encountered. Indeed, this emperor had underestimated you somewhat, but it matters not, for there remains a significant gap in our realms. Prepare to meet your demise. The devouring heaven lark grew serious. As the words fell, its cave heaven unfurled. Within it lay a divine stone radiating five-colored brilliance. Waves of divine light surged forth, transforming into fiery flames, akin to an overwhelming sea of fire, descending upon Jiang Yunhao from all directions. This was the true five-colored divine light slaughter technique. So this is how it is. The treasures nurturing your cave heaven are indeed the remnants of your ancestral lineage, much like the dragon pearl of the true dragon clan. However, the remnants of your devouring heaven lark ancestors are evidently far more formidable than that of a quasi-emperor true dragon. Moreover, the primal force of the cave heavens can indeed be awakened in such a manner. Jiang Yunhao's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Truly, the prowess of an ancient clan's quasi-emperor is remarkable, with techniques that emerge endlessly, providing him with immense benefit. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao emulated this, gaining insight into deeper layers of the cave heaven's profound applications. Behind him, the chaotic blue lotus manifested, and the swirling chaotic energy transformed into countless sword edges. His mastery had significantly advanced beyond merely wielding chaotic magic. These sword edges appeared strikingly real. They scattered and shot forth to meet the radiant five-colored divine light. Boom! As the magical forces surged and collided, Jiang Yunhao was astonished to discover that the sword edges he had conjured from chaotic energy seemed to be tainted. The once sharp and brilliant chaotic sword edges, untouched by the passage of time, had lost their original luster, now shrouded in a layer of darkness. Hey, little one, are you attempting to pilfer the techniques of this emperor? Alas, beneath this emperor's divine light, all shall be consumed. Though your power is of chaotic energy, you have merely begun to grasp the essence of the cave heavens. How could you possibly withstand this emperor's five-colored divine light, bathed in the divine radiance? The formidable sky-swallowing lark wore a sinister grin. Yet, Jiang Yunhao merely blinked, and then, Chapter 62, my cousin. If one is insufficient, then let us summon several. Observing the audacious swallowing sky lark, Jiang Yunhao remained unfazed. Immediately thereafter, the essence of the weak water pearl was ignited. The heart of the construct tree was also awakened, the divine metal stone of Gong. In an instant, the celestial realm manifested by Jiang Yunhao erupted with the primal powers of various treasures. A terrifying sword aura, infused with the essence of numerous artifacts, took shape above Jiang Yunhao, radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to a divine rainbow spanning the heavens. What? You have only just learned to wield the essence of the celestial realm, and yet you can activate multiple celestial treasures. Even the swallowing sky lark was rendered speechless at this spectacle. 10 celestial realms had already astonished him. Now, he felt as though his very worldview had been shattered. It is worth noting that, with his innate talent, it took him decades to master the utilization of the essence of the celestial realm. This was an exceedingly rare achievement, one that could boast supremacy across the heavens. Yet Jiang Yunhao, astonishingly, learned it with but a glance. Infuriating. The countenance of the swallowing sky lark shifted dramatically. This emperor cannot possibly be defeated by a mere junior. With reckless abandon, the swallowing sky lark fervently unleashed the magical power within. Countless divine lights surged like a raging inferno, transforming into a vast sea of flames that surged toward Jiang Yunhao. With a mere gesture, Jiang Yunhao directed his sword toward the swallowing skylark. The sword aura, embodying the essence of multiple celestial treasures, descended with a thunderous roar. Huh. The eye of breaking illusions of this emperor specifically targets your vulnerabilities. Even though Jiang Yunhao's might surpassed the swallowing skylark's imagination, he still possessed a reliance. However, in the next moment, the sword aura plummeted into the sea of flames, unleashing a tumultuous wave of divine light and fire, crashing violently. Your sword struck at the flaw in this emperor's lethal move. The swallowing skylark was momentarily taken aback, acutely aware of the situation. He comprehended the eye of breaking illusions. Before the swallowing skylark could fully react, the sea of divine light and fire shattered, collapsing into chaos. Both combatants targeted each other's weaknesses, leaving neither with an advantage. In such a scenario, the more formidable Jiang Yunhao seized absolute dominance. Not only that, but this formidable sword aura, after obliterating the five-colored sea of divine light, remained coalesced and hovered just above the swallowing skylark's head. Merely an inch away, the swallowing skylark tilted his head slightly, facing that terrifying sword aura. Even the fine hairs on his face could distinctly sense the murderous intent emanating from it. Should this sword descend, his spiritual essence would undoubtedly shatter. What now? Do you still possess any unutilized means? Engaging in combat with you has proven unexpectedly enlightening. I have learned much. Jiang Yunhao regarded the swallowing skylark with a calm demeanor. The swallowing skylark stood dazed, lost in thought. To be candid, his mind was in disarray. The notion that he, once a quasi-emperor, could be bested by a mere junior was a reality he found utterly intolerable. Impudent child, do you still wish to steal my skills? In my time, I competed with the immortal empress, and though I faced defeat, I was nonetheless a formidable force that dominated the heavens. How could you dare to suppress me? The devouring celestial sparrow, upon waking abruptly, found it hard to believe and furiously rebuked Jiang Yunhao. Since it is no more, then perish. Jiang Yunhao, seemingly unfazed, observed the unraveling chaos with a sense of detachment. If there is nothing left to learn, what purpose does your existence serve? With a thought, he unleashed a blade of sword energy, cleaving the furious spirit of the devouring celestial sparrow into scattered motes of spiritual light. Devouring celestial sparrow, extinguished. As the tempest subsided, everything gradually returned to its former state. Jiang Yunhao gazed upon the now empty platform, yet a flicker of intrigue danced in his eyes. Oh, has the guardian of the tomb departed? He murmured, surveying the vacant surroundings. Meanwhile, outside the realm, the golden steel within the secret space exhibited unusual phenomena. One by one, the talented individuals challenging the spirits within were forcibly expelled, akin to dumplings being boiled. The champions cried out in confusion as they fell to the ground. Some landing on their backsides, others tumbling headfirst. The young prodigies were bewildered, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. The elder powers of various clans, who had been closely monitoring the situation through their treasures, were equally taken aback. What is happening? Why are the talents of all factions being expelled? Look, the rankings on the steel have vanished. Someone exclaimed suddenly. The names inscribed upon the steel began to fade, losing their golden luster until they disappeared entirely. The steel fell into an eerie silence, devoid of any further activity. What on earth? The gathered crowd felt a sense of disbelief. Hey, what about my cousin Zhang Lingxiao? Zhang Tianyu, Zhang Ningguan, and others were also expelled. The Zhang and Jiang families found themselves congregated. Gradually, Zhang Tianyu noticed the absence of Jiang Yunhao's presence. Indeed, while the youth from various clans had emerged, Jiang Yunhao was conspicuously missing. Zhang Tianyu was certain she had not misperceived. After all, the first thing she sought upon exiting was her cousin. Even as she expanded her spiritual awareness, sensing every subtle movement in the vicinity, Jiang Yunhao's figure remained elusive. Panic gripped Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Ningguan furrowed her brow in concern. Zhang Lingxiao approached, astonished. Ladies, have you not seen our Jiang family's crown prince? The expressions of the two young women darkened as they shook their heads. Jiang Lingxiao suddenly turned his gaze to the steel. Could it be that their crown prince had not emerged? Outside, murmurs of concern spread. Is there something amiss with this secret realm? Oddly enough, all the talented individuals have exited, Yet the Jiang family's crown prince remains absent. Oh, could it be that the scion of the Jiang family has met with failure and perished within? Many outside have also discerned the peculiarities of the secret realm. After all, Jiang Yunhao is currently in the limelight, capturing the attention of the world, who would not be concerned about his movements. Consequently, when the prodigies of various clans were expelled, it was immediately noted that something was amiss. The scion of the Jiang family has not emerged. The elder powerhouses from the clans were taken aback. The members of the four major factions, including Long Xing, suddenly found a glimmer of hope. They had previously been so intimidated by Jiang Yunhao that they cowered in the corners, too afraid to speak loudly in front of the Jiang family. Yet now, witnessing the sole disappearance of Jiang Yunhao, could there be a chance? Had the young man met his demise within? Long Xing's heart surged with joy. His fists clenched tightly. Were it not for the fact that his own clan's ancestor had been deceived and perished at Jiang Yunhao's hands, leaving him without support, he would undoubtedly have burst forth in laughter. Everyone knew that Jiang Yunhao had challenged the second-ranked contender, which meant he was likely to challenge the first. Suddenly, Jiang Chun appeared above the secret realm, his gaze fixed intently on the interior, his expression profoundly grave. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao, trapped within the stone tablet, was not caught off guard. After all, he had obtained the legacy of the Divine Emperor. This was tantamount to mastering the very essence of this secret realm. In other words, every commotion occurring within the realm could not escape Jiang Yunhao's notice. His eyes glimmered as he turned to a specific direction. What? Is the elder still not emerging? Could it be that you do not wish to grant me the reward for defeating the celestial swallow? Chapter 63. The mysterious wooden box. Upon witnessing Jiang Yunhao's remarkable ability to independently comprehend the profound intricacies of the quasi-emperor realm and the eye of breaking illusions, the guardian spirit knew that trouble was imminent. Indeed, the situation was dire. In life, he had contended with the immortal empress, rivaling her in might. Yet he now found himself utterly defeated by Jiang Yunhao, a mere youth. Such an occurrence was nearly unfathomable. After all, even if the celestial swallowing lark had been suppressed to the cutting fate realm, its extensive combat experience and mastery of various techniques far surpassed that of any young man. Yet, Jiang Yunhao had accomplished the impossible. Moreover, he had even pilfered the secrets of the celestial swallowing lark. The guardian spirit manifested, appearing as an elderly figure clad in a black robe, bearing a gentle and benevolent countenance. A lingering trace of astonishment flickered in his eyes as he forced a smile onto his face. "Ah, my young friend, how could I possibly deny you this?" he remarked. "Besides, your victory and the unlocking of the secret realm serve as a testament to your prowess." The guardian spirit managed a strained smile. No sooner had he spoken than a radiant stone, exuding a kaleidoscope of colors, materialized before Jiang Yunhao. It was the unparalleled essence of the celestial swallowing lark, containing its lethal techniques, the five-color divine light. In the midst of his battle with the celestial swallowing lark, Jiang Yunhao had keenly sensed that this five-color divine light, at first glance, appeared to be composed of 5 distinct divine glows. However, in truth, it encapsulated the quintessence of the 5 elements. According to the records of the Eastern Wilderness, before the emergence of heaven and earth, there existed a void of chaos. Only after this primordial chaos did the moment of creation transpire. The advent of heaven and earth was inextricably linked to the power of the 5 elements. The 5 elements are the primordial forces that give rise to all existence. Regarded as one of the most enigmatic powers from the time of the world's inception in the ancient era. In essence, the power of the 5 elements is truly miraculous. It possesses the might of creation while also having the capacity to utterly annihilate. This explained why, under the illumination of the 5-color divine light, even his chaotic sword energy could be tainted and decayed. If the 5 elements can create, then conversely, they can also bring about destruction. The destructive force of the 5 elements undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 powers across the realms. Contemplating this, Jiang Yunhao felt a profound satisfaction. He reached out to secure the radiant stone, intending to nurture it within his abode shortly. Simultaneously, not far from Jiang Yunhao, a seemingly unremarkable wooden box quietly emerged. Appearing utterly ordinary, it belied the extraordinary nature of its presence within the divine realm of the celestial gate. The more mundane it seemed, the more peculiar it became. Where there is an anomaly, there surely lies a mystery. Jiang Yunhao's attention was immediately drawn to the wooden box. "Oh, my young friend, now that you have traversed the secret realm and acquired all you sought, are you not departing?" The guardian spirit's tone had shifted significantly in response to Jiang Yunhao. Where he had once referred to him as little one or youngster, there was now a palpable respect and warmth in his voice. He wore a broad smile, radiating mirth. What could this box be? Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes slightly and approached the wooden box. The guardian spirit's pupils constricted. In truth, Jiang Yunhao's conjecture was not amiss. The guardian spirit had his own schemes. From the very beginning, he had been keen on persuading Jiang Yunhao to ascend, solely for the treasures contained within that box. It could be said that Jiang Yunhao was the only youth of remarkable talent he had encountered in 2 millennia, one with the potential to achieve first place. However, in the guardian spirit's predictions, even if Jiang Yunhao triumphed, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, leaving him and the celestial swallow in a state of mutual destruction. After all, he had to engage in consecutive battles, climbing from the depths to the pinnacle. Even the strongest of individuals would find it unbearable. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yunhao defied all expectations. He surged upward, striking with a thunderous wrath. In his confrontation with the spiritual embodiment of the celestial swallow, he concluded the battle with overwhelming force. This left the guardian spirit utterly astounded, his heart plummeting to the depths of despair. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede. "Oh, my young friend, there is no need for concern. As you can see, this box is merely an ordinary object, essentially some personal trinkets of the Empress. To be frank, I am indeed a follower of the Empress, having witnessed her rise from obscurity to prominence." As he spoke, the guardian spirit's expression turned wistful, his gaze filled with nostalgia, as if reminiscing about the ancient times 2 millennia ago when he accompanied the Empress. Jiang Yunhao nodded in understanding. He had surmised that this guardian spirit's essence was distinct from the various clans within the stone tablet. It was akin to a chief steward of the secret realm, possessing certain special privileges. Of course, Jiang Yunhao would not be easily swayed by the guardian spirit's words. "Oh, so these are the personal belongings of the indomitable Empress from ancient times. I must admit, I am somewhat intrigued." As he spoke, Jiang Yunhao moved closer to the small wooden box. Young friend, there is no need. They are merely insignificant items." "Ah, young friend, you Jiang Yunhao, stop." The guardian spirit, witnessing Jiang Yunhao approaching ever closer, was suddenly consumed by rage and dashed towards the wooden box, reaching out with a desperate grasp. It was only after seizing the box that the guardian spirit let out a quiet sigh of relief, turning to glare intensely at Jiang Yunhao. "You impudent boy, I had no intention of completely severing ties with you, but it seems your greed knows no bounds." Jiang Yunhao was entirely unsurprised by the guardian spirit's shift in demeanor, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. He had long perceived that this old fellow harbored ill intentions. As for the claim of not wanting to confront him, how could he not see that your intention to lure me upward was merely to witness my battle with the celestial swallow end in ruin? Initially, I was puzzled by your true purpose, but it is now clear that you covet this wooden box. If I am not mistaken, the contents of this wooden box represent the greatest opportunity and fortune orchestrated by the Empress. Jiang Yunhao's expression remained impassive. Upon hearing this, the Tomb Guardian let out a cold laugh. "Indeed, you possess keen perception. However, it matters not, for the object is already in my possession. I have endured enough of this cursed place. From this moment forth, we shall never meet again." The Tomb Guardian's smile faded, losing its previous cordiality and intimacy. "In truth, I harbor a peculiar penchant for delivering unparalleled despair at the very moment one holds the highest hopes and aspirations. Such a sensation must be exquisite." A subtle curve appeared at the corner of Jiang Yunhao's mouth. He was no mere pushover. Almost simultaneously with the utterance of his words, Jiang Yunhao launched his attack. The primal forces of the various realms surged forth. The rhythm of the Tao danced, and the laws fluttered. A sword aura, imbued with unfathomable power and radiating a spectrum of colors, was unleashed towards the Tomb Guardian with sudden ferocity. Chapter 64. My family's Yunhao is no devil how swift. Jiang Yunhao's sword energy was astoundingly faster, surpassing his speed before entering the Tianke Divine Pass by over tenfold. This remarkable acceleration stemmed from the invaluable insights he gained during his battle with the devouring Skylark, wherein he mastered the application of the primordial force of the cave realm. At this moment, he wielded the mysteries of the cave with increasing finesse and proficiency. This strike, even the guardian spirit could not evade. As the sword energy sliced through the air, the surrounding space seemed to tear apart, releasing a piercing, hissing sound. In an instant, the guardian spirit felt a searing pain in his right arm. No, he abruptly turned his gaze towards his right arm, his expression akin to one struck by lightning. To his horror, he beheld his arm, which grasped the wooden box, severed by the sword, blood of the spirit gushing forth as it flew away. Having awakened the eye of void, Jiang Yunhao had long since seen through the guardian spirit. With the opening of the secret realm, under the rules left by the Empress, the cultivation levels of all spiritual entities within the realm were suppressed to the domain of the cave, the level of severing fate. The guardian spirit was no exception. He too was confined to the realm of severing fate. Jiang Yunhao, intimately familiar with dealing with beings at this level, offered no opportunity for the guardian spirit to react. In a flash, he seized the severed arm, employing the devouring demon technique to absorb the spiritual limb on the spot. A surge of pure energy coursed through him, enveloping him in warmth. Without hesitation, he swiftly stored the wooden box in his spatial pouch. Silence enveloped the scene, a palpable stillness where one could hear a pin drop. "Ah, you little rascal, return that to me." The guardian spirit roared in sudden fury. With this outburst, the entire space began to shatter like a retreating water curtain, crumbling and distorting around them. In an instant, both figures materialized outside. "It is mine. You cannot take it." The guardian spirit's bellow startled everyone nearby. Thousands of prodigies from various clans gathered around the stone tablet, bewildered by its sudden expulsion of them, reluctant to leave, still yearning to challenge the spiritual entities for opportunities and fortunes. Until this moment, the appearance of Jiang Yunhao and the guardian spirit captured everyone's attention. "That is the Jiang clan's young emperor. It seems he has indeed survived. I knew it. How could someone of his caliber perish?" The crowd erupted in chaos. Wait, but why does it seem the Jiang clan's young emperor is now confronting the guardian spirit? What is happening? The atmosphere shifted, and people quickly sensed the tension in the air. My heavens, the guardian spirit's arm has been severed. Goodness, is the Jiang clan's young emperor truly so formidable that even this esteemed spirit cannot contend with him? Though uncertain of the events that transpired, everyone recognized the overwhelming strength of the Jiang clan's young emperor. Many young prodigies gasped in astonishment, although they were unaware of the circumstances within. The disheveled state of the guardian spirit was sufficient to convey all that was necessary. Furthermore, the sheer might of Jiang Yunhao was utterly astonishing. A ferocious display indeed. The elder powerhouses of various clans, observing the scenes within the secret realm through the bronze mirror, were equally taken aback. Taoist Jiang, why has Yunhao engaged in combat with the guardian spirit? Jun Wuhui was perplexed. As a member of the Jun family from the city of Divine Fall, which had once followed the indomitable empress of the ancient era, Jun Wuhui held a profound respect for the guardian spirit. Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned. Rest assured, Taoist Jun, Yunhao's actions undoubtedly have their reasoning. Perhaps they are merely sparring. After all, he is not a demon, driven to kill indiscriminately. However, scarcely had Jiang Chun finished speaking when he witnessed Jiang Yunhao surge forward, delivering a kick that sent the guardian spirit sprawling. "Ah, this." Jiang Chun opened his mouth in disbelief. "Very well, let us disregard my previous statements." The overwhelming disparity in strength rendered the guardian spirit utterly defenseless against Jiang Yunhao's onslaught. Moreover, Jiang Yunhao had nurtured the five-colored divine stone within his cave abode. In an instant, he harnessed the primordial power of the five-colored divine stone. With a wave of his hand, radiant hues materialized, coalescing into a grand seal. A thunderous boom echoed as it descended, forcefully suppressing the guardian spirit beneath its weight. The seal, akin to a divine mountain, pinned the guardian spirit firmly to the ground. A kaleidoscope of colors illuminated the surroundings, as the power of the five elements spread forth, relentlessly eroding the guardian spirit. All present were rendered speechless by this spectacle. "Do you wish to perish?" Jiang Yunhao's aura loomed like an abyss, enveloped in a profound Taoist rhythm, his pristine white attire untouched by the slightest speck of dust. He gazed down indifferently at the guardian spirit, now immobilized beneath the weight of the seal. The guardian spirit's eyes widened in disbelief as it peered through the seal, incredulously regarding Jiang Yunhao. I have been defeated so easily. It had only just obtained the treasure of the devouring skylark, and now this? The guardian spirit's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, struggling to accept the reality before it. Yet, recalling how Jiang Yunhao had miraculously grasped numerous profound truths during his encounter with the devouring skylark filled it with despair. Indeed, the guardian spirit understood its plight. Though it was a spiritual entity and would not truly perish even if dispersed, such was the protective rule within the heavenly barrier. This situation was fundamentally different. The power of the 5 elements could annihilate all at its core, unlike other mystical forces. Even a spiritual entity could face death. This was a genuine threat of demise. With this thought, the guardian spirit was engulfed in panic. Young friend, I was merely jesting with you before. Do you not possess a sense of humor? The guardian spirit of the tomb managed to muster a smile, a stark contrast to their earlier demeanor. Jiang Yunhao remarked, "Ah, I see now. You were merely jesting." Esteemed elder, the guardian spirit felt a surge of joy within, realizing that the youth was easily deceived. However, I was not jesting with you. Jiang Yunhao swiftly turned the conversation, causing the guardian spirit's momentary relief to evaporate into anxiety once more. I am but a simple young person, pure of heart, unversed in the complexities of this world. Your malicious scheming has wounded me deeply. What? You consider yourself simple? The guardian spirit was taken aback, a mouthful of spiritual blood escaping. How about this? As compensation for your treachery, you shall acknowledge me as your master, and I shall spare your life. Jiang Yunhao regarded him coldly. The guardian spirit trembled, stunned by the proposition. What? Acknowledge you as my master? He was momentarily at a loss. What? Do you refuse? A glint of murderous intent flickered in Jiang Yunhao's eyes, a chilling sword aura manifesting around him. The guardian spirit shuddered, his scalp prickling with fear. I am willing. He had no choice. He could not truly perish, for he did not wish for his spiritual essence to be obliterated by Jiang Yunhao's elemental powers, for that would mean a true end. Before the gathered crowd, the guardian spirit and Jiang Yunhao entered into a master-servant contract, leaving everyone astonished. Subsequently, Jiang Yunhao dispelled the elemental seal. The guardian spirit bowed his head, obediently floating behind him. Everyone, you may depart now. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao glanced at the Jiang family below. His expedition had yielded remarkable rewards. Not only had he acquired a plethora of ancient powerful relics, but he had also grasped the profound intricacies of the quasi-emperor's eye of illusions. He had even managed to subdue the guardian spirit. It was worth noting that this was a being who had existed for 2 millennia. Although the strength of a spirit may be limited and far inferior to that of a living being, the knowledge within its mind remained intact. Having the guardian spirit by his side was akin to possessing a living encyclopedia. In future encounters with unknown treasures, he would surely have seen them before, given his extensive lifespan. Moreover, there was a mysterious wooden box he was particularly eager to discover the contents of. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhang Lingxiao and the others hastened to follow in Jiang Yunhao's footsteps, each filled with admiration for him. The other prodigies departed the secret realm one by one. Yet, as Jiang Yunhao led the group out, a multitude of ominous presences swiftly locked onto him. Oh, it seems there are still troublesome matters at hand. Standing confidently before the crowd, Jiang Yunhao bore a smile, calm and composed. Chapter 65. Some rejoice, some grieve at the entrance of the secret realm. Jiang Yunhao led the disciples of the Jiang family aboard their cloud vessel. Unlike the other young prodigies, who appeared disheveled, Jiang Yunhao, clad in pristine white, remained untouched by the chaos of battle. He exuded an air of leisure and composure, a stark contrast to the turmoil around him. This nonchalant elegance captivated the young women from various clans, who pressed their palms to their hearts, gazing at him with starry-eyed admiration. However, before his admirers could approach to express their affection, 5 terrifying auras suddenly locked onto Jiang Yunhao's position, each emanating from a quasi-emperor. The 5 figures appeared on the horizon, a gray-clad elder from the Yaoqi sacred land, the ancestor of the Daluo sword sect, the venerable patriarch of the Wang and Han families, and a colossal dragon, its body as dark as storm clouds, descending ominously. The oppressive presence of the quasi-emperors enveloped the area, transforming the atmosphere into one of grave tension. The air felt heavy, making it difficult for many to breathe. The crowd of thousands fell into a profound silence. The elder powers of various prominent clans exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with alarm. It was evident that the powerful ancestors from the eastern wilderness, who harbored disdain for the Jiang family, had all arrived. They understood that the situation was precarious, as Jiang Yunhao's actions had reverberated through the realms, shaking the heavens and haunting the spirits. He had publicly captured Long Outyin and slain Wang Lin, even provoking several quasi-emperors of major factions, leading to the demise of 4 of them through the treacherous energies of the secret realm. Jiang Yunhao's audacity and ruthlessness were unparalleled. Had anyone else from a lesser background attempted such deeds, they would have likely been eradicated without mercy the moment they set foot outside. The notion of surviving against overwhelming odds, akin to the protagonists of mundane tales, was nothing but a fantasy in the face of such formidable powers. The harsh reality of the competitive cultivation world dictated that life was as fragile as grass, and taking a life was merely a fleeting thought. Jiang Yunhao's approach, which disregarded the concept of leaving a line for future encounters, seemed rather imprudent. The newly arrived quasi-emperors, upon discovering the shattering of their own life tokens, were filled with disbelief and horror. Consequently, they hurried to the Tianke Divine Pass, where inquiries revealed the shocking truth. Jiang Yunhao, a mere junior, had cleverly plotted against their esteemed factions, even leading to the demise of their ancestors. The quasi-emperors of the major clans were understandably both astonished and enraged. As for the ancestors of the Grand Luo Sword sect, it goes without saying that they have long harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Yunhao, constantly monitoring his every move from the shadows. Is there anything amiss? What could possibly be wrong? They disregarded their own dignity and took to the field themselves, intent on ending Jiang Yunhao's life. If I, Jiang Yunhao, devised their demise, what fault could be found in that? When confronted by the 5 quasi-emperors who had come to question him, Jiang Yunhao's countenance remained serene, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond, exuding an air of composure. Having already acted, he certainly bore no fear. Ah, how amusing you all are, casting aside your dignity. What? Do you still wish to lay hands on my esteemed Yunhao? Just then, Jiang Chen flashed into existence beside Jiang Yunhao, drawing the attention of all present. Is there not a code among the great powers? In the rivalry of young prodigies, life and death are but fate. Should one perish, it is merely a testament to their inadequacy and strength, and they cannot blame others. Yet, why do the elders of these great factions persist in targeting the Jiang family scion? Bah, they merely speak eloquently, but in truth, this group of old scoundrels wishes only to see their own prodigies wreak havoc upon others, yet become displeased if they themselves suffer any losses. How shameless they are! And they dare to call themselves quasi-emperor ancestors? Truly a disgrace. Surrounding young prodigies whispered among themselves, casting scornful glances toward the 5 quasi-emperors. On one hand, they were awed by Jiang Yunhao's extraordinary prowess. On the other, it was a matter of human nature. After all, they were not the favored offspring of great powers and had never enjoyed the protection of such rules. In this moment, witnessing the esteemed figures suffer at Jiang Yunhao's hands brought them immense satisfaction. Their arrogance, once unchallenged, now faced the prospect of being curbed. These murmurs reached the ears of the 5 quasi-emperors. The Black Dragon ancestor of the True Dragon clan furrowed his brow, contemplating. This Jiang family scion has truly gained momentum. He cast a deep glance at Jiang Yunhao. Be that as it may, regardless of who is right or wrong, in the realm of cultivation, notions of right and wrong are often but a farce. However, you must surrender that quasi-emperor dragon bone. After all, it is the legacy of our True Dragon clan's quasi-emperor ancestor and rightfully belongs to us, does it not? Hearing this, Jiang Yunhao found it amusing, his tone laced with sarcasm. How curious that the once arrogant and domineering True Dragon clan now seeks to reason. Yet, that quasi-emperor relic was something I, the scion of the Jiang family, personally orchestrated the demise for. It should rightfully be counted as my spoils of war. Why should it be returned to your True Dragon clan? This young man, the Black Dragon ancestor, was taken aback by fury. Jiang family scion, must you speak so recklessly? Regardless of my age, I can be considered your elder. Is this how you Jiang family members treat your elders? The Black Dragon ancestor's brow furrowed deeply. At that moment, the ancestral elder of the Daluo sword sect could no longer contain himself. He did not wish to miss the opportunity presented by the major powers questioning Jiang Yunhao. After all, his sect had dwindled to almost nothing, with their talented individuals all eliminated by Jiang Yunhao. Even the venerable quasi-emperor had become a solitary figure. While the other factions might still harbor some reservations about the Jiang family, not wishing to provoke them too harshly, he found himself in a different predicament. Both he and the Daluo sword sect had lost all prospects for the future. Thus, he resolved to go all out, determined to make Jiang Yunhao pay a heavy price. It was all due to Jiang Yunhao's sudden emergence that the previously favorable situation had crumbled, leaving the elder of the Daluo sword sect feeling utterly distressed. Presumptuous. You, Jiang family's young one, seem to have lost all sense of your own limitations. The elder of the Daluo sword sect sought to escalate the situation to an irretrievable state. However, the moment his words fell, Jiang Yunhao finally lost his patience. These shameless old men were incessantly nagging, as if they thought themselves to be in good favor. Enough. Indeed, I will not return the quasi-emperor's legacy of the true dragon clan. The other quasi-emperors from the Han family, Wang family, and the Yaoqi sacred land, I have all dealt with personally. And as for Wang Lin, I was the one who killed him. As for Long Outyin, I intend to tame him as my mount for amusement. Oh, and Yao Tianchu, I just dispatched him in the secret realm. Boom. As these words were uttered, it was akin to a thunderclap, resonating with explosive force. The 5 quasi-emperors widened their eyes in disbelief, staring incredulously at Jiang Yunhao. Presumptuous, Junior. What do you mean by this? Are you provoking us? Does your Jiang family wish to declare war on all 5 of our factions simultaneously? The 5 quasi-emperors were taken aback, unable to comprehend the audacity of Jiang Yunhao. What? Does the Jiang family fear you? Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes, and the malevolent energy behind him began to surge ominously. Indeed, Jiang Yunhao not only possessed the ability to control the opening and closing of this malevolent energy, but could even command it to actively strike within a certain range. Just as he was about to unleash his killing intent, a melodious tune suddenly filled the air. What is this? Chapter 66. The Mysterious Guardian and the Secret in the Wooden Box in the Distant Horizon. A high-pitched and sharp melody suddenly resonated. The sound transformed into an invisible blade of air, slicing through the neck of the Grand Master of the Daluo sword sect with astonishing speed. It was swift, too swift. Even the quasi-emperors present were caught off guard, unable to evade the lethal assault of the melody. With a sickening sound, the blade severed the Grand Master's head, causing it to soar into the air, blood spraying upwards. No. Who is it? The decapitated Grand Master, with only his remaining head intact, instinctively cried out in shock. The onlookers were equally astounded. Was this not too terrifying? A sudden attack that even injured a quasi-emperor? Yet, Jiang Yunhao discerned that the assailant was undoubtedly aiding him. Although he remained puzzled about the identity of the attacker, his reaction was remarkably swift. He immediately signaled to the Tomb Guardian spirit accompanying him. The Guardian spirit, who had been silently following Jiang Yunhao, narrowed its gaze, and in an instant, the ominous energy of the secret realm surged forth, enveloping the area. Taking advantage of the Grand Master's moment of disorientation, the crimson mist of malevolent energy ensnared him. The Grand Master of the Daluo sword sect let out a chilling scream. He was to perish, to die in such a place. No, it was impossible. He could not die. Amidst the despair and fear, the Grand Master's flesh began to decay rapidly, ultimately obliterated by the crimson malevolent mist. With a soft pop, it vanished as if it had never existed. A few breaths later, silence enveloped the scene. The atmosphere grew heavy with an eerie stillness. The other quasi-emperors from the 4 major factions stared at Jiang Yunhao in disbelief. A chilling sensation coursed through them, as if struck by lightning. The Grand Master of the Daluo sword sect was dead. What was happening? The sudden assault of the melody had been astonishing enough. Yet now even the Guardian Spirit was assisting Jiang Yunhao. They had arrived too late to witness the earlier scene in the secret realm where the Guardian Spirit acknowledged Jiang Yunhao as its master. They were utterly unaware that Jiang Yunhao had instructed the Guardian Spirit to act, intentionally concealing his own ability to unleash the malevolent mist that could annihilate everything in its vicinity. In summary, Jiang Yunhao had calculated his strategy well. Certain trump cards did not need to be revealed hastily. Perhaps one day in the future, they would prove to be of vital importance. Master, the deed is done, the guardian spirit stated succinctly. Since acknowledging Jiang Yunhao as its master, the guardian spirit understood that its existence was forever bound to him. Under the life and death contract of master and servant, Jiang Yunhao's desire to eliminate the Grand Master was merely a thought away. This was not cowardice. It was a matter of conviction. Those who understand the times are indeed the wise. The ancient Black Dragon Patriarch and the other quasi-emperors were taken aback as the guardian spirit of the tomb bowed respectfully to Jiang Yunhao. The bodies of the 4 quasi-emperors trembled involuntarily. At that moment, Jiang Qin suddenly smiled and remarked, "It appears that a friend of my esteemed ancestor has intervened. Yunhao, this individual is your protector." Protector. Upon hearing this, the breath of everyone present caught in their throats. A protector is a privilege bestowed upon the prodigies of every major power. For instance, during Jiang Yunhao's earlier days as a lesser lord, his protectors were the elder guests of the Jiang family. However, as Jiang Yunhao's status ascended, becoming the sole imperial son of the Jiang family and showcasing extraordinary potential, the protection afforded to him reached an unprecedented level. Is this truly my protector? Jiang Yunhao mused, curiosity piqued. After all, the strength of this protector appeared formidable. Jiang Qin, with a mysterious smile, replied, "Your protector possesses significant stature. In due time, you shall understand." Simultaneously, disbelief washed over everyone present, including the remaining 4 quasi-emperors. Who exactly was Jiang Yunhao's protector? Even if there were suspicions of a sneak attack, to effortlessly injure a quasi-emperor was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. The prowess of this enigmatic protector was truly unfathomable. What secrets lay hidden within the Jiang family? The 4 quasi-emperors felt a chill run down their spines, their earlier aggressive demeanor evaporating. The Black Dragon Patriarch fell silent, gradually vanishing from view. The quasi-emperors of the Wang and Han families wore grim expressions as they retreated to their respective factions. The quasi-emperor of the Yaoqi sacred land also departed. They had arrived swiftly and left just as quickly, their earlier bravado replaced by a sense of defeat. They were not foolish, having perceived the truth. They recognized the guardian spirit's capability to eliminate quasi-emperors with a malevolent red mist and dared not further antagonize Jiang Yunhao. Moreover, the presence of a watchful and formidable protector loomed in the shadows. Thus, this turmoil was effortlessly subdued. Only when the Jiang family members surged forward with indomitable spirit, their cloud vessels soaring through the skies, did the quasi-emperors of the 4 great powers dare to unleash their thunderous roars. They were, after all, the dominant forces within their respective domains, and never had they experienced such humiliation, especially at the hands of a junior. The Jiang family's imperial son was indeed a fearsome figure. As for the onlookers, their astonishment reached new heights, enhancing their perception of Jiang Yunhao. While many had already speculated that he would shine the brightest during this expedition into the secret realm, none could have envisioned the extent of his brilliance. His audacious demeanor and the invincible aura he exuded utterly overwhelmed all his contemporaneous young prodigies. The likes of Long Outyin, Yao Tianchu, Wang Lin, and other peerless talents were no match for him. Even Jiang Yunhao managed to subjugate the Tomb Guardian, a protector of the secret realm for 2 millennia, as his servant. Such an occurrence, if not witnessed with one's own eyes, would be beyond belief. Some have already begun to revere Jiang Yunhao, boldly asserting that he is the sole being destined to attain the title of emperor in this era. Indeed, it is Jiang Yunhao. It can be said that his name has resonated throughout the eastern wilds and the 9 regions following this expedition into the secret realm. Among his contemporaries, none can rival him. Upon returning to the cloud boat, Jiang Yunhao promptly brought the Tomb Guardian into the inner chamber. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved a small wooden box from his storage pouch, which materialized after he had defeated the devouring skylark. "Elder, do you know what lies within?" he inquired. To report to the young master, I am uncertain, but it must be an artifact left by the Empress, and given its imperial origin, it is assuredly extraordinary." The Tomb Guardian's throat moved as it expressed its own curiosity. This secret left by the only empress of ancient times piqued Jiang Yunhao's interest as well. Chapter 67. A daughter cannot be kept. While Jiang Yunhao and the guardian spirit of the tomb were engrossed in their examination of the wooden box, The major factions had already set off on their journey home. Among the four great forces, the remaining remnants of defeated soldiers congregated. Fixated on the entrance to the secret realm, each one lost in despair. This included the four hurriedly arrived quasi-emperors, who had intended to restore some semblance of dignity for their clans. However, they found themselves outmaneuvered by Jiang Yunhao, suffering a public humiliation. As one of their own, the ancestor of the Supreme Sword Sect met his demise through Jiang Yunhao's cunning. The guardian spirit was aiding Jiang Yunhao, and the four quasi-emperors could only suppress their fury. Nevertheless, their expressions were exceedingly grim. Is it truly the case that none of our young prodigies have emerged? The quasi-emperor of the Wang family felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelids. The black dragon ancestor from Longyuan trembled uncontrollably, unable to fathom the magnitude of their losses. Jiang Yunhao, this wretched child, is a harbinger of calamity, with a murderous intent that borders on madness. A quasi-emperor from the Yaoqi's sacred land gasped for breath, his vision darkening. This matter is far from over. I shall not let Jiang Yunhao escape unscathed. Let him revel in his arrogance for a while longer. There shall come a time when I can turn the tide and erase today as humiliation. Our ancient anomaly from Longyuan is on the verge of awakening. Jiang Yunhao, your days are numbered. The black dragon ancestor's demeanor remained cold and unyielding. At that moment, a prodigy from the Han family soared from the secret realm. Instantly, the quasi-emperor of the Han family's eyes brightened. Ah, Sini, you are alive. This was an immense surprise. The sight of the living Han Sini left the quasi-emperor momentarily incredulous. As the contemporary princess of the Han family, her status was exalted, and her talents revered by the elders. Haha, my Sini is indeed a person of great fortune. Amidst Jiang Yunhao's wanton slaughter, she has managed to evade disaster. How wonderful. The members of the Han family were filled with elation. However, the newly emerged Han Sini appeared momentarily taken aback. Yet, she soon comprehended the implications of her survival. Jiang Yunhao had annihilated all the other prodigies from the four great factions, leaving her as the sole survivor, thus drawing attention to herself. Overhearing the earlier conversations, Han Sini could not contain herself and hastily addressed her elders. Esteemed elders, I have an unreasonable request, and I hope you will grant it. Oh, the room fell silent, everyone turning their gaze towards Han Sini in confusion. Sini wishes for our Han family to withdraw from the alliance against the Jiang family. What? The crowd was taken aback, especially the representatives of the other three factions. Sini, what are you saying? Can we just stand by as the Jiang family dominates the eastern wilderness? They were astounded. For not only would this affect the Han family's interests in the eastern wilderness, but it was also worth noting that Jiang Yunhao had slain many of their contemporaries today. The elders of the Han family widened their eyes in disbelief, feeling as though they had just heard an outrageous joke. In response, Han Sini revealed a bitter smile and shook her head, saying, "Every grievance has its origin, and every debt has its master. If our Han family's prodigy had not conspired with others to bring harm to the young master of the Jiang family, how could he have brought about the demise of our own talents? Can't the esteemed elders heed my counsel? The rise of the Jiang family's young master is an unstoppable force. Why must our Han family act like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or a mayfly attempting to shake a tree? There is no rationale for our inevitable defeat." Han Sini's words left everyone present in a state of shock, including some young prodigies who had previously been excluded from entering the secret realm due to the heavenly key. All eyes turned to Han Sini in astonishment. This woman, renowned across the eastern wilderness and revered as a goddess, was admired by countless individuals who could only dream of her grace. Yet she spoke so favorably of Jiang Yunhao. One could easily discern from her tone that Han Sini held a sense of reverence and admiration for him. She had even likened the Han family's illustrious legacy to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Heavens! Had this stunningly beautiful and extraordinarily gifted Imperial maiden truly experienced a shattering of her resolve? Had she been irrevocably defeated by Jiang Yunhao? The young people were astounded, struggling to fathom the sight of such a pinnacle prodigy having her resolve broken. Sini, cease your nonsensical talk. Your future is boundless. This is merely a single failure. What is there to fear? You are destined to lead the descendants of our Han family in seeking vengeance against the Jiang family. Her parents hurriedly stepped forward, reproaching their daughter. Upon hearing these words, Han Sini's heart trembled. Vengeance against the Jiang family? To stand against that imperial figure? faced with the serious demeanor of her family. Han Sini could not bring herself to reveal that she had already pledged her allegiance to the young master of the Jiang family. Had it not been for Jiang Yunhao's assurance that her continued presence in the Han family would allow her to realize her utmost potential, she would have willingly followed him indefinitely, ready to heed his every command. At this moment, Han Sini had witnessed Jiang Yunhao's formidable strength firsthand, and had long since concluded that he was the very figure she had envisioned, a sovereign entity transcending the ages. To oppose such a formidable presence would be sheer folly. Realizing she could not sway them, Han Sini shook her head and addressed the elders and her parents. If you insist on opposing the Jiang family, then you shall seek out others. She had no desire to compete with the young master. With a respectful bow to the elders, Han Sini hurriedly departed. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted in disbelief, as countless young prodigies stared in astonishment at Han Sini's retreating figure. The goddess they had long admired had so openly exalted the young master of the Jiang family. This left many feeling a tumult of envy and jealousy within their hearts. However, had they known that Han Sini had long since devoted her heart to Jiang Yunhao, tirelessly and selflessly following him without regret, they would undoubtedly have suffered a profound psychological collapse. The expressions of the three quasi-emperors turned grim as they simultaneously cast their gazes towards the Han family's quasi-emperor. Indeed, the daughters of the Han family are not to be kept. How could she so fervently align herself with the scion of the Jiang family? The countenance of the Han family's quasi-emperor shifted subtly. The four great powers had originally united out of mutual benefit, yet now, due to Han Sini's survival, the other powers' prodigies felt disheartened, sowing the seeds of discord. Such is human nature. If everyone is to perish, why should your imperial daughter remain unscathed? The Han family found themselves at a loss for explanations. Should Jiang Yunhao discover this, taking Han Sini as his devoted follower, it would indeed be an unexpected delight. Unbeknownst to them, this subtly fostered discord among the four great powers. Jiang Yunhao would again reflect on his extraordinary fortune, as good fortune seemed to flow abundantly toward him. Meanwhile, aboard the Jiang family's cloud vessel, Jiang Yunhao had already opened the wooden box. Oh, what is this? Chapter 68. The Primordial Plateau. The mysterious figure in white, a single drop of blood? Within this wooden box, there lies but a solitary droplet of blood. Indeed, as the seemingly unremarkable wooden box was opened, there floated an exceptionally crimson droplet of blood. This drop exuded an unsettling aura of dominance. Blood of an emperor? Could it possibly be the blood of the empress? Jiang Yunhao's eyes brightened with realization. The essence of an emperor's blood is far more valuable than any treasure or rare herb in existence. No, young master, this is not the blood of an emperor. In my lifetime, I served the undying empress, and I am well acquainted with the pressure of an emperor's presence. Yet, this droplet is different. It emanates an unimaginable terror, a force that surpasses that of an emperor by 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. The tomb guardian, Ling Ling, suddenly trembled in agitation. He had speculated that the opportunity hidden within this wooden box must be related to the undying empress. It could very well be an emperor's treasure. However, he never anticipated that the opportunity contained within was vastly superior to any emperor's treasure. Gasping, the guardian could hardly believe his own eyes. Oh, not the blood of an emperor, but of a higher caliber. What could this possibly be? In the realm of the Eastern Wasteland's 9 domains, a millennium can only accommodate the existence of a single emperor. It is not an exaggeration to call an emperor invincible among mortals. Yet, the pressure emanating from merely a single drop of blood is 1,000 times more formidable. This blood, even Jiang Yunhao felt his spirit sway. After a brief moment of silence, he gradually calmed the turbulent waves of his mind. He never expected such a fortuitous opportunity to arise. The mysterious blood of a being surpassing that of an emperor is an immense boon for me. Naturally, Jiang Yunhao was exhilarated. After all, this was stronger than an emperor. In the next instant, he pointed a finger and made contact with the enigmatic blood droplet within the box, quietly reciting the incantations of the heaven-swallowing demon technique. He immediately absorbed the blood into his body. In that instant, an unparalleled aura erupted from Jiang Yunhao, as if he were transcending this mortal realm. The tomb guardian watched in astonishment. Young master, this blood may not be easily digestible. It is too potent. Without caution. Indeed, while powerful opportunities are advantageous, one must possess the means to enjoy them. For instance, this droplet of blood, with a pressure more terrifying than that of an emperor, is not something an ordinary person should dare to touch. Even a quasi-emperor attempting to forcibly absorb this blood would likely be annihilated by its overwhelming pressure. This substance is lethal. However, before the Guardian could finish his warning, Jiang Yunhao's aura gradually stabilized. He sat cross-legged, exuding an air of solemnity, as if a celestial being had descended, his demeanor becoming increasingly extraordinary. What is this? The guardian spirit of the tomb stood in bewilderment, utterly unable to comprehend this phenomenon. How could a drop of mysterious blood capable of slaying the emperor be perfectly absorbed by its diminutive master, unbeknownst to the guardian? At that moment, Jiang Yunhao's consciousness transcended the earthly realm, witnessing an unforgettable scene. Blood. A mountain of corpses submerged in a sea of blood, drifting aimlessly in the world. Countless bodies twisted and entwined together. There lay the remains of a true dragon spanning thousands of meters, the upper half of a sage as massive as a mountain, as well as the majestic forms of the Qilin, Xuanwu, and Phoenix, a myriad of bewildering and powerful beings from countless races, each corpse emanating an astonishingly potent aura. Even in death, they seemed to possess an overwhelming presence, like a chasm or a prison, shaking the very fabric of the universe. Yet, these terrifyingly formidable beings were all lifeless. Their eyes, devoid of spirit, their vitality extinguished, their mangled remains rolling in the boiling sea of blood. Was this merely a projection? My consciousness bore witness to this scene. In an instant, Jiang Yunhao understood. At the same time, he was struck by the horror of the spectacle. All around him lay the bodies of innumerable races, yet not a single living soul in sight. The Dark Blood Era. The Primordial Plateau. At that moment, Jiang Yunhao suddenly heard a voice. He turned to see, not far from him, a figure cloaked in snow-white garments. Hazy and indistinct. This figure was even more enigmatic, blurring the line between reality and illusion. It seemed to exist beyond the world, yet was undeniably present within his sight. It exuded an aura of detachment from the earthly realm, as if it were the only being transcending existence, embodying unparalleled strength, yet exuding an incomprehensible solitude. Master, young friend, make good use of that drop of blood, and do not forget the primordial Tao Jade. The figure murmured, its eyes the only feature unclouded by ethereal essence. For reasons unknown, Jiang Yunhao felt warmth emanating from those eyes, even tinged with surprise. The primordial Tao Jade. Time was of the essence. Jiang Yunhao was well aware of what the primordial Tao Jade signified. It was the legacy bestowed upon him by his forefather, Jiang Chun, who had informed him that it contained the lineage of the Jiang family and held secrets regarding his father's mysterious disappearance. Upon breaking through to the Cutting Fate realm, he would be able to unlock the primordial Tao Jade. Did this enigmatic being know of the Jiang family? Just as Jiang Yunhao was about to inquire further, his vision blurred, and his consciousness returned to his body. In that very instant, Jiang Yunhao perfectly fused with that drop of blood, more powerful than that of an emperor. This drop of blood lingered near his heart. As it pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, wisps of energy began to emanate from the blood, an aura that transcended the heavens. An essence that commanded supremacy above all emanated from Jiang Yunhao's being. This presence seemed to be the only one since time immemorial. Even the heavens and the earth bowed in solemnity, compelled to worship. Simultaneously, Jiang Yunhao's physique grew even stronger once more. Moreover, Jiang Yunhao was acutely aware that he had absorbed merely a fraction of a drop of blood, less than a millionth of its energy. Over time, this drop would subtly intertwine with his very essence. It was akin to a continuous stream of vitality, incessantly refining his corporeal form. This revelation filled Jiang Yunhao with immense joy, while others endured countless tribulations to temper their bodies. He found himself in a fortunate position where this drop of blood autonomously assisted in his physical refinement, and that too in an uninterrupted manner. Jiang Yunhao even found it hard to fathom the terrifying extent of his corporeal strength once he fully assimilated this drop of blood. It appeared that the secrets hidden within the Jiang family were profound, not merely steeped in mystery, but also formidable in power. A figure of greater strength than an emperor seemed to be aware of the Jiang family's existence. What was this dark blood era he mentioned? And what lay beyond the Taichu Plateau? Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes slightly, keenly sensing that he might have stumbled upon certain esoteric truths unknown to the average person. It was imperative that he swiftly ascended to the Cutting Fate realm and unlocked the Taichu Dao Jade. At that moment, Jiang Yunhao resolved to take decisive action. Chapter 69. Taming the Dragon Ao Tian. I grant you an opportunity. It appears that I must swiftly break through to the realm of severing fate. I am quite curious about the secrets within the primordial Dao Jade. A flicker of thought crossed Jiang Yunhao's mind, prompting him to rise and head towards the heavily guarded cell of Yunzhou. During his return to the Jiang family, he intended not to squander his time. He immediately recalled another significant figure aboard the Yunzhou. Indeed, it was none other than Long Ao Tian. Long Ao Tian is the contemporary leader of the younger generation of the Long Yuan True Dragon clan. His extraordinary talent has earned him the reputation of possessing 30% of the bloodline of the ancient True Dragon lineage, making him a formidable presence. He is the most likely candidate for a return to ancestral strength. The lineage of the True Dragons is ancient, tracing back to epochs even before the primordial era. 30,000 years ago, in the primordial age, the True Dragon clan was a terrifying force that dominated their realm. However, as time has progressed to the present era, the True Dragon clan has lost its former glory. The bloodlines of its descendants have thinned, diminishing their potency compared to the true dragons of the primordial age. Individuals like Long Ao Tian, whose bloodline reaches 30%, are exceedingly rare and powerful. Jiang Yunhao's intentions were straightforward. Firstly, to subdue Long Ao Tian, and secondly, he harbored a profound interest in the bloodline legacy of the true dragons. Let us not forget that he possesses the eternal Dao body. While others may struggle to possess multiple bloodline gifts due to conflicts that could lead to severe injuries or even self-destruction, Jiang Yunhao is capable of embodying various powerful bloodline traits simultaneously, free from such concerns. This would greatly enhance his strength. Before long, Jiang Yunhao arrived at the heavily guarded cell aboard the Yunzhou. Before his eyes, within one of the cells, sat a man clad in a golden robe, exuding an exceptional aura, who was meditating silently. This striking figure was none other than Long Ao Tian. Upon Jiang Yunhao's arrival, Long Ao Tian also caught sight of him. As the saying goes, when foes meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. Long Ao Tian was instantly reminded of the recent humiliation when Jiang Yunhao had wielded him like a dragon staff, flaunting him with magical power to appear tall and straight. Long Ao Tian could hardly restrain himself and abruptly stood up. Jiang Yunhao, do you dare to come again? If you have the courage, release the restrictions on my cultivation and engage me in battle once more. Long Ao Tian roared. To his surprise, Jiang Yunhao actually nodded in affirmation. Not convinced, are you? Very well, I shall release your cultivation restrictions. Jiang Yunhao replied with a faint smile, and as he spoke, he formed a hand seal. The restrictive collar around Long Ao Tian's neck shimmered with runes and, in an instant, shattered. To be honest, Long Ao Tian was somewhat astonished. He had never expected Jiang Yunhao to be so accommodating. I am not opposed to a rematch, but your desire to return to Long Yuan is out of the question, Jiang Yunhao suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, Long Outyin sneered, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. What? Are you afraid that releasing me is akin to setting a tiger free? You are aware that between you and me, Long Yuan, there exists an irreconcilable enmity. Is it that you fear I might rise against you and personally exact vengeance in the future? No, no, no. Jiang Yunhao suddenly waved his hand dismissively. You are, after all, my defeated foe, a trophy of mine. My conduct, Jiang Yunhao, does not permit me to release my own spoils. Moreover, as a true dragon of your lineage, your blood is a veritable treasure for my human cultivation, akin to rare celestial materials accumulated over millennia. With you as a constant source of dragon blood, how could I ever contemplate letting you go? Indeed, what Jiang Yunhao valued most was the worth of Long Outyin. His existence was far more beneficial than his demise. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yunhao felt a pang of regret for not having directly vanquished Long Batian. Had he done so, he would have possessed 2 true dragons, enjoying a daily feast of fresh true dragon blood, a boon that would significantly enhance his cultivation. At this moment, retaining Long Outyin was still quite advantageous. Furthermore, the purity of Long Outyin's true dragon bloodline was undoubtedly superior to that of Long Batian. Perhaps a single mouthful of Long Outyan's true dragon blood could equal several from others of his kind. As Jiang Yunhao's mind wandered, he increasingly affirmed the correctness of his decision. There was a marked difference between a hearty meal and a feast of abundance. What? Long Outyan was taken aback by Jiang Yunhao's words. You regard me as a mere vessel for extracting blood? You intend to siphon my true dragon blood? Long Outyan roared in fury, the dragon aura swirling around him, exuding an ominous energy like thunder. To bleed oneself. Is there such a ruthless human? Are you even human? I see you as a devil. Long Outyan's mind exploded with rage. Jiang Yunhao, uninterested in further discourse, beckoned him to follow. Long Outyan, in a state of exasperation, understood he was within the territory of the Jiang clan, with their ancestral powers surely nearby. He recognized that he had no room to resist Jiang Yunhao at this moment. To be frank, if Jiang Yunhao truly sought to extract his true dragon blood, he would find himself powerless to stop him. Jiang Yunhao, should you wish to leverage the might of your ancestors to forcibly extract my blood, I might as well grant you that privilege, Long Outyan retorted with sarcasm. He assumed Jiang Yunhao was intent on forcibly taking his dragon blood. Given his inability to resist, knowing that opposition could lead to death, Long Outyan resolved to endure for the sake of survival and future revenge. You are overthinking it. Jiang Yunhao, however, shook his head. I merely invite you to engage in a duel with me. Should you emerge victorious, I would not hesitate to grant you your freedom. However, if you were to suffer defeat, you shall remain within the confines of my Jiang family, providing me daily with the precious blood of the true dragon. After all, my family has never entertained idle individuals. At this juncture, Jiang Yunhao suddenly turned, casting a glance at Long Outyan. An adversary vanquished by my hand has never been regarded as a true opponent. I afford you the opportunity to pursue me until you find me beyond your reach. With hands clasped behind his back, Jiang Yunhao strode outward, exuding an air of indifference and invincibility that Long Outyan found all too familiar. Was this not the very proclamation he had once made to Jiang Yunhao? And now, Jiang Yunhao had returned those words to him, unchanged. How infuriating! This young man was brazenly humiliating him. Long Outyan seethed with rage, his vision darkening. Gritting his teeth, he matched Jiang Yunhao's pace. The commotion between the two drew the attention of many aboard the Yunzhou. Oh, has the Imperial scion released the scion of the true dragon clan? Could it be that the Imperial scion, in a fit of compassion, intends to spare Long Outyan? Is he seeking to ease the tensions with Long Yuan? Pray, how could the scion of the Jiang family ever be so soft-hearted? What could this mean? Chapter 70. Forbidden Secrets Beyond the Heavens. Grasping. I understand now. The Imperial Son intends to subdue this dragon Aotian. What? To tame the contemporary dragon son of Long Yuan? This. Soon. The members of the Jiang family gathered on the deck of the cloud boat, witnessing the standoff between Jiang Yunhao and Dragon Aotian. The Jiang clan realized Jiang Yunhao's intentions. However, could this truly be possible? It is well known that Dragon Aotian is a renowned figure, the dragon son of Long Yuan. He has made a name for himself over the years, and in terms of reputation, he is not inferior to the illustrious Yao Tianchu of the Yaoqi sacred land. Such a young prodigy, proud by nature and possessing an innate spirit of defiance, would undoubtedly be unwilling to submit to anyone willingly. Zhang Lingxiao, Zhang Tianyu, and Zhang Ningwan also emerged, witnessing this scene. Oh dear, is my cousin going to engage in another battle with this arrogant dragon? Zhang Tianyu blinked. Zhang Lingxiao maintained a composed demeanor, harboring unparalleled confidence in Jiang Yunhao. He was not the least bit concerned for his family's imperial son. At this moment, it seemed that no one had more faith in Jiang Yunhao than this cousin who had consistently followed him. Meanwhile, under the gaze of many, Dragon Aotian overheard some of the Jiang clan members' discussions, which included mockery directed at him. A sense of frustration welled up within him, and his anger surged. Strangely enough, upon witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Yunhao suddenly felt an odd sensation. Why does it feel as though I resemble a fated antagonist? It certainly seemed as if he were relying on numbers to bully the few, surrounded by a throng of supporters cheering him on. On the contrary, Dragon Aotian appeared to be the one suffering humiliation, biding his time for a dramatic reversal, embodying the protagonist destined for greatness, proclaiming that fortunes change every 30 years. Jiang Yunhao couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression. It seemed, It seemed that he indeed fit the characteristics of a villain: invincible background, prestigious lineage, striking appearance, and unparalleled strength and talent. It was as if a young upstart would inevitably emerge, clamoring to defeat him. Just as Jiang Yunhao found this amusingly odd, Dragon Ao Tian could no longer contain himself, suddenly roaring, "Jiang Yunhao, you go too far. You dare to confront me while allowing your mind to wander? I, the dragon's son." Dragon Ao Tian could no longer tolerate Jiang Yunhao's demeanor. With a thunderous roar, he transformed instantly, leaping from the cloud boat, revealing his true dragon essence. His entire body adorned with golden scales, radiating a faint, shimmering golden glow, stood out strikingly in the dark, forbidden expanse beyond the heavens. The golden luminescence illuminated the surroundings, dispelling the darkness and draping the cloud boat in a delicate golden cloak. True dragon sorcery, the suppression of heavenly might. Manifesting his true form, Dragon Ao Tian exuded a formidable dragon might, raising his claws and immediately unleashing the supreme divine art of his lineage. This was the profound bloodline talent of the true dragon clan. 3 millennia ago, during the primordial era, the venerable ancestors of the true dragon clan wielded formidable martial prowess that dominated the heavens. In their legendary confrontation, Long Batian had previously displayed such might. However, compared to Long Outyin, Long Batian's power paled in comparison. With a single strike, Long Outyin unleashed a colossal wave of terrifying golden dragon aura, which transformed into 9 magnificent golden dragons. These resplendent beings roared defiantly into the vastness, descending upon Jiang Yunhao with overwhelming force. This technique was grand and audacious, embodying the might of dragons that subdued all beings. The members of the Jiang family present could only feel their scalps tingle in trepidation. Witnessing this display, they began to grasp why the ancient true dragon clan was able to suppress countless races and elevate the name of the dragon to celestial heights, surpassing 99% of all races during that epoch. The sheer, overwhelming dragon might seem capable of subduing any adversary, instilling genuine fear. At that very moment, Jiang Yunhao also made his move. Remarkably, he did not even resort to his most formidable sword techniques. Instead, he merely waved his hand forward, revealing his 10 great realms. Boom! Each realm was extraordinary, towering to unimaginable heights. My heavens! The young master has grown even stronger. This manifestation of realms so vast, so circular. The Jiang family disciples were left speechless, their eyelids twitching in disbelief. Typically, for a noble scion, the manifestation of their realm would be at most 1,000 meters, a feat still regarded as genius level. Yet their own young master had reached a staggering height of 10,000. And astonishingly, it was not just 1, but 10. This spectacle was truly unprecedented, beyond anything they had ever witnessed. As Jiang Yunhao's 10 realms unfurled, a radiant 7-colored light of primal power cascaded downward, enveloping the 9 golden dragon apparitions created by the martial technique. The golden dragon figures melted away like snow under the scorching summer sun, vanishing at a visibly rapid pace. This exemplified the application of primal power, a manifestation of the most extraordinary techniques. How could it be that so little time has passed, and you have become even more formidable than before? Long Outyin, who had previously clashed with Jiang Yunhao, felt a sense of indignation. He believed he had merely underestimated Jiang Yunhao's physical strength, which had led to his defeat. Thus, this time, he launched his own true dragon clan's lethal techniques, intending to contend with Jiang Yunhao's mystical arts. To his astonishment, Jiang Yunhao's mystical techniques were equally terrifying. The key was that he could distinctly perceive Jiang Yunhao's transformation, as if he were a different person. Indeed, Jiang Yunhao had undergone a profound metamorphosis. After all, he had once battled the celestial swallow, a being of quasi-emperor status. The extraordinary insights that only such beings could comprehend had all been mastered by Jiang Yunhao. At present, Jiang Yunhao possesses an unparalleled level of experience and profound mysteries, far surpassing Long Outyin. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao unleashed a formidable hand of chaotic energy, which manifested into a colossal palm. With a resounding clap, it struck down upon Long Outyin as if swatting a mere loach, sending him crashing to the ground. Long Outyin coughed up blood, unable to maintain his true form, and transformed into his human shape, plummeting downward. Subsequently, Jiang Yunhao's chaotic hand extended forth, capturing Long Outyin effortlessly. Long Outyin was left utterly bewildered, completely unprepared for such a swift and devastating defeat. The sensation he experienced was reminiscent of how he felt when facing ordinary prodigies. Yet now, the figure of undeniable prowess, seemingly an unparalleled entity standing resolute in the world, was Jiang Yunhao, not Long Outyin. The Imperial sons of the Jiang family were invigorated, their spirits soaring with excitement. Their own prince was indeed growing ever more formidable. They envisioned a future illuminated by the brilliance of following a figure such as Jiang Yunhao, filled with boundless promise and splendid prospects. Meanwhile, amidst the tremors from beyond the heavens, as Jiang Yunhao effortlessly subdued Long Outyin, two blood-red eyes resembling crimson moons suddenly opened in the dark, forbidden realm. Those sanguine pupils radiated a sense of the most negative human emotions, an aura of despair, brutality, and mercilessness. The forbidden realm beyond the heavens, a common enemy of the 9 domains of the eastern wilderness, the dreaded existence among the outer fiends, had taken notice of Jiang Yunhao. Is it him? Jiang Yunhao keenly sensed this ominous gaze. To his surprise, this was an old acquaintance. He recalled how this formidable terror had once observed him when he shattered the ancient sword path record. Could it be that the esteemed elder was merely a coward hiding in the shadows? With keen interest, Jiang Yunhao turned his attention toward the source of that gaze. Chapter 71. My temper is fiery, and I am unparalleled in beauty. Upon sensing the ominous gaze directed towards him, Jiang Yunhao felt not a trace of trepidation. The Void Demon Sovereign? What? Do you wish to lay a hand on my Jiang Yunhao? Indeed, from within the cloud boat, Jiang Chen's aura emanated forth. Above, a faint yet palpable imperial presence lingered, entwining the air. With the ancestral patriarch of the Jiang family and Jiang Yunhao's enigmatic protector both present, what fear did they have of others? In the depths of the inky darkness, the two pairs of eyes that had briefly scrutinized Jiang Yunhao gradually receded. It seemed they recognized that any aggression towards him would lead to dire consequences for themselves. In the eastern wilderness, there existed rules. When the prodigies clashed, the elders must not intervene. To violate this edict was to invite merciless retribution. Suddenly, a melodious and ethereal voice resonated throughout the universe. And behold, Jiang Yunhao's mysterious protector appeared without warning. In a fleeting glance, her form was scarcely discernible before she surged towards the two pairs of blood-red eyes. Ah, damn it. Are you mad? I merely cast a glance at your Jiang family's prince, and you dare to challenge me? The voice thundered. What rules are you speaking of? I am not a creature of your eastern wilderness. A tremendous surge of magical energy erupted from the darkness, shattering the very fabric of space. One could faintly discern a colossal, shadowy figure, roaring towards the heavens, its voice resonating like thunder, sweeping across the desolate lands. It was evident how incensed this great terror was. Clearly, he had not anticipated that simply gazing at Jiang Yunhao would summon such a calamity upon himself. Your Jiang family prince is not beyond reproach. The Jiang clan's disciples stood in stunned silence, their gazes converging on Jiang Yunhao. Was the temper of their protector truly so fierce? A mere hostile glance at the prince had driven her to battle. Moreover, this adversary was no ordinary foe. He was a formidable quasi-imperial figure among the demonic beings from beyond the stars. Even the powerful figures lurking in the shadows, observing the Jiang family's movements, were left astounded. These formidable beings had been keeping a close watch on the Jiang family, due to Jiang Yunhao's remarkable prowess, for a figure of his caliber was impossible to overlook. Some harbored malicious intent and deep-seated envy, while others sought to forge alliances with the Jiang clan. Who, then, was this protector of Jiang Yunhao? How fierce her disposition! She must surely be a stronghold of the eastern wilderness, fully aware of its customs. With only around 30 quasi-imperial beings among the myriad races of the eastern wilderness, how could I fail to recognize her aura? The hidden powers observing from the shadows were left in a state of shock. They comprehended that Jiang Yunhao was indeed not to be trifled with. In the future, should any ancient powerful figure lose their dignity and wish to personally confront Jiang Yunhao, they must first contend with his protector. This treatment is akin to that of a caretaker. Throughout the vast territories of the eastern wilderness 9 domains, which illustrious family could afford to have a quasi-emperor continuously safeguarded junior? Aside from the Jiang family, No other clan could possibly achieve such a feat. Just how much hidden depth does the Jiang family possess? The onlookers were inwardly astonished. Jiang Yunhao also noticed this scene. The appearance of this elder was tantamount to announcing his existence to all clans, providing a shield of protection for him. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. How could he not comprehend the profound implications behind his protector's actions? Even he could not help but feel a sense of awe. The Jiang family's protection for him was truly extraordinary. With such a family backing him, if he were unable to suppress the heavens and attain the status of emperor in this lifetime, it would indeed be a life wasted. Jiang Yunhao harbored no concerns regarding his protector's potential defeat. After all, he had witnessed this protector's prowess firsthand, having severely injured the ancestor of the Grand Luo sword sect in an instant. It was likely that his protector ranked among the foremost in strength among quasi-emperors. Zhang Ningguan and Zhang Tianyu, two noble women from the Zhang family, hurriedly arrived at the Jiang residence, clearly sensing the commotion. The two ladies were radiant and breathtakingly beautiful. Anyone standing beside them would inevitably feel somewhat diminished. However, Jiang Yunhao was entirely different. As his cultivation deepened and he opened 10 celestial realms, his presence became even more distinguished, surpassing the two ladies in their company. Yunhao, it seems your path ahead will be more secure, Zhang Ningguan remarked, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Zhang Tianyu joyfully circled around Jiang Yunhao, exclaiming, "Hee, my cousin is impressive, having a protector who is a quasi-emperor. Who in this world can compare to my cousin?" The young girl beamed with pride, clearly delighted. Jiang Yunhao chuckled, "Dear aunt, cousin, you flatter me. But I can see that both of you possess exceptionally strong physiques. Staying by your side would indeed calm one's mind and aid in cultivation." Zhang Ningguan covered her mouth in laughter. "Then we shall often visit the Jiang family to spend time with you. It would surely be beneficial for you." "Ha ha. Then I shall extend my gratitude to you, dear aunt," Jiang Yunhao replied with a smile. After their conversation, the two ladies took their leave. Once they departed, Jiang Yunhao turned his gaze towards Long Outyin, who lay on the ground, his face ashen. Long Outyin tightened his body and slowly rose, his eyes flickering, seemingly reluctant to meet Jiang Yunhao's gaze. "I care not for your mindset. However, one must honor their bets. Since you have lost, you shall become my servant, providing me with true dragon blood daily." Having spoken, Jiang Yunhao paid no heed to Long Outyin's thoughts and forcibly extracted some of his blood essence. Long Outyin felt utterly numbed. "I may not be human, but you are truly a demon." However, despite being gravely injured by Jiang Yunhao, he found himself powerless to resist, merely watching helplessly as Jiang Yunhao siphoned away his precious true dragon blood. In truth, Jiang Yunhao was eagerly anticipating a swift breakthrough to unlock the primordial Dao Jade and uncover the secrets and opportunities it concealed. With the rare resource of true dragon blood in addition to the benefits he had garnered within the secret realm of Tianke Divine Pass, Jiang Yunhao harbored genuine confidence in achieving a breakthrough and severing his ties in a short span of time. Upon returning to the cloud vessel, Jiang Yunhao immediately activated the swallowing heaven demon technique, voraciously devouring resources. Possessing such an unparalleled and domineering technique, he could absorb any resource in an instant. The 9th layer of the cave heaven realm had reached completion. Crack! In the depths of existence, the sound of shackles shattering seemed to resonate. Jiang Yunhao's realm had transcended, reaching the 1st layer of the severing fate realm. It was time to unveil the primordial Dao Jade. Chapter 72, The Jiang Family Legacy. The 9 Secrets of Heaven and Earth. The primordial Tao Jade. This precious artifact was personally bestowed upon Jiang Yunhao by his ancestor, Jiang Chun. At that time, Jiang Chun mentioned that within the primordial Tao Jade lay certain secrets of the Jiang family. Moreover, his father, Jiang Feng, mysteriously vanished after gazing upon the jade, leaving the Jiang family behind. Subsequently, Jiang Yunhao's mother, the esteemed lady of the Jiang family, nurtured him for a century within her womb. After successfully giving birth to Jiang Yunhao, she set out in search of Jiang Feng. However, thereafter, both seemed to have vanished into thin air. Despite the Jiang family's dominion over the Lingshu domain, they were unable to uncover the slightest trace of the two. In essence, it was as if Jiang Yunhao's parents had evaporated from existence. With a heart laden with complex emotions, Jiang Yunhao activated the primordial Tao Jade. This small object, resembling a jade pendant, unfolded a wondrous space under the influence of his spiritual power, revealing the treasures concealed within. His gaze first fell upon a jade tablet. As his consciousness probed into it, a thunderous resonance echoed in his mind. Golden characters materialized within his awareness, each embodying an incredible essence of the Tao, as if mere mortals who dared to glimpse them would suffer catastrophic consequences. Yet, Jiang Yunhao's spiritual consciousness was exceptionally formidable, a benefit of his perfect mastery over the 10 heavenly caves. As he surveyed the golden characters, his spirit was profoundly shaken. Even with Jiang Yunhao's hardened composure, the marvel of these golden inscriptions was enough to astonish him. What he discerned was a secret technique more profound than imperial laws, the 9 secrets of heaven and earth. Jiang Yunhao's heart surged. Given his upbringing within the Jiang family, he instantly recognized the origin of this technique. The 9 secrets of heaven and earth comprised the terms Lin, Bing, Dou, Zhi, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Xian, and Xing. The technique he comprehended was the Jie character technique. This technique could, in an instant, amplify one's combat power tenfold. Indeed, a tenfold increase. What does such a sudden surge in power imply? Taking Jiang Yunhao himself as an example, his current strength, particularly his formidable physical prowess, could shatter the corporeal form of divine realm experts without warning. If he were to experience a tenfold surge in strength, it would not only catch his enemies off guard, but would also enable him to challenge even the mightiest of sage realm beings. This technique seemed tailor-made for those with extraordinary physical capabilities. Moreover, the ability to amplify one's strength tenfold in an instant bore no restrictions regarding cultivation realms. This meant it could be utilized even at lower levels. It could be employed at the quasi-emperor level and even by the great emperor tier. While there are numerous external elixirs and techniques aimed at enhancing combat power, only the Jie character technique among the 9 secrets of heaven and earth imposes no limitations on cultivation level. It is no wonder that even Jiang Yunhao felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. The extraordinary essence of the 9 secrets of heaven and earth transcends mere wonder. Ancient texts from the Eastern wilds speak of these enigmatic secrets. The origins of the 9 secrets remain shrouded in mystery, with no one able to ascertain their source. Some speculate that the 9 secrets exist beyond the dominion of the great emperors, embodying the principles of the celestial order. Others contend that these secrets must originate from legendary beings, immortals who have transcended human limitations. Regardless of the myriad legends and conjectures, one truth resonates among the beings of the Eastern wilds. The 9 secrets are indeed divine, far beyond the grasp of mortal creation. Even the emperors, who emerge once every 10,000 years, cannot attain such heights. Each of the 9 secrets possesses its own marvel. There are whispers that whoever can gather all 9 may ascend to immortality. Countless souls yearn and obsess over this pursuit, including emperors of bygone eras, all striving to uncover the supreme mysteries of the 9 secrets. Could it be that my family's legacy is intertwined with one of these 9 secrets? A revelation struck Jiang Yunhao as he inhaled deeply, awakening from his stupor. It is hard to imagine anyone receiving one of the 9 secrets without an overwhelming surge of excitement, especially for Jiang Yunhao. For the secret of all characters is undoubtedly a formidable weapon. This secret synergizes perfectly with his formidable physical prowess. He recalled the awakening of his ancient sacred bloodline. This innate lineage flowing through the Jiang family not only manifests various extraordinary phenomena, but also boasts a singularly potent characteristic, an indomitable physique that resonates through the ages. It can be said that the secret of all characters is exceptionally suited to the bloodline of the Jiang family, particularly for someone like Jiang Yunhao, who has awakened such a divine gift. With such a powerful physique and the remarkable immortal sword body, alongside his rigorous training in the most formidable sword arts, he is nearly devoid of weaknesses. Jiang Yunhao blinked, suddenly perceiving a subtle distinction between himself and others. Perhaps, upon reaching the boundary of severance, he would be able to master one of the 9 secrets, possessing multiple extraordinary gifts. Throughout history, few have likely shared such a fortune, perhaps only he alone. Even the great emperors of the past had not encountered such an opportunity at his stage. Yet, the greatest opportunity lies in gathering all 9 secrets, reaching that coveted realm of immortality, which even emperors yearn for. Could it be that my parents ventured forth to seek the 9 secrets? It seems I must pay heed to news regarding the 9 secrets in the days to come. A flicker of determination ignited within Jiang Yunhao, and he resolved to set aside thoughts of the 9 secrets for the moment, turning his gaze instead to another object within the primordial space, the fragment of a shattered black shard. It appears to possess the texture of wood, yet also resembles stone, jade, and iron. In essence, it seems to embody the essence of all things in the world. However, it remains elusive, leaving one unable to discern its true nature. Such a wondrous creation is encountered for the very first time by Jiang Yunhao, a scion of a prestigious family accustomed to various rare treasures since childhood. No, my parents did not disappear in search of the 9 secrets. After all, one would not vanish merely in pursuit of them. They must have come into contact with this object. Jiang Yunhao's eyes sparkled with realization as he instinctively reached out to draw forth the small black fragment. It was a diminutive piece, no larger than half a palm. It emitted a faint glow upon touch, and its weight was as light as a feather. Without careful attention, one might not even realize they were holding it. Yet, the moment this black fragment was grasped, a voice suddenly resonated within Jiang Yunhao's mind. Ding! The host has come into contact with the material of dark immortality. Congratulations, host, for uncovering a brand new sign-in location. Ding! Notification to the host. Sign-in location. One of the 10 oddities of Dongwang, the Black Ship. Chapter 73. The Essence of Slaughtering Sword Intent. The freedom of great ease. It was abundantly clear that upon Jiang Yunhao's encounter with the enigmatic small black fragments, the system had discerned that this was a treasure-laden site. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. Among the 10 mysteries of the Eastern Wilderness, the Black Ship. But where exactly is the Black Ship located? With this question lingering in his mind, upon returning to the Jiang family, Jiang Yunhao promptly sought out the 3 ancestors, Jiang Chun and the others, to discuss the matter of the Black Ship. Yunhao, from where did you learn about the Black Ship? Jiang Xiaodian exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. Yunhao, you wouldn't have opened the Taichu Dao Jade, would you? At this revelation, the other 2 ancestors were momentarily taken aback. Opening the Taichu Dao Jade. Does that not imply that Jiang Yunhao has already cultivated to the realm of severing fate? The 3 ancestors were engulfed in disbelief. Yes, I indeed opened the Taichu Dao Jade. As Jiang Yunhao spoke, the 3 ancestors finally snapped back to reality. They exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment in their eyes. It is noteworthy that Jiang Yunhao had only been cultivating for a brief period. He was merely in his teens and had already stepped into the realm of severing fate. The heartbeats of the 3 ancestors slowed momentarily. So you are already aware. As the 3 esteemed ancestors of the Jiang family, they had naturally also opened the Taichu Dao Jade. Jiang Chun could not help but smile wryly. I suppose we need not elaborate further. You comprehend the implications. Indeed, your father, Jiang Feng, ventured out to seek the Black Ship after encountering the fragments. However, as of today, your father has yet to return. Despite the Jiang family's considerable resources and strength, we have been unable to trace your father's whereabouts. As for the Black Ship, should you be curious, I, as your ancestor, see no reason to withhold the truth from you. The Black Ship resides in the void beyond the heavens. Jiang Chen squinted slightly. Jiang Yunhao felt a stir within his heart. So the Black Ship is in the void beyond the heavens. But where precisely is that? It lies outside the city of divine ruins. That endless expanse of darkness encircling the 9 regions of the Eastern Wilderness is what the people of the Eastern Wilderness refer to as the void beyond the heavens. Jiang Yunhao recalled that prior to his return, a formidable demon in the void had cast a sinister glance in his direction, and his protector had gone to confront that very demon. The demons of the void are enigmatic and unpredictable, presenting a dire threat to the 9 regions of the Eastern Wilderness. Each year, various clans dispatch their elite to hone their skills in the void, both to fend off external threats and to refine their own descendants. Jiang Yunhao was immediately resolute, his gaze brightening. If that is the case, it seems I must pay a visit to this void beyond the heavens. Indeed, Jiang Yunhao would not let the opportunity for system registration slip by. Not to mention, this matter was intricately linked to the disappearance of his parents. Although Jiang Yunhao has never met his parents, having been nurtured in his mother's womb for a century before his birth, and despite his mother hastily departing in search of his father, the Jiang family has treated him exceptionally well. The three ancestors regard him as the future hope of the Jiang clan, generously providing resources without hesitation. This familial affection is palpable to Jiang Yunhao. As a scion of the Jiang family, he would naturally not forsake his kin, especially as they are his own relatives. Upon hearing this, warmth flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes as he nodded with a smile. Indeed, as a member of a great family, one cannot remain sheltered within the confines of home forever. A flower in a greenhouse cannot compare to a genius forged through the trials of life and death. Your training in the void beyond is something I wholeheartedly support. Jiang Yunqing smiled gently. That is indeed the case. Jiang Shaotian blinked and remarked, however, there is no need to rush, especially not in seeking out that mysterious black ship. It is regarded by the people of the Eastern Wilderness as one of the 10 enigmatic phenomena. If one's strength is lacking, approaching it recklessly could lead to dire consequences. By the way, since you have activated the Taichu Daoyu, you must have also glimpsed our Jiang family's secret method inheritance. Indeed, we possess 9 secret transmissions, which constitute the ultimate secret of our clan. However, you likely have yet to comprehend it. In truth, even we only have a rudimentary understanding. But with your extraordinary talent, after a period of secluded cultivation, you should be able to grasp it. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Shaotian continued, how about this? For safety's sake, you should first retreat within the clan to cultivate and comprehend the 9 secret methods. This technique is unfathomably profound and earth-shattering, greatly beneficial for your practical combat. Once you master it, you will embark on your journey into the void beyond with greater assurance. Jiang Shaotian was indeed in favor of Jiang Yunhao's expedition, but he preferred that Jiang Yunhao strengthen his abilities before setting forth. Indeed, it is wise to comprehend the secret methods before departing. Agreed, Jiang Chun and Jiang Yunqing nodded. I believe that with Yunhao's innate talent, he could grasp the secret methods in perhaps a decade. A decade? I would venture to say 7 or 8 years might suffice. The three shared a smile, imbued with great confidence in Jiang Yunhao. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yunhao was conversing with the Gravekeeper spirit. The Gravekeeper spirit, a spiritual entity, could momentarily reside within Jiang Yunhao's consciousness. Master, the severing fate realm is distinct from the preceding stages. It is divided into the self-severing method and the external severing method. The self-severing method allows certain beings to sever their emotional ties, abandoning their heart's desires. The first sword upon reaching the shore is often aimed at one's beloved. Such resolute individuals abound in the cultivation world. There are also those who choose to sever familial bonds, making the self-severing method the simplest path, a means to extinguish the 7 emotions and 6 desires. However, the truly formidable severing fate realm must encompass the external severing method. Master, you are a genius of the sword path. If one could wield the art of effortless slaying, with an unparalleled intent to kill, to subdue countless beings, and refine a strand of lethal intent, dear young master, your sword will possess a murderous aura that astonishes the heavens and weeps for the spirits. This sword intent is among the most formidable in history, surpassing all others in terms of its devastating power. To sever one's own emotions is a path easily taken, often chosen by the majority. Yet, the true strong are those who sever the ties of others. This embodies the spirit of competing with the heavens, defying fate and all living things, harboring an invincible will to suppress all beings. Only through the art of effortless slaying can one attain genuine transcendence, elevating oneself above all. The guardian spirit is evidently strategizing a future for Jiang Yunhao. With such a knowledgeable ancient being, who has lived for 20,000 years, by his side, Jiang Yunhao is indeed destined to avoid many detours. The notion of murderous sword intent sounds quite appealing. Jiang Yunhao's eyes sparkled with determination. Thus, he felt compelled to venture into the void beyond the heavens. After all, the significance of slaying demonic entities differs greatly from that of exterminating the creatures of the eastern wasteland. Should he slay too many beings from the east, others would perceive him as a demon lord, fearing him as a malevolent deity. Such a reputation could adversely affect his standing and imperial fate. Conversely, slaying demonic figures would not only refine his murderous sword intent, but also enhance his renown. The advantages are plentiful. Moreover, with such formidable sword intent at his disposal, Jiang Yunhao is resolute in his pursuit of perfection. If he is to act, it shall be in the pursuit of utmost strength. With his mind firmly set, Jiang Yunhao made his decision. He then heard the words of the three ancestors. Suddenly smiling, he remarked, "There is no need for the three of you to seclude yourselves any longer." How can you cultivate the secret arts without seclusion? The three were taken aback. I have comprehended the essence of the secret arts. I am ready to embark on my journey immediately. Upon hearing this, the three ancestors' eyes widened in astonishment. What? They were utterly shocked. The secret arts of the 9 secrets of heaven are notoriously difficult to fathom, and attempting to glimpse them without sufficient mental fortitude could lead to a collapse of one's consciousness. They had confidence in Jiang Yunhao, daring to speculate that he could achieve this in 10 years. However, it turned out that he needed no such time. He had already accomplished it. Yet, the three ancestors were unaware of the terrifying capabilities of Jiang Yunhao, a practitioner of the 10 celestial realms. The strength of his consciousness was something even he had yet to fully grasp. Then, you should set forth. In fact, Ling Xiao and some of my clan's disciples have already come here. They expressed their desire not to delay your progress, striving to grow stronger to follow you. They have already taken the initiative to venture into the void beyond the heavens. Your departure now will allow you to catch up with them. As for us, we shall take our leave for now. The three exchanged awkward smiles. It was clear they could no longer remain in this place. They felt that staying with Jiang Yunhao would only lead to a crushing blow to their spirits, risking their very mental stability. However, on second thought, they found solace in the fact that he was their own descendant. Just before Jiang Yunhao set off, a terrifying figure, enveloped in a shimmering golden radiance, descended upon Shanglua City. Countless individuals within the city sensed this formidable presence, instantly turning their attention towards it. Chapter 74. The cold and enigmatic beauty surrenders. What is this aura? It belongs to a certain quasi-emperor ancestor of the true dragon clan. Indeed, there have been rumors that the emperor of the Jiang family forcibly subdued the contemporary prodigy of the true dragon clan, Long Outyin. It seems that this venerable ancestor has come to rescue Long Outyin. The gossiping souls of the crowd ignited with fervor, their gazes all directed towards the Jiang family. The arrival is indeed a quasi-emperor ancestor from the true dragon clan. The members of the Jiang family also sensed this presence, and the guest elders appeared as if facing a formidable foe, rising to block this quasi-emperor ancestor from the true dragon clan at the entrance. Long Xingyan. It is he, an even older quasi-emperor of the true dragon clan than the black dragon ancestor. The guest elders of the Jiang family are all foreign powerhouses, and they are certainly familiar with notable figures from the eastern wilderness. Jiang Yunhao, who intended to set out and catch up with Jiang Lingxiao and the others, also sensed this aura. However, Jiang Yunhao remained unafraid. A quasi-emperor? In the past, even Luo Qinghe, a quasi-emperor of the great Luo sword sect, had fallen at the hands of his Jiang family. To be frank, the Jiang family had little reason to fear a quasi-emperor knocking at their door. Jiang Yunhao was prepared to venture out. He mounted a resplendent golden dragon and soared out of the Jiang family estate, followed closely by the elite young members of the Jiang family, including Qingwan. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished, filled with a sense of acute discomfort. What an audacious display, riding the contemporary prodigy of the true dragon clan before Long Xingyun. This was nothing short of blatant humiliation. Just as everyone anticipated that Long Xingyun would erupt in fury, perhaps disregarding propriety and retaliating against the Jiang family's emperor, the figure of Long Xingyun, who had transformed into an elderly man clad in golden robes, chuckled lightly while stroking his beard. Little Jinzi, I see your relationship with the Jiang family's emperor is quite harmonious now. Hearing this, the crowd stood frozen, bewildered. How could this sound anything but amicable? What is happening? People were dumbfounded. Great-grandfather you? Even Long Outyin's eyes widened in shock, a look of utter stupor on his face. Initially, Long Outyin had been forcibly subdued by Jiang Yunhao, enduring a humiliating beating that left him with a throbbing scalp, ultimately revealing his true form and becoming Jiang Yunhao's mount. Yet, Long Outyin was certainly displeased, especially upon sensing Long Xingyun's aura. He was on the verge of howling with excitement, feeling that he had been saved. However, Long Xingyun's words doused Long Outyin's hopes like a bucket of cold water. Great-grandfather, are you seeing things? I am being ridden, and you call this a harmonious relationship? Moreover, how could you refer to me as little Jinzi in front of others? If they hear that, they might question me. Long Outyin. So your name is Little Jeansy? Jiang Yunhao lowered his gaze, casting a glance at Long Outyin below. Long Outyin felt an overwhelming desire to dig a hole and bury himself in his own embarrassment. How utterly shameful. It had been made abundantly clear that he was to be addressed as Long Outyin outside. Indeed, how commendable, young Jeansy, that you can follow the heir of the Jiang family. For you, it may indeed be a tremendous opportunity. You must understand that those who have accompanied great emperors throughout history have invariably been blessed with fortuitous encounters, paving the way for boundless futures. Seeing your rapport with the Jiang family heir brings me comfort. Now, strive diligently, and do not allow yourself to fall too far behind, lest you lose your intrinsic worth. To everyone's surprise, Long Xingyun was not there to provoke a confrontation. On the contrary, he continuously extolled Jiang Yunhao. After a flurry of flattery, Long Xingyun vanished without a trace, leaving behind a dazed crowd, a mortified Long Outyin, and an intrigued Jiang Yunhao. How curious it is that your true dragon lineage is said to be at odds with my Jiang family. Who might this esteemed elder be? Jiang Yunhao inquired with genuine interest. Long Outyin managed an awkward smile, feeling compelled to respond. The true dragon lineage is vast and intricate. Our ancestors from the ancient era gave rise to numerous branches. In truth, the faction most at odds with your Jiang family is that of Long Batian. Although there exists a fraternal bond between us, should we delve into specifics, the disparity in our bloodlines renders us hardly related. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao grasped the situation. Much like his own Jiang family, which comprises 8 branches, he had thus far only encountered the lineage of Jiang Lingxiao. The remaining 6 branches' younger lords remained unseen by him, particularly the highly esteemed ones who had long been renowned for centuries, if not millennia. The prowess of these younger lords was formidable. For instance, in the ethereal void Jiang Yunhao was bound for, a Jiang family younger lord presided over the territory, leading elite forces in perpetual combat against external fiends. With this understanding, Jiang Yunhao refrained from further inquiries. He then took to the skies, guiding Long Outyin and the others aloft. This brief episode, however, served to remind many of the immense potential Jiang Yunhao possessed. Even within the true dragon lineage, differing opinions began to emerge, with some ancestors reluctant to forge enmity with Jiang Yunhao. Nevertheless, the malevolence harbored by the Black Dragon ancestor and his faction towards Jiang Yunhao remained considerable. As for whose judgment would ultimately prove correct, only time would reveal. A sense of awe enveloped the crowd, all reflecting on the events. In less than half a day's time, news of Long Xingyun's visit to the Jiang family had spread far and wide. In the demon domain, the true dragon lineage and the Black Dragon ancestor bore expressions of profound displeasure. Even other fearsome entities from the demon domain appeared in the skies above Long Yuan. How amusing it is, true dragon lineage, that you have brought honor to my demon kin, humbly bowing and seeking favor from mere humans. In the ancient era, humanity was but a trifling source of sustenance for my demon race. Before partaking in sustenance, my ancestors were exceedingly discerning, reluctant to taste anything that did not meet their standards. Yet here you are, willingly serving as mounts for others. A fearsome beast, cloaked in an obsidian hide, looms ominously in the heavens above. Its nostrils exhale billowing clouds of vapor, swirling like the very fabric of the sky. One of the 10 ancient terrors, the 9 nether beast. You, Yue, venture forth from your mountain retreat and confront the scion of the Jiang family. If you can slay him, do so. If you can capture him alive, that would be even better. I shall observe what exceptional prowess this Jiang family scion possesses. As the words faded, a figure of exquisite grace emerged from the void, a stunning woman, her cascading black hair flowing down to her waist. Clad in dark attire, she exuded an aura of icy elegance and nobility. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like blood-red gemstones, adorned with a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye, which added a touch of melancholic allure. Rest assured, ancestor, Yue shall not disappoint your expectations. She will engage the Jiang family scion with utmost diligence. The expression upon Yue's countenance remained serene, as cold as frost. Chapter 75. The Majesty of Royalty. The minor incident involving Long Xingyun did not impede Jiang Yunhao's journey. Once again, the scion of the Jiang family attracted the attention of countless onlookers as he ventured into the world. Beneath a certain pass that leads from the eastern wilderness to the void beyond, several groups stood in confrontation. One faction, numbering over 1,000, obstructed the gates of the pass, while the other faction was even more numerous, comprising the young prodigies from various major factions of the eastern wilderness. Their intention was clear: to venture into the void, vanquish demons, and earn merit for the benefit of all beings in the eastern wilderness. What does the Wang family mean by obstructing our path? Just because you have numbers, does that make you superior? The arrogance of the Wang family is truly outrageous. In the existing hierarchy of the 9 regions of the eastern wilderness, the Wang family has long maintained control over numerous channels leading to the void. Today, however, they brazenly demanded an entrance fee from the young prodigies of various clans preparing to venture into the void. Although the Wang family is a dominant force in the region, the identities of these young heroes are equally esteemed, and they are accustomed to not suffering indignities. For many years, my Wang family has upheld numerous entrances to the pass. Is it unreasonable to request a modest entrance fee to sustain the routine maintenance of these passages? A man clad in fine garments emerged from the Wang family, casting a cold glance at the assembled prodigies. If you are unwilling, then leave. My Wang family does not compel you to pass through here. There is always the option of entering the void from Xinyan City, he added. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted slightly. The words of the Wang family were deceptively pleasant, yet this pass was not established by them. The Wang family merely leveraged their status as a ruling orthodoxy to carve out their territory alongside the 9 dominant forces of the eastern wilderness. Furthermore, it is well known that although the void is fraught with peril, it is also abundant in rare materials. The Wang family has profited handsomely over the years. Wang Gui, do not speak so nonsensically. Everyone knows how much benefit your family has reaped from controlling these passes. To claim it is for maintenance fees is utterly laughable. Many pointed fingers at Wang Gui. I see now. Your Wang family participated in that farcical alliance of the 4 great forces during the Tianke Divine Pass, attempting to target the Jiang family scion. In the end, you suffered heavy losses without achieving your aims. Is it that you now feel your position is in jeopardy, and thus wish to seize this opportunity for gain? The young heroes of the various clans were not ordinary individuals. They would not easily acquiesce. Wang Gui chuckled coldly. If you are unwilling, then leave. There is no need for idle chatter. As for that so-called Jiang family scion, it is a joke. A mere youth in his teens. Has the Jiang family lost their senses to exalt him to such a status? My Wang family would not be so foolish. He is merely a young man. Even if he were invincible below 1,000 years, what of it? Whether he can grow into something significant remains to be seen. A group of worthless individuals who have truly begun to idolize a young lad with golden hair. Wang Gui's heart brimmed with disdain. How dare you insult my Jiang family? Insult the scion of the Jiang family? Just then, a formidable throng of several thousand appeared, banners fluttering like clouds, their grand standards billowing. The leader, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, radiated an aura of sharp determination. The Jiang clan had arrived. The hearts of the young elites from various clans trembled involuntarily. In a moment of clarity, they understood. Wang Gui, the epitome of power and wealth from the Wang family, had come here not to obstruct them, but to confront the Jiang family. At this revelation, the young elites comprehended the Wang family's unwavering resolve to challenge the Jiang clan head-on. After all, this stronghold was the closest entrance for the Jiang family into the vast expanse beyond. The intentions of the Wang family had become unmistakably clear. It seemed they were no longer willing to endure the humiliation. How shameless they truly were. Had the Wang family forgotten that their generation of young elites was annihilated by the Jiang family scion precisely because they allied with the 4 great forces? Were it not for their antagonistic actions towards the Jiang family's scion, they would not have faced such extermination. Indeed, how utterly shameless. As the realization dawned upon the crowd, whispers of discourse began to circulate. These murmurs reached Wang Gui's ears, causing him to raise an eyebrow in evident impatience. The leader of this contingent from the Jiang family was none other than Jiang Lingxiao. He too sensed the Wang family's hostility, clearly directed at the Jiang clan, particularly their scion. It appeared the so-called alliance of the 4 great forces was still unyielding, intent on causing trouble for their esteemed scion. Everyone was aware of Jiang Yunhao's extraordinary potential, which meant he was destined to embark on a journey into the vast expanse beyond. This was an inevitable course for the young talents of the eastern wilderness. Upon realizing this, Jiang Lingxiao's expression turned icy. Having followed Jiang Yunhao for many days, he had long since acknowledged his prowess. Now, witnessing yet another attempt to hinder his scion's progress, Jiang Lingxiao could not stand idly by. Wang family, I advise you to refrain from such petty antics. In this era of great contention, if you wish to fight, do so openly and honorably. There is no need for such beneath-the-table tactics. Just as he was about to finish his words, Jiang Lingxiao's pupils suddenly constricted. He beheld a spear radiating brilliant golden light, hurtling towards him with lethal intent. The assailant was none other than Wang Gui. You insignificant brat, how old are you? Is this how you speak to your elders? Wang Gui, who had surpassed 1,000 years in age and belonged to the previous generation, wore a menacing expression. Boom. Despite Jiang Lingxiao's quick reflexes, he was still struck by the spear, feeling as though he had been struck by lightning, his form staggering backward. After a strenuous effort to steady himself, Jiang Lingxiao's face turned pale, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Wang Gui, do you dare to raise your hand against me? Humph. Although there are rules among the great clans of the eastern wilderness, forbidding elders from laying hands on juniors, you have offended me first. What is wrong with me teaching you a lesson? Wang Gui sneered with mockery. Jiang Lingxiao narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, had you not explicitly named me and insulted the heir of the Jiang family, I would not have clashed with you. Wang Gui apologized to the heir of the Jiang family. Despite being injured and inferior in strength to Wang Gui, Jiang Lingxiao's imposing demeanor was no less formidable. He could not bow his head in submission, for this matter significantly impacted their noble heir, Jiang Yunhao. Relying on being a few years older. You exhibit quite the arrogance, do you not? Just then, a figure descended from the heavens, clad in garments whiter than snow, with an ethereal presence and long, unrestrained black hair cascading behind him. He appeared like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Upon seeing the newcomer, there was no need for further explanation. Everyone present immediately recognized his identity. It was none other than Jiang Yunhao, the heir of the Jiang family. Even Wang Gui, upon his first sighting of Jiang Yunhao, felt an involuntary tremor in his heart. Such an extraordinary individual was truly remarkable. No wonder their ancestors harbored such a deep-seated hatred for him, constantly wishing for his demise. Allowing such a person to flourish unimpeded would surely lead the Jiang family to dominate the heavens. Wang Gui's pupils abruptly constricted. Oh, I presume this is the heir of the Jiang family? Shouldn't you be keeping a closer watch over your kin? My Wang family has always been responsible for maintaining the various passes. The increase in entrance fees this year is quite reasonable. If your Jiang family is unwilling you. Wang Gui forced a smile, yet before he could finish, Jiang Yunhao unsheathed his sword. Chapter 76. Can the old not strike the young? Yet the young can slay the old? With the arrival of Jiang Yunhao, the members of the Jiang family were momentarily invigorated. Before anyone could utter a word, Jiang Yunhao, disinterested in engaging in frivolous banter with the Wang family, perceived their lingering ambitions. Since they were so determined to court disaster, he had no reason to hold back. Whoosh! The blade sang, akin to a dragon's roar. A divine sword materialized in Jiang Yunhao's hand, and without hesitation, he cleaved towards Wang Gui. What? An unanticipated strike? This brat? Wang Gui was taken aback. Impudent, you little wretch. Wang Gui fumed, having contemplated numerous scenarios. He had imagined that with the arrival of his elder, a seasoned warrior from the void beyond, the younger generation of the Jiang family would be left at their mercy. However, the Jiang family could only endure the humiliation. After all, the Wang family was not to be trifled with, unless the Jiang family sought an all-out war, igniting an unending cycle of conflict. Even with Jiang Yunhao's presence, he remained unperturbed, for Jiang Yunhao was a generation younger. In terms of lineage and prowess, could a mere youth truly upend the balance? Yet, Wang Gui's assumptions were shattered in an instant. He had never anticipated that Jiang Yunhao would dare to strike at him. Nevertheless, Wang Gui was prepared. In a fleeting moment, his aura surged and coalesced into a set of magical armor enveloping his form. Furthermore, he conjured a treasured shield, radiating a golden brilliance, which prominently stood before him. Clearly, Wang Gui had never underestimated Jiang Yunhao's capabilities. He was no fool. He had heard tales of Jiang Yunhao effortlessly vanquishing cultivators at the cutting fate stage. In a mere heartbeat, he unleashed his supernatural abilities and summoned a treasured artifact. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, marveling at Wang Gui's prowess. A true prodigy who had battled fiends in the void for many years. His reflexes far exceeded those of contemporary youths dwelling in the mainland. However, the very next moment, Jiang Yunhao's sword energy struck. Crack! A sound that sent shivers down spines erupted. The seemingly mundane sword energy, carelessly unleashed by Jiang Yunhao, shattered Wang Gui's divine shield in an instant. What? Even Wang Gui was momentarily stunned. He had invoked a divine artifact. How could it falter so easily? Uft! As the divine shield disintegrated, its backlash struck Wang Gui, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, staggering backward in shock. Weren't you at the cave heaven stage? Have you broken through to the cutting fate stage? Wang Gui finally sensed the shift in Jiang Yunhao's aura. They were now of equivalent realms. And yet, he was over 1,000 years old. How old could Jiang Yunhao possibly be? A tempest of turmoil surged within Wang Gui's heart, and the calm demeanor he once possessed vanished without a trace, replaced by sheer panic. He had utterly misjudged Jiang Yunhao's prowess. Of course, one could not entirely fault Wang Gui for his oversight. He had not underestimated Jiang Yunhao, but the latter's rapid advancement in breaking through the barriers of the realm was simply astonishing. Who could have anticipated that in the mere span of a few days, Jiang Yunhao would achieve such a breakthrough? Wait, I concede. You cannot kill me. I am of the same generation as your father. How could you, a mere junior, dare to lay hands on an elder? As he watched the sword energy hurtling toward him, Wang Gui's eyes widened in horror. He was acutely aware that this sword energy, capable of effortlessly shattering divine shields, was beyond his ability to withstand. Oh, of the same generation as my father, Jiang Feng? Jiang Yunhao's gaze flickered. Wang Gui retreated hastily, desperate to evade the impending sword energy, yet it seemed to have locked onto him, rendering escape impossible. Upon hearing Jiang Yunhao's words, a glimmer of hope ignited within Wang Gui's heart. Of the same generation as my father, yet still merely at the cutting ties realm. My father was undoubtedly a divine king before his disappearance. Do you truly think you are worthy of being called his peer? However, Jiang Yunhao's next words plunged Wang Gui's heart into despair. No, Wang Gui shrieked in agony. Jiang Yunhao had no intention of sparing him. In an instant, the sword energy cleaved through Wang Gui's form, and before the eyes of all present, he was visibly split in two. Wang Gui, dead. This scene left everyone in attendance utterly astonished, disbelief etched upon their faces. The scion of the Jiang family had effortlessly slain even a senior of the previous generation. His invincible presence transcended mere dominance over his peers. The spectators were left in a state of shock. Simultaneously, Jiang Yunhao, ever frugal, invoked the devouring sky demon technique to consume Wang Gui's remains. He also employed the divine refinement visualization method to absorb Wang Gui's divine soul, thereby augmenting his own. Within the sea of consciousness at Jiang Yunhao's brow, a vivid figure began to materialize, his divine soul body. No longer fragile. It was on the verge of becoming solidified. The guardian spirit accompanying Jiang Yunhao, residing within his sea of consciousness, took note of this development and could not help but click its tongue in astonishment. The emergence of a solidified divine soul was a testament to Jiang Yunhao's burgeoning strength, nearing the divine realm. Yet, his cultivation level had not yet reached that pinnacle. This was a conundrum that the guardian spirit could not fathom. Only Jiang Yunhao understood the truth. After all, he had vanquished numerous prodigies along his path, diligently preserving the essence of flesh and blood without waste. The divine souls of those prodigies had also not gone to waste, as he had utilized them all. Coupled with the wonders of the 10 celestial domains, Jiang Yunhao found no surprise in his own growth. Jiang Yunhao, you have lost your mind. How dare you kill my uncle? We are all members of the esteemed Dongwang clan, and I, Wang Guishu, can rightfully consider myself your elder. The Wang family members have finally come to their senses. Despite the presence of thousands, each individual instinctively took a few steps back, moving in unison as if rehearsed beforehand. The reason is simple. Jiang Yunhao's formidable power instills a profound sense of fear. If even Wang Gui was swiftly defeated, how could these younger ones dare to act recklessly? Nevertheless, they still wished to maintain their bravado. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao cast a perplexed glance at the Wang family. Oh, how curious. Among the great clans of Dongwang, there exists a rule that forbids the elders from bullying the juniors. Yet there is no stipulation preventing the juniors from challenging the elders, is there? Is it not entirely reasonable for me to slay Wang Gui? Jiang Yunhao's gaze was devoid of emotion. At this declaration, the entire assembly fell silent. The Wang family members exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the integrity of their own hearing. What manner of statement was this? Such a theory was entirely unfamiliar to them. Yet, upon reflection, Jiang Yunhao's argument seemed to possess a modicum of validity. The expressions of the Wang family turned grim. Their eyes filled with terror as they stared at Jiang Yunhao. No longer daring to utter a word, they swiftly turned to flee. Oh, did this prince permit your departure? In an instant, a voice from behind pulled them back into the depths of despair. What, Jiang family prince, what further intentions do you harbor? Chapter 77. Conquering with might before the gaze of the multitude, Jiang Yunhao cleaved Wang Gui with a single stroke of his sword. This spectacle left those present in awe, enveloping them in a profound silence. He had reached the cutting fate realm. The words uttered by Wang Gui in his final moments revealed that the scion of the Jiang family had indeed ascended to such a formidable stage of cultivation. What an astonishing rate of advancement! Yet, what truly astounded the onlookers was Jiang Yunhao's prowess. Surely, even at the cutting fate realm, it was implausible to effortlessly slay Wang Gui, was it not? The crowd murmured in disbelief. As Jiang Yunhao called out to the Wang family members attempting to flee, their attention shifted back to the Wang clan. Esteemed scion, your previous strike was truly remarkable. What divine technique did you employ? Inquired a lovely maiden among the Jiang family, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Jiang Yunhao merely smiled. It was nothing, just a casual swing. The onlookers were left speechless. Soon after, Jiang Yunhao's gaze fell upon the Wang family members. You may return, but do relay this message to the guardians of the Wang family in this locale. From this moment forth, this pass will be overseen by my Jiang family. Anyone wishing to venture into the void beyond may do so freely, without the burden of an entry fee. This includes you, members of the Wang family. Upon hearing this proclamation, disbelief washed over the crowd as they regarded Jiang Yunhao. Initially, they felt a surge of admiration for the scion's magnanimity in waiving the entry fee for all clans. However, his next statement left them utterly astonished. Was the Jiang family scion truly repaying grievance with grace? This seemed incongruent with the rumors of his ruthless nature. The Wang family members stood in stunned silence. Oh, the Jiang family scion. But in the next breath, Jiang Yunhao pivoted his words. However, while entry is permitted, all Wang family members present must swear an oath to depart through this pass upon their exit. Furthermore, all treasures and opportunities obtained from slaying fiends must be surrendered to my Jiang family. After all, I am not a fiend. I am quite benevolent toward the beings of the eastern wilderness. Jiang Yunhao's smile was nonchalant. His words struck the crowd like a thunderclap. Hearts raced, the atmosphere thick with tension. So, this was the scion's true intent. It was far more advantageous than merely exterminating the Wang family members. Do you wish to enter? Very well. But you will all be compelled to work for me at no charge. This arrangement was far more severe than any entry fee. Such was the audacity of Jiang Yunhao. He feared not that the Wang family would refuse. Rather, he was concerned that they might discover too few treasures. If the Wang family believed themselves formidable, let them experience the despair of oppression. They fancied themselves powerful enough to collect entry fees. Thus, he, being stronger, would strip them bare. Should they object, they were welcome to confront him. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the Wang family turned ashen, each one resembling a ghost bereft of hope. Let them swear on the spot. It is far more agonizing than killing them. And yet, you wish to seize this vast resource with a mere utterance? Impossible. Jiang Yunhao, your actions are rather tyrannical, are they not? The Jiang family reigns as the sovereign of the Lingshu domain, just as my Wang family rules a territory of our own. A man from the Wang family spoke with a facade of bravado. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, Jiang Yunhao unsheathed his sword and unleashed a blade of energy that instantly cleaved through the man. With a sickening sound, blood erupted forth. The man was split in two, his internal organs spilling forth like a torrent, saturating the ground. Unyielding, It matters not. I have always preferred to subdue others through strength. Jiang Yunhao's expression remained calm. A collective gasp echoed through the Wang family members. What a remarkable display of strength. Yet, Jiang Yunhao paid no further heed to them, turning his gaze towards Jiang Lingxiao. Without uttering a word, he flipped his palm and retrieved a divine herb from his storage pouch, an offering from his ancestor, Jiang Chun. However, subsequently, Jiang Yunhao nurtured the heart of the Jinmu within his cave abode, its surging vitality rivaling that of countless elixirs. At least in terms of healing, he found no need for this divine herb. Jiang Yunhao squeezed out a drop of the herb's essence and signaled to Qing Wan, who had been standing quietly behind him. Always half a step behind, draped in elegant green attire, exuding a serene grace reminiscent of an ethereal orchid, instilling a sense of tranquility. Understanding the unspoken cue, Qing Wan stepped forward and caught the drop in a jade vial. She then approached Jiang Lingxiao and presented the vial to him. Jiang Lingxiao was momentarily taken aback. Qing Wan smiled gently and said, "Young Master Lingxiao has sustained injuries for the sake of preserving the Jiang family's reputation. The Emperor has certainly taken note of your efforts. You are indeed deserving of this treasure." The essence of the divine herb. Perhaps it held little significance for Jiang Yunhao. Yet this extraordinary substance had the miraculous ability to invigorate and heal, restoring one's injuries in an instant, something that ordinary folk could only dream of. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers could not help but murmur in awe. Qing Wan's words warmed Jiang Lingxiao's heart. He suddenly turned his gaze toward Jiang Yunhao, bowing respectfully with gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Emperor. I, Jiang Lingxiao, would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire to remain by your side." The members of the Jiang family witnessed this scene. Their spirits lifted. The might of the Emperor. How majestic he is. They raised their arms in fervor, filled with excitement. In response to Jiang Lingxiao's loyalty, Jiang Yunhao was equally generous. "Dear cousin, you are too courteous," Jiang Yunhao replied with a slight smile. Such was his nature. He treated those who treated him well with respect, even now as he stood as the emperor of the Jiang family, his status towering above all other Jiang descendants. Let us proceed into the void beyond the heavens. Indeed, in the vast expanse of the void, an infinite darkness enveloped the surroundings, seemingly devoid of any light. Scattered glimmers served as the rare beacons of illumination amidst the gloom, marking the strongholds established by various powerful factions in this celestial realm. At this very moment, within the stronghold of the Jiang family, a man shrouded in a cloak of black mist reported to a dignified young man. "Oh, are you saying that my younger cousin made an impressive entrance upon his arrival at the Wang family, boldly asserting his authority? Furthermore, he generously bestowed a divine elixir, winning the hearts of the crowd? Indeed, third young master, this Imperial scion is strikingly different from the rumors that precede him. Many label him as a worthless sycophant, a prodigal heir, yet can a mere wastrel possess such cunning?" The man cloaked in darkness bore an exceedingly grim expression as he spoke. The young man he addressed was unmistakably Jiang Junlin, the esteemed third scion of the Jiang family. He possesses a modicum of interest, he mused, but ultimately, he is merely a child, employing rather crude tactics. No one is born to greatness. Even my father, despite his remarkable stature, had to forge his own path. I shall demonstrate to the ancestors of the Jiang family who truly deserves to be their imperial scion. Jiang Junlin narrowed his eyes, his tone icy and indifferent. He felt a surge of indignation. For the Jiang family, he had risked his life for hundreds of years, hunting demons in the void, elevating the family's prestige, and safeguarding their enduring legacy. Yet now, in his absence, a newcomer, Jiang Yunhao, had audaciously usurped his position. Such an affront was intolerable to Jiang Junlin. "Indeed, third scion, you are the most qualified candidate to be the imperial scion of the Jiang family." The man cloaked in mist silently echoed his master's sentiments. Chapter 78. The preeminent figure of past and present, welcoming the divine prince. As Jiang Yunhao led his entourage into the vast expanse of the cosmos and arrived at the headquarters established by the Jiang clan beyond the heavens, figures began to emerge from the surrounding dwellings and encampments, converging before him. Among these elite members of the Jiang family were several young prodigies who had once followed Jiang Yunhao into the mysterious realms of the Heavenly Gate. Their tales of his exploits had spread far and wide, and even those encountering him for the first time held a profound respect for this divine prince. After all, the feats accomplished by Jiang Yunhao were beyond the capabilities of any among them. "Please, no formalities," Jiang Yunhao said with a warm smile, showing humility as he addressed his kin. He then proceeded with several leaders towards the rest area. Upon entering the tent, he promptly broached the subject, inquiring about the conditions of the outer cosmos. His mind was still preoccupied with the enigma of the dark ship. Furthermore, his expedition to hunt demons was specifically aimed at refining his sword intent of slaughter. These matters weighed heavily on his thoughts. As Jiang Yunhao engaged in conversation, Qingluan felt a stirring in her heart, exchanging glances with Jiang Lingxiao. "Your Highness, the outer cosmos is distinct from the eastern wasteland, brimming with mysterious opportunities and treasures. Allow me to explore the gathering places of the various clans. I may uncover something of value for you," she suggested. For countless days and nights, having recognized the hidden depths of Jiang Yunhao, Qingluan had silently resolved to loyally accompany him throughout her life. Naturally, she was always considering his well-being. "Ah, my dear Qingluan, so thoughtful. Whoever marries you in the future will be truly fortunate," Jiang Yunhao teased, casting a playful glance at her. Qingluan's delicate cheeks flushed, her heart fluttering as she bowed her head. In the future, who might marry her? A bold thought flashed through Qingluan's mind. Perhaps someday. No, that could not be. She was merely a servant of the divine prince. With rare shyness, she scratched her head and, blushing, took her leave. Soon after, Qingluan arrived at the gathering place of the various clans in the outer cosmos. Despite the lurking demons and the pervasive mystique, there were indeed many treasures to be found. There were numerous items unseen by the beings of the eastern wasteland. Before long, Qingluan spotted an elderly vendor selling a seemingly dilapidated small cauldron. Her keen intuition suggested that this little cauldron must possess a story of its own, though she could not discern its true nature. She believed that presenting it to her divine prince might yield promising results. With this thought in mind, Qingluan hurriedly approached the elderly man to engage in conversation. "The young lady has taken a liking to this small cauldron? To speak candidly, I, an elderly man, was once the head of a sect. A decade ago, I stumbled upon news of a hidden realm. With the full might of my sect, 500,000 disciples ventured forth to explore. Who could have anticipated the perilous nature of the hidden realm? Nearly all of my sect perished, after enduring countless dangers. When I finally reached the innermost depths of that hidden realm, all that awaited me was this diminutive cauldron." At this point, a bitter smile flickered across the old man's face. I simply cannot fathom that my sect, with its 500,000 members, has exchanged all that for this mere cauldron." Observing the old man's demeanor, Qingluan understood that he spoke no falsehood. The profound sorrow masked by that bitter smile was unmistakable. Indeed, there is a tale to be told, if only to present it to the Imperial son. With this thought in mind, Qingluan was about to procure the spirit stones to purchase the cauldron when an untimely voice emerged from behind her. "Hee, my lady. What a coincidence, for I too have taken a fancy to this small cauldron." At this remark, Qingluan turned around. Though she appeared to be a mere maid to Jiang Yunhao, her true status was far from humble. To serve the imperial son of the Jiang family was a coveted position sought after by countless powerful individuals. Only extraordinary talents could attain such a role. Qingluan, handpicked from the lineage of the esteemed Jiang Chun, indeed held a measure of renown among the young generation of the eastern wilderness. Any ordinary individual, upon seeing the Jiang family crest adorning her garments, would dare not act with malice towards her. Her gaze fell upon the speaker, a man cloaked in black mist. A follower of Jiang Junlin, descendant of the ancient clan from Black Wind Ridge, renowned for their supernatural lineage. With her vast experience, Qingluan immediately discerned the man's identity. "Hee, noble Miss Qingluan, what a remarkable coincidence. I never expected you and the imperial son to arrive and eagerly seek treasures so soon. However, it is unfortunate, for I have been keeping a close watch on this old fellow for several days and have already reached an agreement with him to purchase this cauldron." The black-robed man grinned widely. The old man was taken aback. "When did I reach an agreement with you?" Yet, he could see that he was in no position to provoke either of these two figures, so he bowed his head, refraining from uttering a word. In an instant, Qingluan understood. This was no mere coincidence. It was a deliberate targeting of her. Perhaps from the moment she stepped away from the Jiang family stronghold, She had been noticed by this descendant of Black Wind Ridge. Whether an agreement had been made was irrelevant. This cauldron was shrouded in mystery, and she must present it to the Imperial son. Fearless, Qing Wan gazed at the black-robed man. That is unlikely, for I must also deliver this small cauldron to my young master. Oh, young master. Upon hearing this, Qing Wan's realization dawned. No wonder a mere follower dared to show himself. It turned out that the one backing him was none other than Jiang Junlin, the third young master of the Jiang family. Qing Wan had some understanding of Jiang Junlin. This individual was proud by nature, often leading his followers to battle against fiends in the vastness beyond the heavens. Since you are the esteemed Junlin young master, you should comprehend that the young master must pay his respects to the Imperial son. How dare you disregard the presence of the esteemed Yunhao, the Imperial son? Qing Wan furrowed her brows. What do you mean by that? Do you expect my young master to pay homage to that Imperial son? What is he worth? How long has he been cultivating? The power of my young master far surpasses his. If we are to speak of the honor of the Imperial son, the man in black narrowed his eyes, his tone laden with hostility. However, before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous sound reverberated, causing his eardrums to tremble. Insolence! Who bestowed upon you the audacity to insult the Imperial son of the Jiang family? A sharp sword energy suddenly sliced towards the man in black. The man in black's expression changed dramatically as his figure instantaneously transformed, appearing to split into hundreds of shadows. The sword energy struck, annihilating nearly half of the shadows. The remaining shadows swiftly fused back together. Jiang Lingxiao, you dare to strike me? The man in black exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. The assailant was none other than Jiang Lingxiao. I am targeting you, the insolent cur who disrespects authority. You, a mere follower of a young master, dare to question the Imperial son of the Jiang family? Absurd. At that moment, a voice filled with fury descended like a tempest. The intensity of the aura caused the void to tremble. Jiang Lingxiao, even if my follower has erred, it is not for you to discipline my Jiang Junlin. Moreover, as a young master of the Jiang family, to so easily submit to others is truly disappointing. Then, a man clad in resplendent robes, exuding an air of majesty, stepped forth from the void. Jiang Junlin. Chapter 79. The mysterious small cauldron. The appearance of Jiang Junlin captivated the attention of countless onlookers. After all, he was a young master of the Jiang family, renowned for his formidable prowess cultivated through years of battles in the void beyond the heavens. The top-ranking young masters were all over 1,000 years old, and in the hierarchy of the Jiang clan, he held a status superior to the likes of Jiang Yunhao and Jiang Lingxiao, who were still in their youth. Jiang Lingxiao quickly sensed Jiang Junlin's arrival. Clan Uncle Yu. Jiang Lingxiao maintained a basic level of respect towards Jiang Junlin. Impudent. Is it the case that the younger generation of the Jiang family lacks all manners and dares to offend me? However, as soon as Jiang Lingxiao's words left his lips, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. With an indifferent expression, Jiang Junlin slowly raised his hand and effortlessly pressed down. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped both Jiang Lingxiao and Qing Wan. Their faces paled, and they stumbled backward. The mysterious small cauldron in Qing Wan's hands was seized by Jiang Junlin through a mere flick of his hand. Drawn to him by his formidable power, Three Young Master is magnificent. Three Young Master's might is unparalleled, invincible across the world. The black-robed man, who had previously suffered at Jiang Lingxiao's hands, flew behind Jiang Junlin with an expression of admiration and reverence, showering him with flattering praise. He glanced at the two with a hint of provocation and mockery. Such rash and uncultured youngsters. Are these the followers of that Imperial son? Truly a disgrace to the Jiang family, a lack of discipline. Go back and tell that Imperial son to adopt a more subdued demeanor in his future conduct. Just because he has stumbled upon fortune and become an Imperial son, does he think he can act without restraint and disregard his elders? Jiang Junlin merely cast a cursory glance at Qing Wan and Jiang Lingxiao. This small cauldron is quite impressive, since I, the young master, have laid eyes upon it. It shall be mine. As for your offense against me, my earlier actions were but a minor reprimand. Should such insolence occur again, I shall not be so lenient. With that, the formidable Jiang Junlin turned and departed. He was overwhelmingly powerful. At least in the presence of Jiang Junlin, both Jiang Lingxiao and Qing Wan, cultivators of the spiritual refinement realm, found themselves utterly defenseless. Jiang Lingxiao's expression darkened. He could hardly fail to realize that Jiang Junlin's ire was not directed at them, but rather a challenge to Jiang Yunhao, the Imperial son. This display was intended for Jiang Yunhao's eyes. Of course, Jiang Lingxiao had anticipated such a scene. Given the complex lineage of the 8 branches of the Jiang family, his admiration for Jiang Yunhao stemmed from having witnessed his terrifying capabilities firsthand. As for the other proud young masters, who wielded considerable influence and boasted great renown, their lack of understanding of Jiang Yunhao was entirely expected. In essence, the elders of the Jiang family undoubtedly wished to see Jiang Yunhao subduing these high-spirited young masters during their expedition into the void beyond the heavens. Only then could the true unity of the Jiang family be realized. Ah, Qingwan, it seems this matter no longer concerns us. Qingwan nodded. Her intelligence was as clear as ice and snow, allowing her to discern the underlying implications. No matter, this matter need not be disclosed to the emperor for the time being. His primary concern on this journey is the void beyond the heavens. Let us not burden him with trivialities. As the closest follower of Jiang Yunhao, Qingwan could subtly gauge some of his thoughts. She was acutely aware that Jiang Yunhao's expedition held significant purpose. Given her character, she certainly did not wish for her own affairs to interfere with Jiang Yunhao's endeavors. Jiang Lingxiao narrowed his eyes, fully cognizant of Jiang Yunhao's nature. If this matter were to be revealed, how could Jiang Yunhao remain indifferent? In truth, there was no need for Qingwan and Jiang Lingxiao to utter anything. Although the disturbances here were minor, they had not escaped the notice of many outsiders. Everyone understood that this was an internal conflict within the Jiang family. Some young scions of rival factions, harboring ill will towards the Jiang family, eagerly awaited the unfolding of events, relishing the spectacle. Jiang Junlin. Now there is a formidable character. Rumors abound that Jiang Junlin possesses one of the ancient 10 battle physiques, the thunder battle body. Jiang Yunhao has slain the emperor of the Yaoqi sacred land. He has been far too arrogant. Now, it seems, his own kin are poised to turn against him. I truly wish to witness his downfall. Amidst the external clamor, back at the Jiang family stronghold, upon the return of Jiang Lingxiao and Qingwan, Jiang Yunhao had already gathered intelligence regarding the void beyond the heavens from several leaders. Simultaneously, he had also taken note of the external unrest. With his nearly divine soul strength, he could sweep his consciousness across thousands of miles, absorbing all commotion within that vast expanse. Qingwan, have you unearthed a mysterious small cauldron for me? As they stepped into the tent, Jiang Yunhao turned his gaze towards Qingwan. Upon hearing this, Qingwan was momentarily taken aback. She realized she had not concealed anything from Jiang Yunhao. Silly girl, if someone has wronged you, there is no need for silence, Jiang Yunhao remarked with a helpless smile directed at Qingwan. Emperor, Qingwan's heart trembled. Do not overthink. I know you wish not to impede my affairs. However, though I, Jiang Yunhao, may not be a person of great stature or grand ambitions to save the world, as my companion, you should never suffer indignities without recourse. The weight of his words struck Qingwan, flushing her cheeks and stirring a sweet sensation within her heart. Just then, news arrived that the bizarre beast tide from the void was imminent. Before that, however, I am quite curious about that mysterious small cauldron. Perhaps I shall also remedy Jiang Junlin's troublesome tendencies. Let us proceed. With that, Jiang Yunhao rose slowly and stepped outside. Indeed, he sought vengeance. Some may believe that enduring insults and dismissals, allowing such transgressions to pass, is a wise course. In a few years, let us see what befalls him. Yet, a gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. This notion does not suit Jiang Yunhao. Taking revenge immediately is a principle he upholds, never allowing grievances to linger overnight. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yunhao sets off, Jiang Junlin has already returned to his residence. A man in a black robe follows Jiang Junlin with an obsequious expression, saying, I perceive, third young master, that your prowess is legendary. And you need not fear Jiang Yunhao. Why not openly declare a challenge to his authority and contend for the title of the Jiang family's noble son? The black-robed man looks at Jiang Junlin with eager anticipation. In truth, Jiang Junlin's rise in status would undoubtedly elevate his own position as well. As a follower, one thrives with the other's success and suffers with their downfall. Jiang Junlin, intrigued, plays with a mysterious small tripod. It is evident that his greatest fascination lies with this artifact. He recognizes its extraordinary nature. Do not underestimate Jiang Yunhao. He is far more formidable than you can imagine. His capacity for the extraordinary is profound. Jiang Junlin is not a fool. He squints slightly. Had I not seen this small tripod, I would not have rushed to confront him. After all, he has several revered ancestors who protect him. To undermine him and vie for the title of noble son requires careful consideration. Regarding his actions today, he reflects, it serves to both admonish him and, moreover, this tripod is what truly captivates my interest. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man's fawning expression deepens. Third young master, you have struck the perfect balance, chastising Jiang Yunhao without completely severing ties. After all, he is but a junior in the Jiang family. When he meets you, he must still address you as clan uncle. You avoid confrontation, and thus he, as a younger generation, would not dare overstep his bounds. He can only endure this situation. Your strategy is truly astute. A perspective I had not considered. Chapter 80, Misjudgment. This youngster is ruthless. Listening to the flattering words of the man in the black robe, Jiang Junlin accepted them with equanimity. Moreover, he was certain that Jiang Yunhao would not presume upon their relationship. After all, he was his elder. Reprimanding him was an expression of care. As for a younger generation member turning against an elder, that would be a profound disrespect. Jiang Junlin smiled slightly. Furthermore, Jiang Yunhao had come to the void beyond the skies, undoubtedly seeking to hone his skills. Engaging in a confrontation with him would yield only harm, not benefit. For the young man, Jiang Junlin was not foolish. On the contrary, he was astute. Having fought in the void for many years, he possessed the wit to discern such matters. He was confident that for Jiang Yunhao, the most pressing concern was not to entangle himself with Jiang Junlin, but to wholeheartedly focus on hunting the otherworldly fiends. Only in this way could he make the most advantageous choice. Of course, this scenario hinged on one important condition: Jiang Junlin being able to engage Jiang Yunhao in a mutually destructive conflict. In Jiang Junlin's eyes, while this young relative possessed certain skills that made him difficult to gauge and instilled a sense of caution, he himself was no ordinary talent to be easily subdued by Jiang Yunhao. Just as Jiang Junlin prepared to delve into the study of the mysterious small cauldron, a cacophony erupted outside his residence, accompanied by exclamations of surprise. What is this ruckus outside? The noise disrupted Jiang Junlin's contemplation, causing his brow to furrow and a hint of impatience to surface on his face. Yet, before he could extend his consciousness to investigate, a sudden and unexpected sword shadow, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors and seemingly imbued with world-destroying power, struck fiercely against his abode. Audacious! Who dares to attack this esteemed one? Jiang Junlin's fury surged as he swiftly darted outside. The black-robed man, startled, distinctly sensed the terrifying force of the sword energy and hastily followed Jiang Junlin to evade the onslaught. Boom! The palace shattered, dust swirling. The luxurious hall was instantly laid to waste, leaving a deep scar etched into the ground. The immense fissure spread outward, catching the attention of numerous onlookers. This sword energy? Its power surpasses that of ordinary beings. It is the chaotic sword energy. If the magical essence is akin to that of the ancient Azure Emperor, then the assailant must be Jiang family's young master, Jiang Yunhao. Not only the nearby members of the Jiang family, but also the disciples of various powers in the vicinity, sensed the tremendous commotion. The entire eastern wilderness, a gathering place for various clans, erupted in excitement. After all, the place struck by the sword was no pitiful dwelling of a wandering cultivator without a sect. Instead, it is the illustrious residence of the esteemed third young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Junlin, whose reputation is formidable. Typically, not only outsiders, but even the members of the Jiang family tread lightly when passing by Jiang Junlin's abode, fearful of causing a disturbance that might disrupt the rest of this distinguished young master. Yet at this moment, he was struck by a sword. Concurrently, some recognized the origin of this sword energy. Quick, look over there. Accompanied by a gasp, the crowd's gaze converged upon a particular point in the void. They beheld a young man, clad in pure white, with long hair flowing freely, surrounded by an ethereal aura, occasionally revealing a hint of divine charm. Standing suspended in the air, behind him, Qing Wan and Jiang Lingxiao followed closely. The identity of this newcomer was unmistakable. It was Jiang Yunhao, the scion of the Jiang family. Indeed, it was this imperial youth who had taken action. The crowd felt a profound shock in their hearts. Jiang Yunhao, have you lost your mind? Simultaneously, a voice, cold and piercing, imbued with boundless killing intent, echoed with a chilling clarity. Boom! A terrifying aura spread forth. A man adorned in luxurious attire ascended step by step, accompanied by the crackle of thunder. He resembled the sovereign of a thunderous prison, exuding an overwhelming presence with every gesture. He was none other than Jiang Junlan. Jiang Junlan's brow furrowed deeply as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yunhao. To be frank, Jiang Junlin was somewhat bewildered. He had never anticipated that Jiang Yunhao would dare to make a move against him. How absurd! Because of a trivial matter involving his followers. You presume to confront your elder, me, your clan uncle? Jiang Yunhao, do you hold no respect for your elders? Jiang Junlin chided. Indeed, this was the very aspect that baffled him. He was, after all, Jiang Yunhao's elder. I have yet to sever ties with you, yet you audaciously overstep your bounds? Furthermore, your purpose in venturing into the outer void is to hunt demonic fiends and enhance your own power. Before this, did you truly think it wise to provoke Jiang Junlin? Are you a fool? However, Jiang Yunhao paid no heed to Jiang Junlin. He turned his palm, revealing an exquisite divine sword. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunhao unleashed a relentless strike. Boom! The sword energy erupted, chaos unfurling. The sword energy, infused with various primordial powers, had transcended its former self. In fact, this strike contained the profound essence of severing the ties of existence. Jiang Yunhao's attack was undeniably filled with lethal intent and utter disregard. The target of this lethal energy was none other than the man in black robes. The expression on the black-robed man's face changed dramatically as he gazed at Jiang Yunhao in terror. He had long heard of Jiang Yunhao's ruthless nature. Yet, he never expected Jiang Yunhao to act at such a critical moment. Moreover, when Jiang Yunhao decided to kill, he did so without a second thought. A single glance was all it took to end a life. The man in the black robe swiftly unleashed the profound abilities of his clan. In an instant, he transformed into countless shadows. Previously, it was this very technique that allowed him to evade Jiang Lingxiao's lethal sword strike. Audacious! Jiang Yunhao, do you truly regard me, your clan uncle, with such disdain? How can our clan tolerate your blatant disregard for your elders? Jiang Junlin thundered in anger. Disregard for my elders? Had you not mentioned it, I might have almost forgotten that you are indeed my clan uncle. Very well, after I dispatch this sycophant of yours, I shall attend to you, my uncle. Jiang Yunhao's expression remained composed, his fierce sword energy showing no sign of abating. Truly arrogant and brazen, utterly oblivious to the heavens and earth. Jiang Junlin could barely contain his laughter in exasperation. Today, he had indeed witnessed Jiang Yunhao's temperament. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he summoned a tempest of thunder that coalesced into a massive hand, descending upon Jiang Yunhao. Simultaneously, the sword energy obliterated hundreds of the black-robed man's shadows. With only a few shadows remaining, the black-robed man gazed at Jiang Yunhao with a mixture of astonishment and dread. Nevertheless, having miraculously survived, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Bah! The young master of the Jiang family is nothing but this, and you dare to seek my death? I am not afraid of you. Heh! Jiang Yunhao could scarcely be bothered to spare the black-robed man a glance. The residual chaos of the sword energy, akin to a living entity, instantaneously locked onto the black-robed man. What? This is impossible. Never before had he encountered such agile sword energy, causing the black-robed man to scream in terror. What kind of sword energy is this? It won't cease until it kills me. With no time to ponder further, the black-robed man attempted once more to employ his clan's life-saving techniques. Yet, no matter how many clones he conjured, they would be eradicated without exception. In less than a breath's time, the sword energy surged forth, slicing through the air like a swift autumn stream. Ah! The black-robed man let out a heart-rending scream. Moments later, the cries abruptly ceased. Chapter 81. The exquisite essence of slaughtering sword intent. A profound silence enveloped the crowd as they witnessed Jiang Yunhao effortlessly eliminate the man in black with a mere flick of his sword. The seasoned warriors from various clans, accustomed to battles in the void beyond the heavens, were left in utter astonishment. It is essential to recognize that the man in black was no weakling. he possessed the merit to be a follower of Jiang Yunhao. In fact, he was not inferior to many prominent scions and held considerable prestige in this celestial realm. Yet, he was vanquished by Jiang Yunhao with a single stroke. Something felt amiss. The prowess of this Jiang family heir diverged sharply from the rumors. He was not merely at the celestial realm. He had ascended to the realm of severing fate. What? Severing fate at such a young age? Some recalled Jiang Yunhao's earlier strike, which, although infused with incredible celestial power, was overshadowed by the sheer intensity of his sword intent, severing the natural law with ease. Now it became clear why this prince of the Jiang clan had ventured into the void beyond the heavens, to hunt down demons and forge the most formidable slaughtering sword intent in history. The insights of the young aristocrats far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, and they quickly grasped Jiang Yunhao's objective. In light of this realization, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Indeed, the prince of the Jiang family was a fearsome entity, living up to his reputation, and he intended to refine such terrifying sword intent. Having embarked on the path of severing the natural law, he had already broken through to the realm of severing fate. Simultaneously, Jiang Yunlin's pupils constricted sharply. To be candid, he had never underestimated Jiang Yunhao, but he had not anticipated the rapidity of his breakthrough. At Jiang Yunhao's current age, Jiang Yunlin himself had barely grazed the threshold of the divine, refining realm. Jiang Yunlin, you must promptly apologize to the prince. The contemporary scions of the Jiang family, who had followed Jiang Yunhao, glared furiously at Jiang Yunlin. This generation of young elites had always aligned themselves with Jiang Yunhao, naturally supporting their prince. However, upon hearing these words, Jiang Yunlin felt a surge of indignation. Apologize? Did he expect him to bow his head simply because of the prince's status? What a farce. The tempest within Jiang Yunlin's eyes erupted with lightning, revealing the depth of his fury. Before him, one of his followers had been slain, a blatant affront to his dignity. It was akin to a merciless slap to his face. Prince, you are exceedingly audacious. Even as the esteemed heir of the Jiang family, one should be mindful of propriety. Your disregard for your elders leaves me no choice but to intervene personally and impart some lessons. Jiang Yunlin seethed with rage. He had grown weary of contemplating the consequences of suppressing Jiang Yunhao publicly. All he desired now was to personally subdue him. Only in this manner can he restore his dignity. As Jiang Yunlin's voice fell, he spread his fingers wide and pressed downward toward Jiang Yunhao with a single palm. Thunderous roars erupted, piercing through the darkness. A torrent of lightning surged through the void, dispelling the endless night, cascading like a suspended galaxy, rushing towards Jiang Yunhao with deafening vigor. This was Jiang Yunlin's most renowned divine technique, the Thunder Battle Body, one of the most formidable physical forms from a millennium ago. It commanded the lightning with reckless abandon, as if he were the earthly representative of the heavenly tribulation. Under Jiang Yunlin's palm, the power was even more terrifying. It was laughable to think that an ordinary prodigy could withstand this strike, let alone survive a single blow unscathed, earning the praise of the world as a true hero. The expression of Jiang Lingxiao abruptly shifted. He had never anticipated that Jiang Yunlin would dare to strike at their own Imperial scion. This was simply outrageous. Did he believe that his status as a junior allowed him to act against the Imperial heir? No. The identity of the Jiang family's Imperial scion was so esteemed that even a junior like him should not dare to provoke it, especially under the scrutiny of the public eye. If the scion were to suffer defeat or even sustain a minor injury, it would become a source of ridicule for the entire world. Jiang Yunlin, was he truly so reckless as to disregard the dire consequences of his actions? Although Jiang Lingxiao had followed Jiang Yunhao for some time and understood his strength, he was aware that Jiang Yunlin was not weak either. Often hailed by many as possessing an unrivaled presence even 5,000 years forward, such formidable might left Jiang Lingxiao feeling uncertain. However, just as Jiang Lingxiao began to voice his thoughts, he abruptly fell silent. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao had made his move. The 10 domains emerged, each filled with a kaleidoscope of primal forces, surging forth like a 7-colored rainbow across the heavens. It coalesced into a colossal sword aura, piercing through the sea of thunder unleashed by Jiang Yunlin. Moreover, it was evident to all that Jiang Yunhao's strike was imbued with unparalleled killing intent. The oppressive aura, frigid and lethal, seemed to influence the hearts of those around him, instilling fear in many with lower cultivation levels. The sword intent of slaughter was taking form. He had indeed embarked upon the path of the sword of slaughter. My heavens! Countless individuals were left speechless. Simultaneously, Jiang Yunhao unleashed the terrifying might of his corporeal form. Buzz! He became akin to a furnace of the heavens and earth, his bloodline boiling and circulating, unleashing a horrifying force beyond 100 million. This force propelled the sword aura suffused with killing intent. In that moment, as the sword was thrust forth, it seemed poised to annihilate all, stirring the depths of the abyss and bringing all things to silence, heralding the decay of a grand era. Boom! A sword plunged into the tempestuous sea of thunder, and the collision of two formidable powers unleashed a violent explosion that reverberated through the void. The terrifying surge of mana erupted forth, stirring mystical ripples of energy. A tidal wave of mana cascaded tumultuously, sweeping across the vast expanse. Amidst the gaze of all, a figure was hurled from the explosion, akin to a kite severed from its string, retreating rapidly and spilling blood into the air. The crimson liquid stirring the hearts of onlookers. It was only when this figure crashed to the ground, creating a crater 100 meters deep, that the crowd gasped in horror and recognition. The figure was none other than Jiang Junlin. What? Jiang Junlin was defeated in a single clash against the scion of the Jiang family? Stunned silence enveloped the arena. To be candid, the spectators had anticipated Jiang Yunhao's formidable strength, expecting a fierce struggle akin to a battle between dragons and tigers. Yet, no one had foreseen a single strike. Just one strike. Not only the bystanders, but even Jiang Junlin himself felt a sense of disbelief. He stared incredulously at his chest. Were it not for his thunder war body, which endowed him with extraordinary resilience, comparable to ancient monstrous beasts, his corporeal form would have been shattered by the residual force of that sword. And this was without even being directly struck by Jiang Yunhao's blade. How could this be? Only upon truly engaging with Jiang Yunhao did he grasp the terror of his opponent. It felt less like battling a person and more akin to confronting a legendary beast from the ancient era. Why? Are you not human? Is Jiang Yunhao not human? Jiang Junlin murmured, his former arrogance dissipating into despair. In that instant, Jiang Yunhao materialized before him, towering and coldly regarding Jiang Junlin. To be honest, this was Jiang Yunhao's first attempt at wielding murderous intent to drive his sword energy, embarking on the path of refining his killing sword intent. And he was utterly elated by its exquisite nature. In terms of fierce killing aura, none in history could rival it. The rarity of living beings capable of refining such intent stems from its extreme difficulty. After all, one must remain invincible, perpetually harboring a heart of slaughter. Should one encounter a formidable foe and suffer defeat during the refinement process, their spirit would be crushed, rendering them unable to achieve the perfect killing sword intent. Nevertheless, having experienced the marvel of the killing sword intent, Jiang Yunhao was resolute. He was determined to master it. After all, why settle for anything less when greater possibilities exist? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. I was careless. I did not evade. Once more, I demand a rematch. In that moment, Jiang Junlin bellowed. Jiang Yunhao merely cast a glance at him, his expression indifferent as he replied, "Enough. The reason I have not taken your life is simple. You are a member of the Jiang family. As the scion, it is my duty to protect my kin. Considering your exceptional talent, it would be a pity to end your life. Instead, serve me, and you shall find a favorable conclusion." This remark, Jiang Junlin's eyes widened in fury. Such a proud spirit could never willingly submit to Jiang Yunhao. By the way, that previous strike was intentionally directed away from your vital points. Otherwise, you would have already met your demise. Jiang Yunhao suddenly added. What? Your words? Jiang Junlin's face flushed with alternating shades of crimson and pallor, unable to restrain himself as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. In that moment, his steadfast and invincible resolve began to fracture, nearly shattering completely. Chapter 82. Subduing Jiang Junlin. Journey westward in the gathering place of various clans. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, he was publicly brought to the ground. For an ordinary person, enduring such humiliation would be a daunting task, let alone someone as proud and ambitious as Jiang Junlin, who had vowed since childhood to ascend to the throne of the emperor. He believed himself to be above all beings. Moreover, The final remark made by Jiang Yunhao was like a dagger piercing the heart, rendering Jiang Junlin momentarily dazed, as if his entire worldview had been shattered. It cannot be. It is impossible. I merely underestimated the situation. I did not evade. With an ancient, invincible battle physique and being the mortal representative of the heavenly tribulation, I wield thunder. I should be unmatched beneath the heavens, pushing forward for 5,000 years, unparalleled throughout history. Jiang Junlin's body trembled. Such arrogance is indeed commendable. Ironically, the more he displayed this pride, the more Jiang Yunhao admired him. After all, subordinates devoid of spirit are easily toppled. Did not countless tales depict the protagonists, fated by destiny, as harboring rebellious thoughts? Wait, something feels amiss. If Jiang Junlin embodies the characteristics of a fated protagonist, then what of myself? Am I merely a supporting antagonist as portrayed in these tales? Well-born, immensely powerful, and possessing decent connections. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Yunhao abruptly blinked. Surely he wouldn't utter the phrase about the tides of fortune shifting every 30 years? Jiang Yunhao regarded Jiang Junlin with a peculiar expression, momentarily stunning him. Jiang Junlin felt a surge of indignation, nearly losing his composure. Jiang Yunhao, you have won. Must you humiliate me so? Do you take me for a fool? If I were to issue such a threat, would I not be slain in public? Oh, not bad. Your intellect is not lacking. Jiang Yunhao smiled gently. At that moment, Qingwan stepped forward, her beautiful eyes fixating on Jiang Yunhao, sparkling with admiration. Her heart felt as if it might burst with sweetness. Although Qingwan understood that as the imperial grandson of the Jiang family, Jiang Yunhao would inevitably confront those who dared to challenge his authority. It was not merely Jiang Junlin who would face such treatment. All others harboring dissent would meet the same fate. As the imperial grandson, Jiang Yunhao could not tolerate any hostility from within the Jiang family. This was a trial befitting an emperor and a necessary path for Jiang Yunhao to wield control over the entire clan. However, no matter how one viewed it, today, Jiang Yunhao had avenged her in a sense. In Qingwan's eyes, how could such a protective imperial grandson not be worthy of her lifelong devotion? You, Jiang Junlin, claim to have pushed forward for 5,000 years, unparalleled throughout history? Your vision is limited. My imperial grandson pushes forward for 10,000 ages, and further still. In ancient times, the imperial grandson was invincible. In the ages to come, he shall remain invincible. With a radiant gaze, Qingwan immediately countered Jiang Junlin's claims on behalf of Jiang Yunhao. Meanwhile, the gathered clansmen finally began to awaken from their stupor. They gazed at Jiang Yunhao, their faces reflecting astonishment. The formidable Jiang Junlin lay in the pit, utterly disheveled, while Jiang Yunhao stood resplendent in white, seemingly untouched by any speck of dust, as if not even a mere particle dared to settle upon him. The stark contrast of this scene evoked an almost surreal sensation, bordering on the fantastical. Was Jiang Junlin truly weak? Most certainly not. His prowess was well acknowledged by various clans across the cosmic void. Thus, only one conclusion could be drawn. Jiang Yunhao was exceptionally strong, even disregarding his astonishing cultivation speed, which had allowed him to re-emerge before the world in such a short time. He had already attained the realm of severing fate. The strength he displayed at this moment alone instilled a sense of wonder. Many could sense that Jiang Yunhao was not exerting his full power. After all, rumors spoke of a mysterious and extraordinary physique he possessed, enabling him to command celestial phenomena to augment his own formidable techniques. Without further ado, he declared, "You, Jiang Junlin, shall not become the second Jiang family scion to be subdued by me, nor the last. If you wish to preserve your life, I offer you but a single opportunity. Submit to me, and you may live." While Jiang Yunhao held a certain admiration for Jiang Junlin's pride, he acknowledged that should Junlin stubbornly refuse to yield, he would not hesitate to eliminate him on the spot. After all, kin with divided loyalties would only bring endless troubles. Though unconcerned by such complications, Jiang Yunhao preferred to extinguish any burgeoning dissent early. One could describe him as ruthless, yet he was never one to linger unnecessarily. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Junlin was left speechless. What? To be killed for refusing to submit? Can a family member be so ruthless? Jiang Yunhao, as a scion of the Jiang family, can you truly be so fierce towards your own kin? Jiang Junlin narrowed his eyes, finally recognizing the familial ties. Jiang Yunhao, in turn, silently derided the situation. The 8 branches of the Jiang family were interconnected. He harbored no fears of retaliation from Jiang Junlin's lineage should he choose to act against him. With his current standing in the family, Jiang Yunhao was acutely aware that even if he were to slay this clan elder, the members of that branch would likely applaud his actions. Jiang Junlin understood this as well. This realization was precisely why he hesitated to openly confront Jiang Yunhao. He knew that with the support of their ancestors, Jiang Yunhao's standing within the Jiang family far surpassed that of any other scion. He could resist Jiang Yunhao, engage in subtle and overt rivalry. And that was precisely what the Jiang family desired. The young members of the family had never feared competition. It was only through strife that the Jiang family's prodigies could grow ever more formidable. Yet, if Jiang Yunhao were to strike him down, it would pose no issue. Jiang Junlin understood without a doubt that should he fail in their rivalry, and Jiang Yunhao were to dispatch him with ease, the ancestors would have little to say in the matter. In other words, should he emerge victorious, the clan would undoubtedly support him. Such is the ruthless reality of the cultivation world, particularly among noble families. It is a choice born of necessity. After all, only the most exceptional descendants can rise above the rest, ensuring the future prosperity and flourishing of a great clan. I grant you but 3 breaths of time. Either swear an oath of loyalty to me, sever your own meridians, and live the remainder of your days as a cripple, or I shall take your life. Jiang Yunhao suddenly added. Jiang Junlin's eyes trembled, tightening into a thin line as if pierced by a needle. I possess the thunder battle body. Given time and the right opportunities, I am confident that I can match your strength. Jiang Junlin found himself in a state of profound conflict. No one is fearless of death, especially a prodigious genius endowed with extraordinary talent. After all, living offers boundless hope. The thunder battle body? Jiang Yunhao blinked suddenly, extending his hand to summon a drop of Jiang Junlin's precious blood. He silently activated the swallowing sky demon technique, absorbing it on the spot. Instantly, the essence of Jiang Junlin's gifted physique subtly permeated Jiang Yunhao's heart. This was a method to touch upon the essence of a gifted body. However, it was merely a fleeting touch, as it belonged to another innate battle body. Yet, that was the case for all beings. For Jiang Yunhao, it was not simply a fleeting touch. An epiphany struck. Indeed, during the previous sign-in, Jiang Yunhao had several opportunities for enlightenment, yet unused. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a single epiphany. If there is, then it is time for another. As expected, in an instant, the vague path of understanding became crystal clear within Jiang Yunhao's heart. Electric arcs erupted from his body, as if he were immersed in a tempest of thunder, the violent and destructive power enveloping him. This physique is impressive, Jiang Yunhao thought, squinting slightly in appreciation. Jiang Junlin, must it be so ruthless? Must you be so unreasonable? I just spoke of my battle body, and you comprehend it instantly. Jiang Junlin could hardly believe his own eyes. Enough. Swiftly swear your blood oath and accompany me on my journey. Rather than wait here for the external demon to strike, let us push westward for 100,000 miles. Jiang Yunhao stated suddenly. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. What does this mean? Is it possible that the Jiang family's prince intends to take the initiative and venture deep into the void beyond? Chapter 83, The Mysterious Small Cauldron. The art of manipulation, what enabled him to comprehend his innate battle physique. Has he truly transcended the ordinary? Jiang Junlin stared in a daze at Jiang Yunhao, feeling as though the foundations of his worldview had once again been shaken. It is essential to understand that the reason the innate battle physique is referred to as such is due to the benevolence of the heavenly Tao. It is an inherent ability bestowed at birth. According to the ancient legends of the Eastern wilderness, only the immortal empress from a bygone era developed a sinister technique known as the heaven-swallowing demonic art. This technique allowed her to devour the bloodline powers of others, effectively replacing her own. This was also the reason for the empress's increasing strength with each battle. However, even if one were to master such an imperial technique, it would still be a matter of bloodline replacement. Jiang Junlin had long heard that Jiang Yunhao must possess some mysterious bloodline physique. Otherwise, his physical prowess would not surpass that of ordinary mortals. At this moment, Jiang Junlin could clearly see that Jiang Yunhao had indeed grasped his thunder battle physique. But it was not a mere replacement of bloodlines. Instead, he possessed multiple terrifying physiques all at once. This phenomenon left Jiang Junlin utterly bewildered. In truth, it was not only Jiang Junlin who was taken aback. The onlookers surrounding them were equally astonished, whispering in awe. Jiang Yunhao, however, offered no explanations. His unique eternal Tao body served as the source of myriad bloodlines, rendering all bloodline talents manageable. It was akin to a queen adeptly overseeing her harem of bloodlines. Jiang Yunhao never worried about encountering formidable foes. In fact, he eagerly anticipated the emergence of more gifted individuals to strengthen his own bloodline harem. Of course, such matters could be addressed later. At this moment, what Jiang Yunhao yearned for most was the essence of the slaughter sword intent. This slaughter sword intent was indeed exquisite, its destructive power unrivaled throughout the ages. What? You wish to take the initiative and plunge into the depths of the void beyond the heavens? Meanwhile, upon hearing Jiang Yunhao's words, Jiang Junlin finally came to his senses. His pupils constricted in disbelief. For even Jiang Junlin, the esteemed young master of the Jiang family who had battled in the void for many years, had never entertained the thought of venturing deep into the void. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather because the depths of the void were fraught with peril, teeming with bizarre entities and malevolent forces. Each one posed a tremendous threat, maintaining a cautious vigilance among themselves. Thus, quasi-emperors refrained from intervening, allowing the younger generation to engage in their skirmishes. A tacit agreement had formed, treating the void as a training ground for their descendants, where life-threatening encounters were a commonplace occurrence. After all, this was no longer mere internal strife among the powerful clans of the Eastern Wilderness. Perhaps the forces of the Eastern Wilderness would exhibit some degree of caution. Even amidst the fierce competition among prodigies, a defeat could still allow one to cling to life. Yet, in the vast expanse beyond the heavens, failure equates to death. Both parties harbored a deep-seated desire to annihilate one another. Jiang Junlin was confident. Yet he had not reached the level of audacity required to stir trouble in the void beyond. Such boldness would verge on recklessness. However, it did not take long for Jiang Junlin to come to a realization. Rumors had long circulated that Jiang Yunhao's protector was an extraordinary and formidable quasi-emperor. It seemed he had no reason to fear the intervention of elders. Moreover, upon personally witnessing Jiang Yunhao's prowess, Jiang Junlin's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiar contemplation. It appeared that Jiang Yunhao need not fear even those of equal standing. At this thought, Jiang Junlin could not help but quietly marvel. Truly, comparisons can be most disheartening. The feats he deemed unattainable did not imply that Jiang Yunhao was similarly incapable. Contemplating this, Jiang Junlin lapsed into silence. Jiang Yunhao, however, furrowed his brow slightly and exhaled softly. The sound made Jiang Junlin's body tremble involuntarily. 3 breaths time. That was the limit Jiang Yunhao had bestowed upon him. No one is impervious to the fear of death. Even Jiang Junlin was no exception. He was acutely aware that even if Jiang Yunhao were to slay him, it would bear no consequence. Jiang Yunhao's demeanor remained cold and detached, gazing down at Jiang Junlin with indifference. 3. Wait. I am willing to submit to the son of the emperor. Jiang Junlin gritted his teeth, ultimately conceding to himself. This outcome was not beyond Jiang Yunhao's expectations. Human nature is such, no matter how proud one may be, few can remain unafraid when faced with the specter of death. Furthermore, Jiang Junlin was, after all, a member of the Jiang family. In terms of status and identity, the lesser should yield to the son of the emperor. After all, there existed no profound enmity between them. In the next moment, Jiang Junlin swore a blood oath, and through the unseen threads of fate, a causal contract was forged between him and Jiang Yunhao. From that point onward, Jiang Junlin was bound to loyalty toward Jiang Yunhao. Should he harbor any ulterior motives? Even without Jiang Yunhao's intervention, this blood contract would claim his life. I know, uncle, that you still harbor some resentment, but that matters not. I offer you a chance to pursue me. Should you manage to defeat me, your freedom shall be granted, Jiang Yunhao said with a slight smile. Having secured Jiang Junlin's allegiance, Jiang Yunhao regarded him with newfound favor. After all, he was to be a person who would exert effort on his behalf in the future. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao produced a divine elixir, extracting a single drop of its potent liquid and infusing it into Jiang Junlin's being. In an instant, Jiang Junlin's injuries were healed. Jiang Junlin was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for Jiang Yunhao to provide him with healing. This son of the emperor. He found himself in a daze. Meanwhile, those surrounding them could not help but feel a sense of awe at Jiang Yunhao's words. Such sentiments were not uttered lightly by ordinary individuals. The hope of freedom bestowed upon Jiang Junlin is matched by a profound disposition of invincibility. The scion of the Jiang family is indeed extraordinary. Moreover, he possesses a remarkable understanding of human nature. The method of striking with a stick and then offering a sweet date is executed with remarkable finesse. How could there have been rumors suggesting he was merely a useless sycophant? Could this be a cunning ruse orchestrated by the Jiang family? As the emperor's son, Xie Dz recuperates, Jiang Junlin's expression reflects a complex array of emotions. He is acutely aware that this is the stratagem of Jiang Yunhao. Yet, while such cunning may be commonplace in an old fox, it is indeed rare for a youth of merely a dozen years to exhibit such astuteness. Jiang Junlin finds himself increasingly intrigued by Jiang Yunhao, as he remains an enigma. In the next moment, Jiang Junlin produces a small cauldron. Indeed. The noble maiden Qinghuan had previously discovered a mysterious small cauldron that rightfully belongs to the emperor's son. Jiang Yunhao's eyes gleam with recognition. He certainly remembers this enigmatic artifact. Without hesitation, he seizes the small cauldron before the watchful eyes of the crowd, and in a flash, he departs from the scene. Prior to delving into the vast expanse beyond, Jiang Yunhao intends to ascertain the extraordinary nature of this mysterious cauldron. While others may struggle to comprehend its significance, he is different. Within his consciousness resides a guardian spirit of vast knowledge, one who has dwelled for over 20,000 years in the realm of the tomb. Chapter 84. Undercurrents of the ancient Ten Fiend's cousin. Following the son of the emperor in this lifetime may indeed be a fortuitous opportunity for you. After Jiang Yunhao departed, Jiang Lingxiao and others began preparations for his venture into the vast void beyond. He was undeniably astute, managing affairs efficiently without needing Jiang Yunhao's directives. This allowed Jiang Yunhao to dedicate more time to his personal advancement. In terms of assessing situations, even Jiang Junlin could not rival Jiang Lingxiao's keen perception. After all, Jiang Lingxiao had once discerned the circumstances at a glance, sparing Jiang Yunhao from unnecessary trials. Upon hearing Jiang Lingxiao's words, Jiang Junlin's expression grew increasingly complex. Indeed, I underestimated the son of the emperor. In both temperament and conduct, he does not resemble a mere child. Jiang Junlin sighed, acknowledging, I understand that someone of your lofty pride would not be easily swayed by mere strength. However, our family's son of the emperor possesses many qualities that you have yet to comprehend. Jiang Lingxiao smiled mysteriously, already a steadfast supporter of Jiang Yunhao. In response, Jiang Junlin cast a deep glance at Jiang Lingxiao, feeling a stir within. To earn such adoration and unwavering support from a respected member of the Jiang family is no small feat, truth be told. Jiang Junlin questioned whether he could achieve such a level of devotion. Not only he, but even the other esteemed members of the Jiang clan would be hard-pressed to find someone of similar caliber. Indeed, he realized he knew far too little about this remarkable individual. Such a figure could only be rivaled by a great master. Jiang Junlin's expression was intricate as he murmured, among the 8 esteemed youths of the Jiang family, the most renowned and outstanding was the great master Jiang Wuxiu. One could only hope he would tread carefully and not provoke the son of the emperor. Jiang Lingxiao narrowed his eyes, having heard tales of this great master. Jiang Wuxiu was said to possess a reclusive nature and a decisive temperament, bearing some resemblance to Jiang Yunhao. Should these two collide, Jiang Lingxiao could hardly envision the outcomes. Meanwhile, as the Jiang clan prepared fervently for their expedition into the void, Jiang Yunhao had already returned to his tent. No one disturbed him, and he was free from the burden of trivial matters. A leader should never feel compelled to oversee every detail personally. Mastering the art of delegation is paramount. The more capable individuals one surrounds oneself with, the better one can govern and avoid the perils of exhausting oneself without reward. Jiang Yunhao understood this well, thus, he intended to consolidate all the esteemed youths of the Jiang family for his purposes. This served as a test from the ancestors of the Jiang clan. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao's focus was entirely on the small cauldron before him. This diminutive tripod, supported by 4 legs and square in shape, appears to be forged from bronze. Despite its seemingly unremarkable exterior, it emanates a subtle, ethereal glow. It seems that even the ravages of time cannot diminish its divine radiance, leaving no trace upon its surface. This small tripod is undoubtedly extraordinary. When Jiang Yunhao extended his hand to touch it, he distinctly sensed a peculiar and enigmatic aura. This was also the reason why Qingwan and Jiang Junlin recognized the tripod's uniqueness. However, they could only perceive its exceptional nature without delving deeper. Jiang Yunhao, on the other hand, was different. He decisively utilized a moment of enlightenment. Boom! Within his mind, the sound of morning bells and evening drums resonated, and he instantaneously grasped the essence of this aura, the energy of the five elements. Jiang Yunhao's heart trembled. The energy of the five elements, according to legend. At the dawn of creation, it gave rise to all things in the world. Everything in existence is intertwined with the five elements. Thus, the energy of the five elements is also referred to as the maternal essence of all things, signifying the source of all creation. This small tripod was suffused with the energy of the five elements. Jiang Yunhao's heart was greatly shaken. Having comprehended the energy of the five elements, he instantly detected the nearly boundless richness of this energy within the tripod. Carrying this tripod would be akin to possessing an inexhaustible vein of spiritual stones. Indeed, immersed in the nurturing essence of the five elements, it would significantly enhance his cultivation, effectively multiplying his training speed several times. Moreover, Jiang Yunhao clearly felt that as he grasped the energy of the five elements, he could also absorb this wondrous aura of creation. The energy of the five elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, filled his body, safeguarding all his internal organs. It was also subtly nourishing his vital organs. Oh, this is possible. Jiang Yunhao was momentarily taken aback. Such fortunate circumstances. His physical body was robust, yet the strength of his internal organs was far inferior to that of his external flesh and bones. It was akin to a solid iron pipe, hollow and fragile within. This represented the greatest weakness of all body cultivators. Yet now, as Jiang Yunhao absorbed the energy of the five elements, even the internal structure of his body began to enhance imperceptibly. This was the true path to an invincible physical form. The future promised to be flawless. Joy surged within Jiang Yunhao. Master, this small tripod seems to harbor the aura of the ancient era. At that moment, the voice of the tomb-guarding spirit resonated in Jiang Yunhao's mind. The ancient era, the earliest age of the Eastern Wilderness 9 domains, could be traced back to the time of creation. Throughout history, powerful bloodline talents such as the ancient sacred body, the celestial overlord body, the chaotic sacred body, and the divine phoenix battle body emerged during this ancient age. The sole emperor of the ancient era is universally regarded as the strongest emperor of all time. If beings were to desire the opportunities and transformations of any era, it would undoubtedly be that of the ancient age. Oh, the aura of the ancient era. The small cauldron not only harbors an immense reservoir of elemental energy, but its origins are also profoundly significant. Jiang Yunhao's spirit was stirred, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. However, this diminutive vessel appears to have suffered considerable damage, the nature of which remains a mystery. The guardian spirit of the tomb remarked, "Indeed, I have discerned that the interior of this cauldron is riddled with cracks. To utilize it to its fullest potential, it necessitates thorough restoration. Once this matter is resolved, I shall seek the assistance of our ancestors upon returning home for repairs." Upon comprehending the elemental energy, Jiang Yunhao detected the cauldron's afflictions. Although he was not a master craftsman, he knew that among the four esteemed ancestors of the Jiang clan, the second ancestor, Jiang Shaodian, possessed profound knowledge in the art of crafting. He remained unperturbed despite his inability to wield the cauldron perfectly, for the Jiang family was vast and prosperous. Moreover, Jiang Yunhao felt no despair. In fact, upon realizing that this cauldron might be an artifact from the ancient era, his anticipation grew. Perhaps consulting the ancestors would unveil new avenues for exploration. This treasure is indeed remarkable. A faint smile graced Jiang Yunhao's lips. Furthermore, it is not entirely devoid of utility at present. I tested it moments ago, and this cauldron is indestructible. It is unimaginable what could have inflicted such damage upon it. I fear that if hurled, even Imperial-grade artifacts would be bent. The The guardian spirit wholeheartedly concurred with Jiang Yunhao's assertion. This object is extraordinary. Even if its mysteries cannot be harnessed, simply wielding it as a blunt instrument could overwhelm even Imperial-grade artifacts. Little did the guardian spirit know that this cauldron was forged from the primal essence of all things. How could it not be formidable? However, he was acutely aware that this treasure was akin to a formidable weapon. If his master, Jiang Yunhao, wielded it adeptly, it could certainly catch some powerful adversaries off guard. Your Highness, the clan members are prepared. Shall we set forth? At that moment, voices from outside the tent reached them. Very well, notify everyone. We shall depart at once. Jiang Yunhao concealed the cauldron, treating it as a concealed trump card. Meanwhile, the commotion among the Jiang clan members intensified. The news of Jiang Junlin publicly pledging allegiance to Jiang Yunhao had already spread throughout the gathering. Although this was an internal competition among the Jiang clan, Jiang Yunhao's ability to subdue Jiang Junlin left many in awe and astonishment. The Jiang clan had indeed transformed. I have heard that this young prince intends to take the initiative and venture into the depths of the outer void. Is that true? Is he truly so fierce? Discussions about Jiang Yunhao's actions proliferated among the various clans gathered in the area. In a locale suffused with demonic energy, a grand palace stood. Surrounded by a multitude of demon clans, including the ancient savage bears, primordial true dragons, and the nine-legged behemoths, all descendants of formidable bloodlines. At this moment, they stood respectfully before the palace, seemingly awaiting the arrival of an ominous presence. Suddenly, as a figure clad in black gracefully entered through the threshold, the atmosphere shifted, heralding a momentous arrival in the outer void. Before the myriad of demons, a brilliant light emerged. We humbly welcome one of the ancient 10 fiends, the esteemed Yue of the 9 Netherhound clan. Chapter 85. Those coming for Jiang Yunhao have all arrived. In a resplendent and opulent palace within the gathering place of the demon clan, a group of exceptional beings from various demon tribes convened. Each individual boasted a remarkable lineage, pure bloodlines, and an aura of demonic energy surrounding them. However, amongst them, a woman clad in black captured the spotlight, radiating an allure akin to that of a celestial star. Her visage was fair and exquisitely beautiful, exuding an icy elegance and unmatched nobility. What drew the most attention were the 9 fluffy black tails that swayed gently behind her, shimmering with a divine light. Mysterious runes flickered occasionally, adding to her otherworldly presence. This enchanting figure was none other than the illustrious descendant of the demon realm, Yue of the Jiuyou Xuanzu, one of the 10 ancient fiends. It was unexpected that even the esteemed Yue had graced this celestial void, and for us to behold her presence today is truly a stroke of fortune beyond measure. Indeed, to have the honor of meeting Yue today will surely evoke envy from my ancestral lineage when I recount this encounter. The scions of various demon tribes flattered and courted Yue, fully aware that her status was more than sufficient to warrant their reverence. The 10 ancient fiends represented the zenith of the demon clan's power during the ancient era, a time when humanity was but a meal for the demons. These fiends, renowned throughout antiquity, included the likes of Kunpeng, Zhenlong, Zhenhuang, Lady, Tianjiao, and Jiuyou Xuanzu, among others. Their existence solidified the dominance of the demon race over all others in those times. The emperors of the ancient age were, in fact, demon sovereigns. Though the current era lacks such emperors, the legendary renown of the 10 ancient fiends continues to resonate across the realms, their formidable presence still commanding respect. Yue, in particular, is extraordinary. It is said that her bloodline purity reaches an astonishing 70%. This is indeed formidable, nearly rivaling the prowess of the Jiuyou Xuanzu from the ancient era. Consequently, her standing within the Jiuyou Xuanzu is quite significant. Some young demons would occasionally steal glances at Yue's tails, the most striking manifestation of the Jiuyou Xuanzu's power. Only those of noble bloodlines and high ancestral return within the Jiuyou Xuanzu would possess 9 demonic tails. Such purity of bloodline speaks volumes of her innate talent and potential. Even though she is yet to reach her full growth, among her peers in the realm of severing fates, Yue could easily look down upon and surpass many aspiring elites. Upon the arrival of the esteemed one, a certain individual came to mind. Are you referring to Jiang Yunhao, the scion of the Jiang family? A descendant of the demon clan replied through gritted teeth, his tone laced with venom. At this utterance, the atmosphere shifted palpably. Many young demons exchanged furtive glances and lowered their heads, wary of engaging in this topic. After all, who was Jiang Yunhao? During the secret realm of Tianke Divine Pass, he wielded Long Outyin as his whip, mercilessly slaying countless young demons. Such a level of ferocity and ruthless tactics had indeed struck fear into the hearts of many within the demon clan. Even though the demon race harbors a profound disdain for Jiang Yunhao, a figure of the human race who consistently overpowers them, none are foolish enough to provoke him. They can only swallow their pride and endure this bitter pill of indignation. After all, what recourse do they have against the formidable Jiang Yunhao? Many descendants of the demon clans clandestinely cast glances at Yue. Earlier, they had perceived her as possessing immense talent and unfathomable strength. However, the illustrious Jiang family scion, Jiang Yunhao, proves to be exceptionally remarkable as well. In fact, compared to him, even Yue, the esteemed superior, might fall short. This is not mere whimsical comparison among the heirs of various demon clans. Rather, the recent news of Long Outyin from the True Dragon clan submitting to Jiang Yunhao has dealt a significant blow to the demon race. At that moment, Yue spoke. Seated gracefully, she extended her slender, ivory fingers to lift a teacup from the table. With her tender, rose-colored lips slightly parted, she savored a sip of the fragrant tea. Her countenance was as serene as still water, softly murmuring to herself. In truth, Yue harbored a keen curiosity about Jiang Yunhao. She had heard much about the exploits of this human scion, yet her demeanor remained aloof, her icy temperament rendering her reticent. She merely cast a slow glance toward the hall's entrance. No matter, she had come with a purpose. To seize him, to enslave him, to ride him as a steed. To utilize him as an ally. To speak candidly, as Jiang Yunhao's reputation soared and he overshadowed the young talents of the demon race. Yue had long desired to engage with him, not for any grandiose claims of vengeance for her kin, but simply to assert her own prowess. As a favored child of this era, endowed with extraordinary talent, she was certain that a fierce confrontation with Jiang Yunhao was inevitable. In a realm where two tigers cannot coexist, must it be that only the human race can rise to prominence? Does the demon race lack its own prodigious talents? Yue was undeniably indignant. Of course, she was no reckless fool. Yue understood the magnitude of Jiang Yunhao's strength. Otherwise, he would not have been capable of such unpredictable maneuvers. Nonetheless, she believed herself to be far from ordinary. Possessing the noble bloodline of the 9 Nether Hounds, she felt no trepidation toward Jiang Yunhao. Retreat was not an option. Upon hearing her words, the demon heirs present were left speechless, gasping in astonishment. Earlier, many had speculated about the purpose of this powerful superior's arrival in the void beyond the heavens. Now, they realized with clarity, she had come for Jiang Yunhao. In an instant, the spirits of the demon race were invigorated. The superior had indeed come to confront Jiang Yunhao. After regaining their composure, the demon descendants were filled with enthusiasm. Yue, however, merely withdrew her gaze, embodying cold beauty and aloof pride. In truth, she was not unprepared. Before her arrival, the revered ancestor of the 9 Netherhound had conveyed to Yue that somewhere in the void beyond the heavens lay a secret belonging to her clan. The ancestor had even bestowed upon Yue a map to this hidden knowledge. This secret was intricately tied to the ancient legacy of the 9 Netherhound tribe. Should she acquire this heritage, her bloodline would perfectly revert to its primal state, attaining a purity of 100%. When that moment arrives, with her power rekindling the formidable might of the ancient 10 fiends, what would the esteemed scion of the Jiang family amount to? Once I achieve success, not merely the insignificant Jiang family scion, nor all the young lords of the Jiang clan combined, would stand a chance against me. At that time, who could possibly impede my progress? Jiang Yunhao, perhaps? He would likely not even warrant my attention. A flicker of excitement stirred within Yue, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Absolutely. It is indeed time to confront that wretched Jiang Yunhao. Just then, a throng of individuals surged into the hall. From the Wang family, the Yaoqi sacred grounds, and the Han family, we have come to pay our respects to the esteemed Yue. They declared, our purpose mirrors that of yours, esteemed one. We are all equally displeased with the Jiang family scion. That Jiang Yunhao, he is far too arrogant. He stands out too much. A figure like him should not exist in this world. He must perish. The group was filled with righteous indignation, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Upon witnessing Yu Yue's presence, it was as if they had found kindred spirits. Chapter 86. The Unpredictable Yu Yue, the Dawn of Slaughter. Kill. Let us unite and eliminate that Jiang Yunhao. Indeed, is not the Jiang family's young master reputed for his prowess? It is said he has even subdued Jiang Junlin. Indeed formidable. The representatives of the three dominant factions, members of the Han family, the Wang family, and the emissaries from the Yaoqi sacred land, were all casting subtle jibes at one another. Particularly, the Wang family was incensed, their anger palpable. They had already learned that the Jiang family, under Jiang Yunhao's command, had seized one of their strongholds. Although there were numerous entrances to the outer void, most were under the Wang family's control. Losing a stronghold was not catastrophic, yet the identity of the thief mattered greatly. To be robbed by Jiang Yunhao was akin to receiving a resounding slap in the face. After all, it was common knowledge in the eastern wasteland that the Wang family had fallen out with the Jiang family. The repercussions of this incident would undoubtedly reverberate through the Wang family's influence. As for the Yaoqi sacred land and the Han family, they too bore significant grudges against Jiang Yunhao. The prodigies of Yaoqi, Yao Wudi, and Yao Tianchu had perished at his hands. With the three great powers, alongside the true dragon clan, even 4 quasi-emperor ancestors had met their demise due to Jiang Yunhao's schemes. This deep-seated enmity was etched in their memories. Oh, who might you be? Unexpectedly, amidst the three factions, the focus of attention was Yu Yue, who was being flattered by the crowd of demons. She merely lifted her gaze slightly, casting a calm glance at them. This caused the representatives of the three factions to pause in surprise. What is the meaning of this woman? Should she not share our collective hatred for Jiang Yunhao? Why is she so composed? The visitors from the three factions were perplexed, reporting to the esteemed one. These individuals are the prodigies of the human realm's great powers. Earlier, a certain elder from the True Dragon clan had established contact with them, forming the so-called Four Alliances, aiming to curb the rise of the Jiang family's young master. However, this endeavor proved futile, akin to losing a hen while trying to steal eggs, ultimately leading to their own misfortune. A descendant of the True Dragon clan hastily explained this to Yu Yue. Upon hearing this, Yu Yue understood and slowly rose, making her way toward the group. The representatives of the three factions immediately broke into laughter. Despite their disdain for the demon race, they dared not address Yu Yue with anything less than respect. Under the overwhelming aura of power she naturally exuded, these so-called prodigies did not dare to meet her gaze directly, lowering their heads with expressions of deference, their eyes betraying an inescapable wariness. Esteemed one, have you come to a decision? Are you inclined to ally with us? This is splendid news. We have previously collaborated with the True Dragon clan, and joining forces with you now would surely create a formidable alliance. Need we fear that Jiang Yunhao will remain unscathed? The leaders among them forced smiles, brimming with excitement. Incompetence. However, in the next moment, Yu Yue suddenly made her move. The demonic energy surged, and the very fabric of space trembled. 9 fluffy black tails, akin to 9 sharp swords, swiftly sliced through the air. Buzz. 9 beams of black light, bold and unparalleled, surged forth as if wielding the power to annihilate worlds, suffused with an aura of destruction. The innate divine ability of the Jiuyo Huan clan. Domineering, a manifestation of momentum, unparalleled and tyrannical, suppressing the ages with its ferocity. Empowered by this dominance, the 9 beams of light instantaneously eradicated a multitude of individuals before Yu Yue. In an instant, blood splattered, and severed limbs flew in every direction, with but a single strike. Merely one strike, and this group was obliterated. No, why are you killing us? The representatives of the three great powers were bewildered just before their demise. Some stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with terror and despair. They had never anticipated that Yu Yue would unleash such lethal intent upon them. The demon lineage present was equally taken aback, gazing dumbfoundedly in the direction of Yu Yue. A bunch of worthless fools. This esteemed one aims to compete with the scion of the Jiang family, to capture him as a slave in life and trample upon his corpse in death. Yet, what business do these wasteful beings have in my affairs? Their mere existence is a nuisance. Yu Yue's demeanor was frigid, her voice devoid of warmth. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao, accompanied by the Jiang family members aboard their cloud ship, was venturing into the void of the cosmos. Unbeknownst to him, he had already attracted the attention of a decisive and icy-hearted woman. However, even if Jiang Yunhao were aware, it would matter little to him. At this moment, he stood tall upon the cloud ship, gazing into the boundless dark void. There, a colossal tide of demons loomed. It resembled a swirling mass of dark clouds, pulsating ominously within the shadows. The void beyond the heavens was inhabited not only by highly intelligent fiends, but also by bizarre creatures driven solely by slaughter. Under the deliberate manipulation of certain fiends, these creatures could coalesce into a terrifying tide of demons, leaving devastation in their wake, barren land devoid of life. This tide must number in the tens, perhaps even hundreds of thousands. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, the Jiang family members aboard the cloud ship felt a pang of trepidation upon witnessing the sheer magnitude of the demonic tide. The towering cloud ship appeared but a diminutive vessel amidst the tide, at risk of destruction and annihilation at any moment. "Scion, I shall have the others form a battle formation to assist you." Jiang Junlin stepped forward, proposing the idea. Ever since he had sworn an oath of blood and submitted to Jiang Yunhao, Jiang Junlin understood that there could be no treachery in his heart. Furthermore, by taking this action, he was publicly declaring his allegiance to Jiang Yunhao's faction. The two sides had long since become a community of shared interests. Regardless of Jiang Junlin's genuine loyalty to Jiang Yunhao, he must diligently serve Jiang Yunhao for his own future. "A battle formation, you say?" Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yunhao nodded. "Very well, but do not join forces to annihilate the demon tide. Follow closely behind me, guard my flanks, and merely gather treasures." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yunhao's figure flickered and he departed from the cloud vessel, like a divine rainbow, charging towards the onslaught of demons. Indeed, the reason Jiang Yunhao brought the members of the Jiang family here was not to engage in a brawl. He sought only to slay, to personally execute, to forge the most potent killing intent in history, the sword intent of slaughter. It can be said that the greater the number of demons, the more delighted Jiang Yunhao became. After all, with an abundance of foes, he could slay more and refine his sword intent at an accelerated pace. Moreover, the monsters of the demon tide were laden with treasures, and while they may be of little necessity to Jiang Yunhao himself, it would be unwise to waste such riches. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Jiang Yunhao epitomized frugality. When the members of the Jiang family beheld Jiang Yunhao's solitary silhouette charging forth, they were all momentarily taken aback. Listening to Jiang Yunhao's words, Jiang Junlin finally grasped his intentions. It turned out that their venture into the void of the heavens alongside Jiang Yunhao was not for perilous escapades, but rather to accompany the son of the emperor and collect treasures. Chapter 87. A bountiful harvest. The dark-haired beauty is anxious indeed throughout history. There have been many prodigious youths from the eastern wilderness who took the initiative to lead their forces into battle. However, none have done so quite like Jiang Yunhao, who brought a multitude of followers solely to serve as a diversion. Naturally, Jiang Yunhao had his own motives, though the chaos of battle was swift. The number of foes he personally dispatched remained limited, which would be detrimental to his cultivation of the sword intent of slaughter. While Jiang Junlin and the others stood in a daze, Jiang Yunhao had already ascended to the apex of the demonic tide. "Master, I have a meticulously crafted technique to share, a creation of the indomitable empress from ages past, known as the Ice Heart technique." The voice of the guardian spirit resonated within Jiang Yunhao's mind. This guardian spirit, born in the ancient era 2 millennia ago, had once been a follower of the indomitable empress, earning her trust. Otherwise, the celestial realm she left behind would not have been entrusted to the guardian spirit's stewardship. Although the guardian spirit had lost some memories upon becoming a specter, even forgetting its own name, it retained vivid recollections of certain matters concerning the empress. In the next moment, the guardian spirit imparted to Jiang Yunhao a remarkable technique, the Ice Heart technique. This technique could stabilize the mind. The sword intent of slaughter requires endless acts of killing for refinement, and over time, such a mindset can easily influence one's inner state. While this method may seem inconsequential to other practitioners, for me, it is akin to a tiger gaining wings. Jiang Yunhao's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, after subduing the guardian spirit, the benefits were manifest. Truly, It was worthy of being a follower of the Empress. Thank you, esteemed elder, Jiang Yunhao smiled slightly. The guardian spirit was momentarily taken aback. It had not anticipated Jiang Yunhao's gratitude. To the guardian spirit, which had been entirely dominated by Jiang Yunhao, it seemed incapable of contriving anything detrimental to him. Furthermore, Jiang Yunhao's domineering presence had etched itself deeply into the guardian spirit's consciousness. Was this still the same individual who had once forced it to acknowledge him as master? The guardian spirit suddenly realized it could not fully fathom Jiang Yunhao. Esteemed elder, you have wholeheartedly supported me. If the opportunity arises in the future, I would not hesitate to help you regain your corporeal form, Jiang Yunhao suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, the guardian spirit's heart trembled. What? You would be willing to restore my physical form? For a spirit, the greatest aspiration is to regain a corporeal existence, a means of rebirth. The guardian spirit began to comprehend why Jiang Lingxiao and other members of the Jiang family were so eager to follow Jiang Yunhao. It was simply because he was ruthless towards his enemies, yet genuinely benevolent towards his own. This young man was clear in his judgments, living with a carefree and unrestrained spirit. In that moment, the guardian spirit found itself harboring hope for Jiang Yunhao's future. Jiang Yunhao remained oblivious to the fact that his casual remark had significantly heightened the loyalty of the guardian spirit. After all, it was merely an instinctive reaction. In the next moment, he swung his sword effortlessly, unleashing a chaotic sword aura that sliced through the surging tide of demons below. Instantly, the sword energy scattered, decimating a multitude of fiendish creatures. A roar erupted, akin to dark clouds stirring. The countless, bizarre black entities, huddled together, were suddenly assailed. Countless blood-red, ravenous eyes fixated intently on Jiang Yunhao. The pervasive darkness was pierced by an uncountable array of crimson gazes, exuding an unsettling and spine-chilling aura. Subsequently, these grotesque beings, their skin entirely black save for their blood-red eyes, opened their mouths to unleash torrents of lethal spells directed at Jiang Yunhao. Maintaining a serene expression, Jiang Yunhao swung his sword once more. The blade radiated forth. It emanated an unparalleled, resplendent spectrum of colors, reminiscent of a galaxy inverted, cascading down amidst a thunderous roar. As countless sword silhouettes plummeted, boom, under the relentless assault of his tempestuous sword energy, no matter the rank of the uncanny creatures, they found it impossible to withstand the onslaught, dismembered and obliterated in an instant. The torrents of spells hurled at Jiang Yunhao were likewise shattered by the sword energy. His essence remained unyielding as he struck again. 3 swords, 6 swords. The ground trembled with a resounding echo. The magnitude of the slaughter bore down upon Jiang Yunhao, and a flicker of malevolence surfaced in his gaze. This was the drawback of being consumed by the desire to kill. A practitioner's journey revolves around the cultivation of one's state of mind. One may embrace the intent to kill, yet prolonged savagery inevitably influences one's thoughts. If not managed carefully, it could lead to the emergence of inner demons, or worse, the shattering of one's Tao heart, leading to a descent into a mere killing machine. Thus, even though everyone acknowledged the formidable nature of the sword intent of slaughter, few practitioners could ever refine it. However, Jiang Yunhao silently channeled the ice heart technique, which swiftly purified the murderous thoughts enveloping his heart. After all, it was a miraculous art created by the undying Empress, who herself rose through the ranks via slaughter. Her devouring sky demon technique was a nefarious path, shunned by the world. Yet, these two techniques complemented each other remarkably. Fortuitously, Jiang Yunhao mastered both. As he continued to unleash his sword strikes, he felt the aura of his sword intent grow increasingly potent. Even the sword energy became veiled in a faint crimson glow. How audacious! What audacity! A young man from the eastern wilderness dares to intrude into my celestial void? Suddenly, a gargantuan, pitch-black monster erupted from the demon tide, exuding an overwhelming, celestial presence. A creature of the celestial phenomenon realm? Beyond the severing fate realm lies the celestial phenomenon realm, capable of influencing celestial anomalies, thus earning its name. Yet, Jiang Yunhao remained unfazed, his eyes alight with anticipation. Once more he unleashed his sword. This time, the sword energy harbored an ominous intent of slaughter. Unbeknownst to all, a massacre akin to a sea of corpses and rivers of blood unfolded, with countless malevolent specters howling in fury. The sword aura, more brutal and ferocious than before, surged like the vast ocean, enveloping the bizarre creature of the celestial realm. With a piercing sound, the entity, evidently possessing some semblance of intelligence, wore a mask of incredulous terror as it was mercilessly obliterated by the sword energy. The remnants of its power continued to wreak havoc, annihilating the remaining monsters in its wake. Meanwhile, the members of the Jiang family, who had just formed a battle formation to support their Imperial scion, were left utterly dumbfounded upon witnessing this spectacle. Is our Imperial scion truly a master of the Severing Realm? What kind of Severing Realm can dispatch a celestial being in an instant? They pondered. The slaying of formidable monsters only served to refine the murderous intent of the sword. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yunhao, immersed in the exquisite essence of slaughter, felt an insatiable desire for more. The number of monsters from this tide was simply too scant. He yearned to continue the carnage. Truth be told, the 10,000 creatures were hardly enough for him to wield his sword against. If only he could persist in this glorious endeavor, it would be sheer ecstasy. Jiang Yunhao decisively commanded a continued search for the tide of demons, intent on indulging in a thorough slaughter. Observing the densely packed corpses of monsters strewn across the dark void, the Jiang family members instinctively swallowed hard. They were on the brink of a significant windfall. Jiang Lingxiao, Jiang Junlin, and others, struggling to contain their astonishment, quickly mobilized the Jiang clan to clear the aftermath. They understood well that these creatures were laden with treasures, enough to sustain many of them in battle for several years. Their own Imperial scion, however, had concluded the matter with merely a few strokes of his sword. Time was of the essence, and their utmost priority was to swiftly gather resources for their Imperial scion, thereby conserving his time. In a grand palace within a gathering place of various clans, a stooped old crone squinted and murmured, just as the lord of Xinyan City, Jun Wuhui, had frequently extolled the virtues of the Jiang family's Imperial scion. This elder sought to observe the young scion for herself. Intrigued by what remarkable qualities could elicit such reverence from the venerable Jun. At that moment, an urgent report arrived. Report. Notable disturbances have occurred within the demon tide. A messenger rushed in, breathless. Disturbances in the demon tide? This is significant. The expression of the elder, Lan Xindian, shifted subtly. It is possible that this is the doing of the Jiang family's Imperial scion. I have just received word from my subordinates that the young scion took the initiative to lead an assault into the void beyond. What? He took the initiative to strike. Such audacity from the Imperial scion. Lan Xindian was momentarily taken aback, but her eyes soon sparkled with keen interest. Indeed, the Jiang family has produced a remarkable young talent. She pondered thoughtfully. Send someone to the stronghold of the Jiang clan to meet this prince and forge a connection. However, at this point, Lan Xinran suddenly shook her head, exclaiming, "No, we should wait outside the gathering place to welcome this prince's return. Only then can we truly demonstrate our family's sincerity." Esteemed ancestor, it seems that the demon clan has also stirred. The Yue from the Jiu Yao clan has arrived in person, following closely behind the prince of the Jiang clan. Both have delved deep into the void of the heavens. The gaze of the descendants of the Lan family sparkled with intrigue. The ancient Ten Fiends, Jiu Yao? What could she possibly want with the prince of the Jiang clan? Report to the esteemed one. Chaos has erupted outside. That accursed prince of the Jiang clan is rampaging, behaving like a madman. Hiss, the Jiang clan is approaching swiftly. We can already see the shadows of their warships. Esteemed one, might this have an adverse effect on you? Jiang Yunhao, is he intent on ruining my plans? This is folly. Chapter 88, A Grand Gift Awaits. I find myself in the vast expanse of the cosmos, where warships lie in a majestic array, suspended in the void, encircling a fragment of shattered land. Upon these vessels, the descendants of formidable demons congregate, their malevolent aura saturating the atmosphere, capturing the attention of numerous wandering cultivators seeking fortune and hidden treasures. Yet, whether they be solitary practitioners or prodigies from various clans, they find themselves barred from entry by the demon race, unable to breach the formidable defenses. Even those who had originally sought opportunities upon the fractured terrain have been forcefully repelled by the overwhelming might of the demons. At this moment, Even the most oblivious observer could discern that this land must harbor extraordinary treasures. Otherwise, why would the demon race treat it with such gravity? Although the onlookers felt a sense of indignation at the demon's intent to monopolize, they were powerless to act against such a formidable assembly of demon progeny. Many gathered outside. Their curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, on the desolate land, amidst the remnants of a collapsed mountain range, Yue stood alongside several prominent descendants of demons. Had Jiang Yunhao and his kin come to confront them? Could it be that he had received word of my search for the clan's secret treasures? Yue's brow furrowed slightly, and she coldly commanded, "No matter, you shall hold him off for half an hour. After that, I shall emerge personally to subdue Jiang Yunhao." Aye. The demon singled out by Yue was a peculiar creature, possessing 9 heads and 9 hands, a descendant of the formidable 9-legged bug clan. It pointed its 9 hands at its own face, a look of bewilderment etched upon it. The surrounding demon descendants let out a quiet sigh of relief, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. "What is it?" Yue inquired, her brow still furrowed. It's nothing at all. I shall proceed to intercept the scion of the Jiang family. I will ensure that he returns empty-handed." The 9-headed bug's expression sharpened, exuding an aura of menace. Simultaneously, outside the Jiang family's cloud boat, chaos reigned. "Quickly, the first team advance. You are tasked with skinning and dismembering the bodies. The second team, follow closely and sort the precious bones. The third team." The Jiang family members were bustling with fervor under the guidance of Jiang Lingshao and others. Each individual had their role to play. Like a swarm of locusts, they swiftly ravaged the battlefield, methodically dismantling countless carcasses of monstrous tide creatures. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao sat silently at the bow of the cloud boat, a tempest of murderous intent swirling within him. A faint crimson glow flickered along his spine, manifesting an ethereal quality. This was a testament to the successful refinement of his sword intent of slaughter. Even Jiang Yunhao himself was oblivious to the sheer number of monstrous tide creatures he had slain. He simply continued to strike with relentless ferocity. While his kin busied themselves with the task at hand, he quietly immersed himself in the understanding of his sword intent of slaughter. At this moment, the strength of his physical body had reached a terrifying level of 160 million pounds. Near the heart, that drop of enigmatic blood surged, invigorated by his relentless battles, refining his flesh at a velocity that far surpassed the tranquility of ordinary times. Jiang Yunhao was on the verge of comprehending the second manifestation of the primal sacred body. In summary, his gains were abundant. He also discerned that his most expedient method of cultivation diverged from others. It was not through seclusion and arduous meditation, but rather through constant conflict and slaughter. This was his path to enlightenment. Only in this manner could he awaken the myriad magical bloodlines within him. Moreover, this intent of slaughter required bloodshed for its profound enhancement. The surrounding disciples of the Jiang family gazed in awe at their extraordinary prince, whose murderous aura surged with an almost supernatural quality. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of the nascent intent of slaughter. Such an achievement was the envy of many. Yet few could succeed due to the overwhelming influence of murderous thoughts. However, it seemed that their prince was impervious to such influences. He had succeeded. Even Jiang Junlin felt a surge of emotion, gaining a deeper understanding of why his fellow young noble, Jiang Lingshao, willingly supported Jiang Yunhao. In contrast, Qingluan gazed with admiration toward Jiang Yunhao's direction. Yes, it was indeed over there. What a bountiful harvest for the Jiang family. Just then, from the distance shrouded in darkness, a swirling cloud of malevolence approached. The air was thick with the ominous presence of demonic beings, evidently signaling the arrival of the demon clan. Oh, the demon domain. On the cloud boat, Jiang Junlin furrowed his brow. The Jiang family had long since taken note of the unusual gathering of the demon clan in the distance. After all, a congregation of warily vigilant demons was hard to ignore. Yet, they had not paid it much heed prior to Jiang Yunhao's command. As fate would have it, the demons had come to them first. This group of demons had naturally come under the orders of Yue to obstruct Jiang Yunhao. Leading them was the 9-headed insect, who immediately spotted Jiang Yunhao meditating at the bow of the cloud boat. Hiss! The 9-headed insect's eyes narrowed in intense focus. It could distinctly sense the transformative changes within Jiang Yunhao. The murderous intent emanating from him was enough to instill a deep-seated fear, as if a mere glance could shatter its resolve. Well then, Jiang Yunhao is cultivating? How audacious of him to practice in such a perilous place. Perfect. Seizing the opportunity to strike while he was vulnerable. Some demons rejoiced, envisioning the prospect of ensnaring Jiang Yunhao in a trap of misfortune. Courting death. Jiang Junlin, powerful as he was, naturally caught wind of these sentiments and bore no goodwill towards the demons. His eyes crackled with lightning, revealing his thunderous battle form. With a single gesture, a tempest of thunder erupted, an infinite sea of lightning descending. Simultaneously, Jiang Yunhao abruptly opened his eyes. A divine light burst forth from within, as a sinister smile curled upon his lips. A moment of amusement washed over him as he realized he had just refined his murderous sword intent, and now an opportunity had presented itself for him to hone his skills. In an instant, a myriad of crimson glimmers enveloped Jiang Yunhao, the embodiment of his killing intent materializing before him. The mere sight of it instilled a profound sense of dread, a visceral fear that gnawed at the very core of one's being. This was indeed a remarkable aspect of the killing sword intent. Before any clash had commenced, it could already influence the adversary's mindset, sowing seeds of trepidation. How could one possibly engage in battle when fear had already taken root? Wait. Hold on, esteemed prince. Just as Jiang Yunhao prepared to unleash his killing sword intent to test its potency, the nine-headed bug suddenly bellowed at the top of its lungs. In the gaze of the assembled crowd, the nine-headed bug abruptly materialized before Jiang Yunhao, unhesitatingly collapsing to its knees and bowing its head in submission. Thud. The members of the Jiang family were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Junlin, poised to unleash a devastating onslaught, found his outstretched hand frozen midair. No. We haven't even begun to fight, and the leader has already knelt? The horde of ferocious demon creatures behind him stood in stunned silence. However, the nine-headed bug was no fool. Upon receiving the orders from Yue, it had sensed impending doom. It was tasked with stalling Jiang Yunhao for half an hour, a seemingly insurmountable challenge for its diminutive frame, especially upon witnessing the lethal sword intent Jiang Yunhao had just manifested. Engaging him would surely lead to its own demise, wouldn't it? Oh, what is your intention? Jiang Yunhao regarded the nine-headed bug with a piercing gaze, one that sent a shiver through the creature's very essence. It seemed as though he lamented the fact that he had yet to strike. The nine-headed bug trembled, fully aware that Jiang Yunhao would not hesitate to strike them down. In the face of this overwhelming existential crisis, inspiration struck the nine-headed bug. It had found a plausible rationale that might showcase its worth to Jiang Yunhao. Esteemed prince of the Jiang family, I am but a humble servant, not here to engage in a life-and-death struggle. I am acutely aware of your formidable prowess. I have come forth specifically to present you with a grand gift. Oh, a grand gift. What kind of gift? At these words, Jiang Yunhao's curiosity was piqued. Chapter 89. Do you wish to ride me? I have yet to ride you. What great gift? Jiang Yunhao turned his gaze towards the nine-headed bug. Upon hearing this, the creature's heart trembled, and it eagerly divulged the findings of Yue to Jiang Yunhao. Oh, the 10 ancient fiends, the secret treasure of the 9 nether beast clan. Moreover, this 9 nether beast displayed an intense hostility towards him, once declaring that it would capture him as a slave in life and trample over him in death, all to bring glory and vindication to its kind. As for Yue, Jiang Yunhao's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind stirred. Initially, he held no personal enmity against Yue. However, it appeared that the demon clan regarded him as a formidable threat, eager to eliminate him. At this moment, Yue's intentions were quite clear, preparing to seize the 9 nether beast clan's secret treasure in the void beyond the heavens, and subsequently, to confront Jiang Yunhao after significantly augmenting her strength. The ambition was commendable, and the future appeared promising. Yet, reality is often harsh. He was no fool to await Yue's fully prepared approach. This little lady, if she intends to plot against me, should not blame me for being ungracious. Upon reaching this conclusion, Jiang Yunhao's eyes flickered as he cast another glance at the 9-headed bug. He stepped closer, placing a hand on the creature's shoulder. Well done. You have impressed me. A subtle smile graced Jiang Yunhao's lips. Ah, the praise from the esteemed one is overwhelming. The 9-headed bug felt a surge of trepidation, swallowing hard. 9-headed bug, I misjudged you. It turns out you are such a creature of the demon clan. My heavens, you, a descendant of the great nine-legged bug, are actually begging a lowly human for mercy. You ought to be ashamed. You dishonor your ancestors. Simultaneously, the nine-headed bug's obsequious demeanor fell under the scrutiny of other demon clan descendants, leaving them astounded and seething with indignation. For the demon clan, the nine-headed bug's actions were indeed a source of embarrassment. In ancient times, what were humans but mere prey for the demon clan? The taste and savor of such a meal were even to be chosen with care. You, a disgrace to the demon clan, surrendering without a fight. A throng of demon descendants found their faces flushed with rage. The nine-headed bug, however, could not help but roll its eyes in silence. What a bunch of fools. No wonder they were dispatched by Yue to impede the Jiang family's prince. Did these self-important beings not realize that many demon descendants dared not take on this task before they arrived? This is not merely a hindrance. It is a summons to death. The nine-headed bug pondered, confident in its strength to disdain 99% of the prodigies from the eastern wilderness. Yet, Yue had specifically tasked it with confronting Jiang Yunhao. If it were anyone else, I might have some confidence. But against the Jiang family's prince? That's akin to an old man committing suicide, seeking to end his long life. The nine-headed bug silently lamented. A hint of an awkward smile forced its way onto his face. Emperor, this group of demon kin lacks sense. They are the kind of reckless, hot-headed race. Yet, I, the nine-headed worm, shall never be confused. I am acutely aware of your might. As for their tales of the ancient era, where humans were devoured, they flaunt these stories as if they were badges of honor. But I, the nine-headed worm, have never consumed a human being. The nine-headed worm hastily expressed loyalty to Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao merely cast a meaningful glance at the nine-headed worm and then signaled Jiang Junlin. Jiang Junlin understood immediately. The subordinate comprehends. No sooner had the words left his lips than Jiang Junlin unleashed the long-prepared thunder hell, crashing down upon the group of demon kin. What? As the thunderous sea descended, the faces of the demon descendants paled, their expressions grave. As the nine-headed worm had asserted, these reckless youths were clearly arranged by Yue. After all, anyone with even a modicum of intelligence, even without witnessing Jiang Yunhao's terror firsthand, had certainly heard enough rumors about him to be wary. Thus, who would be foolish enough to provoke Jiang Yunhao? Only these dim-witted hotheads would dare. Jiang Yunhao could hardly be bothered to engage with these demon descendants. Jiang Junlin, worthy of being the third-ranked young master of the Jiang family, though suppressed in his battle against Jiang Yunhao, was by no means weak. With a single strike of the Thunder Sea, he unleashed a vast and overwhelming force. The demon kin had no ability to resist and were swiftly obliterated by the onslaught of thunder. After this display, Jiang Junlin's breath remained steady, not a single tremor in his composure. Let us proceed to see Yue. I am curious to see what waves she may stir. This group of lesser demons was hardly a concern for Jiang Yunhao. Rather, it was Yue that piqued his interest. Jiang Yunhao was no benevolent saint, nor would he constrain himself by the mundane standards of good and evil. Born into a prominent family like the Jiangs, if he were to remain timid, he might as well have renounced the world for monastic life. As for any beings intent on targeting or provoking him, Jiang Yunhao would never tolerate such affronts. They wish to capture me? To use me as a steed? I have yet to ride you. Ding. Congratulations to the host for encountering information regarding the 9 Netherhound tribe. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new sign-in location. Location prompt. The void beyond the heavens, a fragment of the ancient clan's shattered world. At that moment, the voice of the system chimed in. Well then, this truly is a double delight. In the next instant, Jiang's cloud vessel, following Jiang Yunhao's command, promptly turned its bow, sailing towards the fragmented land sealed off by the demon kin. Humph, the demon kin are truly excessive, having driven us away. To be honest, I have long since discovered this broken land. After searching for over a century, we have been ruthlessly driven out. Oh, fellow cultivator, please elaborate on this place. I suspect this is the remnant of an ancient battlefield, a shattered vestige of a once cataclysmic confrontation. One must understand that such earth-shattering terrors must harbor immense opportunities within this fragmented land. No wonder the demon race seeks to monopolize this locale. It evidently conceals such fortune. Alas, we should depart swiftly. This place is not suited for our petty gains. How infuriating. Is it only the demon race that possesses formidable warriors? Do we, the human race, lack young prodigies? If the scion of the Jiang family were here, they would not dare to act so arrogantly. Surrounding the desolate land, encircled by the warships of the demon race, human cultivators engaged in fervent discussions. Look at those fools, still lingering here. TSK. The human race has only produced a Jiang Yunhao, and they truly treat him as a treasure. Once our esteemed Yue of the demon race emerges from seclusion, he shall undoubtedly slay this person. Mere humans shall ultimately become our sustenance. Chapter 90. The excitement of the enigmatic beauty. A matter of a fist amidst the verbal sparring between both parties, a colossal black cloud ominously rolled in. What is this? Both the human practitioners and the demon race immediately took heed. The black cloud swept through the void, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was not merely a cloud. Instead, it was a vast tide of demons, comprising an astounding multitude of hundreds of thousands. Ah, I understand now. The commotion here has drawn the attention of the otherworldly fiends. Hiss! The practitioners collectively gasped in astonishment. Heh! You wretched beings of the eastern wilderness dare to venture into my celestial void. What have you discovered? Step aside quickly, so my lord may have a good look. From the surging tide of demons, a group of remarkably intelligent and distinguished young men and women emerged. These youths were the descendants of some peculiar and powerful clans from the otherworldly fiends. They appeared either human or beast-like, with bizarre appearances. Previously, they had driven the human practitioners out of the shattered little world, but now they remained silent, their expressions grave as they fixed their gazes upon these newcomers. Still not moving aside. Truly outrageous. The descendants of the peculiar strong clan scoffed. In truth, their presence here was not merely due to the fact that Yue had relied on her clan's treasure map to locate this ruined land. Rather, it was because Jiang Yunhao and the Jiang clan's disciples had caused such an uproar in the celestial void. Throughout his journey, Jiang Yunhao had annihilated at least a dozen immense tides of demons. The magnitude of this turmoil was so great that if the fiends of the celestial void were oblivious to it, then they truly had no right to exist. They could not have maintained a standoff with the eastern wilderness for so many years. After all, the celestial void was indeed the territory of these peculiar beings. It matters not if you do not yield. Our relationship with the beings of the eastern wilderness has always been one of mutual hunting. Since you dare to venture into the void, prepare for your demise. Towering over the tide of demons, the bizarre young elites of the strange clans curled their lips into sinister smiles. Among them, one who appeared to be a leader exuded a mysterious black golden flame. He possessed a head like that of a radiant golden bird. This clan instilled great dread in the demon race. For this avian figure, with its lineage traceable to the demon race, was a descendant of the great sun golden crow, with the blood of the golden crow clan coursing through its veins. However, it was evident that this bird-like individual's ancestors had long since betrayed the eastern wilderness and allied with the otherworldly fiends. Unlike the pure great sun golden crow, this being's exterior did not radiate with the essence of the sun, but rather was tainted with the peculiar black golden flame. Oh, there's another tide of demons here. How did I not notice it before? Before entering, let us first cleanse this tide of demons. As the Birdman prepared to command the slaughter of the beings from the eastern wilderness, a pristine cloud vessel, radiating divine brilliance, charged forth. It was the Jiang family's cloud vessel. Everyone witnessed this astonishing scene. Indeed, it seemed that what was spoken had come to pass. Could it be that the illustrious Jiang family heir had arrived? The practitioners of the human race widened their eyes in disbelief. Then, they beheld a moment they would never forget. A figure clad in white burst forth from the cloud vessel, unhesitatingly soaring above the tide of darkness. With a swift motion, he grasped the void, summoning a sword shimmering with divine light into his hand. In the next instant, he casually swung the sword, unleashing a magnificent sword aura that radiated with a myriad of colors, imbued with an unparalleled sanctity. What was most astonishing was that this sword aura was entwined with a faint crimson glow, instilling a profound sense of dread in all who beheld it. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying sword aura cleaved through the tide of darkness, splitting it asunder, causing blood to splatter and corpses to litter the ground. The noble beings, including the Birdman, were caught in the aftermath, each one propelled backward, spitting blood. The weaker ones had no chance to retaliate, meeting a swift demise. Witnessing this, the gathered practitioners were left in utter shock. What kind of sword aura was this? Its power was unfathomable. Many felt their worldviews being irrevocably altered. After all, who could cleave the vast tide of darkness in two with a single stroke? How many monsters must one slay to achieve such a feat? Ah, I recognize him. That figure is the Jiang family heir. I had seen him from a distance outside the heavenly gate before. I would never mistake him. Is this truly the Jiang family heir? Some recognized Jiang Yunhao, while others, witnessing him for the first time, could only marvel in awe, struggling to comprehend his might. Indeed, only by witnessing Jiang Yunhao in action could one grasp the extent of his power. This was a spectacle far beyond the common understanding of reality. Who dares to ambush me? At that moment, a colossal black golden sun began to rise. No, it was not the sun, but a gigantic divine bird, towering at 10,000 meters, exuding an aura of immense power. The divine bird radiated unparalleled brilliance, surrounded by countless black golden flames that danced around it. To outsiders, it appeared as if a bizarre sun had ascended. Oh, what a peculiar little bird. Is this the infamous demon from beyond? They mused, curious about its nature. Simultaneously, Jiang Yunhao, who had just unleashed his sword strike, noticed the commotion below. However, his thoughts were distinct from those of the onlookers. His gaze was immediately drawn to the enigmatic golden crow. Truth be told, he had partaken of the flesh of great demons many times at the Jiang family table. Yet, he had never encountered such a peculiar and transformed demon. The essence contained within the flesh of the offspring of great demons was truly unparalleled. A descendant of such a formidable lineage is equivalent to tens of thousands of ordinary monsters from the tide of darkness. Bold, arrogant, is it you, a mere human? Who dares to ambush me? Do you know who I am? I am. The eerie golden crow's blood-red eyes fixed menacingly upon Jiang Yunhao, clearly filled with unbridled rage. Yet, he did not underestimate Jiang Yunhao. Although he was unaware of Jiang Yunhao's true identity, he sensed an impending threat from the sword wielded by him. Thus, he instantaneously manifested his true form, aiming to confront Jiang Yunhao in peak condition. However, before the strange golden crow could finish its words, Jiang Yunhao appeared before him in an instant. Boom. Following that, Jiang Yunhao struck down with a punch. Compared to the colossal form of the eerie golden crow, his figure was minuscule, almost imperceptible. Yet, that very punch landed squarely on the golden crow's head. Bang! What terrifying physical strength! In that fleeting moment, a singular thought surged in the golden crow's mind. The next instant, its eyes bulged, nearly leaping from their sockets. Blood sprayed forth. It was slain in an instant by Jiang Yunhao's punch, with no chance of retaliation. After all, even a divine realm expert would find themselves overwhelmed by Jiang Yunhao's physical prowess. Not to mention this peculiar golden crow. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was left dumbfounded. Whether they were human cultivators or demon cultivators, their minds raced with shock, as if 1,000 racing thoughts coursed through them, leaving them in a daze. The previously formidable eerie golden crow had fallen so easily. In truth, Jiang Yunhao refrained from delivering that final sword strike merely to avoid obliterating the golden crow's physical form entirely. After all, it appeared to possess remarkable qualities, and its flesh and blood essence would undoubtedly be exquisite. To extinguish it would be a great loss. As for the name of this eerie golden crow, Jiang Yunhao had little interest. No one is particularly curious about the name of their food in life. Time to clean up. Having completed all of this, Jiang Yunhao's figure flickered as he soared towards the shattered continent. The Jiang family members also busied themselves, expertly skinning and dismembering, their movements flowing seamlessly. All the cultivators stood agape, struggling to close their mouths, transfixed by the industrious Jiang family. How could the Jiang family be so adept? Perhaps practice indeed makes perfect. On the shattered continent, Yue, accompanied by descendants of the true dragon clan and other formidable demon lineages, followed the guidance of her clan's treasure map and ventured deep into a mountain range. Looking around, she spotted a bronze, rust-stained temple, quietly leaning amidst the mountains, nearly buried beneath the earth and stones. Yue's eyes brightened. She had found it. This was the greatest land of opportunity and fortune. Despite her typically aloof demeanor and reserved nature, the icy and proud Yue exhibited a fleeting glimmer of excitement upon her exquisitely beautiful visage. Congratulations, esteemed one. Should you seize this opportunity, your prowess will undoubtedly soar. And the day when you capture the young heir of the Jiang family as your subordinate will not be far off. The descendants of the great fiends eagerly lavished praise upon Yue. Oh, is this the place? Allow me to take a look. At that moment, a voice resounded from behind the assembly of demons. Chapter 91. On the verge of explosion, the figure approaching was none other than Jiang Yunhao. With his nearly divine spiritual strength, his consciousness radiated outward, effortlessly locating the descendants of the demonic clan, Yue. Upon hearing Jiang Yunhao's voice, the joy in Yue's eyes immediately diminished. However, she remained composed and unflustered, slowly turning to fix her enchanting gaze upon Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao, the esteemed one. He is indeed Jiang Yunhao. In stark contrast to Yue's calm demeanor, the nearby descendant of the true dragon clan gasped in horror, fear evident on his face. It was entirely understandable for the prodigy of the true dragon clan to fear Jiang Yunhao, especially since their most exceptional young dragon, Long Outyin, had been captured and subdued by him. Moreover, Jiang Yunhao's emergence had caused a significant rift within the true dragon clan. There were two factions, one that felt deeply humiliated and clamored for the annihilation of the Jiang family and the assassination of Jiang Yunhao, while the other, led by Long Xingyun, preferred to reconcile with the Jiang family rather than contend against this prodigious scion. Regardless of the faction, the magnitude of Jiang Yunhao's entrance had undeniably reshaped the dynamics of the Eastern Wilderness 9 domains. The current generation of young prodigies from the true dragon clan harbored more fear than animosity towards Jiang Yunhao. Yue's demeanor piqued Jiang Yunhao's curiosity. He was acutely aware that having slain numerous prodigies of the demonic clan, he wielded considerable intimidation over them. Yet, upon seeing him, Yue appeared entirely composed, exuding an air of confidence. It seemed that the descendants of the ancient 10 fiends, particularly the Yu clan, harbored great assurance in themselves. Jiang Yunhao felt a stir within his heart. As the scion of the Jiang family, we are currently deeply entrenched in the void beyond the heavens. Our greatest adversaries are those fiends from the outer realms. The descendants of those formidable outer forces have always regarded us as fierce rivals, engaging in relentless mutual hunts. You must not ensnare yourselves in a web of confusion regarding who the true enemy is. A slightly plump man, with a fierce yet cowardly demeanor, interjected. He was a descendant of the Gu clan, one of the 10 fiends. The other demonic clan members nodded in agreement, as if standing on a moral high ground, beginning to criticize Jiang Yunhao. However, their attitude only served to further irk Jiang Yunhao. How dare they accuse him of not discerning who the enemy was? Who was it that sought to obliterate him? At such a moment, they suddenly recognized fear and attempted to cloak themselves in false bravado. Jiang Yunhao shrugged nonchalantly. Esteemed one, we have already dealt with that enigmatic golden crow. We have adhered to your command. Not a single creature from the monstrous tide outside has been left alive. At that very moment, members of the Jiang family, including Jiang Junlin and Jiang Lingxiao, arrived in succession. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the demonic clan descendants widened in shock. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Jiang family extinguished the demonic tide? And what of the enigmatic golden crow? Surely, it must be a formidable representative among the celestial fiends. At that moment, the gathered demons were struck with astonishment. Gazing incredulously toward Jiang Yunhao, Yue narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze flickering with intrigue. However, Jiang Yunhao was disinclined to engage with this assembly of demons. Did you not once proclaim, in life, I shall bind you as a servant. In death, I shall trample upon your corpse? Upon hearing this, Yue's delicate brows furrowed. Yes, I did utter such words. What of it? Yet, she could not afford to show any sign of weakness, maintaining a calm demeanor as she regarded Jiang Yunhao. How fortuitous. I too have intentions of gathering the 10 ancient fiends and bringing them back to the Jiang family for rearing. Surely, the spectacle of nurturing 10 ancient fiends would be quite splendid. A slight smirk played upon Jiang Yunhao's lips. What? This declaration startled the demons before him. Yue's countenance turned icy, a flicker of humiliation igniting in her eyes. This audacious individual dares to contemplate raising the 10 ancient fiends. Truly absurd. Impertinent, Jiang Yunhao. Who is Yue? A descendant of noble blood, of the highest lineage among demons. Never has she been subjected to such indignity. Moreover, the one before her was once regarded as mere sustenance by the demon race in ancient times. Do you, a lowly human, believe that just because you have survived through the epochs, you can contend with the great demons of antiquity? Despicable, contemptible, pitiful, insects. Before us, the great demons. You ought to show reverence. This is the way of the heavens. The usually composed Yue surprisingly raised her voice in reprimand. She lifted her chin slightly, her gaze frigid and unyielding, exuding an unmistakable air of aristocratic arrogance. Huh, the way of the heavens? Humans ought to bow before you? How utterly amusing. Another descendant of demons lost in the glory of their ancestors. Jiang Yunhao found himself laughing in disbelief, his expression suddenly turning cold. Yet, Yue unexpectedly continued, What? Jiang family prince, do you intend to bully the few with your numbers? Very well. Yue, fear not the Jiang clan. Though Yue was haughty, she was far from foolish. She clearly understood the situation and had never underestimated Jiang Yunhao. At this moment, the bulk of the Jiang family was steadily arriving. In terms of numbers, the demon race was hardly a match. Even a fool could discern where the strength lay. It seems, Yue, you are not as arrogant as you appear. You merely wish to challenge me one-on-one. While I do not mind a brawl, having too many participants can be difficult to manage. Should I inadvertently slay you, I would lose a valuable ally in the Nine Nether Hound. Jiang Yunhao was acutely aware of Yue's thoughts. In truth, Yue was overthinking. From the very beginning, Jiang Yunhao had no intention of engaging in a melee. Upon hearing Jiang Yunhao's words, the group of demon descendants were rendered speechless. Goodness, how audacious. The only reason I do not resort to a collective assault to eliminate you is that I desire you alive. Such declarations were beyond their comprehension. It had been years since they had encountered anything of the sort. The scion of the Jiang family truly lives up to the rumors. Arrogant, overbearing, and utterly unrestrained. Yue, momentarily taken aback, allowed a cold smile to curl her delicate lips. In truth, she yearned for a confrontation with Jiang Yunhao. After all, she too was a proud and ambitious prodigy. Until they faced each other directly, who could claim superiority? Very well, the esteemed one. Yue's crimson lips parted slightly, and an aura surged around her. The 9 fluffy black tails behind her stood erect, resembling an unparalleled, sharp sword, exuding an aura of terror. However, no sooner had her words left her lips than Jiang Yunhao had already made his move. Chaos energy coalesced into a colossal hand, striking with astonishing speed to seize Yue. What? His mastery of power operates at such an incredible velocity. Instantaneous? Yue was taken aback, clearly unprepared for the swiftness of Jiang Yunhao's attack. In mere moments, she felt an overwhelming, blood-curdling pressure emanating from the chaotic hand, rendering her unable to resist. She could not suppress a muffled groan. With a cough, blood spewed forth from her mouth. As for the other demon descendants, they were utterly bewildered. Hiss, they were about to be crushed. Chapter 92. Then I may enter an unprecedented scene unfolded. The descendants of the demon clan experienced a surreal sensation. As the immensely powerful Jiao Yue was effortlessly subdued by the scion of the Jiang family, akin to a mere chick in the palm of his hand. How could the demon clan possibly believe this? Jiang Yunhao, almost on the verge of being crushed by Jiang Yunhao, Yue, acutely aware of her body nearing disintegration, roared in an instant. Boom. The 9 black tails of Yue unfurled like supreme, razor-sharp swords, spreading wide like a peacock's plume. The chaotic, ethereal hand that grasped her shattered apart. Oomph, you are far too arrogant. Do you think you can suppress this revered one with a mere casual palm? Dream on. Yue's expression turned frigid as she wiped the crimson blood from her lips. Immediately, her black tail swayed, resembling 9 deadly blades, and in an instant, they lunged towards Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao maintained his calm demeanor, merely raising his hand to gesture towards Yue. Buzz. As his finger pointed down, an ethereal, blood-colored sword aura shot forth. Jiang Yunhao did not even employ any mystical sword techniques. Yet, this seemingly nonchalant gesture contained the murderous intent of slaughter he had only recently refined. A surge of ominous energy, as if transcending the heavens, aimed to sever all existence, enveloped the surroundings like a torrential storm of murderous intent. Yue's expression turned grave, and she dared not exhibit any carelessness. Her eyes sparkled with an otherworldly brilliance. and she immediately unleashed her clan's bloodline talent. Boom! Her 9 black tails appeared to be draped in a faint layer of purple energy. Domineering. The terrifying talent of the Jiang Yunhao clan was unparalleled in its might. The force was infused into her attack, as if it sought to suppress the very heavens themselves. This remarkable technique could undoubtedly be deemed cheating within the realm of severing fate. For practitioners in this domain could hardly comprehend the terror of force. Even among the Jiang Yunhao clan, only a select few could awaken such a domineering talent. With Yue wielding this divine ability, it was akin to discovering a legendary artifact in a novice village. How could others hope to contend? The talents of other clans had no qualification to rival Yue. However, in the next moment, one red and one black, it was as if 2 sword shadows collided. Boom! The terrifying fluctuations of mana surged outward, sending those nearby flying. The surrounding space seemed to blur. The air twisted and boiled, as if rippling waves were rising. Then, a figure swiftly retreated. The one blown back was none other than Yue. Her body, like a kite severed from its string, was thrust backward with great force. In the void, her footsteps echoed, each retreating step producing an astonishing sonic boom. By the time she managed to stabilize her form, Yue had been thrust back 1,000 meters. Her chest heaved violently, a metallic sweetness surging in her throat. With a soft gasp, Yue could no longer restrain herself. Her crimson lips parted, and she spat forth another mouthful of blood. In her eyes lingered an indelible shock, and within her heart brewed an unprecedented astonishment and dread. How could it be that she had been defeated? This was inconceivable. She had harnessed the formidable might of domineering. Such a divine talent was typically invincible, amplifying her formidable abilities several-fold, even to a dozen times. It was undeniably terrifying. After all, Yue was herself a paragon of excellence. The divine arts she wielded should have rendered her vastly superior to her peers, leaving no room for defeat. This was her trump card, the very reason for her confidence in facing Jiang Yunhao. Yet, the reality was far beyond her expectations. Why was she the one injured? In her elegantly elongated, beautiful eyes, there was both terror and a flicker of bewilderment. Meanwhile, not far away, Jiang Yunhao regarded Yue with keen interest. You are impressive to withstand my sword and remain standing. It makes me all the more inclined to capture you and nurture your potential. You would surely become a formidable ally in the future. Jiang Yunhao clicked his tongue in admiration, evidently pleased with Yue's performance. After all, if Yue sought to capture him, why could he not attempt to seize her as well? Moreover, Jiang Yunhao had just experienced a moment of inspiration, contemplating the idea of capturing the 10 ancient fiends for cultivation. This seemed quite remarkable, for no one in history had ever gathered the 10 ancient fiends of the human race. Indeed, this notion was undoubtedly excellent. Thus, he resolved to pursue it. Upon hearing his words, Yue, having just stabilized her tumultuous breaths, felt her chest surge violently once more. She nearly spewed forth another mouthful of blood from sheer indignation. This scion of the Jiang family truly knew how to infuriate. Simultaneously, Yue was engulfed in profound self-doubt. Was her reliance against Jiang Yunhao truly so fragile? In truth, Yue's feelings were not unfounded. Although she possessed the domineering ability, Jiang Yunhao's chaotic power was intrinsically stronger than that of his peers, and he had even opened 10 celestial realms, allowing him to wield the essence of 10 different sources. The sword energy he casually unleashed was a lethal strike that would require the sacrifice of one's lifespan to execute. Yue's defeat was not unwarranted. Moreover, Jiang Yunhao had yet to employ one of the 9 secrets of heaven and earth, the all-secret technique, capable of instantly amplifying his combat power tenfold. What could Yue possibly use to counter such an onslaught? In any case, Jiang Yunhao had never harbored concerns about his potential loss. Meanwhile, not far off, Jiang Lingxiao and Qing Luan, who were closely monitoring the battle, had long since grown accustomed to this spectacle. Their esteemed scion was not only formidable in strength, but was also quite relentless when it came to challenging others. It is infuriating beyond measure. No. How could this esteemed one be subdued by you, Jiang Yunhao, and be captured for your own purposes? The heart of Yue trembled with apprehension. She could scarcely fathom the dire consequences of being taken by Jiang Yunhao. She is one of the legendary 10 ancient fiends, the 9 Nether Hound. How could she be enslaved by mere mortals? That sense of humiliation ignited a fierce determination within Yue, compelling her to choose death over such a disgraceful fate. Jiang Yunhao, do not be too pleased with yourself. The bloodline of this esteemed one has yet to reach its perfected ancestral form. Once I undergo my flawless transformation, I shall subdue you for eternity, making you my servant. Yue bit her delicate lips, and in a sudden burst of resolve, she dashed towards the ancient palace nestled deep within the mountains. This palace is the sacred site, the treasure trove that her ancestral forebears of the Nine Nether Hound had entrusted her to find. Yue was resolute. She understood that in her current state, she was no match for Jiang Yunhao. Thus, she must grow stronger. She must become even more formidable to suppress Jiang Yunhao. Eagerly, Yue arrived before the weathered, rust-streaked edifice that exuded a faint, ancient bronze hue. As she gazed upon this grand hall, a flicker of lingering trepidation crossed her eyes. It was evident that entering this bronze ancient palace would not be a simple task. Nevertheless, Yue quickly began to form intricate hand seals, conjuring a series of enigmatic runes. Since she had managed to locate this place, it was only natural that she possessed the secret techniques to enter. However, oh, you cannot enter? Then I shall proceed without hesitation. Jiang Yunhao's figure advanced swiftly. Is entering truly such a hassle? I will simply sign in. He silently intoned within his heart. Chapter 93. Signing in at the ancient bronze temple. It is entirely reasonable to seize what is yours. Ding. Congratulations, host, for signing in at the ancient bronze temple. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the ancient clan's legacy, the secret of the word do. As Jiang Yunhao's thoughts flickered, the ancient bronze temple before him erupted in resplendent brilliance. The rust-covered surface seemed to come alive, flowing with an uncanny vitality. Under the astonished gaze of Yue, the doors of the temple slowly creaked open. What is happening? Yue was utterly dumbfounded. She had been tirelessly activating the restrictions according to the clan's secret methods, striving to open a small entrance to hastily enter. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao had the extraordinary fortune of having the mysterious ancient bronze temple swing open its doors to him. Yue could hardly comprehend the bizarre phenomenon unfolding before her. Naturally, Jiang Yunhao would not take the time to explain to Yue. How could he disclose that he had activated a cheat, simply signing in to gain access? Moreover, what delighted him even more was that this place harbored one of the 9 secrets of heaven and earth. The secret of the word do, a technique of combat mastery, capable of simulating any divine skill or spell in existence. It is said to be boundless and formless, possessing the ability to replicate formidable powers with perfect accuracy. Because of this perfect duplication, any being that masters the secret of the word do is deemed omniscient and omnipotent. Having perfectly replicated a skill once is tantamount to having learned it oneself. This is akin to a divine skill of thievery in learning. With just a glance, there is no divine combat technique that one cannot master. What thrilled Jiang Yunhao the most was the profound significance represented by this secret of the word do. It is one of the 9 secrets of heaven and earth. According to legend, collecting all 9 would grant one access to the mysteries of immortality. With the Jiang family's secret of the word jie coupled with the secret of the word do, Jiang Yunhao had now grasped 2 of the 9 secrets. How could he not be elated? This was an opportunity for transcendence that even emperors pursued. Moreover, within this enigmatic temple known as the Ancient Bronze Temple, there were opportunities and transformations awaiting him. As Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred, he could keenly sense the unusual aura within the temple. There were legacies waiting for him to seize. Jiang Yunhao. Just as Jiang Yunhao was silently perceiving, Yue fixated intently on his silhouette, murmuring in a daze. Jiang Yunhao turned to glance at Yue nearby. Wait here, do not rush to flee. When this prince returns, I shall take you as my servant. His expression was calm, as though he were discussing a matter of little significance. After uttering this remark, Jiang Yunhao vanished into the depths of the ancient bronze temple. Hiss! The descendants of the demon clan, already stunned by Jiang Yunhao's astounding prowess, exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing his words to Yue, feeling an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. The audacity of the Jiang family's scion is truly astonishing. It is their first encounter with someone bold enough to speak so defiantly to the illustrious descendants of the Nine Nether Hound clan. However, recalling Jiang Yunhao's earlier display of prowess, The assembled demons suddenly felt he indeed possessed such merit. You wish to capture me as a slave? Then brace yourself to be captured by me instead. Yet, such words lack compassion. As expected, the proud Yue could barely contain herself, her delicate form trembling with fury. How infuriating, how detestable. A mere human dares to show her such disdain. Observing Jiang Junlin and Jiang Lingxiao, among other formidable members of the Jiang family, following Jiang Yunhao, Yue could no longer restrain herself and called out, "Everyone, follow me into the hall. We must reclaim our opportunity." Yue had intended to rely on the chances within the ancient bronze hall to grow stronger, even to transform into a perfect embodiment of the 9 Netherhound bloodline. How could she stand idly by while Jiang Yunhao snatched away her hopes? Indeed, very well. The expressions of the other powerful demon descendants were equally grim. They understood that their time was running short. After all, Jiang Yunhao had made that astonishing proclamation. He intended to capture all the ancient 10 fiends and keep them as his own. This meant that every descendant present, be it the 9 Netherhound, the Mantis clan, or the True Dragon clan, was a target for Jiang Yunhao. He had no intention of sparing any of them. He aimed to take them all. Moreover, Jiang Yunhao had already subdued the True Dragon's Long Outyin, indicating that he had the True Dragon clan under his command. Long, my friend, your presence seems somewhat redundant now. A group of demons exchanged peculiar glances at the True Dragon man standing aside. Oh, come on. We haven't even lost yet, and you all are already resigning yourselves to despair, debating who can serve Jiang Yunhao's whims. Am I, a dignified member of the True Dragon clan, deemed unworthy to live? The man was on the verge of breaking down, his anger causing his vision to darken. Meanwhile, Yue had taken the lead, eagerly pursuing Jiang Yunhao. She did not wish to allow him to seize the initiative. Rationality told Yue that Jiang Yunhao could not possibly take away the legacy of her 9 Netherhound clan. Yet, his unpredictable methods were perplexing and difficult to anticipate. When confronted with such an individual, Yue could not guarantee her clan's legacy would remain intact. If it were to be claimed by a mere human, how could the 9 Netherhound clan avoid becoming a laughingstock? We, the demon clan, must never yield to the human race. Yue secretly vowed fiercely within her heart. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao had already led his party into the ancient bronze hall. Upon entering, they were met with a gruesome sight. Decayed and withered corpses lay strewn about haphazardly. Some were but remnants of limbs, their deaths tragic. Others sat desolately, trapped in this place, waiting in solitude and despair for death to claim them. From their appearance, it was evident that these corpses belonged to both powerful humans and formidable demons alike. Even after many years of death, the skin remained supple, as if animated. It is evident that these corpses were all formidable beings in their lifetimes, capable of commanding respect and dominance over the ages. Among these remains, the most striking is a bronze coffin situated at the center of the Grand Hall. Each of the bodies had engaged in fierce battles during their lives. Clearly, they had come here to vie for the possession of this bronze coffin. However, for reasons unknown, none emerged victorious. All perished in this place, with many powerful beings not meeting their end through violent competition, but rather sitting quietly in the corners, despairingly awaiting their demise. Once they entered, there was no escape. Your Highness, there is something peculiar about this hall. Jiang Lingxiao, trailing behind Jiang Yunhao, furrowed his brow, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Jiang Yunhao maintained a stoic expression, yet he too was on high alert. In truth, his perception was even deeper than Jiang Lingxiao's, for he had already begun to grasp the essence of this bronze ancient hall, sensing some strange phenomena. Nonetheless, Jiang Yunhao had a clear objective. Unlike others, he could unlock the bronze coffin and seize the greatest opportunities within the ancient hall, without the fear of being trapped inside. Ultimately, he felt a sense of confidence. Simultaneously, Yue and her companions entered the hall. Like the Jiang family, they too sensed the strangeness of this place. Yue cast a lingering glance at Jiang Yunhao's figure, then chose to remain silent, not wishing to draw his attention, and quietly led her group away from the Jiang family. Just wait. Once I retrieve the legacy of my ancestors, I shall definitely suppress you, Jiang Yunhao, and avenge my past humiliation. Yue vowed silently. Oh, has the treasure-seeking mouse begun to stir? Unbeknownst to Yue, Jiang Yunhao had already mastered the bronze ancient hall, and any movement within it did not escape his perception. He discreetly observed the direction in which Yue and her companions had departed. To be honest, Jiang Yunhao had refrained from capturing Yue outside and subduing her for a simple reason. Despite his ability to claim the greatest fortune here, he was also curious about her purpose in this venture. After all, no one would ever complain about acquiring more opportunities. Moreover, Yue had always regarded him as a formidable rival. Jiang Yunhao felt no psychological burden at the thought of seizing Yue. Chapter 94. Have you ever encountered a demon rider? Today, let me broaden your horizons. Yue, what else can you discover? Jiang Yunhao felt a stirring in his heart, eagerly anticipating Yu's performance. Unbeknownst to her, she had already caught Jiang Yunhao's attention. Beware, Emperor. Suddenly, Jiang Lingxiao exclaimed. The corpses that had been quietly lying around began to writhe like worms. A shadow lunged toward the Jiang family. The hall was filled with the eerie presence of the resurrected corpses, enveloped in a sinister black mist, their faces contorted with malevolence. Launching a vicious attack, the reaction of the crowd was swift. Jiang Junlin immediately manifested his thunder battle body. Jiang Lingxiao was surrounded by swirling sword energy. Qingluan and Long Outyin also summoned their formidable powers. Oh, have these corpses come to life? No, they must have long been dead. This is due to the peculiarities of the outer void, tainted by that strange black mist, rendering them demonic. Jiang Yunhao grasped the situation at once. The state of these corpses bore a striking resemblance to the monsters of the demonic tide. The eerie black mist of the outer void was something that all beings in the eastern wilderness feared and avoided at all costs. No one knew the origin of this mysterious black mist, but it possessed terrifying abilities. Not only could it corrupt the minds of living beings, leading them into madness, but it could also animate the lifeless. The dilapidated land where this bronze ancient palace resided floated in the outer void, now opened by Jiang Yunhao, allowing the black mist to infiltrate the hall filled with corpses, which was entirely reasonable. With this realization, Jiang Yunhao sprang into action. With a casual sweep of his palm, the terrifying chaotic magical power surged forth, as if seeking to flatten the world itself. Bang! When it struck a corpse enveloped in black mist, a deep sound resonated, akin to the tolling of a great bell, causing everyone nearby to wince in pain. Jiang Yunhao keenly noticed that although these corpses were lifeless and had likely been dead for millennia, they still retained a physique that surpassed that of ordinary prodigies, maintaining the level of divine realm. The corpse that had been struck by Jiang Yunhao's palm was toppled, its chest caved in, yet it did not explode upon impact. After so many years of decay, could it still possess the physique of the divine realm? However, Jiang Yunhao remained unperturbed. His gaze sharpened, and in an instant, his physical strength surged forth. A hazy figure of a white-robed celestial king emerged behind him. The innate divine ability of the ancient sacred body, the first manifestation. The celestial king descends upon the 9 heavens. This terrifying manifestation descended with overwhelming force, requiring no direct intervention from Jiang Yunhao. The celestial king's presence effortlessly annihilated the grotesque corpses with every movement. The ancient sacred body, the essence of utmost rigidity and radiance. Confronting these peculiar entities, there exists an innate lethality. Upon witnessing this scene, even the members of the Jiang family, well acquainted with Jiang Yunhao's prowess, could not help but gasp in astonishment. A flicker of terror passed through Jiang Junlin's eyes. Although they too possessed extraordinary physical endowments, rare as they were, they paled in comparison to Jiang Yunhao. It was then that Jiang Junlin began to grasp the meaning behind Jiang Lingxiao's earlier words. What you perceive as the Imperial scion is merely the tip of the iceberg. There is much more yet to be revealed. At that moment, Jiang Junlin comprehended the truth. The Jiang Yunhao who had previously subdued him with ease had not even unleashed his full potential at that time. This scion of theirs was indeed a master of concealment. Jiang Junlin felt a surge of reverence for Jiang Yunhao. Meanwhile, the Jiang family members accompanying Jiang Yunhao soon realized they had little to occupy themselves with. Despite the eerie resurrection of the corpses, even those possessing strength comparable to divine realms could not withstand the manifestation of the celestial king's aura from Jiang Yunhao. Thus, they followed Jiang Yunhao unhindered to the front of the bronze sarcophagus. Cousin, uncle, please keep an eye on that UUF for me. Before we open the coffin, I can surmise that if the corpses outside have resurrected, there must be something monumental within the bronze sarcophagus. Jiang Yunhao remained unperturbed. However, he recognized that having his kin by his side could pose some complications. To prevent any harm to his family, he decisively issued an order. Jiang Junlin and the others, being astute, immediately understood Jiang Yunhao's intent. Be cautious, Imperial scion. Their expressions turned solemn as they clasped their fists in respect before promptly departing to the designated location provided by Jiang Yunhao. Simultaneously, in the outside world, LNXNRN, the leader of the various clans, materialized in the skies above this fractured land. Following her appearance, formidable and terrifying figures began to descend. The four ancestors of the Jiang family, Jiang Chun, along with Long Xingyun of the True Dragon clan, the Black Dragon ancestor, and the elder of the Jiuyu clan, among others, gathered. Clearly, they had sensed the unusual happenings in this locale. Ah, it is you, Jiang Yunhao of the Jiang family. Your Imperial scion seems to be a harbinger of trouble, remarked the Black Dragon ancestor. For many years, the void beyond has maintained a relatively stable equilibrium. Yet, your Imperial scion arrives and stirs such commotion. The Black Dragon ancestor cast a glance at Jiang Chun, who replied impassively, "Your words hold a kernel of truth, my friend. After all, your demon clan's lesser beings lack true prowess and thus cannot incite any significant disturbances." Hey, Jiang Chenyu. The Black Dragon ancestor's expression shifted, unable to mask his recognition of Jiang Chen's mockery. There is no point in engaging in idle chatter with the Jiang family. Our Yue is among them. And soon we shall retrieve the Jiang Imperial scion. Rather than exchanging barbs, let us allow our strength to speak for itself. A gaunt elder clad in a black robe and fur cloak stood as the ancestral figure of the Jiuyoming clan. With a dismissive smile, he let out a derisive laugh, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Yue had already engaged with Jiang Yunhao. Ah, ancestor, you have arrived. At that moment, several young members of the Jiuyoming clan rushed in with great urgency. Ancestor, the esteemed Yue has made contact with the Jiang family's young sovereign. Oh. Upon hearing this, the expression of the Jiuyoming elder brightened. She has already made contact? This girl, Yue, is indeed quite eager. Has she grown so impatient to subdue the Jiang family's young sovereign before obtaining the ancestral legacy? As he spoke, the elder cast a glance towards Jiang Chun's direction, stroking his beard with a chuckle. Friend Jiang, as a member of the human race, you have likely only witnessed humans riding beasts, but have never seen a beast riding a human, have you? After all, your diminutive human form is scarcely larger than a toe of my true beastly self. However, I happen to have an order that mandates Yue to ensure the survival of your clan's young sovereign. Riding him around the eastern wasteland will serve to showcase the strength of my beast clan. Today, the Jiang family shall expand their horizons. Chapter 95. Twists and Turns. The vision of the sacred body, the ancestor of the 9 nether beasts, cast a malevolent glance in Jiang Chen's direction. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the group of young 9 nether beasts flying over suddenly froze in place. It was evident that their expressions grew increasingly peculiar. Ancestor. The Supreme Yuhu has already determined the outcome against the Jiang clan's crown prince. Oh. Upon hearing this, the 9 nether beast ancestors' face brightened. The outcome has already been decided? Does that mean it has come to an end? Could it be that this upheaval was not instigated by the Jiang clan's crown prince, but rather that Yuhu has inherited the legacy of our ancestors? No one knows better than the 9 nether beast ancestor the secrets concealed within the Bronze Ancient Palace. In ancient times, several formidable beings from the 9 nether beasts participated in the siege of the Bronze Ancient Palace. That battle was cataclysmic, darkening the skies and even tearing apart a corner of the world, which drifted into the void of the heavens, this fragment of land. Yet, the outcome was far from favorable. The major clans suffered grievous losses. The formidable beings of the 9 nether beasts all perished within the Bronze Ancient Palace. Consequently, the once mighty forces of the Bronze Ancient Palace gradually faded into obscurity over the passage of time. This is also why the 9 nether beasts possess the map leading to the location of the Bronze Ancient Palace. While referred to as a treasure map, it is more accurately a guide, directing the younger generation of the 9 nether beasts to the Bronze Ancient Palace, allowing them to attempt to inherit the legacies of their ancestors. However, this secret has always been known solely to the 9 nether beasts and has not spread beyond them. Moreover, to this day, No exceptional descendant has perfectly inherited the legacy of their forebears, including the venerable nine-nether beast ancestor, who has achieved the rank of quasi-emperor. As he pondered this, a thought struck him. Could it be that Yuhu has inherited the legacy of our ancestors, thus provoking this astonishing upheaval? The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. However, the reality proved to be harsh. Before he could dwell too long in his pleasant reverie, the younger generation began to speak in a flurry. "Oh dear, ancestor, you were thinking." "Ugh, I almost spoke irreverently." Suddenly shifting their tone, the younger members lamented. "Ancestor, the Supreme has been defeated by the Jiang clan's crown prince." Our Yuhu has been defeated by Jiang Yunhao? This revelation shattered the nine nether beast ancestors' dreams entirely. He whirled around, fixating intently on the group of youth. What are you saying?" The younger members chimed in. Moreover, it was not the Supreme who opened the bronze ancient palace, but rather the Jiang clan's crown prince. Jiang Yunhao even declared that if the Supreme sought to capture him, he would inevitably seize the Supreme as his concubine. Indeed, I heard it with my own ears. He was quite ferocious. What? Captured as a concubine? The nine nether beast ancestors' hearts sank at this revelation. To speak candidly, Jiang Yunhao never stated his intention to capture Yu Yue as a concubine. He merely expressed his desire to seize Yu Yue and cultivate her, harnessing her formidable combat prowess. As for her other qualities, the whispers of the populace are daunting. One tale leads to another, and soon the narrative becomes increasingly exaggerated. This has escalated to the level of a concubine, accompanied by various unspeakable terms, which have been relayed to the venerable ancestor of the Jiuyomeng clan by these younger generations. How audacious and brazen! Such foul language and nefarious ambition. The Jiuyomeng ancestor was nearly driven to the brink of spewing blood in indignation. Nearby, Jiang Chun, eavesdropping, could not suppress a chuckle. Oh, how pleasing it is to see this old curmudgeon so full of himself. Now, look where we are. My Yunhao is not someone your juniors can provoke. Jiang Qin's heart brimmed with joy, though he maintained an outwardly nonchalant demeanor. A concubine? This rascal Yunhao, so young and already contemplating such frivolities? Jiang Qin blinked in disbelief. Indeed, this was utterly outrageous. The Jiuyomeng ancestor suddenly turned his gaze toward Jiang Chun, feeling an unexpected kinship with this formidable adversary, as if only Jiang Chun could comprehend his current sentiments. Could those little maidens of the Jiuyomeng clan truly be worthy of becoming my Yunhao as concubine? I must ensure that he does not settle for someone lacking in appearance or talent. I would never consent to that. However, Jiang Qin suddenly added, "Oh, you old rascal." Upon hearing this, the Jiuyomeng ancestor's expression froze. When it comes to sharp tongues, this Jiang family elder could rival Jiang Yunhao himself. Perhaps this is an inherited trait. Jiang Chun, Yu the Jiuyomeng ancestor trembled with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Chun, yet words eluded him. The elder ancestors of various clans observed this exchange with bemused expressions. Just then, a surge of ominous black energy erupted into the sky. Within the vicinity of the ancient bronze palace, the once vibrant flora and fauna of the desolate land withered and decayed in an instant. Hiss! Everyone sensed the terrifying nature of this strange black energy. Even the quasi-emperor powerhouses trembled involuntarily. Emerging from the eerie black mist was a decayed corpse, its exposed skeletal structure radiating a golden hue, howling towards the heavens. A significant event was unfolding, just as Jiang Yunhao had anticipated. Even the scattered corpses within the palace, tainted by the sinister black mist, began to stir back to life. The entity within the coffin could not be trifled with lightly. Oh, the quantity of this spectral black energy surrounding the corpse was utterly horrifying. You, the scion of the Jiang family, have indeed stirred a great calamity. The Jiuyomeng ancestor, previously incensed, suddenly found a glimmer of hope. It seemed he could still prevail. As if confirming his thoughts, a figure burst forth from the black mist. Clad in garments as white as snow, with hair flowing like ink, he appeared as an ethereal being descended from the heavens, embodying the essence of celestial grace. His appearance elicited no skepticism regarding his identity. Among the contemporary youth of the eastern wilderness, none could rival Jiang Yunhao's extraordinary presence at such a tender age. There was no need for elaboration. The onlookers instantly recognized that this enigmatic demonic corpse was summoned by Jiang Yunhao himself. The nine nether beast ancestor felt a surge of exhilaration, fully aware that a young man could hardly withstand such a creature. It was a jest. Even he, a quasi-emperor, harbored deep-seated trepidation towards the eerie black aura and hesitated to engage with it. As for the Jiang family's prodigy, he was destined to embarrass himself under the watchful eyes of the multitude. The ramifications for Jiang Yunhao were significant, leaving a lasting impression of inadequacy and reckless bravado upon the crowd. Thus, the Nine Nether Beast ancestor naturally reveled in this turn of events. After all, the defeat of Yue had already tarnished his clan's reputation. It was only fitting that the Jiang family should share in this disgrace, thus restoring a semblance of balance. Dust to dust, the remains of the predecessors should not be sullied by such grotesque entities. Well then, let the younger generation accompany their forebears on this final journey. At that moment, Jiang Yunhao's voice resonated throughout the heavens. Instantly, a celestial manifestation erupted behind him, as he continuously unlocked the potential of the archaic sacred body. The first sacred body phenomenon underwent miraculous transformations. Images of Qilin, Kuanpeng, True Dragon, and sages emerged in abundance, filling the air. In that fleeting instant, it seemed as though a multitude of holy beings had materialized, all bowing in reverence towards Jiang Yunhao. The celestial king's manifestation had reached a perfection that invoked the tribute of myriad saints. This spectacle was utterly breathtaking. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Yunhao unleashed a single sword strike, the multitude of phenomena cascading like a surging tide. The first sword that cleaved the heavens not only distinguished between the strong and the weak, but also dictated life and death. A radiant sword aura, imbued with the brilliance of the sacred manifestations, enveloped in resplendent golden light, descended like a vast golden ocean. Even that uncanny demonic corpse faltered beneath the oppressive force of this sword aura, retreating step by step as if subjected to intense suppression. Wisps of white smoke rising from its surface as if scorched. The archaic sacred body, embodying utmost rigidity and vitality, inherently bore a suppressive force against such aberrations. Not to mention, Jiang Yunhao was further empowered by the bloodline of the Thunder Battle Body. Thunder, a nemesis to myriad malevolent forces. The commotion attracted the attention of countless onlookers. What was happening? The Jiang family's prodigy was engaging the demonic corpse. Was this combat? No, this was suppression. Unbelievable. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, as though witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. They stood frozen, mouths agape, struggling to regain composure. Even the elders from various clans were left bewildered, staring in awe at the formidable display of Jiang Yunhao's might. The ancestor of the Nine Netherhounds stumbled, nearly plummeting from the heavens. Wait, by what means could he suppress the bizarre black mist? The powers he exhibited. A wave of dread surged within the heart of the Nine Netherhounds' ancestor, as if he had glimpsed some unfathomable terror. As a quasi-emperor, his countenance turned ashen in an instant. Fixating his gaze upon Jiang Yunhao, a flicker of profound fear erupted from the depths of his being. Jiang Chun, what manner of constitution possesses the imperial scion of your Jiang family? Chapter 96. You, the concubine, are here. Our imperial son has arrived. Do you still wish to flee? The ancient ancestor of the Black Dragon from the True Dragon clan wore an exceedingly grim expression as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yunhao. Is that the imperial son of the Jiang family? Not far away, the lord of Xinyu City, Jun Wuhui, who had traveled billions of miles to reach this place, tugged fiercely at his own beard. No wonder he is someone whom the esteemed guardian of the tomb chose to follow, the sovereign of the Heavenly Gate's secret realm, the inheritor of the Empress's legacy. My Jun family. Jun Wuhui had witnessed the guardian of the tomb acknowledge Jiang Yunhao as his master. From that moment on, this contemporary quasi-emperor of the Jun family resolved to pay special attention to Jiang Yunhao and foster a good relationship with the Jiang family. After all, the reason the Jun family had been able to sustain its glorious prosperity for 20,000 years was due to their ancestors having once followed the immortal empress. Under her protection, they had flourished for over 20 millennia. Jun Wuhui certainly understood the significance of making the right choices. Choosing wisely brings boundless glory. Even those quasi-emperors, who were revered as ancestors, wore expressions of astonishment, their minds in disarray, illustrating the profound shock that Jiang Yunhao's manifestation of the sacred body had instilled in the world. Jiang Chun, what? What is the constitution of your clan's imperial son? At that moment, as various thoughts swirled among the crowd, reflecting on the divine phenomena displayed by Jiang Yunhao, the ancestor of the 9 nether beasts suddenly turned his gaze towards Jiang Chun. Seeing that he could no longer conceal the truth, Jiang Chun, in fact, felt no need to hide it. He gently stroked his long beard and smiled lightly. It's nothing. Merely the ancient sacred body. At once, the surrounding quasi-emperors instinctively gasped in shock. The black dragon ancestor, who harbored the deepest enmity towards the Jiang family, trembled involuntarily. What the hell? The ancient sacred body. It is indeed the ancient sacred body. The ancestor of the 9 nether beasts was also momentarily stunned, his body frozen, as if he had received a devastating blow from the heavens. Only at this moment did the ancestors of various clans finally grasp the truth. The origins of the Jiang family had always been shrouded in mystery, with rumors suggesting that a great emperor had once emerged from their lineage, which was why the Jiang family had become the overlord of the Lingshu domain, bearing the title of an imperial clan. However, the term imperial clan was merely a general designation, especially in the present age. Any dominant lineage could claim to be an imperial clan, not necessarily implying that a great emperor had to have emerged from within. Historically, there had been powerful races, even those descended from emperors, that had gradually declined and vanished into the annals of history due to the inadequacies of their descendants. The imperial clan could be said to embody a formidable lineage. Yet, everyone merely spoke of it casually. The Jiang family truly possessed a constitution and bloodline comparable to that of an emperor. Indeed, the ancient sacred body, renowned for its potential to rival an emperor on the day of its completion, possesses the strength to contend with an emperor even without achieving that status. Such a sacred body is indeed a rarity. It turns out that the Jiang family's foundation can be traced back to the sacred body of the ancient era. The potential of a physique named after an era is undoubtedly immense, and the future appears daunting. Friend Jiang, it turns out that Yunhao has awakened the primal sacred body. I always suspected that such formidable strength must stem from an extraordinary physique, yet I did not anticipate such a remarkable talent. Jun Wuhui approached Jiang Chun, unable to conceal his delight. He was rapidly devising strategies to win over Jiang Yunhao, hoping to bind his own fate to that of this promising young sovereign. Aligning with the right person can elevate one's standing immensely. It is no wonder that the Jiang family's sovereign could slay talents of higher realms and even suppress this eerie demonic corpse. Those endowed with such gifted capabilities are indeed rare throughout the annals of time. Many venerable ancestors from formidable factions have begun to curry favor with the Jiang family. The heart of the ancestor of the 9 Netherhounds plummeted to the depths. Previously, he had always regarded himself as one of the ancient 10 fiends in relation to the Jiang family, confident in his superior talent and potential. Yet now, he was filled with trepidation. He knew full well that with the revelation of Jiang Yunhao's primal sacred body, his renown would inevitably ascend to unprecedented heights. He might even become the indisputable foremost figure among the contemporary youth. No one would dare to question or challenge that. The ancestor of the true dragon clan was equally astonished, unable to fathom that Jiang Yunhao was indeed of the primal sacred body. This physique is notoriously difficult to cultivate, particularly in this present age, which is far removed from the conducive environment of the ancient era. Despite his current remarkable performance, as time progresses, the shackles of the era would constrain him. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in the eyes of the black dragon ancestor, who murmured softly. The assembly felt a tremor within their hearts, for these esteemed figures were privy to secrets beyond the comprehension of the common folk. They understood that in this current age, whether in terms of the richness of spiritual energy or the constraints of heavenly laws, it pales in comparison to the magnificent ancient era, where countless powerful beings vied for supremacy. Thus, in this era, an excessively strong physique may hinder cultivation. It is not a matter of lacking talent, but rather of the era being inhospitable. Ah, that's of no concern, Jiang Chun suddenly interjected. You all have witnessed that my Yunhao has perfected the first manifestation. If all goes well, his primal sacred body is innately flawless, unbound by the shackles of this age. What a jest! Jiang Chun would not allow the words of the demon clan to ruin Jiang Yunhao's prospects. Upon hearing this, the assembly found clarity. Indeed, It seemed that the sacred body of the Jiang family's sovereign was unequivocally perfect. The demon clan fell silent. The black dragon ancestor's cheeks twitched, filled with regret for his earlier remarks. The undeniable truth lay before their eyes. His words not only failed to undermine the resolve of those present, but strengthened their conviction in Jiang Yunhao's extraordinary nature. Jiang Chun quietly chuckled, wishing to commend the black dragon ancestor. Initially, he merely consented to allow Jiang Yunhao to venture forth for experience, hoping to elevate the Jiang family's reputation and further solidify Jiang Yunhao's standing. However, now, Jiang Yunhao's remarkable performance has taken even this venerable ancestor by surprise. There is no doubt in Jiang Chen's mind that it won't be long before Jiang Yunhao's renown eclipses this entire era. Among the younger generation, none shall be able to challenge his position. Meanwhile, the battle on Jiang Yunhao's side has concluded. The eerie demonic corpse was indeed ferocious. Yet under the innate suppression of Jiang Yunhao's sacred body, it lay defeated and disheveled upon the ground. In fact, as it was subdued, a flicker of clarity emerged in the corpse's blood-red, bloodthirsty eyes. It seemed that the suppression by Jiang Yunhao's sacred body had dispelled some of the sinister black aura, awakening the true spirit of the demonic corpse. Little one, you possess a sacred body. Indeed, the true spirit of the demonic corpse awakened, and a fragment of its lingering soul began to converse with Jiang Yunhao. A stir coursed through Jiang Yunhao's heart. Beneath the effects of his sacred body's suppression, such an extraordinary occurrence transpired. Now, Jiang Yunhao felt entirely assured that he would secure the inheritance of the bronze ancient palace. Moreover, he was quite curious about the events that transpired within this ancient edifice. With this thought, Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes and spoke, "Predecessor Yu." At that moment, as Jiang Yunhao engaged in dialogue with the demonic corpse, in a certain secluded chamber of the vast bronze ancient palace, Yu stood entranced, gazing outside. Given her strength, the walls posed no barrier to her sight. She clearly witnessed the terrifying prowess displayed by Jiang Yunhao. It was only at this moment that Yu realized that the Jiang Yunhao, who had effortlessly overwhelmed her in their earlier encounter, had never once exerted his full strength. This revelation plunged Yu into profound self-doubt. Her delicate form tensed, her thighs trembling uncontrollably. A chill gripped her heart as she experienced, for the first time in her life, a sense of fear and retreat towards a human. Enough, she thought. Once I obtain the inheritance and undergo perfect transformation, I shall compete with Jiang Yunhao once more. Besides, I am of the demon race. Yu bit her tender lip, having reached a resolution. Just as she prepared to seize the inheritance and slip away, a voice suddenly echoed, trying to escape. Yu, my dear, the Emperor's arrival is imminent, and I cannot allow you to flee. Chapter 97. The inheritance of the ancient clan. The demonic Emperor's covetousness. Yu harbored deep trepidation towards Jiang Yunhao. After all, she was not blind. She had witnessed the manifestation of Jiang Yunhao's ancient sacred body. The awe-inspiring sight momentarily extinguished her ambitions of competing with him. Yet, as she contemplated her escape, Jiang Yunhao would not permit her to leave. The decision of whether to stay or depart rested not with Yu Yuhua. Before the battle with the enigmatic demonic corpse, Jiang Yunhao had already instructed Jiang Junlin and Jiang Lingxiao to monitor Yu Yuhua. Even Jiang Junlin, upon witnessing Jiang Yunhao subduing the mysterious demonic entity, could not help but feel a tremor of shock. Observing Yu Yuhua's fear of Jiang Yunhao and her desire to discreetly flee, Jiang Junlin suddenly realized. It seemed that Jiang Yunhao had orchestrated every detail from the very beginning. His confidence in subduing the demonic corpse and Yu Yuhua's current reaction were all anticipated by him. One word encapsulated it all: absolute. From beginning to end, the Jiang clan's prince had everything firmly within his grasp. This revelation left Jiang Junlin deeply impressed and made him acutely aware of his prince's exceptional qualities, not just in strength, but also in temperament. His excitement swelled, feeling fortunate to have aligned himself with such a formidable individual. Conversely, Yu Yuhua's mood darkened. She abruptly turned her gaze towards Jiang Junlin and his companions. Within this secluded hall, four corpses sat cross-legged, their features unmistakably resembling those of the Nine Nether clan. Clearly, they were the ancestors of the Nine Nether clan. As the contemporary prodigy of the Nine Nether, Yu Yuhua felt the faint consciousness of these ancient spirits seemingly respond to her presence. for droplets of crimson blood floated above the corpses, an embodiment of the ancestral legacy of the Nine Nether clan. Yu Yuhua, do not waste your efforts. Since you once spoke of capturing my clan's prince as a slave, did you truly believe you could escape his grasp? You are but a treasure-seeking rodent, ensnared and destined to accept your fate to avoid suffering. Jiang Lingxiao, who held the utmost reverence for Jiang Yunhao, couldn't suppress a mocking smile, seizing the moment to extol his prince's prowess. How audacious! A treasure-seeking rodent? Do you truly believe that the Jiang clan regards me as such? However, these words fell upon Yu Yuhua's ears like shards of glass, piercing and sharp. Her face flushed crimson, and paired with her icy demeanor, she appeared even more enchanting. Yet, she could no longer maintain her composure. A conflagration of fury and humiliation ignited within her. The detestable prince of the Jiang clan. I must flee this place at once. Yu Yuhua silently clenched her teeth, her mind racing. The overwhelming power displayed by Jiang Yunhao had caused a crack in her once unshakable resolve. Doubts about herself began to surface. With such thoughts taking root, how could she ever hope to challenge Jiang Yunhao? Presently, her only hope lay in acquiring the ancestral inheritance, striving to transform into the perfect embodiment of the Nine Nether clan's bloodline. Perhaps after her transformation into perfection, she might have the opportunity to compete with Jiang Yunhao. As for failing to transform, she would inevitably live under Jiang Yunhao's shadow. This was something the proud and lofty Yu Yue was utterly unwilling to accept. With this thought, a flicker of determination flashed across Yu Yue's delicate visage. In the next moment, her skin radiated a deep crimson hue. A surging wave of blood energy erupted, rolling forth like a tempest, sweeping across the heavens. Roll. Yu Yue's gaze turned icy cold. She was burning her lifespan, trading life for life. She was willing to wager her future existence to swiftly grasp the legacy of her ancestors and escape this place. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Yunhao was engaged in conversation with the enigmatic demonic corpse. Indeed, it was a conversation, speaking with a supreme being who had passed away for many years. Such a miraculous occurrence is rare and precious. A sacred body, another sacred body. In the fleeting moment when the bizarre demonic corpse momentarily revived, it beheld the formidable presence of Jiang Yunhao. Young friend, you are fated to my ancient clan. I can sense that you have inherited the secret arts of my ancient lineage. How curious, truly curious. You possess no mark of my ancient clan, yet you can effortlessly comprehend the 9 secrets of heaven and earth and the Do character secret art. The strange demonic corpse mused. In the bygone era of the primordial age, the demon race roamed the cosmos, and the demon emperor emerged, marking an era of unparalleled might for the demon race. However, this also bred their arrogance. The demon emperor, seeking the chance to attain immortality, dispatched numerous powerful demons to scour the world for the 9 secrets of heaven and earth. My ancient clan, possessing the heritage of the Do character secret art, became a thorn in the side of various demon races. They were ruthless, exterminating my clan, obliterating my lineage. The strange demonic corpse's eyes flickered, and its words were laden with profound resentment towards the demon race. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao comprehended the truth. It turned out that the ancient clan had been annihilated by the demon race. Everything stemmed from the 9 secrets of heaven and earth. After all, it is said that gathering the 9 secrets of heaven and earth grants one the chance to achieve immortality. This is an opportunity coveted even by those of the emperor rank. With this realization, Jiang Yunhao suddenly bowed respectfully to the enigmatic demonic corpse. Regardless, since the younger generation has obtained the secret arts of the elders' clan, it is akin to having benefited from the protection of the ancient clan. The blood feud between the ancient clan and the demon race is now inherited by the younger generation. Jiang Yunhao's voice was calm, yet imbued with a trace of resoluteness. He was not seeking to ingratiate himself with the elder of the ancient clan, nor was he merely flattering. After all, Jiang Yunhao was acutely aware of the deep-seated enmity between his Jiang family and the demon race, which was vast and profound. He held no fondness for the demon race. His actions were merely a matter of convenience. Moreover, the Do character secret art indeed originated from the Bronze Ancient Palace. Just as this elder stated, he was indeed fated to the ancient clan. Since the ancient clan had bestowed upon him the Do character secret, Jiang Yunhao would not forget this kindness. One ought to repay kindness with kindness. As Jiang Yunhao spoke, The peculiar demonic corpse shuddered involuntarily. Although the notion of reciprocating kindness and enmity is a phrase often uttered by all living beings, very few are truly willing to act upon it, whether in your era or the ancient times. Young friend, such righteousness. I believe in you. The eyes of the peculiar demonic corpse flickered intensely. Of course, in his current state, he had no standing to doubt Jiang Yunhao's promise. Furthermore, had it been anyone else making such a vow, he would have found it laughable. The idea of a human taking on a powerful beast was indeed absurd. Yet Jiang Yunhao is the ancient sacred body. He is extraordinary. Possessing such formidable talent and potential instilled in the peculiar demonic corpse a glimmer of hope for revenge. By the way, young friend, perhaps amidst this vast world, there are still descendants of my ancient clan. During the perilous moment of our clan's annihilation, I managed to transport some descendants to the remote realms of the eastern wilderness, far from the 9 domains, to 3,000 lesser worlds. If possible, I hope you can seek out my kin and bring them a measure of peace. The expression of the peculiar demonic corpse was complex, tinged with a hint of expectation. Jiang Yunhao, however, did not hesitate and nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, senior. It shall be done. Thank you, young friend. As the peculiar demonic corpse spoke, he strained his broken body to rise and bowed deeply to Jiang Yunhao. With the young friend's promise, I can now rest easy. As his words fell, the peculiar demonic corpse began to disintegrate, flesh and blood peeling away as he gradually faded. Jiang Yunhao understood that this was the moment when the old senior's lingering attachment dissipated. This wisp of remnant soul was finally liberated. Young friend, take good care of the legacy of my ancient clan. In the final moment of his dispersal, a stream of light shot forth from the center of the peculiar demonic corpse's brow, precisely entering Jiang Yunhao's brow. This ancient clan's legacy, coveted by numerous powerful beast clans during the ancient era, was now possessed by Jiang Yunhao. Chapter 98. Exquisite and stunning. Kneel down. This young man, indeed, seems to have stumbled upon extraordinary luck. His fortune appears overwhelmingly potent. Meanwhile, the ancient ancestors from various clans outside bore witness to an astonishing spectacle. The once formidable and eerie demonic corpse actually bowed in deference to a junior like Jiang Yunhao. Many were left incredulous by this sight. Concurrently, the venerable figures from the clans harboring deep-seated animosity towards the Jiang family, such as the Black Dragon ancestor, the Jiahua ancestor, and the prominent Wang and Han clans, exhibited subtle shifts in their expressions. They could certainly discern the truth. Jiang Yunhao had acquired the legacy of the ancient clan. Although the ancient clan had long since faded into the annals of history, many were unaware of such a powerful lineage existing in antiquity. However, the great clans, with their legacies spanning thousands of years, were well aware. In the ancient era, the ancient clan stood as one of the pinnacle forces among humanity, with few rivals. This wretched boy from the Jiang family had obtained the ancient clan's inheritance. Was this not akin to adding wings to a tiger? The Jiang family alone was already formidable in this era. With the support of the ancient clan, the Black Dragon ancestor and other formidable beings of the demon race exchanged glances, their expressions dark as night. They even found themselves overtaken by a profound sense of envy and jealousy towards Jiang Yunhao. The future of the Jiang family was difficult to fathom. No, it was beyond imagination. Wait, what does this wretched boy intend to do? Just then, the Black Dragon ancestor suddenly noticed Jiang Yunhao's figure flicker and swiftly enter the bronze ancient palace. What was he planning? A sense of foreboding enveloped his heart. The Jiahua ancestor was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting drastically. Audacious. Could it be that he intends to capture my granddaughter? The faces of those around changed dramatically. Good heavens, is this true? The Jiang family scion has already reaped substantial rewards. Could it be he has no intention of stopping? That was certainly impossible. Today, no one could intervene. As Jiang Yunhao absorbed the ancient clan's legacy, he ventured into the bronze ancient palace. Inside lay a wealth of information. The wondrous techniques of the ancient clan, from artifact forging, alchemy, divination, to puppet mastery and various auxiliary arts. Everything was comprehensively present. This was indeed the entire foundation of a powerful lineage from the ancient era. Clearly, the envy and jealousy of the elder powerhouses from various clans were well-founded. Presently, Jiang Yunhao, in his own right, resembled a formidable clan. With the ancient legacy stored in his mind, he could resurrect this mighty ancient lineage in the mortal realm. This was nothing short of terrifying. For behind Jiang Yunhao stood the Jiang family. This inheritance held immense significance for him and extraordinary importance for the Jiang clan. After all, with Jiang Yunhao's understanding, he could ensure that his loyal kin from the Jiang family would also learn. In other words, wherever Jiang Yunhao went, the powerful ancient clan would surely follow. Furthermore, with the myriad legacies of the Jiang family, the profound heritage of these two formidable clans intertwines and merges, leading one to ponder the wondrous future that remains unfathomable to the world. The transmission of the ancient clan's knowledge is not merely superficial. Jiang Yunhao discovers that he need not expend his moments of enlightenment to comprehend the secret techniques of the Do character. The entire lineage of the ancient clan has devoted millennia to unraveling the mysteries of this profound technique, and it is embedded within this legacy. In Jiang Yunhao's mind, it is as if he possesses an entire library, encompassing all aspects of knowledge, accessible at his whim. In merely a few breaths, he masters the secret technique of the Do character through the fragmented memories of the ancient clansmen. Master, you have acquired this legacy, which is of profound significance. The guardian spirit of the tomb exclaims in awe, fully aware of the terrifying implications of this inheritance. The expression of the guardian spirit turns peculiar. One must remark upon the extraordinary fortune of his young master. Compared to him, the empress seems akin to a mere beggar. The empress rose from humble beginnings, facing innumerable trials, while his young master enjoys an unparalleled ancestral lineage, extraordinary talent, and striking looks. The guardian spirit suddenly feels a pang of sorrow for the other prodigies of this era, as existing alongside such an individual as his young master renders their existence almost despairing. Soon, Jiang Yunhao arrives at the side hall where Yue resides. Before his eyes unfolds a chaotic battle between humans and demons. The Jiang family disciples, led by Jiang Junlin and Jiang Lingxiao, are engaged in fierce combat with the demon clan under the leadership of Yue. Various divine abilities and mysteries are unleashed in a dazzling display. Were it not for the miraculous craftsmanship of the ancient bronze palace, even the most formidable of emperors would struggle to inflict any damage. This grand hall would have surely been overturned by now. Of course, Jiang Yunhao is not taken aback by such a scene. He has never anticipated that Yue, a being of exceptional lineage with lofty aspirations, would heed his commands without question. Ah, it seems quite lively, Jiang Yunhao muses as he makes his entrance, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. On the demon's side, before Yue can utter a word, a few descendants of powerful clans roar with feigned bravado. Jiang Yunhao, do not overstep your bounds. Have you considered the consequences? Have you thought about the repercussions of abducting a revered one? Such audacious and lawless actions will undoubtedly provoke a bloody reprisal from our demon clan. Does the Jiang family seek to incite an unending war with our kind? Let me assure you, you are courting your own demise. An unending war. This signifies a struggle where life and death are of no consequence, continuing until one side is annihilated. Observing the fearful, furious, and somewhat aggrieved expressions of the demon descendants, Jiang Yunhao suddenly experiences a bizarre sensation. It feels as though he has become the villain who has humiliated the protagonist. Could it be? Such a cliché trope? In this day and age, does it still exist? A strange glimmer flashes in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. Call out. The louder the better, the more delight it brings to this emperor. Just jesting. At this juncture, does one still dare to issue threats? Do they truly believe him to be a foolish antagonist from some mundane tale? Do they wish to invoke a 3-year pact, a cycle of 30 years of fortune and misfortune? Nonsense. Jiang Yunhao smiled faintly, then swiftly appeared before Yue. At that moment, Yue was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Jiang Junlin, forcing him to burn his lifespan just to achieve a stalemate. One cannot deny that Yue's power was indeed formidable. However, in the next instant, boom. Jiang Yunhao offered no chance for Yue to react, delivering a powerful punch to her chest. Yue felt as if struck by lightning. Her body nearly shattered, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The overwhelming, terrifying demonic aura that had surged within her instantly withered away. Yue, with disheveled hair, crashed against the wall of the grand hall, then slid helplessly to the ground, her fair face marred by a trace of crimson blood. This scene, viewed by others, appeared strikingly tragic, yet exquisitely beautiful. Yet, Jiang Yunhao never harbored any sympathy for his foes. With a casual flick of his hand, he unleashed a blade of murderous intent, causing a group of demon clansmen to be struck down, their bodies crumpling and blood spilling, collapsing to the ground in despair. It was terrifying. Jiang Yunhao's true strength was on an entirely different level, utterly overwhelming among the younger generation. In the corner, the beleaguered Yue observed the spectacle. Her delicate face drained of color, her body weak, struggling to rise. Only at this moment did she genuinely comprehend the despair and terror brought forth by Jiang Yunhao. In the following instant, Jiang Yunhao appeared before Yue once more, his gaze calm as he regarded the beauty before him. Kneel. Chapter 99. Transforming into the True Self. I demand you to kneel. The voice of Jiang Yunhao was not loud, yet it resonated with an undeniable commanding tone. His gaze upon Yue bore no trace of compassion. The demon descendants, who had been felled to the ground by Jiang Yunhao, turned pale, engulfed in profound shame. Should Yue truly kneel before Jiang Yunhao in public, it would signify a humiliation far more dreadful than the subjugation of the dragon clan's dragon Outyin. After all, the submission of a mere demon descendant could be tolerated. However, the prospect of the ancient 10 fiends, the Jiu Huan, doing the same would be tantamount to a public desecration of the demon race's honor. One could easily imagine that from this point on, the demon race would find it impossible to hold their heads high in the presence of the Jiang family within the Eastern Wilderness's 9 domains. Yue was not oblivious to these implications. Her pupils constricted suddenly, shedding her previously proud demeanor. Biting her crimson lip, she declared in a low voice, "You shall never see me submit. Whether by death or dismemberment, I shall comply with your will, but the Jiu Huan will never bow to the human race." Yue fixed her unwavering gaze upon Jiang Yunhao, resolutely preferring death to publicly swearing fealty to him. In response, Jiang Yunhao merely curled his lip. Oh, this group of demons truly would not shed tears until faced with a coffin. How dare they threaten to capture me? Jiang Yunhao, am I not entitled to seize you as my servants? It seemed as though they were the ones suffering the greatest injustice. Such a delightful turn of events. Jiang Yunhao silently scoffed. He certainly would not let Yue off the hook. As for the other demon descendants, he glanced over them and casually stated, "Capture the 2 remaining descendants of the ancient 10 fiends as well. This prince cares not for their consent. If they resist, throw them into the Jiang family's dungeon. Let them experience what it means to suffer a fate worse than death. We shall revisit this matter in due time." Jiang Yunhao issued his command with unwavering decisiveness. When dealing with demons, he would not show an ounce of mercy. Jiang Junlin and Jiang Lingxiao exchanged glances, both recognizing the exhilaration in each other's eyes. This is indeed the Imperial scion of the Jiang family, utterly domineering, providing the enemy with no chance of escape. Naturally, this assertiveness was warranted. After all, as the sovereign lineage of the Eastern Wilderness, the Jiang family had frequently clashed with demons, not to mention the ancient era, when the ancestors of humanity were treated as mere sustenance by the demon race, often picky about their choices, refusing to consume anything but tender, delicate children. Even in the present age, humanity and demons held mutual disdain for one another, frequently erupting into bloody battles. Any human with a shred of decency would never show leniency towards demons. Likewise, demons had never regarded humans with any respect. Thus, the Jiang family bore no fondness for the demon race. As commanded by the Imperial scion, in the next moment, Jiang Junlin and Jiang Lingxiao respectfully clasped their fists in salute to Jiang Yunhao, promptly setting forth to execute his orders. No, I have erred. My earlier words were spoken thoughtlessly, leading me to curse the esteemed heir of the Jiang family. Spare me, O noble heir. Meanwhile, the members of the Jiang clan sharpened their blades, preparing to strike down the helpless beasts, the demon descendants, who had already been felled by Jiang Yunhao's sword and rendered incapable of resistance, erupted into cries of despair, their wails echoing through the air. No creature harbors an indifference to death, especially those born of extraordinary lineage, proud and ambitious. After all, they possessed a status and honor 1,000 times superior to that of ordinary mortals, with futures that should have been bright and illustrious. Who among them wishes to perish in this wretched place? Now they plead for mercy. Were they not brimming with arrogance just moments ago, vowing to engage the Jiang family in an eternal battle? Did they truly believe the heir of Jiang could be intimidated so easily? Jiang Junlin and the others displayed no hesitation. Aside from the ancient Ten Fiends descendants Jiang Yunhao aimed to capture, they executed any adversary on the spot. Even the worms that dared to peek from the earth were seized and publicly cleaved in twain. They searched every nook and cranny, ensuring no potential threat was overlooked. In short, there was no chance for the demon descendants to escape Jiang Yunhao's wrath. They might await a reckoning, for the tides of fortune shift every 30 years. Yue watched in astonishment. Jiang Yunhao was truly unafraid to kill. She found herself bewildered, grappling with the realization of his audacity. Did he not comprehend that formidable demon powers lurked beyond? Did he genuinely believe that such treatment of the demon descendants would spare the Jiang family from dire repercussions? Though the Jiang family basked in glory, what could they wield against the brutal counterattacks from various demon clans? Yue's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Before she could fully process the situation, Jiang Yunhao reached out and seized her storage bag. The bag was violently torn open, revealing a trove of precious materials. Without a glance, Jiang Yunhao distributed them among his loyal Jiang kin. The younger members of the Jiang family were filled with admiration for Jiang Yunhao, their reverence palpable. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao had acquired 4 drops of ancestral bloodline from the 9 Netherhounds. Such treasures, Yue had incessantly clamored to inherit these legacies, even aspiring to transform into a perfect 9 Netherhound. The purity of the bloodline rivaled that of the ancient purebreds. How could one not be excited? Jiang Yunhao smiled faintly, intending to find a tranquil place upon his return to thoroughly assimilate these bloodline inheritances. As Yue witnessed her own hopes being snatched away by Jiang Yunhao, her mouth opened in a silent gasp of horror and despair. How? Utterly tyrannical. Right before her eyes, he had seized her clan's legacy. Was there truly such lawlessness? She longed to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, Yue found herself at a loss for words. If she was dissatisfied, she could only swallow her indignation. Jiang Yunhao offered her no opportunity to react. He swiftly appeared before her. He struck Yue sharply on the back of her head. Transforming into his true form, the prince declared his intention to ride her forth. You wish to flaunt me as your mount. Apologies, but I shall turn the tables and showcase you instead. What? Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain radiating from her head, Yue became utterly rigid. What? Unwilling? He queried nonchalantly. It matters not. I possess numerous methods. With that, Jiang Yunhao delivered a powerful kick to Yue's backside. The terrifying force of his physical prowess, exceeding 100 million pounds, capable of vanquishing even the mightiest of divine beings, was far beyond Yue's capacity to withstand. With a thunderous crash, Yue was propelled outward, soaring through the side hall's entrance and across the threshold of the bronze ancient hall, ultimately ejected into the outside world by Jiang Yunhao's single kick. Roaring in desperation against the overwhelming impact, Yue felt her very corporeal form on the verge of disintegration. Unable to maintain her human guise any longer, her instinctual defenses activated. Onlookers beheld a disheveled woman clad in black, hurtling through the void like a cannonball. Mid-flight, her graceful figure underwent a startling transformation. Morphing into a pitch-black creature adorned with 9 ebony tails, surrounded by an aura of boundless malevolence, exuding the formidable presence of a great demon. This was the true form of the Jiu Yao tribe, one of the 10 ancient fiends. Many cultivators, upon witnessing Yue's transformation, were struck by an ancestral suppression that coursed through their veins, causing them to involuntarily bow their heads, unable to confront her formidable essence. Even the ancestral figures hovering in the void were captivated by this spectacle. What is this? Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, a figure with flowing black hair and donned in white, exuding an ethereal aura like that of a celestial being descended from the heavens, stood triumphantly upon Yue's true form. At this sight, regardless of age or gender, all observers gaped in astonishment, mouths agape, and unable to close. The realization dawned upon them. The prince of the Jiang family was endeavoring to subdue Yue, akin to taming a wild steed, publicly riding her. This was unprecedented. How could this be? The elder of the Jiu Yao tribe, witnessing this scene, could no longer contain himself. His vision blurred. He staggered back. spewing forth a mouthful of pure, ancient blood. "The prince of the Jiang family is excessively brazen," he exclaimed. "Jiang Chun, may your kin meet a wretched fate." Chapter 100. The Jiang Family Showdown. No more pretense, an unprecedented scene unfolded. Previously, upon witnessing Jiang Yunhao seizing the legacy of the bronze ancient palace, the venerable ancestor of the Jiuyou Meng felt an ominous premonition. At this moment, that premonition had materialized. The Jiang family's heir had no intention of sparing the Jiuyou Meng tribe. With a roar, the manifestation of the spectral moon, having been kicked, revealed its true form. Blood trickled from its lips, and its gaze radiated an intense ferocity. It howled at the heavens, shaking its head violently, seemingly attempting to throw off the person atop it. Yet, Jiang Yunhao appeared as if rooted to the ground. In fact, he even sat cross-legged, firmly positioned upon the spectral moon's head. A faint smile graced Jiang Yunhao's lips as he casually patted the head of the spectral moon. Each tap resonated like a mighty bell, producing thunderous sounds that reverberated through the air. What does it mean to tame? It sounds simple enough. It means to strike. Disobedience is met with punishment. The spectacle of Jiang Yunhao taming the spectral moon before the gathered crowd truly opened the eyes of the practitioners from the Eastern Wilderness 9 domains. Historically, only an emperor could command the veneration of myriad tribes upon achieving their throne. Yet, prior to the emergence of an emperor, no one had ever subdued the ancient demon tribes, particularly the legendary 10 fiends of antiquity, who were once revered followers of the ancient demon emperor, possessing a rich heritage and overwhelming bloodline, dominating the heavens. The fearsome reputation of the 10 fiends had long been ingrained in the hearts of many. Yet now, one of these fiends, the Jiuyou Meng, had been vanquished by the Jiang family heir and even tamed publicly. Am I dreaming? The Jiang family heir is truly formidable. Is this the Jiang family heir? Absolutely awe-inspiring. This is how one should treat demon tribes. Let us not forget, these demons were once ruthless, driving us away in pursuit of the opportunities here. Now, the tables have turned, and it is their turn to suffer. They deserve it. The crowd buzzed with excitement and exuberance. In stark contrast, the countenance of the demon tribes turned grim. The remaining demon elders felt a sense of shared sorrow, casting sympathetic glances at the Jiuyou Meng's ancestor. Dear friend, do not allow anger to consume you. It is we who suffer, while he revels. Indeed, the arrogance of the Jiang family will undoubtedly provoke the animosity of all demon tribes. At that time, our currently fragmented forces may unite in solidarity against them. Oh, there is wisdom in your words. If the major clans of our demon realm join forces, the Jiang family is surely doomed. The elder demon powerhouses exchanged thoughts through their spiritual connections. As they spoke, a glimmer of hope illuminated their expressions. It appeared that the emergence of the Jiang family within the Lingshu domain might not be such a calamity after all. Since the ancient times, approximately 30,000 years ago, when the demon emperor emerged, the demon race experienced its zenith. Under the leadership of the demon emperor, the demons were invincible, and chaos reigned among them. However, as the ancient era came to a close, the demon emperor vanished, much like the great sovereign of the primordial age. With the passage of time, the era of antiquity dawned, and various races began to rise. The demon race, once a formidable force dominating the heavens, lost its supreme stature and fell into disarray without the presence of the powerful demon emperor. Consequently, the great demon clans were unwilling to yield to one another, despite their remarkable strength and innate talents that far surpassed ordinary beings. Their overwhelming power fostered a reluctance to submit, leading to a fragmentation of the demon race. To this day, no single powerful demon has emerged to command the multitude of demons. Yet, the current situation appears to be experiencing a twist: the emergence of the Jiang family's heir. This remarkable young human has instilled an astonishing shock among the demons, suggesting a potential to transcend them and unite the demon race. How could the demons tolerate such a prospect? How could they passively witness the rise of Jiang Yunhao? Naturally, the Jiang family has become a thorn in the side of the major demon clans. With this thought, the demons momentarily found amusement. However, they soon found themselves unable to dissuade the venerable ancestor of the Jiuyou clan. They observed Jiang Junlin and Jiang Lingxiao, along with other members of the Jiang family, each holding a chain that restrained magical powers. At the end of these chains were the outstanding offspring of various demon clans, all shackled and deprived of their abilities to resist. They bore visible signs of defeat, their spirits diminished, and they trembled in fear, lacking the fierce dominance expected of their lineage. What is this? Upon witnessing this scene, the elders of the demon clans, who had previously felt pity for the Jiao ancestor, widened their eyes in disbelief. Where are our descendants? The Black Dragon ancestor cried out in shock. This is not right. Even if a group of demon offspring has been captured, what of the prodigies of my true dragon lineage? Beside the Black Dragon ancestor, the elder Long Xingyun of the Long Outyin lineage cast a fleeting glance at him, his expression complex, subtly hinting, Black Dragon. Do you now comprehend the consequences of provoking the Jiang family heir? The Black Dragon ancestor was taken aback, filled with rage and trepidation as he glared at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, you of the Jiang family possess audacity beyond measure. Do you truly believe that the demon race is powerless against your clan? Your family is indeed formidable, and this era's impudent youth has awakened the legendary primordial sacred body. Yet, can your clan suppress my true dragon lineage and the Jiao clan? But can your entire lineage subdue the entirety of the demon realm? This declaration ignited a chorus of support from the elders of the demon clans, not indicating a unified enmity among the demons at this moment. They are merely acting in their own interests and cannot idly watch as the scions of the Jiang family seize their own promising descendants. How disgraceful! The crux of the matter lies in the fact that these exceptional talents must not be captured by the Jiang family and molded into instruments of warfare. If that were to occur, it would only serve to enhance the Jiang family's resources, potentially turning against the demon clans in the future. Who could possibly endure such an affront? Indeed, esteemed friends, your words ring true. The Jiang family has become excessively domineering. It is undeniable that this era has birthed an extraordinary imperial scion from the Jiang lineage, a fact I, in my old age, cannot refute. Yet, regardless of how unparalleled a young genius may be, their potential alone cannot sustain the glory of their clan until they have fully matured. Before that, they are merely a fragile insect, easily crushed. Do the Jiang people truly believe they possess the strength to rise above all clans and allow their prodigies to run amok? The tall trees invite the storm. I am willing to lend my support to the demon realm. As the tensions escalated and both sides exchanged heated words, a voice, heavy with the weight of ages, echoed from the distant void. From the boundless darkness, two blood-red suns illuminated the scene. No, these were not suns, but the bloodthirsty, crimson eyes of a peculiar demon. In the vast expanse, a strange fiend had turned its gaze upon them. Clearly, such commotion in the territory of the outer void could not escape the notice of this malevolent entity. Oh, are you esteemed friends contemplating an alliance with the demon? However, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Chun remained unfazed, casting a meaningful glance towards the demon clan. The Black Dragon ancestor and the Jiao ancestor were momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted in furious protest. What alliance? Jiang Chun, do not place such an unjust label upon us. This has nothing to do with us. Indeed, one could only blame the impudent imperial scion of the Jiang family for attracting the attention of this enigmatic fiend with his reckless demeanor. Exactly. It is your imperial scion who has brought this upon himself. He deserves it. With such arrogance, it is only natural that he incites fear among the clans. The elder members of the demon clan railed against Jiang Chun, yet within their hearts, they reveled in delight. Could there be any greater fortune? Even the strange demon had become involved, eager to extinguish Jiang Yunhao's life. Was this not a sure death for the young man? At that moment, while taming the shadow moon, Jiang Yunhao also heard the ominous voice. Another familiar presence. Indeed, everyone had gathered. Jiang Yunhao blinked. He remembered this peculiar demon well. It had surfaced to flaunt its prowess when he first shattered the ancient records of the Sword Dao in the Cave Heaven realm. Later, it had even clashed with his enigmatic protector. Now, it seemed the fiend had returned, seizing the opportunity to claim his life. However, with everyone present, it truly felt like a grand reunion. Jiang Chun suddenly stroked his beard and chuckled. In that case, my Jiang family shall reveal its hand and cease the pretense. Chapter 101. Can your family escape the emperor? What? The elders of the demon clan were momentarily taken aback upon hearing Jiang Chun's words. Has this old fellow lost his mind? Could it be that he has been intimidated? Is his mental state collapsing? Otherwise, How could he utter such ludicrous statements? The gazes of the great demons, such as the Black Dragon Ancestor and the 9 Nether Ancestral Beast, shifted to Jiang Chun with an air of incredulity. A demon could not suppress a chuckle. Jiang Chun, have you lost your wits? Ah, but I can understand you. After all, this spectacle is indeed rare throughout history. Which prominent family in contemporary times could evoke such trepidation among the mighty clans? I must admit, your Jiang family, and especially this so-called prince, is quite formidable. The demon clan mocked with faint sarcasm. Heh, the Jiang family is nothing extraordinary. In the distance, 2 blood-red moons loomed ominously, gradually revealing the true form of this enigmatic fiend. It appeared like a swirling mass of black mist, with only the shadowy outline of a fearsome beast discernible. Its colossal physique loomed large, resembling a dark curtain that engulfed half the sky. The bizarre aura it exuded sent tremors through the hearts of all living beings. Those beneath the threshold of quasi-emperor cultivation experienced an inexplicable sense of dread rising from the depths of their souls. This was indeed a peerless powerhouse among the fiends from beyond the void. The pressure it emanated was far more terrifying than that of a typical quasi-emperor. Moreover, emerging from the black mist were over a dozen young beings, each radiating divine brilliance and possessing extraordinary charisma. Each one matched the intimidating presence of the peculiar golden crow. Heh, youngsters, do you see clearly? That is the Jiang family's prince. Although he is undoubtedly destined for death today, witnessing the fall of the ancient sacred body, which appears once in a millennium, is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. The fiend grinned wickedly. Among the young ones, both male and female, human and demon forms alike, all shared a sinister smile. We are grateful to our ancestors. Today, it is a tremendous honor to be brought here to broaden our horizons. Indeed, I wonder what the flesh of the legendary ancient sacred body tastes like. If I were to take a bite, might I glean some of its profound mysteries? Ha ha. Your words make me eager to savor the flavor of this Jiang family prince. He looks so tender and appealing, it would be a pity to consume him. Perhaps, dear brothers, we should wait and let me take him home for some fun? The young prodigies of the fiendish faction turned their gazes toward Jiang Yunhao. Even in the presence of the ancestors from various clans, Jiang Yunhao's brilliance remained unparalleled, an undeniable force that none could overshadow. At this very moment, Jiang Yunhao had reduced Yue to a breathless state, sprawled upon the shattered ground, her body weakened and immobile. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao sat cross-legged atop Yue, clad in white garments as pure as snow, his expression serene. There was no trace of panic upon him, resembling an old monk in meditation. His gaze calm and profound as the ocean depths. This composure, combined with Jiang Yunhao's innate extraordinary presence, could easily be likened to that of an ethereal being, a transcendent figure. Ah, how pretentious! Yet, Jiang Yunhao's tranquil demeanor appeared somewhat absurd in the eyes of the demon race and the sinister fiends. It was evident to all that the current situation was dire. The demons and the otherworldly fiends sought Jiang Yunhao's life. After all, he was the ancient sacred body. With his demonstration of sacred talents, Jiang Yunhao posed a greater threat in the eyes of the various factions than even the ancestors of the Jiang clan. For, despite their formidable prowess, the ancestors of the Jiang family would eventually meet their end, their lifespans limited to a mere 10,000 years. In contrast, Jiang Yunhao was still in his youth. Should he endure, it would spell peril for all clans. This was precisely why even the most formidable of the fiends had made an appearance. They could not afford to wait. They dared not allow Jiang Yunhao to grow stronger. Many astute individuals present grasped this underlying significance. The human cultivators wore expressions of concern, while the demons radiated murderous intent, eager to eliminate Jiang Yunhao at once. Oh, this must be the climax of the encounter. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, silence enveloping the scene, and the murderous intent lay bare, Jiang Chun suddenly spoke. The Black Dragon Ancestor turned sharply to Jiang Chun, scoffing derisively, still pretending to be mysterious. Are we? What do you think you're playing at? Our demon race has clashed with your Jiang family more than once. Do you truly believe we are unaware of your capabilities? What are you so composed? Hoping to summon an emperor to save you? At this proclamation, laughter erupted among the demons. An emperor? Ha ha ha, in this era, no living being has attained the path of emperorship. Moreover, when an emperor is established, the world trembles, and an entire epoch celebrates. Such events cannot be hidden. They were all too aware of whether the Jiang family had an emperor. How amusing. Each one of them could certainly make a ruckus. At that moment, a figure swept in from the horizon. Divine might radiated from him, his presence overwhelming, akin to a blazing sun. It was another ancestor of the Jiang family, Jiang Xiaodian. Then, a sudden chill permeated the air, the void crystallizing into ice as pure snowflakes began to fall. A heavy snowfall descended, manifesting a wondrous spectacle. A woman clad in red, her expression as frigid as ice, strode forth through the snow. It was Jiang Yunhao of the Jiang family. Oh, all three ancestors of the Jiang family have arrived. Truly, they are a band of madmen. The corner of the black dragon ancestor's mouth curled into a sinister smile. The assembled demons exhibited no signs of trepidation. After all, their faction boasted a total of 6 quasi-emperors, complemented by a peculiar demonic entity of similar caliber. In terms of numbers, they completely overshadowed the Jiang family. Who could possibly be intimidated? Jiang family members, do not blame us for not granting you a chance for survival. Surely, you can perceive that this enigmatic demonic cultivator merely seeks the life of your Jiang family's imperial descendant. His arrogance is intolerable. He must perish. Our demon clan's demands are rather straightforward. He must atone for the affronts he has inflicted upon us with his life, offering a penance to all the denizens of the demon realm. The gaze of the black dragon ancestor was frigid. Ha ha ha, in the end, you still do not dare to engage us in battle. You lot, even when gathered, are merely a ragtag assembly. Come, come. I am eager to see which of you dares to strike first. Do you truly believe that your numerical advantage grants you the liberty to cause trouble? Let us see who will dare to make the first move. The one who does shall be the first to fall. The hot-tempered Jiang Xiaodian discerned the black dragon ancestor's intentions at a glance. He erupted into laughter. The black dragon ancestor, having had his thoughts laid bare by Jiang Xiaodian, showed no embarrassment, merely responding with a cold smile. Indeed, they possessed a greater number of quasi-emperors, yet none were willing to take the lead. For the Jiang family's ancestors were no weaklings. Should a desperate struggle ensue, one might even find a scapegoat. This was precisely why the black dragon ancestor deliberately emphasized Jiang Yunhao. In his view, should the Jiang family be wise enough to abandon their protection of Jiang Yunhao, the demise of Jiang Yunhao would eliminate a future threat, marking a significant victory for the demon realm. Heh, you Jiang family members truly know not the meaning of life and death. You, the black dragon ancestor scoffed. However, just as his words escaped his lips, a terrifying aura surged from the horizon. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. The previously dark void beyond was illuminated by a brilliant golden radiance. It was as though a bright light had sliced through the night. A surging golden flame illuminated the sky. On the shattered land, seated upon the ethereal moon, Jiang Yunhao suddenly opened his eyes. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. Ancestor, you have arrived. Jiang Yunhao beamed as he turned his gaze towards the source of the golden light. Chapter 102. The overbearing old and young, the ancestral figure of the Jiang family? Jiang Yunhao's words resonated clearly in the ears of the assembled quasi-emperors. Ah, it seems your calmness stems from your reliance on the Jiang family ancestor. The black dragon ancestor cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yunhao. A sinister smile etched across his face. But do you truly believe that your Jiang family ancestor is an emperor? Ha ha ha. Are there any emperors in this era? Can your Jiang family ever boast an emperor? Who, apart from an emperor, could possibly rescue you? How absurd. Yet, before the black dragon ancestor could finish his taunt, a brilliant golden radiance unexpectedly manifested before him. The Jiang family ancestor, Jiang Mingsheng. His white hair billowed, and his blood surged with fervor. The aura of vitality he exuded shimmered with a golden glow. Rippling around him like an ocean of gold, Jiang Mingsheng merely extended a hand, seemingly slow in motion, yet curiously, everyone could distinctly perceive his gesture. However, something bizarre transpired. Despite the clarity and slowness of the action, the black dragon ancestor suddenly realized in despair he could not evade it. What? This? The smile on the black dragon ancestor's face froze, a hint of terror surfacing in his eyes. Yet, before he could utter another word, Jiang Mingsheng struck him with a resounding slap. Thud! The once fearsome black dragon head burst apart like a watermelon. its crimson and ivory contents scattering in all directions. Your body may endure, yet it can still serve as a dish at my Yunhao's table. With a flick of his sleeve, Jiang Mingxing effortlessly collected the Black Dragon ancestor's remains. Such a casual motion had dispatched a quasi-emperor. His movements flowed like a serene stream, as if he were leisurely strolling through a springtime garden. What is happening? All who witnessed this spectacle stared in wide-eyed disbelief, frozen in shock. This included the Nine Nether ancestor and the enigmatic demon ancestor. Who is this? Did you not hear? The Jiang family heir just proclaimed him the Jiang family ancestor. What is going on? How could the Jiang family ancestor annihilate the Black Dragon ancestor in an instant? With the ability to casually slay a quasi-emperor, could he possibly be an emperor himself? The silence of the crowd did not last long. Soon, a cacophony erupted. Each person regarded Jiang Mingxing with incredulity. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In our era, no being has ever attained the path to become an emperor. Who are you really? The turn of events was so sudden that it left the entire venue in stunned silence. However, the Nine Nether ancestor was the first to regain his wits. Staggering back a few steps, his face a mask of terror and despair. Indeed, it was despair. Anyone not a fool could discern Jiang Mingxing's formidable strength. He could effortlessly obliterate the Black Dragon ancestor. How would one contend with other quasi-emperors? Who could stand as his equal? Such prowess is hardly something that a quasi-emperor could exhibit. Even though the venerable ancestor of the Nine Nether regions possesses confidence in defeating the Black Dragon ancestor, he is acutely aware that he could never annihilate the Black Dragon in an instant. Yet, this esteemed ancestor of the Jiang family possesses such capability. This being is We may not have an emperor in our era, but did you not just mention the ancient sacred body? Upon the day of its full realization, even in the absence of an emperor, it can rival one. Jiang Chen blinked. Indeed, you harbor trepidation regarding the sacred physique talent of my family, Yunhao. Thus, you sought to eliminate him before he could reach his full potential. The completeness of the ancient sacred body will rival an emperor, a fact you cannot possibly overlook. Upon hearing this, the myriad demons awakened to the truth. It was only at this moment that they grasped the meaning behind Jiang Chen's words. The Jiang family is no longer pretending. They have laid their cards on the table. They had no time to rebut Jiang Chen and were left speechless. Each demon's countenance changed dramatically, paling to an ashen hue. Who does not recognize the potential of the ancient sacred body? Yet, you did not mention that the Jiang family currently possesses one such perfected sacred body. The great demons of the demon realm came to this realization. This Jiang family ancestor, who could obliterate the Black Dragon ancestor, must undoubtedly be a perfected sacred body. This is the very existence they dread the most. They could scarcely fathom the terror that would accompany Jiang Yunhao reaching the pinnacle of his sacred physique, which is precisely why they sought to extinguish him swiftly. Such a formidable entity, cultivated to the quasi-emperor level, could rival an emperor. Who would dare allow him to flourish? Yet, no one anticipated that the Jiang family already harbors a perfected sacred body. In an instant, the multitude of demons were left utterly befuddled. No longer did they dare to utter threats of killing Jiang Yunhao or demanding his death as an apology to the demon realm. They could not even muster a harsh word. All the great demons trembled, fearing that Jiang Mingxing might appear at any moment. Just as they had begun to unify against a common adversary, the demons were now retreating in disarray. Each grand demon was racking their brains, contemplating how they might preserve their own lives. As for their own kin, taken by Jiang Yunhao, who still cared, survival was their only concern. So it is, my friend, truly extraordinary. Very well, to witness the might of a perfected sacred body today has indeed opened my eyes. Perhaps we shall meet again by chance in the future. Unlike the demons, the enigmatic demon ancestor, shrouded in a swirling black mist, trembled violently at the sudden shift of circumstances. He was not foolish. Initially, he had anticipated internal strife among the 9 domains of the eastern wilderness and sought to stoke the flames of chaos. However, to engage in a life-and-death struggle with a perfected sacred body was utterly out of the question. After uttering his thoughts, the enigmatic demon ancestor planned to make his escape. Yet, my friend, you have come all this way. Are you truly in such haste to depart? Jiang Mingxing had no intention of allowing this old wretch to escape. Since he had revealed himself, why not eliminate him entirely today? Jiang Mingxing waved his sleeve, and a blood-stained curtain unfurled with a thunderous roar, enveloping an area of 100,000 miles as if it were an inverted bowl. The Shroud of the Celestial King, a mysterious treasure whose origins remain unknown. Yet, it is an extraordinary and unfathomable artifact. Even if a quasi-emperor were ensnared within, there would be no chance of escape. The enigmatic demon ancestor appeared, taken aback. Yunhao, let me reiterate. I shall engage the elder adversaries while you handle the younger ones. Do you possess the confidence to vanquish these youthful fiends from beyond? Jiang Mingxing paid no heed to the demon ancestor's words, instead casting a smile in Jiang Yunhao's direction. Jiang Yunhao returned the smile, rising slowly. Ancestor, you need not worry. Dispatching them will be a mere trifle. Very well, then let us proceed with the slaughter. The elder and the youth exchanged knowing smiles. In that brief exchange, it seemed they had sealed the fates of numerous formidable clans. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at such overwhelming dominance. Is it true that the Jiang family possesses such ruthless prowess? Countless eyes sparkled as they observed the two figures. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao produced 4 drops of blood from the 9 Netherhound inheritance. Since battle is imminent, he would consume them without hesitation. Chapter 103. Dominating by power, Jiang Yunhao immediately began to silently cultivate the swallowing heaven demon technique, absorbing the ancestral bloodline heritage of the Jiuyozhuang clan. With his eyes closed, he became immersed in the exquisite sensations of the Jiuyozhuang bloodline. While others might find it impossible to refine this clan's bloodline, for Jiang Yunhao, it was merely a moment of enlightenment. At the same time, the Jiuyozhuang ancestor, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of rage darken his countenance, nearly causing him to stumble and fall from the void. Jiang Yunhao, you. He widened his eyes, fixated on Jiang Yunhao, yet his words faltered midway, abruptly silenced by Jiang Mingxing's expressionless gaze. In that instant, the Jiuyozhuang ancestor experienced a chilling sensation, akin to having his throat constricted, rendering him speechless. It felt as if he stood on the edge of an abyss, an icy dread coursing from his feet to his head. Instinctively, he recoiled, his eyes betraying a deep-seated fear and apprehension. A perfected holy body, how terrifying. No, the Jiang family has concealed themselves so deeply. Why would a perfected holy body remain hidden? Could it be to scheme against us, to see us as a source of amusement? No, that cannot be. What else does the Jiang family conceal? The Jiuyozhuang ancestor, trembling with fear, spiraled into chaotic thoughts. Meanwhile, the enigmatic demon ancestor felt an insurmountable predicament. He wished to flee, yet Jiang Mingxing unfurled the celestial king's shroud, making escape impossible with his quasi-emperor strength. Engaging Jiang Mingxing in a life-or-death struggle was equally unfeasible. After all, he was not foolish enough to underestimate the terror of a perfected holy body. Was the Jiang family's patriarch using my side as prodigies, as mere sharpening stones, to temper their own imperial heirs? As an ancestor at the quasi-emperor level, he was acutely aware of Jiang Mingxing's intentions. Such moments of gathering true prodigies were exceedingly rare. For genuine prodigies, fear of battle and bloodshed was non-existent. It was through the crucible of violent conflict that one forged formidable abilities. This was also why prodigies from great clans often surpassed ordinary individuals. Beyond mere talent, the nurturing environment post-birth was equally crucial. The onlooking crowd began to grasp the unfolding situation, all gazing at Jiang Yunhao with immense envy. After all, a perfected holy body stood firmly behind him. Throughout the annals of history, who could boast of such privilege? There was no need to worry about the elder experts from various clans daring to launch a surprise attack. This was nothing short of a perfect hunting ground. Only, the roles of hunter and prey had been reversed. Before Jiang Mingxing's appearance, it seemed as though the various clans were poised to hunt Jiang Yunhao, their gazes predatory. Yet at this moment, the initiative had shifted entirely into Jiang Yunhao's hands. Do not panic, ancestral venerable. Can this little one from the eastern wastes truly cause an upheaval? Allow me to confront him. The young prodigies from the outer realms bore grim expressions, yet their spirit remained unyielding. Among them stood a formidable figure, a bull-headed giant with 2 prominent horns and a robust physique. He exhaled hot steam from his nostrils, glaring with fiery red eyes at Jiang Mingxing without a hint of fear. Senior, you are indeed impressive, and we cannot deny that. However, a person of your stature would not condescend to engage with us, Mere juniors, would you? Since you have stated that your Jiang family's heir will face us, can you assure us that even if we were to defeat him, you would spare our lives? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere became tumultuous. It was evident that the young elites from the outer realm possessed an unparalleled confidence in themselves. Despite the bull-headed giant's seemingly simple demeanor, his words were laced with cunning. In front of such an audience, he both praised Jiang Mingsheng and pressed him to make a commitment. If Jiang Yunhao were to lose, or even perish, Jiang Mingsheng would have no grounds for complaint. Under the scrutiny of so many, as long as Jiang Mingsheng valued his esteemed elder status, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. Otherwise, should he turn against them later, he would be marred by the disgrace of bullying the weak. Do not attempt to provoke me with words. Reputation holds no value for me. Since you have brought this matter to light, allow me to set your minds at ease. Today, all of you shall perish, irrespective of victory or defeat. Jiang Mingsheng replied with a serene smile, casting a glance at the enigmatic demon ancestor and then surveying the young prodigies by his side. I offer you an opportunity to contend with my Yunhao, merely to allow you to exert some last vestiges of effort before your demise. If you truly wish to avoid battle, that is acceptable as well. Come, extend your head. I shall see you on your way. With this proclamation, the crowd was left in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom Jiang Mingsheng's audacity. Good heavens! This elder from the Jiang family was exceedingly domineering, without a trace of concealment. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed he had no need for subterfuge. His power was evident. Whether they complied or not was inconsequential to him. He cared only for his own will. A collective shiver ran through many as they grasped Jiang Mingsheng's stance. My friend, your approach to dealing with others is rather tyrannical, is it not? The face of the enigmatic demon ancestor darkened, his body trembling with fury. Senior, do you intend to bully us simply because of your strength? The bull-headed giant's eyes widened in terror, his voice a mixture of fear and desperation. He had no desire to meet his end. He understood all too well that their only chance of survival lay in coercing Jiang Mingsheng to spare them. Yet, to his dismay, the elder from the Jiang family seemed utterly unconcerned with hollow accolades. Now you realize the urgency. Just moments ago, when you sought to drive me to despair, why did you not utter any grandiloquent words about the strong oppressing the weak? At that moment, an unexpected figure materialized before the Minotaur. His raven hair billowed, vitality surged within him, and the blood coursing through his veins erupted with a thunderous roar. It was as if a furnace resided within his very being, emanating an unparalleled and terrifying aura that burst forth with a fierce intensity. It was Jiang Yunhao. He had fully absorbed the legacy of the 9 Netherhound clan, and his spirit soared, reaching its zenith. Boom! Jiang Yunhao did not exchange a word with the Minotaur. Since the creature had made the first move, he would dispatch it without hesitation. With a single punch, he effortlessly obliterated half of the Minotaur's body. Flesh and blood disintegrated in an instant, vanishing entirely. The Minotaur was momentarily stunned, only to be engulfed by an excruciating pain that pierced to the core. The bravery it had exhibited when confronting Jiang Mingsheng dissipated entirely. Its face contorted in agony, a wretched scream escaping its lips. In contrast, Jiang Yunhao remained remarkably composed. Moving with the ease of a leisurely stroll, he extended his hand, as if plucking mushrooms, and forcefully tore the Minotaur's head from its shoulders. Without a hint of mercy, he proceeded to devour the creature's essence of flesh and blood with his dark powers. The flavor was delightful, he thought. Next, as he felt the surge of strength and the amplification of his magical energy, a faint smile of approval graced Jiang Yunhao's lips. It must be said, the most efficient method of cultivation is indeed to consume directly. Yet, was this truly a compliment? That smile, when perceived by the sinister entity, sent chills down the spine. It left one bewildered, unable to discern who the true monster was. Chapter 104. The second vision of the sacred body, steps to heaven at this very moment. The entire venue was enveloped in silence. All eyes were transfixed upon Jiang Yunhao, utterly astounded by his fierce and ruthless demeanor. A staggering physical strength of 147 million pounds. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao was acutely attuned to the transformative changes within himself. His physical power was on the verge of surpassing the monumental threshold of 200 million. What a terrifying existence this was. It is worth noting that even among formidable demon clans, it is exceedingly rare to refine such an extraordinary physique prior to attaining divinity. This remarkable strength elucidates why Jiang Yunhao could effortlessly dominate even the progeny of great demons at the same realm. His corporeal form transcended thousands, even tens of thousands of years of evolution. At this juncture, no living being could boast such a formidable constitution. At least, history bears no record of such, though the existence of some hidden figures remains speculative. Nevertheless, Jiang Yunhao's overwhelming prowess instilled fear in the strange demonic ancestor. What? This lad's physical form is so formidable? No, wait. He can also devour the essence of his kin without hindrance. What manner of divine arts is this? The peculiar demonic ancestor, a seasoned powerhouse, swiftly discerned the terrifying potential within Jiang Yunhao, leading to a chilling, incredulous thought. Could it be that the scion of the Jiang family has cultivated the ancient, indomitable empress's devouring heavenly art? After a brief silence, the black mist that enveloped the strange demonic ancestor surged violently. His voice trembled with profound astonishment. Indeed, it was the devouring heavenly art, a technique known to all, yet understood by none. What? The devouring heavenly art? Good heavens! The scion of the Jiang family possesses not only the innate bloodline of the ancient sacred body, but has also mastered the devouring heavenly art? This is beyond belief. What kind of foundation could produce such an extraordinary individual? The onlookers were left aghast, unable to fathom the reality before them, yet seemingly devoid of alternative explanations. Many familiar with Jiang Yunhao's exploits recalled his legendary battle at the Tianke Divine Pass, where he decisively vanquished numerous heirs of the great Luo sword sect, leading to their subsequent decline and withdrawal from the stage of supremacy. At that time, whispers had suggested that the scion of the Jiang family was suspected of practicing the devouring heavenly art. After all, even then, Jiang Yunhao had exhibited remarkable prowess. Now, once again, the world held its breath, minds reeling. The ancient sacred body, combined with the devouring heavenly art. This scion of the Jiang family is truly defying the heavens, leaving no room for others to survive. Simultaneously, several quasi-emperors of the demon clan gathered, their expressions contorted with palpable dread. They had initially believed that Jiang Yunhao had merely awakened the ancient sacred body. The mere existence of such a body was already sufficient to instill fear, as they feared his growth might pose a future threat. Little did they expect. He was far more than that. The cultivation of the devouring heaven demon technique has been achieved. In that moment, the ancestral figures of the Nine Nether Realm, the quasi-emperors of the demon race, were rendered utterly speechless. Only Long Xingyun of the true dragon lineage, who had early on placed all his hopes upon the Jiang family, stood apart. He had willingly allowed his most illustrious junior, Long Outyan, to follow Jiang Yunhao, an esteemed elder of the demon race. His feelings at this moment were in stark contrast to those of the other demons, akin to the heavens above and the earth below. Indeed, as expected of the Jiang family's imperial son, I have not misjudged you, Long Xingyun exclaimed with fervor. A figure of your caliber must ascend to the throne. Who else could claim such a destiny? His eyes were radiant as he subtly shifted closer to Jiang Chun. Upon recognizing Long Xingyun, Jiang Chun smiled and greeted, Long Daoist. It has been a while. Too polite. Too polite, Long Xingyun replied with a smile. His actions, however, ignited a furious resentment among the trembling demons, yet simultaneously, they could not suppress their envy towards Long Xingyun. Even the venerable Nine Nether ancestor felt a tinge of regret for not heeding Long Xingyun's counsel. Meanwhile, after Jiang Yunhao effortlessly vanquished the Minotaur, he turned his fearless gaze towards the enigmatic demon ancestor. What is the hold-up? Don't keep this imperial son waiting, he said coolly, his eyes exuding a disdainful confidence that was nothing short of astonishing. After all, he was facing an enigmatic demon ancestor. Yet, glancing at Jiang Mingsheng not far behind him, one could easily comprehend the situation. Comparison of backgrounds with my Jiang family? Come forth. Who fears whom? Jiang Yunhao was acutely aware that with his esteemed ancestor at his side, he had no reason to fear a surprise attack from the demon ancestor. The old fiend would be all too eager for Jiang Mingsheng to show mercy and grant him a path to survival. Jiang Yunhao perceived the situation with utmost clarity and eagerly anticipated devouring the young prodigies from the ranks of these enigmatic demons. Each one was remarkable, a gem among millions, if not tens of millions. What bloodline prowess could possibly be lacking among them? The thought of absorbing their essence was exhilarating. Ah, the Jiang family, how domineering you are. Since you refuse to grant us a path to survival, we shall take the Imperial son of your clan down with us. At that moment, the demon ancestor roared. Jiang Mingxing's stance was unmistakable, and Jiang Yunhao's nonchalant demeanor further provoked the wrath of the demon ancestor. Who was he? A terror that commanded fear across the vast cosmos. Even in the eastern wilderness's 9 domains, countless clans trembled at his name, wishing to venerate and honor him as a revered ancestor. Yet now, a mere junior from the Jiang family dared to point fingers at him. How could the enigmatic demon ancestor possibly endure such an affront? Moreover, since death is inevitable, what does it matter? Even birds ascend to the heavens upon their demise. This sense of suffocation was unbearable for him. Kill. Strike down this young scion of the Jiang family on behalf of the ancestor. With the eerie roar of the strange demon ancestor, the group of young prodigies could no longer contain themselves. Each bore a ferocious expression, resolute in their fatalistic resolve. They surged forward to confront Jiang Yunhao. As for one-on-one duels, such notions were reserved for times of safety, merely to showcase one's pride. In the present moment, with death looming over all, who would still concern themselves with the trifling pride of prodigies? If they could slay Jiang Yunhao, they would do so without hesitation. If death awaited, they would take someone down with them. The terrifying intent to kill emanating from the prodigies of the strange demon's faction instilled fear in many cultivators. They could scarcely fathom the odds of survival should they find themselves in such a predicament. Simultaneously, it compelled one to ponder the growth strategy of the Jiang family. They were intentionally provoking the young demons, igniting their determination to fight to the death. Only in such dire circumstances could one truly unleash their fullest potential. Elder brother, you have indeed provoked them thoroughly, Jiang Chun expressed with some concern. Jiang Mingxing smiled faintly. Indeed, these young demons serve as excellent training partners. If we can force Yunhao into a desperate situation, it would be beneficial rather than harmful for him. Besides, Yunhao is exceptionally strong. He will likely be able to hold his ground against these young demons for several days and nights. Jiang Yunxing pressed her lips together. As the only female ancestor among the four, her worry for Jiang Yunhao was heightened. Elder brother, just what if Yunhao were to be injured? Jiang Mingxing chuckled lightly. That will not happen. If Yunhao were truly in danger, I would intervene. In fact, Yunhao has anticipated my thoughts, thus he is quite eager for this battle. Indeed, Jiang Mingxing would step in if necessary. Everything remained under his control. This declaration left the others in awe, marveling at Jiang Mingxing's nonchalance. He was utterly unconcerned with societal opinions, living freely and authentically. Meanwhile, as the conversation unfolded, an incredible phenomenon manifested on Jiang Yunhao's side. With each step he took, an inexplicable force enveloped him. Strange manifestations appeared around him, as if a sacred and pristine staircase unfurled beneath his feet. With every step ascended, bolstered by this phenomenon, his strength would double. The 9 steps to heaven. This was the second extraordinary manifestation of Jiang Yunhao's sacred body. Jiang Yunhao had long been developing his ancient sacred body, and now he had comprehended the innate divine abilities of the 9 underworld's fierce bloodline. Dominance, a power that overwhelms others through sheer force, unmatched in its supremacy. From this understanding, Jiang Yunhao naturally grasped the second manifestation of his sacred body. Everything unfolded seamlessly, and as Jiang Yunhao unleashed the 9 steps to heaven, he stood resolute. The formidable little demons from beyond the heavens, charging forth with great ferocity, seemed to be overwhelmed by the overwhelming aura emanating from Jiang Yunhao. Even before they could draw near, they became rigid in midair. Subsequently, Jiang Yunhao moved with a leisurely grace, each of his rapid movements shattering one peculiar little demon after another. With each punch, he dispatched yet another foe, simultaneously devouring their flesh and essence. Ah, such exquisite delight! The sensation was truly remarkable. Jiang Yunhao's power surged once more, ascending to new heights. All who bore witness to this spectacle gradually widened their eyes in astonishment. And as Jiang Yunhao revealed his second extraordinary manifestation, an unbelievable event quietly approached. That was Chapter 105, breaking ancient records once again before long. Jiang Yunhao was seen rampaging through his foes, defeating formidable adversaries such as the ancient bull demon, the divine phoenix, and the descendants of Baixian. None could stand against him. As Jiang Yunhao's extraordinary prowess became increasingly apparent, a mysterious aura seemed to envelop the heavens and the earth, as if the very universe was responding to his might. Could it be that the Jiang family scion was about to? The younger generation of prodigies might remain oblivious to the subtle, yet gathering pressure of the world. But the venerable ancestors present from various clans could distinctly sense the enigmatic presence. They were all momentarily taken aback. Oh, Jiang Yunhao, even Jiang Mingsheng, the esteemed elder of the Jiang family, exhibited a glint of astonishment in his eyes. With the current strength of his physique, he could only momentarily execute the second step of the 9 steps to heaven. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao was also familiarizing himself with the second manifestation of his sacred body. The ancient sacred body, beyond its imposing physical strength, possessed the remarkable ability to create unique manifestations of divine prowess. It is the only sacred body capable of employing such manifestations as a means of combat. Legend speaks of the most powerful ancient sacred body in history, which developed 5 extraordinary manifestations, each astonishing and unmatched in power. Now, Jiang Yunhao had also unveiled a second manifestation unique to himself. In comparison to the immortal king descending from the heavens, this manifestation was no less formidable. Its potential was extraordinary, given Jiang Yunhao's terrifying physical strength. He could only take the second step for the time being. One can only imagine the sheer terror if he were to successfully execute the 9 steps to heaven. Jiang Yunhao felt a sense of satisfaction regarding this, though he could only perform the second step at present. It was due to the immense demands placed on the physique by the 9 steps to heaven. After all, such overwhelming might, if not supported by a robust physique, would be unsustainable. The consequence of forcibly employing it would be fatal self-recoil. Yet, Jiang Yunhao had no such worries about the adequacy of his physique. He could absorb the bloodlines of many powerful clans. Under the encompassing nature of the eternal Tao body, various potent bloodlines could seamlessly merge. With such a multitude of bloodlines absorbed, the future strength of Jiang Yunhao's physique was beyond even his imagination. In summary, the future appeared exceedingly bright. Suddenly, with a flick of his sword, Jiang Yunhao dispatched a peculiar little demon. Those who had previously understood their inevitable demise were unyielding, unleashing their ultimate techniques. Yet, they had not anticipated the sheer terror of Jiang Yunhao's power. Before him, they resembled mere chickens and dogs, utterly unable to withstand a single blow. A chorus of anguished cries echoed through the void. The onlookers felt their scalps tingle with dread. The gaze of everyone turned towards Jiang Yunhao, transformed. On this day, it was not just the younger generation. Even the elder powerhouses felt their worldview shatter. Everyone is imbued with a sense of enlightenment. The ancient sacred body and the devouring heaven demon technique have birthed a formidable second manifestation of the sacred body. In short, today, the witnesses have beheld an abundance of astonishing phenomena. How is it possible? How could Jiang Yunhao possibly devour and absorb the innate bloodline gifts of my Jiu Biao clan? The ancestral figure of the Jiu Biao stood in a daze. If Yue's defeat to Jiang Yunhao had instilled in him a modicum of apprehension, then the revelation of Jiang Yunhao's ancient sacred body had ignited in the Jiu Biao ancestor an intention to defy the long-standing conventions among the great clans, which forbade the elders from striking against the youth, contemplating personally vanquishing Jiang Yunhao. However, this thought dissipated swiftly with the emergence of Jiang Mingsheng. At this moment, the Jiu Biao ancestor could no longer suppress the rising tide of dread towards Jiang Yunhao. He could scarcely fathom the ramifications of having irrevocably offended the entire Jiang clan and their myriad of demon kin. What future could possibly await him? If Jiang Yunhao were to survive, the entire demon realm could very well be upended by him. No, no, no. The Jiu Biao ancestor murmured, lost in despair. Meanwhile, only 2 minor demon lords, the furthest from Jiang Yunhao, remained alive. These 2 were descendants of the ancient and powerful Tunshan Yunk clan, as well as a peculiar progeny of the enigmatic demon ancestor, whose veins coursed with demonic blood, shrouded in an eerie, undying black mist. Like a wisp of dark fog, his form was obscured and indistinct. Nevertheless, both were similarly shaken, profoundly astonished by Jiang Yunhao. This individual is abnormal. So extraordinarily abnormal. Is he human? Can a member of the human race possess such monstrous capabilities? Even tracing back to the ancient era, Such a being did not exist. It appears we must join forces. On the count of 3, 2, 1. The two minor demon lords exchanged glances, fervently communicating in secret. Now, they exclaimed in unison. The Tunshin Yunk transforming into its true form. Enveloped in the strange black mist, it bore little resemblance to an ordinary Tunshin Yunk. Cloaked in pitch black with blood-red eyes, it soared into the sky, its size reaching thousands of feet. The enormous creature evoked a sudden spark of inspiration in Jiang Yunhao. Simultaneously, the descendant of the enigmatic demon ancestor surged in the opposite direction, akin to a fledgling returning to its nest, racing towards the direction of the demon ancestor, crying out, "Ancestor, save me! Hey, you!" The Tunshin Yunk, having transformed into its true form, stumbled, nearly toppling to the ground. Wasn't it agreed that we would confront him together? I have transformed and am ready to fight to the death, yet you turn and flee? The Tunshin Yunk was bewildered. However, before he could process the situation, Jiang Yunhao stepped forward in a flicker, delivering a crushing blow to the Tunshin Yunk's forehead. Bang! The celestial lark erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, leaving it in a state of bewilderment as it faced its demise. Meanwhile, the enigmatic demon ancestor witnessed his descendant fleeing towards him, wailing in desperation. A tempest of fury surged within him, akin to 1,000 wild stallions galloping through his mind. Jiang Mingxing narrowed his eyes, his energy instantly locking onto the peculiar demon ancestor. A chill coursed through the latter's body. "Do not approach," he nearly instinctively exclaimed, unleashing a surge of black mist that swiftly obliterated his descendant. After executing such an act, the demon ancestor appeared utterly drained, trembling uncontrollably. He dared not intervene in Jiang Yunhao's affairs, especially with Jiang Mingxing lurking nearby, his intent palpable. "This wretched descendant nearly led to my own demise," he lamented, his spirit in turmoil, unable to find peace. Simultaneously, the mysterious aura enveloping the heavens and the earth intensified. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the East Wilderness's 9 domains. The ancient records of the Severing Fate realm shattered, bestowing upon the chosen one a divine essence of 100,000 strands. With a resounding boom, the boundless darkness of the void erupted, creating a magnificent opening. It was as though the very firmament had torn, allowing countless strands of coveted innate divine essence to cascade down, enveloping Jiang Yunhao's domain. It was indeed a blessing from the heavenly Tao. The Jiang family's scion had surpassed the ancient record of the Severing Fate realm. Countless onlookers were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. The advantages of innate divine essence are well known. Even now, Jiang Yunhao could utilize it to nurture his own celestial realm, striving to perfect the treasures within his 10 celestial realms. His strength would undoubtedly surge. Moreover, innate divine essence was the most coveted resource among cultivators. Utilizing it for cultivation would yield exponential results, enhancing one's speed of advancement by 100-fold compared to ordinary practitioners. In summary, within the realm of cultivation, innate divine essence is undoubtedly a valuable currency, surpassing even spirit stones in rarity. Now, with a sudden acquisition of 100,000 strands, envy ignited within the hearts of countless individuals, their desires palpable. Yet, despite their envy, none dared to challenge Jiang Yunhao. In this scenario, only a madman bereft of reason would dare to strike against him, having shattered the ancient record of the Severing Fate realm. Truly worthy of the Jiang lineage. Jiang Mingxing was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Conversely, the enigmatic demon ancestor trembled in fear. All factions bearing grievances against the Jiang family, whether young or elder, felt their hearts plummet to the depths of despair. The Jiang family scion was even more formidable than they had imagined. They had not anticipated such an outcome. Well done, Jiang family scion. Jiang Mingxing gazed upon Jiang Yunhao, who was enraptured by the heavenly Tao's blessing, his aura majestic as he absorbed the innate divine essence. A smile illuminated Jiang Mingxing's face, his lips curving in delight. "Well then, since your descendants are no match for my Jiang family scion, even the slightest test would be futile. There is no need for further discourse with you." Jiang Mingxing's gaze shifted, resting upon the enigmatic demon ancestor. What could this statement imply? Jiang Mingxing intends to. Beneath the shroud of black mist, the body of the enigmatic demon ancestor suddenly tensed. "Wait a moment, ancestor. At that very instant, Jiang Yunhao abruptly opened his eyes and looked over. Chapter 106, Free Labor, Celestial Phenomenon O. Yunhao Yu. Jiang Mingsheng gazed in astonishment at Jiang Yunhao, as did the others around them. Could it be that the esteemed young master of the Jiang family intended to take matters into his own hands? Was he perhaps contemplating releasing this enigmatic demon ancestor, reserving the right to ultimately eliminate him? Surely not. That would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains. The crowd murmured in hushed tones, completely misunderstanding Jiang Yunhao's intentions. How could Jiang Yunhao, a figure of astute judgment, make such a blunder? He was no mere mindless villain, bound to engage in a 3-year pact or some such folly. His principle was simple. If a foe could be vanquished, he would do so without hesitation, striving to eliminate any future repercussions. Unless, of course, the adversary were akin to chives, easily manageable and capable of being harvested repeatedly. Yet, it was clear that this peculiar demon ancestor did not possess the qualifications to be regarded as such in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. At the very least, a worthy opponent would need to be a child of destiny, someone who could bring him immeasurable benefits. At that moment, Jiang Yunhao had completely absorbed the 10,000 strands of innate divine consciousness. The gains from this endeavor were indeed substantial. His physical strength had reached an astonishing 90 million pounds, with the threshold of 200 million looming ever closer. Furthermore, he had received a blessing that shattered ancient records. This boon could not only be utilized to nurture the 10 treasures within his cave abode, but also to enhance his own cultivation, hastening his breakthrough in cultivation level. In summary, this journey had proven to be extraordinarily fruitful. Jiang Yunhao was eager to conclude this matter and return swiftly to the Jiang family stronghold to expedite his ascension in power. However, before departing, Jiang Yunhao cast a glance at the enigmatic demon ancestor. Previously, a bold idea had struck him. "Ancestor," he expressed, "I harbor a particular curiosity regarding that mysterious black ship. It was said to be situated deep within the void of the celestial realm. Should he recklessly venture within, he might find himself ensnared in a deadly ambush by the fiends of the outer realms." Thus, he pondered, why not have this peculiar demon ancestor retrieve the black ship for him? In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao blinked and proposed a remarkably effortless solution. Indeed, he remained fixated on his primary objective for traversing the celestial void, the black ship, one of the 10 anomalies of the eastern wilderness. The small system could be signed in, and it bore a connection to his father's mysterious disappearance, making it of utmost importance to Jiang Yunhao. Simultaneously, the onlookers, upon hearing Jiang Yunhao's words, widened their eyes in disbelief. Good heavens! Was the young master of the Jiang family truly instructing a demon ancestor to fetch the enigmatic black ship from the depths of the celestial void? Who could believe their ears upon hearing such a proposal? Not only had they never encountered such an idea, but even the thought of it had never crossed their minds. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon the peculiar demon ancestor, who trembled in astonishment, unable to fathom Jiang Yunhao's audacity. This insolent young man had not only annihilated the prodigies he had brought along. Such an outrageous demand has been made. What does he take the esteemed demon ancestor for? A mere donkey to be commanded at will? The enigmatic demon ancestor was utterly bewildered. Initially, upon hearing Jiang Yunhao's words, "Wait a moment," he felt a flicker of temptation. Believing Jiang Yunhao to be ignorant of the gravity of the situation, attempting to release a tiger back into the mountains. He even felt a sense of secret delight. However, it turned out that Jiang Yunhao had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Oh, the mysterious black ship. Jiang Mingxing cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Yunhao. A clever plan indeed, one that is entirely feasible. Very well, you old fool. Hasten back and bring the black ship to my dear Yunhao. As he spoke, Jiang Mingxing's figure flickered and vanished into the dark mist. A piercing scream immediately resonated. Onlookers could only shake their heads in disbelief, knowing without a doubt that Jiang Mingxing had undoubtedly delivered a sound thrashing to the enigmatic demon ancestor. Simultaneously, given Jiang Mingxing's prowess, he would likely leave a restriction within the demon ancestor's body. Should the demon ancestor dare to withhold the black ship, refusing to present it to Jiang Yunhao, he would undoubtedly face the backlash of the restriction, leaving him with no place to rest in death. This pill is of my own creation. Should you refuse to obey my orders, the poison will turn against you, and your demise is inevitable. I grant you 10 days to procure the black ship. If you succeed, I may provide you with an antidote, allowing you to live." When Jiang Mingxing re-emerged, his words instilled terror in the hearts of those present. No one could discern the state of the enigmatic demon ancestor beneath the dark mist, but it was easy to imagine that his expression was far from pleasant. "The Jiang family is ruthless." The demon ancestor's voice, filled with gritted teeth, emerged from the mist after a brief silence. Compliance is all I ask." Jiang Mingxing smiled gently, then reached out to retract the celestial king's shroud. The enigmatic demon ancestor, shrouded in dark mist and lifeless energy, swiftly disappeared into the horizon. "Very well, let us await the return of this old fellow with the black ship." "Oh wait, I almost forgot." Jiang Mingxing suddenly pointed, a silver glow imprinting itself on Yue's forehead. The entity lying on the ground, utterly exhausted, unable even to maintain her original form as the Nine-Nether Hound, now bore a golden mark upon her brow. This golden imprint resembled a radiant lotus flower, glaringly conspicuous against her pale forehead. "Yunhao, this slave mark is entrusted to you, as you were the one who captured her, thus sparing you the trouble of training her." The mark Jiang Mingxing inscribed upon Yue was indeed a slave mark. In this world, unless someone could defeat Jiang Mingxing or he himself succumb to the ravages of time, this slave mark could not be undone. It must be said that the affection Jiang Mingxing harbored for Jiang Yunhao left many in silent astonishment. Having such a venerable ancestor is indeed a remarkable blessing. Many envy the remarkable figure of Jiang Yunhao, who graciously expressed his gratitude to the esteemed ancestor, Jiang Mingxing, with a respectful gesture. He was keenly aware of the ancestor's goodwill. "Let us depart," he declared, with the matters at hand resolved. There was no need for him to venture into the perilous depths of the void in search of the elusive black ship. One could not help but feel a tinge of admiration for his own fortuitous circumstances, as he subdued more and more prodigies. It was evident that an unseen tide of fortune was gravitating towards him. Soon, the members of the Jiang family began to withdraw, ensuring that the descendants of the great demons were taken along. These individuals represented the future strength of the Jiang family, capable of evolving into formidable allies under Jiang Yunhao's command. The Jiang clan would naturally not forget them. Meanwhile, the various powerful clans that witnessed the Jiang family's departure remained ensnared in awe of their might, struggling to regain their composure. They needed no further contemplation to understand that, following the events of the day, word would spread far and wide, elevating Jiang Yunhao's reputation to unprecedented heights. If there had been any doubt regarding the Jiang family's prince being hailed as the foremost figure of the younger generation, such notions would surely be extinguished now. Furthermore, the presence of the formidable ancestor, Jiang Mingxing, instilled profound trepidation among all clans, given that he possessed a perfected sacred body. It would not be an exaggeration to label the current Jiang family as the sovereign of the 9 domains. Brother, why did we not eliminate that entire horde of demons? They are of no use to our Jiang family, inquired the boisterous Jiang Xiaotian, casting a puzzled glance at his elder brother, Jiang Mingxing. The latter, with an air of resignation, glanced at his younger sibling. "Oh, you remain as impulsive as in your youth. It would do you well to ponder more." No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Mingxing's figure vanished from sight. Jiang Xiaotian stood there, bewildered. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao's expression was one of complexity. "Ancestor, it is not that he does not wish to slay them, but rather that he cannot. Although our Jiang family has ceased to conceal itself, and all clans are aware of our ancestors' existence, the demon race is unlike the malevolent entities from beyond. Should we eradicate the elder demons, it would only serve to perpetuate an unresolvable blood feud." Jiang Xiaotian paused, astonished. Resolve hatred with the demon race. Those wretches could simply be exterminated. Jiang Yunxing placed a hand on Jiang Xiaotian's shoulder. "Exterminated? Brother, you underestimate the demon domain. They were, after all, the sovereigns of the ancient era. The current demon domain, while fragmented and embroiled in internal strife, would undoubtedly retaliate if we were to slay their elder powerful beings, uniting them against us, a considerable predicament." Jiang Xiaotian's eyes widened in realization. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. Moreover, let us not forget brother's age. The lifespan of a quasi-emperor is but a mere 10,000 years, and he. Jiang Chen's gaze dimmed as he spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several ancestors darkened. Indeed, In the present day, the Jiang family appears invincible across the realm. Yet this faade is upheld solely by the presence of the formidable Jiang Mingsheng. However, the longevity of Jiang Mingsheng is waning, and once he passes into the afterlife, the various clans will likely come to settle scores. This is precisely why Jiang Mingsheng has remained elusive. Thus, it can be concluded that the hidden peril facing the Jiang family has yet to be mitigated. Jiang Shaodian furrowed his brow in deep concern. Jiang Chun cast a glance at Jiang Yunhao. Nevertheless, the appearance of my elder brother today signifies a resolute stance. As long as my elder brother draws breath, the elder powerful figures from the clans will not dare breach decorum and act against our family, S. Yunhao. The might of the great saint body endures. As he spoke, Jiang Chun stroked his beard thoughtfully. Furthermore, my elder brother harbors another intention. By refraining from severing ties with the demon clan today, he aims to ensure that in the future, Yunhao can command the myriad demons of the demon realm. At that juncture, Yunhao's prospects will be firmly secured, with the allegiance of the masses and no one able to obstruct him. He shall emerge as the true sovereign of the eastern wasteland. Jiang Yunhao's expression grew serious, and he nodded in agreement. Indeed, the great ancestor harbors such intentions. With his keen intellect, Jiang Yunhao naturally discerned the profound implications of the great ancestor's actions. He is paving a path for me. In the limited time that remains, he is doing everything possible to lay down a radiant road ahead. How could Jiang Yunhao fail to feel the warmth of this familial affection? His heart swelled with gratitude. Now, he awaited the arrival of the enigmatic demon ancestor and the mysterious black ship. I am eager to discover the extraordinary nature of this peculiar vessel and what it may grant me. Of course, during this period, I must also strive to swiftly break through to a higher realm. Jiang Yunhao felt a stirring within. With 100,000 strands of innate divine thoughts, he was confident in his ability to transcend to the severing fate realm. The next grand threshold is the celestial phenomenon. What form his celestial phenomenon will take is something Jiang Yunhao himself eagerly anticipated. Chapter 107. The Goodwill of the Lan Family, the Mysterious Treasure. Gathering place of various clans. As the formidable figures from various clans gradually returned, the news spread far and wide. More individuals became aware that the Jiang family possessed an ancestral figure of an accomplished sacred body. The Jiang family is indeed terrifying. With such a powerful ancestor in their midst, it seems that no clan on earth could rival them. Moreover, one must not forget that the Jiang family not only has this great ancestor, but also the immensely promising figure of Yunhao, the crown prince, poised for the future. The Jiang family's prospects appear to be exceedingly bright. However, one wonders about the ancient beings of the demon clan. Surely they would not dare to show themselves again. In every corner, from bustling streets to tea houses and taverns, discussions about the Jiang family were rampant. Suddenly, a loud cry erupted from the street. Look outside. At that moment, the Jiang family's cloud vessel descended from the sky, and the crowd eagerly awaited its arrival. At the forefront of the vessel stood a figure clad in white, none other than Jiang Yunhao, accompanied by numerous Jiang family disciples, who surrounded him like stars encircling the moon. Jiang Yunhao was the first to alight from the cloud vessel. Just then, a melodious bell tolled from the central gathering place. Ding! The sound rang out. Following that, ding ding ding. The crowd fell silent in astonishment. This bell was known to resonate only when individuals who had made significant contributions to the Eastern Wasteland returned. This signified the arrival of someone with monumental achievements. Each toll represented the slaying of 10,000 monstrous tide creatures. The bell continued to toll. Could it be? Hundreds of thousands of merits. People were left bewildered. Many were unaware of the specifics of Jiang Yunhao's exploits in the void beyond, only having heard tales of his unmatched prowess in vanquishing numerous prodigies from the ranks of external demons. Prior events, aside from those monitored by the larger clans, remained a mystery to the wandering cultivators. Is that? Jiang Yunhao sensed the extraordinary occurrence. Jiang Junlin stepped forward, presenting a merit token respectfully to Jiang Yunhao. Your Highness, it appears that the treasure responsible for recording the merits of the various clans within the gathering place has sensed your return and is ringing the bell in welcome. Having spent years hunting demons in the void, Jiang Junlin was well acquainted with such matters. He elucidated this to Jiang Yunhao. These merits were indeed valuable. They could be exchanged with the Lan family, the city's governing clan. for abundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures, resources that were rare in the 9 domains of the Eastern Wasteland. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao's eyes brightened. Such a fortuitous opportunity. He had already been satisfied with the bounty from this expedition, as the numerous monstrous tide creatures would provide invaluable bones and flesh, which were essential for alchemy and weapon forging. Now, the prospect of merits added another layer of fortune. One may exchange a plethora of extraordinary resources at the Lord's mansion of the Lan family. Is this not a splendid opportunity? A flicker of excitement ignited within Jiang Yunhao's heart. While awaiting the enigmatic demon ancestor to bring him the black ship, he resolved to engage in seclusion, seizing the moment to elevate his cultivation level. After all, although his physique was formidable, the significance of his realm remained paramount, particularly for one of his ancient sacred body bloodline. The patriarch of the Jiang family possessed the strength comparable to that of an emperor at the quasi-emperor level, surpassing the quasi-emperors of various clans. This alone suffices to illustrate the terrifying potential of the ancient sacred body. Moreover, the noble bloodline talent coursing through his veins was even more profound. Naturally, Jiang Yunhao eagerly anticipated the transformation that would accompany his breakthrough. The merit points accumulated were indeed commendable. Having vanquished numerous tide monsters, coupled with the defeat of several minor demon lords, the merit should be substantial, no? Jiang Yunhao blinked in anticipation. To be honest, Jiang Junlin was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't the merit be considerable? Such a statement could only be uttered by the individual before him. After all, this was the first time their young prince had ventured into the void beyond the heavens, and he was still unfamiliar with the value of merit. This was not merely considerable. It was astonishing, almost beyond belief. Jiang Junlin's expression was peculiar as he probed the merit token in his hand. Merit value, 1029. 374. Over 1,000,000. Jiang Junlin's heart tightened. We welcomed the Jiang family's young prince. Just then, amidst the bustling crowd below, discussions arose regarding who had amassed such an impressive amount of merit. A group of armored soldiers, surrounding a kind-faced elder, emerged from the throng, warmly greeting Jiang Yunhao and his party. The onlookers were left in awe. Among them were seasoned practitioners who had hunted demons in the void beyond for many years, yet they felt a tingle of apprehension. After all, they had spent considerable time in this realm. However, few individuals could warrant the personal welcome of the old steward. Could it be that the one who had achieved such immense merit was none other than the Jiang family's young prince? Unthinkable. How long had Jiang Yunhao been here? This was his first visit. Oh, may I ask who you are, esteemed elder? Jiang Yunhao inquired, turning to the old steward of the Lord's mansion. The steward bowed respectfully to Jiang Yunhao. Your Highness, you are far too courteous. I am merely the steward of the Lord's mansion, not worthy of such reverence. I have been dispatched by the Lord to extend a warm welcome upon your return. The Lord has instructed that upon encountering you, I must invite you to the mansion for a discussion. The Lord's mansion, of course, belonged to the Lan family. The Lan family held a status akin to that of the Jun family of the Divine Fallen City, both being esteemed clans of the Eastern Wilderness, independent of its jurisdiction yet aligned with its faction. Moreover, the head of the Lan family, Lan Xinran, had already been apprised of Jiang Yunhao's exploits in the void beyond prior to his departure. He personally pursued and witnessed the formidable might of the Jiang family, who single-handedly suppressed the demonic tribes and the enigmatic demon ancestors. Although Lan Xinran had yet to return, she had made arrangements for someone to warmly welcome the Jiang family's imperial son upon his return. Thus, it was revealed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao's eyes glimmered with intrigue. He had long been curious about what merits could be exchanged for, and now, with the old steward to guide him, it was indeed a stroke of fortune. Jiang Yunhao refrained from saying much more and promptly followed the old steward along with his companions. A throng of onlookers, all equally curious about the extent of Jiang Yunhao's achievements, trailed behind. The atmosphere became lively and vibrant. Upon arriving at the city lord's mansion, a stooped old woman, wielding a dragon-headed cane, stood at the grand entrance. It was none other than Lan Xinran. A quasi-emperor had come to personally greet him upon his return. This unexpected honor astonished those who had merely intended to witness the spectacle of the Jiang family's imperial son's accolades. The onlookers, many of whom were independent cultivators, had never encountered such a scene, leaving them in silent awe. The moment Lan Xinran laid eyes on Jiang Yunhao, She approached him with a warm smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she got straight to the point. Surely, the Imperial son had come to exchange his merits for resources? Jiang Yunhao nodded, presenting his merit token to Lan Xinduan. To his surprise, she did not even glance at the token. Instead, she exuberantly declared, Imperial son, there is no need for such formality. A young hero like yourself embodies the future of our Eastern Wilderness's 9 regions. My Lan family ought to open the doors of our treasury for you to choose freely. There is no need for any merit exchanges. Lan Xinduan's words left the gathered crowd utterly astonished. What? No exchange required, just a gift? Truth be told, for many present, the day's revelations were indeed enlightening. The Lan family's matriarch, Lan Xinduan, displayed an unprecedented level of cordiality towards the Jiang family's imperial son. Even Jiang Yunhao was taken aback. No merit exchange? Just a straightforward gift? This who would believe such an extraordinary claim? Soon, under Lan Xinduan's personal guidance, the group entered the Lan family's treasury. Oh, what is this? Jiang Yunhao's gaze swept across the room, swiftly fixating on an object that captured his attention. Chapter 108, The Ancient Green Emperor's Legacy. Extremely mysterious as Jiang Yunhao and his companions were graciously welcomed into the city lord's residence by Lan Xinduan, an uproar erupted among the scattered cultivators outside. A disheveled old soldier, with a hint of envy, remarked, It must be the esteemed Jiang family scion. Look, even the venerable Lan Xinduan has come out to greet him. Indeed, you sound rather envious, another chimed in. I admit it, I am indeed envious. Nevertheless, I have little interest in these aristocratic offspring. They merely indulge themselves, relying on their noble lineage. At that moment, the old steward of the city lord's residence approached with an expression of calmness. He said nothing but held up Jiang Yunhao's merit token for all to see. Do you see it clearly? Silence ensued. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop, and every eye was wide with astonishment. Even the previously envious old soldier was rendered speechless. The golden characters of merit displayed on the token were simply unbelievable. Over 1 million. How could this be possible? Many had never witnessed such an astonishing record of merit in their lifetimes. If one were to calculate, it would be akin to an entire clan's younger generation banding together and hunting for several years. Yet now, Jiang family's scion had merely taken a trip outside and achieved such remarkable feats. As many regained their composure, they instinctively stood in respect. Old steward, I was wrong to speak so foolishly. I retract my words. Even the most glib-tongued among them slapped themselves in self-reproach. In the vast void beyond, nothing stirs the heart more than merit. It represents not only formidable strength, but also invaluable contributions to the 9 regions of the Eastern Wilderness. This land is indeed the frontier of the Eastern Wilderness. The practitioners who make their living here have endured countless hardships, forged through blood and battle. These men may not hail from noble lineages, yet it is they who stand as bulwarks against the malevolent invaders. Without their sacrifices, how could the 9 regions of the Eastern Wilderness enjoy peace? Their respect is never for the privileged scions of powerful families. It is reserved solely for those who achieve great deeds and establish unparalleled merit for the Eastern Wilderness. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao and the Jiang family's actions had evidently won the admiration of these frontier veterans. Ah, you see, the old steward couldn't help but smile wryly. Unlike the prodigies of the various clans in the Eastern Wilderness who came here year after year to hunt demons for training, these locals had their families and children rooted in this land. Their battles against the demons were driven more by the necessity of survival. All right. You may disperse now. The old steward did not wish to trouble anyone further. Hey, old steward, may I ask you a favor? What is it? Well, could you perhaps say a few kind words on my behalf in front of the emperor of the Jiang family? I, old who, may not excel in many areas, but slaying demons is certainly within my grasp. I wish to follow the emperor of the Jiang family in vanquishing these fiends. Ah, yes, count me in as well. I, old Wang, wish to join. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao remains unaware of the happenings outside. However, the old steward has inadvertently aided him. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yunhao, his reputation has spread within the circles of veterans in the gathering place, significantly enhancing his renown. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao, accompanied by Lan Xinduan, is entering the treasury of the city lord's manor. Before him lies an array of treasures, including ancient thunderstruck wood, celestial marrow, and crimson sulfur. among other rare artifacts from the 9 regions of the eastern wilderness. The treasury is a dazzling spectacle, overwhelming to behold. Truly remarkable, Jiang Yunhao remarked sincerely. Lan Xinhuan's smile grew even warmer. Her generosity towards Jiang Yunhao is, after all, a means to forge a beneficial connection. Having witnessed Jiang Yunhao's might firsthand, Lan Xinhuan has nearly concluded that the position of the great emperor in this era undoubtedly belongs to him. This is a future emperor, and investing in him now is far superior to waiting until he ascends to power and merely embellishing his success later. Perhaps in the future, she could boast of having provided treasures to this great emperor in his youth. The thought brought an even broader smile to Lan Xinhuan's face. This is merely one of the survival strategies employed by noble families, investing in those with extraordinary talents. Jiang Yunhao, perceptive as he is, understands Lan Xinhuan's intentions. He recognizes this as an expression of goodwill from the Lan family and graciously accepts it. Having more friends is undeniably preferable to accumulating enemies. Soon, Jiang Yunhao's attention was captured by a peculiar treasure within the treasury, distinct from the heavenly materials and earthly treasures like the thunderstruck wood. This item was sealed within a small white jade vial, and he could faintly see something dark within, as if it were a living creature, writhing. What is this? The strange vial immediately piqued Jiang Yunhao's curiosity. He approached and retrieved the white jade vial from the shelf. However, he noticed a change in Lan Xinhuan's expression, as a rare look of apprehension crossed her face. Emperor, this is an ominous object. It is likely not of good nature, so it would be best not to touch it, Lan Xinhuan advised with a bitter smile. Oh, an ominous object? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao's curiosity only intensified. Lan Xinhuan felt compelled to elaborate on the origins of this item. Emperor, you may not know that this gathering place was personally established by the ancient Green Emperor. Over 10,000 years ago, after founding this settlement, the Green Emperor ventured into the void of the heavens to hunt down demons and malevolent spirits. In that great battle, the formidable fiend was nearly vanquished to the point where none dared to proclaim dominion, with only a handful bold enough to reveal themselves. It was in this era, with no great emperors to emerge, that the malevolent beings resurfaced to wreak havoc once more. This small vial, however, was brought back by the Azure Emperor from the profound void beyond the heavens. I have heard from my late ancestor of the Lan family that the Azure Emperor merely left the vial within our family treasury, entrusting us with its careful preservation. As for its contents, we remain largely in the dark. Yet, the Azure Emperor left a message, indicating that this item is exceedingly strange, beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Lan Xinhuan harbors a profound trepidation towards the object within this vial. Such apprehension is understandable, for even the ancient Azure Emperor warned of its bizarre nature, advising against contact. Naturally, Lan Xinhuan holds the Azure Emperor in high regard. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao felt a stirring in his heart. This object is indeed exceedingly peculiar, beyond the touch of mere mortals. But if it is so perilous, why did the Azure Emperor choose to bring it back? There must be a deeper significance. Jiang Yunhao was suddenly struck by an odd sensation. This admonition seemed to serve as a warning to others, yet also carried a hint of a reminder. If one is not an ordinary person, then one should dare to open it. It felt as though the Azure Emperor had intentionally orchestrated this scenario. And what of himself? Could he be considered an ordinary person? Certainly not. With a system and an invincible background, he appeared anything but ordinary. The Azure Emperor's message seemed to resonate directly with him. A peculiar wave washed over Jiang Yunhao's heart. Thus, upon contemplating this, he resolutely decided to open the vial and unveil its contents. Chapter 109. A Day of Breaking Boundaries. The essence of creation and divine elegance. With this thought, Jiang Yunhao immediately opened the jade bottle in his hand. Instantly, a peculiar and ominous aura permeated the surroundings. Thud, thud. Everyone present heard a strange sound. What is this? The crowd's gaze unconsciously fixated on Jiang Yunhao's hand. Oh, the son of the emperor. Lan Xinhuan was taken aback. Jiang Lingxiao, Jiang Junlin, and others who followed Jiang Yunhao also felt a tremor in their hearts. Before their eyes, the bizarre black mist began to swirl out of the jade bottle. However, Jiang Yunhao appeared unfazed and promptly activated the bloodline of his ancient sacred body. The ancient sacred body, known for its unparalleled strength and radiance, possessed a natural restraint against this strange black mist. In an instant, the black mist within the bottle was completely wiped away. Subsequently, everyone discerned the object within the bottle. It was, astonishingly, a pulsating heart. Hiss, what is this? Even Lan Xinjiang, a formidable quasi-emperor, felt an inexplicable panic upon seeing the heart, as if she had encountered the bane of all living beings, sending chills down her spine. If a quasi-emperor felt this way, one could only imagine the dread that enveloped Jiang Junlin, Jiang Lingxiao, and Qing Wan. Upon gazing at the heart, they were all engulfed by a sense of despair, as if death awaited them in the next moment. This anomaly, the expressions of the group changed drastically. Qing Wan, in particular, grew concerned for Jiang Yunhao, instinctively offering a cautionary reminder. Son of the Emperor Yu. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Jiang Yunhao appeared nonchalant, seemingly unaffected by the extraordinary heart. Is this what the ancient Azure Emperor brought from the depths of the outer void? Despite lacking a body, it continued to pulsate. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. It was evident to all that this heart was extraordinary. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunhao settled into a meditative posture. Esteemed elder, please safeguard me. I intend to study this object. Observing Jiang Yunhao's keen interest in the heart, Lan Xinjiang opened her mouth, feeling both astonished and apprehensive. In truth, Lan Xinjiang was concerned that should anything go awry with Jiang Yunhao on her territory, how would the Jiang family perceive her Lan family? The powerful patriarch of the Jiang family might very well overturn her Lan family. Son of the Emperor, this object is ominous. Rest assured, esteemed elder. I merely wish to experiment. Jiang Yunhao understood Lan Xinjiang's apprehension and spoke reassuringly. Seeing Jiang Yunhao's determination, Lan Xinjiang could only concede. Very well, son of the Emperor. Please exercise caution. In the next moment, Lan Xinjiang witnessed Jiang Yunhao remove the heart from the bottle. To her astonishment, the heart suddenly transformed into a swirling mass of eerie black mist, which then entered Jiang Yunhao's body through his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. This scene startled Lan Xinjiang. Huh, is it all right? Lan Xinjiang's pupils constricted suddenly. It was evident that this spectacle resembled the absorption of the strange black mist. Even the mightiest of semi-emperors harbor a profound aversion to this enigmatic black mist, treating it as one would a venomous snake or scorpion. Yet, to the astonishment of Lan Xinyan, Jiang Yunhao absorbed this mist without sustaining any harm. At that moment, Jiang Yunhao found himself enveloped in a state of cultivation. The instant he inhaled the black mist, an unsettling sensation coursed through him, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Even the primal sacred body, which naturally possesses a suppressive power against malevolent forces, struggled to withstand the insidious encroachment of this peculiar black mist. It became apparent that this mist, originating from the heart, was of a higher grade and greater purity than that which pervades the void beyond the heavens. Jiang Yunhao attuned himself to its essence, yet he remained unfazed. In truth, he had long desired to experience the peculiar nature of this black mist. The rationale was simple, as he vanquished the lesser fiends of the otherworldly demonic factions. He had observed that the so-called fallen descendants of powerful clans, such as the nine-legged golden crow and the sky-swallowing lark, could harness this enigmatic black mist without succumbing to its taint. They belonged to a transformed lineage, and this very power was the greatest nemesis to the beings of the eastern wilds. Even a semi-emperor would hesitate to engage with it. Jiang Yunhao could easily envision the torturous transformations endured by the ancestors of these formidable clans when they defected to the eastern wilds, aligning themselves with the otherworldly fiends. Their forebears had endured countless generations of suffering before they could finally adapt to this strange black mist. This was undoubtedly a potent force. If the nine-legged golden crow and its kin could metamorphose and acclimate to such power, then why could he not? Indeed, this was Jiang Yunhao's conviction. It was precisely because he encountered those transformed descendants that he felt assured in his ability to wield this enigmatic black mist. After all, if others could succeed, why should he falter? Moreover, he was unique in his own right. In a moment of epiphany, as he sensed the discordant flow of the black mist within his body, he resolutely employed a moment of enlightenment granted to him through his signed opportunities. There was nothing that a single moment of insight could not resolve. If there were, he would seek further enlightenment. With several opportunities for insight remaining, he harbored no fear of failing to adapt to this peculiar black mist. Indeed, as he had anticipated. He did not need to endure the arduous acclimatization experienced by the ancestors of those clans that had allied with the otherworldly fiends. In an instant, the corrosive sensation of the black mist dissipated from his flesh. Quite the opposite, in fact. Jiang Yunhao discovered that he could wield this mist, feeling an unceasing stream of energy suffusing his being. It was effortlessly absorbable. It turned out that this black mist possessed qualities akin to the essence of heaven and earth. With such purity, his cultivation would surely yield exponential rewards. Elation surged within Jiang Yunhao as he immediately activated the swallowing heaven demonic art to absorb the mist. In that fleeting moment, the divine radiance within the treasure vault surged as the precious materials were summoned by Jiang Yunhao. Oh, the young master. Ah, esteemed elder. My young master cultivates at an astonishing pace these treasures. Fear not. Please take them. Just as they stepped outside, ready to protect Jiang Yunhao, several individuals suddenly sensed the commotion within the vault. What is that? Moreover, ominous black clouds were visibly rolling in from the void beyond, swiftly gathering above the Lan family estate. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that these were not mere clouds, but rather a bizarre black mist converging from all directions, forming a vast swirling vortex. Countless cultivators were stirred by this spectacle. Shadows flitted across the void as practitioners from various clans turned their attention towards the source. What is happening? My heavens, that is in the direction of the Lan family. Could it be that a formidable demon has arrived? Gasping, they recalled that the young master of the Jiang family had recently visited the Lan family. Could it be that the malevolent entities from beyond sought to eliminate him? Indeed, it came to mind that the Jiang family's young master had compelled the enigmatic demon ancestor to procure a black ship for him. Surely, the demons could not allow such an affront to go unpunished. The crowd was filled with astonishment. Among the 10 peculiarities of the eastern wilderness, the legendary mysterious black ship intrigued all cultivators. Yet, none dared to venture into the vast void in search of it. Everyone was actually awaiting the demon ancestor to deliver the black ship to Jiang Yunhao, which explained why the practitioners remained gathered rather than returning to the eastern wilderness. Even some of the older, more powerful figures were particularly attentive, choosing to stay. However, it now seemed that the Jiang family's prowess had incited the displeasure of the demons from beyond. Was it possible that a coalition of these malevolent beings was conspiring to attack? Some factions in the eastern wilderness, harboring ill will towards the Jiang family, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. They had been deterred by the formidable presence of Jiang Mingshang, the family's patriarch, but that did not mean they were genuinely submissive. Especially among certain ancient beings of the demon race, the elder of the 9 nether beasts, a revered ancestor of the Yaoqi's sacred land, and the powerful quasi-emperors of the Wang family. They had all been biding their time, patiently waiting for Jiang Mingshang's demise to settle old scores with the Jiang family. Oh, the Jiang family is indeed destined to face retribution. They chuckled. Who asked them to be so arrogant? The creatures of the eastern wilderness may fear the ancient sacred body, but that does not mean the malevolent beings do. After all, these demons wield the ominous and uncanny black mist. If a collective of quasi-emperor level demons were to strike, intent on claiming Jiang Yunhao's life, it is likely that even Jiang Mingsheng would be unable to withstand them. Witnessing this, the onlookers could not conceal their delight, exchanging glances filled with unspoken excitement. Yet, in the next moment, a familiar aura surged forth with an intensity they could never forget, rising steadily. Chapter 110, Tremors from Beyond. The strategy of the Azure Emperor, the mysterious heart. Something feels amiss. This is the aura of the Jiang family's Imperial scion. Is this boy breaking through his realm? It's not the ominous fiend approaching. It's the Jiang family's scion absorbing the bizarre black mist. What? Completely bewildered, the ancestors of the 9 netherhounds stared in disbelief, their eyes wide open. They clearly observed the strange black mist enveloping the Lan family estate, swirling violently. It formed a funnel-shaped vortex of gaseous energy. Such a scene was all too familiar to the ancestors of the 9 netherhounds. If one were to replace this bizarre black mist with the essence of heaven and earth, it would represent an extraordinarily gifted cultivator in the throes of fervently absorbing spiritual energy. The group stood in a daze. They could distinctly sense Jiang Yunhao's aura growing increasingly potent. No. How could that brat Jiang Yunhao possibly absorb the bizarre black mist? Is there no justice or order left? Are there no sane humans among the human race anymore? The group was utterly flabbergasted, stunned into silence. Their mouths agape for an extended period. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao truly did break through. What is most abundant in the void of the heavens? It is, indeed, the bizarre black mist. Since Jiang Yunhao could wield it, he wasted no time in doing so. He felt his cultivation level soaring. 6th stage of the Severing Fate Realm. 8th stage of the Severing Fate Realm. Completion of the 9th stage of the Severing Fate Realm. Crack. Boom. A formidable, earth-shattering aura suddenly descended, overwhelming and surging forth. Is this the celestial phenomenon realm? The bizarre black mist is indeed exceptionally useful. Jiang Yunhao could clearly perceive the concentration of the bizarre black mist in the surroundings. In truth, Jiang Yunhao was fortunate. Ever since the ancient Azure Emperor established a gathering place for various races here over 10,000 years ago as a bastion against the fiends from beyond, those fiends have kept their distance, rarely coming to cultivate in this area. As time passed, the accumulation of the bizarre black mist only increased. In ordinary times, one could even observe clusters of pure bizarre black mist drifting around the gathering place. However, the beings of various races held a deep-seated aversion to it, refraining from any contact. Naturally, the concentration of bizarre black mist here far surpasses that of other locations. After a millennium of accumulation, all of it was absorbed by Jiang Yunhao through the Heaven-Devouring Demonic technique. Such an opportunity is rare and cannot be sought after. Moreover, only the efficiency of the Heavenly-Devouring Demonic technique could achieve such rapid results. It even led Jiang Yunhao to feel an odd sensation, as if the Azure Emperor's strategy was designed for this very day. Meanwhile, in the outside world, I see it clearly now. This is not a fiend attacking at all. This is the Jiang family's Imperial scion in training. My heavens, the speed of his cultivation is astonishing. He has actually broken through to the celestial phenomenon realm. The practitioners of various clans have finally awakened to the truth, their astonishment palpable. No one could have anticipated that Jiang Yunhao would wield the enigmatic black energy. This revelation stirred a mix of envy and frustration among them, for all were acutely aware of the abundant, peculiar black energy beyond their gathering place. To absorb such energy would be akin to extracting every last drop of spiritual essence from a hidden paradise. Yet, none possessed the ability to absorb it, merely left to gaze in disbelief. Moreover, the prospect of such rapid absorption seemed utterly unattainable, until today, with the emergence of the Jiang family's Imperial scion. At this moment, the outside world remained oblivious. As Jiang Yunhao ascended to the celestial realm, his consciousness blurred, transporting him to a boundless abyss of darkness. In this realm, only a solid black heart pulsated. With each beat, it consumed vast quantities of ominous black energy. Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes. This was the greatest opportunity left behind by the Azure Emperor. He recognized this ebony heart instantly. Earlier, he had thought that the heart, transformed into peculiar black energy, had vanished. Yet now, it seemed he had been overly concerned. The Azure Emperor had deliberately returned with this heart, intending for a fated individual in the future to activate it. Jiang Yunhao could distinctly sense that this heart was in dire need of immense amounts of strange black energy. Even the purest bloodline of extraterrestrial fiends. Only then could this heart awaken. As for what it would become upon revival, Jiang Yunhao did not yet know, but he faintly perceived the Azure Emperor's intentions. The Emperor's grand design unfolded with a sense of inevitability. The first step required a fated individual to master the peculiar black energy. The second step would be to encounter this heart. In truth, the first step alone could deter countless beings. After all, even a quasi-emperor like Lan Xinran refrained from tainting herself with such bizarre artifacts. Yet, how could one facilitate its revival? Presently, Jiang Yunhao faced a significant dilemma. The peculiar black energy, which had coalesced over millennia around the gathering place, was nearly depleted due to his continuous breakthroughs. It seemed he had miscalculated his approach. Jiang Yunhao suddenly realized that perhaps within the Azure Emperor's plan, that strange black energy was preserved for the revival of this heart. He could keenly sense that the external peculiar black energy was dwindling. After all, the efficiency with which Jiang Yunhao absorbed it through the devouring sky demon technique was nothing short of extraordinary. Oh, the essence of those young fiends he had slain still resided within his storage bag. The greatest opportunity left by the Azure Emperor was now within reach. Naturally, Jiang Yunhao was unwilling to let it slip away. He suddenly recalled the young prodigies of the fiends he had dispatched. This would indeed be useful. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yunhao hesitated no longer, immediately focusing his divine sense on his storage bag, ready to refine it using the devouring sky demon technique. The flesh and blood essence of the enigmatic Jinwu, the devouring skylark, and the ancient bull demon transformed entirely into pure energy. In an instant, a surge of eerie black mist was unleashed, flooding into his being. This time, Jiang Yunhao chose not to absorb it, but instead offered it to the enigmatic, pitch-black heart. Indeed, the heart's pulsations grew more vigorous. Furthermore, Jiang Yunhao distinctly sensed that with each beat, this heart bestowed upon him a wondrous transformation. He was absorbing the mysterious power contained within this heart. Should he successfully merge with it, a profound metamorphosis would surely ensue. What an extraordinary opportunity it was. Truly, it was a testament to the meticulous design left by the Azure Emperor. Even Jiang Yunhao felt a surge of exhilaration, eagerly anticipating the changes that would come with the heart's fusion. Meanwhile, in a realm unseen by Jiang Yunhao, deep within the void of the heavens, swirling clouds of darkness gathered in a certain place, where the ominous silhouettes of formidable beings could be faintly perceived. These were the terrifying entities of the quasi-emperor level from beyond the stars. At this moment, they congregated as if in a council. The sinister demon ancestor lamented, expressing his disdain for the Jiang family. A mere perfected ancient sacred body has frightened you? Nonsense. How could I possibly fear it? Enough with the noise, indeed. The perfected sacred body is formidable, its power comparable to that of an emperor. It is only reasonable that the third brother wishes to avoid a futile demise. Brother, such words cannot be spoken. This third fellow intends to seize the bizarre black ship and even offer it to the Jiang family. Within that black vessel lies boundless opportunity. Such an occurrence is rare, and we have yet to fully comprehend its secrets. How can we relinquish it? What do you mean by that? Do you wish to witness my demise? I am afflicted by Dan poison and must take the black ship with me. The true form of the sinister demon ancestor revealed itself, resembling a colossal black bull, towering to an immense height. It bore upon its back an ancient, mysterious black ship, clearly intent on making it its own. Enough, enough. Let us not turn against one another. All this originates from the Jiang family. That wretched Jiang Yunhao is truly infuriating. One elder in a black robe, seemingly of the highest rank among them, furrowed his brow deeply. Just as they deliberated whether to relinquish the bizarre black ship, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. What is this aura? The presence of the ancestor? What? The ancestor has awakened. Chapter 111. Welcoming our ancestor, the aura of the ancestor, the source of the dark energy. In the depths of the void beyond the heavens, the countenances of the several ominous beings present suddenly shifted. Their gazes converged upon a singular direction, the fiends from beyond. Though formed by a complex coalition of certain powerful clans from the eastern wilderness that had defected, were typically unyielding and governed by their own agendas. Yet, they shared a common origin, the legendary ancestor. It is the existence of this ancestor that bestowed upon these defectors the profound ability to wield the enigmatic dark energy, enabling them to cultivate through its mysterious essence. Coupled with their innate prowess as formidable races, their strength ascended to unprecedented heights once they could harness the dark energy. This serves as the fundamental reason why some of the powerful clans in the eastern wilderness would willingly defect and pledge allegiance to the fiends from beyond. To put it plainly, self-preservation is paramount. What cultivators cherish most is their own strength, particularly for those aspiring to contend for the title of emperor in each era. They spare no effort. Every little enhancement counts. However, in the ancient era of 10,000 years ago, the Azure Emperor suddenly penetrated the depths of the void beyond. He wreaked havoc, leaving the fiends from beyond unable to raise their heads. As for the battle between the Azure Emperor and the legendary ancestor, the outcome remains a mystery. Historical records merely state that the Azure Emperor retreated unscathed, while the ancestor of the fiends from beyond vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Yet, the significance of the ancestor to the fiends is undeniably profound. For nearly 10 millennia, the reason the eastern wilderness has been able to stand against us is solely because the ancestor's whereabouts have remained unknown. Indeed, had the ancestor still been present, The mere 9 domains of the eastern wilderness would have likely been trampled long ago. The ominous beings present sighed in unison, reflecting on how the absence of the ancestor has rendered their existence increasingly arduous. Over the years, many powerful figures from the eastern wilderness have secretly sought to connect with them in pursuit of strength. Unfortunately, only the ancestor possesses the capability to transform quasi-emperor level warriors. Consequently, the fiends from beyond have missed numerous opportunities for powerful allegiances. Thus, the fiends of this era are no longer the formidable force they once were, comprising merely 8 quasi-emperor level old fiends. Their lineage is lacking in successors. After all, waiting for the young talents of their own clan to ascend to quasi-emperor level pales in comparison to the direct allegiance of eastern wilderness quasi-emperors. The ancestor seems to be looking towards the border of the eastern wilderness. I can't shake the feeling that the ancestor is summoning us. In resonance, we could offer our strength to aid in his revival. The old fiends present felt a flicker of intense determination in their eyes. Although they had never personally encountered the ancestor, their own forebears had been transformed by him, establishing a profound connection with the ancestor. At this moment, the ancient fiends distinctly sensed the summoning of their ancestor. However, several of these venerable figures hesitated. Although the ancestor held great significance, none of them were willing to pay the price of sacrifice to assist in the ancestor's revival. After all, the current situation was still ambiguous, and none wished to act recklessly. The cost of such a sacrifice was indeed substantial. Congratulations to the esteemed elders. The awakening of the ancestor heralds the resurgence of the demonic path. Just then, a figure clad in golden robes suddenly appeared, drawing near from the distance. The Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan, the True Dragon Clan. The gazes of the ancient fiends sharpened, filled with a chilling intensity as they regarded this golden-robed figure. Oh, greetings to the esteemed elders. If Jiang Yunhao were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this lone figure who had ventured deep into the void beyond, none other than Long Xing of the True Dragon Clan. This ancient dragon had always been at odds with Jiang Yunhao. It was this very dragon who had covertly instigated the so-called alliance of the 4 great powers back in the day. At this moment, Long Xing appeared to be well prepared. He bowed with trepidation, fearful that the ancient fiends would take his life on the spot. After paying his respects, he hastily spoke, "Esteemed elders, I come representing the Azure Dragon Patriarch of my True Dragon Clan." The Azure Dragon Patriarch? The black-robed elder narrowed his eyes slightly. The Azure Dragon Patriarch was indeed an ancestral figure within the True Dragon Clan, one of the last remaining legacies after the demise of the Black Dragon ancestor. Precisely. Long Xing explained with utmost reverence. "Esteemed elders, I presume you share a common hatred towards the Jiang family?" Oh, upon hearing this, the black-robed elder discreetly glanced at the bizarre demonic ancestor manifesting his true form while bearing the black ship. "Indeed, we harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the Jiang family. What you may not know, esteemed elders, is that my True Dragon Clan also has an unending blood feud with the Jiang family." Long Xing quickly added, "This time, I come under the orders of the Azure Dragon Patriarch, seeking an alliance with all of you esteemed elders. You must be aware that the current head of the Jiang family possesses a formidable saint body, while the saint body, Jiang Mingsheng, is manageable due to his dwindling lifespan. The emergence of another, Jiang Yunhao, poses a grave threat. Should he be allowed to grow, with the temperament of the Jiang family, we might witness a revival of the ancient Azure Emperor's era." Long Xing's words were suddenly interrupted by the black-robed elder's sharp rebuke. "Presumptuous. A revival of the Azure Emperor's era? Are you mocking us for nearing annihilation?" Long Xing trembled at the elder's words. "Esteemed elder, please do not misunderstand. I would never dare to imply such. What I meant to convey is that since the ancestors of esteemed elders show signs of revival, it is all the more reason for us to collaborate. After all, should that ancestor awaken, my True Dragon Clan, under the Azure Dragon Patriarch, would definitely be willing to pledge our allegiance. Esteemed elders, you must understand, the Jiang family is truly detestable, and my True Dragon Clan yearns to avoid being subjugated by them." Long Xing spoke with gritted teeth, his tone filled with frustration. Upon hearing this, the ancient fiends present were deeply stirred. "The Azure Dragon Patriarch intends to ally with us?" The gaze of the elder in the black robe suddenly brightened. "Indeed." Long Xing nodded repeatedly. With these words, The hearts of the elder and his companions stirred. They could not help but be moved. After all, the Azure Dragon Sovereign is a quasi-emperor. If they could enlist him in their ranks, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. This implies that the revival of their ancestor is indeed imminent. Precisely, if the ancestor awakens, they could transform that Azure Dragon Sovereign. For many years, they have been locked in a stalemate with those insignificant ants from the eastern wilderness, and the balance of power must shift. The old fiends exchanged fervent thoughts through their divine senses. We must not hesitate any longer. We must swiftly summon our ancestor. Indeed, the 9 domains of the eastern wilderness are becoming increasingly difficult to control. Presently, a certain Jiang Yunhao has emerged from the east. The progress of this young one's strength is nothing short of astonishing. I can hardly envision what level this lad will attain in a few years. This potential threat must be swiftly eradicated. Otherwise, given the character of the Jiang family, they may very well, as Long Xing suggested, witness a resurgence of the ancient Azure Emperor. It is worth noting that before Long Xing's arrival, they had been somewhat hesitant. Yet, Long Xing's counsel was astute. In truth, their understanding of Jiang Yunhao was rather limited, but as he eliminated numerous lesser fiends, it became evident that this scion of the Jiang family is indeed a grave concern. Should he ascend to emperor, the threat he poses would surpass even that of a fully realized holy body. By then, when the Jiang family comes to strike, regret will come too late. Immediately notify the powerful clans. Set up the great array of cosmic reversion to facilitate the revival of our ancestor and contribute our strength. Bring back our ancestor. After a brief exchange, the old fiends resolutely made their decision. Third elder, you shall send off the black ship. Let the Jiang family revel for a while. What is due will ultimately be repaid. The old fiends shared a cold smile. Yes, the enigmatic demon ancestor also gritted his teeth in silence. Indeed, let the Jiang family bask in their arrogance for now. Once our ancestor returns, this grievance will surely be avenged. The true form of the enigmatic demon ancestor, a massive black bull, promptly bore the black ship through the air. Not far away, Long Xing's expression brightened. Jiang family, prepare for your own retribution. The days of reaping what you sow are not far off. Long Xing could never forget the moment he knelt before Jiang Yunhao in public. That humiliation was more excruciating than death itself. Such disgrace. Who is thinking of me? Simultaneously, Jiang Yunhao, who was merging with the mysterious heart, suddenly sneezed. However, his attention was swiftly drawn back to the mysterious heart before him. The essence of the little fiends was insufficient. The rhythmic pulsation of the mysterious heart visibly began to slow. Clearly, the fiends he had slain were not enough. It seems that the matter of merging with this enigmatic heart must be postponed. I need to delve deeper into the void beyond the heavens, to hunt more demons and gather their blood essence. A flicker of emotion stirred within Jiang Yunhao's heart, and he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Just as he was preparing to conclude his cultivation, a sudden thud resonated. The heart before him began to pulsate violently once more, even more intensely than before. What could this mean? Chapter 112. Unworthy descendants, here to welcome the return of our ancestors. Jiang Yunhao was momentarily taken aback. Before his eyes, the enigmatic heart began to throb violently, emanating an unparalleled might. The surge of power felt even more potent than when he supplied the little demons with the essence of their bloodlines. What was happening? Jiang Yunhao blinked, sensing that something beyond his comprehension was unfolding. However, he quickly calmed his mind and focused on the fusion process. Regardless of the circumstances, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development for him. He no longer needed to expend effort hunting down demons. In the depths of the unknown, it seemed as though an inexplicable force was continuously nourishing this mysterious heart. This nourishment was purer than the essence from the little demons. It felt as if it was inexhaustible. The speed at which Jiang Yunhao was fusing even accelerated. At this moment, if there were a progress bar, it would be at 30%, 60%, and so forth. Meanwhile, on another front, apart from the eerie demon ancestor, the other 7 formidable extraterrestrial demons had assembled. They gathered together in the boundless darkness of the void, orchestrating a blood-red grand formation that spanned the expanse. The crimson formation flickered incessantly, teeming with grotesque tide monsters. However, these creatures could only linger on the formation for less than a breath. Soon, It seemed as if their bloodlines were entirely drained, reducing them to mere dust and obliteration. Yet, this was inconsequential, for an endless tide of demons continued to be summoned to encircle the formation. Hiss, is this consumption a tad excessive? At this rate, we might deplete millions of tide monsters. The 7 ancient demons presiding over the grand formation involuntarily twitched their cheeks, although the tide monsters were merely transformed from lowly beings. Requiring minimal cost for conversion, the sheer volume of consumption was enough to make even the seasoned demons shudder. Nevertheless, such sacrifices were essential. If our ancestors were to awaken, transforming a single quasi-emperor would equate to countless tide monsters. Indeed, we must expedite our efforts. Quickly, over there, stop dawdling. Urgently summon the tide into the formation. The pace is quickening. Thump, thump, thump. The mysterious heart before Jiang Yunhao pulsed like thunder, resonating with a deafening sound. It seemed endless. Could this also be part of the Qing Emperor's scheme? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. He decided to recline comfortably. After all, he had nothing to do. There was no need for him to provide any resources at all. It must be said that the arrangements made by the Azure Emperor are indeed meticulous. By the way, since there is such an abundance of energy, I shall continue my cultivation. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao sat up, his expression filled with joy. Indeed, there is still room for cultivation. With such a vast amount of energy, exuding an incredibly pure sensation, Jiang Yunhao even felt that some of this energy surpassed the peculiar black mist he had absorbed previously in terms of quality. If he were not to cultivate, would that not be a waste? Jiang Yunhao immediately utilized the devouring demon technique, competing with the mysterious heart for energy. Of course, he remained cautious, opting for a fair division rather than taking it all at once. After all, the transformation following the fusion of this heart was significant as well. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the strange black mist vortex enveloping the Lan family gradually dissipated. The onlookers were utterly astonished, their understanding of Jiang Yunhao elevated to new heights. A breakthrough in one day, in the celestial phenomenon realm. To achieve such a breakthrough so effortlessly, the Jiang family's young lord is fearsome indeed. My heavens, is this Jiang family young lord even human? To be honest, I truly do not wish to be his enemy. Alas, it is too late to say anything now. We have already offended him gravely. Among the major clans of the demon domain, the Wang family of the human race, the Yaoqi sacred land, and other powerful factions with unresolved grievances against the Jiang family watched in trepidation. They could hardly muster the thought of opposing Jiang Yunhao. In the air, the ancestor of the 9 nether beasts suddenly snorted coldly. He was certainly able to hear these remarks. How could the ancestor endure such comments? He immediately issued a reminder. The younger generation below fell silent, shrinking back in fear. Who knows what the future holds? The ancestor of the 9 nether beasts clenched his fist. Although he did not want to admit it verbally, he understood in his heart that Jiang Yunhao posed an immense pressure on the younger beings of his generation. It is no wonder that the younger members of his clan had lost their fighting spirit. Enough of this spectacle. Disperse now and focus on your cultivation. Do not forget the great enmity of our clan. The ancestor of the 9 nether beasts spoke expressionlessly. However, just as the various clans were preparing to disperse, suddenly, the aura belonging to Jiang Yunhao swept across the heavens once more. It continued to rise, unparalleled in might. It even triggered a series of phenomena across the heavens and earth, reminiscent of the scene where myriad saints bowed in reverence. What? He is still breaking through. The ancestor of the 9 nether beasts stiffened, turning his head with difficulty towards the direction of the Lan family. This is impossible. On what grounds can Jiang Yunhao still break through? There is clearly no peculiar black mist left to consume. This sight left everyone dumbfounded, each individual perplexed and unable to comprehend. What is happening with our Yunhao? In the Jiang family's stronghold, the elders, including Jiang Chun, stood in stunned silence. Celestial Phenomenon Realm, 2nd layer. Celestial Phenomenon Realm, 3rd layer. Boom. Within the Lan family's treasury, it was as if a great calamity had taken residence. A terrifying aura rises and swells. If anyone were present in the treasure vault at this moment, they would undoubtedly notice the peculiarity surrounding Jiang Yunhao. His presence is exceedingly strange, infused with a vibrant vitality on one side, while the other exudes the chilling essence of a deathly abyss, spreading an eerie sense of demise. This represents the two extremes of life and death. Remarkably, these two utterly opposing energies harmoniously blend within Jiang Yunhao. Life and death, decay and flourishing. The instant Jiang Yunhao opens his eyes, he intuitively comprehends an extraordinarily profound and formidable technique of divine combat. Meanwhile, the enigmatic demon ancestor, burdened with a peculiar black ship and filled with reluctance, approaches the gathering place of the Eastern Wilderness clans. The source of the ancestral aura is, surprisingly, within the territory of these Eastern Wilderness beings. This is perilous. Could the ancestor be in danger? The demon ancestor, in his true form, opens his eyes wide, struggling to maintain his composure. He immediately alerts the elder demons in the rear, urging them to cease their sacrifices, for the ancestor's situation is far more precarious. In the next moment, the enigmatic demon ancestor rushes into the gathering place of the clans, carrying the black ship. Ancestor, your unworthy descendants have come to welcome your return. Chapter 113. Will you shield me from danger? At the moment when the enigmatic demon ancestor was thrown into a state of disarray, instinctively shouting out in alarm, Jiang Yunhao had already achieved a flawless fusion with the mysterious heart. The cycle of decay and rebirth, the sensations of life and death. Within the treasury, Jiang Yunhao abruptly opened his eyes, awakening from his meditative state. His gaze was radiant, a brilliance erupting from the depths of his eyes. Jiang Yunhao glanced at his left hand, where a gentle green light was swirling. This was complemented by the heart of the cosmic tree he had nurtured during his time in the cave heaven realm. The two elements harmonized beautifully. Jiang Yunhao felt an overwhelming sense of power, as if he could heal others. The essence of vitality. Remarkably, he found he did not need to master any healing techniques or recite incantations. Merely touching with his left hand was sufficient to effortlessly transmit the life force contained within the heart of the cosmic tree. It was the simplest method to wield the most effective healing ability. After all, nothing is more suitable for healing than the essence of life itself. Conversely, Jiang Yunhao then looked at his right hand. Dark tendrils of energy were emanating from it, resembling the chilling depths of the underworld, sending shivers of dread through his heart. The aura of decay and death. This was the extraordinary effect of the sinister black energy. In essence, Jiang Yunhao could now wield the very black energy that the extraterrestrial demons relied upon for survival. In this current era, the power of these demons had significantly waned since the ancient Qing emperor's purging. Their influence was not what it once was. Yet, they still managed to engage in a stalemate with the 9 domains of the Eastern Wilderness, occasionally daring to infiltrate and plunder resources that were unavailable in their own realm. The reason was simple. The beings of the Eastern Wilderness lived in fear of this eerie black energy. But now, not only did he no longer need to fear it, he could wield it with perfection. The mysteries of decay and vitality were profound. The essence of life could save others, while the aura of death could enhance his mystical attacks. If he unleashed a strike imbued with the essence of decay, its power would undoubtedly increase manifold. Jiang Yunhao's spirit soared. Indeed, the wonders of decay and vitality were remarkable. Moreover, he soon discovered that these two drastically opposing forces had perfectly merged within him. They resonated with the ancient sacred bloodline coursing through his veins. Jiang Yunhao could sense that the supreme and unyielding bloodline within him resonated harmoniously with the power contained in this mysterious heart. Yes, it was resonance. The ancient sacred body is the epitome of supreme yang. Its vitality is unmatched. Yet, the power within this mysterious heart embodies the extreme chill of death, seemingly representing the demise of all living beings. One embodies light, the other, darkness. They were supposed to be the ultimate manifestations of opposites, much like night and day, destined never to coexist. Yet, where there is sunlight, shadows are cast. In the depths of darkness, light will inevitably emerge. Yin and yang can indeed coexist. This marvelous sensation enveloped Jiang Yunhao's heart. Jiang Yunhao's consciousness flickered momentarily, as if he had ascended to the pinnacle of a mountain, where he beheld the juxtaposition of day and night. The cycle of daylight and darkness perpetually intertwined, the sun and moon in constant motion. In an instant, it felt as though he had traversed countless epochs, a hint of desolation reflected in his gaze. In this realm of consciousness, He engaged in but a single pursuit, the observation of the celestial phenomena, the interchange of day and night. A profound understanding blossomed within Jiang Yunhao's heart. The alternation of the sun and moon was indeed a manifestation of the cosmos, embodying an eternal and profound mystery that had existed since the dawn of creation. The sun and moon, yin and yang, my celestial realm. Jiang Yunhao murmured softly within the confines of his consciousness. At the moment of this epiphany, his awareness returned to his corporeal form. It was then that Jiang Yunhao truly solidified his grasp of the celestial realm. He had comprehended the divine powers inherent in his celestial domain. In the realm of cultivation, mastering the celestial domain was no trifling matter. It represented a formidable obstacle prior to attaining the divine realm. The celestial domain necessitated a deep understanding of the phenomena of heaven and earth, a process of introspection and contemplation of the mysteries of the universe. However, such mysteries were not easily grasped. After all, one could merely exist within the cosmos, experiencing sunlight, the gusts of wind, the torrential rains, and the thunderous floods daily, yet few succeeded in comprehending the enigmas of the celestial domain. Many beings who ventured into this realm spent their entire lives ensnared within its confines. Even those who did glean some understanding of the celestial mysteries fell short of Jiang Yunhao's level. The yin-yang celestial phenomenon had never been chronicled in historical records. A stir of emotion coursed through Jiang Yunhao's heart. He sensed that his understanding of the yin-yang celestial phenomenon had, perhaps unknowingly, surpassed that of historical titans. As for its potency, Jiang Yunhao could not yet ascertain. He needed to find an appropriate opportunity to practice. Having stabilized his mind, Jiang Yunhao prepared to exit the Lan family treasury. He felt a profound satisfaction with his recent gains, not merely achieving the celestial realm, but also grasping two arcane powers. Both the cycle of life and death and the yin-yang celestial phenomenon were unprecedented in historical accounts. Meanwhile, chaos erupted outside. The enigmatic demon ancestor was genuinely alarmed. He had recklessly stormed into the gathering place of various clans. This was due to the demon ancestor's acute awareness of the importance of their progenitor. Only with the revival of this ancestor could they once again rise to prominence. What is that? Hiss. It was the true form of the enigmatic demon ancestor among the 8 quasi-emperors of the outer realm. Good heavens, this old demon had actually launched an assault. Dark clouds swirled ominously overhead as a colossal and fierce bull demon, towering at 100,000 feet, roared forth with malevolent power, a harbinger of death and despair. Many beings, whose cultivation has yet to reach the threshold of quasi-emperor, found themselves rendered mute by an overwhelming sense of impending doom that suddenly pressed upon them. Countless entities collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed up at the formidable figure before them. The enigmatic demon ancestor bore a grave expression, disregarding all else as it charged forward. Contrary to the expectations of all, it did not unleash a massacre. The elder powerhouses of various clans gathered within the locale wore solemn expressions. Upon making their appearance, they hastily cast spells to shield their respective territories, revealing that the factions of the Eastern Wilderness's 9 domains were not as united as one might assume. However, the enigmatic demon ancestor was not there to provoke conflict. It boldly advanced toward the source of its unease. Before long, a terrifying celestial might envelop the area. Above the Lan family, a massive black cloud materialized, swirling with purple lightning, emanating a destructive force that seemed intent on annihilating all. The oppressive aura was palpable, plunging the world into silence. What is this? A heavenly tribulation. The tribulation lightning of the purple sky. How could this be? It must have been summoned by that Jiang family prince. This youth is truly remarkable. His very existence has ignited the envy of the heavenly Tao. Meanwhile, on the side of the demon clan, several prominent figures, such as the 9 nether ancestor, wore expressions of elation. The heavenly tribulation signifies the will of the heavenly Tao. Historical records have often noted that whenever a prodigy emerges, a heavenly tribulation follows to eradicate them. Such beings are intolerable to the very fabric of the era, provoking the jealousy of the heavenly Tao itself. I almost forgot, he is the perfect ancient sacred body. Although his realm may not rival that of the Jiang family's great ancestor, when it comes to the potential of a sacred body, he may well surpass Jiang Mingsheng. The most powerful physique of the ancient era is inherently restricted by the heavenly Tao in our time. It is undoubtedly Jiang Yunhao who has invoked the wrath of the heavens. Who would have thought that this youth, whom we have calculated endlessly to slay, would ultimately be struck down by the heavenly tribulation? Several figures flickered into view, gathering together. Those quasi-emperors with deep-seated grievances against the Jiang family, all of whom were elated, unable to suppress the upward curl of their lips. The emergence of the heavenly tribulation captivated everyone's attention, causing them to momentarily forget about the enigmatic demon ancestor. A heavenly tribulation, indeed. Simultaneously, Jiang Yunhao, having just emerged from the Lan family's treasury, distinctly sensed a terrifying aura locking onto him. He had encountered descriptions of heavenly tribulations within the Jiang family's texts. As I have comprehended the yin-yang celestial phenomenon, even the heavenly Tao has grown envious. In an instant, Jiang Yunhao grasped the situation. However, this is an opportune moment to test whether it is this heavenly tribulation that will vanquish me, or if my yin-yang celestial phenomenon shall shatter it. Jiang Yunhao did not underestimate the heavenly tribulation and prepared to employ his celestial phenomenon powers. The tribulation lightning of the purple sky. Unthinkable. Damn the heavenly Tao. Are you also envious of the resurrection of my clan's ancestors? Yet, no one anticipated that the enigmatic demon ancestor would take issue with this. The very appearance of the heavenly tribulation further solidified the demon ancestor's suspicions. This must signify the revival of the ancestors. Only that legendary ancestor could provoke such heavenly wrath in this era. As a thunderous calamity descended, it shattered everything in its path, even tearing apart the very fabric of space. The enigmatic demon ancestor roared as he surged forth, using his own flesh and blood to shield the Lan family from the impending thunderbolt. Boom. Skin was torn, flesh was rent, and blood spattered everywhere. The demon ancestor was charred on the outside, yet tender on the inside. Each drop of blood from a being of the quasi-emperor level was akin to a precious elixir, cascading through the air and exuding an intense, fragrant aroma of medicinal essence. Below, countless onlookers gaped in astonishment. Had this ancient demon lost his sanity? He was shielding the Jiang family's prince from the thunderous trial. Chapter 114. Thank you for your hard work, What is this? The enigmatic demon ancestor resolutely stood between the tribulation and the Lan family, sacrificing his own flesh and blood to withstand a bolt of heavenly lightning. Everyone was left in a state of disbelief. In truth, many had already surmised the cause. It was undoubtedly the emperor of the Jiang family who had provoked the wrath of the heavenly tribulation. After all, Jiang Yunhao was far too extraordinary. His existence instilled a sense of despair in countless beings. In terms of talent and potential, he seemed to exist on an entirely different plane. Such a figure could easily be compared to ancient remnants or primal demons. If he did not trigger the tribulation, who else could? Thus, the truth was evident to the crowd. The ancestors of the Jiuyou clan, the Wang family, the Yaoqi sacred land, the Han family, and others, who had gathered with eager anticipation to witness Jiang Yunhao's downfall, were petrified on the spot. No. Has the enigmatic demon ancestor gone mad? To shield the prodigy of his adversary from the heavenly tribulation? These individuals were utterly dumbfounded, their breaths caught in their throats. They could never have imagined such a scenario. In fact, it was not just them. Jiang Mingsheng, Jiang Chun, and the other four ancestors of the Jiang family were equally stunned. To be honest, Jiang Mingsheng had just been preparing to intervene, intending to shield Jiang Yunhao from this calamity. Although the tribulation would undoubtedly grow stronger with his involvement, he still believed he could withstand it, perhaps suffering only minor injuries. Yet, in light of Jiang Yunhao's significance, what did a few wounds matter? However, Jiang Mingsheng had not anticipated that the enigmatic demon ancestor would step in on his behalf. Is our emperor's charm truly so great? Even the demon ancestor, who once harbored animosity towards our Jiang family, has been captivated by his allure. Look, I have always said that our emperor possesses boundless charm. It is entirely normal for me to admire him. Oh dear, you silly girl, the emperor is your cousin. He is also your maternal cousin. The Jiang family members were abuzz with excitement, discussing fervently. At that moment, Jiang Yunhao emerged from the Lan family's treasury. Upon stepping out, he noticed Jiang Junlin, Qing Wan, and Jiang Lingxiao, who were all frozen in place. What is going on with you? Hearing Jiang Yunhao's words, Jiang Yunhao suddenly jolted back to reality. Instantly, the expressions of those present turned peculiar as they regarded Jiang Yunhao. Emperor, you truly possess extraordinary fortune. Jiang Junlin's eyes twitched uncontrollably. When Qingluan looked at Jiang Yunhao again, the admiration in her gaze was unmistakable. Jiang Yunhao swallowed hard, equally astonished. Observing the strange expressions of the others, Jiang Yunhao was taken aback for a moment. However, he soon comprehended the situation as a resounding rumble echoed overhead. Has the heavenly tribulation already descended? Yet, why am I unharmed? Jiang Yunhao lifted his gaze in bewilderment towards the heavens above. In that moment, he beheld an immense and ominous presence, a formidable beast cloaked in an eerie black mist. Basking in a tempestuous sea of purple lightning, its form marred and grotesque by the fierce flames of magic. Yet, despite its ghastly appearance, it remained steadfast, like an ancient divine mountain, unyielding amidst the relentless onslaught of celestial thunder. What? The enigmatic demon ancestor? Jiang Yunhao recognized it instantly. Wasn't he this the very entity that harbored a deep resentment towards him, having been previously subdued by his enigmatic protector, the mysterious woman? Not long ago, it had even bestowed upon him a wave of warmth, presenting the little demon spawn at his doorstep. Why is this old demon stepping in to bear the brunt of my tribulation? Jiang Yunhao blinked in surprise. The atmosphere was thick with silence, save for the resounding thunderbolts echoing in his ears. Who could possibly provide an answer? Everyone around was equally confounded. Whatever, perhaps this old demon has lost its wits. Jiang Yunhao shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. In truth, this turn of events was rather fortuitous for him. He observed the tribulation, which was indeed a calamity invoked by the heavens' jealousy. The sheer power of this thunderstorm was sufficient to severely injure a quasi-emperor. It was evident how terrifying the celestial jealousy thunder tribulation was, showing no mercy to living beings. Had he not been the scion of the Jiang family, well aware of his lineage, he would never have dared to stand there awaiting the lightning strike, let alone contemplate using the tribulation to test his yin-yang celestial phenomenon. However, the circumstances had changed. Even his ancestral guardians need not emerge to shield him. It seemed the enigmatic demon ancestor had lost its sanity, displaying an unexpected enthusiasm. Esteemed prince, since this old demon is warding off the calamity, shall we linger a while longer? It still bears the peculiar black ship upon its back. We must ensure it relinquishes that vessel. Jiang Yunhao's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the prospect of encountering the mysterious black ship and the treasures it might entail. Your Highness, please take a seat. Qingluan, ever considerate, patted the storage pouch at her waist. Instantly, a quaint pavilion materialized. Her storage pouch was filled with various comforts, and she had thoughtfully prepared to provide her prince with a lavish environment at any moment. Inside the pavilion, there were stone tables and benches. Everyone, please sit. Elder Lan, I invite you, Jiang Yunhao said with a smile. Lan Xinyan, still somewhat dazed, instinctively took a seat. With a wave of her hand, Qingluan conjured an array of spiritual fruits and celestial brews upon the table. Your Highness, please. She kindly poured a cup of celestial nectar and presented it with a smile. Lan Xinyan gaped slightly, her expression a mix of astonishment as she observed this surreal scene. Above them loomed the thunderstorm, while below, a harmonious and leisurely gathering unfolded. Indulging in wine and fruits. Even with Lan Xinyan's vast experience, this day had indeed opened her eyes. Boom, boom. As time progressed, the tempest of lightning finally approached its conclusion. The last brilliant bolt of violet lightning struck down, tearing apart half of the enigmatic demon ancestor's form. The dark vessel he bore crashed thunderously elsewhere, while he himself began a dismal descent. Nevertheless, being a formidable entity at the quasi-emperor level, the remnants of the demon ancestor's body twisted in the void and ultimately transformed into the image of a strikingly handsome, resolute man clad in black. Yet, his aura was unstable, and his complexion was ashen, clearly indicating he had sustained significant injuries. With a deep exhale, the demon ancestor felt a measure of relief mid-air. He could sense the internal wounds he had suffered, likely requiring years for recovery. It must be said, the might of the heavenly tribulation was indeed formidable. However, the heart of the demon ancestor, once burdened with anxiety, finally found solace. After all, he had withstood the tempest. Thus, his ancestor would remain unharmed. Truly, only a being of such caliber as his ancestor could evoke such a powerful heavenly tribulation. It surpassed the might of the tribulations recorded throughout history when monstrous prodigies emerged. The demon ancestor's gaze flickered, filled with contemplation. Ah yes, he must hasten to bring back his ancestor. The longer the delay, the more perilous it would become, as the beings of the eastern wilderness would soon take notice. In the next moment, the expression of the demon ancestor shifted slightly, and he swiftly descended towards the Lan family estate. Jiang family's Imperial scion. However, the demon ancestor's attention was immediately drawn to a figure beneath the pavilion in the courtyard. It was none other than Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao met his gaze and smiled faintly. You have worked hard. Staring at Jiang Yunhao, who appeared unscathed, the demon ancestor stood momentarily dazed. What did he mean by worked hard? What was the implication behind the words of this Jiang family scion? Chapter 115. Signing in at the mysterious black ship. The infuriated enigmatic demon ancestor, upon encountering Jiang Yunhao once more, the enigmatic demon ancestor's gaze was shrouded in gloom, his mood far from pleasant. Nevertheless, he restrained his urge to strike at Jiang Yunhao. This restraint stemmed from the fact that this place was a gathering ground for the beings of the eastern wasteland. Not to mention that the esteemed Jiang Ming, the great ancestor of the Jiang family, had ascended. Even the mysterious protector who had been covertly safeguarding Jiang Yunhao was not someone he could contend with. Moreover, the enigmatic demon ancestor was particularly concerned about the ancestors of the otherworldly demons. The circumstances had shifted, and he was unwilling to expose the existence of the ancestor due to Jiang Yunhao's actions. However, it appeared that a quasi-emperor was also in Jiang Yunhao's company. Could it be that they had already sensed the presence of the ancestor? After all, the commotion caused by the ancestor was considerable, impossible to go unnoticed. What to do now? A weight settled in the enigmatic demon ancestor's heart, a sense of urgency brewing within. Simultaneously, he had repeatedly conveyed messages to the other ancient demon lords, urging them to arrive post-haste. Young master, our people have already proceeded to the black ship. Everything has been arranged. At that moment, a guest elder from the Jiang family flew in, bowing respectfully to Jiang Yunhao. This elder was none other than the Grand Elder who had previously looked down upon Jiang Yunhao. Back when Jiang Yunhao sought to eradicate the Liu family, this Grand Elder had hidden away, unwilling to meet him. However, the situation was different now. None among Jiang Yunhao's lineage dared to defy him. All were wholeheartedly in admiration, revering Jiang Yunhao greatly. Thank you, Grand Elder. Hearing this, Jiang Yunhao rose from his seat beneath the pavilion. Young master, you are too courteous. The Grand Elder replied with a slight smile. Let us proceed to the black ship and take a look. Jiang Yunhao was particularly intrigued by the mysterious black ship. He was almost impatient to sign in. Soon after, the group soared into the sky as if nothing was amiss, heading towards the direction of the enigmatic black ship. The enigmatic demon ancestor was left in a state of shock. Wait, what? Have they completely disregarded me? It felt as though he was invisible. Yet, in the next moment, a flicker of joy ignited within the enigmatic demon ancestor. Ah, they ignored me. Does this mean that the Jiang family, led by the young master, is entirely unaware of the ancestor's emergence? They might merely think that a sudden calamity had arisen, prompting them to gather and witness any peculiar occurrences. Perhaps they were merely here to seek treasures? But little do you know, Jiang Yunhao, there are no treasures to be found here. Rather, it is the revival of my clan's ancestor. With this thought, the enigmatic demon ancestor felt a sense of relief wash over him, a faint smile gracing his lips. He undoubtedly hoped that the matter of the ancestor had not been discovered by the beings of the eastern wasteland. Otherwise, the enigmatic demon ancestor would be in quite the predicament, as he alone lacked the strength to carry away the ancestor. If all went as expected, the ancestor would surely be in a state of extreme weakness. With this in mind, the enigmatic demon ancestor remained still, preparing to discreetly disperse his consciousness and observe the surroundings further. However, in the next moment, imposing figures suddenly descended upon the scene. It was none other than the ancestors of the Jiuyo clan and the Wang family. The unexpected arrival of these quasi-emperors startled the enigmatic demon ancestor. Old demon, have you lost your mind? Why are you shielding the Jiang's imperial son from the thunder tribulation? The Wang family ancestor exclaimed. his voice trembling with rage as he pointed an accusatory finger at the enigmatic demon ancestor. They were understandably furious. They had anticipated that Jiang Yunhao would be struck down by the lightning, and at the very least, it would compel the Jiang family ancestors to intervene. Perhaps it would even injure the great ancestor of the Jiang family, significantly weakening their clan. To their astonishment, out of nowhere, the enigmatic demon ancestor had emerged, risking his life to assist Jiang Yunhao. You yourself were nearly killed by the lightning. Have you gone completely mad? Are you throwing your own life away? Why on earth are you aiding the Jiang family's imperial son? Do you not realize that, given the temperament of the Jiang clan, this imperial son will only grow stronger and one day deny you a path to survival? They were beside themselves with disbelief and outrage, hurling accusations at the enigmatic demon ancestor. Their frustration was palpable, yet they dared not unleash their fury upon the Jiang family. After all, the great ancestor Jiang Mingsheng was still alive. With a formidable saint body standing guard, they had no desire to invite disaster upon themselves. Ultimately, they found themselves here, venting their grievances toward the enigmatic demon ancestor. At its core, it was the old demon's irrational behavior that had compelled him to shield the Jiang family's imperial son from the tribulation. What are you all saying? The enigmatic demon ancestor stood there, momentarily stunned. The barrage of accusations pierced his ears, and he comprehended the situation with startling clarity. The root of the matter lay in Jiang Yunhao's extraordinary potential, which had triggered the jealousy of the heavens, resulting in the thunder tribulation. In other words, the very lightning he had risked his life to deflect was not for anyone else, but for Jiang Yunhao. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Do not speak such nonsense. I am shielding my clan's ancestors from the tribulation. This revelation struck the enigmatic demon ancestor's heart like a thunderclap, stirring his emotions and inadvertently exposing his ancestral concerns. Ancestral matters? Your ancestors were extinguished by the Azure Emperor in ancient times, and you still cling to delusions. They scoffed. Fool, why would I deceive you? I loathe that Jiang family's imperial son more than you do. The assembled quasi-emperors rolled their eyes in exasperation. I. In that moment, the enigmatic demon ancestor could no longer dismiss their claims. His eyes widened in disbelief, his temples throbbing with agitation. Fools, you are thwarting our grand ambitions. Humph. The Jiang family's imperial son grows ever stronger. You, the outsider demon, should prepare for the day your clan faces annihilation. Insufficient in accomplishment yet abundant in failure. Could it be that the fiends are mere fools? These ancient patriarchs remain oblivious to the fact that the malevolent beings are convinced of the resurgence of their ancestral progenitor, a belief fueled by the intense allure of that enigmatic heart. It can be said that Jiang Yunhao's conjecture is entirely accurate. From the very beginning, this has been a scheme meticulously orchestrated by the Azure Emperor. Since the dawn of ancient times, spanning over 10 millennia, the plan has been laid to potentially ensnare the otherworldly fiends. The Azure Emperor's aspiration seems to be to allow future generations to witness the emergence of a being who comprehends the cycles of life and death, and even the profound mysteries of yin and yang. As for why the Azure Emperor has devised such a strategy, Jiang Yunhao remains in the dark. He merely possesses a sense that he has embarked on an unprecedented path, one that may never be traversed again. It appears that he shares a remarkable affinity with the emperors of bygone eras. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao has arrived before the enigmatic black ship. Ancestors such as Jiang Chun are also present, maintaining the stability of the situation. Upon his arrival, the Jiang clan's younger generation promptly parted ways to grant him passage, aware of their prince's profound interest in the black ship. Even Jiang Yunhao himself finds his mind in disarray, for he not only has the opportunity to sign in on the black ship, but it is also intricately linked to the mysterious disappearance of his parents. How could Jiang Yunhao not regard this with particular concern? As he approached the peculiar black vessel and prepared to sign in, a frenzied roar reverberated across the land. Jiang Yunhao, you have wronged me grievously. Despicable Eastern Wilderness human race. How dare you toy with me in such a manner? I shall take your life. Boom. An overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted into the sky. An elderly man clad in black robes and with white hair unleashed a furious howl. It was none other than the bizarre demon patriarch, who had been thoroughly exasperated and nearly driven to madness. The demon patriarch was at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry. The one he had been desperately trying to protect was none other than the Jiang clan's esteemed prince, whom he feared most. If this were to be revealed, how could he face the world? Most importantly, this incident felt like a humiliating jest played upon him, a profound disgrace. He longed to eliminate Jiang Yunhao immediately to cleanse himself of this humiliation. Chapter 116. The Golden Era, the emergence of a prodigy, Jiang Yunhao. You truly deserve to perish. The enigmatic demon ancestor was engulfed in fury, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy, surging toward Jiang Yunhao. Oh, it seems you have grown weary of life. At that very moment, Jiang Mingxing appeared before the enigmatic demon ancestor. Clad in a long robe, with white hair flowing, he radiated a resplendent golden glow. As his hair danced, it seemed as if the sun, moon, and stars were collapsing, and the world itself was decaying and crumbling, only to be reborn in a cycle of extraordinary phenomena that flashed continuously. The might of the perfected holy body was displayed in all its glory. The enigmatic demon ancestor inhaled sharply. Observing Jiang Mingxing's expressionless face and indifferent gaze, he finally regained his senses. He had indeed been momentarily blinded by rage. It was hardly surprising, as he had lived for nearly 10,000 years without ever being toyed with by a mere junior. How could he not be incensed? However, once the anger subsided and he sensed Jiang Mingxing's aura, clarity returned to him in an instant. Ahem, my friend, I. A forced smile emerged on his face as he hovered in midair, somewhat at a loss. You certainly acted swiftly, bringing the peculiar black ship for Yunhao. Jiang Mingxing replied with a faint smile. Yes, the enigmatic demon ancestor forced a smile. Yet, now that the task is complete, you have outlived your usefulness. Unexpectedly, the next moment, a single remark from Jiang Mingxing plunged the enigmatic demon ancestor's heart into despair. Before the demon ancestor could utter another word, Jiang Mingxing swiftly struck his face with a resounding slap. Hitting a person's face is taboo. But, boom, the form of the enigmatic demon ancestor shattered explosively. This scene left the elders of various clans, who had been vigilantly observing the Jiang family's movements, trembling in fear and feeling an icy chill throughout their bodies. Ancestors like Jiang Yunhao instinctively recoiled, rendered speechless. They witnessed once again the terrifying prowess of the perfected holy body. It can be said that, until Jiang Mingxing exhausts his lifespan and passes away, the elders of various clans would never dare to lay a hand on Jiang Yunhao. In his final moments, the enigmatic demon ancestor managed to send a message to the ancient demon lords deep in the cosmos. No more sacrifices, we have been deceived. That ancestral aura belongs to none other than the Jiang family's Imperial heir. As for the demise of the enigmatic demon ancestor, Jiang Yunhao remained unconcerned. With his own ancestor present, he felt utterly reassured. Jiang Yunhao promptly signed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have signed into the black ship. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have inherited a position within the 10 Forbidden Zones. 10 Forbidden Zones? A position? What is this? Before Jiang Yunhao could ponder further, a wave of disorientation washed over him. He felt as though his spirit had transcended, leaving his body behind. In Jiang Yunhao's vision, he could clearly see his own body, as well as the Jiang family members surrounding him, safeguarding him. This is truly an otherworldly experience. However, the ability to transcend one's spirit should only be attained after achieving divinity. Yet at this moment, he found himself prematurely extracting his essence. An inexplicable allure was guiding his spirit, as if beckoning him toward an extraordinary realm. Gradually, Jiang Yunhao discerned that he could behold the 9 regions of the eastern wilderness. He was positioned at an extraordinary height. The entirety of the eastern wilderness and the surrounding abyssal void stretched out before him. What is this? It was at this moment that Jiang Yunhao witnessed an astonishing sight. A grave? The eastern wilderness resembled a vast sepulchre, sprawling amidst the boundless darkness. Countless mortal kingdoms, sects of cultivators, paradisiacal realms, mountains, and rivers, all rendered as mere soil for the grave. The land upon which billions of sentient beings relied for survival and propagation was shaped like a tomb. In the center of this grave stood a colossal stone tablet, towering infinitely, propping up the heavens, anchoring the earth. What sent chills down Jiang Yunhao's spine was that, at this very instant, He could discern a brilliant string of golden names inscribed upon that stone tablet. Eternal radiance over the universe. Indestructible and everlasting. That name was all too familiar to Jiang Yunhao. The three characters were sufficient. Jiang Yunhao, even hailing from the prestigious Jiang family. Well-versed in historical texts, yet not exhaustive in their reading, Jiang Yunhao felt an unsettling chill coursing through him. What was happening? Why was his name etched upon that stone tablet? Hadn't he inherited a position among the 10 forbidden zones? What could this possibly mean? With the world as a grave, eternally illuminating the mortal realm. How could his name appear on a stone tablet that was invisible in the daily life of the eastern wilderness? Jiang Yunhao was engulfed in confusion and uncertainty. Just then, a monumental upheaval occurred within the eastern wilderness. In the depths of the Guanghan domain, a celestial palace shimmering with starlight emerged, supported by pure white lotuses. Elevated above the moon, illuminated by its silvery glow, a tall figure cloaked in white emerged from the palace. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, a paragon of grace akin to a celestial maiden, untouched by the mundane world. She seemed devoid of any emotion. Her skin was like frozen snow, her eyes uniquely mesmerizing. A deep cerulean with an indifferent gaze. Names inscribed upon the Imperial tablet, and someone had attained a position in the hierarchy. At the same moment, in the demon domain, chaos erupted within the true dragon clan, for their ancestors had ventured into the outer void to join the fray. At this instant, a throng of lesser demons scattered in terror. In the depths of the dragon abyss, a chasm echoing with thunderous roars and trembling earth surged ominously. It was as if the apocalypse were upon them, causing numerous dragons to flee their abodes, escaping from the dragon abyss. Who is it? Who has dared to inscribe their name upon the Imperial command stele before me? No, I have sealed my fate for countless millennia, all for this coveted position. It rightfully belongs to me. Aside from the sacred Yaoqi and the dragon abyss, there are whispers of a radiant sun rising within the secret realms. Some mariners have witnessed tumultuous waves surging, heralding the ascent of a colossal Kunping soaring to the heavens, shrouding the sky in darkness with its thunderous roar. Others, in essence, across the eastern wilderness and the 9 domains, astonishing upheavals are transpiring. Even the heavens seem to tremble in response, as if the celestial laws are wary. The emergence of prodigies. This is a phenomenon heralding the birth of extraordinary beings. What on earth is occurring? Countless cultivators stand in utter shock. The golden age has commenced. Is it you, insignificant creature? As Jiang Yunhao gazed in confusion at his name etched upon the stone tablet, several figures abruptly materialized near his spirit. By what right is your name inscribed upon the Imperial command stele? What merit does a mere contemporary being such as yourself possess? What are you truly? Chapter 117. Ancient Oddities, the Contest of the Eastern Wilderness Sequence. As I gazed upon the suddenly emerging ethereal figures, Jiang Yunhao quickly discerned their presence. These beings, much like himself, had arrived here through the means of spiritual projection. A sense of perplexity washed over Jiang Yunhao. Had I wronged you? Why the immediate hostility? However, as he listened to their subsequent remarks, clarity dawned upon him. It appeared that his name inscribed upon that enigmatic stone tablet had provoked their ire. Yet, who they were remained a mystery to him for the time being. The human race, What audacity for such a lowly lineage to have their name etched upon the Emperor's edict. How could a mere human bear the weight of the Eastern Wilderness sequence in this era? Could he, indeed, shoulder such a burden? Among the sudden apparitions, nearly all expressed profound discontent towards Jiang Yunhao. He was the inheritor of one of the 10 forbidden zones, specifically the 3rd, the legacy of the immortal elder. Let us not forget that this figure was shrouded in enigma, rumored to transcend the 5 elements, existing beyond the cycle of reincarnation, indestructible and eternal. That venerable elder was a formidable domain unto himself. A voice, cool and composed, pierced through the air. Jiang Yunhao turned to locate the source, and before him stood a tall, indistinct silhouette of a woman. Surrounding her was an infinite expanse of resplendent starlight, as if she were the sovereign of the celestial realm. Exuding an otherworldly grace, Jiang Yunhao realized that this woman was elucidating his origins. The inheritance of the immortal elder? Surely, she referred to the mysterious black ship. A singular individual representing an entire forbidden zone. It seemed this legacy was indeed remarkable. A flicker of intrigue ignited within Jiang Yunhao. Huh. He may be the inheritor of the immortal elder, yet I am also the heir to the realm of 10,000 beasts. The first to express dissatisfaction towards Jiang Yunhao, a golden, ethereal figure, suddenly let out a series of cold chuckles. A millennium ago, I was already acquainted with the forbidden zone of the realm of 10,000 beasts, and was chosen as its successor. However, that was during the twilight of the ancient era when the Azure Emperor ascended to power, reigning over the heavens with imperial might. In every epoch of the Eastern wilderness, only a being of the Emperor's caliber could be accommodated. I, Long Tianling, willingly sealed myself within the source of fate, nurturing my strength for 10 millennia, all in pursuit of becoming an emperor. But now, how does a lowly human dare to claim a position in the Eastern wilderness sequence? Long Tianling. Upon hearing this name, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. Indeed, he had heard of Long Tianling. The annals of the Jiang family contain tales of this individual, a young prodigy of the true dragon clan, famed in the ancient era of the Eastern wilderness. So you are the ancient oddity of the true dragon clan. Jiang Yunhao's gaze shifted, resting upon the figure of Long Tianling. Long Tianling had risen to prominence over 10 millennia ago during the ancient era, yet he had neither aged nor perished. Instead, in his youth, he willingly confined himself within the source of destiny, waiting to emerge into the next grand era. Regarding the source of destiny, Jiang Yunhao had gleaned knowledge from the ancestral texts of the Jiang family. It is a wondrous creation that can seal all things, even living beings. As long as the source of destiny remains unexhausted, the sealed being shall not perish. However, this is only applicable to beings below the quasi-emperor level. Otherwise, quasi-emperors would be immortal, and the ancestors of various factions could be preserved within the source of destiny, only to break free in times of dire need. Under the rules of the heavenly path, such loopholes are strictly forbidden. For younger beings, however, there are no such constraints. Yet, the source of destiny is exceedingly rare, attainable only by powerful clans. Some formidable clans may choose to seal certain descendants. These beings sealed by the source of destiny are referred to as ancient anomalies by the people of the Eastern Wasteland, as they are indeed prodigious talents from antiquity. Yet, the innate gifts of such beings are exceptionally high. Their own races would lament that if they were to live in an era blessed by an emperor, it would be a profound tragedy for these prodigious talents. Throughout history, each emperor has monopolized the fortune of an era lasting 10,000 years. In this realm of the Eastern Wasteland, only one emperor can emerge every 10,000 years, after which the fortune must be gradually accumulated and restored until the next epoch arrives. Reflecting upon this, Jiang Yunhao calculated the days. The era he inhabited had already surpassed 10,000 years since the ancient period of the Azure Emperor. It had only just begun to emerge. This implies that the fortune of this era has nearly accumulated sufficiently. It is entirely adequate to give rise to a brand new emperor. The Golden Age. Jiang Yunhao began to comprehend why Long Tianling proclaimed the onset of this golden era, a time when various clans vie for emperor. A brilliant and resplendent golden age is indeed approaching. You are Jiang Yunhao, are you not? The woman, surrounded by swirling starry rhythms, suddenly turned her gaze towards Jiang Yunhao. She appeared to harbor little animosity towards him. The woman explained to Jiang Yunhao that despite Long Tianling's harsh words, there was truth in his remarks. Judging by your appearance, you must be a young descendant of this era, regardless of your clan's origin. Compared to us ancient anomalies, someone as young as you is ill-suited to represent the Eastern Wasteland and attain this sequential position. If you are willing, you may transfer this sequential position to me, and I shall ensure your safety. Though her words were not as abrasive as those of Long Tianling, her intentions bore a striking resemblance. The sequential position of the Eastern Wasteland? It is merely a name inscribed upon this imperial monument, Jiang Yunhao mused, narrowing his eyes slightly. If I am not mistaken, whoever possesses the position of the sequence, whose name is inscribed upon the imperial stele, is destined to become a great emperor, is he not? After all, you all refer to this mysterious monument as the imperial stele. Jiang Yunhao's mind is extraordinarily perceptive. From the words of a few, he discerns critical information. Oh, you are indeed clever. The woman's voice remains as frosty as ever. Hey, Ya Wang, you truly have no shame. Are you attempting to seize the position of the sequence from me, Long Tianling? Insolence. This lad was first targeted by me, Long Tianling. The indistinct silhouette of Long Tianling surged violently, casting a furious glare at Yao Guang. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Yunhao also recognized the woman. She is indeed the ancient anomaly of the Yaoqi sacred land from the ancient era. It appears that even the Yaoqi sacred land possesses ancient anomalies. It seems that these powerful factions sealed some of their exceptionally gifted descendants a millennium ago, intending for them to emerge in this era to compete for the qualifications to attain the title of emperor. In light of this, could it be that my Jiang family also harbors an ancient anomaly? Jiang Yunhao pondered quietly. Young man, I advise you to recognize the situation. Do not heed this woman's nonsense. Can she truly ensure your safety? Have you consulted me, Long Tianling? If Long Tianling wishes to end your life, there is likely no one capable of protecting you in this world. Long Tianling chuckled coldly, an overwhelming dragon might emanating from him. His true dragon aura surpasses that which Long Outyin exudes towards Jiang Yunhao. Oh, you wish to take from me? However, what Long Tianling did not anticipate was the sudden emergence of a smile at the corner of Jiang Yunhao's mouth. The position of the sequence is of such significance. How could Jiang Yunhao allow it to slip away? Moreover, what is rightfully mine cannot be snatched away by you. How absurd. Long Tianling gazed at Jiang Yunhao with a hint of astonishment. As an ancient anomaly, he had never considered that a young man from the present era would dare to reject his goodwill. Indeed, in Long Tianling's eyes, his attempt to claim Jiang Yunhao was for the latter's own benefit. After all, an innocent man may suffer for possessing something precious. Enraged, Long Tianling unleashed a torrent of dragon might, the clouds billowing. Even Yao Guang and the others were taken aback by Jiang Yunhao's unyielding refusal. It was not that they looked down upon the young talents of this era. Rather, they themselves were prodigies of the ancient age, having cultivated their powers for millennia within the source of fate. Their foundation and strength far surpassed those of their contemporaries. The title of ancient anomaly is not mere embellishment. Anomaly. It signifies the fear harbored by all beings towards them. You? Seeking death. Long Tianling lunged fiercely towards Jiang Yunhao. Chapter 118. How to speak of a single strike that ends all. Long Tianling was both amused and enraged by Jiang Yunhao's demeanor. He had never imagined that one day he would be ridiculed by a contemporary young being. Let it be known, who is he? He is a paragon of the true dragon clan from the ancient era, a being who suppresses the present and is invincible among his peers. After all, if not for Long Tianling's formidable prowess, he would not have been chosen by the true dragon clan to seal the ancient monstrosity within the fate source. This fate source is exceedingly rare. Even powerful clans struggle to amass many. One could say that Long Tianling embodies the apex of the true dragon clan of his time. An unparalleled young prodigy. The despicable human race. In the primordial age, they were merely fodder for our demon clan. And now, you dare to overstep your bounds? Long Tianling was both furious and incredulous. Although, at this moment, he and Jiang Yunhao were not in their corporeal forms. Having entered this realm in a state of spiritual projection, Long Tianling still unleashed the grand sorcery of the true dragon clan, the heaven-suppressing law. With a single palm strike directed at Jiang Yunhao, he summoned forth a resplendent golden dragon shadow. The golden dragon roared and instantly transformed into 9 golden dragons. These 9 dragons writhed and danced, exuding a terrifying might, intent on subduing Jiang Yunhao. Yao Guang and the others could not help but shake their heads. Their gazes were drawn to Long Tianling, their eyes reflecting a hint of solemnity. They were poised to engage Long Tianling in battle immediately after he subdued Jiang Yunhao's spirit. After all, each of these individuals had set their sights on Jiang Yunhao's position in the hierarchy. This was a selection by the Imperial Fate Steel. Although they were unaware of why the Steel had suddenly chosen Jiang Yunhao, they were determined to contend for it. It was precisely because Jiang Yunhao's name was inscribed upon the Imperial Fate Steel that the inheritors from other forbidden zones were alerted. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao had begun to grasp certain truths. The 10 forbidden zones. In essence, they represent 10 distinct legacies. They are steeped in mystery, reminiscent of the enigmatic legends circulating among the populace of the Eastern Wilderness. The 10 oddities of the Eastern Wilderness. The mysterious and inscrutable black ship is one such anomaly. It now appears that these 10 oddities correspond to the 10 forbidden zones. Some possess a singular immortal elder, a figure revered as a terrifying existence of a forbidden zone, while others, like Long Tianling, remain concealed in obscurity, regarded as the realm of myriad demons. In summary, the forbidden zones are shrouded in mystery. Many beings from the eastern wilderness are utterly unaware. Yet, the inheritors of these zones are undeniably formidable, just like Long Tianling. As Long Tianling harbored murderous intent towards him, Jiang Yunhao remained unfazed. The ancient monstrosities had been nurtured within the fate's source for millennia, their foundation profound. However, no matter how deep that foundation, they were merely trapped at a certain level, sealed and dormant for 10,000 years. To illustrate, it is akin to indulging in a longer slumber than others. Unbeknownst to him, he absorbs the essence of life, thereby augmenting his strength beyond his former self. But what of Jiang Yunhao? Although he has not slumbered within the confines of the life source seal, Jiang Yunhao boldly asserts that he fears no peer. This confidence has been meticulously forged through his relentless endeavors. Moreover, possessing the divine grinding visualization, he has left no opportunity squandered as he vanquished numerous prodigies, eradicating and assimilating their souls in the process. He has nearly solidified his soul into a divine realm. Jiang Yunhao's true strength has never resided in the realm of cultivation or physical form as perceived by outsiders, but rather in the extraordinary intensity of his soul, far surpassing that of his contemporaries. As for Long Tianling harboring murderous intentions towards him, it is most fortuitous. Upon learning that Long Tianling is an ancient aberration of the true dragon clan with a significant grudge against his Jiang family, Jiang Yunhao too felt the stirrings of lethal intent. If one can slay, then let it be done swiftly. He shall show no mercy. In the celestial phenomena of yin and yang, Jiang Yunhao's countenance remained serene as he uttered profound truths, each word laden with wisdom, seemingly imbued with some arcane mystery. This was the unique supernatural ability of the celestial phenomena realm, where words manifest as laws. In an instant, Jiang Yunhao's left eye turned obsidian while his right gleamed with a pearlescent hue. A grand taiji diagram of yin and yang materialized beneath him, standing resolute upon this duality. The sky to his left was pitch black, while the right basked in the brilliance of daylight. This extraordinary manifestation astonished Yao Guang and her companions. What is this phenomenon? They stood awestruck, as the ground Jiang Yunhao occupied transformed into a demarcation of black and white, of sun and moon. With a mere gesture, he unleashed a palm strike, and an immense yin-yang taiji diagram erupted forth. It resembled two fish, black and white, their tails entwined, spiraling forth to obliterate the 9 golden dragons with an unstoppable force. What? Impossible! Long Tianling had only time to exclaim. In the blink of an eye, he was struck by the yin-yang taiji diagram. Bang! Long Tianling could not utter another word before his soul's essence was utterly shattered, dispersing into wisps of ethereal energy. It is over. So swift. This scene rendered the souls of Yao Guang and the others taut with shock as they gazed incredulously at Jiang Yunhao. For even Yao Guang herself could scarcely fathom possessing the ability to effortlessly extinguish the soul of Long Tianling. After all, they were all heirs to formidable legacies, ancient anomalies, none inferior to the other. How can your soul's intensity be so formidable? In the next moment, they beheld Jiang Yunhao resolutely appearing at the site of Long Tianling's demise. Jiang Yunhao immediately activated the divine mill visualization, completely obliterating and absorbing the fragmented soul essence of Long Tianling, transforming it into his own strength. A sharp intake of breath escaped one individual upon witnessing this scene. They now understood why Jiang Yunhao's soul was so formidable. It was because he possessed an unusual technique for devouring souls. Such a method was scarcely seen even in ancient times. At that moment, having absorbed Long Tianling's soul and instantaneously inheriting fragments of his memories, Jiang Yunhao suddenly discovered a plethora of wondrous accounts within those memories. Some of these recollections piqued his keen interest. However, at this juncture, Jiang Yunhao did not hasten to savor Long Tianling's memories. Instead, his gaze shifted, fixating on Yao Guang and the others. This gaze sent a shiver down the spines of the few, as though a hunter had set his sights upon his prey. Just moments ago, they had perceived Jiang Yunhao as their quarry, but now, the tables had turned dramatically. Chapter 119, Kneeling. The pinnacle of the 9 fires of the sovereign emperor, Yao Guang, and the others were momentarily stunned. This was due to the overwhelming strength of Jiang Yunhao, which completely surpassed their expectations. In the next instant, Jiang Yunhao's soul experienced a subtle fluctuation. Threads of profound energy permeated around his spirit, causing it to become increasingly solidified. It appeared so lifelike, as if Jiang Yunhao himself had arrived. His soul has transcended to the divine realm ahead of his physical cultivation. Jiang Yunhao could distinctly perceive the metamorphosis of his spirit. The divine realm, a state yearned for by countless beings, a pinnacle pursued fervently. For cultivators, the divine realm serves as a watershed moment. There exists an insurmountable chasm between divine beings and ordinary mortals. This is especially evident among the human race. When a human cultivator attains divinity, their physical form transforms into a divine body, no longer frail. The power within them elevates to the level of divinity, resulting in an exponential increase in strength. In summary, the advantages of becoming divine are manifold, and none are immune to this allure. And what of Jiang Yunhao? What he accomplished at this moment was nothing short of astonishing. If word spread that one's spirit had advanced to divinity prior to their physical cultivation, it would surely leave many in disbelief. Yao Guang and the others also sensed the transformation of Jiang Yunhao's soul. Their expressions shifted slightly. Has he attained divinity? Could it be that your true realm is divine? You cannot be as youthful as you appear. Surely your cultivation spans over a millennium? The spirit form of a certain inheritor from a forbidden zone quivered violently, revealing the turmoil within him at this moment. Even these ancient prodigies misjudged the situation, mistakenly believing Jiang Yunhao had cultivated for an extensive period, while he merely assumed the guise of a young man. Jiang Yunhao, however, found no inclination to clarify. With keen interest, he surveyed the group and then, without further ado, made his move. The oppressive force of his divine soul emanated forth, enveloping them. What? The faces of Yao Guang and the others shifted dramatically. What do you intend to do? Have you lost your mind? Do you wish to make enemies of us? Presumptuous. Even if you are the inheritor of the indestructible elder. We too are inheritors of the forbidden zone. Do you dare to kill me? They were all taken aback. Yet, the one who protested the loudest had scarcely finished speaking when Jiang Yunhao had already struck. He did not even employ any mystical techniques. With a flash, he closed the distance to the individual and unleashed a punch. This punch appeared to ripple through the very fabric of space. The terrifying power of his soul effortlessly shattered the spirit form of the person before him. Poof! The person's soul disintegrated. Jiang Yunhao's mouth and nose twitched slightly, and pure soul energy was immediately devoured by him on the spot. He then utilized the divine grinding visualization technique to completely transform it into his own power. Jiang Yunhao cast a fleeting glance at the few individuals whose expressions had drastically altered. Why all the superfluous words? Since you have all spoken. The heir to the 10 forbidden zones seeks to vie for this esteemed position, one that represents the entirety of the eastern wilderness, signifying an inevitable ascension to imperial status. Presently, my name is inscribed upon this imperial command stele. If you wish to slay me, I too harbor intentions of eliminating you. What could be more justifiable? Jiang Yunhao's demeanor remained serene. The effortless execution of a forbidden zone heir appeared almost nonchalant. This unabashed and carefree disposition left the onlookers profoundly shaken. In truth, they found themselves unable to refute his words. After all, what Jiang Yunhao articulated was the stark reality. Since all aspired to this position representing the eastern wilderness, friction was inevitable. He merely seized the initiative. If one were to fall, it would only be due to their own inadequacies. No one else could be blamed. Yet, how could these individuals accept such a fate? In the ancient era of their birth, they were sovereigns of their generation, dominating and subduing their own peers. They were accustomed to wielding absolute power, controlling everything around them. And now, at this moment, they found themselves suppressed by a being of this era. How could they endure such indignity? Infuriating. Cursed be this madman. Do you believe yourself invincible? I am merely in the realm of the source of life. My true form has yet to manifest. Once it does, I shall personally vanquish you. Their fury was palpable, yet utterly futile. The louder they protested, the more adept Jiang Yunhao became at his lethal craft. With a series of resounding blows, not a single ancient aberration could withstand his might. In the blink of an eye, 2 more souls fell victim to his wrath. You little thief. This is merely a fragment of our soul. My true essence remains intact. When I emerge, I shall surely hunt you down. You are ruthless, mark my words. My true self has yet to seek you out, yet you dare to strike first. The Valley of the God-Burying will not let this pass. The heirs of the Valley of the God-Burying, the Bronze Immortal Palace, the Reincarnation Hall, Paradise, and other forbidden zones, raged against him before meeting their demise. Oh, so it is merely a wisp of a soul fragment, and your true self still lives? Jiang Yunhao mused inwardly, intrigued. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Jiang Yunhao could scarcely be bothered to engage in further dialogue with these heirs of the forbidden zones. With a mere flick of his wrist, none could stand as his equal. This is the terrifying power of a divine realm soul. Only a soul from the divine realm is truly deserving of the title of divine. No longer are they mere words that people have grown accustomed to. Even Yao Wang was not spared from Jiang Yunhao's wrath. Although Yao Wang was a female soul, what of it? Jiang Yunhao, with resolute determination, was not the type to be swayed by mere femininity. Let us not speak of this woman, who has previously expressed her desire for a position within the Eastern Wilderness hierarchy. Who are you truly? Dare you reveal your lineage? I assure you, I shall not let you escape. Enough of this. I have firmly etched your soul's essence into my memory. Yao Wang seems to possess some abilities. The divine powers she inherited from a forbidden domain appear to be intricately related to the soul, granting her extraordinary techniques in this regard. The twinkling starlight surrounding Yao Wang transformed into a protective barrier, shielding her momentarily. Yet, it merely absorbed a single strike from Jiang Yunhao before being shattered by a swift kick, sending her flying. Her soul body began to disintegrate in the void, on the verge of scattering. Remembering your essence? Jiang Yunhao remained indifferent to this notion. If vengeance is what you seek, then come forth. Who fears whom? At that moment, a terrifying voice resonated across the vast expanse. How bothersome. These incessant buzzing insects are relentless. Am I to be deprived of my slumber? Boom. At the pinnacle of the Eastern Wilderness, where distances seemed infinite, none had anticipated the presence of living beings. Suddenly, a creature, enshrouded in resplendent crimson flames, resembling a harbinger of calamity, shattered the void. Its colossal form obscured the sun. A peak-level quasi-emperor beast? Yao Wang, still recovering, sensed this monstrous entity, sending chills down her spine. Yet, she soon wore a cold smile as she turned her gaze to Jiang Yunhao. It is evident you comprehend not the intricacies of the soul's avatar. Your essence has arrived here in its entirety. This is fortuitous, for it seems my hand need not be raised. Your demise is inevitable. Typically aloof, Yao Wang could not suppress her laughter at this moment. Fortune appeared to favor her. She had encountered a formidable adversary. But what of it? This young man's soul could never withstand the wrath of a peak quasi-emperor beast. His death was assured. Unlike him, she was merely a fragment of a soul's avatar. Even if destroyed, she could return in an instant. Moreover, once this youth was effortlessly obliterated by the beast, she would seize his rightful position in the hierarchy. Contemplating this, Yao Wang felt a surge of excitement, secretly reveling in her good fortune. Jiang Yunhao, too, took note of the beast, which resembled a divine avian creature, its entire being aflame, as if birthed from the very fires of existence. Although Jiang Yunhao had not encountered a peak quasi-emperor before, he could sense the terror emanating from this beast. His brow furrowed slightly. While he acknowledged the beast's might, Jiang Yunhao was by no means a passive individual awaiting his demise. In an instant, he unveiled the profound mysteries of his celestial realm, the yin-yang celestial phenomenon. The world shifted in hue as yin and yang re-emerged. Insects and ephemeral beings. Do you dare to contend with me? In the midst of the inferno, the formidable figure displayed a glimmer of derisive amusement in his eyes. However, when Jiang Yunhao's celestial phenomenon of yin and yang unfolded, No, wait you. Who are you? Boom. To Yao Wang's astonishment, the once fearsome and wrathful visage of the dread being abruptly flickered and transformed, retracting the tumultuous flames. He morphed into the appearance of a middle-aged man clad in red. This red-clad figure stood there, momentarily entranced as he gazed at Jiang Yunhao. Then, to everyone's shock, he suddenly knelt on one knee before Jiang Yunhao. What? He knelt? Yao Wang, who had initially anticipated Jiang Yunhao's demise to seize the opportunity, was utterly bewildered. Chapter 120. A Crimson Egg Kneeling? Kneeling. The celestial light that barely sustained Yao Guang's spirit suddenly surged violently around her. Yao Guang could hardly believe her eyes. This was a formidable entity at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors. Such an existence, even in ancient times, was just a step away from becoming an emperor, a terrifying prospect. To call it a half-step emperor would not be an exaggeration. It was merely due to the constraints of the era that this being had not obtained sufficient imperial fortune and celestial support, preventing its ascension. One could say that this great menace was merely awaiting an opportunity to attain the path of emperor. Yet now, this formidable being was kneeling before the mysterious youth. Who? Who is he? What secrets does he harbor? Yao Guang's pupils constricted sharply as she fixated intently on Jiang Yunhao. In truth, Jiang Yunhao was equally taken aback by this formidable entity. He had prepared himself for a desperate struggle to seize a sliver of hope for escape. After all, while he had great confidence in his own strength, he was not foolish enough to underestimate the odds against a being at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors. Even with his divinity, he had no chance of victory. However, Jiang Yunhao had not anticipated that this great menace would kneel before him. Master, there is an issue. At that moment, Jiang Yunhao heard the voice of the Gravekeeper spirit. The spirit remained within Jiang Yunhao's essence, having not been summoned here. Nevertheless, as Jiang Yunhao's spirit was drawn out, the Gravekeeper spirit, ever vigilant, released a fragment of its essence to follow him, transforming into a ring that coiled around Jiang Yunhao's index finger. The Gravekeeper spirit had long sworn allegiance to him and did not wish to see him in danger. It retained this measure to facilitate Jiang Yunhao's spirit's return, ensuring a connection through this fragment of its essence. Yet, even the well-versed Gravekeeper spirit was astonished by the scene before it. It had never expected that a being at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors would kneel before Jiang Yunhao. What secrets could my young master possibly conceal? He first seized control of the Heavenly Gate, suspected to have ties with the Empress, and recently acquired the ancient legacy of the Azure Emperor. The Gravekeeper's spirit paused, then manifested its form. A black-robed elder suddenly appeared beside Jiang Yunhao. Yao Guang was taken aback by this sight. There was an elder beside this young man. Moreover, it appeared that this elder was not merely a spirit, but a spiritual entity. Could it be that this great menace sensed the presence of this elder? Realization dawned upon Yao Guang. Meanwhile, the Gravekeeper spirit conveyed a message to the great menace. What does this mean? Do you perhaps know my master? The guardian spirit of the tomb harbors no reverence for this formidable being at the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship. After all, he once followed the Empress and witnessed the grandeur of the Emperor firsthand. In life, he was exceptionally powerful and would naturally not be intimidated by a great calamity of this era. Oh, a spiritual entity? Was he a being from the ancient times, even predating the primordial era? Yet, the formidable being at the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship sensed the extraordinary nature of the guardian spirit. Since you have followed this esteemed figure, are you not aware? No, I cannot speak of it. The ineffable, the unseen laws, some truths, if uttered, could lead to my demise. The man in red trembled violently. Jiang Yunhao was astonished to discover a look of fear upon the man's face. He is afraid? What could invoke fear in a being at the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship? As if sensing Jiang Yunhao's perplexity, the man in red wore a bitter smile and bowed respectfully. I, a mere little demon, was blind and have offended you. You, great one, possess a magnanimous heart, so please forgive me this once. The man in red fell silent as a grave. This scene left Yao Guang utterly bewildered. She could hardly believe her eyes. The great calamity feared not the venerable elder in the black robe, but rather the mysterious youth before her. Now, Yao Guang truly grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet, this very realization stirred her heart into turmoil, leaving her restless and confounded. She could not comprehend this spectacle. It felt like a tale from the realms of fantasy. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would have dismissed such claims with a scoff, utterly disbelieving. In truth, it was not only Yao Guang, the witness, who was perplexed. Even Jiang Yunhao found himself somewhat at a loss. However, he could discern that the quasi-emperor calamity knew something but dared not speak. Could it be due to my comprehension of the celestial phenomena, the yin and yang of the heavens? This calamity possesses knowledge of the ancient Green Emperor's schemes and suspects a connection between me and that great emperor? Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred, pondering this possibility. At this moment, he could only speculate along these lines. What else could instill such trepidation in a being at the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship, if not the emperor himself? Or perhaps this calamity is acquainted with the great ancestor of my Jiang family. The perfected sacred body might also evoke considerable apprehension in a quasi-emperor. Of course, this was merely Jiang Yunhao's conjecture. The truth remained uncertain. I hope you won't take offense, but I truly cannot speak further. The man in red appeared conflicted. Jiang Yunhao nodded. It is of no consequence. You are too courteous. Please rise. Upon hearing this, the man in red slowly stood up. It was evident that he held Jiang Yunhao in the highest esteem. This was indeed perplexing. The guardian spirit could not comprehend it, nor could Yao Guang. The atmosphere felt decidedly eerie. In this eerie atmosphere, Yao Guang's spirit and body could no longer endure. Overwhelmed by an incredulous and bewildering array of emotions, Yao Guang's spiritual avatar shattered into nothingness. At that moment, the man in red gazed longingly at Jiang Yunhao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao was momentarily taken aback. Could it be? Suddenly, the man in red reached out into the void and effortlessly tore apart the fabric of space with his formidable power. In his hand appeared an egg, entirely crimson, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns. What could this be? Chapter 121, The True Phoenix Battle Body. News from my father. The formidable figure of the middle-aged man in red revealed nothing less than an egg. Upon merely casting a glance, Jiang Yunhao felt a surge of overwhelming power emanating from the crimson egg. A faint resonance of might subtly transmitted from within. The guardian spirit, transformed into an elderly man clad in black, expressed immense astonishment, exclaiming, "Young master, this is an egg of the ancient true phoenix." The true phoenix, one of the 10 great fiends of antiquity. However, the man in red shook his head at the guardian spirit. What you say is both right and wrong. In this present era, there are scarcely any pure-blooded great demons among the demon race. Even those ancient aberrations, sealed since the primordial age and recognized by the forbidden zones, merely resemble the perfect pure-blooded ancestors of their kin from the ancient times. Yet, my daughter is different. I have nurtured her for nearly 10,000 years. The purity of her bloodline has reached the level of a pure-blood ancestor. She may well be the only perfect true phoenix in existence. As the man in red gazed upon the egg, an unmistakable warmth and profound reluctance shone in his eyes. Nevertheless, he quickly suppressed his emotions and turned his attention to Jiang Yunhao, his gaze intense and even tinged with anticipation. Would you allow my daughter to follow you? Rest assured, I will depart from the eastern wilderness immediately and will not interfere with you. You see, indeed. At these words, Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. From the moment he beheld the egg, he sensed an inexplicable premonition that this great fiend intended to entrust the egg to him. Jiang Yunhao was unaware of the reasons behind this, just as he could not comprehend why this formidable entity was treating him with such courtesy. The guardian spirit was momentarily stunned, his pupils contracting in disbelief, convinced he must be imagining things. A ninth fire quasi-emperor, indeed. A terrifying presence at the pinnacle of the ninth layer, was willingly offering his own child to his young master? To have his child follow his young master? What could possibly be the reason for this? Even the guardian spirit, with over 20,000 years of experience, was utterly perplexed. He could not fathom such a bizarre phenomenon. Although he had accompanied Jiang Yunhao through countless battles and witnessed many miracles wrought by him, his faith in Jiang Yunhao's talent and potential was unparalleled. Yet, despite this, his young master had only just reached the realm of celestial phenomena. The road ahead was still long. Was this truly the moment for such a bequest? The guardian spirit quietly clicked his tongue in confusion. Jiang Yunhao, too, found it difficult to comprehend, though he refrained from asking further. He sensed the fervent hope radiating from the great fiend of the demon race. Senior, your graciousness is appreciated. A perfect true phoenix wishing to follow me is akin to being endowed with wings of a tiger. Jiang Yunhao nodded, signifying his acceptance. The eyes of the man in red shimmered with an unmistakable glimmer of joy. He appeared profoundly relieved that his daughter could follow Jiang Yunhao. Of course, for certain reasons, he could not articulate his feelings. Thank you for your immense kindness. This little demon shall forever remember it. An extraordinarily peculiar scene unfolded as the man, despite offering up his daughter, was filled with unparalleled elation. The guardian spirit could only speculate quietly. Perhaps this formidable being sensed the potential of his young master. He might believe that the position of emperor in this era rightfully belonged to his young master. Furthermore, should he forge a connection with the future emperor, it would be a tremendous fortuity for the practitioner themselves. In the unseen realms, they could even bask in the auspicious aura of the emperor. History has repeatedly demonstrated that the more intimate the relationship between the emperor and their loyal followers, the more favorable the eventual outcomes. Just like the powerful clans of today, nearly all have some degree of connection with the emperors of yore. This exemplifies the influence of the emperor's fortune. It can be aptly summarized as one person's ascension leading to the rise of all around them. As for the identity of the man in red, he was evidently a terrifying figure from the true Phoenix clan of the demon race. His power was even superior to that of the current ancestors representing the true Phoenix clan. The guardian spirit pondered quietly. After Jiang Yunhao carefully secured the egg given to him by the man in red into his storage bag, the man eagerly remarked, "Rest assured, the descendants of this little demon will undoubtedly be of great benefit to you. If she were to be born and her first sight is of you, she would feel an unparalleled sense of trust towards you. Moreover, she is a pure-blood true Phoenix with a perfect lineage, destined to awaken the innate talents of my true Phoenix clan, the true Phoenix battle body. This battle body can sense the rare fires of the world. Being a body of fire origin, the more rare fires collected, the more powerful she becomes." Hearing the words of the man in red, Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes. It was evident that he was elucidating the intricacies of the true Phoenix battle body. It seemed as though the man in red had already anticipated that Jiang Yunhao could attain this battle body. Indeed, Jiang Yunhao could achieve this. After all, he possessed the eternal Tao body, the singular physique in existence capable of embodying the innate talents of multiple powerful bloodlines. Did this elder before him truly possess knowledge of such matters? Yet, at this moment, he was merely a manifestation of his spirit, with his true form not present here. Even at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status, could one perceive his true self? However, the man in red abruptly ceased speaking, seemingly realizing he had divulged too much. He offered an awkward smile and fell silent. Jiang Yunhao refrained from pressing further, clearly puzzled, but choosing to set aside the confusion for now. The formidable being before him was not to be underestimated. There remained one lingering question in Jiang Yunhao's mind. "By the way, esteemed elder, have you been near this Imperial Command Monument all along? This place is extraordinarily unique, seemingly devoid of allure, or perhaps lacking the acknowledgement of the 10 forbidden zones. To become what is deemed the successor, one cannot venture here." For Jiang Yunhao has never encountered any mention of this peculiar space within the ancestral texts of the Jiang family. It appears to be the pinnacle of the eastern wilderness. Only upon arriving here can one gaze upon the entirety of the 9 domains of the eastern wilderness. It resembles a grand tomb, dominated by an immense monument of imperial decree. Had my kin ever set foot in this realm and witnessed such an extraordinary sight, it would undoubtedly have been chronicled within the Jiang family records. To speak candidly, I too have felt the call of a certain forbidden zone. These 10 forbidden zones are shrouded in mystery, seemingly selecting successors in the eastern wilderness, irrespective of status or strength, devoid of any discernible pattern. Over 9,000 years ago, upon becoming a quasi-emperor, I sensed the recognition of the forbidden zone and thus arrived here. I have departed several times, yet the majority of my existence has been spent in this place. The man in red harbored no secrets from Jiang Yunhao. "Do you know of Jiang Feng?" he inquired. Jiang Feng, the father of Jiang Yunhao, who mysteriously vanished over a century ago, leaving no trace behind. Yet tales of Jiang Feng continue to circulate widely within the Jiang family to this day. The Jiang family has long refrained from appointing a new head, as if awaiting Jiang Feng's return. It can be said that before Jiang Yunhao's emergence, the most emblematic figure of the Jiang family was indeed Jiang Feng. According to the elders, his father embarked on a quest to seek the enigmatic black ship after unlocking the primordial Tao Jade and encountering news of this peculiar vessel. Thus, he mysteriously disappeared. This has piqued Jiang Yunhao's curiosity immensely. Where, indeed, is his father? Chapter 122. The Despicable Human Race. At this moment, the tongue-lifting hell. Jiang Feng. The Jiang clan. Upon hearing Jiang Yunhao's words, the man in red was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Jiang Yunhao. This revelation allowed Jiang Yunhao to dismiss a certain hypothesis. It appeared that this formidable figure was unaware of his connection to the Jiang family, and thus could not associate him with the esteemed ancestor, Jiang Mingsheng. Evidently, his second conjecture could be disregarded. A flicker of realization crossed Jiang Yunhao's mind. For the moment, he cast aside his distractions. He could discern that the man in red had indeed encountered his father. "Senior, what of my father?" The man in red pointed to the heavens, speaking with a weighty tone. "I have indeed interacted with Jiang Feng. That extraordinary individual once declared, 'My destiny is determined by me, not by heaven. If given time, I shall surely surpass my ancestors.' He departed from the eastern wilderness before me." The man in red spoke with a hint of trepidation, refraining from elaborating further. However, Jiang Yunhao grasped the underlying message. It seemed his father had encountered some form of trouble. Otherwise, such words as "if given time, I shall surely surpass my ancestors" would not have been uttered. He had left the eastern wilderness. With urgency, Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes. At this moment, this information was indeed sufficient for him. At the very least, he could ascertain that his father was still alive. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the man in red. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your guidance." The man in red, filled with a sense of humility, hastily returned the gesture. "You are too kind." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Yunhao prepared to depart with the spirit of the gravekeeper. "Rest assured, your descendants will be well taken care of by me, Jiang Yunhao. Ah, by the way, I possess an item of great utility for you." The man once again waved his hand, shattering the void, and summoned a ball of fire from a mysterious realm. Exotic fire. This radiant sphere flickered with a mesmerizing glass-like hue, dazzling in its brilliance. It was a type of celestial exotic fire, known as the pure glass-burning sky flame, which I acquired by chance. Although this fire lacks offensive power, it can be nurtured within one's consciousness, providing immense benefits to the soul. Without further ado, the man directed this sphere of fire towards Jiang Yunhao. Before Jiang Yunhao could reach out to touch it, the exotic fire seamlessly entered his spiritual center. In an instant, Jiang Yunhao felt a warm sensation enveloping his soul. Under the nurturing influence of this exotic fire, the strength of his soul began to gradually intensify. Though the increase was slight, the phenomenon was nothing short of extraordinary. It was akin to the mysterious drop of blood he had absorbed earlier, continuously fortifying his soul, coupled with the drop of blood from his physical form. One refined the body, while the other nurtured and enhanced the soul. Even Jiang Yunhao found himself momentarily stunned. Such treatment was truly exceptional. Who would believe it if he spoke of it? The hexagonal warrior was undoubtedly assured. Indeed, there exists a flame of peculiar effect. Jiang Yunhao's understanding of such extraordinary flames is rather limited. After all, these are the unique fire sources of the true Phoenix clan, perceptible only through their true Phoenix battle body. Even members of the Jiang family, who possess the bloodline inheritance of the ancient sacred body, cannot detect these flames. Furthermore, even if they were to encounter them, they might not recognize them. There are numerous types of extraordinary flames, each a natural product of heaven and earth, endowed with distinct effects that greatly benefit living beings. The man elucidated this to Jiang Yunhao. "Thank you, esteemed elder. You are too kind." "Well then, esteemed elder, may we meet again by fate." The two exchanged bows, and Jiang Yunhao departed with the tombkeeper spirit. The man, watching Jiang Yunhao's retreating figure, softly murmured, "A member of the Jiang family. So it is a descendant of Jiang Mingsheng. I never anticipated that the destiny of this era lies with the Jiang family. Jiang Mingsheng, oh Jiang Mingsheng, back in our youth. Neither of us would yield to the other." The man's gaze grew complex and nostalgic, as if reminiscing about his youthful days. In truth, the speculation of the tombkeeper spirit and Jiang Yunhao was correct. This individual, a peak quasi-emperor of the true Phoenix clan, possesses strength surpassing that of the current ancestors representing the clan, as well as a higher status. His era of fame can be traced back to the very end of the ancient times, at the dawn of this era, coexisting with Jiang Mingsheng, the great ancestor of the Jiang family. His lifespan approaches the formidable threshold of 10,000 years. But before departing, it is prudent to return once more. Since he is a member of the Jiang family, I must alert the true Phoenix clan to refrain from antagonizing him. As a descendant of one of the 10 great fiends of antiquity, he is acutely aware of the discord between the demon and human races. Nevertheless, at the core, both demons and humans are beings of the eastern wilderness. Survival and the struggle for interests are inescapable. Thus, he can only return and issue a deathly command. In any case, he will not permit the true Phoenix clan to become entangled with the Jiang family. After all, he is. Ahem. I mustn't speak of that. I mustn't dwell on it. A chilling sense of murderous intent loomed over him. The man shuddered, casting aside his errant thoughts. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot, evidently heading towards the true Phoenix clan in the eastern wilderness demon domain. Meanwhile, thanks to the meticulous arrangements of the Tomb Keeper spirit, Jiang Yunhao need only follow its guidance to smoothly return his soul to his body. Truly, the foresight of the elder is commendable. Jiang Yunhao could not help but praise. Having an elder by my side is akin to the grandmasters of rings or sword spirits from the novels of my past life. It is indeed remarkably convenient. Jiang Yunhao could not help but marvel at how, with each extraordinary talent he suppressed, his fortune grew ever stronger. The gains from this journey could only be deemed perfect, leaving Jiang Yunhao thoroughly satisfied. Not only had he achieved the divine state of his soul, but he had also encountered secrets unknown to ordinary people. Remarkably, he had even received the acknowledgement of a formidable being from the true Phoenix clan, who entrusted him with a flawless pure-blood true Phoenix as his descendant. What was this, if not a pet? Jiang Yunhao blinked, feeling a surge of anticipation for the moment this little true Phoenix would break free from its shell. At that time, with his ancient Tao body, he would only need a drop of pure, true Phoenix blood to effortlessly comprehend the innate divine abilities of the true Phoenix clan. Moreover, this little true Phoenix was a perfect ancient beast, inherently brimming with potential. If it were to grow, it would undoubtedly become a significant ally by his side. Master, it seems you harbor some great secrets, remarked the guardian spirit of the tomb, with a profound implication. The guardian spirit's keen insight allowed it to sense certain anomalies. Jiang Yunhao nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I have contemplated this. As for whether it is a blessing or a curse, that remains uncertain. A flicker of brilliance danced in his eyes. At least for the moment, the secrets shrouding him had yielded quite favorable effects. Thus, there was no need for excessive worry. He was not one to dwell on uncertainties. Ultimately, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. Whether it be fortune or misfortune, it mattered little. If he possessed sufficient power, he would naturally fear nothing. Jiang Yunhao's mind was as clear as a mirror, fully aware of his circumstances. The guardian spirit nodded repeatedly, wishing merely to offer a word of caution to Jiang Yunhao. Little did it anticipate that despite his youth, its young master possessed such profound insight. The prince has awakened. Quick, hurry and inform the ancestors. As Jiang Yunhao's soul returned to his body, his consciousness flickered back to clarity, filled with the familiar voices surrounding him. There were exclamations of joy from the Qinghuan, alongside calls from Jiang Lingxiao, Jiang Junlin, and others. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao remained oblivious to the fact that his recent actions had stirred an unprecedented upheaval in the eastern wilderness. Longyuan. Countless demons gathered in the skies above Longyuan, all awestruck as they gazed upon the glimmering golden radiance emanating from the abyss below. At the very depths of Longyuan, where golden flames spread like an ethereal mist, a scene of divine sanctity unfolded. Crack! A piece of pure, pristine life essence shattered. From within emerged a strikingly handsome man clad in golden robes. His countenance twisted with rage. Bold, detestable, and hateful. That despicable human insect dared to slay my soul fragment. Cursed be it. Such mere mortals should prostrate and submit to my demon clan. This is the decree of the heavenly path, the law of all existence. What manner of being are you, to dare infringe upon the majesty of Long Tianling? You shall descend into the abyss of hell, eternally enduring the tortures of tongue extraction and skinning. Chapter 123. The Emergence of the Anomalous. The ancestors' return. A voice resonated from the depths of Longyuan, powerful enough to shake the heavens and terrify the earth. Numerous demon clans, adorned in fur and armor, gathered above Longyuan, their diverse forms reflecting their unique natures, all turning their astonished gazes towards the source of the voice. My heavens! What is this? Such formidable dragon energy. It evokes an even deeper feeling than when I encountered the semi-imperial ancestors of Liu Ruyan. Could it be that an ancient aberration from Liu Ruyan has broken the seal of its fate and has emerged into the world? The expressions of the demon clans were filled with shock as they engaged in fervent discussions. Clans like the True Dragon Clan, one of the 10 ancient fiends, held a prestigious position among the myriad demon races. Many demons understood that such ancient clans, with their long-standing heritage, inevitably harbored terrifying entities like ancient aberrations. After all, the True Dragon Clan, with its vast resources and enduring lineage, could not escape the emergence of prodigious talents over the millennia. What left the multitude of demons in astonishment and confusion was the apparent fury of this ancient aberration of the True Dragon Clan. From its words, it seemed to have had its avatar severed. My heavens, how could this be possible? Who could overpower this ancient aberration? Countless demons were filled with dread. Meanwhile, within a luxurious palace in the demon realm, a gathering of formidable beings, overflowing with demonic energy, took place. These were the semi-imperial ancestors from the major clans of the demon realm. The demon realm referred to the collective of demon races under the command of the ancient demon emperor, not just a single clan. In this era, no one had emerged with the might of the demon emperor to suppress the various demon races, resulting in a fractured state among them. Unlike the unified front of the ancient times, such a rare assembly of over a dozen powerful ancestors was indeed an extraordinary occurrence. The catalyst for this gathering was none other than the Jiang family and their esteemed son, Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao had grown increasingly arrogant and domineering, making it difficult for peers to rival him. This scion of the Jiang family resembled the young emperors of yore, brimming with potential. If he were to fully mature, it was feared that one day, all demon races might have to bow in submission to the Jiang family. The countenances of the assembled great demons were grim. The ancient ancestors, including Jiu Yu Yao, Long Xingyun, and Qinglong Shangzuan, were present. After concluding their ventures beyond the heavens, they had swiftly returned to the demon realm. Observing the trepidation among the major demon clans towards the Jiang family and Jiang Yunhao, a complex expression flickered in Long Xingyun's eyes. Esteemed ones, be mindful that one must not defy destiny. Should the imperial fortune of this era truly rest upon the shoulders of the Jiang family's heir, and if you insist on pursuing petty gains at the expense of opposing fate, it may lead to calamity and endless misfortune. After a moment of hesitation, Long Xingyun chose to voice this caution. Long Xingyun, do not merely stand there and speak without understanding the pain. My beloved Yue has been seized by that Jiang Yunhao. He has forcibly implanted the mark of servitude upon her, reducing her to a mere slave. The expression on the face of the ancestor of the Jiu Beast clan turned grim as he reprimanded loudly. Long Xingyun furrowed his brow deeply. Yue has been captured? Have you forgotten, my friend? It was you who insisted on sending Yue to provoke the Jiang family's young master. Had it not been for your misguided decision, how could that child have entangled herself with Jiang Yunhao? Long Xingyun, what are you implying? Are you attempting to absolve the Jiang family's young master? The expression of the Jiu Beast ancestor shifted dramatically, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on, as he immediately countered. Among those present were several powerful demons, their eyes glimmering with unusual light, lost in contemplation. It appeared they were influenced by Long Xingyun's words. Upon reflection, it does seem reasonable. The current demon race has long since lost the might of the ancient times. Moreover, the human race has also transformed beyond recognition, especially the Jiang family, which boasts a formidable saint body among them, at least until Jiang Mingxing's demise. Who would dare to provoke the Jiang family? To insist on opposing the Jiang family seems rather imprudent. Such actions would be detrimental to the development of their respective races. Long Xingyun's arguments held merit. However, the concerns raised by the Jiu Beast ancestor and the other powerful demons were not without foundation. If Jiang Yunhao were to mature, the future demon race might indeed find itself compelled to pledge allegiance to the Jiang family. After all, should Jiang Yunhao ascend to the status of emperor, it would herald an era of submission for all races. At that time, it would be a matter of thriving for those who comply and demise for those who resist. Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, where the powerful demons struggled to unify their stance and their thoughts diverged, several voices suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Ah, Jiang Yunhao, so it is, I thought as much. How could a mere lowly human produce a prodigious talent capable of slaying my soul's avatar? His name is Jiang Yunhao indeed. A strikingly handsome man, a sinister smile gracing his lips, strode into the hall, clad in golden robes. He radiated a dragon's aura that surpassed even that of Long Xingyun and the azure dragon sovereign present. Ethereal dragon shadows swirled about him, a natural phenomenon accompanying his presence. Long Tianling. Both Long Xingyun and the azure dragon sovereign instantly recognized the identity of this newcomer. He was none other than the ancient anomaly of Long Yuan, Long Tianling. Despite the vitality that surged within Long Tianling, this vigor was merely a result of him being sealed within the source of fate, emerging only at this moment. Long Tianling's existence can be traced back to ancient times. In terms of lineage, Long Tianling even ranks above these two true dragon ancestors. This is the uniqueness of ancient anomalies. What is there to fear? Is it merely a young master of the Jiang family? Long Tianling chuckled with amusement. He dares to slay my soul's avatar. He must pay a bloody price for it. From what you have told me, this little fellow is the foremost among the current young generation. How fortuitous it would be to subdue him and thereby seize his renown. Treading upon him, let the name of Long Tianling resound throughout the heavens once more. As Long Tianling's voice faded, a sudden sound echoed forth. I have heard tales of his formidable corporeal form. I, Tian Jiao, am quite curious to ascertain whether Jiang Yunhao's physical prowess surpasses that of my innate Tian Jiao aunt's divine abilities. I hope he is not merely a puffed-up shrimp, fragile enough to shatter upon contact. The crowd turned towards the sound, only to discover a minuscule ant, less than a centimeter in size. At the entrance of the hall, its body was pitch black, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint golden glimmer hidden beneath the darkness. A dark golden ant. Although its physique was diminutive and nearly insignificant, the sight of it caused the countenances of the great demons present to shift. An ancient anomaly of the Tian Jiao ant clan, one of the 10 ancient fiends. Yet this clan has nearly vanished in this era, with few having laid eyes upon them. And yet, here it was, manifesting. Could it be that the ancient anomalies of our demon race have emerged? A thought suddenly surged in the minds of the many great demons. If this were indeed the case, they seem to have no reason to fear the future of Jiang Yunhao, for these anomalies are naturally gifted, the paragons of their time, having nurtured their essence for millennia. In terms of underlying potential, these anomalies surpass the prodigies of this era. Surely, even the Jiang family's young sovereign cannot compare? In an instant, the demon race, previously swayed by Long Xingyun's words, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Stability was restored. The demon race need not fear Jiang Yunhao. Since the contemporary prodigies cannot hold a candle to you, cannot overshadow your brilliance, then they should not blame us if our anomalies decide to take action. Meanwhile, astonishing phenomena erupted in various locales. At the Yaoqi sacred land, a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in pure white, resembling a celestial goddess, stood poised upon the air. Surrounded by shimmering starlight, she emanated an aura of the divine. Even the leaders and ancestors of the Yaoqi sacred land stood below, seemingly welcoming her arrival. Yao Guang, you have awakened. The true Phoenix clan. Ah, how can you, as the clan leader, remain idle? Hurry and storm into the Jiang family to avenge our son. A beautiful woman, resembling a young matron, knelt upon the ground, weeping profusely. She was the wife of the true Phoenix clan leader. Her son had recently joined Yue in confronting Jiang Yunhao, but unfortunately, their luck faltered, and they were captured along with the rest of the demon race by the Jiang family. This woman could not bear the grief. Her hatred for Jiang Yunhao ran deep. Wailing and lamenting, she insisted that the clan leader immediately gather the clan to demand justice from the Jiang family. The elders of the true Phoenix clan were present, each seething with righteous indignation. The Jiang family is truly despicable. Who could argue otherwise? Ever since that young sovereign appeared, the Jiang family has grown increasingly tyrannical. How dare the mere humans capture a descendant of our true Phoenix lineage? This is unforgivable, a crime deserving of death. The expressions of our elders darkened like stormy waters, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Has our revered ancestor returned? At that moment, 3 venerable ancestors of the true Phoenix clan suddenly appeared. However, their faces were filled with profound excitement as they gazed towards a particular direction. The woman, upon hearing their words, was initially taken aback, but soon felt a tremendous aura emanating from that place. It was their most enigmatic and powerful ancestor of the true Phoenix clan. She was instantly overwhelmed with joy. What a fortunate coincidence that the ancestor returns at this moment. My son is saved. Ancestor, I implore you to take pity on me. I beseech you to stand up for me. With a swift motion, disregarding the hierarchy, she appeared directly before that esteemed ancestor and bowed deeply in reverence. Chapter 124. The 200 million flesh bodies. Restoring the mysterious little cauldron. Ancestor, you must take a stand for your junior. The young woman's voice trembled with emotion, her visage reflecting a sorrowful and pitiable demeanor that evoked a sense of sympathy. Before her stood the middle-aged man in red, who had once crossed paths with Jiang Yunhao. How audacious! Qingxiao, have you lost your mind? How can you greet the ancestor in such a manner? The other 3 quasi-emperors of the true Phoenix clan were taken aback by her impudent behavior and hastily admonished her. Qingxiao's countenance turned pale. She gritted her teeth, yet remained seated. The man in red had not returned to the true Phoenix clan for many years. He bore no malice towards the younger generation, merely shaking his head and saying, "No matter, speak of your grievances." Upon hearing this, Qingxiao's heart soared with joy, and she began to recount the affairs concerning the Jiang family and Jiang Yunhao with fervor. However, her heart seethed with rage. Wishing fervently for her ancestor to storm into the Jiang family and vanquish Jiang Yunhao, she longed to reclaim her son in grand fashion. Whether her son had instigated the conflict first was of no consequence. Who cared about the order of aggression? Thus, she was oblivious to the flicker of trepidation that passed across the face of the man in red. After she concluded her tale, to Qingxiao's astonishment, the man in red merely offered a wry smile. "So, you have already engaged with that individual. Fortunately, the conflict is not severe. From this day forth, the true Phoenix clan shall refrain from entangling with the Jiang family. Previous grievances shall be set aside. If there lies an opportunity for cordial relations with the Jiang family, particularly with that Imperial son, then pursue it. Those who defy this decree shall face execution." The man in red cast a sweeping glance at the assembled clan members. At this proclamation, Qingxiao was momentarily stunned, her kneeling form abruptly lifting her gaze in disbelief at the man in red. The other members of the true Phoenix clan were equally filled with shock and confusion. "Ancestor, you have issued such a command." The decree of execution for dissenters reverberated through the hearts of the true Phoenix clan members. The atmosphere became eerily silent, as if a single drop could be heard falling. Even the 3 quasi-emperors were unprepared for such an outcome. Yet, they understood the might of the man in red and held him in deep respect. Despite their uncertainties regarding the intricate details, they bowed deferentially to him. "We shall heed the ancestor's teachings." It mattered not if they were unable to comprehend the situation. All they needed to know was that this ancestor would not lead them astray. No. Suddenly, Qingxiao rose. "I understand now. Ancestor, you are afraid of the formidable sacred body of Jiang Mingsheng, aren't you? So you too are a coward. You fear the Jiang family's patriarch and dare not avenge your own kin." Before she could finish her sentence, a resounding slap echoed through the air. The chieftain of the true Phoenix clan struck the woman with such force that she was sent sprawling, blood spraying from her mouth and nose as she was flung several hundred meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness. "I hope the ancestors do not take offense, Qingxiao." She spoke those disrespectful words out of anger and distress. The chieftain was left speechless, gripped by fear and resentment towards Qingxiao for her lack of discernment. Should this incident provoke displeasure from the ancestors, he feared for his own position as chieftain. This woman was indeed a source of significant trouble. The man in red cast a profound glance at the couple. "No matter, a father's love is understandable. However, should your son find success and follow that esteemed prince, it may yet lead to his own fortuitous destiny. Just remember, do not antagonize the Jiang family." As soon as he finished speaking, the man's figure shot into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. He had come swiftly and departed just as quickly. His words had been conveyed, having served as a warning to his descendants. If they chose to heed his advice, so be it. If not, he would impose no further intervention. Every being possesses their own choices. The ancestor is leaving already. The members of the true Phoenix clan stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Yet, many astute individuals discerned the underlying significance of the man's final words. following the Jiang family prince would undoubtedly be a rare opportunity. In the eyes of their ancestor, the Jiang family prince appeared to hold considerable importance. The chieftain, too, grasped this implication and trembled slightly, subsequently issuing a decisive command: expel Qingxiao from our clan. From this day forth, let us remember the teachings of our ancestors and refrain from enmity with the Jiang family. Anyone who defies this order shall face the death penalty according to clan law. In the Jiang family of Lingshu domain, Jiang Yunhao awoke to find himself back home. After Qingluan explained the situation to him, Jiang Yunhao was astonished to realize that during his otherworldly excursion, over half a month had passed without his awareness. During this time, numerous events had unfolded. For reasons unknown, the forces of the outer demons had suffered significant losses, and even the tides of demons had diminished considerably. The mysterious black ship had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, rumors spread across the 9 domains of the eastern wilderness, claiming that prodigies had emerged in various locales, with secret realms sprouting forth like mushrooms after rain. The entire world seemed transformed, as if ushering in a grand and magnificent golden era. The cultivation of all beings had become remarkably easier. Upon hearing Qingluan's account, only Jiang Yunhao comprehended the implications. The golden age had arrived, heralding the rise of prodigies across the land. If all went as anticipated, the ancient aberrations would also awaken. He had slain their spiritual avatars. Surely, these ancient beings harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. As one of the heirs to the 10 forbidden zones, it is inevitable that the other heirs will covet his position in the sequence. The benefits of this position remain shrouded in mystery, yet the very desire for it suggests its extraordinary nature. In any case, a more perilous and fiercely competitive era is upon them. However, Jiang Yunhao is unperturbed. After all, he possesses a commendable lineage and extraordinary abilities. If he were to remain timid and apprehensive, he would consider himself a failure. His aspirations are quite straightforward: to wield sufficient power to uphold the Jiang family's legacy and to uncover the whereabouts of his father, as well as the myriad enigmas surrounding his own existence. Ultimately, all these matters are intricately linked to strength. Jiang Yunhao introspectively assessed his own being. Unbeknownst to him, his physical form had become increasingly formidable. The mysterious drop of blood residing in his heart has been incessantly refining his physique. At this moment, his physical prowess has surpassed the astonishing threshold of 200 million. The enigmatic small cauldron. Suddenly, Jiang Yunhao recalled the mysterious small cauldron he had acquired in the celestial gathering place. Though it appeared worn and battered, it harbors an inexhaustible reservoir of elemental energy. Although he inherited the ancient clan's legacy, which includes knowledge of artifact forging, Jiang Yunhao is disinclined to learn the craft himself. The most foolish approach would be to start from scratch. For him, the most efficient and convenient method is to seek the guidance of a master craftsman, rather than squandering time in trial and error. As a scion of a powerful family, it suffices to have someone capable at hand. This is the advantage of a formidable family background. Thus, Jiang Yunhao promptly resolved to consult with Jiang Shaotian. This esteemed ancestor of the Jiang family is an exceptional master of artifact forging. Jiang Yunhao finds himself eagerly anticipating the wondrous transformation that will follow the restoration of this small cauldron. After all, a mere damaged cauldron has already bestowed upon him an abundance of elemental energy. Just imagine the potential once it is restored. Chapter 125, The Secret of the Small Cauldron. The system stirs restlessly. With a thought, Jiang Yunhao immediately rose and made his way to the Jiang family's ancestral grounds. Along the journey, he encountered several Jiang clan members, each of whom greeted him with utmost respect. "Hail, young emperor." "Greetings, young emperor." Jiang Yunhao returned their salutations with a smile, maintaining a demeanor that was neither arrogant nor hasty, treating his kin with kindness. However, the Jiang clan members were well aware of their young emperor's true nature. When confronted with foreign adversaries, he exhibited a ruthless and merciless disposition, sparing neither foes nor beauties, earning him the notorious title of the Slayer of Maidens. The aura surrounding the young emperor had grown increasingly formidable. I cannot fathom why, but whenever I stand before him, I feel as though I am in the presence of a divine being, the Jiang clan members whispered amongst themselves. These members were not ordinary individuals. Each was a prodigy, capable of perceiving the subtle changes in Jiang Yunhao's demeanor. Do you think the young emperor might be on the verge of divinity? One speculated. In truth, this was indeed a harbinger of Jiang Yunhao's soul having ascended to the divine realm ahead of time. His soul had already entered the divine domain. Furthermore, after absorbing the pure qi of the burning heaven flame, his soul was continuously refining and strengthening. In any case, Jiang Yunhao now exuded an aura that was distinctly different. At this moment, his presence was increasingly extraordinary, imparting an unmistakable sense of inviolable divine authority. The chasm between mortals and deities was palpably illustrated. Upon arriving at the Jiang family's ancestral grounds, situated on a floating island suspended in midair, the four ancestral elders felt his arrival. Generally, ordinary Jiang clan members were forbidden from ascending to this island unless summoned by the elders, as it would disturb their meditative tranquility. However, this regulation held little weight for Jiang Yunhao, as the four elders eagerly welcomed his visits, hoping for more discourse with him. After greeting the four elders and conveying his purpose, Jiang Yunhao promptly produced the mysterious small cauldron. Oh, is this the cauldron that requires restoration? Jiang Xiaotian, the contemporary master of crafting, immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the small cauldron in Jiang Yunhao's possession. Despite its dilapidated appearance, upon closer inspection, one could discern the numerous cracks adorning its surface. However, its material was exceptionally remarkable. Is this small cauldron forged from the primordial essence of the five elements, known as the mother qi of all things? It is said that before the era of the ancient times, during the primordial age, it represented an epoch before the creation of heaven and earth, a time when the mother qi of all beings was abundant. Yunhao, where did you acquire this small cauldron? Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes brightened with astonishment. Even with his vast knowledge, he was left in awe, as if beholding a rare treasure. The primordial age. Primordial signifies the beginning. For the beings of the eastern wilderness's 9 domains, the primordial age is the origin of all things. Following this era was the ancient age, renowned for having the greatest number of formidable individuals and the utmost prosperity among the various clans. The ancestors remarked that this small tripod does not originate from the ancient times, but rather from the primordial era, predating the very creation of the world. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao was somewhat taken aback. He had initially assumed that this exquisite tripod could be traced back to the ancient times, several millennia ago. To his surprise, its origins seemed to be even more distant. Yet, Jiang Yunhao held no doubts regarding Jiang Xiaoyan's judgment. After all, Jiang Xiaotian had devoted many years to the study of artifact crafting, and his discerning eye was beyond reproach. Subsequently, Jiang Yunhao recounted the tale of the small tripod. The elder ancestors listened intently, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed at Jiang Yunhao. What remarkable fortune you possess, young man! Jiang Chun exclaimed with a beaming smile. Jiang Yunxing offered a gentle smile in response, and even the venerable patriarch Jiang Mingxing expressed his sentiments with a hint of nostalgia. Fortuitously, I can assist you in restoring it. Over the years, I have amassed considerable resources, Jiang Xiaotian chuckled, stroking his beard. As a master craftsman, he had indeed accumulated a wealth of materials, which he typically would not readily expend. However, circumstances had shifted. Not only did he hold great expectations for his promising descendant Jiang Yunhao, but the mysterious small tripod, seemingly from the primordial era, also piqued his interest. Stirring a desire to study it immediately, without delay, Jiang Xiaotian hurriedly cradled the small tripod and dashed off. Jiang Yunhao felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance regarding his ancestors' capabilities, harboring no concerns about the restoration of the tripod. With one matter seemingly resolved, Jiang Yunhao proceeded to discuss the Imperial command tablet and the 10 forbidden zones with the esteemed elders. As he eloquently shared the details, the ancestors listened with a mix of emotions. Your father, Jiang Feng, is no longer in the eastern wilderness's 9 domains. Nevertheless, the fact that he is still alive is a blessing, Jiang Chen said, his gaze flickering. As a direct ancestor of Jiang Yunhao's lineage, he held Jiang Feng in high regard and had made numerous inquiries about the couple over the years. Although they had yet to be located, it was at least comforting to ascertain that Jiang Feng and his wife were alive. This news was, for the protective Jiang Chun, akin to a momentous revelation. Patriarch Jiang Mingxing squinted thoughtfully, recalling that in his era, he had also heard whispers regarding the positions of the hierarchy. Yunhao, having inherited that position, You have inscribed your name upon the Imperial command tablet. This signifies that the Imperial fortune of this era belongs to you. Jiang Mingxing, who had lived for an extended time, could trace his existence back to the dawn of this era. It was evident that he was aware of certain legends surrounding the Imperial command tablet and the hierarchy. His expression turned grave as he pondered. Fortune often hides within misfortune, and misfortune may arise from fortune. While this Imperial fortune is undoubtedly a blessing, it also places you in the public eye. I fear. Jiang Yunhao nodded in response, assuring, rest assured, ancestor, I will certainly not relinquish this Imperial fortune. As for the remaining heirs, I harbor no fear should they wish to compete with me. Jiang Mingxing offered a faint smile, acknowledging, I am well aware of your lofty ambitions. However, the ancient oddities you have encountered are but a mere prelude. Nearly 10 millennia have passed, and during this time, the heirs of the Forbidden Zone are not solely those ancient anomalies. This era too boasts other successors, their existence stretching back to my own youth. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is highly likely that they have reached the threshold of semi-emperorship, which implies that among your competitors, there exist some enduring old monsters. Old monsters. Upon hearing Jiang Mingxing's words, Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes. In truth, he had already discerned this reality. It was during his encounter with the man in red that he made his discovery. The peak semi-emperor of the true Phoenix clan, the man clad in crimson, was indeed a significant heir of the Forbidden Zone, traceable to the era of Jiang Mingxing. This revelation indicated that the heirs of the Forbidden Zone are not confined to the older generation. However, at this juncture, Jiang Mingxing suddenly chuckled coldly. If those old monsters dare to make a move against you, I, Jiang Mingxing, will be the first to object. As long as I draw breath, I shall confront the elders, while you shall contend with the younger ones. As a scion of the Jiang family, Jiang Mingxing was emboldened to articulate such sentiments without hesitation. Naturally, Jiang Yunhao placed his faith in his esteemed ancestor. Ah, brother, fourth brother, Yunhao, come quickly. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyan's voice resonated from above the island. As the group swiftly emerged to the palace's exterior, they were met with an astonishing spectacle. Oh, this is... Even Jiang Yunhao's small system emitted a fervent and intense alert. Chapter 126, A World in Uproar, The Primordial Secret Vault Ding. As the host made contact with the primordial chi cauldron, congratulations to the host for refreshing the sign-in location. Ding. Location prompt. The primordial secret vault. In Jiang Yunhao's mind, the notification sound of the little system echoed. At this moment, outside the hall, Jiang Yunhao, along with numerous ancestors, witnessed a miraculous spectacle. Outside, Jiang Xiaoyan had set up a furnace for refining artifacts. This furnace, entirely white, floated gracefully in the air. Beneath it, the flames roared mysteriously, emitting a radiant array of colors. The furnace was crafted from the finest celestial jade essence, making it the pinnacle of artifact refining furnaces in the mortal realm. The flames were equally extraordinary. Indeed, Jiang Xiaoyan had spared no effort, utilizing his most treasured items to repair the mysterious cauldron for Jiang Yunhao. As Jiang Yunhao had surmised, his ancestor was undoubtedly capable of restoring the primordial chi cauldron. However, at this moment, the cauldron had been successfully repaired. Jiang Yunhao could distinctly perceive the surging elemental energies within the cauldron, nearly overwhelming. Above the furnace, a small cauldron floated ethereally. Surrounding the cauldron were the 5 elemental energies, representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, radiating outward and illuminating the cosmos. This primordial chi cauldron exuded a terrifying pressure unique to itself. The members of the Jiang family also took note of this extraordinary sight. Each one was utterly astonished, even feeling that the floating cauldron's oppressive aura could rival that of the family's ancestral treasure, the 9 Dragons Coffin. What is the 9 Dragons Coffin? According to the historical records of the Jiang family, it was an artifact obtained by one of their ancestors during an encounter in the void beyond the heavens. Over the years, no one has been able to ascertain its origins. Nevertheless, the 9 Dragons Coffin is undeniably enigmatic, possessing incredible power. Jiang Yunhao had previously expended resources to have the elders of the Jiang family assist him in opening the 9 Dragons Coffin, which resulted in the immediate annihilation of the Liu family's divine ancestor, showcasing the coffin's remarkable nature. In this moment, The primordial chi cauldron emanated an aura that seemed to rival that of the 9 dragons' coffin. Not only the ordinary members of the Jiang family, but even the ancestors were momentarily stunned. Goodness, Yunhao, you have truly brought back an extraordinary treasure. Jiang Chun was overjoyed. However, Jiang Yunhao furrowed his brow. As the master of the primordial chi cauldron, he suddenly experienced a peculiar and unsettling sensation permeating his heart. Something feels off. Ancestor, it seems that. Just as Jiang Yunhao was speaking, a torrent of energy surged from deep within the Jiang family estate. 9 skeletal dragons, ominously white, appeared to come to life. Bound by dark chains, they pulled forth a bronze coffin, soaring into the sky. The mysterious artifact, the 9 dragons' coffin, which the ancestors of the Jiang family had inadvertently acquired, was unexpectedly stirred into action. The bronze coffin stands imposingly, exuding an unparalleled aura of destruction. What is this? No one commands it, yet the 9 dragons' coffin has stirred. The faces of the Jiang family members change dramatically, for they are acutely aware of the tremendous difficulty involved in manipulating the 9 dragons' coffin. It requires a vast expenditure of resources, merely to exert a momentary influence. Yet now, this coffin moves autonomously, as if imbued with consciousness. How can the Jiang family not be shaken to their core? Then, they witnessed the previously repaired primordial chi cauldron, just mended by Jiang Shaotian, tremble suddenly. In an instant, this diminutive cauldron swells dramatically. Originally no larger than a palm, it expands to a colossal size that obscures the heavens. Like an ancient divine mountain, it embodies the power to suppress all in existence. Crashing forcefully against the massive bronze coffin. Bang! The deafening sound reverberates through the cosmos. Weaker beings are instantly rendered unconscious by the force. What is happening here? The elder powerhouses of the Jiang family soar into the sky, joining Jiang Yunhao and the others. All were expressions of bewilderment. Jiang Yunhao's expression is particularly peculiar. Have I inadvertently brought back a treasure that bears a grudge against the 9 dragons' coffin? Otherwise, how could these 2 equally enigmatic artifacts engage in conflict upon their first encounter? The scene resembles 2 adversaries who, upon meeting, cannot restrain their animosity and immediately clash. Young master, these 2 treasures likely possess self-awareness. The voice of the Tomb Guardian suddenly resonates in Jiang Yunhao's mind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao's heart stirs. Treasures with self-awareness. It is said that even the most formidable imperial weapons of the great emperors do not possess such consciousness. As for quasi-imperial weapons, divine artifacts, and spiritual tools, they are even less likely to exhibit self-awareness. The emergence of a treasure with self-awareness signifies a transcendence into the extraordinary, reaching an unimaginable level. Ancient texts from the Eastern Wasteland have never documented such treasures. This implies their absence in the Eastern Wasteland. Even the extreme imperial weapons crafted by great emperors are incapable of this. Thus, whether it be the 9 dragons' coffin, fortuitously acquired by my Jiang family ancestors, or the primordial chi cauldron that I possess, they are fundamentally of a tier that surpasses even the extreme imperial weapons, attaining a level beyond the comprehension of beings in the Eastern Wasteland. A glint of brilliance flashes in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. Indeed, these 2 treasures undoubtedly eclipse the terror of extreme imperial weapons. The Tomb Guardian is equally awestruck, overwhelmed with astonishment. Although he has followed the indomitable empress of antiquity and possesses vast knowledge, he never dared to imagine witnessing treasures that far exceed the level of extreme imperial weapons. And now, they are clashing before him. Indeed, at this very moment, the 9 dragons' coffin and the mother of all things cauldron collided with ferocity. These 2 extraordinary treasures were equally defiant, shaking the very fabric of space and leaving it riddled with cracks. Across the Eastern Wasteland's 9 domains, every formidable being sensed this pivotal moment. Countless gazes converged. What is happening? What trickery are the Jiang family up to now? My heavens, are 2 supreme imperial artifacts clashing? No. This seems even more terrifying than our family's imperial treasures. Upon witnessing this, the elders of various sects and powerful clans were equally astounded. Amidst the clash of these 2 treasures, the void itself was indeed rent asunder. In the instant of spatial rupture, unparalleled brilliance cascaded through the fissure. Multicolored radiance illuminated the heavens and the earth, while an intoxicating fragrance of herbs wafted forth from the crack. Any being that inhaled even a whiff felt as if they were undergoing a profound transformation. The primordial secret vault. Has it been opened? How could it open ahead of schedule? This is impossible. I am not prepared. From the eastern wasteland's 9 domains to the realms beyond, even the otherworldly fiends sensed the disturbance. Long Tianling, Tianjie, Yaoguang. Even some ancient beings concealed in seclusion immediately opened their eyes, turning towards the Jiang family's direction. No. It's not that the primordial secret vault has opened early, but rather that the Jiang family has created a gap. The location of the primordial vault's opening is in the Jiang family's territory within the Lingshu domain. That cursed Jiang Yunhao's family? How is this possible? Why should the Jiang family be able to access the primordial vault ahead of time? Long Yuan and Long Tianling's expressions shifted, their teeth clenched in frustration. As ancient anomalies, they were privy to secrets unknown to ordinary folk. Yet, although Jiang Yunhao was unaware of these hidden truths, he could sense the extraordinary opportunities that lay beyond the fissure. These two treasures clashed for so long merely to unveil this gap. Simultaneously, the mother of all things cauldron and the 9 dragons coffin fell into silence, leading the onlookers to a belated realization. The two treasures were not mortal enemies locked in a fatal struggle, but rather collaborating to unveil this spatial rift. Even the esteemed ancestors of the Jiang family looked at Jiang Yunhao with astonishment. The expressions of the 4 ancestors were peculiar. Goodness, truly worthy of Yunhao. By mere happenstance, he brought back a treasure that opened such a mysterious spatial fissure. At this moment, any cultivator could perceive that behind this spatial rift lay profound opportunities. The Jiang family was indeed fortunate. Treasures are meant to be shared. As a prominent clan of the Eastern Wasteland, the Jiang family cannot monopolize this. Indeed, the opportunities of the Eastern Wasteland belong to us all. With the sound of cracking and shattering, formidable figures tore through the fabric of space, forcefully opening a passageway and arriving above the Jiang family in the Lingshu domain. Chapter 127. Do you think you can take advantage of the Jiang family? Do you see me agreeing? The collision of the two supreme treasures created an uproar of unparalleled magnitude, sending ripples throughout the 9 domains of the eastern wilderness. Especially after the clash, the ensuing spatial rift revealed a glimpse of treasure light, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance of potent herbs that wafted through the air. This spectacle could hardly be ignored by the formidable beings in the eastern wilderness, prompting many to reveal themselves, including several illustrious elders such as the esteemed Qinglong Supreme, the venerable Juyo Yaozu, and prominent families like the Wang and Han clans, as well as the sacred land of Yaozi. In essence, everyone capable of making an appearance did so, yet their absence was noted during mundane affairs. However, when what seemed to be an opportunity for fortune emerged, they were all too eager to arrive, faster than anyone else. Jiang Yunhao took note of these figures. Since the dawn of the Golden Era, secret realms and opportunities had sporadically manifested across the eastern wilderness, and the powerful clans had sensed the changes in the world, their gazes fixed on the fluctuations around them. The commotion caused by the Jiang family was immense, and Jiang Yunhao felt no surprise at their arrival. As the master of the cauldron of primordial qi, he alone could perceive a peculiar wave of consciousness emanating from it. At this moment, the cauldron of primordial qi and the 9 dragons coffin lay majestically in the heavens, casting shadows that obscured the sun, exuding an overwhelming divine presence. Within the cauldron, a vague consciousness seemed to communicate with Jiang Yunhao, conveying that the hidden treasure was unstable and should not be approached for the time being. After 49 days, the space would stabilize, allowing for exploration of the hidden treasures. Though the consciousness was nebulous, Jiang Yunhao took the time to carefully sense its meaning. Yet, as the guardian spirit had foreseen, the mysteries surrounding these two treasures far surpassed those of the supreme Imperial weapons. They appeared to possess consciousness. Even if that consciousness was indistinct, it was nonetheless the essence of a treasure that had nurtured awareness. The small cauldron cautioned him that the rift was currently unstable and should not be entered. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred as he grasped the essence of the cauldron's warning. Although the message was vague, he chose to trust it resolutely, for this rift had been opened by the small cauldron and the 9 dragons coffin. While the intentions behind their actions remained unclear, it was evident to all that the rift concealed potential benefits. Thus, Jiang Yunhao had every reason to place his faith in the small cauldron, which had no motive to deceive him. Firstly, the vague consciousness was akin to that of an innocent infant, lacking the capacity for complex thought. Secondly, he could not conceive of a reason for the cauldron to mislead him. After all, it had already recognized him as its master and continuously provided him with a steady stream of elemental energy, harboring no intentions of harm. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yunhao understood. At this moment, regardless of what lies beyond the spatial rift, entry is impossible. It will take 49 days for this unexpectedly open rift to stabilize. The primordial secret vault. This must be the primordial secret vault. Beneath the celestial dome, beside the exalted azure dragon, stood a man of remarkable stature and extraordinary presence, filled with immense delight. A closer inspection would reveal an aura of peculiar antiquity enveloping him. He bore the weight of ancient years, yet radiated a vibrant vitality, evoking an impression of youthful exuberance. He appeared as a fusion of the ancient and the youthful, exuding an ethereal charm. This man's identity was unmistakable. He was none other than the ancient prodigy of the true dragon clan, Long Tianling, as the heir of the 10 forbidden zones of the 10,000 demons' divine domain. Long Tianling possessed knowledge that surpassed even that of the azure dragon. He discerned at a glance what the creation ground behind this rift was. Exalted One, please grant me refuge to enter the primordial secret vault. The Jiang family is truly extraordinary. Even such a creation ground has been opened by them in advance. Long Tianling cast a glance towards the Jiang family's domain. Especially upon seeing Jiang Yunhao, the murderous intent within Long Tianling's eyes became nearly uncontrollable. He certainly remembered Jiang Yunhao. After all, as a fellow heir of the Forbidden Zone, it was the first time he had suffered a crushing defeat, having his spiritual avatar vanquished by another. For the proud Long Tianling, who had once towered over his peers in ancient times, this was an immense humiliation. A deep-seated enmity had formed between them. Long Tianling yearned to immediately strike down Jiang Yunhao and thus cleanse this humiliation. However, he was not foolish. He recognized the terrifying depth of the Jiang family's heritage, which far surpassed that of the true dragon clan in this era, not to mention the legendary Jiang family's perfected sacred body. Just the 2 mysterious treasures that had opened this spatial rift were enough to make Long Tianling envious, yearning to possess them. Yet, Long Tianling was acutely aware that should he provoke the Jiang family here, his fate would be dire. The human Jiang family would not care whether he was an ancient prodigy or not. If angered, be he dragon or tiger, he would meet his demise. Thus, Long Tianling resolutely chose to disregard Jiang Yunhao, suppressing the hatred that brewed within him. His sole desire was to traverse the spatial rift and enter the primordial secret vault. In fact, it was not just Long Tianling. The powerful beings of various races hovering above the Jiang family, whether from the younger or elder generations, all wished to enter and uncover the secrets within. Their demeanor towards the Jiang family remained courteous. What a marvel, Taoist Jiang! What treasure is your family refining to have opened this incredible rift? Someone exclaimed in admiration. Jiang Shaotian furrowed his brow and replied, "It's nothing. Just assisting my Yunhao in repairing his treasure." What? Despite the seemingly casual words of Jiang Shaotian, they resonated profoundly in the hearts of those who heard them, causing a collective tremor of astonishment. Long Tianling cast a penetrating gaze at Jiang Yunhao, his spirit shaken, his eyes betraying an unmistakable sentiment of envy and admiration. Initially, they had presumed that the mysterious treasure belonged to some ancient ancestor of the Jiang family. To their astonishment, it was, in fact, Jiang Yunhao's possession. Such a young scion. And yet he possessed a treasure of such extraordinary caliber. The formidable clans were well aware that the 9 Dragons Coffin was the Jiang family's ancestral weapon. The very existence of a treasure capable of contending with the 9 Dragons Coffin underscored its unparalleled status. The gathered assembly found it hard to fathom. However, this was merely a fleeting interlude. At this moment, the paramount concern of the various clans was the anticipated benefits lurking beyond the spatial rift. Zhang Daoyu, there must be marvelous treasures behind that spatial fissure. Let us not tarry, we should venture in at once. Indeed, let us all proceed together. After all, this was a grand opportunity manifesting in the Eastern Wilderness's 9 domains, a boon meant for the denizens of the East. They were cautious. Given the overwhelming strength of the Jiang family, and dared not display excessive arrogance. Yet, one by one, they positioned themselves on the moral high ground, attempting to exert pressure on the Jiang family through a facade of righteousness. The Jiang family was certainly not oblivious to the veiled implications in their words. They sensed the underlying fear that the Jiang family might deny them entry, and thus, they sought to establish a moral claim right from the outset, hoping to deceive their way through. What a shameless bunch, daring to utter such words. Did they truly believe they could overlook the immense resources Jiang Urge had expended to restore that small cauldron? Jiang Qin's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes glinting with coldness. Standing alongside several ancestors, Jiang Yunhao wholeheartedly concurred. Indeed, do they truly believe this spatial rift was merely opened at the whim of the Jiang family? It was the result of our second ancestor Jiang Shaoyan's years of savings. After expending countless precious materials to mend the small cauldron, it was only then that this rift was fortuitously unveiled. The consumption of resources was beyond what ordinary minds can comprehend. These old-timers, who had caught a whiff of potential gains, hastened to arrive, fully aware of the truth. Yet, they chose to remain silent, selectively disregarding the effort involved. If they could benefit without cost, they would undoubtedly seek to exploit the Jiang family. With this thought, Jiang Yunhao curled his lip in disdain. Did they consider his family a soft target, ripe for exploitation? Absolutely not. At least, Jiang Yunhao would not allow himself to be wronged without recourse. The elders of the various clans seemed to be awaiting a response from the Jiang family. They understood everything, yet they dared not confront the Jiang family directly. With Jiang Mingxing present, none of them would dare to take action. Nevertheless, they were unwilling to forfeit this golden opportunity. Thus, they chose to band together, exerting indirect pressure on the Jiang family. The Jiang family is indeed the most formidable lineage, deserving of their status as the rulers of the eastern wilderness. Yes. At this juncture, the Jiang family undoubtedly stands as the strongest clan in our eastern wilderness. Moreover, there is the esteemed Jiang family, which stands as the foremost among the younger generation. Some astute individuals have even gone so far as to lavish praise upon the Jiang family, portraying them as the sovereigns of the eastern wilderness. As the most powerful clan in the eastern wilderness, they should naturally exhibit a degree of magnanimity and refrain from stooping to the level of such trivialities. These hollow accolades may sound impressive, yet in reality, they merely seek to exploit the Jiang family's reputation. Do they truly believe the Jiang family members are fools, easily swayed by mere flattery? With a few words of persuasion, do they think they can deceive us? Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes, suddenly struck by a rather mischievous notion. Observing that Jiang Chun was on the verge of losing his temper, ready to confront these shameless old men, he interjected, "Ancestors, wait a moment." Chapter 128. Why should I inform you in advance? Wait a moment, ancestor, Jiang Yunhao suddenly interjected, halting Jiang Chen's words. Yunhao, you cannot possibly be swayed by the words of these old-timers, can you? They harbor no good intentions. They merely wish to exploit the efforts of your second ancestor, Jiang Shaotian. The resources he has expended are not insignificant. Jiang Chun regarded Jiang Yunhao with astonishment and confusion. Simultaneously, several elders discreetly conveyed their thoughts to Jiang Yunhao, engaging him in silent communication. Nevertheless, they remained somewhat taken aback. From their perspective, given Yunhao's character, he should not be easily deceived by a few flattering words. What has caused such a shift in Yunhao's demeanor today? Has he developed a taste for insincere praise? Meeting the puzzled gazes of the elders, Jiang Yunhao merely blinked. In truth, they could not enter. Not just them. At this moment, no one could gain access. Jiang Yunhao secretly transmitted a message with his spiritual sense to clarify the situation. What? Upon hearing Jiang Yunhao's words, the elders were taken aback. With their imperial insight, they could not discern why this spatial rift was impassable. It appeared devoid of any issues. Even the esteemed ancestor Jiang Mingxing narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the spatial rift above once more. Yet, no matter how he examined it, the rift did not seem to exhibit any flaws. The Mother Qi cauldron of all things belongs to Yunhao. At that moment, Jiang Shaotian remarked. Although he was not the owner of the cauldron, he had been involved in its restoration and had gained profound insights into certain mysteries within it. It stands to reason that the will of the Mother Qi cauldron might have conveyed some knowledge to Yunhao. Jiang Shaotian's keen intellect hinted at a realization. Indeed, That is the case, Jiang Yunhao affirmed. He felt no need to conceal the truth from his own kin, especially in front of the 4 venerable ancestors present. They had shown him unwavering support, genuinely wishing to provide him with everything they could offer. Such selfless individuals deserved his transparency. Upon hearing this, the 4 ancestors felt a sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, the elder representatives of various clans, who were awaiting a response from the Jiang family, began to grow somewhat impatient and engaged in fervent discussions among themselves. Do you think the Jiang family will allow us entry? If I were in the Jiang family's position, I would certainly not allow it. I would prefer to monopolize the benefits. You from the Shanhai sect certainly have a lofty opinion of yourselves. Ahem. I was merely using an analogy. What I mean is, if my Shanhai sect possessed the formidable foundation of the Jiang family, why would I share the benefits with outsiders? As these words were spoken, the expressions of the elders from over a dozen factions turned decidedly grim. It is precisely because we have considered this that we must unite our efforts. The Jiang family cannot possibly deceive us all, can they? Moreover, we have extolled their prowess as the sovereign of the eastern wilderness. As the elder brother, it is only natural to care for the younger siblings. Such words were uttered by several aged individuals without a hint of shame. While these individuals engaged in hushed whispers and fervent exchanges, a sudden voice broke the atmosphere. Esteemed seniors, permit me a moment to speak. Jiang Yunhao stepped forth from the crowd. Despite the presence of the ancestors of the Jiang family, it was Jiang Yunhao who emerged, drawing the attention of the elders from various clans. It is indeed our esteemed nephew. As the scion of the Jiang family, he is capable of representing our lineage. The faces of the elders from numerous formidable clans softened with genial smiles. Indeed, he is quite the astute one, this young lad, they thought, realizing that these venerable beings were wary of Jiang Yunhao causing a disturbance as a mere youth. Thus, they subtly cautioned him with a single statement: when you speak, be mindful, for you represent the Jiang family. It must be said that these ancient beings, having lived for many years, were not without wisdom. Yet, they underestimated Jiang Yunhao. He was unperturbed by their thoughts and saw this as an opportunity to voice sentiments that the ancestors would find difficult to express. What you say is indeed reasonable. As the strongest family in the eastern wilderness, it is not unfitting for the Jiang family to be regarded as rulers by all. A faint smile graced Jiang Yunhao's lips. The eyes of the elder clansmen widened in astonishment, particularly those from the Nine Nether Hound and the Wang family, who were at odds with the Jiang family. Their hearts were filled with disdainful laughter. This audacious young man is putting on quite the act. Yet, let him perform. We stand to gain from it. Indeed. What you say is true. Our Wang family was previously blind to such matters. Now, having gained clarity, we aspire to follow in the footsteps of the Jiang family. The elder of the Wang family forced a smile, and others echoed in agreement. With a smile, Jiang Yunhao bowed slightly, saying, on behalf of the Jiang family, I thank you all. Oh, it is only right, the elders responded in kind. However, Jiang Yunhao suddenly shifted his tone. Since esteemed seniors regard my Jiang family as the rulers of the eastern wilderness, henceforth, my Jiang family shall be recognized as the foremost clan among the 9 domains of the eastern wilderness. Jiang Yunhao continued, if my memory serves me correctly, there have indeed been powers that occupied the position of dominion in history. The ruler of the eastern wilderness speaks with authority, possessing the right to govern and command the various clans of the 9 domains, akin to the martial alliance leader in the mortal realm. Upon hearing Jiang Yunhao's declaration, the hearts of the elder warriors from various clans skipped a beat, sensing something amiss. Jiang Yunhao, undeterred by their unease, continued, therefore, today, my Jiang family announces that any clan wishing to enter this spatial rift must exchange resources for a place. We are prepared to establish 10 such positions. Whoever offers me more resources from the Jiang family shall secure a spot. Of course, it's first come, first served, delay. And do not blame the Jiang family for lacking compassion. What? At this moment, the elder warriors of various clans finally grasped Jiang Yunhao's intent. This young man, not only does he refuse to let them take advantage of him, but he also uses their own words against them. He truly considers the Jiang family as the sovereign of the eastern wilderness. Speaking in the tone of the eastern wilderness sovereign, he declares that entry is attainable. As the sovereign of the eastern wilderness, the Jiang family will certainly not forget their loyal followers. However, There are only 10 spots available. It remains to be seen which clan possesses the capability to seize them. Do not say that the Jiang family did not provide you with an opportunity. The Jiang family is indeed magnanimous. Upon this realization, the expressions of the elder warriors shifted subtly. They fixed their gazes intently on Jiang Yunhao, feeling as if they were about to shoot themselves in the foot. To deny it would be to refuse to acknowledge the Jiang family's sovereign status. Yet, it was they who initially proposed the title of sovereign of the Eastern Wilderness. To oppose it would be akin to slapping their own faces. As for taking advantage, the Jiang family had already made it clear that such a thing was utterly impossible. This young man, with just a few words, had turned the tables on them. The elder warriors of various clans focused their attention on Jiang Yunhao, their hearts sinking heavily. Jiang Mingsheng and the others observed all of this, barely able to contain their amusement. In fact, it was most fitting for Jiang Yunhao to utter such words. He was young, brimming with ambition, and free from the concerns of the elders' faces. As the scion of the Jiang family, he embodied their stance. In summary, having Jiang Yunhao take the lead was the most appropriate choice. Jiang Yunhao, sharp-tongued, the esteemed ones need not bother with him. Swiftly pave the way for me. At that moment, Long Tianling could no longer bear to watch. A group of useless old fools had been rendered speechless by a mere youth. Seeing their helplessness, Long Tianling decided to disregard them entirely. The time for revelation had come. After all, he was determined to enter, and no one could prevent him. The Azure Dragon Sovereign understood this well, and merely cast a scornful glance at Jiang Yunhao. So what if he was eloquent? I still hold the reins. The Azure Dragon Sovereign had no desire to sever ties with the Jiang family. Yet he was confident that allowing Long Tianling to enter would not provoke the Jiang family into a relentless feud over such a trivial matter. In the next moment, the aura of a quasi-emperor erupted from the Azure Dragon Sovereign. Instantly, it surged toward the spatial rift. He unleashed his profound abilities, with dragon energy surging forth, intending to lead the charge for Long Tianling, paving a sunlit path into the rift. However, in the blink of an eye, that seemingly tranquil rift suddenly erupted with a torrent of profound waves. It was as if an unparalleled gale swept past the position of the Azure Dragon Sovereign. What? This? The Azure Dragon Sovereign exclaimed in shock. Before he could react, he was swept away by this torrent of profundity, his flesh visibly shattering and blood scattering. A would-be emperor, caught off guard, let out a tragic cry before being reduced to mere dust, leaving not a trace behind. Long Tianling was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the chilling scene. He hastily curtailed his charge forward, his scalp prickling with dread. Thank heavens he had hesitated, otherwise, he would have met the same grim fate as the Azure Dragon Supreme. Long Tianling's heart trembled with shock. Meanwhile, the elders of various clans exhibited expressions of profound alarm. Unable to enter? At this moment, they were indeed barred from entry. They quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. It dawned upon them that entry was still forbidden. Jiang Yunhao, you are aware of this, aren't you? Yet you chose to withhold this information? Stalled in midair, Long Tianling suddenly shuddered and shot a fiery glare at Jiang Yunhao, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he longed to devour him whole. Jiang Yunhao, however, appeared unfazed. Indeed, I am aware, but what compels me to share this with you? He had anticipated that Jiang Yunhao would deny it, yet was taken aback by his candid admission. Oh, you. Upon hearing Jiang Yunhao's words, Long Tianling felt as if 1,000 raging steeds were galloping through his mind. Jiang Yunhao, you truly are insufferable. Do you believe that the true dragon clan is powerless to subdue you? You wretched little being, I shall end your life. Chapter 129. Cheating before my eyes? Long Tianling was genuinely enraged. He had never anticipated that he would suffer such a significant loss at the hands of Jiang Yunhao once more. The position in the Eastern Wilderness hierarchy, it is mine to reclaim. Long Tianling harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Yunhao, who had usurped his rightful place in the ranking. In Long Tianling's eyes, he was the one most deserving of having his name inscribed on the Imperial command tablet. Now, with his clan's quasi-emperor also having fallen victim to Jiang Yunhao's schemes, how could Long Tianling possibly endure this? Around Long Tianling, the dragon aura surged, and countless golden dragon apparitions danced in a mesmerizing display. It was a sight that left onlookers profoundly astonished. This phenomenon was sufficient to affirm Long Tianling's identity. Some elder powerhouses immediately recognized him. This was an ancient prodigy, a young genius from the ancient era of the true dragon clan. So it was him. No wonder the Azure Dragon's sovereign heeded his words. The elders of various clans suddenly comprehended. Recently, across the eastern wilderness, turbulent winds were stirring. Besides the changes in nature, opportunities within secret realms emerged abundantly, akin to bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Moreover, numerous hidden young prodigies from major clans had begun to make their appearances. Consequently, all clans sensed a subtle shift in the tides of time. A golden age, resplendent and filled with contention among the clans for supremacy, was dawning, and it was the final sprint. Otherwise, ancient prodigies would not surface in droves. The position in the eastern wilderness hierarchy? What does that signify? What is Long Tianling alluding to? Does the Jiang clan's imperial scion possess opportunities that even ancient prodigies covet? The elders of various clans discerned the implications of Long Tianling's words. Their gazes flickered, scrutinizing Jiang Yunhao with profound significance. Clearly, the old monsters present were increasingly attentive to Jiang Yunhao. However, due to the presence of Jiang Mingsheng, these elders dared not take any action against Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao could also sense the thoughts of the ancient beings, yet he remained unfazed. After all, the old monsters could not dare to lay a finger on him. As for the younger generation, Jiang Yunhao felt no trepidation, even with Long Tianling's true self in attendance. Oh, you are quite confident. However, it is fortuitous that I, too, have felt a bit restless lately and would not mind playing with a slippery eel like you. Jiang Yunhao's gaze was indifferent, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Long Tianling. Upon hearing these words, Long Tianling's eyes widened in fury. What audacity! Long Tianling was almost amused by his own anger. Nevertheless, he was not foolish. He restrained the impulse to strike at Jiang Yunhao immediately. First, he cast a glance towards the elders of the Jiang clan. Esteemed ones, according to the rules of the 9 domains in the eastern wilderness, the elders must not intervene in battles of the younger generation. You would not intervene in my duel with the Jiang clan's imperial scion, would you? Long Tianling naturally needed to ascertain the Jiang clan's stance. After all, the Azure Dragon sovereign had already perished. In this current era, the true Dragon clan had but one quasi-emperor remaining, Long Xinyun. Furthermore, Long Tianling was aware that Long Xinyun was reluctant to become adversaries with the Jiang clan. It can be said that the greatest support behind Long Tianling, a quasi-emperor, has vanished. Consequently, his animosity towards Jiang Yunhao has intensified. Although he is an ancient prodigy with extraordinary talent, having been sealed for a millennium, he requires time to mature. During this period of growth, the protection of a quasi-emperor is undeniably invaluable. The Jiang family is undoubtedly aware of Long Tianling's sentiments. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, casting a concerned glance at Jiang Yunhao. While Jiang Chun is well aware of Jiang Yunhao's unfathomable strength, his overwhelming prowess has eclipsed that of his contemporaries. However, facing an ancient prodigy nurtured over 10 millennia, Jiang Chun feels somewhat uncertain. It is not that he doubts Jiang Yunhao's abilities, but rather, as a family member, he instinctively worries. Jiang Yunhao exchanged a reassuring glance with a few of the ancestors. In truth, he is eager to assess the disparity between himself and these ancient prodigies. Is he the stronger, or are these ancient beings superior? Rest assured, the true Dragon clan is formidable. My Jiang family is prosperous enough not to bully a mere fledgling like you. Upon sensing Jiang Yunhao's intent, Jiang Chun addressed Long Tianling. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Many instinctively turned their gazes towards the Jiang family. The Jiang family. They are willing to allow Jiang Yunhao to confront Long Tianling. This carries significant implications. Everyone is aware that Jiang Yunhao is currently the most prominent figure among the younger generation. Yet, despite his remarkable prowess, he is still merely a youth with a decade of cultivation. How could the Jiang family confidently permit him to engage with Long Tianling? It is not that people doubt Jiang Yunhao's might, but the reputation of ancient prodigies is simply too formidable. These prodigies were the cream of their respective eras, having trampled upon their peers within their own clans. They are truly the geniuses among geniuses. Furthermore, having been nurtured in the source of life for over 10 millennia, their current potential is indeed unfathomable. In truth, it matters little. Even if Jiang Yunhao were to lose this battle, it would not greatly tarnish his reputation. After all, he is still young. However, Should he emerge victorious, it would be a monumental achievement. Indeed, with several ancestors of the Jiang family present, even if Jiang Yunhao were to lose, his life would not be in jeopardy. Yet, should he win, it would be an extraordinary gain, defeating an ancient prodigy. The crowd began to murmur, speculating the thoughts of the Jiang family. It must be said that Jiang Chun and others are indeed contemplating this. After all, engaging in combat, regardless of the outcome, bears no loss. This is precisely why Jiang Chun and others consented to the challenge. Naturally, if Jiang Yunhao were to win, it would be a delight for all. Suddenly, Long Tianling let out a cold laugh. He could easily surmise the thoughts of the Jiang family, yet he remained indifferent. He firmly believes that he will not be defeated by Jiang Yunhao. That would be absurd. How could the outcome possibly see him lose? Was the ancient anomaly, Long Tianling, a vegetarian? Moreover, if he could publicly suppress Jiang Yunhao and step on him to gain fame, it would be his greatest achievement since entering the world. Indeed, it was quite enticing. Long Tianling felt a stir within, eager to try. Jiang Yunhao, you. Long Tianling coldly sneered at Jiang Yunhao. However, before he could finish his boastful words, a sudden voice interrupted him. Noisy. Jiang Yunhao abruptly launched a swift attack, leaving Long Tianling no chance to react. His speed was astonishing. With a swift draw of his sword, he unleashed a strike from the sword technique of Heaven-Defying. A brilliant sword light erupted, resembling a beam of divine light connecting heaven and earth. How audacious! I haven't even struck you yet, and you dare to make the first move? In the face of this sword strike, Long Tianling was consumed by fury. He immediately activated his true dragon divine technique, summoning golden dragon shadows with a wave of his hand. Yet, as the dragon shadows met the sword energy, they crumbled instantaneously. The residual force of the sword remained unyielding, fiercely striking Long Tianling. What? Long Tianling's expression changed dramatically as he was sent flying, his body still suspended in the air, half of him cleaved away, reduced to a mere mist of blood. Impossible. What kind of power is this sword technique? Blood poured from Long Tianling as his arrogant sneer froze in disbelief. It was essential to note that his true form was not weak. Nurtured for millennia within the source of life, although he could not cultivate, this accumulation was terrifying. The moment he emerged into the world, his physical constitution had already reached the divine realm. Yet, even so, he was utterly defeated by Jiang Yunhao's single strike. This boy. Long Tianling's emotions surged violently, and only then did he realize that he had underestimated Jiang Yunhao. Despite Jiang Yunhao being a contemporary being, his strength could not be measured by ordinary standards. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. This was far from their expectations. Initially, some had speculated whether Jiang Yunhao was slightly stronger or if Long Tianling held the advantage. However, after merely one exchange, Long Tianling had nearly been slain by the sword energy. Just one strike. At that moment, the crowd finally reacted. They had thought they had sufficiently overestimated the Jiang family's young master, but they realized they had been too timid, too afraid to imagine. It was evident to discerning eyes how vast the disparity between the two was. In an instant, everyone cast puzzled glances at Long Tianling. Is this it? Is this the level of the ancient anomaly of the true dragon clan? Such gazes fell upon Long Tianling, nearly causing him to spit out old blood in rage. What a humiliation! What do these doubtful gazes imply? Questioning his strength. Jiang Yunhao, I truly underestimated you, but do you think this is the end? Today, I had intended to spare your Jiang family some dignity and refrain from killing you. However, you have compelled me, so do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The true dragon's divine power, the dragon's 9 transformations. Long Tianling suddenly bellowed, his body enveloped by a frenzied golden dragon silhouette, his aura surging exponentially. A burst of power. This scene unfolded before Jiang Yunhao's eyes, and he did not need to guess to comprehend the situation. Those endowed with extraordinary fortune typically experience a surge of power in dire circumstances. After all, such prodigies are inherently blessed with remarkable fate, encountering ordinary individuals. It is not uncommon for them to turn the tide and triumph against the odds. When faced with such misfortunes, there is seldom a place to seek redress. One can only lament before their demise, acknowledging their own misjudgment. However, witnessing your own fortuitous turn of events is somewhat excessive. Just because Long Tianling possesses such fortune, does that mean I do not? Jiang Yunhao's expression remained calm, his gaze as tranquil as still waters. He extended his hand outward. The silent and still essence cauldron of all things, which lay at the horizon, suddenly stirred. Chapter 130. Frightened away as Jiang Yunhao extended his hand. The colossal and magnificent primordial qi cauldron seemed to respond to its master's call. At this moment, Long Tianling had resolved to go all out. He refused to accept the outcome of being publicly defeated by Jiang Yunhao. In his inaugural battle upon entering the world, he was determined to crush Jiang Yunhao thoroughly and subdue him completely. Initially, Long Tianling had no intention of killing Jiang Yunhao. After all, they were in the territory of the Jiang family. He was not foolish. Although he boasted of wanting to annihilate Jiang Yunhao, he understood that with a quasi-emperor of the Jiang family present, Jiang Yunhao's life was not in jeopardy. However, the situation had changed. Long Tianling realized that if he did not unleash his hidden powers, in his current state, he was no match for Jiang Yunhao. Not to mention killing Jiang Yunhao. Even surviving a strike from him would be sheer luck, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. At this very moment, Long Tianling could not afford to think further. He frantically urged the energy within him. This was the vast reservoir of power that he had nurtured for millennia within his life source, subtly absorbed into his being. Originally, this energy could only be slowly digested and absorbed. This was the greatest accumulation of strength possessed by ancient prodigies. Over time, they often became stronger than their former selves. However, Long Tianling could not wait any longer. He forcibly absorbed this energy, his realm surging upward. The fifth layer of celestial manifestation. The sixth layer. The ninth layer. Reaching complete perfection. A torrent of energy surged forth, even stirring up boundless winds. Above the heavens, a massive dark cloud began to form. As if the heavenly Tao sensed the emergence of a prodigy, invoking the dread of the divine retribution. The thunderous tribulation struck down upon Long Tianling. Yet it did not harm him in the slightest. Instead, his true dragon body absorbed the power of the thunder, bathed in the wrath of the tempest. Long Tianling's aura grew increasingly terrifying. Jiang Yunhao had to concede that his strength was formidable. Had it been in the ancient era of my birth, I might have not been your opponent. However, do you comprehend the significance of nurturing within the life source for millennia? The accumulation of my life source over 10,000 years is beyond your comparison. As he spoke, Long Tianling, still enveloped in the thunderous tribulation, began to gradually restore his form. How could a contemporary being like you compare to us ancient prodigies? The chasm between us spans an irreconcilable 10,000 years. Can you withstand the wrath of this heavenly Tao's tribulation? With a rumble, Long Tianling, enveloped in the tumult of thunder and lightning, smiled confidently. Yet, he remained unaware that the tribulation he had provoked was vastly inferior to the one Jiang Yunhao had faced. The tribulation that Jiang Yunhao had summoned was capable of severely injuring a quasi-emperor-level enigmatic demon lord. In Jiang Yunhao's perspective, Long Tianling's tribulation was hardly more than child's play. At most, it served as a means to temper his physical form. Indeed, this tribulation could be utilized to refine his physique. Simultaneously, as Jiang Yunhao gestured, the primordial qi cauldron, which lay across the heavens and the earth, suddenly soared toward him. It rapidly diminished in size, stabilizing gracefully within the palm of his hand. Go, Jiang Yunhao commanded lightly. The cauldron, now reduced to the size of a palm, erupted forth instantaneously, resembling a vibrant rainbow streaking across the sky. Its velocity was astonishing, leaving Long Tianling momentarily stunned. With a whoosh, it accurately struck him upon the forehead. Bang! Long Tianling cried out in anguish, his features contorted, his nose collapsing as blood gushed forth. His face became a gruesome tableau. The impact left Long Tianling's head ringing. Instinctively, he covered his face, his steps faltering, his form staggering backward. The sensation was rather delightful. This was Jiang Yunhao's inaugural experience using the primordial qi cauldron as a weapon. The reason for this assault was that this small cauldron seemed to surpass even the most formidable Imperial weapons. After its restoration, Jiang Yunhao discovered that his current strength was insufficient to wield this treasure. The mana within him was inadequate. Thus, he decided to simply hurl it as a projectile. After all, this artifact was remarkably durable. Moreover, another reason lingered in Jiang Yunhao's mind. He did not wish to eliminate Long Tianling just yet. Taking advantage of Long Tianling's disorientation from the blow, Jiang Yunhao's figure flickered and he soared into the tempestuous ocean of tribulations. Bathed in the fury of the storm, Jiang Yunhao, with his formidable physique, felt no pain whatsoever. The tribulation was akin to gentle hands caressing his entire being, subtly refining his corporeal form. Strangely enough, the experience of this tribulation was rather pleasant. Don't perish just yet. Let's wait until the tribulation passes, Jiang Yunhao declared, placing a hand firmly upon Long Tianling's shoulder. The dazed Long Tianling sensed an overwhelming force pressing down upon him. Instinctively, he summoned all his strength. Yet, in the next moment, he was horrified to discover he could not break free. Jiang Yunhao, your physique? It was only at this moment that Long Tianling comprehended the horror of Jiang Yunhao's physical prowess. How could this be possible? Jiang Yunhao was not an ancient anomaly. Having not nurtured himself for millennia within the source of life, what justified this strength? Let me go. Do you take me for a lightning rod to attract your tribulations? What further shattered Long Tianling's composure was the realization that Jiang Yunhao had ensnared him. He was neither permitted to perish nor escape. It was evident to all that Jiang Yunhao was exploiting him to provoke the tribulation for his own physical refinement. Such a thought was unbearable, and Long Tianling felt an unparalleled sense of humiliation rising within him. However, Jiang Yunhao paid no heed to what Long Tianling was contemplating. He simultaneously activated the devouring heaven demon technique. Do not move. Suddenly, Long Tianling let out a muffled groan. Are you siphoning my life source reserves? No. You are also absorbing the bloodline power of my clan. This is the devouring heaven demon technique? You have inherited the legacy of the ancient, indomitable empress. In that instant, Long Tianling felt a stirring within him. It was his bloodline, sealed within the source of life. It had amassed power over millennia and was now restlessly stirring. An inexplicable and terrifying force was violently draining it away. Long Tianling's eyes widened in disbelief as he abruptly looked up, filled with resentment and fear as he gazed at Jiang Yunhao. He had never anticipated that Jiang Yunhao's strength could be so formidable, even possessing the sinister techniques of the indomitable empress. What filled Long Tianling with despair was his utter inability to break free from Jiang Yunhao's grasp. He could only endure the suffocating despair of being relentlessly exploited by him. This scene did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, who were all taken aback, their expressions filled with shock. They had initially expected this to be a fierce battle between two titans, yet it turned out to be a blatant display of dominance by the Jiang family's scion. Even those powerful beings who had not yet revealed themselves, lurking in the shadows, bore expressions of astonishment. One by one, they regarded Jiang Yunhao with heightened caution, realizing they could not confront him until they had fully recovered. It seems I must enter seclusion. This Jiang family scion is no ordinary person. Many ancient beings, watching from the shadows, harbored deep trepidation towards Jiang Yunhao, delaying their appearance. In a certain sense, Jiang Yunhao's might had frightened them. These once arrogant beings, who had thrived in their own eras, coveted Jiang Yunhao's status but dared not show themselves at this moment. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yunhao, he had inadvertently intimidated a group of rivals, causing them to flee in fear, at least until these ancient beings had completely regained their strength. They would not dare to provoke him. The expressions of several ancestors from the Jiang family turned peculiar. It seems we have underestimated our Yunhao, they coughed, reflecting on the enigma that this young man presented. Meanwhile, an astonishing development was unfolding on Jiang Yunhao's side. The true phoenix egg within my storage pouch has begun to stir. Has it sensed the pure bloodline power of the true dragon? Chapter 131. The Auspicious Dragon and Phoenix. The divine powers of the true phoenix within the storage pouch. The true phoenix egg left behind by the elder of the true phoenix clan stirred with life. As Jiang Yunhao harnessed the heavenly devouring demon art to seize the essence of Dragon Tianling, it appeared that the egg sensed the profound aura of pure dragon energy emanating from him. Indeed, Dragon Tianling possessed a wealth of cultivation. Being an ancient anomaly of the true dragon clan, he had nurtured this essence for millennia, embodying an exceptionally pure lineage of true dragon blood. Legends speak of the harmonious relationship between the dragon and phoenix clans, particularly during the ancient era when they engaged in numerous intermarriages. In the realm of mortals, the dragon and phoenix symbolize profound significance. In essence, The bond between these two clans is exceptionally intimate. Is it about to break free from its shell? Jiang Yunhao squinted with delight. It is important to note that if this young true phoenix were to emerge, it would not only serve as Jiang Yunhao's ally, but also bestow upon him considerable opportunities for growth and fortune. After all, he still possessed the chance for enlightenment from his previous sign-in. By merely connecting with the essence of the true Phoenix clan, Jiang Yunhao had no doubt that he would effortlessly grasp the profound mysteries of their lineage, much like when he encountered the legacy of the 9 Nether Conflagration clan. While others may struggle to understand, he would undoubtedly succeed. Moreover, due to Jiang Yunhao's ancient Dao physique, he need not worry about potential conflicts arising from comprehending the mysteries of the true Phoenix clan. Initially, he thought he would have to wait a while longer, but unexpectedly, it was delivered to him at his doorstep. Jiang Yunhao glanced at the struggling dragon Tianling, who was desperately attempting to free himself. Indeed, Dragon Tianling proved to be a treasure-bearing child. While his strength may be lacking, he certainly excelled at providing warmth. Jiang Yunhao blinked, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Fortunately, Dragon Tianling was oblivious to Jiang Yunhao's musings. Otherwise, he would surely faint from indignation at being likened to a mere treasure-bearing child. Simultaneously, as Jiang Yunhao continuously activated the Heaven-Devouring Demon art to forcibly seize the essence of Dragon Tianling, his bloodline surged with vigor. His physical strength surged to new heights. Under the refinement of the Thunder Tribulation and the activation of the true dragon bloodline, his corporeal form ascended dramatically. This exemplifies the advantages of possessing a powerful demonic lineage. Moreover, the purity of Dragon Tianling's true dragon bloodline far surpassed that of Long Outyin. Dragon Tianling soon perceived the changes within Jiang Yunhao. What? Impossible. This cannot be. Why does he exude an aura so familiar to me? The mysteries of my true dragon clan? Dragon Tianling's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Jiang Yunhao, utterly bewildered. He even forgot to continue struggling against Jiang Yunhao's grip, transfixed by the sight before him. The impact of this phenomenon on Long Tianling was simply overwhelming. He could scarcely believe his own eyes, deeply questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. His physical strength surged to an astonishing 220 million pounds. Then it escalated to 245 million pounds. The might of his corporeal form. Jiang Yunhao felt a wave of elation, as if he were floating in the ethereal realm. Ultimately, his physical prowess stabilized at an astounding 280 million pounds. What an extraordinary physique. Before attaining the divine realm, he possessed such a fearsome corporeal form. It is noteworthy that even among the demon race, none have exhibited such formidable strength post-deification. Historical accounts from the 9 domains of Dongwang reveal that no emperor of past epochs was ever recorded to possess a terrifying physique nearing 300 million pounds prior to attaining divinity. Yet, this was not the end. Jiang Yunhao could even sense his own fortune. He felt that as he seized from Long Tianling, the luck inherent to such ancient anomalies was being subtly bestowed upon him. It is crucial to recognize that each of these ancient beings was a paragon of their respective eras, inherently endowed with immense fortune. Otherwise, they could not possibly possess strength far surpassing their peers. Beings with great fortune often find treasures effortlessly and are seemingly favored by fate itself. This very quality is the fundamental reason they can transcend their contemporaries. In truth, Jiang Yunhao's own fortune had not been particularly remarkable. Otherwise, he would not have encountered the fated nemesis Liu Ruyan in his early days. Although Jiang Yunhao managed to overcome Liu Ruyan, part of his unimpeded journey to the present was due to subduing numerous prodigies, thereby accumulating their fortunes for himself. The greater the fortune, the more favorable the circumstances. And this experience is inevitably part of the path to becoming an emperor. Jiang Yunhao's understanding of fortune deepened, revealing many profound truths. Every emperor of the past traversed a path of conquest. They established their invincibility en route to ascension as emperors, not because they became emperors that they became invincible, but rather, they were already unmatched before their ascension, surveying their surroundings with no rivals in sight. It is precisely for this reason that the imperial fortune coalesces upon the emperors, culminating in an era where only one can reign supreme. It appears that I must engage with more prodigies, for only through battle can I cultivate my strength and dominate destiny, achieving the status of an emperor. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred, and his path became clearer. Crack! Just as Jiang Yunhao was lost in contemplation, the true phoenix egg within his storage bag trembled violently. Immediately thereafter, a dazzling crimson light erupted from him, soaring into the heavens. What is this? The elder representatives from various races, already astounded by Jiang Yunhao's effortless dominance over Long Tianling, were left in a state of shock. All eyes were closely fixed on Jiang Yunhao amidst the tribulation. As a brilliant crimson light soared into the sky, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Expressions of confusion, doubt, astonishment, and disbelief were all fixed upon Jiang Yunhao. Before their eyes, a phantom of a golden dragon ascended into the heavens. Following closely, the silhouette of a fiery phoenix also took flight. The dragon and phoenix circled above Jiang Yunhao. Was this not a celestial phenomenon, an auspicious sign of harmony between the dragon and phoenix? This was reminiscent of the legendary ancient contest between the ancestors of the true dragon and true phoenix clans, vying for supremacy, which had once stirred the heavens and the earth. The elders of various clans stared in wide-eyed amazement, utterly bewildered. Such phenomena had indeed been documented in the annals of the eastern wilderness. In ancient times, the ancestors of the true dragon and true phoenix clans, at odds with each other, had engaged in a cataclysmic struggle, unleashing chaos upon the mortal realm for a full century. It was only the intervention of the demon emperor that brought an end to their conflict. However, both the true dragon and true phoenix ancestors had gained profound insights into each other's mysteries during this battle. From that moment on, the relationship between the true dragon and true phoenix clans gradually grew closer, with some descendants even intermarrying, creating a beautiful legacy. The celestial phenomenon of the dragon and phoenix heralded the birth of a being endowed with the blessings of both clans, the blessings of these two ancient races. At this realization, even the venerable elders of various clans could not help but feel envy and jealousy toward Jiang Yunhao. They simply could not comprehend how a mere human could receive such divine favor. Was it possible that Jiang Yunhao had a deeper understanding of the mysteries of their races than even the true dragons and true phoenixes themselves? Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. People were left utterly bewildered. Long Tianling was also dumbfounded, staring incredulously at Jiang Yunhao. He had originally thought that only the aura of their true dragon clan had manifested upon him. Yet now, it seemed he was even graced by the presence of the true phoenix clan. Was this fellow truly human? Long Tianling's emotions surged, leaving him in turmoil. Under Long Tianling's gaze, he witnessed a small bird, adorned with crimson feathers and radiating a resplendent hue, suddenly leap out from Jiang Yunhao's storage pouch. Indeed, it leaped, for this red bird appeared quite inexperienced in the art of flight. Its form was still tender and unsteady. It hopped onto Jiang Yunhao's shoulder, struggling to maintain its balance. And with a stumble, it toppled over onto Jiang Yunhao's shoulder. Chapter 132. The Endearing Young Phoenix. A March Appointment? Do you take me for a fool? A true phoenix? How can it be? How could Jiang Yunhao possess a true phoenix? Long Tianling was utterly dumbfounded, even more so than before, his shock palpable. He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. With his ancient and eccentric insights, he was unable to comprehend Jiang Yunhao's actions. Yet, how could one not understand? After all, no human has ever been able to acquire a young offspring of the ancient 10 fiends. On one hand, most humans are simply incapable of defeating the ancient 10 fiends, nor would they dare to trespass upon their territories. On the other hand, as a prominent clan within the demon race, the elders of any faction of the ancient 10 fiends are proud beings, seldom willing to acknowledge a formidable human. Naturally, it is inconceivable that they would willingly part with their young. But now, Jiang Yunhao possessed a juvenile true phoenix. The impact of this revelation was even greater than the shock of Long Tianling being effortlessly defeated by Jiang Yunhao. Oh, Jiang Yunhao also noticed the extraordinary little bird perched upon his shoulder. Unlike the adult true phoenix, which radiates an imposing aura and overwhelming demonic energy, the young phoenix appeared utterly adorable. It gazed at Jiang Yunhao with its large, glistening eyes, tilting its head inquisitively. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The moment the little true phoenix opened its eyes, it focused on Jiang Yunhao. Moreover, as the little phoenix emerged from its shell, Jiang Yunhao had quietly utilized an opportunity for enlightenment, instantly grasping the profound powers of the true phoenix clan. The true Phoenix battle body could unearth various celestial fires, even mastering their remarkable application. Naturally, the little Phoenix felt an even deeper affinity for Jiang Yunhao, as though seeing a beloved family member. It lifted its tender little paw, wobbling and tottering closer to Jiang Yunhao's cheek, stretching its neck to nuzzle against him. This little creature, with its endearing demeanor, brought a smile to Jiang Yunhao's face. At the same time, he felt a sense of wonderment. It was his first encounter with a juvenile true Phoenix. It was hard to imagine that the formidable true Phoenix could possess such a charming and innocent side in its youth. His fortune indeed seemed to be on the rise. The arrival of Long Tianling not only bestowed upon him a purer bloodline of the true dragon clan, deepening his understanding of their mysteries, but it also allowed the little true Phoenix to hatch prematurely. He was blessed by the auspicious convergence of the dragon and Phoenix, the two mighty ancient demon clans. Jiang Yunhao had a sense that, should he venture into the territories of these two ancient clans, they would be unable to discern his origins. If he so desired, he could even reveal the aura of the demon race. This was something no being in history had ever accomplished. Moreover, his physical body had grown stronger, filled with abundant life source energy. Thus, Long Tianling's greatest reliance. He had accumulated countless years of time within the source of fate, subtly absorbing its power, which was now entirely plundered by Jiang Yunhao. In a certain sense, Jiang Yunhao now possessed a cultivation speed comparable to the ancient prodigies. After all, the rapid cultivation of these ancient beings stemmed from the source of fate amassed within them. Contemplating this, even Jiang Yunhao felt a pang of emotion. This harvest could be deemed perfect, surpassing his expectations. As the thunder tribulation dissipated, Long Tianling finally managed to escape from his predicament, while Jiang Yunhao was momentarily distracted by the little Zhenhuang. He sacrificed one of his arms to break free from Jiang Yunhao's grasp. Long Tianling's complexion turned ashen as he clutched his severed arm, his figure a fleeting light as he fled towards the horizon. Long Tianling was utterly defeated, and it seemed that his appearance had merely served to provide warmth to the Jiang family's young master. This scene, witnessed by both those present and those secretly observing, sent shivers down their spines. The Jiang family disciples looked upon Jiang Yunhao with increasing admiration, their gazes sparkling with awe. Jiang Yunhao, just you wait. The humiliation of today will surely be repaid 100-fold in the future. Long Tianling, who had already escaped to the edge of the sky, turned back with a fierce glare at Jiang Yunhao. Today he had lost all face. Unlike Jiang Yunhao's bountiful gains, the true dragon clan had suffered a double loss. Even the esteemed Qinglong had been left in despair. Long Tianling dared not covet the treasures hidden behind the spatial rift any longer. He only wished to flee the Lingshu domain as swiftly as possible. However, the next moment, "Oh, did this young master allow you to leave?" With his power significantly enhanced, Jiang Yunhao's speed surpassed all previous limits. He arrived before Long Tianling in the blink of an eye. Long Tianling was taken aback, his voice trembling. "What? You, the esteemed Jiang family young master. Do you really intend to prevent my departure?" A chill gripped Long Tianling's heart as he could scarcely fathom the consequences of remaining in the Lingshu domain. Yet, Long Tianling remained astute. He believed he could manipulate Jiang Yunhao's psyche. "Oh, I see." The pale-faced Long Tianling suddenly wore a mocking smile. "I understand now. Jiang Yunhao, are you afraid of me? You dread that my departure would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. You are genuinely concerned that our next encounter will be the day I overpower you. Am I wrong?" Long Tianling feigned calmness. "If you are not afraid of me, you may let me go. I, Long Tianling, can assure you that 3 months from now, I will personally visit the Jiang family to challenge you, Jiang Yunhao." A promise for 3 months. Upon hearing Long Tianling's words, a peculiar glimmer suddenly flickered in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. Was there not a hint of the age-old adage about the shifting fortunes of the riverbanks? "Of course, if you wish to kill me, feel free. I fear neither life nor death." Long Tianling presented himself with an air of fearless composure, as if he could face the direst of predicaments with unwavering calm. To the onlookers, this scene commanded their respect for Long Tianling. Truly, he was a prodigy of the true dragon clan, possessing a temperament few could rival. In Long Tianling's perspective, having articulated his stance so openly, how could Jiang Yunhao still bear to take his life? Would Jiang Yunhao truly disregard the opinions of the world? To suggest that he was afraid, thus resorting to lethal measures? Certainly not. Long Tianling believed that given Jiang Yunhao's stature and position, he would surely have his reservations. Furthermore, Jiang Yunhao had already seized the initiative and garnered enough attention. In his desire to showcase his prowess, he would undoubtedly spare Long Tianling. A silent smirk crept across Long Tianling's mind. This was precisely the effect he desired. Let him be arrogant, let him be proud. Enduring humiliation was but a temporary burden. One day, he would exact vengeance. Finished speaking, Long Tianling paused for a moment. Then perish. Jiang Yunhao's gaze turned cold, and with a subtle extension of his right hand, a divine sword materialized in his grasp. Wait. A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up within Long Tianling's heart. Chapter 133. When the Jiang family is forsaken him. Something feels amiss. What does Jiang Yunhao mean by this? Could it be that Long Tianling's heart was shaken to its core. In an instant, before he could react, Jiang Yunhao struck with his sword, severing Long Tianling's head. Long Tianling felt a blur before his eyes, the world spinning chaotically around him. Jiang Yunhao, you do not adhere to the rules. I had arranged a 3-month truce with you, yet you still chose to kill me. In that fleeting moment before death, Long Tianling was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom that Jiang Yunhao would truly deliver such a fatal blow. However, this was merely a reflection of Long Tianling's ignorance of Jiang Yunhao's character. What does a few months of truce matter when one can choose to kill? Preserving life for future encounters is of little consequence. With unrelenting resolve, Jiang Yunhao delivered a fatal strike to Long Tianling. The arena fell into a profound silence. As everyone gazed in disbelief towards Jiang Yunhao, a jolt of realization coursed through their hearts. It must be said, this scion of the Jiang family was truly unpredictable and unorthodox in his approach. The expressions of the elder warriors from various clans turned grim. Among the demon clan, a group of ancient fiends felt a wave of darkness wash over them. The ancient monstrosity of the true dragon clan had perished just like that. And it did not end there. Even the Azure Dragon Sovereign was lost. One quasi-emperor and one ancient aberration. This was an immense blow to the true dragon clan, significantly affecting their standing among the demon races. The elder warriors of the true dragon clan, in their dazed state, could already envision the repercussions upon their return to the demon realm. The heavy losses suffered would incite the other demon clans to stir restlessly. The true dragon clan was finished. It was nearly certain that, having lost their contemporary quasi-emperor and with their future prospects bleak, their status among the demon races would inevitably be challenged by the others. And all of this was instigated by the Jiang family. Realizing this, the elders of the true dragon clan trembled with rage, their animosity towards Jiang Yunhao reaching the very marrow of their bones. Yet, they dared not utter a single word. After all, this was the territory of the Jiang family. The true dragon clan could only feel as though they were lifting a stone only to have it fall upon their own feet. Thus, this tumultuous event drew to a close. With Jiang Yunhao's merciless slaying of the ancient aberration of the true dragon clan, the first casualty of this era had emerged. Jiang Yunhao's formidable prowess was now evident to the world. In their hearts, he had already earned a place among the ranks of ancient aberrations. Indeed, presently, Jiang Yunhao stood apart in the East Wilderness, leaving the elder generations reluctant to compare their contemporary prodigies with him, as it would be an affront to Jiang Yunhao. It is likely that the only figures capable of rivaling the scion of the Jiang family are those ancient aberrations. Having arrived at the Jiang family, any attempts to ascend to a moral high ground in order to coerce the Jiang family into granting them access to the spatial rifts have been utterly dashed. Furthermore, due to their previous boastfulness, unbeknownst to them, the Jiang family has ascended to the esteemed position of a dominant lineage in the Eastern Wilderness, akin to the revered status of a martial arts leader among the mortal realm, surpassing all clans. This prestigious standing even grants them the authority to issue commands to other clans. Though reluctant to acknowledge this fact, it has just been proclaimed by the elders of various clans. To deny it would render them the laughingstock of the world, a mere assembly of blustering fools. Yet, to concede this truth brings them immense discomfort, for the Jiang family has yet to produce an emperor, despite possessing a formidable perfected holy body. They are not, after all, the emperors of the millennia. Thus, the elders of the clans find themselves in a precarious predicament. However, the Jiang family has made their stance abundantly clear. They are open to exploration within the primordial secret vault behind the spatial rifts, albeit with certain resource contributions required. The notion of obtaining benefits without recompense from the Jiang family is utterly implausible, considering the immense cost they have incurred to unlock this primordial treasure. In stark contrast to the heavy hearts and convoluted emotions of the other clans, the Jiang family members are brimming with exuberance and joy. Even many young scions of the Jiang family were taken aback, witnessing their imperial scion effortlessly contend with ancient monstrosities. It is essential to recognize that these are ancient aberrations. Even one who has yet to fully recover and assimilate the energy of their life source is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Yet, such beings fall before their imperial scion in mere moments. The young Jiang clan members, having witnessed this spectacle, are unable to contain their excitement. Numerous young ladies from the collateral branches of the Jiang family gaze at Jiang Yunhao with starry eyes. Their imperial scion is undeniably handsome. Mind your decorum. He is your cousin. What of it? Cousins are just splendid. A chorus of giggles fills the air. Ha ha, Yunhao, chuckled the second ancestor, Jiang Shaodian, as he approached the triumphant Jiang Yunhao, who returned laden with spoils. Indeed, he returned with a bounty of immense significance. In his grasp lay the corpse of Long Tianling, a true dragon, whose entire being is a treasure trove. Jiang Yunhao, who has always set diligence and frugality as his personal standard, would certainly not waste such a prize. To say nothing of the fact that a banquet featuring this dragon would not only satisfy one's appetite, but also significantly bolster one's vitality. Oh, the Jiang family is truly remarkable. Indeed, who would have thought your clan's imperial scion could be likened to an ancient monstrosity? With that peculiar cultivation technique, he has forcibly seized the life source power of Long Tianling. The next time we meet, he may very well be referred to as the imperial scion of the ancient aberrations. At that moment, a series of profound and distant gazes emerged from the vast expanse, scrutinizing the scene. Among them were several familiar presences to Jiang Yunhao, the quasi-emperors from the Yaoqi sacred land, as well as those from the Wang and Han families. Even in the boundless void of the heavens, a few ancient fiends cast their gaze in his direction. Oh, Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes slightly, unfazed by the hostility emanating from these quasi-emperors. If they possessed the courage, let them come forth and strike. It was evident that the fear of confrontation resided with them, not with the Jiang family. The perfected sacred body, represented by Jiang Mingsheng, served as an unyielding anchor for the Jiang clan, instilling trepidation in any elder power that might harbor ill intentions towards them. They could only dare to mutter a few words. As the scion of the Jiang family, he held a significant position in the Eastern Wilderness hierarchy. This status was immensely meaningful. Those who attained such a rank monopolized the fates of others. The one destined to ascend to the imperial realm in the future would undoubtedly be this Jiang family scion. Suddenly, several unfamiliar quasi-emperor presences swept across the skies above the Jiang ancestral land. They seemed to be expressing their sentiments. However, the astute could discern the malice behind their words. For these utterances were not meant to extol Jiang Yunhao, nor were they directed towards the Jiang family. Rather, they were intended for the denizens of the 9 domains of the Eastern Wilderness. At that moment, elucidating the significance of the hierarchy to the masses was merely sowing seeds of enmity towards Jiang Yunhao. Who are these unfamiliar quasi-emperors? Jiang Yunhao cast a glance toward the source of the voice. It dawned on him that they were indeed the inheritors of certain forbidden zones, as mentioned by the elder of the true Phoenix clan. A flicker of understanding ignited within Jiang Yunhao. The inheritors of the 10 great forbidden zones of the Eastern Wilderness could access the Imperial Fate Monument and behold the vast panorama of the 9 domains. Sprawling like a graveyard, these inheritors, apart from Jiang Yunhao, were predominantly ancient prodigies from the previous era. Yet, there were also formidable figures from this current age among them, some having emerged even before Jiang Yunhao. For instance, that elder from the true Phoenix clan had not concealed his own experiences, revealing that he had once sensed the call of a certain forbidden zone, being an inheritor of one of the great forbidden zones. However, this elder had no intentions of contesting the hierarchical position with Jiang Yunhao. Clearly, aside from him, there were others from bygone years who had undergone the trials of time, persistently honing their skills. These inheritors had even ascended to the quasi-emperor level. Thus, The pursuit of the hierarchical position was not solely confined to the younger generation. When that voice resonated through the expanse, Jiang Mingsheng grasped the malevolent intent behind it. Was there a plot to ensnare my Yunhao? A surge of anger welled up within Jiang Mingsheng. In the next moment, his gaze flickered, and the aura of the perfected sacred body emanated from him. What? Does the Jiang family lack champions? Chapter 134. The Mysterious Golden Elixir, the Great Master of the Jiang family. Ha! You insignificant wretches, hiding in the shadows. Do you think no one in the Jiang family can deal with you? Jiang Mingsheng scoffed coldly. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a golden fire surged around Jiang Mingsheng's body. It was the manifestation of the blood aura of a perfected sacred body. At this moment, it was evident how immense his murderous intent was. Go. In the next instant, Jiang Mingsheng waved his hand. Boom. The 9 dragons' coffin, suspended in the void, suddenly trembled. For the Jiang family to command such a treasure required vast resources. However, for Jiang Mingsheng, who stood unparalleled beneath the emperor's realm, summoning the 9 dragons' coffin was a mere trifle. Roar! The 9 skeletal dragons, seemingly resurrected, were outlined with chains as they pulled the enormous coffin, instantly growing in size again. The mysterious bronze coffin loomed against the azure sky, casting shadows that obscured the sun. What does Jiang Mingsheng intend to do? Wait. The elders of various clans present were struck with dread as they gazed at Jiang Mingsheng. They watched as he stepped forward, his figure instantly appearing before the bronze coffin. He then reached out a hand, radiating a lustrous golden brilliance. The golden blood aura surged forth. His mighty hand pressed upon the coffin's lid, and with a sudden force, he flung it open. Boom! This was far more ruthless than when Jiang Yunhao had the elders open the bronze coffin for him. The enormous lid was lifted a fraction of its entirety. Everyone instinctively turned their gazes toward the interior of the bronze coffin, only to be met with an abyss of darkness. It resembled a bottomless pit that devoured the souls of those who dared to gaze within, leaving even the quasi-emperors unable to discern what lay inside. Just a single glance sent tremors through the hearts of the quasi-emperors, as if the darkness within had ensnared their very souls. This is bad. We cannot look any longer. Overcome by fear, the quasi-emperors hurriedly lowered their heads, unwilling to steal another glance into the depths of the bronze coffin. What could possibly be concealed within? Even we, the quasi-emperors, cannot unveil the truth? The quasi-emperors secretly gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, a cold and sharp smile crept across Jiang Mingsheng's lips. I have always said, as the Imperial scion of the Jiang family, I fear not the challenges of the younger generation. Yet, should any elder foolishly emerge to provoke me, they must not blame Jiang Mingsheng for being merciless. As Jiang Mingsheng's voice echoed, an astonishing force erupted from within the bronze coffin. It seemed intent on devouring the heavens, causing the world to tremble and all things to quiver. You, Jiang Mingsheng, what are you planning? No. In the blink of an eye, the quasi-emperor who had previously insinuated and deliberately exposed Jiang Yunhao's rank was drawn from countless miles away. Only then did the onlookers finally discern the visage of this quasi-emperor. He donned a simple linen garment, resembling an aged farmer, unremarkable in appearance. Yet, this seemingly ordinary peasant was, in truth, a formidable quasi-emperor. Damn it, Jiang Mingsheng. Have you lost your mind? The elderly man exclaimed in a fit of rage, utterly horrified. He had frantically summoned the powers within him, desperately attempting to escape the gravitational pull of the 9 dragons' coffin. Alas, all was in vain. He could not evade it. This realization plunged the old man into despair. Filled with regret for his earlier indiscretion, it is worth noting that he had ascended to the status of quasi-emperor many years prior, having garnered the recognition of a certain forbidden zone, thus becoming its heir. He had also earned the right to contend for a position in the Eastern Wastelands hierarchy. Nevertheless, he had not let this embolden him, approaching everything with utmost caution, lurking in the shadows for 7 or 8 millennia. The reason he remained inconspicuous was his awareness that other heirs from the Forbidden Zones were also eyeing the coveted position. Only a single victor could emerge from their fierce competition, claiming the sole triumph that would signify dominance over the 9 regions of the Eastern Wasteland. This was precisely why he had exercised such prudence over the years. After all, those recognized by the Forbidden Zones as heirs were far from ordinary. Thus, he had chosen to conceal himself among mortals, diligently amassing his strength, awaiting the day he would reveal himself. However, this conjecture was shattered with the emergence of Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao did not engage in rivalry with the other heirs of the Forbidden Zones. Instead, he inscribed his name upon the Imperial command tablet. Could it be that his assumptions were erroneous? A sense of shock and disbelief washed over him. Of course, his hypothesis might still hold true, following the customary path. Only the singular victor could etch their name upon the Imperial command tablet and attain the hierarchical position. Yet, Jiang Yunhao was different. He had encountered the enigmatic black ship and was recognized as the successor of the immortal elder, an unexpected turn of events even for Jiang Yunhao himself. As for inscribing his name on the Imperial command tablet, that was an unforeseen twist of fate. Nevertheless, the current predicament was that Jiang Yunhao had secured a position in the hierarchy. How could he possibly tolerate this? He had endured for 7 or 8 millennia for that very position. Yet, this scion of the Jiang family seemed to have achieved everything he yearned for without any effort. Envy, jealousy, anger, and resentment. An array of complex emotions surged within his mind. In a moment of weakness, he inadvertently revealed the matter concerning the hierarchical position. However, no one could have anticipated that a mere slip of the tongue would lead to a death sentence. Jiang Mingsheng, you have truly lost your mind. Do you presume that, relying on your formidable strength, you can meddle in the competition among us heirs of the Forbidden Zones? Let me tell you, this defies the will of heaven. You shall face the wrath of the celestial laws. An elderly peasant, undergoing a dramatic transformation, morphed into a grotesque creature with azure skin and a fearsome visage. Even the demon race could not discern its origin. However, for Jiang Mingsheng, this was of little consequence. He merely smiled coldly. The heavenly Tao's punishment? We shall see if it can indeed claim me, Jiang Mingsheng. As his words fell, the azure-skinned monstrosity was drawn towards him by the immense gravitational pull of the 9 dragons' coffin. Ah, you still possess some value, he remarked, before delivering a powerful punch to the creature's abdomen. The beast's eyes widened in horror as his core was obliterated by that singular strike. Subsequently, Jiang Mingsheng retrieved a radiant golden elixir. Yunhao, such beings are rare. They harbor within them a divine essence. Take this. After completing his task, he relinquished his hold, allowing the creature to be absorbed into the bronze coffin. With a thunderous boom, the coffin lid sealed shut, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. The spectacle left onlookers utterly astonished. Once again, Jiang Mingsheng proclaimed to the world, "Those who dare challenge the Jiang family's prince are of no concern to me. But should the elders rear their heads, I shall not hesitate to unleash my ruthless nature." Jiang Yunhao accepted the golden elixir, sensing an overwhelming surge of profound energy emanating from it. Clearly, it contained the quintessence of the azure-skinned creature's imperial essence. Akin to an inexhaustible vein of spiritual energy, an entire realm of fortune carried within, coupled with the elemental energies bestowed by the small cauldron. His cultivation would accelerate at an astonishing rate, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. He couldn't help but marvel at his fortune, having just vanquished Long Tianling. The benefits of his newfound destiny were already manifesting. Amidst the dense forest, where formidable demons roamed and fierce beasts roared, reminiscent of a primordial wilderness, a man clad in black with short hair, bearing a colossal sword, sat atop the carcass of a slain beast. His handsome features were striking as he tore a piece of flesh from the creature and devoured it. Ah, so my Jiang family now boasts an imperial scion? Even rousing the great ancestor from slumber? The man mused. This prince excels in the way of the sword? The elder summons all disciples from afar to return to the Jiang family. The primordial secret repository has revealed itself. Before him, a flickering transmission jade slip indicated someone was reporting to him. Interesting. I have lingered long enough. It is time to return and see for myself. Chapter 135. The Transmission of the Holy Body. The Father's direct disciple Grandmaster. Are you returning? In the depths of the forest, a man clad in black, bearing a colossal sword and consuming the flesh of formidable beasts, was none other than the esteemed Jiang Wuxiu of the Jiang family. This eminent figure, prior to the emergence of Jiang Yunhao, was already heralded as the most deserving candidate to become the Jiang family's illustrious scion. He shared a profound connection with Jiang Yunhao's father, having been accepted as his direct disciple. Among the younger generation of the Jiang family, Jiang Wuxiu stood as the sole individual capable of rivaling Jiang Yunhao. Of course I shall return. I have long heard tales of my master's child. Renowned across the heavens and extraordinarily exceptional, Jiang Wuxiu remarked, his eyes glimmering with intrigue as a faint smile graced his lips. Surrounding him were several figures, both male and female, each radiating formidable auras, their every movement infused with an inexplicable fortune, undeniably extraordinary. These individuals were also esteemed disciples of the Jiang family. Yet they had long chosen to follow Jiang Wuxiu. Surely, your return is not merely to visit your junior brother? Inquired Jiang Ling, the fourth esteemed disciple, who possessed a statuesque figure and striking beauty, her fiery red hair cascading down to her waist, a subtle smile playing upon her lips. Indeed, it is not simply a visit, Jiang Wuxiu replied with a chuckle. Years ago, I was particularly disheartened by him, tragically reduced to being a sycophant to a worthless woman. However, in recent times, he seems to have undergone significant transformation, which comes as a pleasant surprise. It is only this version of him that is worthy of my master's son's status. Jiang Wuxiu's brow furrowed slightly as he shifted the topic. Yet, I must ascertain his true worthiness. Does he possess the qualifications to assume the title of the Jiang family scion? If necessary, I shall personally test him. Should he prove to be a coward, what face would he have to represent the Jiang family? Jiang Wuxiu narrowed his eyes, harboring an unparalleled admiration for his master, Jiang Feng. At every moment, he envisioned the glorious days when Jiang Feng was still with the Jiang family. However, this almost obsessive reverence led Jiang Wuxiu to harbor dissatisfaction towards Jiang Yunhao, who had squandered many years only to ascend as the Jiang family scion. Despite the multitude of rumors surrounding Jiang Yunhao, Jiang Wuxiu remained unconvinced until he witnessed the truth with his own eyes. Regardless, he was determined to ascertain whether his junior brother truly deserved the title of the Jiang family's scion. The other esteemed disciples exchanged glances, each perceiving the joy reflected in the other's eyes. It was evident that Jiang Wuxiu had not yet acknowledged Jiang Yunhao. Thus, if Jiang Wuxiu could indeed subdue Jiang Yunhao, it would affirm that they had not followed the wrong leader. We shall follow in the footsteps of the Grand Master. In our hearts, only the Grand Master is worthy of the title of scion. We wish the Grand Master triumphant success in claiming the position of the family scion. Jiang Wuxiu's brow slightly furrowed as he cast a sidelong glance at the speaker. The man trembled all over, hastily slapping himself several times, and changed his words, saying, May the Great One achieve resounding victory, not inferior to others. Only then did Jiang Wuxiu's expression brighten considerably. All right, let us return home. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Wuxiu soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant beyond the horizon. Jiang Ling glanced at the young lord who had misspoken, rolling her eyes in exasperation. You, if you cannot speak properly, should refrain from uttering nonsense. Moreover, the Great One is acting out of goodwill and profound consideration. Do not be deceived by the current invincibility of the Emperor Yunhao. What if, in the future, he is defeated by another clan? Would that not bring shame to our Jiang family? The Great One merely wishes to protect our family's reputation, not to covet the position of the Emperor. Yes, the teachings of the four elders are indeed wise. Meanwhile, with Jiang Yunhao suppressing Long Tianling and Jiang Mingxing's fierce intervention, the various clans that sought to take advantage of the Jiang family fell silent. After all, both the elder and the youth were fearsome figures. No one dared to offend. However, all clans still aspired to enter the primordial secret repository. They could only comply with Jiang Yunhao's demands. If they wished to enter, they must offer resources in exchange. Regardless of whether they were willing or had reservations within, they had no choice but to acquiesce. The Jiang family was not a soft target to be easily manipulated. All clans, including the Jiang family, patiently awaited the stabilization of the spatial rift leading to the primordial secret repository. Jiang Yunhao was also biding his time. He immediately returned to the divine temple to retreat and prepared to thoroughly digest his recent gains. As time passed, Jiang Yunhao's renown grew increasingly resounding. Many began to regard him as part of the ancient prodigy lineage. Furthermore, the notion of the Eastern Wasteland-esque sequence began to circulate throughout the cosmos. It was predictable that whether contemporary elites or ancient prodigies, any beings aspiring to attain the path of the Emperor would not wish to miss out on the sequence. They would undoubtedly fixate on Jiang Yunhao. Emperor, Several elders request your presence. Within the divine temple, Qingwan materialized, respectfully gazing at the serene and majestic Jiang Yunhao seated within. The little true phoenix had now grown to the size of a fist, soaring and swirling around Jiang Yunhao with remarkable agility. Oh, what do the elders desire? The little true phoenix settled comfortably on Jiang Yunhao's shoulder, tilting its head curiously at Qingwan. Jiang Yunhao opened his eyes, and a radiant brilliance erupted from them. It was evident that his recent period of quiet cultivation had yielded tremendous results. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao's demeanor was increasingly extraordinary, markedly different from before. Having acquired the source power of Long Tianling, Jiang Yunhao's cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate. Unbeknownst to him, his realm had reached the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon realm, especially his physique, which, under the blessings of mastering the true dragon lineage's innate bloodline and the true phoenix clan's auspicious dragon and phoenix harmony, had advanced remarkably. In a subtle transformation, his physical body had already approached the formidable threshold of 300 million. Such terrifying physical prowess would leave anyone incredulous if spoken of aloud. Even among the divine realms, it was difficult for the demon clans to rival Jiang Yunhao. Thus, when Jiang Yunhao rose, it seemed as though a vast and overwhelming force descended upon the scene. Qingwan's expression shifted slightly, her eyes sparkling with remarkable brilliance, and her heart could not help but swell with joy. Her imperial son was growing ever stronger. Though she herself was a paragon of excellence, standing before Jiang Yunhao made her feel somewhat insignificant. Yet, Qingwan harbored no desire to compare herself with him. She genuinely marveled at his strength. It was the ancestor who had summoned the members of various clans, preparing to impart his teachings personally. Qingwan explained to Jiang Yunhao the recent developments. Oh, the ancestor is to personally impart his teachings. I understand. Jiang Yunhao's eyes brightened. As he could surmise the ancestor's intentions, it was likely due to the announcement of his rank that the ancestor had taken notice, seeking to bolster the Jiang family disciples before the opening of the primordial secret vault. After all, this held far greater significance than merely suppressing the presence of the Jiang family's imperial son. Who wouldn't he desire a rank? It pertained to the opportunity of ascending to the throne. It was predictable that once the spatial fissures leading to the primordial secret vault stabilized, prodigies from various clans would undoubtedly arrive. Among them would surely be many ancient anomalies. The ancient beings Jiang Yunhao would next encounter would not be comparable to the likes of Long Tianling. Long Tianling, in his arrogance, had dared to challenge him before fully recovering. Although Jiang Yunhao had defeated Long Tianling, it only served to make the other ancient anomalies more cautious. When those ancient beings finally made their appearance, Jiang Yunhao knew without a doubt that they would be at their peak, confident in their ability to challenge him. As for the ancestor of the Jiang family, he was a formidable being of the perfected saint body. Though he had not ascended to the throne, in terms of power, he was a fearsome force capable of contending with emperors. An opportunity for such an existence to impart teachings was rare and invaluable. It would undoubtedly be of great benefit to him. As for the ancient anomalies, let them come. He would dispatch them as they arrived. It was worth noting that each of them possessed the essence of life within them, if he could gather several. The vision was too splendid for Jiang Yunhao to even fathom. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Yunhao felt a surge of excitement. All right, let us meet the esteemed ancestors. With this resolve, he no longer hesitated and immediately rose to leave with Qingwan. Deep within the ancestral hall of the Jiang family, on the floating island, a multitude of Jiang family disciples had already gathered. Though few in number, less than 100, they represented the most elite among the million-strong clan. Each was a figure of renown, having honed their skills through years of external trials. Jiang Lingxiao, Jiang Junlin, have you truly chosen to follow Jiang Yunhao? This esteemed individual has extended numerous invitations to you, yet you have remained steadfast in your refusal to acquiesce. I initially assumed you to be of a proud and lofty disposition. How, then, have you so easily succumbed to the will of a mere youth? This Jiang Yunhao, a mere child not yet 20 summers old. What sort of enchanting elixir has he bestowed upon you? Have you lost your senses? Have your wits abandoned you? Chapter 136. The Three Strongest of the Jiang Family. A Clash of Titans. At this moment, before Jiang Yunhao's arrival and the appearance of the venerable ancestor Jiang Mingxing, The numerous Jiang family disciples gathered on the floating island were far from harmonious. A robust man, clad in coarse linen, cast a mocking glance towards Jiang Lingxiao and Jiang Junlin. The location where Jiang Lingxiao and the others stood was surrounded by several elite members of the Jiang family, evidently those who had accompanied Jiang Yunhao in his worldly battles. However, aside from these individuals, many others had rushed back after receiving messages from the elder generations of their respective branches. The man speaking was none other than a young esteemed member of the Jiang family, the second young master, Jiang Yunhao. His name was quite unique, yet no one dared to underestimate him. Second young master, refrain from speaking recklessly. We hold a distinction between the esteemed and the common. Though you are privileged as the second young master, it does not grant you the liberty to speak disrespectfully towards the Imperial son, Jiang Junlin replied coldly, directing his gaze at Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he scrutinized Jiang Junlin. Oh, are you still the same Jiang Junlin? Why have you lowered your status to curry favor with a mere youth? Jiang Yunhao and Jiang Junlin belonged to the same generation, older than Jiang Wuxiu and Jiang Yunhao. The 8 esteemed members of the Jiang family were not necessarily of the current youthful generation, when no successor emerged within a branch. The previous generation's esteemed member was not obliged to relinquish their position. This was a rule of internal competition upheld by the Jiang family. Members of the Jiang family never shied away from rivalry, even among the clans of the 8 branches, all vying for the position of esteemed member. It resembled the nurturing of a goo worm, ultimately determining a singular victor who could then ascend as the imperial son of the Jiang family. Of course, Jiang Yunhao was an exception. It could be said that throughout the long lineage of the Jiang family, he was the first individual directly designated by the ancestors. Silence. Jiang Yunhao, you remain as reckless as ever. Jiang Junlin frowned deeply. Jiang Yunhao, however, was all smiles, his demeanor exuberant. He winked and leaned closer to Jiang Junlin. What is going on? Do tell me. Jiang Junlin wished to ignore him. Suddenly, a sly smile crept onto Jiang Yunhuang's lips. Oh, I see. You must have been bested by Jiang Yunhao, haven't you? TSK. Who would have thought that the one who prides himself on being invincible and seeks to claim the position of the Jiang family's imperial son would fall to a mere youth? Ha ha ha, how amusing. You could have accepted defeat, yet here you are, becoming Jiang Yunhao's lapdog. If I were to defeat you, would you also willingly submit to me? At these words, Jiang Junlin's expression shifted drastically. Jiang Yunhao, what are you implying? But in the next moment, boom. A fist the size of a sandbag crashed into Jiang Junlin's abdomen. Jiang Yunhao, you? It is evident that Jiang Junlin had never anticipated that Jiang Yunhao would suddenly launch an attack against him. The force of that punch was terrifying, seemingly infused with unparalleled divine power, rendering Jiang Junlin devoid of any sensation of pain. His body suddenly went limp, bending as he collapsed to the ground. Sweat beads visibly emerged on his forehead. That punch nearly cost him his life. Hey, Jiang Junlin, why are you kneeling? Please don't. You are our esteemed third young master. I cannot bear the weight of your kneeling. Surely, you should kneel before your little master, Jiang Yunhao. Oh, I see now. Having defeated you, you intend to switch allegiances. Jiang Yunhao appeared utterly astonished. You, Jiang Junlin's face turned pale, shock coursing through him. This second young master had harnessed divine power? What is divine power? It is the transformation of magical energy following ascension to divinity, surpassing the magical prowess of beings prior to achieving the divine realm. Below the divine power, mortals are but mere ants. This delineates a significant divide among practitioners. This means Jiang Yunhao has become a deity. Jiang Junlin was filled with dread, clearly taken aback by the unexpected fortune this long-absent second young master had encountered. While he, Jiang Junlin, had fought tirelessly for years, he had not been graced with such luck. Truly, comparisons between individuals can be infuriating. Jiang Junlin gritted his teeth in silence. Uncle, you have gone too far. At that moment, Jiang Lingxiao stepped forward, attempting to intervene in this farce. However, Jiang Yunhao cast a surprised glance at Jiang Lingxiao. Oh, I nearly forgot about you. Why have you also succumbed to Jiang Yunhao? Lingxiao, my dear nephew, I held such high hopes for you. Why have you become so disappointing? Jiang Yunhao reached out toward Jiang Lingxiao. Jiang Lingxiao's pupils suddenly contracted. As if under some inexplicable force, before he could react, Jiang Yunhao's hand was already on his head. Boom. What? What kind of divine technique is this? A thunderous sound echoed in Jiang Lingshao's mind. Upon regaining consciousness, his expression shifted dramatically as he looked at Jiang Yunhao in shock. Jiang Yunhao, what pleasure do you derive from bullying a younger master? Just then, a resplendent golden light appeared above the Jiang family estate. It was none other than 9 ferocious, coiling dragons, pulling a golden palace. Like a sun suspended in the sky, its might was boundless. The grand doors of the palace slowly opened, and several extraordinary men and women, their demeanor humble, stepped out, standing gracefully on either side. Then, a black-clad man, bearing a colossal sword, emerged from the palace with an impassive expression. The great respect, Jiang Wuxiu. The young members of the Jiang family immediately recognized the identity of the man. It was indeed the returning Jiang Wuxiu. Jiang Wuxiu, you have returned. The playful smile on Jiang Yunhao's face gradually faded, his expression turning solemn. Clearly, that exaggerated and frivolous demeanor was merely a facade he often presented to the world. After all, as the second young master of the Jiang family, his cunning was far from superficial. It was at this moment that Jiang Yunhao became genuinely serious, for his frivolous appearance was but a disguise. We have seen the son of the emperor. We pay our respects to the son of the emperor. May the son of the emperor live for eternity. At this juncture, numerous disciples of the Jiang family suddenly turned towards a specific direction, respectfully bowing. A youth clad in garments as white as snow, exuding an extraordinary aura, descended upon the Jiang family's divine rainbow, ushered forth. His impeccable presence seemed to overshadow all living beings. Occasionally, a shimmering, ethereal radiance flickered across his form, embodying celestial grace and the essence of the heavens. Jiang Yunhao had also arrived. In a fleeting moment, the gazes of the 3 individuals converged. Unseen, it was as if needles met grains, an undercurrent of energy surged, transforming into 3 palpable currents of force that clashed and erupted in the void. Chapter 137. Are you the one who talks too much? Oh, is this Jiang Yunhao? The king of Jiang reached out and gently patted Jiang Lingshao's head before swiftly moving aside. The imperial son has arrived. Hiss, what of the other 2 young lords? Those loyal to Jiang Yunhao among the Jiang family could not help but feel their spirits surge as they beheld the trio's entrance, akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore. Such a scene was indeed a rarity to witness. The most representative figures of the 8 branches of the Jiang family were gathered at this moment. 7 young lords, the great Lord Jiang Wuxiu, the second Lord Jiang Yunhao, and the third, recently risen to prominence and recognized by the ancestors as the representative of the younger generation of the Jiang family, the imperial son Jiang Yunhao. It could be said that today, all those who had fought valiantly in battles for the Jiang family, as well as the young talents of Jiang Yunhao's generation, were present. The most captivating among them were undoubtedly Jiang Yunhao, Jiang Wuxiu, and Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Lingshao furrowed his brow, casting a worried glance in Jiang Yunhao's direction. He could acutely sense that both Jiang Wuxiu and Jiang Yunhao harbored ambitions towards Jiang Yunhao's position as the imperial son. The imperial son. These 2 were indeed the great and second lords of the Jiang family, who had long been away, establishing their legacy for the family. It had been centuries since they last returned, and their true strength remained a mystery to all. With his heart aligned with Jiang Yunhao, Jiang Lingshao approached him. Although he held great confidence in Jiang Yunhao's capabilities, the 2 young lords were no ordinary adversaries. Prior to Jiang Yunhao's emergence, they were the most likely candidates to become the imperial son themselves, having already attained fame for many years. Now, with centuries having passed without a glimpse of them, no one could ascertain their true prowess. While the imperial son's strength was formidable, it was prudent to exercise caution. Jiang Lingshao silently pondered. Jiang Yunhao, fully aware of Jiang Lingshao's good intentions, held no doubts regarding his cousin's concern. He did not mind the competition. After all, it was an established custom within the Jiang family. It was not the competition among the Jiang family members that was feared, but rather a complacent acquiescence among them. In a prestigious family with a long lineage, internal competition was bound to be bloodily brutal. From Jiang Yunhao's perspective, this was also an opportunity to win over the young lords of the Jiang family. Moreover, a good example was right before him. Jiang Yunhao's gaze shifted to Jiang Yunhao. recalling the latter's earlier action of daring to pat Jiang Lingxiao's head. While it appeared to be an affront to Jiang Lingxiao, it was, in fact, a provocation directed at the Imperial son. After all, the Jiang family members were well aware that Jiang Lingxiao was his follower. Who could fail to recognize the intent behind publicly humiliating Jiang Lingxiao? Since someone has taken the lead, let us resolve this matter first. After all, Jiang Yunhao is no pushover. Witnessing his kin being insulted, how could he remain indifferent? If he were to do so, he might as well relinquish his title as the son of the emperor. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yunhao had already made his decision. Meanwhile, Zhang Wuxiu emerged from the magnificent golden palace. With his hands clasped behind him, he stood poised in the void, his expression as calm as a still pond. His gaze surveying the surroundings with an air of indifference, as if he were wholly unconcerned with the presence of the numerous members of the Jiang family below. He is indeed the son of my master, Jiang Yunhao. How he has grown. Among the crowd, only Jiang Yunhao garnered a second glance from Zhang Wuxiu. A century ago, after Jiang Feng's mysterious disappearance, only the ancestors of the Jiang family were aware that Zhang Wuxiu had returned to the family and had met the yet-to-be-born Jiang Yunhao, who was still sealed within the clan. Now, having briefly scrutinized Jiang Yunhao, Zhang Wuxiu withdrew his gaze. He sensed the strength of Jiang Yunhao at the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon realm, yet still not a deity. Upon discerning Jiang Yunhao's cultivation level, Zhang Wuxiu could not help but shake his head. It seems my junior brother is ill-prepared to secure this title of the son of the emperor. Zhang Wuxiu then cast a glance toward the direction of Jiang Renwang. Jiang Renwang, older than both Zhang Wuxiu and Jiang Yunhao, he was a contemporary of Jiang Junlin. Moreover, Jiang Renwang's prowess was unfathomable. The atmosphere in the vicinity grew tense with Jiang Yunhao's arrival. Silence enveloped the gathering. One could hear a pin drop. Oh, so you are the little Yunhao? I met you years ago when you were yet to be born, nurturing within the clan for a century. I never imagined that the adorable little one from back then has now grown up. Jiang Renwang resumed his boisterous demeanor, appearing carefree as he teased Jiang Yunhao. Little Yunhao, such a charming little fellow. These words resonated deeply within the hearts of the surrounding Jiang family members, causing a collective shudder. How audacious! Is he truly so casual in addressing the son of the emperor? It was clear to all that such remarks carried a tone of disrespect, for the son of the emperor stands above even the young lord of the Jiang family. In the presence of the son of the emperor, even the esteemed young lord could not afford to speak so freely without risking offense. At this moment, everyone sensed Jiang Renwang's intentions. Clearly, this second young lord harbored considerable malice toward the son of Yunhao. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Jiang Yunhao appeared unperturbed by Jiang Renwang's demeanor. He did not spare Jiang Renwang a second glance. Instead, Jiang Yunhao approached Jiang Junlin, casually retrieving a divine herb. With his thumb and forefinger pinching the stem of the herb, he squeezed out a drop of its essence, which he then directed with his spiritual energy to touch Jiang Junlin's forehead. In an instant, Jiang Junlin felt his weary body rejuvenate. The pallor of his face instantly replaced by a flush of vitality. Esteemed Emperor, Jiang Junlin hastily rose, respectfully clasping his fists in salute towards Jiang Yunhao. After performing this gesture, Jiang Yunhao surveyed the surroundings with an impassive expression and inquired, "Who has harmed Jiang Junlin?" A collective tension gripped the crowd, their breaths suspended. Those familiar with Jiang Yunhao understood that the emperor was preparing to settle scores. It was still fresh in their memories how, upon entering the celestial void, Jiang Yunhao had effortlessly dispatched the genius of the Wang family with a single stroke of his sword. He was not a man of gentle temperament. "Oh my!" exclaimed the Jiang Renwang, astonished as he scrutinized Jiang Yunhao with keen interest. It was evident that Jiang Yunhao's demeanor had taken Jiang Renwang by surprise. "Yunhao, you are indeed remarkable. At such a tender age, you exhibit considerable bravado, sparing our Jiang family from disgrace. It is commendable to have such an emperor among us." Jiang Renwang's tone dripped with sarcasm. "Oh, uncle, was it you who took action?" Jiang Yunhao's gaze sharpened, fixing intently upon Jiang Renwang. While the term uncle was a mark of respect, the icy glint in Jiang Yunhao's eyes pierced through Jiang Renwang, making him exceedingly uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, the smile on Jiang Renwang's face froze. He felt a swell of enlightenment, having envisioned numerous scenarios in which he would confront Jiang Yunhao. Yet he never anticipated that this young man would possess an aura that subtly dominated even the likes of them, the lesser nobles. It was as if Jiang Yunhao had never regarded them with any significance at all. In his emperor's demeanor, he faced the lesser nobles directly. Yet, who was Jiang Yunhao? In terms of lineage, he was a generation above Jiang Yunhao. In terms of strength, he harbored no doubt that he would not be outmatched by Jiang Yunhao. Yunhao, do not presume upon the indulgence of our ancestors to disregard your elders and act with impunity, Jiang Yunhao remarked with a smile. As he spoke, Jiang Yunhao suddenly extended his hand towards Jiang Yunhao. Witnessing this, Jiang Lingshao's heart jolted. He knew all too well that he had previously been subdued by this strange maneuver. Even now, he could not fathom the intricacies of Jiang Yunhao's technique. Yet, Jiang Yunhao dared to strike at Jiang Yunhao in public. His intentions were glaringly evident. It was an attempt to humiliate Jiang Yunhao before all. Yunhao you, Jiang Yunhao began, a smile still adorning his face, but his words were yet to finish. Do you speak too much? In response to Jiang Yunhao's advancing hand, a radiant light flickered in the depths of Jiang Yunhao's eyes. Chapter 138, Kneel before me. The vision crushes everyone since the intent of the king of the Jiang clan. His aim was to publicly humiliate Jiang Yunhao to solidify his own position within the Jiang family. However, the king harbored no murderous intent towards Jiang Yunhao. He merely adhered to the competitive rules within the clan. The title of Imperial son was his to claim. In the void above, Jiang Wuxiu watched the king of the Jiang clan extend his hand, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. The balance of power was shifting. Jiang Wuxiu appeared to relish the unfolding drama. The other young nobles of the Jiang family shared this sentiment. Jiang Ling, with a charming smile, softly remarked, "A splendid performance is about to commence." Alas, this tactic was exceedingly devious. The imperial son, Jiang Lingshao and Jiang Junlin, both young nobles, aligned their hearts with Jiang Yunhao, king of the Jiang clan. "Do not bully the weak," Jiang Junlin exclaimed, his pride wounded by a previous ambush. Recently, he had made significant strides in his own strength. Jiang Junlin, you are insufficient. The king of the Jiang clan's figure suddenly materialized before Jiang Yunhao. Reaching out to ruffle his hair, he cast a disdainful glance towards Jiang Junlin. Then, with a thunderous surge, the aura of the king erupted forth. The energy of the divine realm gusted like a tempest, shaking the very heavens and earth. Surrounding him, vibrant lights danced, and the trails of Tao flowed incessantly. He had entered the divine realm. Jiang Junlin's expression shifted dramatically. "I address you as my clan uncle out of respect for your contributions to the Jiang family. Today, to strike down the king of the Jiang clan is merely to punish your blatant disrespect." At that moment, Jiang Yunhao spoke calmly. In the next instant, he unleashed a palm strike of his own. He did not resort to any arcane techniques. He merely summoned the strength of his physical form. The power within him surged forth, as if he were a furnace of the cosmos, his blood roaring, shaking the heavens and earth. Jiang Yunhao's palm strike conveyed an overwhelming force, akin to a sweeping motion that could reshape the very universe, its might unparalleled, capable of altering stars and moons. Is it possible? Such tremendous power emanating from mere physical strength? The king of the Jiang clan felt the weight of Jiang Yunhao's terrifying strike most acutely. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. Bang! The two palms collided. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Yunhao remained steadfast, while the king of the Jiang clan was sent sprawling. The enigmatic force contained within that strike was brutally shattered by Jiang Yunhao's sheer physical might. Jiang Yunhao's palm strike, a testament to pure strength, could be described as a singular force breaking through myriad laws. Under the overwhelming pressure of his physique, any mystical technique appeared as fragile as a mere clay figurine. Easily crushed, the onlookers stood agape, rendered speechless by the spectacle. It was evidently unforeseen that with just a single strike, the king of the Jiang clan would be vanquished. What transpired? Hadn't he, the king of Jiang, ascended to divinity? After achieving such a status, one ought to possess the ability to refine a divine body, thus transcending the physical prowess of beings within the divine realm. My heavens, how formidable must the physique of the imperial son be, capable of overpowering even a deity? The members of the Jiang family appeared dazed, engulfed in disbelief. Even those young ones who had previously followed Jiang Yunhao and triumphed over numerous ancient demonic clans could scarcely fathom such an outcome. After all, both Long Outyin and that ancient prodigy, Long Tianling, had yet to attain divinity. Yet today a spectacle defied all expectations. Their own imperial son had not bested a mere mortal, but a being of divine stature. Even entities of the divine realm could be vanquished. Zhang Wuxiu, standing poised in the void, felt his pupils constrict slightly. The smiles upon the faces of the four Jiangling froze. This scenario diverged significantly from their anticipations. Simultaneously, the king of Jiang, having been struck away by Jiang Yunhao's palm, bore an expression of sheer astonishment. The king could acutely feel the excruciating pain coursing through his right arm. The piercing agony rendered his entire arm achingly numb, as if it no longer belonged to him. What manner of physique is this? To possess such a terrifying corporeal form without even attaining divinity. Were he to ascend, refine a divine body, what being of the same realm could possibly contend with him? The king of Jiang's emotions surged, overwhelmed with incredulity. Is this truly the divine realm? It appears far from extraordinary. Jiang Yunhao shook his head. Upon hearing this, the king of Jiang felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his anger surging. This young man's tongue is indeed venomous. It was he who instigated the provocation against Jiang Yunhao, seeking to publicly humiliate him and carve a path for himself toward the position of the imperial son. Little did he anticipate that he would be the one to suffer disgrace. It was he who had been sent flying. How could the king of Jiang endure this? Much less contemplate yielding? Otherwise, he might not only lose his claim to the position of the imperial son within the Jiang family, but also find himself unable to face his ancestors. The king of Jiang abruptly halted. Very well, I admit I underestimated you. However, despite your formidable physique, you have yet to attain divinity. The divine realm is far from the simplicity you envision. Do not blame your clan uncle for not granting you time to mature. It is simply because you possess something not rightfully yours. A commoner bears no guilt, yet the possession of precious things can invite calamity. The position of the imperial son in the Jiang family is reserved for the virtuous, and all may challenge it. Should you grow strong enough in the future and wish to reclaim all that you have lost, your clan uncle shall be ever ready to engage. The king of Jiang had fully committed himself, his intentions laid bare for all to see. He was determined to contend for the position of the imperial son. With those words spoken, it was akin to issuing a formal challenge to Jiang Yunhao. If Jiang Yunhao were to be defeated by him, the title of the Jiang family's heir would undoubtedly change hands. Oh, has the charade finally come to an end? This is more like it. Why conceal it any longer? I accept the challenge from my uncle. Jiang Yunhao, however, was not taken aback by this. On the contrary, he hoped that those from the Jiang family who were dissatisfied with his status as the younger lord would hasten to reveal themselves. It would be preferable to subdue these young lords early on rather than face any troublesome antics in the future. Excellent. Now that you have accepted, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Upon hearing Jiang Yunhao's words, Jiang Renwang felt a surge of divine power within him, like a raging river. Above his head, peculiar and wondrous phenomena began to materialize. Every extraordinary talent could evoke such wonders. Jiang Renwang clenched his fist, gathering strength. This punch altered the colors of heaven and earth, and the divine power surged. Yet, it appeared that this was not easily unleashed and required considerable preparation. Jiang Renwang was even prepared for the possibility that Jiang Yunhao would attempt to interrupt his gathering of power. Clearly, at this moment, Jiang Renwang was truly exerting his full strength. However, contrary to his expectations, Jiang Yunhao merely observed his display in silence. What is this, a circus act? Yunhao, do not be so arrogant. Seeing this, Jiang Renwang was momentarily stunned, then nearly laughed in anger. Kneel before me. Jiang Renwang suddenly roared, unleashing a fierce punch. This strike sent forth boundless waves of energy, causing the bamboo groves on the island to sway and the flowers and grass to scatter. It even conjured an ethereal image of a colossal wild elephant. The giant elephant, as if treading on the stars, swept through the cosmos with ferocity, charging relentlessly towards Jiang Yunhao. Such profound divine ability. Jiang Yunhao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, he sensed the formidable power of Jiang Renwang's technique. It was evidently an extraordinary divine art. Nonetheless, Jiang Yunhao remained unperturbed. He refrained from drawing his sword, for his swordsmanship was too fearsome, once unleashed. Jiang Yunhao would likely be unable to withstand it. Although killing Jiang Yunhao would bear no consequence, as his ancestors would not hold him accountable. After all, it was Jiang Yunhao who challenged him. Having a living Jiang Yunhao was undoubtedly more valuable than a deceased one. With this in mind, Jiang Yunhao revealed the divine ability of the ancient saint body. A faint golden aura began to emanate from his skin. The blood-chi fluctuations of the ancient saint body, coupled with profound and mysterious rhythms, emerged. The first phenomenon. The immortal king descends upon the heavens. Boom. An image of the immortal king manifested in the world. Majestic and unparalleled. The immortal king met the colossal elephant's phantom punch, and they collided with one another. Bang! Boundless energy surged forth, and the winds howled. A body akin to that of the ancestor? Jiang Yunhuang's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing this. Having spent years in solitude, devoid of followers, he was not as well informed as Jiang Wuxiu. For the first time, the king of the Jiang clan was astonished to discover that Jiang Yunhao possessed the ancient sacred body. Yet, this revelation was only the beginning. Jiang Yunhao suddenly stepped forward, manifesting the second extraordinary phenomenon of his sacred body, the 9 steps to heaven. His aura locked onto the king of Jiang, and in an instant, Jiang Yunhao's figure appeared to expand infinitely in the king's eyes, resembling a colossal titan standing amidst the heavens, casting a downward gaze. This terrifying display of might sent a shiver down the spine of the king of Jiang, overwhelming him with a singular sensation, a foreboding that he might perish at any moment, a premonition of death. The king of Jiang shuddered violently. How could this be? I have ascended to divinity. No, do not let it descend upon me. Chapter 139, The Path of the Tao. A tripartite stand. It was only at this moment that the king of the Jiang clan truly experienced the terror of Jiang Yunhao. To an outsider, it appeared as though Jiang Yunhao had merely taken a small step forward. However, with his aura fixated upon the king of the Jiang clan, others remained oblivious to the extraordinary force at play. What seemed like an unremarkable step was anything but. In the next instant, a resounding thud echoed as the king of the Jiang clan's knees buckled, and he knelt upon the ground. What? He knelt? Onlookers widened their eyes, staring in a daze at the unfolding scene. Silence enveloped the crowd, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of shock. None could have anticipated that the king of the Jiang clan would descend to his knees without any forewarning. In the following moment, the gaze of the crowd converged upon Jiang Yunhao, awe evident in their expressions. This spectacle was even more astonishing than when Jiang Yunhao subdued Long Tianling, leaving the Jiang clan's younger generation in disbelief. It must be noted that while Long Tianling was an ancient anomaly, his potential was merely terrifying. In terms of realms, he was relatively equal to Jiang Yunhao, but the king of the Jiang clan, he was a living embodiment of a divine realm powerhouse. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Can you truly overpower me? At this moment, the king of the Jiang clan had shed his earlier nonchalance. His complexion was ashen, and his body trembled uncontrollably. I refuse to believe it. I will not yield. In the next heartbeat, the king of the Jiang clan suddenly raised his head and roared. To everyone's astonishment, azure flames began to manifest around him, flickering and dancing as an incredible aura radiated outward from his very being. The path of the Tao? The king of the Jiang clan had awakened his innate Tao seed. The Tao seed is an essential element for transcending into the divine realm. Divine realm beings can glean profound powers from their understanding of the natural world, thereby transforming them into their unique Tao seed. Each entity in the divine realm possesses a distinct Tao seed of their own. Divine mandate. Divine elephant's suppression technique. Roar. As the king of the Jiang clan unleashed a mighty roar, the power of his Tao seed materialized, revealing a colossal divine elephant that obscured the heavens. Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes. Upon witnessing the king of the Jiang clan wielding the divine realm's grand technique, he felt an awakening within himself, grasping certain mysteries of the divine realm. The divine elephant suppression technique? It must pertain to the profound techniques cultivated by my uncle, which, when augmented by his Tao seed, evolved into his own unique divine realm technique. A realization dawned upon Jiang Yunhao, and he sensed a slight loosening of the constraints surrounding his cultivation realm. After all, Jiang Yunhao had already reached the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon realm, standing merely a step away from the divine realm. Halt! Simultaneously, several elders of the Jiang clan made their appearance. In truth, they had been observing the conflict brewing between Jiang Yunhao and the king of the Jiang clan for some time. However, neither Jiang Mingxing nor Jiang Chun had intervened to halt the clash. The reason was simple. The scions of the Jiang family, in their quest to unify all clan members, must inevitably engage in competition with the prodigious talents within their ranks. It is only through their own efforts that they can truly earn the respect of their kin. This principle is both the ancestral teaching of the Jiang clan and the guiding tenet for nurturing their successors. If one could ascend solely due to the favor of an ancestor, the Jiang family would not have endured for millennia in an unbroken legacy. It is precisely this unique method of cultivation that ensures each generation of the Jiang family produces an unparalleled genius, worthy of the highest honors within their esteemed lineage. However, while competition is essential, it must also be tempered with discretion. After all, they are not outsiders, and there is no need for life and death struggles among themselves. The presence of several ancestors at this moment signifies their recognition of the perilous resolve of Jiang Renwang. Whether it is Jiang Yunhao's injury or Jiang Renwang's desperate fight, both represent significant losses for the Jiang family, and the ancestors cannot remain passive observers. Yet, before the ancestors could intervene, Jiang Yunhao had already unleashed another aspect of his divine abilities, the celestial phenomenon of yin and yang. His eyes were shrouded in a mesmerizing duality of black and white, enigmatic and unfathomable. In an instant, the azure sky was bisected into these two contrasting hues. What is this? The four ancestors of the Jiang family were momentarily taken aback, witnessing Jiang Yunhao manifest his celestial prowess for the first time. The forces of yin and yang? Could it be that Yunhao has comprehended the mysteries of duality? Historical records indicate that no one has ever grasped the essence of the yin and yang celestial phenomenon. Even the most erudite of the four ancestors felt a wave of astonishment. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the yin and yang phenomenon abruptly warped. The black and white energies surged forth, morphing into a terrifying vortex. Wherever Jiang Yunhao directed his gaze, this swirling abyss manifested. His focus zeroed in on the colossal divine statue that loomed above, as the swirling vortex of black and white twisted and tore apart the statue in an instant. What? My divine realm and grand abilities have been shattered. Jiang Renwang's complexion fluctuated between pallor and crimson, and with a gasp, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His body was flung away like a broken kite, crashing violently to the ground. A thunderous boom resonated throughout the floating island. Had this not been a sanctuary for the Jiang ancestors, imbued with intricate formations, the sheer force of the impact would have been sufficient to obliterate a towering mountain. All the onlooking descendants of the Jiang family were left in awe, their eyes gleaming with admiration as they focused intently on Jiang Yunhao. The duel between the two was nothing short of spectacular, showcasing an array of formidable powers that dazzled the spectators. Yet, what astonished them most was the state of both combatants after the clash. With the celestial phenomena of yin and yang concealed, Jiang Yunhao stood untainted by dust. His gaze serene, reminiscent of an elegant young noble reveling in the joys of spring. In stark contrast, Jiang Renwang appeared considerably more disheveled. He lay dejectedly on the ground, his face smeared with blood, his aura diminished, utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate. It was abundantly clear that the outcome was irrevocably determined. No one could have anticipated that Jiang Yunhao would shatter Jiang Renwang's divine realm and supreme powers in an instant. This was truly terrifying. Even the four esteemed ancestors of the Jiang family, who had come to understand that Jiang Yunhao's prowess defied conventional reasoning, were momentarily stunned. It was their first encounter witnessing Jiang Yunhao, prior to attaining divinity, utterly overwhelm the divine realm. They had expected a fierce clash that would result in mutual destruction. Yet Yunhao triumphed with overwhelming force over Jiang Renwang. The four ancestors exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. Clearly, they had underestimated Yunhao. Upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. This young prodigy had indeed proven exceptional, managing to suppress an ancient anomaly freshly emerged into the world. Now, his victory over the divine realm seemed almost logical. Jiang Xiaodian gasped in awe, marveling at such commendation. To traverse a significant realm, particularly the vast chasm between the divine and the mundane, in the case of Jiang Yunhao, felt astonishingly natural. Fortunately, he belonged to the Jiang family. One could only ponder how matters would unfold had he been born of another clan. Even the esteemed ancestor Jiang Mingxin could not help but exclaim in admiration. The ancestors shared a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao approached Jiang Renwang, who lay prostrate before him. Jiang Renwang, do you yield? Jiang Yunhao regarded him with indifference. At this utterance, silence enveloped the arena. Everyone recognized that this was the moment the esteemed youth intended to subdue Jiang Renwang. Jiang Renwang could harbor resentment due to the ancestors' endorsement of Jiang Yunhao, could refuse to concede, and could challenge him. However, challenging the esteemed youth came with the obligation to face the repercussions of defeat. Jiang Renwang's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallid. Regardless of the myriad scenarios he had contemplated, he had never envisaged that it would be he who lay vanquished on the ground. Wait a moment. Just then, several figures descended with a casual grace. Esteemed youth, you must be unaware that my master also seeks to subdue Jiang Renwang. There is always a protocol of precedence. After all, Jiang Ling remarked with a smile. These individuals were none other than the followers of Jiang Wuxiu, representing other young lords of the Jiang family. Observing this, the surrounding Jiang disciples gasped in astonishment. The balance of power within the Jiang family had once been akin to a tripod. Yet, with the downfall of Jiang Renwang, only the forces of Jiang Yunhao and Jiang Wuxiu remained, each supported by their own young lords. How dare you speak to my junior disciple in such a manner? Yet, just when everyone anticipated that Jiang Wuxiu would publicly challenge Jiang Yunhao like Jiang Renwang, he cast a cold glance at Jiang Linghong. Something is amiss. This esteemed figure. Everyone was momentarily taken aback by his words. Another unexpected turn of events. What does Jiang Wuxiu mean by this? Jiang Yunhao, too, looked at Jiang Wuxiu in astonishment. Chapter 140. The sacred body preacher and the traitor of the Jiang family Jiang Ling was clearly taken aback. She had spoken in defense of Jiang Wuxiu, yet found herself publicly reprimanded by him. Her heart quivered, disbelief washing over her. She had followed Jiang Wuxiu for many years, even pledging her loyalty with a blood oath, recognizing him as her master. Throughout the years, he had placed immense trust in her, granting her a distinguished status among his other loyal followers. However, she never anticipated that Jiang Wuxiu would chastise her for Jiang Yunhao's sake. Why was this happening? Was I not your most devoted follower, master? I know you have long sought to win over this Jiang Renwang. Only you are worthy of the imperial status of my Jiang family. What is Jiang Yunhao compared to you? The disparity is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Master, you, Jiang Ling's complexion shifted slightly as she instinctively spoke. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Wuxiu abruptly struck out his hand. Slap. The crisp sound of a resounding slap echoed around them. Jiang Ling was sent flying, landing a dozen meters away. This sudden turn of events left everyone in stunned silence. With her fiery red hair in disarray, Jiang Ling, utterly bewildered, covered her stinging cheek with her hand. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she stared blankly in Jiang Wuxiu's direction. She had been struck? Why was she the one to receive such a blow? However, Jiang Wuxiu did not allow her confusion to linger for long. No one is permitted to insult my master's child. If that happens, I shall strike them every time I see them, even if they are the most loyal followers by my side. They have no right to insult my master's son. His gaze was cold, his words unequivocal. Master? Jiang Yunhao discerned the implication beneath the words. Jiang Wuxiu was a disciple of his father. To be honest, it was the first time Jiang Yunhao learned that this esteemed figure, who had long been absent from the Jiang family, was actually a disciple of his father. Moreover, it appeared he was rather fond of his father. Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Wuxiu with newfound interest. Apologize to my junior brother, Jiang Wuxiu commanded coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Ling. What? Jiang Ling's face paled, a wave of humiliation crashing over her. All for a single statement. Not only had he slapped her, but he also demanded that she apologize to Jiang Yunhao, in front of all the elite members of the Jiang family. The thought filled her with a mix of shame and rage. She wished she could disappear into the ground. How is it that, as the esteemed fourth young master of the Jiang family, you have forgotten the rules of respect and hierarchy? Do you require me to teach you myself? Jiang Wuxiu's brow furrowed slightly. With those words, Jiang Ling trembled, knowing she could no longer hesitate. Immediately, she knelt in reverence towards Jiang Yunhao. For esteemed Jiang Ling, having offended the son of the emperor, I humbly implore you to exhibit magnanimity and not to hold my transgressions against me. Jiang Ling trembled, burying her head deep into her knees, unable to meet Jiang Yunhao's gaze. Haha, this is indeed the demeanor of a member of the Jiang family. Only after Jiang Ling expressed her apologies did Jiang Wuxiu's expression soften considerably. He turned his attention back to Jiang Yunhao, whose demeanor had markedly transformed since their last encounter. Initially, Jiang Wuxiu regarded Jiang Yunhao as young and talented but not yet divine. A being who had not ascended to godhood would hardly warrant his concern. However, after Jiang Yunhao subdued the king of the Jiang, Jiang Wuxiu's attitude shifted dramatically. In his eyes, Jiang Yunhao had now earned the right to compete with him. Of course, his courteous demeanor towards Jiang Yunhao was not solely due to Jiang Yunhao's own merits, but rather because of his father, the man he revered most. Such sentiments, Jiang Wuxiu would not express openly to Jiang Yunhao. He merely cast a glance at him, followed by a faint smile. Son of the emperor, I trust that soon we shall determine a victor between us. After the ancestral teachings, during the expedition to the primordial secret vault, let us engage in a final contest. I shall grant you time to grow until you achieve divinity. Jiang Wuxiu's pride prevented him from behaving like the king of the Jiang, who relished in overpowering the weak. He preferred to await Jiang Yunhao's ascension to godhood before engaging him in battle. No one would gain an unfair advantage. After uttering these words, Jiang Wuxiu turned to depart towards the four esteemed ancestors. Oh, is this truly the esteemed figure of my Jiang family? Such a Jiang Wuxiu only piqued Jiang Yunhao's interest further. After the ancestral teachings, another conflict in the primordial secret vault. Quite intriguing. Jiang Yunhao mused with a slight smile. At this moment, the king of the Jiang had awkwardly risen to his feet. A bitter smile adorned his face, stripped of his previous bravado, as he clasped his fists towards Jiang Yunhao. I, the king of the Jiang, am aware of our family's customs. Having challenged the son of the emperor, and with your willingness to accept, my defeat is simply that, defeat. I willingly choose to follow you. Although the king of the Jiang felt a sense of reluctance, he recognized the rules of the Jiang family and acknowledged that Jiang Yunhao had indeed triumphed through sheer strength. He was acutely aware that if Jiang Yunhao had wished to end his life, he would have done so long ago. The reason Jiang Yunhao spared him was not due to any personal connection. They had no prior interactions. Thus, there remained only one possibility. The son of the emperor was setting an example, serving as a warning to all the lesser scions of the Jiang family. It must be said, the king of the Jiang had surmised correctly. Truly, he was deserving of his position as the second most esteemed scion of the Jiang family after Jiang Wuxiu. Naturally, the king of the Jiang understood that without any value to offer, he was unworthy of Jiang Yunhao's mercy. To carve out a place among the numerous followers of Jiang Yunhao, one must demonstrate one's own worth. With this thought in mind, Jiang Renwang immediately began to share his insights regarding Jiang Wuxiu with Jiang Yunhao. Your Highness, although Jiang Wuxiu is undeniably arrogant, he possesses the capital to be so. Upon his birth, he was the catalyst for numerous extraordinary phenomena, earning him the title of Qilin's son from your father, Jiang Feng. It is rumored that he possesses a mysterious innate constitution, the nature of which remains largely unknown. Furthermore, it is said that those who have engaged him in combat did not refrain from revealing his extraordinary talents. Rather, they simply never had the opportunity to do so. Every opponent who has witnessed Jiang Wuxiu manifest his innate abilities has met with an untimely demise. Should you wish to confront him in battle in the future, Your Highness, exercise utmost caution. Oh, a mysterious talent that leads to the death of all who witness it. Your father's disciple, the esteemed Jiang family figure, certainly maintains a veil of secrecy. Jiang Yunhao blinked, intrigued by the enigma surrounding Jiang Wuxiu. However, he was not in a hurry to provoke Jiang Wuxiu. The teachings of the great ancestor were of paramount importance. Moreover, the upcoming expedition to the Taichu secret vault was fraught with peril. Although Jiang Yunhao was not daunted by the ancient anomalies, it is prudent to exercise caution. Fearlessness does not equate to negligence. History has repeatedly demonstrated the dire fates of the arrogant. The true state of invincibility is not born of reckless bravado, but rather requires refinement in both character and strength. No matter, when the Taichu secret vault is unveiled, all will be revealed. Very well, the esteemed ancestors have emerged from their seclusion. Let us heed the teachings of the great ancestor. Under Jiang Yunhao's leadership, along with Jiang Renwang and others he had recently subdued, they ventured deeper into the ancestral grounds. The news of the great ancestors' teachings spread like wildfire, leaving countless factions and sects in the eastern wilderness's 9 domains both astonished and envious. Do remember, this is a personal teaching from a fully realized sacred body. His level of strength is comparable to that of an emperor. While he may lack the emperor's fortuitous aura and cannot match the emperor in certain respects, in terms of sheer strength, he stands on par with an emperor. Such a figure's experiences on the path of cultivation are highly coveted, even by some would-be emperors. Yet, to attend and absorb the teachings of the fully realized sacred body was a distant dream for most. They could only harbor envy. The teachings of the fully realized sacred body? It seems the Jiang family places great importance on the Taichu secret vault, perhaps fearing that their esteemed prince will be surpassed by us ancient anomalies. Futile efforts. Long Tianling brought his own demise, provoking the Jiang family without proper preparation. Nevertheless, his death held some value, as it revealed the strength of the Jiang family's prince. The rank. It shall undoubtedly belong to me. Across the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, whether within the formidable factions of the great sects or in the domain of the demonic realms, ancient aberrations are surreptitiously gathering strength. Their objectives are astonishingly uniform. They seek to infiltrate the primordial secret vault, yearning to seize the sequential position of Jiang Yunhao. However, having learned from the cautionary tale of Long Tianling, these ancient aberrations are now considerably more prudent. As the days pass, marking the progression of the sacred body's teachings, an extraordinary event unfolds in the territory of the heavenly horn ant. A formidable beast unexpectedly arrives, bowing respectfully before the diminutive heavenly horn ant, which measures merely a few centimeters. Esteemed one, there is someone seeking an audience. Who is it? In a moment of bewilderment, the small heavenly horn ant transforms into a striking young man, his skin a rich, healthy tan. It is Jiang Ling, the 4th son of the Jiang family. Oh, a member of the Jiang family? The Jiang clan bears a profound enmity with my demon race. Even the esteemed Qinglong was deceived and perished at their hands. What business do they have with me? Do they seek their demise? As the ancient aberration Tianjia of the heavenly horn ant tribe smirks coldly, it continues, She claims to possess a method that would enable you to easily eliminate Jiang Yunhao. Oh, a Jiang clansman proposes a scheme to slay their own prince? How delightfully amusing. The Jiang family has produced such a traitor. Let her in. I am eager to hear her plan. Chapter 141. You forced my hand. The mentality of a traitor, hee. Let this esteemed member of the Jiang family enter the hall. I am keen to meet her. As the news of the Jiang family's divine saint body personally imparting teachings spread, it garnered significant attention from various clans, particularly those from the demon tribes that harbored deep-seated animosities and blood feuds with the Jiang family. Tianjia, an ancient prodigy of the Tianjiao ant clan, naturally placed immense importance on the Jiang family, especially on Jiang Yunhao, who was a thorn in his side. Without a shadow of doubt, Tianjia recognized that Jiang Yunhao would be a formidable obstacle on his path to enlightenment and ascension. Within the hall, numerous young prodigies from the demon tribes fell silent, taking their seats on either side, forming a protective formation that elevated Tianjia to the status of a celestial body surrounded by stars. Soon, Jiang Ling entered the grand hall. In an instant, the gazes of the demons turned fiercely towards her, filled with palpable disdain. This reaction was entirely understandable, considering the multitude of demon prodigies that Jiang Yunhao had slain. The mere mention of Jiang Yunhao's name could instill terror in the hearts of demon newborns. When a child misbehaved or cried incessantly, a mother would not hesitate to deliver a sharp slap, followed by spine-chilling tales of ghostly figures, with Jiang Yunhao often depicted as the fearsome protagonist. Consequently, the demon prodigies harbored both fear and loathing for Jiang Yunhao. Now, upon seeing Jiang Ling, the image of the one they wished to forget resurfaced in their minds, naturally leading to their aversion towards her. Jiang Ling was acutely aware of this sentiment. Nevertheless, She steeled herself and proceeded. As the fourth young master of the Jiang family, she approached the revered Tianjiao of the Tianjiao ant clan with utmost reverence. Bowing respectfully in his direction, Tianjia narrowed his eyes slightly, and the demons erupted in a cacophony of jeers. Hee, how pretentious. The fourth young master of the Jiang family. What were your words just now? You intend to assist us in the extermination of your own imperial scion? Do you take us for fools? Who does not know of the unity within the Jiang family? How could one such as you emerge from their ranks? Bah, foolish woman, what is your true intent in seeking an audience with our esteemed one? If you do not speak the truth, I shall ensure you experience the sting of the dragon whip. The demons present exuded a menacing aura, their hostility palpable, causing Jiang Ling's complexion to pale. Although she was the fourth young master of the Jiang family and possessed considerable strength, she found herself devoid of any means of retaliation in the face of such overwhelming hostility from the demon prodigies. After all, not everyone possessed the prowess of Jiang Yunhao. Wait, esteemed one, please allow me a moment to speak. Jiang Ling's heart trembled, her voice tinged with trepidation. Tianjia, who had remained silent at the head of the assembly, finally turned his gaze toward Jiang Ling. He gestured for silence, his hand pressing downward. Hold on, let her speak first. If her words do not align with our expectations, we can deal with her later. Upon hearing the words of Tianjia, the voices of the myriad demons gradually subsided. Clearly, Tianjia intended to give Jiang Ling a stern warning. Although he harbored some doubts regarding Jiang Ling's true intentions, he nonetheless felt a flicker of interest. He scrutinized Jiang Ling with keen curiosity. Very well. Do share your thoughts, he commanded. At his words, Jiang Ling trembled slightly. I trust you are all aware that Jiang Yunhao possesses the unparalleled physique of the ancient era, the ancient sacred body. Although the current heavenly Tao is ill-equipped to accommodate such a terrifying constitution, rendering the development of the sacred body exceedingly challenging, our esteemed ancestor, Jiang Mingxing, is personally imparting his teachings. Jiang Yunhao's physique mirrors that of his venerable self. One can only imagine the formidable strength Jiang Yunhao will attain after receiving this guidance, Jiang Ling hastily proclaimed. Upon her declaration, the hall fell into a profound silence. Preposterous. Are you here to boast, to intimidate our esteemed ones? After a brief pause, the multitude of demons erupted in fury. Even Tianjia's expression darkened considerably. Was this not mere platitude? Who among them was unaware of the news regarding the esteemed ancestor's personal teachings? And must Jiang Ling remind them of Jiang Yunhao's potential? No, dear fellows, do not misconstrue my words. What I mean to convey is that Jiang Yunhao's potential is indeed terrifying. If we wish to eliminate him, we must act swiftly. Should he fully develop the sacred body, who in this world could possibly stand as his equal? Jiang Ling's words plunged the raucous hall into silence once more. A flicker of trepidation passed across the faces of all the demons. In truth, Jiang Ling spoke with accuracy. No demon dared to envision the scene of Jiang Yunhao's ascension. Would he not become another esteemed ancestor of the Jiang clan? Of course. The growth years of the esteemed ancestor occurred near the end of the ancient era, when the constraints of the heavenly Tao were not as stringent as they are today. Yet, who would dare wager on a future where Jiang Yunhao might indeed succeed? However, both Jiang Ling and the assembly of demons could only imagine Jiang Yunhao's continual development of the ancient sacred body, unaware that he possessed not merely that singular talent. What you speak of is not unknown to me, Tianjia remarked coldly. However, as a pure-blooded Tianjiao ant, I have no reason to fear the sacred body on the grounds of physical prowess. Indeed, Jiang Ling promptly flattered him. She continued, yet, as the old adage goes, to know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles. Moreover, in a contest with Jiang Yunhao, it need not be a solitary endeavor. I can certainly assist the demon clan in devising a strategy to lure Jiang Yunhao out, and at that moment, with the combined might of the demons, we could eliminate him with far greater certainty. Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with determination. Upon hearing this, Tianjia's pupils contracted slightly. Truth be told, this notion genuinely intrigued him. After all, what he valued most was Jiang Yunhao's rank among the celestial beings. Such thoughts are not held solely by Tianjia. Other ancient anomalies have long coveted the same. What Tianjia fears most is a mutual downfall with Jiang Yunhao, allowing others to reap the benefits. However, If he could effortlessly eliminate Jiang Yunhao, that would undoubtedly be the scenario he yearns for. How intriguing, yet I find myself curious. As a member of the Jiang family, why would you assist us in eliminating your own prince? Tianjie regarded Jiang Ling with keen interest. A flicker of resentment ignited in Jiang Ling's eyes. She harbored deep-seated hatred for Jiang Yunhao. In her view, had it not been for Jiang Yunhao's emergence, she would not have been publicly humiliated, reduced to a mere jester in the eyes of her kin. And what exactly is Jiang Yunhao? By what right does he garner the favor of her master, Jiang Wuxiu? Is it merely because of his esteemed father, the offspring of Jiang Feng? Rest assured, my intent to slay him is no less fervent than yours. Should he survive, my master, Jiang Wuxiu, can never ascend to become the singular supreme entity of the Jiang family. I desire his demise to clear a path for my master. Jiang Ling spoke with venom, a near-manic smile gracing her face. Oh, the glint in Tianjie's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he pondered, revealing, so it's due to the internal strife within the Jiang family. How fascinating. I can assist you in ridding yourself of Jiang Yunhao. However, I shall require a price afterward, as you well understand. A subtle smirk played upon Tianjie's lips. Attaining a position of supremacy and vanquishing this imperious prince of the Jiang family. Each would be a monumental event, capable of shaking the very foundations of Donghuang's 9 regions. Just the thought of such a glorious future invigorated Tianjie. It was indeed time for the beings of this era to hear the name of Tianjie resonate, ascending upon the back of the Jiang family's prince. Yet, upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's heart quivered. The price. She had come here without Jiang Wuxiu's consent. As for the cost, Jiang Ling could surmise it would undoubtedly involve the Jiang family, requiring a significant sacrifice. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Once the deed was done, her master would have no choice but to accept it. Everything she did was for her master's benefit. He would surely comprehend her good intentions. Was she willing to play the traitor, to betray the Jiang family? No. It was Jiang Yunhao who compelled her hand. Chapter 142. A storm is brewing. Jiang Yunhao emerges. After secretly forging a clandestine cooperation agreement with Tianjie and other demon clans, Jiang Ling stealthily departed, returning to the Jiang family. The news of the grand ancestor of the Jiang family imparting teachings spread like wildfire across the eastern wilderness. The rift in the sky above the Jiang ancestral grounds, where the primordial secret treasure was concealed, grew increasingly stable with the passage of time. The gazes of myriad beings from the 9 domains converged upon it. Numerous prominent clans, albeit reluctantly, made their way to the Jiang family, bearing extravagant gifts for their visit. There was no choice. Jiang Yunhao had made it unequivocal that none could expect to reap the benefits of the primordial treasure without due offerings. The various clans had no choice but to comply. Welcome, esteemed friends from the Mountain Sea Reincarnation sect. You are truly too gracious, presenting such a rare treasure as strands of innate divine consciousness, akin to the legendary Mountain Sea pearls. An elder, accompanied by a multitude of young talents, arrived at the Jiang family. This elder exuded an aura of terror, being a quasi-emperor. As representatives of one of the 9 dominant powers, the 3 ancestors of the Jiang family personally emerged to greet them. After all, only a quasi-emperor could contend with the quasi-emperor ancestors of these various powers. Clearly, the clans regarded the expedition to the primordial treasure with utmost seriousness. Otherwise, the ancestors would not have personally led the delegation. This old fellow is truly willing to expend considerable resources. Yet, he has brought all his elite talents. What does he intend? To intercept my family's Yunhao's fortunes? How naive. The greatest opportunity within the primordial treasure must surely belong to our Yunhao. But one must admit, the gifts from the Mountain Sea Reincarnation sect are quite commendable. Yunhao is indeed in need of innate divine consciousness. With smiles adorning their faces, the 3 Jiang ancestors, Jiang Chun, Jiang Shaodian, and Jiang Yunqing, secretly exchanged scathing remarks about the Mountain Sea Reincarnation sect. They could clearly discern the group's fervent desire for the primordial treasure. Old predecessor, you have also emerged from seclusion? Please, do come in. To be addressed as predecessor by Jiang Chun and the others indicated the extraordinary status of the visitor. An elderly matron, with white hair and beard, appearing frail and trembling as she walked, was welcomed into the Jiang family. This ancient one has truly risen from the grave to take a stroll. This venerable figure was the first-generation quasi-emperor of this era, and it seemed she genuinely wished for her descendants to engage with Jiang Yunhao. Haha, this old hardhead. Jiang Xiaodian chuckled. Despite being aware that this group harbored ulterior motives and nefarious intents, the ancestors still upheld the Jiang family's hospitality, refusing to dismiss any visitors. As time progressed, an increasing number of prestigious families arrived at the Jiang residence, each bearing gifts. All visitors were renowned top-tier powers within their respective domains, while those with slightly lesser family backgrounds felt too embarrassed to approach the Jiang family. This grand assembly, sweeping across the entire eastern wilderness, evidently permits only the elite sects to partake. As for the first-rate clans, they are merely fit to observe from the sidelines, fully aware that their own foundational strength pales in comparison. To force their way into such an occasion would be akin to lambs entering a den of wolves, leaving them utterly devoured. The second and third-rate powers do not even dare to approach the gates of the Jiang family, taking refuge instead in the various taverns of Shanglua City, awaiting the unveiling of the Taichu's secret vault. As time passes, Shanglua City grows increasingly vibrant, drawing beings from all corners of the eastern wilderness, a fierce contest unfolding. On this day, radiant rainbows filled the sky, and divine brilliance surged. Countless powerful figures from diverse sects arrived one after another at the Jiang family in the Lingshu domain. A magnificently opulent cloud vessel soared through the air. At the bow stood a woman clad in white, exuding an aura of pride and purity. This strikingly beautiful and aloof figure instantly captivated the attention of many. The holy land of Yaoqi has arrived. But who is this woman? Perhaps the news has lagged behind. She is none other than the ancient prodigy of the Yaoqi holy land, Yao Guang. Hiss, is this truly the ancient prodigy? She indeed radiates an intimidating presence. The tales of these ancient prodigies are no longer secrets. Following Jiang Yunhao's slaying of Long Tianling, the common folk have gradually become acquainted with the legends surrounding these prodigies. However, the ordinary populace seldom has the opportunity to witness one. It is only through the Jiang family's influence that they can behold the existence of such prodigies firsthand. One cannot help but marvel at Jiang family's heir, truly a celestial being. Only he could garner the attention of such beings. Many expressed their sentiments. There were also perceptive young scions from prominent families who sensed the arrival of these prodigies. On the cloud vessel of the Zhang family, Zhang Tianyu and Zhang Ningguan cast their gazes toward the direction of Yao Guang. And have they dared to reveal themselves? Zhang Tianyu's small face furrowed in concern. Zhang Ningguan's expression turned grave. Indeed, following Yunhao's slaying of Long Tianling, these ancient prodigies have grown increasingly wary of him. They would not dare to show themselves unless they had regained a portion of their strength. Yao Guang is evidently here for Yunhao. Zhang Tianyu pouted. The young girl lifted her chin defiantly. Humph. These ancient prodigies are truly overestimating themselves. Do they think they can usurp my cousin's position? Absolutely not. They were unable to achieve the status of emperor in their own era. They are merely the discarded remnants of a bygone age. Do they truly believe they can rival my cousin? He is the destined child of this era. The young girl harbored unwavering confidence in Jiang Yunhao, rivaling that of the Jiang family itself. As the storm clouds gathered, some were concerned for Jiang Yunhao, others steadfast in their belief in him. While there were also those who sought to challenge him, subtly anticipating the opportunity to elevate their own status at his expense. Boom. On this day, deep within the Jiang family's ancestral grounds, myriad profound trajectories suddenly burst forth, like fleeting reflections of light. The magnificent traces of the grand world shimmer in a kaleidoscope of colors. Divine radiance illuminates the cosmos, as if draping the mortal realm in a vibrant cloak. The esteemed ancestor of the Jiang family, Jiang Mingsheng, has imparted his teachings for several days. Jiang Yunhao has emerged from his secluded retreat. Chapter 143. Follow me. And one day you shall be crowned emperor. What is this? The aura of the Jiang family's imperial son. Hiss, after Jiang Mingsheng's teachings. The strength of this imperial son has undoubtedly become even more unfathomable. The world watches in awe, sensing that this magnificent phenomenon emanates from none other than Jiang Yunhao. Even the venerable old masters who had recently emerged from their secluded meditations due to the Taichu secret vault are filled with astonishment. The title of Jiang family's imperial son is indeed well-deserved. Many elders murmur with deep, meaningful gazes. Soon, Jiang Yunhao appeared before the public eye. Numerous disciples of the Jiang family paved the way, with Jiang Lingxiao, Jiang Renwang, and Jiang Junlin, 3 young lords, following closely behind. Each one possessed an extraordinary demeanor, standing out prominently among their peers. Many ordinary aristocratic prodigies, upon witnessing these Jiang family descendants, couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Hiss, beside this imperial son, another young lord has emerged. My heavens, has he recruited yet another young lord from the Jiang family? Terrifying, truly terrifying. Many need not engage in combat to comprehend the vast gulf between themselves and Jiang Yunhao. The sense of self-deprecation is palpable. There is simply no basis for comparison. The Jiang family members are indeed formidable. As Jiang Yunhao made his entrance, several piercing gazes swiftly locked onto him, their intent unmistakably hostile. Jiang Yunhao keenly sensed these scrutinizing stares. Oh, they have all arrived, it seems. Without a doubt, these unfriendly gazes originated from those ancient anomalies, particularly from those who had gained the recognition of a certain forbidden zone. Some were even ancient inheritors of the forbidden regions, having cultivated for many years. These individuals are fixated on his ranking position. However, Jiang Yunhao remained undaunted. In fact, he felt an eager anticipation to engage in battle with these ancient anomalies. This eagerness stemmed from the teachings of the great ancestor, Jiang Mingsheng, which had led to significant advancements among the Jiang family disciples. Jiang Lingxiao had broken through to the celestial phenomenon realm. Jiang Junlin was on the brink of divinity. Jiang Renwang had also made notable progress in utilizing the Tao seed of the divine realm. In summary, the Jiang family disciples had all reaped tremendous benefits. As for Jiang Yunhao, his advancement was nothing short of monumental. After all, like Jiang Mingsheng, he possessed the primal sacred body. Their physiques share a common origin, allowing Jiang Yunhao to comprehend the subtleties of the sacred body as imparted by Jiang Mingsheng. With the experience of this trailblazer, Jiang Yunhao's understanding of the sacred body deepened significantly. He even felt that he was close to unlocking the third manifestation of the primal sacred body. The legendary primal sacred body is said to possess 5 unique manifestations and combat techniques. In less than a year, Jiang Yunhao was nearing the development of the third. If this were to be spoken of, few would dare to believe it, and even fewer could fathom it. Jiang Yunhao himself had also gained considerable rewards. He sought the counsel of Jiang Mingsheng regarding the intricacies of the Jiang family's sword techniques, experiencing a remarkable enhancement in his own swordsmanship. Indeed, he found himself somewhat uncertain of his true strength. Thus, Jiang Yunhao was eager to discover worthy adversaries with whom he could hone his skills. As the saying goes, to know oneself and one's enemy is to secure victory in every battle. The ancient prodigies, it seemed, were a splendid choice. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yunhao turned his gaze towards the source of the stairs. Among the ancient prodigies were Tianjia of the Tianjiao Ant Clan and Yaoguang of the Yaoshan Sacred Land. At this moment, the contemporary elites dared not meet Jiang Yunhao's eyes. Wherever his gaze fell, they instinctively lowered their heads to avoid his scrutiny. Only the proud ancient prodigies remained defiant, boldly meeting his gaze. He had grown even stronger. Standing amidst the crowd, he exuded an air of aloofness akin to an iceberg. With Yaoguang emanating an aura that kept others at bay, her eyes coldly fixed upon Jiang Yunhao. The two had crossed swords before, albeit in a clash of souls, where she had suffered a crushing defeat, even losing a fragment of her spiritual essence to him. Yet, in terms of assessing Jiang Yunhao's capabilities, Yaoguang believed herself to be among the few present who truly understood his strength. Simultaneously, the appearance of Zhang Wuxiu created quite a stir. Renowned as a formidable figure within the Jiang family, he was accompanied by several esteemed junior followers. In terms of prestige, he appeared to rival Jiang Yunhao. Observant onlookers quickly discerned that both figures were flanked by supporters from the Jiang family. Unbeknownst to them, the contemporary members of the Jiang family seemed to have divided into 2 distinct factions, one backing Jiang Yunhao and the other supporting Zhang Wuxiu, their allegiances starkly delineated. Oh, so Zhang Ling was not exaggerating. It seems there truly exists an irreconcilable rift between this esteemed Jiang family member and Jiang Yunhao, a man with sun-kissed skin, his black hair casually cascading down his back, possessed a pair of mesmerizing golden eyes that sparkled with intelligence. Behind him trailed a diverse assembly of talented demon race prodigies. It was evident that his identity was unmistakable. He was Tianjia, one of the 10 ancient fiends of the Tianjiao ant clan. Surely, this was the Jiang family's imperial scion, a figure of extraordinary caliber. Indeed, if he could be won over, it would not be in vain. Just then, an incongruous voice pierced through the crowd. A man with hair of vibrant hues, radiating a divine glow, stepped forth. "Who is he?" murmured the onlookers, their curiosity piqued. This man spoke boldly of subjugating the Jiang family's imperial scion within their very domain. Is not this a display of folly? Jiang Yunhao cast a surprised glance at the man before him. An ancient oddity? Yet are all such beings from the past so presumptuous and arrogant? He even dares to consider subduing him. This thought inevitably reminded Jiang Yunhao of Long Tianling, whom he had already dispatched. In terms of flamboyance and swagger, this strangely appearing man undoubtedly surpassed Long Tianling. After all, this was within the domain of the Jiang family. Only someone with considerable confidence could utter such words. The elders of the Jiang family refrained from taking action against this man, for the Jiang family, having gathered various clans, had never feared the younger generations of any tribe. Even in the face of an ancient oddity seeking trouble, the members of the Jiang family firmly believed in Jiang Yunhao's strength. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Yanian, the heir of the Eternal Life Palace, one of the 10 forbidden zones. It is quite normal that you do not recognize me, as I hail from the Eternal Life Palace, unlike you beings born in the 9 domains of the Eastern Wilderness, who were only later acknowledged by the forbidden zones. As Xiao Yanian spoke these words, his expression radiated arrogance, as if he deemed himself superior. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood. Presently, the major powers were already aware of the existence of the 10 forbidden zones, those enigmatic places scattered throughout the Eastern Wilderness, shrouded in mystery. In the past, people were filled with curiosity about these locations, eager to explore their secrets. However, none who entered ever returned. Thus, these places were referred to as the 10 enigmas by the beings of the Eastern Wilderness. It was only recently that it became known that to enter safely, one must gain the recognition of the Forbidden Zone. Typically, only those with astounding talents could have such an opportunity. Today, the people of the Eastern Wilderness also learned for the first time that there existed beings born within these Forbidden Zones. What exactly are these Forbidden Zones? Curiosity and confusion stirred within the hearts of those present. Follow me, and one day I shall crown you as an emperor. Xiao Yanian seemed unconcerned with the opinions of outsiders, gazing at Jiang Yunhao with keen interest. Indeed, Jiang family's prodigy, align yourself with my master, and you shall reap tremendous rewards in the future. My master is destined to attain the path of an emperor, even surpassing the great emperors. Behind Xiao Yanian trailed several beings from the Eternal Life Palace, all clad in white, exuding an extraordinary aura. The onlookers could not help but murmur in astonishment. Such confidence emanated from these beings of the Forbidden Zone. You are the ancient holy body. Following me would not tarnish your innate gifts, Xiao Yanian proclaimed. Standing with an air of superiority, as if Jiang Yunhao's allegiance to him was a monumental honor. This left the other ancient oddities momentarily stunned. Soon after, many wore expressions of amused intrigue. Clearly, the more enemies Jiang Yunhao amassed, the more exhilarated the ancient oddities became. After all, they were all fixated on the rank and position that Jiang Yunhao possessed. A chuckle escaped his lips, as Jiang Yunhao found himself amused by the demeanor of Xiao Yanian. He had encountered arrogance before, yet never to such an extravagant degree. This was precisely what rendered the situation intriguing. Xiao Yanian was indeed a splendid target for practice. Let the battle commence. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Tianjia squinted his eyes, even more exhilarated than Jiang Yunhao. It matters not, I understand your defiance. Yet, the more you resist, the more I find myself admiring you. A true prodigy ought to possess an indomitable spirit. Should you choose to follow me on the spot, it would only lead to my disappointment. Once the expedition to the primordial secret vault concludes, I shall return to claim you. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao Yanian did not react with anger. Rather, he displayed a countenance of appreciation. Subsequently, he led the members of the Chongqing Palace towards the spatial rift. This passage to the primordial secret vault had evidently stabilized. Oh, is he departing already? Jiang Yunhao discerned the situation. Xiao Yanian was unlike anyone else. He was not merely seeking trouble. He genuinely believed himself to be invincible. Such confidence could not be feigned. Jiang Yunhao found this amusing, as this was the first time he had encountered such a whimsical character. For the moment, he was disinclined to engage with Xiao Yanian and the ancient oddities that regarded him with predatory gazes. His mind was preoccupied with a matter of greater significance. First, he would sign in at the primordial Tao and reap the benefits. As for those individuals chuckle once inside the primordial Tao, who would dare show their face again? He would not hesitate to let them experience why the flowers bloom so brightly. Chapter 144. The treasure-seeking mouse, signing in at Taichu with the unexpected intervention of Xiao Yanian. The situation appears to have undergone a dramatic transformation. It was generally understood that the ancient anomalies would undoubtedly set their sights upon Jiang Yunhao, eager to compete with him. Particularly, the demon clan, harboring considerable grievances against the Jiang family, seemed poised for confrontation. Yet, before the formidable Tianjie could make his entrance, Xiao Yanian, hailing from the mysterious confines of the Forbidden Zone's Longevity Palace, had already emerged. The various clans were somewhat oblivious to the true nature of Xiao Yanian. The Longevity Palace remained an enigma, and the extent of Xiao Yanian's prowess was shrouded in mystery. However, his confident and seemingly invincible demeanor suggested that his strength was indeed formidable. Cousin, is Xiao Yanian truly deluded enough to believe he can subdue you? How infuriating, Zhang Tianyu remarked, glaring in the direction Xiao Yanian had departed. It was clear she harbored discontent towards Xiao Yanian's attitude towards Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao merely smiled. It matters not. It is but a few empty words. If he wishes to subjugate me, I might as well aspire to conquer him. Hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. To subdue an ancient anomaly would be an extraordinary achievement. Should this come to pass, her cousin would undoubtedly set yet another record in history. The onlookers, having overheard the exchange between Jiang Yunhao and Zhang Tianyu, felt a surge of astonishment. Truly, Jiang Yunhao, the illustrious scion of the Jiang family, was audacious enough to contemplate subduing an ancient anomaly. After all, which ancient being was not proud and arrogant? History had shown that no one had ever successfully subdued such entities. Let us depart. Regardless of whether others believe it, I have no inclination to explain myself. Jiang Yunhao stated, his primary concern lying with the benefits of signing in. He promptly led his companions towards the spatial rift leading to the Taichu secret vault. Oh, how intriguing. The unexpected emergence of Xiao Yanian is quite fortuitous. Let us observe the contest of strength between Jiang Yunhao and Xiao Yanian. May they both suffer equally. Tianjie smiled faintly, rallying the demon clan to ascend into the skies. Master, what splendid news. Who would have thought that Xiao Yanian sought to subjugate our esteemed scion? His extraordinary origins and unfathomable strength render him a formidable opponent. Should our scion falter against him, it would be a profound humiliation for the Jiang family. And what face would Jiang Yunhao have left to occupy the position of our family's illustrious heir? Meanwhile, Jiang Ling wore a beaming smile, evidently delighted by Xiao Yanian's appearance. She could hardly contain her anticipation for the impending clash between Xiao Yanian and Jiang Yunhao, hoping fervently that the former would utterly vanquish the latter. Jiang Ling's heart raced with exhilaration as she envisioned the scene of Jiang Yunhao being trampled beneath Xiao Yanian's feet. However, Zhang Wuxiu merely cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Ling, saying nothing further. Let us be on our way. He then led his group into the skies. In an instant, the elite of various clans, each fearing to fall behind, rushed towards the spatial fissure that had appeared above the Jiang family. Shadows surged in one after another. The elder powerhouses, however, refrained from entering, having already discerned that this fissure could barely accommodate beings above the divine realm safely. Consequently, neither the ancestors of the Jiang family nor the venerable figures from other factions chose to step inside, opting instead to await the unfolding events from outside. Rather, they are merely waiting to witness a spectacle. One remarked with a chuckle, they wish to see our Yunhao falter, humph. Within a lavish hall, the foremost ancestors of various clans had gathered. Although they did not involve themselves in the matters of the younger generation, the preceding events had not escaped their notice. The four ancestors of the Jiang family could distinctly sense the shifting attitudes of the elder powerhouses present. It matters not. They wish to see Yunhao's folly, huh? An illusory hope. Jiang Mingsheng communicated discreetly, his demeanor tranquil, seemingly unperturbed. for no one understood the transformation of Jiang Yunhao's strength better than Jiang Mingsheng, who had mentored him for a time. In truth, Yunhao had already reached the pinnacle of the celestial phenomenon realm, poised to break through to divinity at any moment. Yet, he had advised Yunhao against an immediate breakthrough. What? Upon receiving the elder's transmission, Jiang Chun and the others were momentarily taken aback. Yunhao was, indeed, capable of ascending to divinity already. They exchanged incredulous glances, their disbelief palpable. After all, it had scarcely been a few months since Jiang Yunhao had ascended to the celestial phenomenon realm. Such a pace of cultivation was astonishing. Let us not forget that Yunhao had merged with the life source power of the dragon Tianling. In a certain sense, he was akin to those ancient prodigies. The millennia of accumulation that the ancient anomalies possessed, Jiang Yunhao shared as well. Jiang Mingsheng elucidated, and the three elders came to a sudden understanding. Though they remained somewhat astonished, it must be acknowledged that this opportunity was one Jiang Yunhao had earned through his own merit. Had he not triumphed over the dragon Tianling, this chance would not have availed itself. Other youths could not hope for such luck, nor could they envy it. By the way, brother, why not allow Yunhao to ascend to divinity before entering the primordial secret repository? Wouldn't he be stronger if he becomes a deity first? Jiang Shaotian inquired, puzzled. As you all know, ascending to divinity requires a seed of the Tao. Although our Jiang family possesses numerous heavenly-grade Tao seeds, the primordial secret repository may house even superior ones. The stronger the Tao seed, the greater the potential in the divine realm. And it is only fitting that we acquire the best suited for our Yunhao. A glint of brilliance flickered in Jiang Mingsheng's eyes. The Tao seed is crucial for attaining divinity. A clan as profound as the Jiang family naturally lacks for Tao seeds, rendering it unnecessary for the younger generation to venture into the world seeking them. However, in Jiang Mingsheng's view, the entire collection of Taoist treasures held by the Jiang family may not be worthy of Jiang Yunhao. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao has already led his companions into the spatial rift. Tianjia, Yaoguang, and Xiao Yinyang have also arrived. Dear uncles, please follow these ancient anomalies closely, especially Tianjia and Xiao Yinyang. I must keep a vigilant eye on their movements. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Jiang Yunhao's mouth. He was acutely aware of who harbored the greatest hostility towards him. His nature had always been thus. If one bore animosity towards him, they could not blame him for being ungracious. The reason he refrained from immediately overpowering these ancient oddities was simple. He chose to spare their lives for the time being, allowing them to seek out opportunities and treasures. Ultimately, he would eliminate them all at once, which would be quite delightful, akin to a treasure-hunting mouse. Jiang Renwang and Jiang Junlin exchanged knowing glances, both comprehending Jiang Yunhao's intentions. Those self-important individuals, of all people, chose to provoke our esteemed Jiang family scion. Now they have attracted his attention. Serves them right. We shall obey the edict of the scion. In the next moment, the two concealed their presence and discreetly detached themselves from the main body of the Jiang family. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao silently recited within his heart, check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for checking in at the Taichu Secret Vault. Chapter 145, The Dawn of Chaos. The Source of Creation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Primordial Secret Vault. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Heaven-Subverting Chaos Technique. Ding. Due to the host's possession of the Chaos Green Lotus, which shares the same origin as the Heaven-Subverting Chaos Technique. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the true essence of chaos. As Jiang Yunhao and his companions entered the Primordial Secret Vault, they found themselves in what appeared to be a vast, untamed realm. Surrounding them was an ancient, eternal darkness, boundless and desolate, starkly contrasting the bustling human world of the eastern wilderness. It felt as if loneliness, forgotten by prosperity, enveloped them, where laws, divine resonance, rules, and order seemed to be suspended in time. Even the passage of time had slowed considerably. Streams of luminous energy cascaded down, firmly establishing themselves upon this land, which resembled the only solid ground amidst the darkness. The Primordial Secret Vault indeed lived up to its illustrious name. According to legends, the primordial era existed before the separation of heaven and earth. Following this cosmic division, the eastern wilderness emerged, ushering all beings into the age of antiquity. Yet, during the time of the primordial era, There was no existence of the 9 domains of the eastern wilderness. The world was engulfed in a dark, chaotic void, filled with mysterious energies such as chaos chi, the maternal essence of all things, the primordial creation chi, and the dual energies of yin and yang, all of which were only observable before the separation of heaven and earth. The prodigies of various clans gradually made their entrance. Upon witnessing this scene, they could not help but reminisce about the records of the primordial era. If that were the case, the treasures and opportunities here were indeed plentiful. The chaos chi and maternal essence of all things alone could transform a person fundamentally. Imagine if someone could acquire such profound energies and even evolve their own magical prowess. In that realm, who could possibly rival them? Enough talk. I'm nearly drooling, they exclaimed, eager to seek out opportunities and transformations. The prodigies dispersed with enthusiasm. However, little did they know, one of the very profound energies they yearned for, the chaos chi, was already possessed by Jiang Yunhao. Their pursuits were merely the starting point for Jiang Yunhao. Moreover, with Jiang Yunhao signing in, golden, mysterious characters began to manifest in his mind. These characters coalesced into an arcane technique. Remarkably, due to his possession of the Chaos Green Lotus, he did not need to comprehend this technique. It felt as though he was intrinsically connected to chaos itself. All the mysteries were laid bare before him. This is a wondrous technique capable of transforming oneself, elevating the bloodline, fundamentally enhancing one's constitution. Upon this sudden realization, Jiang Yunhao's heart trembled with excitement. To be honest, even as a well-traveled scion of the Jiang family, he had never anticipated the existence of a technique that could fundamentally elevate one's constitution in this world. It is commonly held among the beings of the eastern wilderness that physical aptitude and innate talent are predetermined at birth. If one is born without such gifts, they remain forever unattainable. However, the chaos theft technique stands as an exception. Practicing this method can lead to the attainment of the chaos sacred body. The chaos sacred body, akin to the ancient sacred body and the celestial overlord body, emerged during the ancient epochs, embodying immense power. Remarkably, the ranking of the chaos sacred body surpasses that of the ancient sacred body. Its potential is beyond imagination. To achieve the chaos sacred body through this technique is indeed remarkable. A wave of joy washed over Jiang Yunhao. Clearly, this reward from the sign-in was extraordinary. The chaos theft technique is aptly named. A formidable physical talent denied by the heavenly Tao? No matter. I shall seize the heavens and attain enlightenment on my own. There is no need for the heavenly Tao's favor, nor for the pity of others. What a domineering declaration this is. Although Jiang Yunhao has already transformed his magical energy into chaotic essence, a benefit bestowed upon him by the Chaos Green Lotus, fundamentally, he is not yet a chaos sacred body. Only the true chaos sacred body can fully harness the chaotic essence. In summary, this acquisition is akin to adding wings to a tiger for him. There are 99 levels of celestial barriers. With each level mastered, one undergoes a transformation. And after conquering all 99, one becomes a chaos sacred body. Jiang Yunhao silently attuned himself to the chaos theft technique. This endeavor requires a substantial amount of chaotic essence to assist in the cultivation. How many levels can I cultivate to at present? Jiang Yunhao attempted to channel the vast chaotic essence from his dantian for his practice. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted from within him, startling those around him who turned to gaze in astonishment. What in the world? Is this for real? Has the Jiang family's prodigy grasped something profound? Surely not. Is it? He has only just arrived. The other talented individuals from various clans widened their eyes in disbelief. Is this even permissible? The demon clan's prodigy, Xiao Yinyang, along with other ancient anomalies, were also drawn to Jiang Yunhao's unusual activity. This fellow, the prodigy furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes reflecting a deeper sense of apprehension. You truly live up to your reputation. The prodigy felt a tinge of envy. Seizing the moment while Jiang Yunhao was in contemplation, he discreetly led his companions away from the main group, venturing deeper into the forest. The prodigy sought to uncover grand opportunities for transformation. Only then would he possess greater confidence to confront Jiang Yunhao. In the prodigy's view, while his physical form may perhaps rival Jiang Yunhao's, the battles between cultivators are not solely determined by physical strength. There are also magical powers and various lethal techniques to consider. In any case, The prodigy has never underestimated Jiang Yunhao. The demise of Long Tianling serves as a bloody lesson. In a one-on-one confrontation, perhaps he may not surpass you. Yet you are surrounded by numerous formidable members of the Jiang family. Jiang Ling, you must exert yourself and swiftly bring Jiang Yunhao to me. Tian Jie pondered restlessly within his heart. He had indeed prepared for contingencies. Tian Jie was reluctant to grant Jiang Yunhao any additional time. He harbored a persistent belief that Jiang Yunhao was beyond the realm of conventional reasoning. The sooner he could suppress Jiang Yunhao, the better it would be. Before long, Tian Jie departed, oblivious to the fact that Jiang Junlin had stealthily followed them. Xiaoyani also took note of Jiang Yunhao's situation. With unwavering confidence, Xiaoyani displayed an expression of admiration. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his seven-colored hair swirled around him, exuding an aura of profound essence. Indeed, Jiang Yunhao, you are truly full of surprises. However, the more remarkable you become, the more I desire to subdue you. Xiaoyani smiled faintly and soon departed with his companions. In a short while, the fluctuations emanating from Jiang Yunhao intensified. Ethereal strands of chaotic energy enveloped him, and mysterious golden characters, incomprehensible to ordinary eyes, emerged behind him. Jiang Yunhao's aura grew increasingly enigmatic. Each wisp of chaotic energy emanated a sense of awe and trepidation. What? Could the profundity he comprehended be related to chaotic energy? I remember now, this Imperial scion once took the chaos Qinglian left by the Azure Emperor. Among the treasures nurtured within his cave abode, one is indeed the chaos Qinglian. Could it be that he has truly grasped the essence of chaos? The crowd was filled with astonishment. On the other side, Zhang Wuxiu noticed this spectacle, and Zhang Ling's gaze suddenly darkened. What a remarkable fellow! Has he grown even more formidable? Is he even human? We all just entered, so why has he attained enlightenment? Zhang Ling's delicate form tensed. A sense of fear toward Jiang Yunhao creeping in. She could hardly fathom how he accomplished this. Moreover, she had publicly questioned Jiang Yunhao and received a slap from Zhang Wuxiu in return. It was evident to all that as long as Jiang Yunhao remained in the Jiang family, her prospects would be dimmed. When Jiang Yunhao truly came to master the Jiang family, it would likely mark the complete marginalization of her lineage, rendering them unable to establish themselves within the family. Jiang Ling couldn't help but gasp in shock. No, he cannot be allowed to continue. He must die? The sooner, the better. Chapter 146. Wasn't it agreed upon? The Celestial Enjoyment Master. I shall scout the path for you. We cannot linger any longer. We must eliminate Jiang Yunhao swiftly. He must perish. Contemplating the terrifying future that Jiang Yunhao might bring, Jiang Ling felt a tumult of emotions. She hastily concocted an excuse and eagerly distanced herself from the main group of the Jiang family. Zhang Wuxiu furrowed his brow, observing the direction in which Jiang Ling fled in a flurry. Follow her, but do not let her notice, he uttered calmly. Zhang Wuxiu was no ordinary figure. In his youth, he had once followed Jiang Yunhao's father, Jiang Feng. Any young individual who earned Jiang Feng's esteem was undoubtedly remarkable in both temperament and perceptive acuity. Several of Zhang Wuxiu's followers felt a tremor of concern. Did the esteemed one suspect that Jiang Ling was concealing something from him? Yet, it appeared that Jiang Ling, who usually heeded Zhang Wuxiu's words, had indeed been acting rather strangely of late. Without voicing their innermost doubts, they promptly complied with his orders. Meanwhile, on Jiang Yunhao's side, he had completed his insights. He had completely depleted the chaotic energy within his dantian, just as he had surmised. The advancement of the chaotic sky stealing technique required the consumption of vast amounts of chaotic energy. His ability to cultivate this method stemmed from the fact that he had nurtured a treasure akin to the chaotic blue lotus while in the cave heaven realm. If he had not already undergone a transformation, it would have been impossible for him to practice this chaotic sky stealing technique. In other words, even if others obtained this technique, they would find it unfeasible to cultivate it. Not even the arrival of a demigod would suffice. With this thought, Jiang Yunhao took out a divine herb, squeezed out several drops of its essence, and rapidly absorbed it to replenish his magical energy. He did not lack for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, the method of converting the spiritual essence of heaven and earth into chaotic energy was evidently too slow. Finding that elusive chaotic energy would be the optimal solution, allowing for direct absorption, and circumventing the conversion process entirely. The environment of the primordial secret repository was starkly different from the 9 domains of the eastern wilderness. It resembled a remnant era, abandoned in a corner since the creation of the world. The surroundings were likely phenomena unique to the primordial age. Jiang Yunhao surveyed his surroundings. The land, shrouded in boundless darkness, was eerily silent. The vegetation exuded an aura of wild mystery, with each tree towering at a height of 1,000 meters. Upon their arrival, it felt as though they had entered a realm of giants, where everything appeared magnified by several times. This geographical visage was utterly dissimilar to the eastern wilderness. Jiang Yunhao speculated that this was indeed a glimpse into the primordial age. Of course, even though the primordial age had passed thousands of years ago, this forsaken land undoubtedly contained unique opportunities and treasures from that era. For him, it was advantageous rather than detrimental. According to legend, when the universe was first created, it was enveloped in a profound chaos, with the essence of various miraculous beings permeating the void. Indeed, the chaotic energy was abundant here. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao made a resolute decision and prepared to embark on a treasure hunt. "Let us delve deeper and explore," he declared. In this realm, shrouded in darkness and devoid of light, only a solitary, radiant moon hung above, casting its silvery glow upon the gathering below. The moonlight fell gently, evoking a sense of solitude and chill. Before them lay a dense forest, inscrutable and silent, exuding an air of enigma. Yet, the members of the Jiang family, unwavering in their trust, promptly followed Jiang Yunhao's lead. Along their path, they encountered numerous peculiar treasures, even fruits and herbs imbued with the primordial essence, chaotic energy, and innate transformative power. Jiang Yunhao was elated, immediately instructing his companions to gather these finds. His conjecture proved correct. The spiritual herbs and fruits flourishing in the primordial environment were likely infused with chaotic energy. Nonetheless, Jiang Yunhao's curiosity was piqued. If the legendary primordial era existed before the division of heaven and earth, in a realm of utter void, how had this land come into being? What exactly was the primordial secret repository? A myriad of mysteries swirled in his mind, and though their origins remained unknown for now, Jiang Yunhao sensed that this place harbored an astonishing secret. As he pondered, the transmission jade slip in his storage bag suddenly trembled. News from Uncle Junlin. The demon clan had discovered a treasure trove. The demon clan intends to stir trouble? Upon reading the information, a faint smile graced Jiang Yunhao's lips. "You continue your treasure hunt. I shall return shortly." With that, he vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Zhang Wuxiu, not far from Jiang Yunhao, also received a message through the transmission jade slip. Stopping in his tracks, he was infuriated. How dare Jiang Ling conspire with the demon clan in secret? The fate of my master's son is not for you to decide. Seeking death. Jiang Ling, have you lost your mind? Collaborating with these demons to harm our Jiang family's heir? If this reaches the great master, he will surely end you. He continued, "Do not forget. Prince Yunhao is the disciple of the great master. His father. Enough. It is precisely because of this disciple-brother relationship that the great master hesitates. Everything I, Jiang Ling, do is for the benefit of the great master. If he cannot act, then let it be I, Jiang Ling." In a clearing within the forest, a gathering of demons converged. Several young lords of the Jiang family appeared, glaring fiercely at Jiang Ling. They had come to investigate her dubious activities, only to uncover her collusion with the demon clan. They even plotted to harm the esteemed Cloud Emperor. To be candid, although they are followers of Jiang Wuxiu, they are well aware of the Jiang family's code. Internal strife and competition are inevitable. However, no member of the Jiang family would ever conspire with outsiders to betray their own kin. Such an act would earn them the contempt of all Jiang family members. Thus, a few could not restrain themselves and immediately appeared, intending to counsel Jiang Ling unexpectedly. Jiang Ling remained obstinately unyielding. Meanwhile, Tianjie observed with keen interest as Jiang Ling confronted several young lords of the Jiang family. "Tianjie, these individuals are resolutely misguided. I beseech you to intervene swiftly and subdue them. We must not allow them to jeopardize our plans." Jiang Ling felt a surge of urgency and suddenly turned to face Tianjie. Upon hearing this, the young lords of the Jiang family were struck with dismay. How audacious! To allow outsiders to turn against their own. Yet, Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Tian Jie acted suddenly. A horde of demonic beings surged forth, their visages twisted and malevolent, exuding a fierce aura. With a swift motion, Tian Jie launched a punch that sent one of the young lords of the Jiang family flying. Within mere moments, those sent by Jiang Wuxiu were left gravely injured. It was not that the young lords of the Jiang family were weak, but rather that the number of demonic beings was overwhelming. Even a few of them together would find it difficult to withstand such an onslaught. Observing the scene, Jiang Ling quietly exhaled in relief. Yet, before she could utter a word, Tian Jie advanced and crushed the skull of a young lord underfoot, with a faint smile gracing his lips. He reached into the shattered cranium, extracting a thick, white substance and bringing it to his mouth. Ah, the familiar taste. The flavor was exquisite. Indeed, the essence of a prodigy. The more remarkable the prodigy, the more delectable their essence. Tian Jie narrowed his eyes, a look of rapture crossing his face. Jiang Ling shuddered, glancing at Tian Jie in a mix of horror and disbelief. My lord, didn't we agree? We only target Jiang Yunhao. Why must you slay the young lords of my family? Jiang Ling was bewildered. This was not in accordance with the terms of their collaboration. Tian Jie regarded her with a sidelong glance, his crimson tongue flicking across his lips. With a nonchalant smirk, he replied, "What difference does it make to slay one Jiang Yunhao or a multitude of young lords? After all, you are all of the human race, mere sustenance for my kin." Enough of this hesitation. Hasten to lure Jiang Yunhao here. I am quite curious to know how delightful the essence of Jiang Yunhao might be. It must be an exquisite delicacy. Tian Jie's demeanor instilled a sense of dread in Jiang Ling. Only at this moment did she begin to grasp the nature of the monster with whom she had allied. No. I cannot afford to regret this. Nor do I have the time for regret. Now that matters have escalated to this point, it merely requires enticing Jiang Yunhao into the trap to ensure his demise. With this thought, Jiang Ling took a deep breath, gradually calming her tumultuous emotions. At that moment, a voice suddenly resounded. Audaciously, do you intend to leave alive after slaying members of the Jiang family? Chapter 147. The Ultimate Power. A voice resounded like a thunderous roar. The crackling lightning burst forth, resembling a chain of thunder striking fiercely at the gathered celestial beings of the demon clan. Members of the Jiang family. This is disastrous. There are indeed members of the Jiang family here. Amidst the forest, cries of astonishment echoed continuously. The might of this thunderous chain was immense, sweeping forth and instantaneously striking several celestial beings of the demon clan. They barely had time to utter a cry before they were obliterated on the spot. The thunder crackled, its residual power unyielding. Bodies of the celestial beings, charred to a deep black, were flung into the air, crashing to the ground. In an instant, they were roasted to perfection. The scent of their charred flesh wafted through the air. The Thunder War body? It turns out to be Jiang Junlin, the third young master of the Jiang family. A few celestial beings from the demon clan had perished on his side, yet Tianjia seemed utterly unconcerned. Instead, he gazed with keen interest at the one who had suddenly unleashed the assault. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Junlin. He had followed Tianjia stealthily, having received orders from Jiang Yunhao. Earlier, he had witnessed the brutal and bloody scenes wrought by Tianjia. How dare he kill members of the Jiang family? Although Jiang Junlin had conveyed the information to Jiang Yunhao, the most prudent course of action was to await his arrival. However, to stand idly by while members of the Jiang family were slain was simply not in Jiang Junlin's character. It is important to note that he had once led the Jiang family's disciples in battles across the void beyond. This young master, who had risen amidst the bloodshed, had forged his path to this day through sheer determination. While he may have once harbored resentment towards Jiang Yunhao's imperial status, he had never entertained thoughts of harming him. They were kin, after all. Competition was inevitable. Yet, outsiders would not be permitted to insult the Jiang family. Oh no, the third young master Jiang Junlin. Simultaneously, Jiang Ling caught sight of Jiang Junlin, and her expression shifted dramatically. She had never anticipated that Jiang Junlin would appear here. When had he managed to follow them? Did he already know her intentions? Jiang Ling's heart was in turmoil, her lips trembling. Tianjia, quickly eliminate Jiang Junlin. He is a follower of Jiang Yunhao. He must not be allowed to live. Jiang Ling's demeanor was fierce, her body trembling slightly. She could not even bear to imagine the consequences if Jiang Yunhao discovered her collusion with the demon clan. She might face death. Her entire lineage could suffer repercussions. Thus, Jiang Ling instinctively urged Tianjia, fearing that Jiang Junlin might relay news of this place to Jiang Yunhao. However, in truth, Jiang Ling was merely deceiving herself, unwilling to accept such a result. With her acute intuition as the fourth young master of the Jiang family, she had already surmised that Jiang Yunhao was likely aware of the situation here. Yet, she was loath to accept it. Tianjia, however, slightly furrowed his brow. Impertinent. How dare you, a mere woman of the despicable human race, attempt to command one of such noble stature? With a resounding slap, Jiang Ling felt an excruciating pain radiate across her face. To her astonishment, she had been struck again. The force of Tianju's blow sent her soaring through the air, spinning and spewing blood in her wake. With a thunderous crash, she collided with a towering tree. The branches trembled violently, leaves cascading down as the massive sacred tree, thick as dozens of meters, splintered in that moment. Jiang Ling crumpled to the ground, her expression one of terror and disbelief as she stared in the direction of Tianju. Why am I the one being struck? Jiang Ling was left dazed by the humiliation, an overwhelming sense of indignation consuming her. Yet Tianju appeared indifferent to her plight, for he had never regarded her with any respect. To him, she was merely a pawn to be used against Jiang Yunhao. Since you, Jiang Junlin, have made your appearance, I presume Jiang Yunhao will not be far behind? It matters not. This place was destined to be a grave for your family. Now that you have so conveniently arrived, let us make an example of you, the third young master. A sly smile played upon Tianju's lips as he spoke. No sooner had his words left his mouth than he vanished from sight, instantly closing the distance to Jiang Junlin. The air crackled with the fury of thunder, showcasing the power of his innate bloodline. As Jiang Junlin's expression shifted slightly, he had failed to perceive any magical fluctuations emanating from Tianju. This caught Jiang Junlin off guard. Reacting swiftly, he summoned the power of thunder, transforming it into a suit of armor that enveloped him. Divine decree. Thunder God, lend me your strength. With a crackling sound, Jiang Junlin, a being on the cusp of divinity and the young master of the Jiang family, was not one to search for the seed of the Tao himself. His Tao seed was a meticulously chosen, heavenly-grade thunder seed from the Jiang family's treasured collection. When summoned with divine might, it could channel the wrath of thunder, akin to the descent of the thunder god. Mastery of it would allow him to wield dominion over the heavenly tribulations of thunder. The divine punishment of thunder, exterminating demons and evildoers, would be a trivial matter. The Tao seed was indeed impressive, but alas, you are but a half-step into the realm of divinity. A playful smirk graced Tianju's lips. He then unleashed a mighty punch directed at Jiang Junlin. Bang! The sheer force of his physical prowess erupted. What seemed to be a simple punch unleashed cataclysmic phenomena, as if it were sweeping through the ages, annihilating heaven and earth. In a single blow, he shattered the divine intricacies Jiang Junlin had desperately conjured. The thunderous armor exploded into fragments. Jiang Junlin's expression turned grave. At that moment, he finally grasped why he had not sensed any magical energy from Tianju earlier. The truth was, this individual had not employed any magic at all. Tianju had approached him solely through the explosive might of his physical form. Oh, so this is the famed Tianjiao ant. As Jiang Junlin braced himself for the impending strike of a fearsome punch, an unexpected figure intervened, swiftly positioning himself between him and Tianjia. It was Jiang Wuxiu, dressed in black, with a massive sword slung across his back. His dark hair billowed wildly, and the vitality within him surged like a furnace of the sun. Indeed, it was Jiang Wuxiu. A wave of despair washed over Jiang Junlin. This was disastrous. He was acutely aware of the enmity between Jiang Wuxiu and Jiang Yunhao, and as a follower of Jiang Yunhao, he knew that Jiang Wuxiu would never tolerate his presence. Confronting Tianjia alone had already proven to be an arduous task, and now Jiang Wuxiu had reappeared. It was a dire predicament. Jiang Junlin's countenance grew somewhat dazed. Ha ha, Jiang Wuxiu, you have arrived as well. Very well, I entrust my life to you, he thought, resigning himself to fate. Tianjia's eyes gleamed with intensity, his smile deepening. Yet, before he could utter another word, Jiang Wuxiu unleashed a powerful palm strike, akin to the cosmos itself. seemingly manifesting a world of overwhelming force. Their clash resonated thunderously against Tianjie's punch. The smile on Tianjie's face froze. Jiang Wuxiu is striking at me? At that moment, a figure clad in white, exuding an extraordinary aura, materialized in mid-air. It was Jiang Yunhao. Chapter 148, Moral Coercion. A lack of chivalry, ah? The esteemed disciple of my father has intercepted this lethal blow meant for Jiang Junlin. Jiang Yunhao extended his hand, a divine sword materializing within his grasp. As he noticed Jiang Junlin in peril, he was poised to unleash a strike. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wuxiu stepped forth to shield Jiang Junlin from the devastating punch of Tianjie. This revelation left Jiang Yunhao somewhat taken aback. The Imperial Sun, with Jiang Yunhao's emergence. His aura permeated the surroundings, and Jiang Junlin immediately sensed it. Upon awakening, he turned abruptly toward Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao summoned forth chaotic magical energy, pulling Jiang Junlin from the vortex of violent energy. What? Jiang Wuxiu, have you lost your mind? Are you not aware that my demon clan is here to assist you? Jiang Wuxiu met Tianjie's fist with an open palm. The collision of their blows unleashed a terrifying gale, sweeping across the land for miles. Boom, boom. The violent winds raged like razor-sharp blades, mercilessly cleaving through mountains and trees. Towering giants of wood toppled one after another. The earth trembled, as if the end of the world was imminent. Jiang Wuxiu recoiled, while Tianjie also retreated. Both exuded an aura befitting the divine realm. Jiang Wuxiu glanced at his mangled right hand, where the skin had torn, revealing the stark white of bone beneath the shredded flesh. Strange, intricate patterns flickered across his bones. He withdrew his hand as the damaged flesh sprouted new tissue, twisting and contorting in a remarkable display of regeneration. Jiang Yunhao observed Jiang Wuxiu with renewed interest. Indeed, this senior brother was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. Intriguing. A stirring sensation gripped Jiang Yunhao's heart. Meanwhile, Tianjie was nearly amused by Jiang Wuxiu's audacity. He withdrew to land beside Jiang Ling, casting a curious glance at Jiang Yunhao and Jiang Wuxiu. A profound glint appeared in his golden, otherworldly eyes. He chuckled. Jiang Ling, is this the Jiang family's imperial son you claimed was at odds with the Great Respect? They appear to be united, seemingly intent on bringing about my demise. Jiang Ling's countenance turned pale as she gazed at Jiang Wuxiu, momentarily forgetting the pain etched across her face. Even the Great Respect has arrived. Jiang Ling suddenly snapped back to reality. With fierce determination, she cast a menacing glare at the remaining Jiang family youths captured by the demon clan. Then, she scrambled toward Jiang Wuxiu, stumbling in her haste. Great Respect. Master, please, allow me to explain. Everything I have done is for your benefit. What is Jiang Yunhao compared to you? In your era, how could he dare to claim the title of the Jiang family's imperial son? I, Jiang Ling, swear my unwavering loyalty to you, my master, as heaven bears witness. All my efforts are devoted to elevating your status. Jiang Ling explained in a state of panic, her words stumbling over one another. Yet, in an instant slap, just as she reached Jiang Wuxiu, she was met with a resounding blow from him. Once again, she faced the sting of a slap, her face marred anew. The sharp pain radiating from her cheek left Jiang Ling utterly bewildered, her heart plummeting to the depths of despair. Her once vibrant red hair now lay disheveled, her cheeks swollen, bruised, and lacerated, transforming her previously charming visage into that of a puffed-up bun. The pressure on her eyes was so intense that they could barely open. She yearned to utter further words, yet the swelling of her face rendered her speechless. I spare you only because your transgressions must be judged by the elders of the Jiang clan, Jiang Wuxiu stated coldly, his gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation. I have made it clear that no one shall insult the son of my master. How my junior is treated is not for outsiders to judge, nor to take action against. The weight of Jiang Wuxiu's words reverberated like thunder in Jiang Ling's ears, leaving her in utter despair. She could scarcely believe her own eyes and ears. Kneel and atone for your sins against my junior. Jiang Wuxiu exuded an undeniable authority, offering Jiang Ling no chance to resist. His overpowering presence bore down upon her. Thud. Jiang Ling was utterly unable to withstand the divine pressure emanating from Jiang Wuxiu. Her knees buckled, and she found herself kneeling before Jiang Yunhao, prostrating herself completely, with her forehead buried deeply between her knees. She raised her behind in a posture of utmost humiliation, striking her head against the ground in a manner that reverberated through the earth. The force of her impact was so tremendous that her face pressed into the soil, crimson blood oozing from the crevice between her features and the earth. In that moment, Jiang Ling was devoid of any sense of humiliation. The sheer force of her bowing rendered her unconscious on the spot. "Young master, Jiang Wuxiu." Jiang Junlin squinted, utterly astonished. Clearly, Jiang Junlin had not anticipated that Jiang Wuxiu, who had been so adversarial towards Jiang Yunhao previously, would not only refrain from allying with Tianjia against him at this juncture, but would also maintain such a decisive stance. Was Jiang Wuxiu not planning to join forces with Tianjia to strike down the young master? This was indeed a prime opportunity. Perhaps it was Jiang Wuxiu's best moment to act. Considering the situation from another perspective, Jiang Junlin found it difficult to comprehend Jiang Wuxiu's choices. However, Jiang Yunhao seemed to grasp the underlying reasoning. Logically, a normal person would not behave as Jiang Wuxiu had. Yet, judging from Jiang Wuxiu's past, it was clear that this is undoubtedly a devoted admirer of his own father. Furthermore, Jiang Wuxiu possesses a set of principles. He adheres to the rules governing the internal competition among the Jiang family. While rivalry among kin is permissible, should an outsider intrude, the blades of the Jiang descendants are unified in their opposition. Unlike Jiang Ling, who is merely a foolish fan. Is my father truly so charismatic? Jiang Yunhao blinked and let his imagination wander. He chuckled, could it be? Next, are you two planning to join forces against me, Tianjia? At that moment, Tianjia let out a cold laugh. In truth, he had already sensed the precariousness of the situation. Though he is an ancient anomaly, possessing unparalleled confidence, Tianjia is far from foolish. He has no desire to contend with both Jiang Yunhao and Jiang Wuxiu simultaneously. The more formidable the prodigy, the more cautious they become. Even Xiao Yani, despite his arrogant demeanor, is not as ignorant as he appears. That exudes a mere facade of self-assuredness. It does not imply that these ancient prodigies are foolishly reckless. Quite the contrary, they possess a clear standard of self-evaluation and approach their competitors with utmost caution. They would never engage in foolish actions. Tianjia's deliberate remarks were aimed at altering the current predicament. He sought to provoke Jiang Yunhao and Jiang Wuxiu, suggesting that as prodigies, they would not shamelessly band together to assault him, would they? Such an action would be rather disgraceful, wouldn't it? This was essentially his intent. However, Tianjia seemed to have forgotten that his collusion with Jiang Ling, intending to conspire against Jiang Yunhao, was hardly commendable. Does this prince appear foolish enough to let you live? No sooner had Tianjia finished speaking than Jiang Yunhao surged forward. Engaging in schemes and machinations with me? Seeking to impose moral constraints? Jiang Yunhao has never cared for the opinions of others. To his astonishment, Jiang Wuxiu also charged forth alongside him. Witnessing this, Tianjia's expression shifted drastically, and he instinctively uttered an expletive. Damn, you disregard martial ethics. Tianjia's heart trembled. He had initially intended to besiege Jiang Yunhao. Yet, unexpectedly, not only did that plan fail, but it also turned into Jiang Yunhao and Jiang Wuxiu besieging him instead. Chapter 149. The Old Immortal Hangs Himself. Resentful of a long life, Jiang Yunhao and Jiang Wuxiu. Have you two lost all sense of pride as exceptional talents? Are you truly so shameless as to join forces against me? The complexion of Tianjia shifted dramatically. Despite his unparalleled confidence, he was not foolish. Prior to encountering Jiang Yunhao, Tianjia had meticulously gathered extensive intelligence about him from various clans in the demon realm. While he could not claim to know Jiang Yunhao with absolute certainty, he was acutely aware of the latter's formidable prowess. Before arriving at the Jiang family, Tianjia had also acquainted himself with the distinguished individuals of the current generation in the Jiang family. Naturally, he was aware of Jiang Wuxiu as well. He believed in the adage, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win every battle. However, facing these two, Tianjia felt uncertain. Shamelessness. Can one dine on face? Jiang Yunhao merely responded with a cold smile, his divine sword slicing through the air with a resounding strike, without hesitation. Jiang Yunhao was not one to be bound by the antiquated norms. Since Tianjia sought to ensnare him, in his mind, he had already pronounced Tianjia's death sentence. As for the notion of fighting together, and whether they still possessed any pride as paragons, history had repeatedly demonstrated that overestimating oneself could lead to disastrous consequences. Even mundane novels have depicted villains who, despite holding an absolute advantage, foolishly allow the protagonist to escape. Did Tianjie think Jiang Yunhao was such a fool? He dismissed the thought with contempt. The lethal sword energy he unleashed flickered into existence, causing the very heavens to change hue, the crimson blade aura illuminating the universe. Tianjie's pupils constricted suddenly, realizing that Jiang Yunhao could not be judged by ordinary standards. He would not be easily swayed by mere words into making foolish decisions. Drawing a deep breath, Tianjie felt the surge of blood and energy within him, raising his fist to strike against the sword energy emanating from Jiang Yunhao. Boom! This punch unleashed an invisible shockwave, akin to tumultuous waves, even carving a resplendent golden fist shadow in the void. The sword energy collided with the golden fist shadow, erupting in an unparalleled tempest of force. The violent winds of this tempest ravaged the surroundings, and the murderous sword energy shattered the golden fist shadow. What? Tianjie gasped, caught off guard as the sword energy struck him fiercely. His figure staggered, his complexion oscillating between crimson and pallor, and after retreating a dozen steps, he barely steadied himself. Jiang Yunhao was astonished to discover that his sword energy had, in fact, been blocked by Tianjie. The latter had withstood his strike with sheer physical might. Oh, so this is the so-called Ant of the Celestial Horn, renowned as the mightiest force of the ages, second only in the ancient era, with none daring to claim the top? Indeed, your physical prowess is impressive. From his elevated position in midair, Jiang Yunhao surveyed Tianjie with keen interest. Upon hearing those words, Tianjie felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Was this meant as a compliment? As a dignified celestial ant, did he truly require such lofty critiques from the esteemed Jiang family? Who did they think they were? His vision darkened as he glanced at the wound on his chest, where blood flowed profusely from a gaping sword cut that extended from beneath his neck to his abdomen, a glaring mark that was impossible to overlook. As a celestial ant, a race renowned for its unparalleled physical prowess throughout the ages, Tianjie possessed an astonishing potential in terms of corporeal strength, especially after attaining divinity. He had further honed his divine physique. Among the demon tribes of Eastern Desolation, he stood as the absolute pinnacle of physical might. Even those veteran demon clans steeped in divine realms for years could not hope to match the celestial ant in terms of physical prowess. Yet, despite this formidable physique, he had been wounded by Jiang Yunhao's sword. Though this injury could only be deemed a minor wound for Tianjie, he was nonetheless struck with disbelief, his mind reeling. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as Jiang Wuxiu was already charging toward him. Jiang Wuxiu gripped his enormous sword with both hands, invoking the divine command. Heaven's opening, triple overlap. Jiang Wuxiu was also a strong being who had entered the divine realm. His strike was merciless as he unleashed the essence of his innate Tao seed, infused with the unique mysteries of divinity, and swung his sword. Boom! The gigantic sword cleaved through the air, tracing a crescent arc. The clouds above were split asunder by the invisible shockwaves, as if the sky itself had been parted with a precise parting. The giant sword scraped against the air, producing dazzling sparks that glimmered brilliantly. A vibrant crimson flame enveloped the sword as it descended toward Tianjiao's head. Hiss! Having just endured a strike from Jiang Yunhao, Tianjie had no time to evade and was now confronted with Jiang Wuxiu's lethal maneuver. He raised his arms, bringing them together in a defensive posture, bowing his head to shield himself. Bang! The strike was less a slice and more akin to a crushing blow. The colossal sword, lacking the sharpness of a typical blade, nonetheless harbored a terrifying momentum. It felt as if an ancient divine mountain had descended upon him. Tianjie was sent sprawling through the air, feeling a painful ache in his arms. Damn it! You Jiang family members truly deserve death. Tianjie's expression shifted dramatically. As a being born in the ancient era a millennium ago, he was now facing a perilous situation unlike any he had encountered in his lifetime. He felt a pang of panic. He yearned to escape this place, unwilling to confront the combined onslaught of Jiang Yunhao and Jiang Wuxiu alone. Yes, if only he could survive this ordeal. Regardless of whether it was Jiang Yunhao or Jiang Wuxiu, they would ultimately meet their demise. Only by living could he seize the chance to avenge his humiliation. Tianjie's thoughts raced, and in an instant, he reached a resolution. He no longer obstructed his retreat. Instead, he secretly gathered his strength. His retreat did not diminish but rather intensified, and his form swiftly soared backward. Want to escape? Jiang Yunhao, who stood suspended in midair and had been observing Tian Jie, discerned his intentions. After all, few could rival Jiang Yunhao's physical prowess. Although they had only engaged briefly, Jiang Yunhao could roughly gauge Tian Jie's physical strength based on his own. It was estimated to be over 200 million pounds, only slightly weaker than his own by several tens of millions. His physique surpassed that of many exceptionally gifted beings in the divine realm. It must be said that the Tian Jiao Ant's innate bloodline truly lived up to its title of being the epitome of strength. As for Jiang Yunhao, the reason his physique was even more formidable than that of the Tian Jiao Ant was that he possessed not merely one, but multiple bloodline attributes. In addition to the ancient sacred body, he also wielded the celestial overlord body, the true dragon, and the nine nether hound, among others. In summary, he had no surprise regarding his superior physicality over Tian Jie. However, if one were to solely consider physical invincibility, the ancient sacred body could not quite compete with the bloodline of the Tian Jiao Ant. Of course, the most unique aspect of the ancient sacred body lay in its ability to wield extraordinary powers. As for the present moment, Jiang Yunhao quickly realized that with Tian Jie's physique, it was impossible for him to be sent flying by Jiang Wuxiu's sword strike so far away. He chuckled, pondering. Did you not intend to collaborate with Jiang Ling to lure me in? Why the sudden urgency to flee? Do you not understand that while calling forth a deity is easy, sending one away is quite another? Since you have arrived, you should remain at ease. Jiang Yunhao's gaze remained calm, and a surge of energy coursed through his veins. Like a radiant rainbow, he swiftly approached Tian Jie, extending a hand toward his head. This Tian Jiao Ant possessed remarkable bloodline talents. I shall claim it. Huh. Jiang Yunhao, do you dare to approach me? Tian Jie, in the midst of his retreat, was startled by Jiang Yunhao's unexpected move. It was not that he was intimidated, but rather filled with astonishment. After all, what race did Tian Jie belong to? He was the Tian Jiao Ant, the pinnacle of strength. Initially, Tian Jie had assumed that Jiang Yunhao would rely on his formidable sword techniques to bombard him from a distance, while he would have to exert every effort to close the gap. Yet, Jiang Yunhao was not so easily approached. Tian Jie had never underestimated Jiang Yunhao. Furthermore, there was Jiang Wuxiu nearby, equally formidable. This was part of the reason Tian Jie had decided to flee. However, he could never have anticipated that Jiang Yunhao would come forth to engage him. Was this akin to the old immortal hanging himself, yearning for a longer life? A Path to Self-Destruction. Chapter 150. The Secret of Shao Yin-Yang, the World for the Seed. The Primordial Dao Seed. Ha. Do you dare to engage me in close combat? Have you forgotten what race I belong to? I am a celestial ant, the pinnacle of power, supreme for eternity. Madman, fool, unreasonable. As Jiang Yunhao approached, the corner of Tianjiao's mouth could barely contain itself. I was indeed overly concerned, harboring such grand expectations for a mere hybrid who has only cultivated for a little over a decade. After all, youth brings ignorance. The young, unafraid of tigers. Yet once horns emerge, they fear wolves. Youth is splendid, yet youthful arrogance can lead to one's demise. My junior brother. Jiang Wuxiu also noticed this sudden turn of events, his brows furrowing slightly. In truth, Jiang Wuxiu himself possessed formidable strength, harboring secrets of his own. It was akin to sustaining a grievous injury that penetrated to the bone, yet miraculously recovering in an instant. However, even with such secrets, Jiang Wuxiu had no intention of engaging Tianjiao in close combat. After all, to attack one's weakness with one's own weakness is an act of sheer folly. My junior brother, if you must lose, let it not be to an outsider. Jiang Wuxiu shook his head, raising his massive sword once more, divine power surging within him, clearly preparing to intervene. Even Jiang Junlin, who was familiar with Jiang Yunhao, was perplexed by his actions and filled with concern. After all, the reputation of the celestial ant is notorious. Across the vast expanse of the world, no race dares to engage in close combat with them. Among the powerful clans of the eastern wilderness, all strive to avoid proximity to the celestial ants. The peak of strength, one force can conquer 10. And Tianjiao, as a true anomaly of the ancient world, keenly seized this opportunity, unwilling to let it slip away. He immediately unleashed the innate mysteries of his clan. Boom! An incredible roar resonated from within Tianjiao. He stood as a furnace of heaven and earth, his overwhelming aura soaring. The rich blood energy coalescing into blood-red dragons that roared skyward. Muscles surged and bulged, resembling a coiling dragon. The overwhelming aura, as profound as an abyss, swept across the surroundings. Creatures within a 10,000-mile radius felt this terrifying pressure. Those celestial prodigies still seeking treasures instinctively froze in place, sensing the impending doom. What is this? My heavens! Is this a battle between factions? This terrifying wave of blood energy cannot belong to anything less than a great fiend, can it? The celestial prodigies stared in disbelief, all gazing towards the source of the commotion. Even the Jiang family's main force noticed. Oh, it must be my cousin fighting that demon race, right? Within the formidable ranks of the Jiang family, the Zhang family was also present. Zhang Tianyu's face was etched with concern, for only they knew the whereabouts of Jiang Yunhao. Qing Wan, Jiang Lingxiao, and others cast their complex gazes towards that direction. Hurry, we must assist my cousin. Zhang Tianyu, in a state of anxious urgency, insisted on rushing to support Jiang Yunhao. Wait, Zhang Ningwan suddenly interjected, grasping the young girl's arm. Have you forgotten Yunhao's instructions before he left? Moreover, given our strength, our presence would merely complicate matters for Yunhao. It was evident that Zhang Ningwan possessed a greater maturity and depth of thought. Upon her words, the attendees silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, they realized that such a level of combat was beyond their capacity to engage. Oh, has the battle begun so swiftly? The air crackled with the essence of Tianjiao. Yao Guang, a figure of striking stature and chilling elegance from the Yaoqi sacred land, cast a glance toward the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, Xiao Yannian and his companions, traversing through the forest, paused momentarily. Throughout their journey, they had encountered numerous rare treasures, yet Xiao Yannian exhibited no inclination to stop, entirely disregarding those heavenly materials. A fight has ensued. The more intense, the better, he mused. Jiang Yunhao, you are still too young, but it suits me well. No one shall disturb me as I seize the ultimate treasure of this land. It appeared that Xiao Yannian was privy to certain secrets of the primordial vault, possessing knowledge that surpassed that of the various prodigies. Unlike the others, who floundered aimlessly in search of treasures, his group had a clear objective. A bunch of ignorant beings from the outside world. How could you possibly comprehend that within the primordial vault lies a seed that embodies the world itself? Containing the mysteries of the primordial era? You shall collect sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. A grin spread across Xiao Yannian's face as he turned his attention away from the unfolding skirmish between Jiang Yunhao and Tianjiao. The primordial Dao seed was rightfully his. Soon, when he secured the Dao seed and subdued Jiang Yunhao, the name of the Chongqing Palace, and his own name, Xiao Yannian, would resonate throughout the world. He sought both the Dao seed and renown. Jiang Yunhao, meet your demise. In the location where the demon race conspired to ensnare Jiang Yunhao, Tianjiao succumbed to madness. His physique expanded exponentially as dark armor erupted from his skin, enveloping him entirely. Amidst the inky darkness, flashes of faint dark golden divine light flickered momentarily. Tianjiao no longer resembled the handsome young man he once was. Curved horns jutted from his head, revealing the true form of the heavenly horned ant, a manifestation of the utmost power unleashed through his frenzy. As the pincers, resembling those of an ant, lunged fiercely towards Jiang Yunhao, the latter maintained an air of tranquility, his hand descending with equal determination. The moment their palms collided, the corners of Tianjia's mouth could no longer suppress a burgeoning smirk, curling upwards in triumph. I've got you. Your demise is certain. Yet, before Tianjia's grin could fully materialize, the pincers that had made contact with Jiang Yunhao's hand shattered as effortlessly as fragile tofu. What? Tianjia's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. His arm shattered. How could this be? Shouldn't it have been Jiang Yunhao's arm that disintegrated? This unforeseen turn of events rendered Tianjia's mind momentarily paralyzed, leaving him rooted to the spot. He could only watch in astonishment as Jiang Yunhao's hand descended upon him. While the formidable physique he had always prided himself on crumbled under the weight of Jiang Yunhao's grip, disintegrating into dust. Just like that, one of his arms vanished into nothingness. Chapter 151. Are you deaf? Ah! Tianjia let out a piercing scream, staggering backward. The demon clan elites present were left utterly bewildered, their eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld Jiang Yunhao's figure. Tianjia. This was indeed Tianjia, the ancient prodigy of the Tianjiao ant clan. It is well known that the Tianjiao ant clan rarely produces offspring, yet whenever a descendant is born, they invariably rank among the most formidable beings of the demon clans. Even among the legendary 10 fiends of antiquity, the Tianjiao ant holds a prestigious position. Moreover, the Tianjiao ant clan is most renowned for its physical prowess. And now, at this moment, Tianjia was actually bested in a contest of physical strength by Jiang Yunhao. It was supposed to be Jiang Yunhao with the severed arm. As a mere human, even with the ancient sacred body, he should not have triumphed over Tianjia in sheer physical might. Bewilderment reigned supreme. The worldview of the demon clan elites crumbled. Meanwhile, Zhang Wuxiu, who was prepared to intervene, cast a surprised glance at Jiang Yunhao. Was this disciple of his truly so formidable in physical strength? Zhang Wuxiu squinted slightly, his emotions in turmoil. Truly deserving of the title of Imperial son, Jiang Junlin silently marveled, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. He had previously harbored concerns for Jiang Yunhao, but it now appeared that even he, a devoted follower of Jiang Yunhao, had vastly underestimated the Imperial son. At the same time, the severed Tianjia was already gripped by terror, utterly shattered by Jiang Yunhao's display. After all, his pride in his physical form was now eclipsed by a human. Tianjia felt as though he were trapped in a nightmare. However, Jiang Yunhao would not afford Tianjia the opportunity to recover. If he intended to kill, he would do so swiftly. Such was Jiang Yunhao's nature. Mercy was not his forte. In the next instant, Jiang Yunhao unleashed a sword strike. A terrifying wave of murderous intent sweeping through the air. In a flash, it resembled a streak of crimson light, cleaving through this realm. In an instant, the sword sliced through Tianjia's body. Puff! Tianjia was cleaved in two, each half plummeting to the ground. His blood, a vivid scarlet, gushed forth from the wound, exuding a rich fragrance akin to potent medicinal essence. It was as if each drop of blood contained a wealth of vitality, a testament to the advantages of a powerful ancient prodigy. Truly, a being of treasures. After all, nurtured within the source of life for millennia, even a piglet could evolve into a celestial swine. He is dead. Tianjia is dead. The demon clan elites, witnessing this scene, collectively inhaled sharply, their minds grinding to a halt, thoughts frozen in disbelief. Jiang Yunhao, you have shattered my destiny in this life. One day, I shall personally annihilate your entire lineage. And at that moment, a mysterious aura wafted from the corner of Tianjia's mouth. The lingering atmosphere seemed to connect to some unseen realm, resonating with piercing cries. Huh! Jiang Yunhao looked over in astonishment. At this moment, he was silently channeling the swallowing heaven demon technique, refining the essence of Tianjia's flesh and blood. Oh, what is this? Hee. From the peculiar and mysterious aura, Tianjia's voice was unmistakably discernible. Jiang Yunhao's brow furrowed slightly, and he struck out with a ruthless hand. PFF. The aura burst apart on the spot. However, Jiang Yunhao still sensed that Tianjia had not truly perished. Behind him, a phantom of a grinding disk materialized. This disk absorbed Tianjia's soul, gradually erasing its essence, while Jiang Yunhao absorbed the profound essence of Tianjia's flesh and blood. He was simultaneously refining Tianjia's soul. In truth, as Jiang Yunhao's physical prowess grew stronger, the essence of ordinary races became ineffective for him. However, the bloodline of the Tianjiao ant evidently surpassed that of many other races. Such a powerful lineage was immensely beneficial to him. Moreover, the Tianjiao ant was inherently adept in physical cultivation. Jiang Yunhao could distinctly feel a warm, invigorating sensation radiating from within, a delightful feeling akin to soaring into the heavens. Yet, there was a significant issue with Tianjia's body. With this thought, Jiang Yunhao turned his gaze towards the nearby demon race elites. This group, summoned by Tianjia to besiege and eliminate him, could never have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Not only had they failed to vanquish Jiang Yunhao, but Tianjia had also been annihilated by him. All the demon race elites who met Jiang Yunhao's gaze were rendered speechless, trembling uncontrollably. They dared not meet his eyes, bowing their heads in fear. He was devouring Tianjia right before them. This scene left the demon race in a state of bewilderment. In ancient times, the human race was merely food for the demon race. And now, the tables had turned dramatically. A human was openly consuming a member of the demon race. How could these demon elites not feel terror? Tianjie should still be alive, right? Jiang Yunhao spoke suddenly. Upon hearing this, the demon elites instinctively recoiled. From their expressions, Jiang Yunhao understood that those qualified to follow Tianjie surely possessed some hidden knowledge. After all, they were followers of Tianjie. With this thought, Jiang Yunhao smiled faintly. Yet, to the demon elites, this smile resembled that of a demon. Terrified, they felt as though they would crumble under the pressure, afraid to utter a single word. Enough with the pleasantries. Those who can divulge Tianjie's secrets shall be spared. Jiang Yunhao's demeanor remained calm as a tranquil lake, but it was this extreme indifference that sent shockwaves through the hearts of the demon elites. He still intends to kill. No one would doubt Jiang Yunhao's current demeanor. As the scion of the Jiang family, though you wield considerable power, must you be so ferocious? Our origins are not to be underestimated. A young prodigy from the demon race spoke with a facade of bravery. Yet his words had scarcely escaped his lips when a flash of sword light severed his neck. With a sickening thud, the demon youth's head was cleaved from his body. Blood erupting forth, the severed head rolled on the ground like a grotesque gourd. I have stated my position. Spare me the trivialities. Are you deaf? Jiang Yunhao, having effortlessly dispatched the youth with a single stroke of his sword, retained an unruffled gaze. A sharp intake of breath echoed among the demon prodigies. Their eyes now filled with unparalleled trepidation. Jiang Yunhao truly dares to kill, regardless of which faction of the demon race they hailed from. It was only at this moment that some began to grasp the gravity of their situation. Indeed, did Jiang Yunhao need to concern himself with their lineage? After all, their foundation paled in comparison to that of the Jiang family, and their ancestors were not as illustrious. Given this, why should he regard their heritage with any significance? Oh, I understand. Please, do not take my life. I can reveal the secrets of the celestial Jiao. Traitors are abundant among all factions, especially when faced with the brink of death. After a brief silence, one of the demon prodigies hastily stepped forward. Jiang Yunhao then smiled with satisfaction. Speak, then. Chapter 152. Unexpected Joy, News of the Nine Secrets, and the Ambush on Jiang Yunhao. As the first of the demon clan's prodigies leaped forth, Jiang Yunhao effortlessly swung his sword, annihilating the remaining demon prodigies with devastating precision. Leaving one alive sufficed. As for the others, since they sought to ensnare him, Jiang Yunhao deemed it unnecessary to spare their lives. This ruthless display sent shivers through the last remaining demon prodigy, whose body trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground as a stream of yellowish liquid escaped him. How utterly merciless! The demon prodigy's psyche shattered, leaving him no room for hesitation. In a flood of panic, he divulged the secrets of the Tianjie to Jiang Yunhao. Esteemed Jiang family's prince, he stammered. The Tianjie possessed a formidable secret technique before being sealed by the origin of fate in ancient times. My clan's knowledge is limited, but I have heard whispers that this technique possesses miraculous effects of immortality. Just a single drop of blood can lead to rebirth. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao's eyes narrowed. His heart stirred. The nine secrets of heaven and earth. Indeed, only one who had also mastered the nine secrets, like Jiang Yunhao, could grasp the significance of the demon prodigy's words. He himself had already acquired 2 of the 9 secrets. 1, the word of all, could amplify his combat prowess tenfold in an instant. The other, the word of battle, allowed him to replicate any divine art across the realms. Understanding the mysteries of myriad races, the effects of these techniques were nothing short of extraordinary, beyond the imagination of the ordinary. Now, upon hearing about the unique aspect of Tianjie, Jiang Yunhao immediately associated it with the 9 secrets. The legendary word of the immortal possessed the ability of immortality. Even if one were to be reduced to a mist of blood, as long as a single drop remained hidden, rebirth was possible. A being endowed with such a technique essentially carries an insurance policy wherever they go. Even if they were to be tragically slain, they would not truly perish. Jiang Yunhao's knowledge of these matters stemmed from an ancient clan's inheritance. The word of battle was learned from the ancient clan itself, a formidable lineage dedicated to the study and collection of the 9 secrets. Although they did not possess complete information on all 9 secrets, Their understanding surpassed that of the average person. It turned out that the Tianjia wielded the word of the immortal. This was, indeed, an unexpectedly fortuitous revelation for me. A subtle smile graced Jiang Yunhao's lips. His fortune was undeniably remarkable. Even he felt a surge of joy, for it was said that whoever could gather all 9 secrets would touch upon the opportunity for ascension to immortality. Throughout history, even the most illustrious emperors had sought knowledge regarding the 9 secrets. And now, by sheer chance, he had stumbled upon the tidings of the word of the immortal. How could Jiang Yunhao not feel invigorated? The harvest was indeed gratifying. Not only did he acquire the essence of the Tianjia bloodline, but also the unexpected delight of the Zhizi secret. Jiang Yunhao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Remarkable, indeed, to discover such fortune within Tianjia. Well, after this expedition concludes, perhaps a journey to the demon domain awaits. Jiang Yunhao murmured softly. Upon hearing this, the demon clan prodigy, who had acted as a traitor, trembled slightly. Gathering his courage, he forced a smile upon his face and proclaimed, "The emperor is mighty. The emperor is invincible." After a flurry of flattery, he eagerly inquired, "So, esteemed emperor, may I ask, I have already divulged Tianjia's secrets to you. Will you?" The remainder of his words remained unspoken. Yet his intent was abundantly clear. He sought for Jiang Yunhao to fulfill his promise. Jiang Yunhao cast a meaningful glance at him and replied, "Perhaps. I have survived. I have emerged unscathed from the hands of the merciless Jiang clan's emperor. This revelation could surely be boasted about to anyone I encounter. After all, I have escaped the clutches of the Jiang clan's emperor." The demon prodigy's heart surged with astonishment and uncontainable joy, his lips unable to suppress a smile. However, in the next moment, Jiang Yunhao suddenly glanced at Jiang Junlin. Without further ado, Jiang Junlin sprang into action. A punch, infused with thunder and lightning, struck the beaming demon prodigy's head. Boom! The demon prodigy's head exploded on the spot, crimson and ivory splattering the ground. A headless corpse crumpled lifelessly to the floor. In his final moments, the demon prodigy was left with one lingering question. Wasn't it agreed that if I sold Tianjia, I would be spared? Oh, the Jiang clan's emperor did not slay you. It was I who did. Huh. Jiang Junlin grinned, spitting contemptuously at the corpse. What a jest. This audacious lot dared to conspire with Jiang Ling, plotting to ensnare their own emperor. They had no right to live. They must be eradicated. Otherwise, other clans might presume the Jiang family is easy to bully, daring to provoke Jiang Yunhao without consequence. This was intolerable for the Jiang family. Sometimes, one's stance determines everything and can avert unnecessary troubles. Jiang Yunhao then gathered the remains of Tianjia and departed with Jiang Junlin. Not far off, Jiang Wuxiu watched Jiang Yunhao's retreating figure with deep contemplation, a smile suddenly gracing his features. My junior brother, his gaze was profound, shrouded in mystery. The remaining young lords of the Jiang family awkwardly rose and respectfully bowed to Jiang Wuxiu. Gratitude for your esteemed intervention. Should gratitude be expressed, it should be directed towards my junior brother. I have done little, Jiang Wuxiu replied, his expression unchanged. Yet his words resonated like thunder in the ears of the young lords. They could distinctly sense the subtle shift in Jiang Wuxiu's demeanor towards Jiang Yunhao. Reporting to the esteemed master, Jiang Ling, the group instinctively turned their gazes to the side, where Jiang Ling lay unconscious on the ground, resembling a lifeless dog. Having crippled her cultivation, we shall take her along and, once we exit, present her to the elders of each clan for judgment. This woman harbored intentions to collude with external factions and conspire against our Jiang family's prince. Such crimes are unforgivable, Jiang Wuxiu stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Understood. The expressions of the group immediately grew solemn. Is it over? Has the aura of Tianjia dissipated? Meanwhile, as they ventured deeper into the dense forest, encountering unnamed ferocious beasts along the way, Xiao Yannian effortlessly dispatched them. He keenly sensed the changes behind him. It is important to note that the uproar caused by Tianjia in his frenzied state was anything but trivial. Now, with his presence vanished, it was impossible for Xiao Yannian not to notice. His brow furrowed slightly in surprise. Could it be that Jiang Yunhao possesses the strength to easily suppress Tianjia? Being an ancient anomaly himself, Xiao Yannian was acutely aware of the power these ancient beings wielded. It seems I have somewhat underestimated this Jiang family's prince. There are likely many secrets within him that elude my comprehension. The time I have afforded him may very well influence my plans. Xiao Yanian's gaze shifted to the followers from the longevity palace behind him. You may proceed and intercept him. I do not expect you to kill him, but you must prevent him from delving deeper. At this moment, Xiao Yanian's attitude towards Jiang Yunhao underwent a significant transformation. Initially, he regarded Jiang Yunhao with mere admiration and curiosity, even contemplating the possibility of winning him over. However, following the battle between Jiang Yunhao and Tianjia, Xiao Yanian acutely perceived that he may have grossly misjudged this Jiang family prince. Consequently, he feared that Jiang Yunhao's existence might disrupt his plans. In his mind, he had already elevated the threat posed by Jiang Yunhao above that of the other ancient anomalies. Though Xiao Yanian was arrogant and possessed an unwaveringly confident spirit, he was far from foolish. Jiang Yunhao, you truly stand out. However, my plans shall not be disrupted by you. Once I obtain the Taichu Dao seed and seize the tremendous fortune hidden within this secret repository, I shall have ample time to subdue you. As for now, you might as well obediently follow behind and play your part. He chuckled. Chapter 153, The Ascendance of the Flesh, Mysterious Beasts, a Truly Exceptional Blessed Land. As activity stirred on the side of Xiao Yanian, the disciples of the Jiang family were diligently gathering the rare treasures of heaven and earth hidden within the forest. They sought to collect an abundance of chaotic spiritual herbs infused with the essence of chaos for the needs of the Imperial Prince. Each disciple, following Jiang Yunhao, held him in profound reverence, exerting themselves to locate the items he required. Naturally, Jiang Yunhao felt at ease with his kin. Meanwhile, as the grand procession advanced, they occasionally encountered bizarre and formidable beasts. These creatures moved silently, their visages grotesque, some even transforming into mist. It seemed they were immune to all forms of divine arts and lethal techniques. Even when vanquished, they would reconstitute themselves in an instant. What manner of monstrosity is this? Alas, this is peerless. From time to time, the anguished cries of talented individuals from various clans echoed through the woods. Clearly, these champions had also fallen prey to the strange beasts. In contrast, the members of the Jiang family faced no such obstacles. Standing resolute, Jiang Yunhao simply unleashed a palm strike, the chaotic power within him surging forth, transforming into a colossal hand that descended upon his foes. Any beast touched by this chaotic hand was instantly dissipated into wisps of mist. It can even be absorbed? Jiang Yunhao quickly discerned the truth. The reason ordinary prodigies struggled to eradicate these enigmatic creatures was that they were not true living beings. They were manifestations of chaotic energy, innate transformative essence, and the myriad subtle energies of the 5 elements. In essence, these monsters were aggregations of profound energies in motion. It was no wonder that common folk could not vanquish them. Jiang Yunhao's ability to effortlessly annihilate these beasts stemmed from his unique source of power, chaotic energy. In a certain sense, his magical essence was of the same origin as these uncanny monsters, sharing a comparable level of profundity. Ordinary magical powers were inferior to the intricate energies that constituted these creatures. Thus, only those who had undergone a significant transformation in their magical essence could inflict meaningful harm upon them. As he journeyed onward, Jiang Yunhao dispatched numerous bizarre beasts, gaining insights into their nature. Most delightfully, he realized that every time he vanquished a creature born of chaotic energy, it was akin to collecting the equivalent of a dozen chaotic spiritual herbs. For others, these enigmatic beasts were exceedingly difficult to defeat, but for Jiang Yunhao, this place was a veritable paradise. Here, he could freely absorb chaotic energy to cultivate the chaos theft technique. Splendid. Jiang Yunhao smiled subtly, and as he traversed the path, he even took the initiative to slay these strange beasts. Occasionally, when encountering some talented individuals from the eastern wilderness embroiled in fierce battles, Jiang Yunhao effortlessly struck down the peculiar monsters besieging these prodigies. He advanced with relentless force, fervently collecting chaotic energy along the way. The young elites he saved could not help but gaze in astonishment at his figure. The scion of the Jiang family was hunting these bizarre creatures? How terrifying! Truly deserving of the title, he is the undisputed leader among the youth of our eastern wilderness. How formidable, how formidable! One could only wonder if fate would allow them to follow in the footsteps of this noble prince. The talented individuals hailing from various prominent factions of the Eastern Wilderness expressed their admiration, while they recognized that their fortune merely placed them fortuitously in Jiang Yunhao's path. With his aim focused on exterminating the monsters they could not handle, their lives were spared solely by his happenstance intervention. Yet, irrespective of Jiang Yunhao's intentions, the ultimate outcome was their salvation. They shuddered to think that, had it not been for their serendipitous encounter with him, they might have perished in that perilous place. The primordial secret repository, though rife with opportunities and treasures, was undeniably a realm of great danger. Many who had never laid eyes upon Jiang Yunhao, still harboring aspirations of rivaling him, were now left in awe of his might. Coupled with this act of life-saving, the scions of the great clans found themselves utterly convinced of his superiority. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yunhao's reputation soared to new heights. Many talented individuals envied those of the Jiang family who walked in his shadow, for being by his side offered an unparalleled sense of security. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yunhao traversed this treacherous path, aside from voraciously hunting the strange beasts and absorbing the chaotic essence, he was silently devouring and refining the flesh and blood of the celestial fiend. Although the celestial fiend had mastered one of the 9 secrets of the universe, the character's mystical technique had allowed it to narrowly escape death. It was ultimately rendered useless. For even with the ability to resurrect from its own blood, it would have to begin anew. The physical form of the celestial fiend had been nurtured for countless years within the source of life, akin to a magnificent elixir of the mortal realm. All the accumulated efforts of millennia had unwittingly become a wedding garment for Jiang Yunhao. He felt no remorse. After all, this celestial fiend had sought to ensnare him. Any being that sought his demise would receive no mercy should he seize the opportunity. Furthermore, Jiang Yunhao had set his sights on the secrets of the celestial fiend's 9 mysteries. He found himself anticipating the moment he would one day confront the celestial fiend in the demon domain, perhaps discovering unexpected fortunes from such an ancient and extraordinarily fortunate entity. In conclusion, Jiang Yunhao was determined to claim the celestial fiend. A curious thought crossed his mind. Was he not akin to raising a pig, fattening it up before the inevitable slaughter? Jiang Yunhao blinked, a peculiar expression flickering across his face, as he continued to refine the essence of the celestial blood and flesh. He suddenly halted in his tracks. Emperor's son, is there an anomaly ahead? Jiang Lingxiao's expression turned grave as he rushed forward, having been closely observing Jiang Yunhao. Sensing a potential danger, he instinctively moved to support him. However, just as Jiang Lingxiao's words fell, he abruptly perceived a transformation in the person beside him. What is this? Jiang Lingxiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Jiang Yunhao. He could sense that at this very moment, an immense and terrifying power seemed to be burgeoning within Jiang Yunhao, rising uncontrollably like a volcanic eruption. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from within Jiang Yunhao, as his overwhelming blood energy manifested as ethereal blood dragons, sweeping across the vast expanse. With every gesture, it appeared as though an inexplicable force was empowering him, leaving Jiang Lingxiao in a state of trepidation, instilling a primal fear deep within him. It was the bloodline. His own lineage quaked in fear. His body instinctively warned him that the man before him was an invincible force. Could it be? Has he ascended to divinity? Chapter 154. The Realm of the 3 Divine Extremes. A visitor from the forbidden zone of the Eternal Palace has arrived, effortlessly defeating an opponent with a single strike. Is it true that one can attain divinity through the physical body? Could it be that the young master has forged a divine body of the divine realm? Jiang Lingxiao stood in stunned silence. The other members of the Jiang family also sensed Jiang Yunhao's unusual presence and turned their attention towards him. Well, one could say it is a form of divinity. However, my cultivation level has yet to break through. Only the physical body has achieved divinity, while the divine soul has advanced first. Jiang Yunhao silently attuned to his own being. It must be said that the physical form nurtured for a millennium within the essence of Tianjiao is remarkably effective. It surpasses the vitality derived from the blood essence of Long Tianling. This is because Tianjiao belongs to the celestial ant race, renowned for their unparalleled strength and physique. Their expertise in physical cultivation far exceeds that of true dragons by many folds. Thus, after refining and consuming the blood essence of Tianjiao, Jiang Yunhao's physical prowess has shattered the 300 million barrier. 300 million strength. How terrifying. Historical records indicate that the physical strength of most beings who attain divinity hovers around 50 to 60 million pounds. Some powerful races, such as the divine beings of the true dragon lineage, possess around 100 million strength. Even the Tianjiao of the celestial ant race, upon entering the divine realm, achieves merely 200 million. Yet, I must surpass 300 million to attain physical divinity. A flicker of realization stirred within Jiang Yunhao as he recognized his uniqueness. Upon reflection, it could be that his innate talents and constitution are simply too abundant. His foundation is so formidable that it is unparalleled throughout the ages. Therefore, the process of refining his divine body is considerably more arduous than that of the celestial ant race. However, once he breaks through, in terms of physical prowess, he shall be invincible within his realm. In the divine realm, there should be few beings capable of rivaling my physical strength. Perhaps, I am just a notch stronger than the rest. Jiang Yunhao quietly compared himself. The young master is formidable. The young master is invincible. Alas, the young master, despite not yet having attained divine cultivation, seems to have already stepped into the realm of dual divinity? My heavens! Could it be that the young master can achieve the legendary realm of the three divine extremes? The Jiang family members were utterly astonished, engaging in fervent discussions. The realm of the three divine extremes. Jiang Yunhao couldn't help but recall some of the hidden truths regarding realms that the ancestor had imparted to him recently. The realm of the three divine extremes corresponds to three aspects: the physical body, magical power, and divine soul. Although attaining divinity allows for entry into the divine realm in any of these three aspects, there exists a concept of extremes within the divine realm. As the name suggests, the realm of the three divine extremes represents the ultimate in physicality, magical power, and divine soul. To achieve any one of these extremes while in the divine realm marks a being as possessing unparalleled potential, a terrifying existence that dominates within their realm. As for a being that can attain extremes in all three aspects, even the esteemed ancestor Jiang Mingsheng once lamented that such a feat is somewhat fanciful and impractical. This is simply because achieving mastery in one extreme requires an immense investment of time, energy, and resources. Throughout history, there have indeed been celestial beings aspiring to achieve the Trigod Supreme realm. However, many of them faltered due to distractions in their cultivation, leading to slow progress and ultimately a squandered lifetime. They pale in comparison to those who opted for a singular path of mastery. After all, the divine realm is not the pinnacle of existence. With the time and resources at their disposal, it would be far wiser to strive for a breakthrough in their realm and ascend to higher echelons. The concept of the Trigod Supreme realm, while revered by many as an absolute invincibility within its domain, raises the question, what good is invincibility in the divine realm if one encounters an adversary from a higher plane? Even a quasi-emperor could easily overturn them in mere moments. Hence, the Trigod Supreme realm remains, to this day, merely a theoretical construct. Upon hearing of the Trigod Supreme realm, Jiang Yunhao felt a surge of excitement within. Perhaps it was indeed within his grasp, for his cultivation was distinctly unconventional. According to the Grand Ancestor's deductions, there must exist formidable seeds of the Tao within the primordial secret vault. Once he discovers such a seed and transcends his current realm, he could very well explore the Trigod Supreme realm. Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes slightly. After all, his cultivation progressed swiftly, and he lacked for resources, bolstered by the unwavering support of the Jiang family. He was, in essence, perfectly poised by innate conditions to embark upon this path towards the Trigod Supreme realm. Oh, the Trigod Supreme realm. What a splendid notion. It is surprising to witness the beings outside indulging in such lofty dreams. Just then, several figures emerged from the forest, each clad in white robes, exuding an extraordinary aura, their sleeves billowing gracefully, embodying an air of carefree elegance. The Longxing Palace of the Forbidden Zone. Zhang Junlin, Zhang Lingxiao, and others immediately recognized their identities. Jiang Yunhao also cast his gaze towards them. Among the group, both men and women were present, notably those elite members of the Longxing Palace who once followed Xiao Yani. Oh, sent by Xiao Yani, are they? What could Xiao Yani be plotting? A stir of intrigue coursed through Jiang Yunhao's mind. As the heir of the Jiang family, I, Lin Fan, am eager to challenge you. Do you dare to accept? A strikingly handsome man with black hair and white robes stepped forward. These elite members, dispatched under Xiao Yanni's orders, aimed to disrupt Jiang Yunhao's judgment and hinder the Jiang family's pursuit. They were certainly not naive and had premeditated various excuses before their arrival. Ultimately, they decided to use the pretext of challenging the Jiang family heir as a means to impede their progress. This rationale was particularly astute, given that Jiang Yunhao had become quite the coveted figure, with many formidable beings eager to tread upon him to validate their own invincibility. You wish to challenge this heir? Jiang Yunhao's eyes narrowed slightly. What? As the heir of the Jiang family, do you perhaps lack the courage? Lin Fan chuckled mockingly, adopting a derisive expression. Indeed, it seems I am somewhat overstepping, considering I have been a deity for many years. Lin Fan's tone was light and teasing, as he reveled in the notion that the Jiang family heir was so timid. One cannot entirely blame them, for they are but youthful scions from an external family, incapable of rivaling the beings of our forbidden domain. It is perplexing to consider what the young master sees in such a cowardly individual, contemplating the idea of subduing him. A few among them spoke with a tone that oscillated between sarcasm and mockery. Yet, despite their ostensible air of indifference, it was merely a tactic to provoke Jiang Yunhao, a ploy to delay his progress. Intriguingly, it appears that Xiao Yanni has dispatched these minions with ulterior motives. However, Jiang Yunhao's acumen is unparalleled. Engaging in such mind games, he has mastered that art. The group paused momentarily, taken aback. Is he not merely a boy in his teens? Shouldn't such humiliation incite a reaction? Lin Fan found himself astonished. Yet soon, Lin Fan's astonishment morphed into indignation. Minions? It was Lin Fan and his companions who were incensed by Jiang Yunhao's retort. This was where their misunderstanding of Jiang Yunhao lay. When it comes to sharp tongues, Jiang Yunhao is unflinchingly incisive. Not just them. Even the prospective emperor has fallen victim to his biting words. The scion of the Jiang family, you truly are audacious. You dare to refer to us as minions. The members of the Longevity Palace bore expressions of fury. Who do they think they are? They emerged from the ranks of the top 10 beings within the forbidden zones. They inherently perceive themselves as superior and have never endured such humiliation. Damn it! Lin Fan and his companions furrowed their brows in frustration. Yet before they could utter another word, Jiang Yunhao's figure abruptly vanished. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Lin Fan. With an abrupt and forceful motion, he struck with blinding speed, his fingers curling like talons, pressing against Lin Fan's head. Thud! Lin Fan, taken completely off guard, felt his knees buckle beneath him, crushed to the ground by the sheer force of Jiang Yunhao's physical prowess. Jiang Yunhao's gaze was as still as an ancient well, devoid of warmth. It was as if he were petting a dog's head, his voice calm and unperturbed. Enough of your pretentiousness. Now tell me, what is the true purpose behind Xiao Yanni's sending you here? Chapter 155. The initial formation of the divine body. Slaying the prodigies of the Forbidden Zone, Jiang Yunhao suddenly struck, capturing Lin Fan. Lin Fan's reaction was swift. He instinctively retracted his head. A sharp cry escaped his lips as he retreated rapidly, his long black hair, along with his scalp, forcefully torn away by Jiang Yunhao. It was no wonder that Lin Fan was in excruciating pain. He had not anticipated that merely struggling against Jiang Yunhao's grasp would result in such a grievous injury. In a fit of rage, Lin Fan erupted, his voice filled with fury. Damn it, you little wretch. Prepare to meet your end. With a swift motion, he summoned a long spear into his grasp. The silvery weapon gleamed with radiant, profound patterns. Lin Fan wielded the spear with fervor, carving a crescent-shaped arc as he aimed it fiercely at Jiang Yunhao. The impact of this strike caused the heavens and earth to tremble, the elegant trajectory of the spear slicing through the clouds above, parting them asunder. How formidable Lin Fan's strength is! A voice exclaimed. Is this truly the prowess of a prodigy hailing from the Forbidden Zone's eternal palace? Even within the realm of gods, such an existence is utterly terrifying. Indeed, the average deity would likely be no match for him. As Lin Fan made his move, the onlookers from various clans gasped in astonishment. Does he dare to confront the Jiang family's imperial scion? Is he courting death? After all, the Jiang family's scion had yet to attain godhood, placing him at a significant disadvantage in cultivation level. Would the scion truly falter? If he were to lose, It would be preferable for Lin Fan to strike him down with a single thrust. Among the crowd were adversarial prodigies from the Jiang family, such as those from the Wang family and various factions of the monster domain. They had followed closely behind the Jiang disciples, fearful of being ensnared by the lurking monstrosities. It was only by staying with Jiang Yunhao's entourage that they felt a semblance of safety. Yet, even so, they did not believe it unjust to benefit from Jiang Yunhao's presence. After all, their ability to seize advantage stemmed from their own prowess, not Jiang Yunhao's. Now, witnessing Jiang Yunhao seemingly face a formidable foe, they could hardly contain their delight, eagerly anticipating the moment Jiang Yunhao would falter. In truth, the Jiang disciples paid little heed to these individuals, regarding them as mere detritus. If they wished to trail behind and glean scraps, so be it. It did not hinder their quest to gather precious resources for their Imperial scion. However, the whispered conversations of these individuals soon caught the attention of the Jiang disciples, prompting Zhang Lingxiao and others to cast them fierce glares. "Speak another word, and you shall find my hand unyielding," he warned, his demeanor icy and resolute. The words caused the prodigies from various clans to shrink back, silenced by the threat. Yet, internally, they remained unconvinced. So arrogant. Just wait until your scion encounters a setback. Meanwhile, as Lin Fan charged forward, a flicker of intensity crossed Jiang Yunhao's gaze. Very well. He had been granted an opportunity, yet he clearly rejected it. Jiang Yunhao, disinterested in further discourse, coldly uttered a single phrase, seeking death. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he extended his hand in a sweeping motion. The burgeoning pressure of his divine form radiated outward, manifesting a terrifying spectacle. His outstretched arm, in friction with the very fabric of space, ignited a dazzling display of thunderous brilliance. It appeared as though ancient divine lightning coiled around his arm, forming chains of thunder that exuded an unparalleled aura of destruction, intent on sweeping through the realms and obliterating the heavens and the earth. The previously boastful members of the Wang family and the proud demons were now left in astonishment, their eyes wide with terror as they fell silent. What manner of power is this? It was not merely a technique or a spell. This was pure, unadulterated physical strength, conjuring forth a horrific phenomenon. Within Jiang Yunhao's seemingly slender and perfectly contoured physique lay an unfathomable force that none could predict. Yet, from this spectacle, one could catch a glimpse of its essence. Is this truly the divine form of the Jiang family's prince? A wave of shock surged through the crowd. Jiang Yunhao met the silver spear with an open palm. Around his hand, the very space appeared to warp and collapse, compressed by this overwhelming force. It was as if he had drained the air from a vast expanse. A phenomenon both incredible and astounding. Boom! The palm collided with the spearhead, accompanied by a series of crisp, melodious cracking sounds. The artifact-level spear shattered as easily as a clay figurine, its remnants scattering like petals in a breeze, flying in all directions. Impossible. The fierce rage etched upon Lin Fan's face evaporated in an instant, replaced by a look of bewilderment and horror. He could hardly believe his senses. After all, Lin Fan had been chosen as a follower of Shao Yanian, having emerged from the Chongqing Palace after a brutal competition against his peers. Yet here was Jiang Yunhao, who had yet to fully ascend to divinity, having already bested him. Even an artifact could not withstand the might of that single strike, shattering on the spot. Jiang Yunhao surged forward. The aura he emanated resembled that of an ancient, formidable beast, fierce and bloodthirsty, instilling terror in all who beheld him, causing hearts to race and spirits to tremble. He offered Lin Fan no chance to react, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. Lin Fan could only hastily attempt to defend himself, but it was all in vain. The surging force of the blows resembled a tempest, dismantling all of Lin Fan's defenses. Jiang Yunhao's presence was not that of a mere combatant. It felt as though he faced a rampaging ancient terror, an overwhelming power capable of toppling mountains and seas, mercilessly ravaging him. In contrast, Lin Fan felt as fragile and insignificant as a feeble ant. With the feeble body of a mayfly, one dares to whimsically challenge the vast and eternal forces. Alas, Lin Fan was utterly reduced to a mist of blood by Jiang Yunhao. Even in his final moments, Lin Fan could not utter a single cry of despair. This marked Jiang Yunhao's inaugural act of slaying a divine being with the power of his own divine body. Jiang Yunhao had indeed exerted a significant portion of his strength, albeit without resorting to magical powers or employing sword techniques. He had, however, harnessed the vigor of his blood and spirit. The battle was exhilarating, and Jiang Yunhao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He yearned to ascertain the true strength of his divine form, yet it appeared that Lin Fan was simply too weak, unable to withstand even the raw force of his physical might, let alone the various divine skills and lethal techniques. Alas, too feeble, unworthy even as a benchmark for measurement. Jiang Yunhao shook his head in dismay. Meanwhile, all present stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom how effortlessly Jiang Yunhao had dispatched a divine being. And not just any divine being, but a prodigy hailing from the illustrious Chongqing Palace. The adversaries of the Jiang family, who had anticipated a spectacle, felt their strength drain away, trembling in fear, their lips pressed tightly together, too terrified to utter a single sound. The remaining members of the Chongqing Palace, both male and female, turned ashen, instinctively pointing at Jiang Yunhao, their voices trembling and momentarily lost for words. Chapter 156. Training and Discipline. As Lin Fan was brutally struck down by a few punches from Jiang Yunhao, the members of the Chongqing Palace, both male and female, were evidently rattled. They could scarcely fathom how effortlessly Jiang Yunhao dispatched Lin Fan. It was beyond their wildest imagination that eliminating him could be so simple. They were all too familiar with Lin Fan's prowess. In a one-on-one confrontation, they could at best match him, and to truly overpower Lin Fan, a minimum of 3 of them would be required to join forces. In other words, any one of them would find themselves at a significant disadvantage against Jiang Yunhao, and they might even meet a swifter demise. The terrifying nature of this Jiang family prince's divine body was simply astonishing. Could it be that even their young master was inferior in physical prowess? The group was struck with profound shock and trepidation. They resolved that the news of Jiang Yunhao's might must reach their young master. His divine body was too formidable. The young master must be cautioned. A young woman among them, her eyes flashing with determination, remained fiercely loyal to Xiaoyan. In this critical moment, she still thought of him. Clutching a jade slip for transmitting messages, she recorded the alarming news within. She then sent the jade slip flying, like a streak of light, deep into the dense forest. Jiang Yunhao keenly observed this scene and initially contemplated intervening. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Perhaps allowing them to relay some information would serve his own interests better. With this realization, he chose to remain unmoved, permitting the woman to act. It mattered little to him what her intentions were. He was more curious about the whereabouts of Xiaoyan. Jiang Yunhao had little interest in deciphering Xiaoyan's motives. It likely revolved around obstructing him. Based on Lin Fan's capabilities, Jiang Yunhao had formed a preliminary assessment of Xiaoyan. He deduced that Xiaoyan was at least equal, if not superior, to Lin Fan. Thus, the Jiang clansmen he had dispatched to tail Xiaoyan might not be entirely safe. Jiang Yunhao had never underestimated this adversary. Any unknown foe, regardless of the outcome, was treated with utmost seriousness, as one would approach a lion when hunting a rabbit. Only by doing so could he maximize the assurance that he would not falter in a moment of carelessness. History is replete with bloody lessons warning future generations against arrogance. This mindset was a cornerstone of Jiang Yunhao's journey thus far. Although he possessed extraordinary abilities, such endowments did not grant him the luxury of hubris. Everything had to be guided by his own convictions. From the very first battle against Chun Tianxi, the swordmaster of the Daluo sword sect, Jiang Yunhao had grasped this lesson. When he inquired further, the remaining members of the group fell silent, gripped by fear. The loyal woman, after a moment of hesitation, stammered, "We can inform the prince of our young master's location. However, you must grant us our lives. After all, there is no deep-seated enmity between us. And I hail from the Forbidden Zone, the palace of eternal life. You may not be aware of the formidable power of the Forbidden Zone." The woman's words were abruptly interrupted as Jiang Yunhao cast a calm glance in her direction. "You are mistaken. You must understand that you are not qualified to negotiate with me." His tone was devoid of warmth, flat and emotionless. Upon hearing this, the woman's delicate form tensed. Before she could react, Jiang Yunhao had already appeared before her in a flash. With a sharp motion, he seized her neck with a grip like a vice. And without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed his internal strength, twisting his hand violently. The woman's neck contorted at an unnatural angle, her head tilting grotesquely, and she fell lifeless to the ground. The once charming visage still bore traces of terror. In the next moment, a phantom of a world-destroying grinding mill materialized behind Jiang Yunhao. This was the divine mill visualization technique. An ethereal figure, identical to Jiang Yunhao, suddenly manifested upon the grinding mill. Jiang Yunhao's divine soul not only had his physical form ascended to the divine realm, but his soul had also reached the same exalted level. The separation of his soul was a mere trifle. Moreover, after attaining divine status, he had grasped some of the profound mysteries of the divine mill visualization technique, a power accessible only to those in the divine realm, such as soul extraction. In plain view of the crowd, Jiang Yunhao executed the soul extraction and search with fluid grace. A collective gasp echoed through the onlookers. The adversarial elites, who had stealthily followed the Jiang family's main force, instinctively retreated a few steps. Fearful and apprehensive, they dared not take advantage of the Jiang family any longer. One by one, they slipped away quietly, terrified of attracting Jiang Yunhao's attention. This is soul extraction, such a sinister technique. Even the scion of the Jiang family can wield it? These individuals were utterly terrified, fleeing in panic, fearing that their secrets would fall into Jiang Yunhao's hands. However, they were overestimating their importance. Jiang Yunhao had no interest in their trivial matters. From this realm, a primordial Tao seed had been nurtured, along with numerous secrets that even the Palace of Eternal Life was unaware of. After a brief moment, Jiang Yunhao silently opened his eyes, his soul returning to its rightful place. Through the memories contained within the woman's soul, he had uncovered the true purpose of Xiao Yanyan's visit to the primordial secret repository. As expected of one from the Forbidden Zone, she possessed knowledge of secrets unknown to outsiders. The patriarch of the Jiang family had once employed divination methods for his sake, predicting that a powerful Tao seed resided within this repository. Yet, even the patriarch could not have anticipated that the seed nurtured here would be a world seed. A surge of excitement ignited within Jiang Yunhao. "Cousin, I kindly ask you to lead the way and continue guiding our kin in gathering the rare treasures of this land. As for those peculiar monsters, there is no cause for concern. I shall bestow upon you a divine artifact capable of vanquishing them." In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao gestured, and a magnificent long sword materialized beside him. Channeling the chaotic energy within, he infused the artifact with a considerable amount of chaotic essence. Sharing the same origin and possessing equal levels of power, it would effortlessly annihilate those strange creatures. Subsequently, Jiang Yunhao retrieved a white jade bottle, another divine artifact capable of storing vast quantities of items. It would serve perfectly for containing the chaotic essence that emerged from the slain monsters, as well as the profound energies of innate creation. After handing these two artifacts to Jiang Lingxiao, Jiang Yunhao's figure flickered as he soared towards the direction of Xiao Yanyan. Guided by his memories, he could hardly contain his eagerness. Lin Yin has sent back a message. What? Lin Fan is dead. Were they not supposed to be evenly matched against the young master of the Jiang family? Meanwhile, Xiao Yanyan, en route, also received the transmission from Lin Yin's jade slip. Delving into its contents, he comprehended the situation with clarity. Thus, it was revealed that the strongest trump card of the Jiang family's young master is indeed his physical form. It makes sense, considering he is capable of subduing the celestial ant. Clearly, I must exercise caution when engaging him in close combat. Xiao Yanyan narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Yunhao, you certainly live up to my expectations of a promising youth. You possess undeniable prowess. However, you are still too young, having prematurely revealed your trump card. This is not the mindset one would expect from a seasoned practitioner. Nevertheless, it is commendable. Once I have subdued you, I shall refine your skills further. Chapter 157. The Arrival of the Forbidden Zone. Decay of the Great Era. Moment of reckoning. What? Young master, have Lin Fan and the others perished? The elite members of the Longevity Palace, trailing behind Xiao Yanyan, trembled at the words, their faces betraying disbelief. It was evident that they had not anticipated such a conclusion. Indeed, the scion of the Jiang family possesses unparalleled physique, capable of subduing the heavenly horn ant. When you confront him, exercise utmost caution. Xiao Yanyan cast a fleeting glance at the group, who nodded repeatedly in agreement. At this moment, Had Jiang Yunhao been present, he would have surely smiled to himself, for this was precisely the effect he desired. This was also the reason Jiang Yunhao deliberately allowed Xiao Yannian to perceive the transmission jade slip. At times, the Bureau of War could indeed facilitate one's endeavors. Given the opportunity, Jiang Yunhao's character would not allow him to let it slip by. Simultaneously, as Jiang Yunhao pursued in the direction of Xiao Yannian, the external world was engulfed in a cataclysmic upheaval. The void fractured, revealing through the rift a shimmering spectacle, countless auspicious clouds swirling, supporting a cluster of palatial structures. The celestial ambience was resplendently majestic, a veritable paradise brimming with ethereal energy, seemingly 100-fold more potent than the outside realm. What is this? The emergence of the spatial rift captured the attention of the guests from the Jiang family below. Countless gazes converged upon the phenomenon, with a flourish reminiscent of divine blessings. From within the rift emerged enchanting maidens clad in ethereal garments, some strumming lutes or playing flutes, while others swayed gracefully, dancing through the air. Additionally, 2 youthful attendants, resembling golden boys and jade maidens, brandished whisking dusters, clearing the way ahead. These 2 attendants, one clad in black and the other in white, possessed remarkably intriguing eyes. The male's pupils shone as brightly as day, devoid of any darkness, while the female's gaze was as deep as the night sky, unfathomable and profound. Their skin radiated a luminous quality, occasionally sparkling with a divine brilliance, clearly demonstrating their celestial lineage and innate virtue. What power is this? Does the Eastern Wilderness possess such formidable forces? The elders of various clans from the 9 domains, gathered within the Jiang family, exhibited subtle shifts in their expressions, clearly recognizing the extraordinary nature of the 2 attendants. The Longevity Palace has entered the world. Should not your clans from the outside prostrate in reverence? The demeanor of the young attendants remained impassive. The Longevity Palace. Ah, so it is the Longevity Palace of the Forbidden Zone. The crowd collectively enlightened, understanding the significance of the spectacle. No wonder such grandeur was on display. The news of the 10 Forbidden Zones had transcended mere whispers among the elite of the Eastern Wilderness. Clans across the realms had heard of it, especially as the prodigies from these Forbidden Zones emerged, making it nearly impossible for ordinary folk to remain unaware. These prodigies, evidently striving for dominion in this era, had materialized with great fanfare. Ancient anomalies seemed to serve as their heralds, each one having been chosen as an heir by a forbidden zone since the primordial age. In sum, the forbidden zones remained shrouded in mystery, their power unfathomable. Even the dominant forces of the Eastern Wilderness, the Taoist sects, regard the forbidden zones with utmost trepidation. Almost instinctively, the onlookers turned their gazes toward the venerable ancestors of the Jiang family. After all, everyone still remembers the formidable figure of Xiao Yannian, who hailed from the Palace of Eternal Life. His invincible presence was no less impressive than that of the Jiang family's heir. The Palace of Eternal Life's emergence at this moment undoubtedly aimed at the Jiang family. Indeed, a graceful figure suddenly materialized. She was a woman of regal bearing, exuding an air of nobility. Clad in a resplendent crimson robe and adorned with a phoenix crown, her attire, embroidered with dragons and phoenixes, radiated exceptional elegance. We pay our respects to the palace master. This woman was none other than Lin Xiao, the master of the Palace of Eternal Life. Your arrival is quite prompt, she remarked. Just then, a rift in the void opened elsewhere. A white-haired man in black emerged with a smile, his aura as deep as a chasm, evoking a sense of impending doom even in the presence of a quasi-emperor. This man's formidable presence was terrifying. He grasped the collar of a golden-robed elder as if he were handling a mere chick. Ah, Longxing, is this a representative from the outer demons? A gasp of astonishment rippled through the assembly. No one had anticipated the appearance of the outer demons. Longxing felt utterly dismayed, his face betraying a bitter smile. He comprehended the identity of this man, a terrifying figure from the Forbidden Zone, hailing from the demonic hall of the outer demons, revered as the primordial demon sovereign. Indeed, beyond the Eastern Wilderness, Forbidden Zones also existed within the realm of the outer demons. This formidable terror had only emerged after the demise of the enigmatic demon ancestor. Longxing remained oblivious to the fact that the enigmatic demon ancestor had met his end due to the machinations of Jiang Yunhao. However, he was aware that the demon ancestors had recklessly sacrificed countless monstrous entities in their frenzy, even descending themselves into the fray, nearly sacrificing their own lives in the process. Yet, despite their efforts, the return of the demon ancestor remained elusive. Long Xing was utterly bewildered, unaware of the unfolding events. However, he soon found himself on the receiving end of a beating as the primordial demon sovereign wasted no time in delivering a thrashing. The beings of the eastern wilderness, upon witnessing this figure, began to speculate. They could not help but cast another glance toward the Jiang family. Was this demon sovereign seeking vengeance for the enigmatic demon ancestor? He certainly appeared to be an unfathomable character. Jiang Mingxing raised an eyebrow slightly and took a step forward. Before Lin Xiao or the primordial demon sovereign could utter a word, Jiang Mingxing made his stance clear. What? Unable to remain in the forbidden zone. You wish to venture out for a stroll? Very well. A mule or a horse, a stroll will reveal all. Jiang Mingxing's temperament was not one to engage in trifles with either of these two. Should he sense even the slightest hint of their hostility towards Jiang Yunhao or the Jiang family, there would be no room for discourse. If they sought a confrontation, then let it be so. As Jiang Mingxing's voice faded, many could not suppress their laughter. Indeed, one could not help but admire the confidence radiating from him. A testament to the might of the Jiang family. Numerous factions allied with the Jiang clans secretly rejoiced, acknowledging the family's formidable strength. The original demon lord cast a cold glance in Jiang Mingxing's direction. Yet, Lin Xiao suddenly shook her head. My friend, you are mistaken. The Eternal Life Palace holds no conflicting interest with your clans from the outside world. On the contrary, as we approach the millennium mark, the great era decays, and calamity looms. In this era, no emperor has emerged, and should calamity truly arrive, none of you shall escape unharmed, Lin Xiao stated calmly. Calamity? Some members of the first-rate families displayed expressions of confusion. However, the representatives of the major powers present could not help but grow solemn. These great powers, having endured for millennia, such as the Jiang family, which can trace its lineage back to ancient times, naturally possessed knowledge of certain secrets. Every era experiences a grand reckoning. The scope of this reckoning is vast, affecting all sentient beings. No one knows the cause of this reckoning, yet under its weight, the clans find it difficult to ensure their survival. It is an upheaval that heralds the dawn of a new epoch. In essence, lacking the strength to protect oneself foretells the inevitable annihilation of one's lineage during the reckoning. This explains why beings from ancient times struggle to survive until this day. Only the strongest clans have managed to preserve a semblance of their bloodline heritage. All beings must traverse the boundless tribulations. And the existence of my forbidden zones is to ensure that every era witnesses the birth of an emperor. This is why my 10 forbidden zones are chosen to nurture successors among the clans. After all, without the might of an emperor, one fears that when the reckoning arrives, the great era will decay, upheaval will ensue, and all living things will perish, leaving none to resist. Lin Xiao surveyed the gathered crowd. You have enjoyed a period of recuperation for nearly a millennium, and indeed, your clans boast some remarkable youths. Yet, at this moment, the talents among your clans, though deserving of recognition, are ultimately destined to be mere fleeting glories in the annals of time, like meteors streaking across the vastness of history. You, members of the Jiang family, and you, clans of the demon realm, relying on her past memories. Lin Xiao even identified the dominant sects of the 9 domains present. However, her long stay in the Eternal Life Palace had left her somewhat behind in current events, far less informed than the worldly Xiao Yinyang. With your capabilities, the possibility of attaining the Tao is utterly non-existent, and concern looms for your clans as the reckoning approaches. Lin Xiao's gaze swept over the assembled beings. Now that the primordial secret vault has emerged, I kindly request that you, clans from the outside world, refrain from disturbing the opportunities and fortunes of our Eternal Life Palace's successor, Xiao Yinyang. Assisting him in attaining the rank of emperor is ultimately for the betterment of your own futures. Upon hearing this, the clans present understood her intentions. It was, after all, a declaration of sovereignty. The meaning is quite apparent. When the great reckoning arrives, they will all falter. So, be vigilant and do not interfere with the future aspirations of the Tianjiao from the Eternal Life Palace. Consider this a warning to the Jiang family and all the clans. Heh. At that moment, Jiang Mingxing smiled. He cast a sidelong glance at the primordial demon sovereign. Is this your intention as well? The primordial demon sovereign's brows furrowed deeply, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He knew that among the various clans from the outside world, the Jiang family would undoubtedly be the most formidable. Jiang Mingxing, I am aware of your existence. With the physique of the ancient saint body, your strength rivals that of an emperor. Though you possess the potential for invincibility, you are not an emperor's being, but rather at the level of a quasi-emperor, with a lifespan of merely 10,000 years. Does Lin Daoyou's statement not hold merit? With your dwindling lifespan, will you truly survive until the Great Reckoning arrives? Do not create chaos here. My forbidden zone exists for the benefit of all beings. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Jiang family members suddenly turned peculiar. It seems these powerful beings from the Forbidden Zone, who have long been detached from the world, are not well informed about recent events. Jiang Mingxing nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are correct. I, Jiang Mingxing, will not live to see that time. However, I did not claim that I wished to attain the path of the Emperor. Unlike certain foolish dreamers who, unable to achieve the path of the Emperor in their own era, still harbor delusions of doing so in a new age. I merely wish to convey that while your Forbidden Zone has its choices, so too does the Jiang family. If your Forbidden Zone seeks to support its own Tianjiao in attaining the path, why would the Jiang family not wish to support its own? Who dares to interfere with the future plans of my Jiang family's Imperial scion? The words left unspoken by Jiang Mingxing were accompanied by a gesture of slicing his throat. The implication was clear. What? Upon hearing Jiang Mingxing's words, Lin Xiao and the primordial demon sovereign were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Mingxing, have you lost your mind? Your clan's Imperial scion wishes to contend with the Tianjiao of the Forbidden Zone? Chapter 158. This is not cowardice. This is following the heart. Upon hearing Jiang Mingxing's words, both individuals could not help but chuckle. Through their sporadic observations of the outside world, they were aware of the formidable presence that Jiang Mingxing represented, which even influenced the 10 forbidden zones. Logically, the inhabitants of these zones should have long since emerged into the world. However, as Jiang Mingxing remained alive, the 10 forbidden zones hesitated to reveal themselves. After all, this great saint body was indeed an immense complication. Nevertheless, times have changed. With the millennia-long period drawing to a close, the Great Reckoning was imminent. The forbidden zones could no longer restrain themselves and began to manifest in the world. Concurrently, the recent stir caused by the Imperial command stele had also been sensed by the forbidden zones, prompting their emergence. Unfortunately, the time was too brief. Lin Xiao and the original demon lord had yet to venture to the Imperial command stele to ascertain who had inscribed their name upon it. They had no time to dwell on such matters, as their every thought and attention was devoted to nurturing the successors that represented their respective forbidden zones. After all, regardless of who had inscribed their name first on the Imperial command stele, it was a trivial concern. Competition was destined to unfold, vying for that singular position. Rather than waste time concerning themselves with others, it was far more prudent to intensify the training of their own prodigies. Observing Jiang Mingxing's demeanor stirred something deep within Lin Xiao. Her gaze became hazy, and her spirit momentarily transcended her corporeal form. Upon her return, her expression shifted subtly. So it was Jiang Yunhao. Surely he is the scion of the Jiang family. Having secured a position in the eastern wilderness and inscribed his name upon the Imperial command stele, Lin Xiao and the original demon lord now grasped the source of Jiang Mingxing's confidence. It turned out that the Jiang family scion was the one who had provoked the stirs surrounding the Imperial command stele. No wonder Jiang Mingxing was so assured that his family scion was the destined individual of this era. Did you see that? Jiang Mingxing smiled lightly, too indifferent to engage further with the two. Very well, then return whence you came. Lin Xiao and the original demon lord's expressions changed slightly. Were they so confident in their family scion? A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes. Upon discovering that Jiang Yunhao was indeed the person whose name was inscribed on the Imperial command stele, she initially found it hard to believe. She had contemplated numerous possibilities, but never imagined it would be an entity from the outside world that had never been uncovered by the forbidden zones. However, Lin Xiao soon steadied her mind. This could very well be an opportunity. Since they had crossed paths, why not seize the position? Having personally nurtured Xiao Yannian for many years, Lin Xiao held great confidence in her chosen candidate. With this thought, Lin Xiao suddenly turned her gaze toward Jiang Mingxing. squinting her eyes as she spoke in a low voice. Jiang Daoyu, you haven't forgotten the rules of the Eastern Wilderness, have you? In the competition of the younger generation, the elders must not intervene. If one of our Chongqing Palace's prodigies were to suppress your family scion, Jiang Daoyu, you wouldn't just disregard it and intrude upon our Chongqing Palace, would you? Indeed, if you truly feel this way, we, who linger in the outer world, are no match for you. However, having entered the Forbidden Realm, even if you are a formidable saint body, I fear. Oh, are you subtly issuing a threat? Jiang Mingxing cast a curious glance at Lin Xiao. He chuckled, returning your words verbatim. Those from the Forbidden Domain who wish to vie with my family, Yunhao, may certainly do so. But let me forewarn you, should they perish, let not my Jiang family's prince be blamed for his ruthlessness. Life and death are fated, while wealth and nobility lie in the heavens. Upon hearing Jiang Mingxing's words, Lin Xiao's gaze flickered intensely. Nevertheless, she grasped Jiang Mingxing's stance and felt a measure of reassurance. After all, even if they were unafraid of the formidable saint body within the Forbidden Realm, they still had to step into the world. To utterly alienate Jiang Mingxing would be tantamount to severing their own avenues of retreat. Simultaneously, the demon clan became aware of the subtle skirmish between the Jiang family and the Forbidden Realm. Certain high-ranking demons felt a surge of delight. The ancient ancestor of the 9 Netherhounds could not suppress a smirk. The Jiang family has attracted the attention of 2 great forbidden zones. Their prince is in dire straits. At that moment, a throng of demon descendants rushed out from the fissure leading to the primordial secret vault, each one appearing anxious as if a significant event had transpired within. The eyes of the great demons gleamed with intrigue. Could it be that the heavenly sovereign has succeeded? These great demons were aware of the schemes surrounding Jiang Yunhao. Observing the hurried exit of the demon prodigies felt akin to receiving a timely report. Suddenly, the ancient ancestor of the 9 Netherhounds stood forth, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Mingxing. Friend Jiang, let us not forget the words you once spoke. We must adhere to the customs of the Eastern Wilderness tribes. Jiang Mingxing furrowed his brow. What was this old coot thinking, emerging at this moment? Is he seeking his demise? Quick, speak of the happenings within. The next moment, the ancient ancestor seized a young demon prodigy. In truth, this group of demon prodigies had previously been terrified when Jiang Yunhao eliminated several members of the Eternal Life Palace, and they dared not follow the Jiang family's main force any longer. After all, no one could predict when Jiang Yunhao might take an interest and suddenly strike at them. It was far wiser for them to make a hasty exit. This was not cowardice, it was a prudent choice. Ancestor, do you wish to hear? The captured young demon appeared bewildered, his eyes still reflecting traces of fear. Naturally, where is the heavenly sovereign? Where is the Jiang family's prince? The ancient ancestor of the 9 Netherhounds narrowed his eyes, implying something significant. Oh, ancestor, you mean the heavenly sovereign? He is dead, reduced to mere ashes, annihilated by the Jiang family's prince. These demon prodigies were unaware that the heavenly sovereign had mastered the secret method of resurrection by blood. Nor did they know that Jiang Yunhao had already set his sights on the heavenly sovereign, even planning a visit to the demon realm thereafter. However, the mere utterance of these words had already incited an uproar among the crowd, the elders and the younger generation of various clans. Whether they were there to spectate or harbored ulterior motives, all turned their gaze in unison towards the direction of the demon clan. What? Who do you say has perished? The smile on the face of the venerable ancestor of the Juyo clan froze completely, his eyes widening in disbelief. Qinjie is dead. Not only has he died, but it is said that the scion of the Jiang family has taken his corporeal form. The Jiang family scion has consumed his essence with the Empress's heaven-devouring demon art, transforming into a divine entity. We were merely fearful, which is why we hastily retreated. Ancestor, it is not that we lack courage. Were you in our position, at your level of cultivation, and were to witness it firsthand, you would likely flee in terror as well. The young talents were evidently shaken, incessantly expressing their fears. The expressions of the gathered clansmen shifted from astonishment to sheer shock. Yet, another ancient prodigy has been slain by the scion of the Jiang family. Lin Xiao and the primordial demon lord also overheard these words, exchanging glances filled with unspoken thoughts. The Jiang family scion. No matter, I, the princess, hold faith in Yin Yin. I have personally nurtured him for many years. and he possesses some secret knowledge from the primordial treasury. With the advantage of time, place, and people, all in my favor, how could I possibly be outmatched by that Jiang family scion? The two engaged in a clandestine exchange of thoughts. Oh, ahead lies the aura of Xiaoyanian. Simultaneously, within the primordial treasury, Jiang Yunhao soared through the woods. Having encountered Xiaoyanian once, Jiang Yunhao was quite familiar with his aura.